I never dreamed that the poor boy once mocked by everyone would now astonish the entire audience as a national martial arts master. After traveling to a parallel world, I relied on the refining false into true system and earned origin points by writing national martial arts novels. When I used the origin points to refine a master-level clone of Baodan Gangjin and walked effortlessly on cliff edges, those who once looked down on me were left dumbfounded. Seeing a child fall into the water, I waded through and easily rescued them, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Those who once mocked and ridiculed me now stared wide-eyed, their faces full of disbelief. As for me, looking at their expressions, my heart was filled with satisfaction. Chapter 1, a fiery national martial arts novel, refining the false into the true, the Dan Master descends the mountain. Finally updated. Keep it up, author. This novel is so thrilling. The more I read, the more hooked I get. A novel about the founding of a national martial arts school. The author must be a real-life martial arts master. Gu Chen, who just uploaded the latest chapter of his novel, looked at the reader's comments below the novel with a somewhat emotional expression. Having traveled to a parallel world for nearly half a year, he activated the system of refining falsehood into reality. As long as someone believes, he can obtain a source point, and the source point can refine falsehood into reality, turning the extraordinary into the real. After careful consideration, Gu Chen quickly recalled that among the many novel genres in his previous life, the closest to reality was the Chinese martial arts genre. Among them, Dragon and Snake, as the pioneering novel of the genre, featured ultra-realistic and detailed descriptions that stirred countless readers' passions, and some even went on to learn Chinese martial arts because of it. Now, nearly half a year since the novel's release, it has sparked a wave of enthusiasm for the Chinese martial arts genre online, becoming a phenomenon-level novel that attracts countless fans. Coupled with its detailed and realistic martial arts depictions, many readers truly believe it to be real. Gu Chen has also gained nearly 300,000 source points from this, which is more than enough for him to refine the martial arts from the novel into reality and begin his plan. System, I want to transform the path of national martial arts cultivation from falsehood to reality. Transforming the path of low-level national martial arts cultivation from falsehood to reality requires 200,000 origin points. After receiving the response, Gu Chen did not hesitate at all and instinctively chose to agree. With the deduction of 200,000 origin points, the cultivation path called national martial arts was truly transformed into reality. Anyone could now learn the national martial arts cultivation from the book Dragon and Snake, mastering Ming Jin and Jin, Hua Jin, and even becoming a Baodan Grandmaster. What remained was to make the Baodan Gangjin Grandmaster reappear before the eyes of the public, sparking a craze for national martial arts cultivation, making more people believe that national martial arts were real, while he harvested origin points through this, laying the groundwork for his future transformation of even more powerful supernatural abilities from falsehood to reality. The system uses me as a template to forge a true replica of a Baodan Gangjin Grandmaster from the deep mountains. Forging a true replica of a Baodan Gangjin Grandmaster requires 50,000 origin points. He had no hesitation and directly forged the Baodan Gangjin Grandmaster replica. After completing all this, Gu Chen eagerly began his first plan. Master Bao Dangang descends the mountain. Yunin Mountain, located dozens of kilometers outside the city, is a place with mountains and rivers, beautiful scenery, and is considered a popular spot for online check-ins. People often come here to visit. It happened to be the weekend, and at the foot of the mountain, many cars were parked. Most were here for outings, and quite a few people were taking photos with their phones and DSLRs. Not far away, streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli were preparing filming equipment and props, adjusting the camera, getting ready for the upcoming live broadcast. Nana, stand in position, get ready to start the live stream. Under the direction of her best friend Pan Xiaoli, Sun Nana, who was standing in place, began the live stream. Thousands of male fans were already waiting in the live room, with plenty of comments and small gifts a good start. While the live stream was ongoing, suddenly many comments appeared on the screen. Look at the cliff behind. Someone is flying up there. Run! Newton's coffin lid can't hold it down. Awesome! Could this be the legendary lightness skill? I suspect that person is hanging on a steel wire behind them. Stop the live stream. The host should go interview that martial arts master. The sudden surge of bullet comments immediately caught the attention of the streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli. Both of them were a bit stunned, but the viewers were the ones who provided the entertainment, so they moved the camera to look at the cliff pointed out in the comments. Not only them, but other onlookers nearby also noticed the figure on the steep cliff. It was a young man with a delicate face, wearing coarse cloth clothes, barefoot on the vertical, steep rock wall, walking as if on flat ground, seemingly defying gravity, causing a burst of astonished exclamations on the spot. Who is this hidden martial arts master from the deep mountains? Quick, record it. Posting the video online will definitely go viral. Could there really be lightness skills in this world? Newton's coffin lid must be about to be blown off? At this moment, streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli also saw the figure walking barefoot on the cliff of the mountain opposite them. They couldn't help but widen their eyes, finding it quite unbelievable, making them suspect their eyes were playing tricks on them. How is that possible? That is an almost vertical cliff. Could someone really walk on it so freely? Could it be that they are hanging from steel wires? The viewers in the live stream room sent 2 rockets, and the on-screen comments urged them to hurry over, zooming the camera in for a close-up to admire this martial arts master up close. The two exchanged a glance and had no choice but to move closer, zooming in and magnifying the professional lens in their hands, freezing the image on the mysterious figure defying gravity on the cliff face. As the camera zoomed in, it revealed a young man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, a delicate face, and a determined expression. He wore coarse linen clothes, barefoot, standing on the nearly vertical cliff face without any steel wires or the like on his back. The live stream comments exploded. Unbelievable. Is this really something a human can do? Awesome. Newton's coffin has been hammered to pieces. This is definitely a hidden master from the deep mountains. Streamer, post the address. I want to become an apprentice. Incredible skill. The mysterious young man who appeared to walk effortlessly on the cliff face was actually a doppelganger created by Gu Chunlian's national martial arts Baodan Gangjin Grandmaster technique. He came to this popular outdoor spot to showcase the incredible nature of national martial arts to the world, hoping to make more people believe in it and thereby gain more source points. The master of gang energy embracing the elixir's clone and the original Shara connected mind, the energy, blood, and willpower on his body converge into a single point, with the entire body's energy resonating together. The gang energy extending 1 inch beyond his fist is already beyond what ordinary people can imagine. For this gang energy embracing the elixir master's clone, the vertical cliff face can be easily gripped just by adjusting the energy between his soles, creating this incredible anti-gravity-like phenomenon. By the riverbank, a family was out for a picnic, all focused on the mysterious figure on the cliff above, not paying attention to the 4-year-old child beside them. The child lost balance and fell directly into the river, causing a scream to erupt on the spot. My son fell into the water. Who can swim? Someone come quickly. Seeing the child who had fallen into the river, a commotion broke out on the scene. The barefoot clone of Gu Chen, who was walking down the cliff, noticed this and without any hesitation, loosened his grip on the cliff wall and fell like a bird into the river, causing another round of screams from the crowd. That was nearly a 20-meter high cliff, falling straight into the river. The scene was incredibly dangerous. The streamer's son Na and her best friend Pan Shelley also screamed along with the others present. Boom! At the moment of falling onto the river's surface, Gu Chen keenly sensed the change in the river's force. His soles moved in response, effortlessly dissipating the momentum of the fall. The force caused the water surface to splash everywhere, and he stood on the water without any sign of sinking, leaving the crowd on the shore frozen in shock. Jumping from a cliff over 20 meters high into the river would be impressive enough, but to actually stand on the water without sinking? Is this a movie? When Chinese martial arts reach the level of transforming energy, water will not rise above the knees. As an incarnation of the Grandmaster of Dan Gang energy, Gu Chen could easily perform the incredible feat of walking on water. Gu Chen stepped on the water and walked toward the child who had fallen in. In just 2 steps, he crossed the more than 20-meter distance. With a palm strike, he tore through the water surface and effortlessly rescued the child, leaving the scene in complete silence. Chapter 2, the video goes viral. Is martial arts really real? From the child falling into the water to the mysterious expert walking on the cliff jumping into the river, it only took 5 or 6 seconds. The child in the water was rescued by this mysterious expert, leaving the onlookers on the shore stunned, all doubting whether their eyes were playing tricks on them. Walking on water? ISNT, this is a scene that only appears in movies? And now it's being vividly played out right before their eyes? My eyes aren't deceiving me, are they? How on earth did this expert do it? There really is lightness skill in this world. The onlookers on the shore were buzzing with discussion, and the streamer's son Na's live room exploded, with barrage comments flying and viewers continuously sending various small gifts. It's all true in the movies. There really is lightness skill in this world. Don't stop me. I want to apprentice under this guy. This is definitely lightness skill. Why is the streamer just standing there? Hurry up and interview this expert to find out how he did it. Only then did the streamer's son Na suddenly realize, looking at the mysterious expert standing motionless on the water's surface like a mountain, her heart filled with nervousness. Gu Chen, seeing the stunned expressions of the onlookers on the shore, couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a slight smile. With a flick of his hand, he effortlessly sent the person flying 6 or 7 meters away, landing safely in the arms of their parents on the shore. The parents then seemed to awaken from a dream and quickly began to express their thanks. After finishing all this, Gu Chen stepped on the water's surface, ready to leave and continue with the plan he had set earlier. However, at that moment, a nervous voice came from behind. Hello, expert. I am a streamer. May I interview you? Are you the legendary martial arts master? Have you practiced lightness skill? How can you walk on water? Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's eyes flickered, his steps halted, and he turned to glance at the nervous anchor Sun Na on the shore. The latter immediately became tense, feeling as if a terrifying creature had spotted her. Her close friend Pan Xiaoli was no better, her legs weakening, and the other onlookers on the shore couldn't help but perk up their ears. After a moment of thought, the interviewed Gu Chen finally spoke softly. I am not some martial arts master, nor do I possess any lightness skills. This is merely a matter of the transformation and application of internal force. The human body is very powerful. When one reaches a certain level in traditional Chinese martial arts, they understand the changes between bright and dark internal force. At the stage of transforming force, one can walk on water without it rising above the knees. At my level, the Dan holding stage, it becomes even easier to grasp the changes in force brought by the water's movement, so walking on water is not particularly complicated. Hearing this serious explanation, the crowd on the shore couldn't help but have their eyes light up. They finally understood the secret behind the expert's ability to walk on water. However, terms like bright force, dark force, transforming force, and Dan holding were still confusing to them. Gu Chen shook his head, turned around, and stepped on the water, each step spanning more than 10 or 20 meters. His speed increased rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot without a trace. The crowd on the shore watching this couldn't help but sigh. The expert has left. What are these things called Ming Jin and Hua Jin? National martial arts? Is it kung fu? Aren't those all lies? Host Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, while a new wave of discussion erupted again in her live streaming room. What are the Ming and Hua Jin that the expert mentioned? I've never heard of them. This is actually a Baodan grandmaster. No wonder he can walk on water. Could he be a fierce person like Wang Chao or God? Can the brother in front explain in detail? Damn! Isn't that the national martial arts realm from the novel Dragon and Snake? I didn't expect it to be real. Damn! I'm going back to read the book. Wait, brother in front, hold on, I'm going to read the novel too. But after a while, most of the viewers left the live stream. Host Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli exchanged a glance. Since the live stream couldn't continue, they had to end it and started searching online. They quickly found the recently popular novel Dragon and Snake and curiously began flipping through it. Meanwhile, far away in the coastal city, Gu Chen disconnected the spiritual link with his clone. The body of the Baodan Gang Jin Grandmaster was incredibly powerful. Returning to his original ordinary human body now felt like a world of difference. Once his source points were sufficient, he planned to undergo a true transformation, becoming a Baodan Gang Jin Grandmaster himself, and perhaps even reach the level of Li Hansha, who could break through the void and was invincible like Diamond. Under the script where Gu Chen carries the Dan Gang Energy Master down the mountain, the events and videos from Yunyin Mountain quickly spread online. Whether on QQ chat groups, Douyin, Weibo, Bilibili, and others, they went viral at a visible speed, attracting countless netizens to watch. The comments section below the video also attracted numerous netizens to leave messages, fiercely debating its authenticity. This video is definitely fake. Not only does he walk freely on a vertical cliff, but he also jumps from a cliff over 20 meters high into the water and can even walk on water. Even Newton would jump out of his coffin if he saw this. I think so too. Are these things even possible for normal humans to do? Upstairs, don't talk nonsense. Didn't you hear the experts say it's cultivation of national martial arts? Or a super expert at the Baodan realm? What is this Ming and Hua Jin, Baodan? Is it real? Why haven't I heard of it before? This is the cultivation realm of national martial arts from the novel Dragon and Snake. If what the mysterious expert in the video says is true, then it is indeed possible to achieve such feats. A master at the Baodan realm has completely surpassed the scope of ordinary humans. In ancient times, that would be considered a deity, and fighting 100 opponents single-handedly would be an easy task. The video attracted countless netizens' attention and viewership online, sparking intense discussions. Some thought it was fake or special effects, of course, while others believed it was real. However, with the video going viral, a national martial arts sect novel called Dragon and Snake also became hugely popular, drawing countless netizens to seek verification. Chapter 3 The Origin Point Surges, alias Li Hansha, seeking to test martial arts in the world. Gu Chen opened the comment section of the novel Dragon and Snake and quickly found that the comments had exploded, with countless readers and netizens leaving messages and discussing below. The video trending online today has gone viral. That martial arts master is truly incredible. Probably even stronger than Wang Chao in the book. Walking on cliffs as if on flat ground, jumping down from a cliff over 20 meters high, treading on water, and gracefully rescuing a drowning child. Can traditional martial arts really do this? Author, please come out and explain the video online. Is traditional martial arts real? According to the training methods in the book, can one really cultivate to become a Baodan Grandmaster? I've said it before, the author of Dragon and Snake is definitely a master of Chinese martial arts in real life. Now it's confirmed. Brothers, I've made up my mind. I'm starting to learn Chinese martial arts right now. I want to train to become a Baodan Grandmaster too. To the guy above, what nonsense are you thinking? In the book, Wang Chao has only just caught a glimpse of Bao Dan. Do you think you're some kind of 1 in a million martial arts prodigy? I feel like the author is no ordinary person. I wonder what level of Chinese martial arts cultivation the author has reached by now. Watching the lively discussions in the comments section, Chun couldn't help but smile. He had long ago used the fake-to-real refining system to anonymously process the book he published so no one could find out that he was the true author. In just one day, leveraging the influence of both the video and the novel Dragon and Snake, he earned 150,000 origin points, basically breaking even. Adding the remaining points from before, he now had 200,000 origin points, enough for his upcoming plans. Taking advantage of the current online video buzz, Chun spent 50,000 origin points to use the fake-to-real refining system to create several characters at the Huajin realm, scattered in cities near Yunnan Mountain. Moreover, he added identity settings for them, such as a martial arts school janitor, a beggar, or a hidden prisoner, with related memories generated alongside the fake-to-real refining. After finishing all this, Chun, using the system's power, reconnected his mind with the fake-to-real refined Dan Gangjin master clone. Employing the system's fake-to-real refining power, he changed into a coarse linen outfit and 1,000-layer soul-cloth shoes. After confirming a direction, he strode toward the nearest city, Fuzhou. Fuzhou is only a little over 200 kilometers away from Yunnan Mountain, which is nothing for a Baodan Gangjin master who has broken the limits of the human body. Protagonists like Wang Chao and Li Hansha, who practice Baodan in the later chapters of the book, move faster than a cheetah. Moreover, their chi channels are long-lasting, allowing them to maintain such speeds for extended periods. After running just a few dozen kilometers, the Baodan Gangjin masteress clone suddenly sensed two familiar gazes. The rapid footsteps abruptly stopped, and Chun, who was mentally connected to him, also felt it. Turning his head, he happened to spot two familiar women, the female streamers Sun Na and Pan Xiaoli, whom they had met this afternoon at Yunnan Mountain. At this moment, the female streamers Sun Na and Pan Xiaoli stared in shock at the mysterious expert driving alongside their car on the nearby road. Sun Na, who was driving, suddenly lost control of the steering wheel and the car drifted to the side, losing its sense of direction. The two women screamed. Ah! Chun, who was spiritually connected with the master of Baodan Gangjin, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. The female driver was just too unreliable. How could the vehicle lose control like this? He lifted his leg and kicked the ground, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot and reappearing over 20 meters away. He reached out and pressed against the front of the out-of-control car. The moment they made contact, the muscles on his body tensed and trembled, tightening and loosening like a python swallowing its prey. In the blink of an eye, he absorbed the impact force of the car traveling nearly 70 kilometers per hour through his feet, causing the concrete beneath to crack open in a spiderweb pattern. The female anchor Sun Na and Pan Xiaoli, sitting in the driver's seat and screaming, seemed to have been hit with a pause button, their mouths almost stuffed as wide as a duck egg. Someone actually caught a speeding car barehanded? Isn't this a scene straight out of a movie? Is this really something a normal human being can do? Putting down the car in his hands, Chun, who was mentally connected with Master Dan Gangjin, couldn't help but secretly marvel at the strength of this body. The fact that it could actually catch a speeding car with bare hands, something that only happens in movies, was truly incredible. Master, thank you so much for saving my life. I don't know where you're headed. We can give you a ride if it's on the way. After regaining her composure, the female anchor Sun Na swallowed hard and mustered up the courage to speak. Hearing this, Chun, who was mentally connected with Master Dan Gangjin, couldn't help but have a flash of insight. The woman in front of him was a female anchor with quite a few fans. Taking her along and using the livestream might help spread Chinese martial arts more widely, allowing more people to believe in its existence. By then, they could gain a batch of origin points, which would undoubtedly be killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Chun made up his mind. He quickly invented a name for himself and calmly said, "You can call me Li Hansha. No need to call me a master, I'm just an unremarkable seeker of the Tao. If it's on the way, I don't mind." Li Hansha? The female streamers Sun Na and Pan Xiaoli were instantly excited upon hearing this name. They were the very first people on the entire internet to know this name. Given the current online buzz, if managed well, it might just skyrocket in popularity. So, Chun allowed his alias Li Hansha, along with the master of Baodan Gangjin with a connected mind, to get into the car. He pointed out a location in Fuzhou, and the three headed in the direction of Fuzhou together. In the car, the female anchors Sun Na and Pan Xiaoli were both excited and thrilled. The mysterious master of Guoshu Baodan Gangjin in front of them didn't seem as difficult to talk to as they had imagined. Their courage gradually grew, and they began to tentatively chat with Li Hansha. "Master, oh no, Master Li Hansha, may I ask what you are preparing to do in Fuzhou?" Faced with the question from the two women, Chun was naturally happy to answer. He even wanted the female anchor to post some videos to further spread Guoshu. With great changes coming to the world, we warriors must rise to the challenge. I have practiced diligently for 18 years. This time descending the mountain is naturally to test my martial skills across the world, seek a further path, and prepare for the great struggle of the era. The powerful and resolute words sparked immense curiosity in the hearts of the female anchors Sun Na and Pan Xiaoli before him. This talk of great changes in the world and grand struggles between eras sounded mysterious, as if they had unknowingly learned a tremendous secret. You're already such a master, yet you want to go even further? Wouldn't that mean becoming a god? Pan Xiaoli took a breath of cold air, her eyes sneaking glances at Li Hansha in the back seat, filled with extreme curiosity. Upon hearing this, Li Hansha spoke seriously. Who can say for sure that there are no gods in this world? With great changes and grand struggles approaching, perhaps there really will be godlike beings capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. The amount of information contained in these words made the female host Sun Na and Pan Xiaoli in the car's hearts race. Could it be that such legendary immortals really exist in this world? This is too crazy, right? Could people really transform into such incredible beings? Before they could ask anything, Li Hansha on the back seat had already closed his eyes, his breathing becoming barely perceptible, as if he had fallen asleep. Neither dared to speak and disturb the other. Chapter 4, Wing Chun White Crane Boxing Gym, Sparring? Is the old janitor a hidden master of Hua Jin? After about 2 hours, the car quickly stopped at a certain destination in Fuzhou. The female anchors Sun Na and Pan Xiaoli looked up and happened to spot an old martial arts school called Yongchun Baiha not far away. They were about to wake Li Hansha, only to find that the person in the back seat had already awakened, his eyes flashing with a piercing brilliance that made them both catch their breath. This is the intense sense of pressure naturally exerted on others when one's own energy and spirit reach a certain level. Some call it eyes like lightning, an empty room radiating white light, a sign of martial arts practice to a deep level. Thanks, I'm going to find someone to spar with. After saying this, Li Hansha opened the car door, lifted his leg, and walked straight toward the Yongchun Baiha martial arts school not far away, his gaze burning brightly. The female live streamers Sun Na and Pan Xiaoli in the car exchanged a glance upon seeing this. Nana, should we follow them? Upon hearing this, Sun Na bit her silver tooth and immediately made up her mind. Was there even a question? Of course, she would follow. This was a top-tier expert, a perfect opportunity to get closer. She whispered in the fan group chat, starting the live stream now. Whether it would go viral depended on this moment. After making the decision, Sun Na and Pan Xiaoli immediately grabbed the live streaming equipment and hurriedly followed. They were not novices either. In no time, they had the live stream ready and aimed the camera at Li Hansha walking ahead. Friends, look at this back view. Can you recognize which top expert this is? My luck is really good today. Li Hansha, who was deliberately slowing his pace at the front, heard the noise behind him and couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth slightly. He then walked straight into this Wing Chun White Crane martial arts school. The real Gu Chen's well-prepared act, which was previously practiced as a fake, was about to be performed. Hello, are you here to sign up for the martial arts school? Facing the receptionist's question, Li Hansha paused, his gaze falling on the many Wing Chun White Crane students training inside the school. Only then did he speak. Where is your headmaster? Director E, she hasn't arrived yet. May I ask if there is anything I can help you with? The receptionist paused for a moment, glanced at Li Hansha in front of her, and felt that this person's tone was a bit strange. Could it be that this young man is some kind of relative or friend of the director? You can't help me. Today I came here to find your Wing Chun White Crane Fist expert to spar and explore the deeper mysteries of martial arts. Before Li Hansha finished speaking, the receptionist's expression involuntarily changed slightly. Nowadays, when people talk about sparring online, doesn't it just mean coming to challenge the school? This matter was no longer something the receptionist could decide. Senior brother Chen Jing, someone here wants to spar with the director. Challenging the gym owner? Isn't that just barging in to kick the door down? These words immediately stirred a wave of discussion inside the boxing gym. All the trainees couldn't help but turn their eyes over, curiously scrutinizing Li Hansha standing at the front desk. As the gym coach, the tall Chen Jing's face turned cold. He stared at Li Hansha, dressed all in black, and the female streamers Sun Na and Pan Xiaoli holding cameras and other live streaming equipment. He snorted coldly, challenging the gym owner? Do you think this gym is a pushover? Step into the ring. To deal with you internet celebrity challengers, I don't even need the gym owner to step in, I'm more than enough. Li Hansha looked at the unfriendly Chen Jing and shook his head. You haven't even developed any real strength, you haven't even entered the gateway of martial arts. The gap between us is too great. It's better to have your gym owner come out instead. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of everyone inside the Yongchun White Crane Boxing Hall changed, their expressions filled with dissatisfaction as they looked at Li Hansha. It could be said that the crowd was stirred up. Was the challenger really this arrogant? In the female streamer Sun Na's live room, the viewers were all fired up, the chat flying by with a barrage of rockets and small gifts being sent. No wonder Master Bao Dan is so formidable. Terrifying indeed. That statement is truly domineering. This martial arts school is quite famous in Fuzhou. Is this expert really no joke? Waiting eagerly for the intense battle. The streamer has aimed the camera. Don't miss a single moment. Meanwhile, Chen Jing, one of the main characters, was extremely angry. He glared at the challenger standing at the front desk and shouted angrily, "You little brat, I think you deserve a beating. I've been practicing martial arts for almost 8 years. Sanda, freestyle fighting, MMA, I've trained in them all. I've fought in many matches, but this is the first time I've been so underestimated. If you've got the guts, step into the ring. I want to see what you're really capable of. Since you don't believe me, I'll show you what true Chinese martial arts are." Li Hansha shook his head and took a few quick steps to stand right in front of Chen Jing. The speed startled Chen Jing, and his anger grew even stronger than before. "Today, I'm representing the gym to teach you a lesson. Speak more politely from now on." Chen Jing growled low, aiming 2 heavy swings of hook and a jab at Li Hansha's chin. With his strength and speed, one punch would be enough to knock the big guy out cold. He didn't think the other could block them. Facing the 2 heavy punches, Li Hansha shifted his footing and pressed his body close, then extended his palm to push against Chen Jing's abdomen. The force he unleashed in that instant was like a silver vase shattering, power exploding within a tiny space to cause injury. An indescribable force hit, and the tall Chen Jing felt as if he had been violently rammed by a wild bull. The world flipped upside down before his eyes, his whole body soared into the air, hanging on the wall like a painting, and it took a full 3 seconds before he fell. This scene immediately caused waves of astonishment inside the boxing gym. No one present had expected that Chen Jing, who was second only to the gym owner and had rich practical experience, would be knocked away in just 1 round. The female streamer's Sun Na's live broadcast room exploded, with some wealthy viewers directly sending 5 rockets. With just one hand, he sent a person flying and pinned against the wall. Truly unbelievable. Is this what a master looks like? Can a human fist really have such powerful force? Able to knock someone 7 or 8 meters away? This can't be a movie, right? This is way too exaggerated. Is Chinese martial arts really this strong? Why haven't I heard of this before? Who exactly are you? With such strength, why do you have to come and trouble my martial arts school? A solemn voice came from the doorway. It was the head of the Wing Chun White Crane Martial Arts School returning. Unexpectedly, the head was a tall woman, with a ponytail and wearing sportswear, looking very capable. "Director Fong. You're back. Director Fong Xiao, this guy is here to challenge us." "Director Fong Xiao, be careful, this guy is very formidable." Li Hansha turned his head to size up the Wing Chun White Crane boxing director named Fong Xiao, but he still couldn't help shaking his head. Who would have thought that the once famous Wing Chun White Crane boxing had fallen to such a state? The director hadn't even stepped into Mingjin, and it was impossible to find a master of Wing Chun White Crane boxing. Truly lamentable. Mingjin? A master of Wing Chun White Crane boxing? Everyone in the boxing gym looked confused, and Director Fong Xiao furrowed his brows, completely unable to understand the purpose of this challenger standing before them. "What exactly do you want to do?" Before Pavilion Master Fong Xiao could finish speaking, a sigh came from the corner. "Fighting like a hanging scroll, young sir, you have already achieved such mastery in the field of national martial arts at a young age. So why be so aggressive toward a little girl? There are still some inheritors of Wing Chun White Crane Fist. Today, let me spar with you. The prestigious name of Wing Chun White Crane Fist cannot be tarnished right under my nose." Hearing this, everyone in the gym turned their heads in unison toward the corner, only to see the elderly janitor holding a bucket and rag. Fong Xiao was also momentarily stunned, his expression turning strange as he looked at the janitor in the gym. Isn't this the cleaner hired by the gym? Could he be a hidden master? Female streamers Sun Na and Pan Shirley looked on excitedly at the scene before them, aiming their cameras at both sides. The live chat exploded with activity, and 5 more small rockets were launched. This sparring is really thrilling. It forced the hidden master to come out. Isn't this the cleaning uncle? Damn! The sweepers are all experts. The ancients did not deceive me. Awesome! Li Hansha's eyes lit up as he stared at the unassuming cleaning uncle, clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "I didn't expect the true master to be hiding in the corner. Such control of strength and breath must be a grandmaster who has cultivated Wing Chun White Crane Fist to the level of soft power. I am Li Hansha, please teach me." The cleaning uncle sighed upon hearing this, put down the mop bucket, slowly lifted his leg and walked toward Li Hansha, his body straight as a rod, eyes bright and sharp like a white crane ready to hunt. He also clasped his fists and bowed. "I am the old man Fong Hansong, Wing Chun White Crane Fist, please teach me." The two of them exuded rising energy, emitting an invisible pressure that made everyone present in the boxing gym involuntarily hold their breath. Fong Xiao, the gym owner, was even more bewildered. She had no idea that such experts were hidden within the gym. Chapter 5, Rivalry inside the boxing gym, opening the door to national martial arts. After Li Hansha and Fong Hansong exchanged fist salutes, they stood still, eyes locked on each other. Everyone in the gym held their breath, and just as they were about to lose control, both sides almost simultaneously made their move. Screech! Fong Hansong, who looked as inconspicuous as a 50 or 60-year-old janitor, puffed out his chest and let out a sharp crane call. He opened his mouth and exhaled a clear white breath, his body then lunging forward like a flying crane, covering the 10-meter distance in an instant. Fang Hansong's sleeves stretched tight over his hands, his palm strikes were like knives, his punches like the steel beak of a crane. Driven by the force within his body, his palms could easily shatter marble, and his Wing Chun Phoenix Eye fingers, resembling a crane's beak, could effortlessly pierce through iron plates. Feeling the fierce wind rushing toward him, Li Hansha laughed heartily. His waist and back were like a taut bowstring. Facing Fang Hansong, the Wing Chun White Crane Fist master who had transformed into a flying crane to attack, he simply responded with a straightforward bow stance punch. Fists and palms, fists and fingers clashed at least 10 times within a breath. The tremendous collision of force produced explosive sounds, like thunder suddenly erupting from the ground. Anyone unaware might have thought fireworks were being set off here. Just their first encounter left everyone in the boxing gym dazzled. With their current dynamic vision, it was difficult to clearly catch the moves of both fighters. All they could see were fleeting afterimages. Failing to land a killing blow, Fang Hansong lifted his leg and kicked, his figure like a crane spreading its wings. Despite his aged body, he moved with an unexpectedly swift speed, almost becoming a rapidly moving white afterimage as he launched an attack around Li Hansha in front of him, with palm strikes and punches aimed directly at various vital points on his opponent's body. Wing Chun White Crane Fist combines the strengths of both Wing Chun and White Crane Fist styles. However, when put into action, it exudes deadly intent, fierce and vicious, far from the graceful and ethereal image its name suggests. In the hands of Fang Hansong, a master of energy transformation, the force bursting from his body made his moves brutal and relentless, finger jabs to the eyes, palm strikes to the temples, punches hammering the throat, and kicks targeting the kidneys. Li Hansha took a deep breath, lifted his leg, and stomped on the ground. The silicone mat beneath his foot shattered instantly along with the hard concrete floor. His waist moved like a warhorse galloping, one hand's muscles twisting into a tiger's claw, the other hand becoming as agile as a crane's beak. Each hand displayed a different form. The crane form was agile and light, the tiger form was fierce and powerful. Together, they combined into a tiger and crane flying in unison. Roar! With a tigeress roar, Li Hansha turned and charged fiercely at Fang Hansong. Everyone inside the boxing gym was also shaken to the point of ringing ears by the tiger roar that erupted from the abdomen with that burst of force. Before they could react, two figures, one white and one black, collided under the watchful eyes of everyone in the gym. When embracing the Dan Gang energy seriously, the concentrated force and blood energy throughout the body exploded. The power unleashed in that instant was as fierce as a high-explosive bomb. Coupled with the combined strike of the tiger and crane dual forms flying together, the force brought forth was truly overwhelming. The black figure formed by Li Hansha almost dominated Fang Hansong, with fists wild and domineering. Each strike roared out like a cannonball, crushing forward with immense momentum. Every collision between the two released energy that cracked the silicone mats and the hard concrete floor beneath them, as if someone was swinging a several hundred-pound hammer and smashing it forcefully onto the ground. Crack, crunch. Retreating 10 steps in a row, a clear row of footprints was left on the cement floor, showing the extent of the destructive power. After receiving 10 punches, Fang Hansong let out a muffled groan, unable to support himself any longer, flying backward like a sandbag, soaring into the air and crashing into the wall behind him. Li Hansha's figure moved swiftly like a bird in flight, his left hand pecking out like a crane's beak, tearing through the air and emitting a sharp cry like a crane's call. Shriek! The hard concrete wall was directly pierced by the left hand, cement debris exploding and leaving a clear hole, with faint fingerprints still visible. Li Hansha stood while Fang Hansong sat, and the outcome between the two was already very clear. Their strength, energy, blood, and spirit were unified as one, erupting like a volcano when moved. Truly unexpected, there is actually a young Dan holding master like you in the world, a once-in-a-century occurrence. As one grows old, resistance is futile. Fang Hansong sighed and admitted defeat very straightforwardly. Li Hansha reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder, pulling him up. With a serious expression, he said, "Master Fang's Wing Chun White Crane Fist also left a deep impression on me. I greatly admire it. What just happened was merely a friendly spar. We are all seekers of the way. The upcoming great changes in heaven and earth, and the great conflicts of the era, are what truly matter." Watching as both sides quickly turned their hostility into friendship, it seemed as if the fierce battle just moments ago had never happened between them. This sudden change left everyone in the boxing gym astonished, completely unable to understand what the masters were thinking. The sparring match had ended, and looking at the clear cement footprints spreading out like a spider web on the ground, along with the fingerprints left on the walls, it was as if an excavator had ruthlessly plowed through. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. Is this really something humans can do? It was terrifying, like a humanoid beast. Reinforced concrete seemed as fragile as tofu in their hands. Fang Xiu, the gym director, stared wide-eyed at the terrifying marks left by their fight, feeling as if a mysterious door called Chinese martial arts was opening before her. Wing Chun White Crane Fist actually possessed such powerful force? How had she never noticed this before? Inside the live streaming room of Anchor Sun Na, it was even more chaotic, with small rockets shooting up rapidly, attracting more viewers to watch. Is this really human? This is too fierce? Concrete in their hands is like tofu. Can humans really reach this level through martial arts? It's just too strong. I could only see after images just now, couldn't even clearly see their moves. The unassuming janitor in this boxing gym is indeed a hidden master. So strong. Master Bao Dan is terrifying. Without waiting for the reactions of those present, after the sparring, Li Hansha cupped his hands and took his leave from Fong Hansong in front of him. Since this sparring session is over, I will take my leave. I hope we can spar again when we meet in the future. After saying this, Li Hansha turned around decisively and walked outside. The live streaming host Sun Na and her best friend Pan Shelley quickly followed, ending the live stream and hurriedly speaking up. Sai, expert. Wait for us. Li Hansha arrived suddenly and left quickly, leaving everyone in the boxing gym a bit stunned. It seemed like he came here just to spar, and now that his purpose was fulfilled, he turned and left cleanly without any hesitation. Chapter 6, The Increasingly Booming National Martial Arts Craze, begging the author for an introductory national martial arts tutorial. The monstrously powerful Baodun Grandmaster Li Hansha is gone, but Fong Hansong, the hidden Wing Chun White Crane Fist Internal Energy Master, is still here. With such a master like a sweeping monk right inside their martial arts school, if they could get some guidance, wouldn't they also have a chance to step through that door called National Martial Arts and become just as strong? For a moment, everyone in the martial arts school stared intently at Fong Hansong. As the curator, Fong Xiu took a deep breath. Having witnessed the power of traditional martial arts, she quickly made a decision in her mind. She walked up to Fong Hansong and respectfully spoke. This junior failed to recognize a great master like you, a hidden expert among seniors. I wonder if it would be possible. Before she could finish her sentence, Fong Hansong suddenly collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily. He waved his hand and spoke with lingering fear in his heart. Alright, Fong kid, I'm also entrusted by your grandfather to look after you. If you want to learn Wing Chun White Crane Fist to develop your internal strength and get started, let the old man take it slow for now. That kid just now was truly a prodigy, his internal strength fierce and unparalleled, like a cannonball. If it weren't for the old man's skills, I would have been defeated at first encounter. Hearing this, Fong Xiu's heart trembled. She finally understood why this mysterious master in front of her was working as a janitor at the martial arts school. It turned out he had a past with her grandfather. Her heart was both excited and moved. With such a connection, she believed that one day she too could reach the level of these two. Uncle Fong, what does this Bao Dan straddling mean? Facing Fong Xiu's question, Fong Hansong began to explain calmly. Bao Dan straddling refers to the ultimate understanding of force transformation by masters of internal energy, seeking life from death, condensing the force, energy, blood, and spirit throughout the body into a Dan elixir, becoming a national martial arts grandmaster. The difficulty involved is unimaginably great. A slight mistake could result in death. In this end-of-era age, such talent and genius appear once every few hundred years. Truly, new talents emerge with each generation. After all, I'm getting old, not like the young ones anymore. After hearing Fong Hansong's sigh, Fong Xiu finally understood the immense power and defiance of fate possessed by the Bao Dan grandmaster named Li Hansha. At the same time, far away in Coastal City, the original Gu Chen disconnected the mental link with the Bao Dan Gangjin grandmaster's clone and couldn't help but let out a long breath. The first script he led has been successfully completed. Everything seemed perfect. Now it remains to be seen how much of a storm this craze called Guoshu can stir up online, how many origin points it can bring him, allowing him to advance further and turn the more powerful extraordinary system from falsehood into reality. However, the rapid speed of information dissemination in the current internet era surprised him a bit. The video of his clone Li Hansha sparring with the energy-transforming martial artist Fong Hansong at the Wing Chun White Crane boxing gym quickly spread. One reason was due to the viewers and fans in the livestream hosted by the female anchor Sun Na, and the other was the surveillance footage from inside the Wing Chun White Crane boxing gym. The former was because the livestream had many fans who share it, I forward it, and the spread was fast. The latter was due to the complete surveillance video, which captured the entire gym in view and recorded the whole sparring process between Li Hansha and Fong Hansong. The two videos, along with footage taken by several students inside the Wing Chun White Crane boxing gym who had phones and recorded the damage left at the scene after their sparring, were uploaded online, also attracting a lot of attention from netizens. All of the above combined have once again sparked a heated discussion online. After all, it hasn't been long since the viral video of someone jumping off a cliff and walking on water to save a person, and now another video has surfaced, igniting another wave of enthusiasm for traditional Chinese martial arts. This expert came to spar with such intensity that even the cement floor and walls were damaged? Is this really the destructive power that humans can unleash? According to normal human standards, it's impossible to have such exaggerated destructive power. It defies common sense. Also, that old man sweeping the floor, I have to slow down the video 2 or 3 times just to see his movements clearly. He's too fast. Traditional Chinese martial arts? Isn't that just kung fu? Who still believes it's real these days? If people could really train to this level, it would defy scientific principles. The person upstairs has shallow knowledge, even the old man sweeping the floor could be a master. In the land of Zhengzhou, there are hidden talents everywhere. Who knows what the truth of this world really is? It's possible that a master is hidden within those mountains and rivers. Don't try to persuade me. Starting today, I'm preparing to learn Chinese martial arts. May I ask, where do I sign up? Count me in, too. I think the recent martial arts novel Dragon and Snake fits perfectly. The author is likely a super master not inferior to that Li Hansha. It's written in such detail, clearly explaining the bright, dark, and transforming energies. With the rise of another wave of interest in traditional Chinese martial arts, there is no doubt that the novel Dragon and Snake, which pioneered the genre of traditional martial arts fiction, has once again become a huge hit, attracting countless netizens to come and watch. The comments section below the novel has exploded once more, and many netizens are even expressing their intention to learn traditional martial arts from the novel, with quite a number of them coming online to watch this masterpiece. Also, learning traditional martial arts. Adding one from upstairs. Author, please quickly admit your identity as a traditional martial arts master. That's right. The author's identity can no longer be hidden. Hurry up and release videos teaching everyone how to practice traditional martial arts. I promise to support every episode with coins, likes, and triple engagement. Desperately begging the author for detailed videos on martial arts from beginner to Grandmaster Bao Dan. In the evening, Guchen, who was typing and preparing to update the novel Dragon and Snake, looked at the comments section below with over 10,000 messages and felt a bit amused and helpless. The spread on the internet was really fast, and the novel's fan base had at least doubled. As for releasing any martial arts tutorials, that's impossible. Just kidding, how could the true identity be revealed so easily? However, after pondering for a moment while looking at the numerous comments, Guchen finally posted a single chapter there. All laws are contained within, rely on innate to obtain them. After posting the single chapter, he withdrew and didn't pay attention to anything else. Anyway, he had previously used the system S-Power to, gaining an ID and network that would never be discovered, leaving no trace. Probably no one could find his true self hidden behind the scenes. What surprised him a bit was that in just half a day, he had gained nearly 100,000 source points, and they were still increasing. This showed the power of the network, at least recovering the source points consumed by the previous. Next, it depended on how fiercely the fire ignited by Li Hansha's could burn. Chapter 7, Fighting Across 8 Directions, Under the Eyes of Thousands, the Hidden Great Fist Master in Prison. In the next 2 days, Guchen took time to write the novel Dragon and Snake while using the system's power to connect his mind with Li Hansha's Dan Gang energy clone, traveling across various places to battle hidden disguised powerful martial artists who had mastered the art of transforming fake energy into real. After experiencing success streaming at the Wing Chun White Crane Boxing Gym with Li Hansha, the streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli were even more determined to stick closely to this great master and cling tightly to his leg. During these 2 days, following Li Hansha, they witnessed a Xingyi boxing energy transforming master disguised as a beggar, a Bagua Palm energy transforming master hidden deep in the mountains, and an unassuming old man in the park who was actually a Tai Chi energy transforming master, each event generating waves of increasing popularity. Leveraging Li Hansha's fame and online buzz, her livestream audience and followers skyrocketed, nearly increasing tenfold to hundreds of thousands of fans. Moreover, with each livestream featuring Li Hansha sparring with other hidden national martial arts masters, wealthy viewers in the chat generously sent rockets and various small gifts one after another. All the hosts Sun Na and Pan Xiaoli needed to do was quietly adjust the camera and point it at Li Hansha and the hidden martial arts master. This way, they could easily receive a large number of gifts from their wealthy viewers. To put it into perspective, the gifts received during one live stream amounted to over 100,000, or even several 100,000 in tips. This income was already comparable to that of the platform's top streamers. Each live stream could land them on the website's homepage, making them feel somewhat dazed, as if they were dreaming. On top of that, the video revenue from posting on other websites added up. Altogether, in just 2 or 3 days, hosts Sun Na and Pan Xiaoli earned nearly 600,000, a feat they hadn't been able to achieve even after 2 or 3 years of streaming. As a result, hosts Sun Na and Pan Xiaoli clung tightly to Li Hansha, the young grandmaster of embryonic energy cultivation, acting as both drivers and wallets along the way, afraid that he might be dissatisfied. Li Hansha was naturally aware of the little schemes between the two of them, but this had no impact or harm on him at all. On the contrary, he could leverage the audience in their live streaming rooms to further expand the influence of Guoshu, helping the original Guchen gain more source points. In just 2 days, Li Hansha traveled far and wide, engaging in 1 to 2 intense sparring sessions daily. From Xingyiquan to Bagua Pum, then to Taijiquan, the sparring was dazzling and overwhelming to watch. After all these bouts, 5 practitioners who had refined their fake techniques into real ones remained, with only 1 peak-level Huajin boxer still hiding in prison. During these 2 days, the internet was almost flooded with posts about Li Hansha and that hidden Huajin boxing master, attracting countless online spectators. The mysterious door to Guoshu was faintly opening before their eyes. After witnessing the powerful bodies and destructive force of Li Hansha and those Huajin boxers, most people felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. As the pioneering work of the Guoshu style, Dragon and Snake attracted countless readers. The detailed depiction of Wang Chao's journey from an ordinary high school student to nearly a Baodan master stirred their blood with excitement. Coupled with the single chapter previously released by Chun, wasn't he blatantly telling readers that the Guoshu cultivation methods in the novel were real? As long as one steps into the door of Guoshu, they can possess extraordinary strength. After reaching the master level of the Huajin stage, they can easily live to 120 or 30. Upon reaching the Baodan Grandmaster level, they can control every muscle and blood flow in their body, living up to 150 or 60 years. Becoming stronger and extending life. Who can resist such temptation? Therefore, many people across Jojo immediately began trying to practice Guoshu. The heat and attention brought nearly 400,000 origin points, which satisfied Chen quite a bit. At this rate, the distance to his next goal of turning the extraordinary system from false to real was not far. In Luchun, inside a certain restaurant, Sun Na and Pan Xioli sat nearby, watching as Li Hansha began eating at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people. Braised pork, stewed beef, chicken soup, and fish quickly disappeared in his mouth. Soon, he had eaten a whole table of food. If it were an ordinary person, even 10 people might not be able to finish it, and they would probably burst on the spot. As a Baodan level grandmaster, the downside of having a powerful body is the need for a large amount of energy to sustain it. Where does this energy come from? Of course, from food. Eating half a lamb in one meal is no big deal. One meal can sustain him for an entire day. Sun Na propped her chin with her hand, staring at Li Hansha, while her best friend beside her secretly took videos with her phone. After spending these 2 days together, they had learned quite a bit about the master of Bao Dan, Li Hansha. He was a pure seeker of the Tao, acting decisively and efficiently, seemingly with no other distractions besides advancing further, even with 2 beautiful women beside him. After finishing the meal, Li Hansha stood up and left. Sun Na hurried to settle the bill and followed behind with her good friend Pan Xioli. Gurgle. Li Hansha took a deep breath, circulating his internal energy, quickly activating his digestive system. The food he had just eaten was digested at a visibly rapid pace, and before long, his previously bloated abdomen had flattened. Seeing this, Sun Na and Pan Xiaoli standing behind felt a wave of envy and couldn't help but whisper softly. So envious, eating so much and still not gaining weight. Hearing this, Li Hansha slightly raised his eyebrows. If you can train to master Huajin, stimulate and regulate your digestive functions, and transport strength along with qi and blood, you can also eat without gaining weight like me. It's not a difficult thing. At the mention of Huajin, Sun Na and Pan Xiaoli couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. In these past 2 days, they had witnessed the terrifying power of that Huajin Grandmaster. When he fought, he was like a human tank. Steel bars, concrete, and big trees were as fragile as tofu before him. Is he still an ordinary human? The 3 got into the car, and 30 minutes later, the car stopped not far from the heavily guarded Lucheng prison. Master, your sparring partner this time isn't inside the prison, is he? Sun Na asked nervously. Pan Xiaoli, standing nearby, also spoke with a doubtful expression. With the prison being so heavily guarded, can we really get in? Are we supposed to tell the guard we're here to spar with someone inside the prison? Won't that get us arrested on the spot? Seeing the troubled expressions on Sun Na and Pan Xiaoli's faces, Li Hansha smiled slightly. He looked at the heavily guarded prison before him, his gaze burning with fierce determination. Like the heavy weight of lead and mercury, the qi and blood in his body were being transported with great force, and the aura emanating from him exuded a powerful oppressive force. When one reaches a certain level in boxing, a skilled practitioner continuously transports the internal energy and qi and blood to nourish the body and brain. The sixth sense becomes extraordinarily sharp, surpassing that of ordinary people. Even more so, those with strong spiritual cultivation can reach a state of utmost sincerity in their mindset, achieving an incredible level of foresight. These mysterious words left Sun Na and Pan Xiaoli utterly confused. However, the oppressive aura radiating from the other person made them involuntarily step back, stopping only when they were 30 meters away. A moment later, deep within Lucheng prison, in an inconspicuous, abandoned solitary confinement cell, a sudden long howl erupted. The sound caused a ringing in the ears and startled both the prison guards and inmates alike. Crack! The sturdy iron door of the confinement room was smashed open with a palm strike. Inside, a muscular man with disheveled hair emerged, his muscles taut and eyes sharp as lightning. After identifying the direction, he lifted his leg and stomped on the ground. The hard concrete floor cracked under the terrifying force. He became a blur as he charged outside. Many prisoners and guards only saw a shadow flicker past like a ghost. This man, a master of Huajin boxing in his 30s or 40s, was at the peak of his physical condition. Once he moved, covering more than 10 meters in a second was no problem. Chapter 8, Confrontation, breaking through in battle, shattering the void, witnessing the divine. What the hell is that? Is it a person? Stop. Where are you from? How did you get out? Too fast. Can't see clearly at all. Inside Lucheng prison, chaos erupted as the guards shouted loudly. Unfortunately, the opponent was a Hua Jin Grand Fist Master at the peak of physical condition, moving like the wind. As long as he wanted to hide, ordinary people simply couldn't detect him. Such a fist master had already begun to transcend the realm of normal humans, with a full and vibrant spirit and energy, and an extremely strong sense of danger. Unless confronted in open terrain or attacked with area effect weapons like artillery shells, they were nearly impossible to deal with. Even if you shoot them with a gun, the bullets at most break their skin but are stopped by the strength within their bodies. The injuries are like a fruit knife cutting the skin of an ordinary person, just superficial wounds. On the contrary, when they run, they can leap more than 10 meters in a single step, making it difficult for guns to aim at them. A single punch can pierce through steel and iron plates. Like humanoid monsters, one of them can kill 100 people. In no more than 10 breaths, a tall figure stepped onto the 5-meter-high prison wall, silently crossed the electric fence, and landed on the ground, eyes flashing like lightning as they fixed on Li Hansha, who was 30 meters away. This hidden powerful fist master in the prison is named Wang Tianba, the most formidable character in Gu Chen's refining false into true. According to his script, he is a martial arts fanatic, proficient in various Chinese and foreign boxing styles, with his body at peak condition and strong muscles. Using him as the final sparring opponent for Li Hansha, who embodies the Dan Gang gene clone, is undoubtedly a perfect conclusion. It's been a long time since I've seen such a pure fist master. Wang Tianba, his boxing skills are solid, he knows both internal and external martial arts, nothing more to say. Wang Tianba extended his hand in a fist salute, his eyes burning as he looked at Li Hansha standing opposite him, his expression full of excitement. The name martial maniac was already well known. Li Hansha, please teach me. Li Hansha also returned the fist salute, channeling his internal energy to stimulate his blood flow, causing his clothes to move as if blown by the wind. 30 meters away, the streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli were also ready with their live streaming equipment, aiming the camera at the two standing face to face in the arena. Since they had notified in advance, the live streaming room was already filled with many viewers waiting. Watching the two in the camera, the chat was flooded with dense and rapid comments. Wang Tianba? What a domineering name for a master. Damn. Escaped from prison? This place actually hides masters of national martial arts? What? This time it's outside the prison? Doesn't the officer care? Are you kidding? If a master like this really wants to leave, not even hundreds of people can stop him. At this level, if such a master wants to commit a crime, I'm afraid no one can catch them. Everyone guess, how long will Grandmaster Li take to defeat the boxer opposite him this time? Amid the piercing prison sirens, Wang Tianba and Li Hansha moved almost simultaneously. The former lifted his leg and stomped on the ground, his body charging forward like a tank. The muscles on his arm twisted, and the palm glowed a crimson red. This was the external school Sian sand palm, capable of splitting stones and cracking monuments with a single strike. His other hand formed the Vajra Mudra of esoteric Buddhism, exuding the fierce aura of a wrathful Vajra. Feeling the heavy gust rushing toward him, Li Hansha showed no weakness either. He took a deep breath, his tendons and bones resonating, his body suddenly swelling as the internal energy and blood surged explosively like a volcanic eruption, directly confronting the attack. The two unleashed a flurry of afterimages and collided in an instant, stirring up a fierce wind. Wang Tianbai's iron sand palm struck Li Hansha, producing a sound like a golden bell ringing, as if a hammer had struck a great bell. Bang! Tiger roar golden bell shield? Such a tough external martial art. Wang Tianba laughed loudly, his left hand transforming from palm to fist, swinging his arm down, turning the iron sand palm into the three sovereigns' cannon fist. The punch was incredibly heavy, like a 1,000-pound hammer crashing down. Tiger roar golden bell shield is a tough external skill, resistant to punches, kicks, and strikes, but it fears the fierce shock of heavy hammers and the like. Li Hansha exhaled sharply, neither dodging nor avoiding, but instead activated his energy and thrust his fist forward. The three sovereigns' cannon fist that Wang Tianba swung stopped just before making contact with the incoming punch, as if an invisible force was blocking him. Boom! The fist delivered with the three emperors' cannon hammer collided with the gaunt force driven by Bao Dan, unleashing a sonic boom and a swirl of distorted air. In their first clash, Wang Tianba retreated 3 full steps, the dissipated force leaving a clear trail of footprints on the concrete ground. Bao Dan's gaunt force strikes an inch midair? Good. Wang Tianba's eyes lit up as if he had seen some rare treasure. He took a deep breath, his muscles swelling explosively. With a punch, he unleashed a dense barrage of fist shadows, shouting, "I know Dragon Roar Iron Shirt. Come on, let us see whose fists are stronger." Before the words fell, the two fists collided again, like two fierce beasts locked in a brutal fight, battling from the road into the nearby forest. Under the driving force of their internal strength, combined with the violent external martial arts techniques like Dragon Roar Iron Cloth and Tiger Roar Golden Bell Cover, their fists and feet could unleash terrifying power. The tree trunks nearby, as thick as thighs, simply couldn't withstand the force generated by their clash, as if a tornado had passed through. Crackling and snapping. One innocent tree after another broke on the spot under their confrontation, exaggerated as if filming a movie, causing the viewers in Sun Na's livestream to exclaim repeatedly, with rockets and other small gifts being sent non-stop. Gu Chen, who was connected in spirit with Li Hansha through the Dan Gang energy, was somewhat surprised. This Wang Tianba, who had turned fake into real, was thoroughly a martial arts fanatic in both personality and behavior. When fighting, he immersed himself as if he had no regard for his life, making Gu Chen feel he resembled a character from a movie he had seen before crossing over a Feng Yushu who had become obsessed with martial arts to the point of madness. In the fierce battle between the two, Li Hansha repeatedly unleashed his gang strength. Wang Tianba's dragon roar ironcloth was broken, but the opponent became increasingly obsessed. Each time he was hit by the gang strength at the Baodan level, it seemed to enlighten him, as if he was about to take a step forward at any moment. After sensing the situation on sight, Gu Chen's eyes flashed, and he quickly made a decision to entrust his body to his clone Li Hansha, allowing him to engage in the purest form of combat, while he acted as a third party, perceiving everything from a god's eye view. The intense noise from the fight outside finally caught the attention of the prison staff. Immediately, many guards came out, holding batons, shields, and some with pistols, all on high alert. The mysterious black shadow suspected to be an escapee inside the prison had not been found yet, so naturally, the security was heightened. However, outside the prison, looking at the concrete ground ravaged as if by a bulldozer and the dilapidated woods, they were dumbfounded. What happened here? How was it torn apart in the blink of an eye? Was this done by humans? Stop. Drop your weapons. Surrender with your hands up. Don't entertain any thoughts of luck. Otherwise, I will shoot. The team leader of the prison guards shouted loudly. However, the two, immersed in their martial arts duel, completely ignored the warning. They became fleeting shadows in the forest, breaking and toppling trees as thick as thighs, making an astonishing noise. Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli looked extremely tense, but the viewers in the livestream were shouting how thrilling it was. Dangerous. No matter how strong Grandmaster Li and this boxer are, they probably can't stop a bullet, right? Not necessarily, they can even break through concrete walls and iron plates, they simply can't be seen through the eyes of ordinary people. Both are pure martial artists, now completely absorbed in their martial arts sparring, with no one else in their minds. The consequences of the prisoner's escape are extremely serious, and no one knows how many jobs will be lost. The team leader of the prison guards hesitated for a moment, then quickly made a decision and prepared to open fire. Aim for their legs. We must catch them. After receiving the order, two people quickly aimed at the two struggling and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! Two gunshots rang out, two bullets flying almost simultaneously towards both sides. The sudden surge of danger made Wang Tianba and Li Hansha feel as if they had been electrocuted, as if the whole world had slowed down. Under this dangerous stimulation and the pressure of Li Hansha's strong energy, the former seized the opportunity to embrace the pill and straddle it in a life-or-death moment, his strength and blood energy instantly condensing. Meanwhile, the latter, under the dangerous stimulus, advanced his spiritual cultivation further, reaching the spiritual realm of breaking through the void and seeing the indestructible spirit. Chapter 9 Departure, the perfect conclusion of the script. Both of them simultaneously splattered a bit of blood, their bodies trembling as they tacitly used their energy to separate. Each gained something. Wang Tianba successfully embraced the pill and straddled it, while Li Hansha stepped into the spiritual realm of breaking through the void and seeing the indestructible spirit. This sparring session came to an end. At this moment, Gu Chen, who was spiritually connected to the clone Li Hansha, also sensed a transformation in his own spirit. It seemed that because their spirits were connected, Gu Chen shared the insights possessed by the clone Li Hansha, allowing him, an ordinary person, to glimpse the spiritual realm of breaking through the void and seeing the indestructible spirit. This kind of spiritual realm is also explained in Dragon and Snake, referring to breaking through one's own mental confusion to see the divine and gain foresight. It is like the cicada sensing the autumn wind before it falls, similar to the abilities possessed by some ancient enlightened scholars and Taoist practitioners. This is a subtle and indescribable transformation of the spiritual realm. Watching Wang Tianba and Li Hansha stop, the prison guards standing in the distance finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, their faces extremely serious. Are these two really normal humans? They casually threw a tree as thick as a thigh. Even a handgun might not be able to penetrate that. Could these two be monsters? Amid inner doubt and suspicion, the team leader of the prison guards forced himself to speak calmly. Raise your hands. Don't move. Otherwise. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Tianba and Li Hansha standing opposite exchanged a glance. The muscles around the bullet wounds on their bodies twisted, and a blood-stained bullet was ejected by their strength, falling to the ground with a light sound. A single handgun bullet to a Baodan grandmaster like them is merely equivalent to an ordinary person being cut by a fruit knife. The bullet tip penetrates, but it is quickly stopped by the internal energy and muscles, making it difficult to pierce through. However, to the prison guards standing opposite, this scene was no less than a bolt from the blue. Even bullets couldn't threaten them? Are they still human? In the live stream room, the viewers all started flooding the chat with comments. Hiss. Although expected, I didn't think they'd really be unafraid of guns. Baodan grandmasters are terrifyingly powerful. This is basically superhuman, just like those superheroes in foreign blockbuster movies. Do you think there really are immortals in this world? But most importantly, what will the Central Continent officials do when they see this? Under the dim night, the two who had just finished sparring showed no hostility at all, nor did they pay any attention to the prison guards who were on high alert. On the contrary, both were quite satisfied with the outcome of the sparring. Today, sparring with you, I have found the path to embracing the elixir. I am overjoyed. The green mountains remain, and the flowing waters continue. We shall meet again. Wang Tianba laughed heartily, saluted Li Hansha with a fist, then waved off casually. He turned into a shadow and vanished into the woods in an instant. Li Hansha returned the salute, glanced at the prison guards and the broadcaster's Sun Na and Pan Shelley standing nearby, chuckled lightly, took a step forward, appeared more than 20 meters away, and in the blink of an eye disappeared, concealed in the dark night. Broadcaster Sun Na bit her lip upon seeing this. Although they had only spent a short 2 days together, the sudden separation left her feeling somewhat lost and wistful. Perhaps they were never from the same world after all, but she still felt a bit unwilling to let go. Several dozen meters away, the prison guards saw the two disappear in the blink of an eye and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The team leader, the head prison guard, wasted no time and immediately reported this strange incident to the higher authorities, which quickly drew a great deal of attention simply because the story sounded somewhat exaggerated. However, based on the surveillance footage outside the prison and the damage marks at the scene, the higher-ups responded swiftly and immediately escalated the report to an even higher level. At the same time, the final sparring match between Li Hansha and the hidden powerful fist master Wang Tianba inside the prison also sparked another storm online. This time it was even more intense than before. Previous sparring sessions mostly took place deep in the mountains or in remote parks, but now it happened outside the prison. Moreover, the fight was more exaggerated, and in the end, even handgun bullets were ineffective against both parties. If a grandmaster at the Baodan level truly harbored malicious intent, relying on terrifying speed and destructive power, combined with the complex terrain of a city, even 100 people would be completely powerless against them unless large-scale lethal weapons were used. However, the cost of such measures would be too great. On the other side, Gu Chen also severed the mental connection with his avatar Li Hansha at this moment, returning to his original self. He immediately noticed the strange changes in his body, feeling as if his head had become much lighter. The changes brought by the spiritual realm made him feel quite amazed. The spiritual realm of the divine seer made him feel somewhat light and airy, a contrast caused by the body not keeping up with the spirit. However, it didn't matter. Now that he had the origin points in his hand, he could refine a fake into a real at any time on himself, and his bottom line was not false. According to his original plan, the script of the clutching Dan Astral Power Master coming down from the mountain is considered completed. Basically, he has reached his purpose. The next step is to see the official reaction. His next step of refining fake into real plan just happens to be related to the official. The last cut location is chosen outside the prison. There are relevant considerations as well. Chapter 10 Official Reaction, Superhuman? Jealousy. As the live video spreads out, the exciting picture also attracts countless people's attention, especially after seeing the dueling duo take a shot, as if nothing had happened, relying on the muscles of the body to squeeze out the bullet, but also caused a storm. The bullet, even to this kind of national art holding Dan Master's level of threat, declined to such a degree nowadays? Human beings can really be strong to such a point? That night, there were people who had posted discussion posts enforcing who, with the title on the good and bad of national arts. What would happen when ordinary humans mastered such a powerful force? This topic quickly rose to the top of discussion sites like Forced Ally, attracting numerous netizens to discuss it with varying opinions, and the replies below quickly broke into the tens of thousands. For the recent days, the emergence of those hidden national art masters, their powerful has been to reach the common people incredible point. Even the hard marble, concrete walls in their fists under the fragile with the tofu, if stimulated by what, once the outbreak of the existence of the absolute horror of the complex urban terrain, a second more than 10 meters or even 2 or 3 dozen meters of ultra-high mobility, that is definitely a nightmare existence. Nightmarish existence. Upstairs +1, I feel that the official learned of these hidden masters, surely will not let go of the matter, absolutely will have relevant countermeasures out. The video of this evening's live broadcast I also watched. Holding Dan Masters is really too strong. Ordinary pistol bullets are difficult to threaten them. Flying eaves and walls, treading water, which has been similar to the ancient legends, simply with the superheroes inside the big foreign movies almost. I have always thought that these are fake. I did not expect the reality has refreshed my 3 views. I also want to learn Chinese martial arts. Suggest that the upstairs can go and read a national art opening novel called Dragon and Snake, which has extremely detailed descriptions, from the introductory Ming Jin to Dark Jin, Huan Jin, and Holding Dan, and now there are quite a number of people who have already conducted research. Compared to the heated discussion above the internet, on the other side, the officials of the Central Continent also reacted at this time, and immediately a corresponding investigation team set out, first going to Lu Cheng prison and checking it out on the spot, followed by collecting all the relevant videos on the internet, with a number of experts and scientific researchers starting to analyze it frame by frame. This is really incredible. From a height of more than 20 meters jumped on the water, and, in just a few seconds of time will be stepping on the water, save the children in the water, a second 20 or 30 meters, this speed than the normal car is still faster than the body, cannot imagine their body, the target person Lee Hansha is too dangerous, if in the city of the street battle, it is absolutely a nightmare existence. According to this height plus the role of gravity, normal people have long been sunk into the bottom of the water, the density of the human body than the water, he can step on the water walking, this is how to do? Can't it be that the online so-called national art can do things? Unscientific. A fist to break the concrete wall, this instant force at least several tons, in order to do this kind of things against the human body, combined with the speed he showed before, this is already equivalent to Superman. There is also the video outside the Lucheng prison, frontal resistance pistol shot bullets, bullet just hurt a little flesh will be muscle tissue extrusion, combined with the previous analysis, a speed faster than a cheetah, the strength of a random can reach a few tons, can run on the water, resistance to ordinary gun bullets of the superhuman, I'm afraid that 500 special forces is never his opponent, as long as he wants to, I'm afraid that he is able to assassinate any person in the world. A group of experts, scientific researchers after the analysis, are frowning, only feel everywhere incredible, this video holding Dan Master Lee Hansha and those other Huanjing big boxers simply violated their three views as well as scientific common sense. Of course, the official also came to the conclusion that the video of Lee Hansha and the other Huanjing master boxer is extremely dangerous, and then is worried about it, if these superhuman beings have bad intentions, the destruction caused is even more horrible, which can be said to be insurmountable. Of course, some of this research also invited to the domestic fame not small martial arts people, what the white crane boxing, Taijiquan, Xingyiquan, Bagua and other kung fu masters have. This crowd of martial arts people look at the video in the Li Han Sha and the crowd of chemical power big boxer, that called it dumbfounded. Walking on water? Punching a concrete wall? Received a gunshot, but also rely on muscle tissue strength to squeeze out the bullet? Is this still a national art? A few kung fu masters, now stop hiding, can you show us something like what you did in the video? We want to study it. See where the limits of the human body are. A scientific researcher opened his mouth to persuade the crowd of kung fu masters in front of him to cooperate with the research, causing the latter to all look at each other in disbelief. Nima, if they could do what they did in the video, wouldn't they become immortals? Are they still human? The other side practiced two completely different things from theirs. Looking at the kung fu masters who couldn't hold in a fart for half a day and looked at each other in dismay, all the experts and researchers as well as the officials sort of knew that what these kung fu masters in front of them practiced was totally two different things from the national martial arts masters who practiced holding Dan and Hua Jin big fighters in the video. Of course, as a former contact with the target figure Li Hansha anchor Sun Na and girlfriend Pan Xiaoli was also invited to tea, the official wants to get relevant information from them, want to figure out where these national arts masters in the end popped up? Why had they never heard of them before? Also, what is their purpose? In the face of the official's inquiry, the anchor Sun Na as well as her bosom friend Pan Xiaoli honestly explained everything, from the first encounter to the last separation, during which more than one statement was made. From the mouth of the two women, the official soon learned that the target Lee Hansa came down to the mountain in order to spar and compete, to explore the martial arts, and to go further, and, in addition, learned a major news. A great change in heaven and earth was coming? A great world struggle? This was one of the purposes of that mysterious and powerful Dan-clutching patriarch Lee Hansha's eventual entry into the world. And what did that mean? Why would heaven and earth change drastically? Is there any implication? The officials as well as a group of experts and researchers analyzed, but in the end, they were still baffled and completely confused. Of course, what also caught the attention of the officials was a novel called Dragon and Snake, which describes in detail the process of the protagonist Wang Chao's initiation from the martial arts, all the way from Ming Jin, Dark Jin, Huan Jin, and ultimately stepping into the level of holding the Dan, which was released half a year ago, and is considered to be one of the phenomenal novels of the genre. However, in conjunction with the recent video of Li Hansha and the many Huan Jin Grand fighters, it appears that the martial arts in it is even real. This makes the official had to be shocked, this if suddenly more people practicing martial arts mastered a strong power, in the event of a conflict, or the use of the power of the hands of the interests of the assassination of dignitaries, and so on still have to go? Officials immediately asked the website to hand over the author's information, however, the result is to make them even more surprised. The author is extremely mysterious, the book is also anonymous release, the website wants to contact the author cannot be contacted. Chapter 11, Warriors violate the ban with martial arts, Confucians disrupt the law with literature. Online reaction. In the face of this mysterious author who wrote the National Martial Arts Stream opening school novel, the relevant person in charge also couldn't help but frown, and only felt that it was a bit suspicious. In the 6 months after the release of this novel, the mysterious clutching Dan Master Lee Hansha and other Huanjing big boxer is like popping out from the inside of the stone in general, even relying on big data to investigate, the official cannot find the slightest traces, like an invisible person in general. This is also too bizarre, right? Is there an invisible man in this world? The answer is of course no. The world where there are so many people who are not clear about their origins, especially this kind of incredible national martial arts hold Dan masters and Huanjing big boxers, but in the big data cannot find any traces of it. This is very strange. There are also looking to cooperate with the study of the crowd of kung fu masters, obviously practicing a class of boxing, however, the same boxing out, but there is absolutely no video of the national martial arts boxers half of the corresponding destructive power. It seems to be two things. According to the analysis, it should be the lack of national martial arts in the core of the strength, and therefore do not play the power? So far, for that mysterious author, the relevant person in charge of each reaction is also different. He should be made to hand over the specific spells of the national art. Delete the book. This thing is too dangerous. That's right. If everyone practiced this national art, there would be a whole lot more similar fighters in the central continent, and once there was a conflict, or if they used their power for personal gain, or if they went down an evil path, it would definitely lead to a big mess. Agree. Especially the target figure Li Hansha and Wang Tianba, who was hiding in the prison, were extremely dangerous destabilizing factors. Once the heart is out of place, the damage caused will be unimaginable. There is a saying from our ancestors that is very true: chivalry is prohibited by martial arts, Confucianism is lawless by literature, and Buddhism is mindless by compassion. It is recommended that all related videos be taken down. Find the targets Li Hansa and Wang Tianba as soon as possible. In the meeting of a discussion, the official soon made the appropriate action. The first is the corresponding video online, with the naked eye visible speed is blocked, including the related topics are also closed one by one. Click on only see 404 page, there are a lot of declarations. Do not imitate dangerous video action, want to practice traditional martial arts best to the relevant martial arts museum and training institutions. So, but just today's time, the previous set off a national martial arts boom related videos and topics have disappeared at this time, and the hot search was soon occupied by various entertainment gossip. Many netizens have also found, of course, soon set off another round of hot discussion on the internet. Video so quickly all gone? Before someone in the force almost predicted, like the chemical strength of the big boxer, hold Dan masters and so on have beyond the normal level of power of the existence of too easy to cause scruples. Really, if the heart of the malicious can cause unimaginable damage, in the city, with their speed of movement and force value, simply is no solution. +1 upstairs. I also think so. It's just that I don't know how these two clutching Dan masters and the hidden harmonization power Grand Fighter will react when they know about it. Brothers, hurry up and download Dragon and Serpent. I still want to learn national arts from it. I hope the author can stick to it. Thanks for the reminder upstairs. I'll go download it now. Although the video in question had disappeared, however, with the speed of the internet nowadays, someone had posted the video to places like Tubes long before, and it was obviously impossible to completely ban it. Moreover, this video likewise set off a craze abroad. Immediately attracted the attention of countless foreigners. Watching the kung fu masters in the video sparring, both eyes of the foreigners were almost blinded, and soon, this concept about kung fu had the tendency to catch fire again. Just as the crowd of netizens hurriedly downloaded the Dragon Snake novel, some people in the network were depressed. They soon realized that this novel actually could not be deleted. Moreover, they didn't have any ability to operate on it, as if it didn't exist in a plane with them. After Gu Chen saw the online changes, the expression on his face didn't change much. It was all within his expectations. Once the national art reaches the level of Huanjin, it can operate on all parts of the body, such as by stretching the sinews to change the height, by changing the facial muscles to change the face and so on. After some changes, it is a completely different person. Of course, Gu Chen's fake incarnation of Li Hansha, Wang Tianba, and a group of Huanjing big boxers is not to become a rat hiding, but to prepare them to lead the official gaze, for his next plan to prepare. Before and after, the origin points in his hand now added up to 65W, enough for him to carry out the next step of refining the fake into the real. Previously, he had borrowed the mouth of his incarnation Li Hansha to deliberately tell Sun Na and Pan Xiaoli that a great change in heaven and earth was coming, and that the great world controversy was likewise an ambush, in order to prepare for the next step of refining falsehoods into truths. After all, the national art is only a low level of martial arts, even if it is holding the Dan Gang Jin Master, to achieve the Diamond Immortal, with the mind realm that breaks the void, can see God, in front of the artillery shells, missiles, and other wide-range attacks. It is also the same to kneel down. Therefore, his next step to prepare for refining the fake into real transcendence system was an upgraded version of the human immortal martial Dao. A strong existence that could use his physical body to resist most firearms, with a lifespan of 300 years, and possessing all sorts of offensive and destructive means. Chapter 12 Refining Falsehoods into Real Woman remains, adapting to the body of a clasping Dan Gang power patriarch. After making a detailed plan in his brain, Gu Chen closed his eyes and thought back carefully, making sure that there were no more mistakes before he finally made up his mind and tried to open the next step of refining falsehood into truth. According to his settings, the chi and blood of this martial human immortal level powerhouse was like a dragon, blazing hot, rising like wolf smoke, with a single punch capable of reaching hundreds of meters, collapsing mountains, and withstanding firearms as well as some artillery shells and missiles, which definitely required a lot of origin points. His original idea was to combine the transcendence system of martial immortals with daming, making the appearance of this transcendence system reasonable and logical, so that it could be traced and no one would notice the flaws in it. Refining a fake into a real one on a martial Dao human immortal level existence requires 500,000 origin points. The system's reply made him draw a breath of cold air. This was a full 10 times the amount for refining falsehoods to become true for a clasping Dan Gang Power Master, knowing that he only had a total of 650,000 origin points today, with a portion set aside for refining falsehoods to become true on himself. Chun pondered for a moment, and then dismissed the idea of directly exchanging the martial Dao human immortal level powerhouses, and instead was prepared to use another way of channeling, to get some ancient relics of the Woming, and then reveal a little bit of the cultivation of the human immortal martial Dao, and obtain enough origin points to say nothing more first. After refining a batch of ancient ruins of Woming, and then hiding part of the transcendental cultivation method of human immortal martial arts within the ruins, this way should not require too many origin points, and finally, at the right time, let the incarnation of Li Hansha and Wang Tianba, such as a Dan Clutching Grandmaster or Huanjing Grand Fighter, lead the official attention, reveal the existence of the ruins of Woming, and recreate the transcendental system of the human immortal martial arts. Thinking about this, Chun felt that this idea was quite good. Moreover, the implementability was very high, and most importantly, it didn't need to consume too many origin points to combine the human immortal martial way with the Wu Ming, so that it could be traced. He immediately began to go online to look for some of the Ming dynasty's related buildings, as well as the clothing of the Ming dynasty, as well as related tombs and so on. After understanding the basic common sense, he looked up on the map of the central continent for a while, and after choosing a good location, he began to refine the fake into a real one. Using the burial buildings from the Ming dynasty as a template for the martial Ming ruins, refining falsehood into truth requires 30 W origin points. Hearing the voice coming from the system, Chun didn't hesitate and immediately chose to confirm, and with the deduction of the 30 W origin points, on the several locations pre-selected in Central Continent, under the invisible force, several dangerous and strange Woming ruins were silently generated under the ground. The first three transcendental cultivation methods of refining falsehood into real immortal martial Dao 5 viscera, marrow refining, and blood replacement require 25 W origin points. With the deduction of 25 W origin points, amongst the several Wu Ming relic tombs, a tombstone with golden bamboo jade slips and worn-out animal skins suddenly appeared, on which were written the first three transcendent cultivation methods of the human immortal martial Dao's 5 viscera, refined marrow, and blood replacement, respectively. The two refining falsehoods directly consumed nearly 55 W origin points, causing Chun to feel a sudden heartache, and now he only had 10 W origin points left. Nowadays, the national art cultivation system has just been launched not long ago. Even if the ordinary people refer to the book practice method, I'm afraid that for a while not so fast into the door of the national art, practicing Ming, dark power, so Chun is not in a hurry to let the split body Li Hansha and Wang Tianba to look for the ruins of the Woming, to attract the attention of the outside world. He intends to take advantage of the period of time to first finish the novel Dragon and Snake, and by the way, to give himself a little enhancement of the strength. By location Li Hansha are holding Dan Gang Gene Master level. He this body out of the previous heart and soul connected to step into break the void, can see God's mind realm. The physical aspect is still an ordinary person. He naturally decided to increase their own strength, the body of the refining fake into real. With the deduction of 5 W origin points, Chun detached himself in the blink of an eye and became a veritable national art clutching Dang Dang Gene Master. The soaring strength made his whole person a bit fluttery. Feeling a bit unable to grasp it, he was directly upgrading his strength, not like the bilocation of Li Hansha that directly refining falsehoods into reality out of the clasping Dan Dangang Gene Master. There was a difference between the two. This is like a world boxing champion and let you suddenly have a world boxing champion level body difference, is completely two concepts. Feeling the power and chi and blood that had coalesced into a single point in his body, he attempted to strike a fist out in front of him. Pang! Under the urging of the clutching Dan's strength, the fist easily tore through the air, sending out an explosion, and those who didn't know would have thought that someone was setting off firecrackers. This punch is really strong, the same as the clasping Dan Power Master. The state and feeling of being connected to the mind and spirit of the doppelganger is completely different. It will take some time to adapt and train. Muttering, Chun raised his leg and walked towards the bedroom. However, one step out, his whole person disappeared in place, directly hit the wall. His clothes were also shattered by the holding Dan power in the sudden movement, the same as a beggar's outfit. His whole person at home almost ran away. Fortunately no one saw it. It looks like it will take a lot of time to adapt to the body of a clasping Dan Power Master. Chun carefully moved their own bodies and arms and legs, spent a while after the time, which barely learned to walk normally and move the arms and legs to make unusual movements, or else hold the Dan Astral Power Master body strength outbreak, casually have tons of force. What clothes and furniture cannot be topped. Chapter 13 Outside the Storm Clouds Change, the Central Continent Martial Arts Seminar? In the next few days, Chun's days were unexpectedly leisurely, and he began to adapt to the body of the Dang Dan Gang Master at home a little bit, training his hands and feet from the daily coordination of walking, running and jumping. Luckily, he had the mind realm of breaking the void and seeing God that he got from his incarnation Li Hansha, so the speed of adapting to the brand new body of the Dangdan Astral Power Master was not too slow, and there were no more things like at the beginning, such as lifting the legs and not being able to control the power, walking and bumping into the wall, and crumbling clothes, and so on. However, on the other hand, the relevant person in charge found that there is no way to delete the Dragon and Snake novel, but also a little depressed, only to be able to convene a group of experts and kung fu masters, using a variety of scientific instruments, began to study its depiction of the national martial arts cultivation methods too, but also some achievements. The way of national art has been refined into a real out, plus these kung fu masters are also practiced for decades of various boxing. Some things are similar, just the lack of strength. There are experts as well as sophisticated scientific instruments to assist, at any time to be able to grasp the body's various states. In a short period of time will be out of a number of Mingjin boxer, and then a group of body biology experts and experts, using a variety of scientific instruments, began to study its depiction of the practice method, but also considered an achievement. Subsequently, a group of body biology experts and researchers couldn't wait to study the masters who had entered Mingjin in front of them, and they found the marvelous power generated from the combination of the mind and the body quite magical, which was able to instantly explode the whole body's power, and easily hit with a force that surpassed that of a normal person's body. What a marvelous national art, to be able to achieve such changes in just a few days. Only the Mingjin entry can achieve such an effect. It is not difficult to imagine why the video that Hold Dan Master can show such an exaggerated power, tons of force concentrated in the fist, and then combined with the extremely fast speed of movement, the impact of the instantaneous outbreak is feared to reach more than 10 tons, which is already a humanoid tank. The national arts handed down from the ancients were really breathtaking. A group of body biology experts and researchers looked at the data analyzed by the instrument, also could not help but secretly marvel. Knowing the results of the research, the relevant person in charge did not have any hesitation, and immediately put the results of the research down to the various troops with excellent physical quality. Of course, for the Huan Jin Grand Fighter who had appeared in the video and had sparred with Li Hansha, the person in charge had also responded by switching to a milder attitude, intending to hire them as instructors. The best one to look for was none other than the first Wing Chun White Crane Fist Hua Jin Grandmaster, Feng Han Sung, who had sparred with Li Hansha, and soon there was a corresponding person in charge who was ready to contact the other party. On the other hand, inside the Wing Chun White Crane Boxing Hall, inside the secret darkroom, at this moment, the Huajin Grandmaster Feng Han Song was there instructing the head of the hall, Feng Sao. With this Huajin Grandmaster's personal instruction, she had experienced the Ming Jin and the Dark Jin once again, plus her own talent was good. In just less than a week's time, the speed of her national art cultivation skyrocketed, instantly stepping into the Ming Jin realm and, moreover, rapidly progressing towards Dark Jin. I'm afraid that she is the only one who has been personally instructed and taught by a Huanjin Grand Fighter without any reservations, so it's not unusual for her to have such a speed. Not bad, according to the current progress. In the future, observe the white cranes form more, experience the true meaning of Wing Chun White Crane Fist, and find your own way. The dark power will not be far away. Hearing these words from Feng Hansong, Feng Shou's face is also quite excited. In just 1 week's time, with the Huanjin Great Boxer personally instructing and accompanying her, she is progressing incredibly fast. With her current strength of Ming Jin De Chang, as long as her opponents don't have controlled knives with them, and empty-handed, she can knock over 10 people on her own. Although you are the director of Wing Chun White Crane Boxing, however, there is a word to know. As the saying goes, the law does not pass on the 6 ears. The Tao should not be lightly passed on. Ordinary students can be taught to teach, however, for the real thing, the strength, fighting method, killing moves to be careful and cautious, never lightly passed on. Listening to Feng Hansong's serious words, Feng Shou nodded his head with a grave expression. I will remember the teachings. After the explanation, Feng Hansong's figure relaxed, revert back to the previous cleaning master, slowly lifted his leg and walked outside. At this time, the person in charge of the relevant also arrived at this time. Look respectfully came to the cool unusual cleaning Moncler outlet store in front of Feng Hansong. Feng Master, I've heard a lot about your name. I did not think that the Chinese continent still had you this kind of strange person. When Feng Hansong heard this, he rolled his eyes and slowly opened his mouth to say, okay, I'm just an ordinary old man sweeping the floor, just say what you have to do. Since that's the case, then I'll be straight with Master Feng. On behalf of the Dragon Tooth Unit, I invite you to come and become an instructor. When these words came out, they immediately attracted countless people present, and pavilion director Feng Shou couldn't help but look dismayed, never expecting that the most elite combat troop in the central continent would personally come to invite Feng Hansong to become an instructor. Feng Hansong sniffed, reached out and rubbed his brow, his old face flushed with a hint of worry. Old man, if I don't agree? Will I be watched day and night? This statement made that relevant person in charge froze for a moment. He had not yet answered. Feng Hansong waved his hand and directly opened his mouth to make a reply. In the world of man, trouble cannot be shaken off. Old man, I promise. When the relevant person in charge heard this, a touch of joy appeared on his face. He couldn't wait to take out a contract. That's really great. Welcome Elder Feng to the team. You will definitely not regret your decision today. At this moment, Gu Chen, who was hundreds of miles away, had his fingers lashed together, the keyboard let out a crunch, and one of the keyboard keys burst open, making him raise his eyebrows slightly. Wanting to easily control the strength of his fingers to type smoothly was still a little short of the mark, and would need a bit of time to get used to it. In the past few days, the update speed of Dragon and Snake dropped greatly, barely a chapter a day, causing many readers to worry, and couldn't help but speculate, wondering if the author had been invited to tea. In the past few days, Gu Chen, in addition to adapting to the body of the clasping Dan Gang Gene Master and the words, but also added a Central Continent martial arts seminar on the internet, which was formed by a group of internet users learning the national martial arts online, and many of them are Dragon Snake novels of the book friends. Watching inside a crowd there to discuss a variety of boxing, as well as Ming Jin, Dark Power, and so on, he also felt quite interesting. Occasionally will bubble mention a sentence or two, but also let inside the crowd harvest is not small, and therefore made a few netizens. Chapter 14 Sand Sculpture Skirt Friends of Versailles Pretend Daily? Below the Line Base? After Gu Chen had managed to finish today's updated chapters of Dragon Snake, a message beep suddenly came from the private little skirt of the Mid-Continent Martial Arts Seminar, and he clicked on it to take a look. Crane Dance, is there anyone alive in the group right now? Squeak out if there is. Little Wanderer with the Golden Gun, squeak. Chicken Typo, squeak. Mo Pink Rabbit, squeak. Yi Liangchen, squeak. Squeak. Crane Dance, alright, you guys don't need to squeak. Ahem, XDM, I have something important to announce. 3 days in seclusion, without realizing it I stepped into Mingjin. Gu Chen looked at the sand sculpture skirt friends in the skirt, but also a little surprised up, did not expect the skirt looks greatly grinning, a little out of tune female Hanzi actually so quickly into the Mingjin. Stay in this kind of sand sculpture netizen skirt is almost all young people, all kinds of network popular terrier not to mention, when also often drive in the skirt, a scale than a big, young, can also so quickly step into the Ming gene level, whether from the talent, or degree of hard work to see, is an uncompromising genius. As soon as the news came out, the sand sculpture netizens who squealed in the skirt were silent for a moment before immediately buzzing with activity. Golden Gun Unbreakable Little Wanderer, Dancing Sister Nyo Pai Broken Voice. Sister Dance, I want to give you a monkey. Chicken Taba, upstairs +1. Sister Dance, do you still lack a pendant on your thigh? I want to be your little brother. Mo Pink Rabbit, upstairs +2. Dancing Sister is too strong, I'm still hovering at the gate of Mingjin, just a little bit short, I can't get past it, boing. Yi Liangchen, worthy of being a woman that even I, Yi Liangchen, recognize. Surprisingly, she was able to step into the Mingjin level so quickly. Not bad. The speed is almost comparable to Liang Chenmi. Such long Aotian style low-end pretense instantly sucked a burst of booing in the skirt, other skirt friends couldn't help themselves and jumped out to ignore him. Golden Gun Undefeated Little Wanderer, rub. Yi Liangchen, this dog can even break through that fast? Unscientific. It's even faster than Little Master's breakthrough. God is not long-eyed. I can't believe that this pussy has broken through. The heavens are unjust. Chicken Taba, suddenly the pussy pretends to be my fault not to be able to defense. XDM, I also have an announcement to make. I've just made a breakthrough. I've stepped into Mingjin. The great pressure has made me progress. Mo Pink Bunny, after so many days, I thought all my skirt friends were blowing awesome. I didn't realize that the other skirt friends besides me were really awesome. The clown is actually myself? Which kind brother or sister can come forward to point out? I would like to give my body to the same. Crane Dance, I feel that Mingjin is not too difficult, right? You follow Wang Chao's experience in the book, maybe it will work. Little Wanderer with the Golden Gun, that's right. Sister Dance is right. Chicken Taba, this thing I really do not know how to say, just saw the skirt in the Versailles pretend scene was stimulated at once, under the inner rage, unknowingly realized, the body as if touching the static electricity like, hair straight up, a fist to the home of the wooden door through. No more, I have to go out to hide, or the father of the house will have to whip the belt to beat me. First down. Looking at the discussion of the sand sculpture skirt friends in the skirt, as a diver Gu Chen saw this, after pondering for a moment, he reached out and typed a line up. Gu Beichen, you are caught in the sea knowledge barrier, nothing more than you read the book after Wang Chao, the heart is prepared, and there is no one on the side to help you feel the strength, no more than a leaf to cover the eyes, the best way is to stimulate with the help of the outside world's dangers, preferably in the case of unpreparedness. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the skirt friends in the group immediately shouted in unison below. Crane Dance, worthy of being the most deeply hidden North Star big brother. With a single word, he nailed the mystery. Golden Gun Unbreakable Little Wanderer, upstairs +1. First there was North Star and then there was heaven, a single word of mystery is better than a god. Yi Liangchen, worthy of being my most valued opponent. In agreement with Liangchen, my opinion. Chicken Taba, Big Brother North Star's words nailed the trick. Worthy of being a hidden big brother. Little Wanderer with the Golden Gun, Chicken Taipa, didn't you go out to hide? Didn't your father's superior beat you up with a belt? Chicken typo, his old man is picking out the sturdier 3 wolves, and his mother and father are picking out the chicken feather dusters, and they're preparing for a long overdue co-ed fight. Crane dance. On the other hand, far away in a county, a tall and burly insured fierce man with a cell phone hurriedly rushed into a room and shouted impatiently, "Master, I know how to step into Ming Jin." A big brother in the group pointed out to me that I was caught in the barrier of knowledge, and that I should be stimulated by the dangers of the outside world without being prepared for them. Before the insured fierce man finished his words, a fist tore through the air, as if a 1,000-pound hammer smashed down, fierce and domineering, precisely the first style of the 3 emperor cannon punch shocking the 4 directions. A fist smashed, like a cannonball bombardment, shocked the 4 directions, walking the route of fierce and domineering. With the strong chi oppression of the holding Dan master, insured fierce man issued a scream, hair and body hairs like static electricity stood up. In the extreme danger of stimulation, the body's potential was stimulated. He almost instantly comprehended the whole strength with the key points, stepping into the level of Ming Jin. The 3 emperors' cannon punch came to a steady stop. The fierce wind and air currents that were raised pushed the man in the insured out 3 to 4 meters away, and a disgusted voice came from inside the room. "How could I, Wang Tianba, come across such a stupid person like you? You can't even understand the Ming Jin after such a long period of time. Don't tell me that you've learned it from me in the future. I'm afraid of being humiliated when it is spread out." The insured fierce man sat on the ground with a soft body, but his face was quite excited, using his shaking fingers to type a line up above the group chat on his cell phone. Mo Pink Rabbit, boing, thanks North Star Big Brother for pointing it out. People have finally entered the Ming Jin level. Finally keeping up with the average level of skirt friends. Didn't pull back for everyone. Once this news came out, after a moment of silence in the group, a burst of congratulations soon followed, and then, it was the golden shot little wanderer who suggested that everyone should find a chance to get together and exchange some national arts or something. When Gu Chen saw the message in the skirt, he also decided to go and join in the fun. It felt quite interesting. He also wanted to meet these few geniuses who were able to step into the Ming Jin level in just a week or so, and might be able to use it to play a role in the subsequent plan of Wu Ming's refining of falsehoods to become real. Chapter 15, Huan Jin Grand Fighter and their Sand Sculpture Disciples, Phase K. The screen came to the other side, far away in Fuzhou Wing Chun White Crane Boxing Gym. Feng Xiu looked at the proposal of the offline gathering in her skirt, and after pondering for a moment, she quickly made a decision, intending to go and meet these uncomplicated groupmates. Knowing that she had Feng Hansong, the Wing Chun White Crane Boxing Huanjin Master's personal guidance and brush strength, in just a few days to grasp the know-how, so quickly into the Ming Jin level, originally she felt that she should be the fastest progress of the fastest, however, did not think that these sand sculpture skirt friends are not lagging behind, and one by one, they have stepped into the Ming Jin level. This was very interesting. She was also curious as hell about these skirt friends, so she typed a line to reply to the skirt. "Crane dance, no problem, just take this opportunity to get together, maybe we can even spar." On the other hand, within a certain county, a high school student took a box of rice and wine and respectfully handed it to the unassuming beggar. "Master, I brought you rice. I have brought you food. Not bad." Li Xingming, you have to remember, Taijiquan should follow the nature, to be strong and soft. Comprehending this boxing idea, coupled with a certain amount of talent, will soon be able to step into the Ming Jin. The beggar waved his hand, and nonchalantly took the boxed lunch and wine and ate it. The high school student named Li Xingming nodded seriously and squeezed his fist, his heart bursting with excitement. He originally looked at this beggar in the small park a little bit pitiful, so, from time to time, he would buy the other person some boxed lunch to eat. However, since he personally saw that the name Li Hansha holding Dan Master in this inconspicuous beggar in front of him after the sparring, he then learned that this inconspicuous beggar in front of him is actually the novel dragon snake inside the Huanjing big boxer. His whole person was lit by a fire, and directly worshipped in front of the other party, became a disciple. At this moment, looking at the skirt of the party invitation, Li Xingming cannot help but take a deep breath after. With Feng Xiu, he is also for the skirt of the sand sculpture skirt friends is quite curious. This is what a group of people are, surprisingly able to step into the Ming Jin level so quickly, we must know, but he is in front of the Taijiquan chemically powerful master Yang Cicada's guidance, which can be nowadays the progress of the sand sculpture skirt friends is not a genius. He is also a genius. So, after thinking for a moment, he likewise chose to agree to participate in this offline gathering, intending to meet these genius sand sculpture skirt friends. Chicken taba, okay, but the time better be set on the weekend. Holidays are the only time I have. The location can't be too far away either. At this moment, outside the inconspicuous mountain, a Bovira-style sports car parked on the roadside, a chin slightly raised, almost will tug in arrogance written on the face, all up and down the luxury goods of the young man walked down, reaching out athletically, carrying a large bag of things, walked to the inside of the mountain, and found a quite hidden dilapidated Taoist temple, tapped the door and shouted, "Hey Nubizi old Taoist, quickly open the door, this genius disciple sends you something." Creak. With a light sound, the exposure of some dilapidated wooden door at this time opened, a Taoist in navy blue robe from which walked out, looking at the face in front of the arrogant with drag, temperament of the youth, cannot help but corner of the eye twitch a bit, without saying a word to raise his leg as a kick over, directly kicked him flying 3-4 meters away. You can live to be so big has not been killed is really a miracle, before I teach you that Bagua palm and staking practiced how. After hearing these words from the green-clothed Taoist in front of the person, the young man who was wearing a famous brand name gave a light hump, raised his chin at a 45-degree angle and looked up at the sky, revealing a look of loneliness of a master. The district is just an introduction. How can it be able to stop people like me who are gifted and talented? That is not easy thing. Ming Jin of me will be as simple as drinking water. Life is really lonely as snow. His mouth and these words have not finished. Forcing has not yet installed round. Standing next to the green-clothed Taoist cannot help but forehead veins rippled. Only feel in front of this guy how to look at how to feel quite beat up. At first I do not know why this guy will teach the dragon Bagua palm, when it was a huge mistake, raised his hand and then threw him out of the room. Yijin, in the future, this kind of arrogant words in the outside let's say, I am afraid that you cannot walk out of 10 steps will be killed by a fist. The middle two young man named Yijin heard this, and unthinkingly patted the dust on himself, jumped up from the ground, and spoke with a serious expression, no, I think with my strength, I can at least walk 20 steps. The green-clothed Taoist heard here, is also completely speechless, at that moment is impatiently opened his mouth, you give me to get far away, swimming dragon 8 trigrams palms individual trick I have already reminded you, after you have touched through the bright power, then you can try to combine the supporting weapon Ziwu Yuanyang battle axe, according to the boxing standpoint, to understand the dark realm of the change. Yijin heard here, nodded, a face of middle-aged too spoke, Nubizi, you have a little confidence in me, with my talent, the future will become a master of the Dan, horizontal pressure, so that the people celebrate my true name, in the world for me to sing. Chingy Taoist listening to Yijin in front of the middle two diseases committed not light, is completely speechless, after taking a few deep breaths, only then calmed down, impatiently let him hurry to roll. Yijin is also not concerned, took out his cell phone to look at the skirt of the crowd of sand sculpture skirt friends, cannot help but the corner of his mouth, revealing a touch of evil smile, not worthy of being in the same group of people with me, this party proposal, Yi Liangchen agreed. Afterwards, he quickly typed a line in the group to reply. Yi Liangchen, this Liangchen has read it. Quasi-play. On the other hand, inside a certain luxurious villa, a young girl lying on the sofa looked at the replies of the sand sculpture netizens in her skirt, and couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth, a smile appeared on her face, and she quickly typed a line of words up. Ha XDM, in that case, then, let's make an appointment for this weekend. Those who are far away and lack money can say so, and I'll provide the round-trip ticket. Outside the door of a cool face, dressed in white clothes of the woman walked in, looking at the young girl lying on the sofa above, cannot help but shake his head. Luchinger began to pile, this time I want to tell you about our Xingyi Quan inside the snake form, understand the meaning of the fist and the theory of the fist, you have the opportunity to step into the dark power level. Hearing this, Luchinger quickly jumped up from the sofa and nodded her head in a very good manner, completely lacking Jun Yang Li's appearance, she looked like a very good and lovely rich girl. She was born into a rich family, since she happened to meet the woman named Tang Yi in front of her in Li Hance's exaggerated battle, she did not have any hesitation, immediately secretly followed up, a burst of pestering and pampering, which was not easy to worship the teacher. In order to practice the art of the state, she is directly moved to this location of the secluded, a little remote villa. Now that she thought about it, she still felt a burst of gratitude, but was able to step into the door of the national art so quickly, practicing Ming Jin. After setting a time for the offline base, the skirt soon became quiet once again. Guchen suddenly also looked forward to this offline foundation gathering a little bit, after all, these sand sculpture skirt friends all had good talent, and might be able to become a move in the future. Chapter 16, the sand sculpting skirt friends with huge contrasts, the grave robber who dug up clues to the remains of Woming. Time flashed by and soon reached the agreed upon time for the face-to-face. Jiangnan is some distance away from the coastal city, however, it is not a big problem, nowadays the high-speed train is so convenient, it is only a few hours away, just need to arrive before the agreed 11:30, Guchen also long ago and the day before the booking of good tickets. At noon, Jiangnan somewhere in the city, Guchen not slow down the cab, his eyes fell into the distance to an area of thousands of square meters, named to the elegant Xin Lakeside Courtyard Recreation Club, and occasionally see millions of dollars worth of luxury cars in and out of the heart of the sand sculpture skirt friend Jinjun not down the small Ronan's economic strength, booked this high-end private party places in the collection, its identity, family background, and economic strength is not simple. Practicing martial arts is not a simple thing. The first thing is to eat well, good health, need to have enough free time, understand some boxing theory, change the ordinary people, working or tired half dead, which have the spare time and mood to buy precious herbs and food for nourishment, a day to spend a lot of free time to stand pile, learning boxing theory that does not earn a little money? Kuchan, dressed in black, lifted his leg and walked directly to the entrance of this classical and elegant lakeside courtyard, where he was immediately stopped by several guards and stewards, who politely opened their mouths to inquire. Hello, this is a private high-end leisure club, may I ask if you have a corresponding VIP card or an appointment? When Guchen heard this, she quickly remembered what the little Ronin in the skirt said, just go in and directly report the name of the skirt, she had already communicated with the doorman and the steward in advance. Gu Beichen, there is an invitation inside. After hearing this name, the steward in front of him took out his electronic recording tablet and looked at it, and immediately revealed a bright smile. So Mr. is the guest invited by Miss Liu. This way please. I'll let the staff bring you in. Behind him came a surprised, thick male voice. Is it Senior Bachin? Gu Bachin turned his head to look behind him, and at a glance, he saw a strong man standing there like a tower, wearing a short shirt and black sweatpants. He couldn't help but froze for a moment, and with a puzzled look, are you a senior? This word in his mouth has not finished. In front of this short shirt robust fierce man rushed up, color feeling to hold his hand. Cannot wait to speak, North Star Senior. You only instructed me in the group before. Have you forgotten? It was me. The cute pink rabbit in the skirt. Ah. Mo Pink Rabbit? Gu Chen looked at the front of this height of nearly 1 meter 9 short shirt robust fierce man. Cannot help but I twitch a little, almost a mouthful of old blood sprayed out. White skirt, that cartoon avatar. Speak well behaved and cute bunny shouldn't be a cute girl, or a little beauty? How is this kind of pussy? This Nima is a proper skirt business card fraud. Ah. With the size of a man on your fist and a horse on your shoulder, how dare you give yourself a skirt name of a cute bunny? You, the girl not called Mo Pink Rabbit, should be called the Devil Sinew Explosion Rabbit it? The steward standing next to him and the doorman who heard the sinewy fierce man who called himself the Mo Pink Rabbit also couldn't help but have their eyes twitch up. They were also shocked by the contrast. The mouth groove almost suffocated internal injuries. There is no place to spit. Gu Chen looked at the front of the expression of excitement and see what love beans is the same as the budding rabbit, his hand gently shaking, easily quake open in front of the sinewy man tugging at the hand, for fear of accidentally let a person to misunderstand into the base of the brother. Cough cough Mo Pink Rabbit, have a good talk, do not pull my hand, go in first to meet with everyone before. Mo Pink Bunny looked at Gu Chen who easily shook off his own hands in front of him, his eyes grew more and more worshipful, worthy of being a North Star Big Brother. Ming Jean is used in an extraordinary way. North Star Big Brother? And Mo Pink Rabbit? Behind a little hesitant voice came. The one who spoke was a teenager wearing a tracksuit. Gu Chen glanced at him and quickly guessed the identity of the other party. The only one in the skirt who was young and still in high school was the chicken typo. Is it the chicken Teho in the skirt? Hearing this, the sportswear teenager nodded, also staring strangely at the devil's tendon Mo Pink Bunny standing next to him, obviously also being thunderstruck. Is this the so-called Mighty Man Pink? Since all the people are here, go in first and rendezvous with the others in the skirt. After hearing these words from Gu Chen, the athletic teenage chicken Taba and the devil's tendon fierce meat Mo Pink Bunny both nodded their heads, and the three of them followed the steward inside, and soon came to a lavishly elegant courtroom, where there were already 2 girls. Is it North Star Big Brother? Chicken Taba? And the Mo Pink Bunny? Crane Dance and I have been waiting here for some time. A young girl stood up and looked at the 3 in front of her with a smile, introducing herself. I'm the little golden shot wannabe in the skirt, Lu Chinger. The little wanderer with the golden gun who often drove in the skirt was actually a rich girl? That's quite a contrast. Another white sportswear, tall ponytail girl also stood up and introduced herself. I am the Crane Dance in the skirt, Fang Xiu. Gu Chen in sports teenage chicken Taba and devil muscles fierce man Meng Pink Bunny also introduced themselves at this time. The chicken Taba called Li Xingming, while the devil muscles fierce man Meng Pink Bunny has a literary name, called Wang Xiao AI. Lu Qing'er and Fang Xiujun were both staring at Wang Xiao AI with strange gazes. They had never thought that the cute and adorable girl in the skirt that everyone thought of was actually a devilish muscular man. This made them call out fraud straight away. Gu Chen had met Fang Xiu earlier when he went to the Wing Chun White Crane Pavilion to find Fang Hansong to spar with him when he was mentally connected to the incarnation of Li Hansha, and he understood why the other party could practice Ming Jin so quickly. With a big Huan Jin master by his side to personally instruct and brush up his Jin, could he not be faster? The rest of the skirt friends were probably similar, each having their own strange encounters. For a while, quite a few thoughts quickly rose up in his mind. The sand sculpture skirt friend sat at a table, and the chatting atmosphere gradually heated up. The only problem was that the middle-aged sick skirt friend Yi Liangchen had not arrived so far. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the remote tablet placed on top of Lu Qing'er's table suddenly rang. Miss Lu, your invited friend Yi Liangchen has had a conflict with other members. I'll come out right now, so you can persuade them from the side first. Lu Qing'er ended the call, but unexpectedly opened her mouth. I told you, to Yi Liangchen is almost written in the body of the dragon. Arrogance of the middle-aged 2 out of the outside must be easy to beat up. I'll go to the outside to see. The other people on the seat nodded, looked at each other, and proposed to go together, lest the girls suffer. 5 people together out of the outside, a glance to see standing next to the sports car with people glaring at each other, a brand name brand, face written tugging at the youth, which makes people look at him want to beat him up as obviously Yi Liangchen this middle-aged 2 diseases. You melon child, if not here today, I would have been an ear shovel to beat you to the knees. The one who sprayed with Yi Liangchen was a middle-aged man with a cold face and wearing a suit, and behind the other party there were 2 men with greenish-white faces and shadowy eyes. Gu Chen's eyes flickered, the sharp 5 senses brought about by the clasping Dan Gang Gene Master sensed a cold, damp earthy aura from these middle-aged men. Moreover, the other parties seemed to be carrying a Wu Ming relic's aura of refining falsehoods out of the real thing. These guys wouldn't be grave robbers, right? And it just so happened that they had very coincidentally stolen to the side of the relevant martial Ming ruins? Chun didn't know if there were any ancient tombs in the vicinity when he was refining the fake into real Wuming ruins, and now that these few suspected grave robbers were blind cats colliding with dead rats, this was too much of a coincidence, right? Humfai, Yi Liangchen, will not put you jumping clowns in my eyes? How can you even think of competing with the moon? You really don't know what you're doing. Yi Liangchen's chin was slightly raised, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and he was trash-talking with the other party with a strong middle-aged air. To be honest, Yi Liangchen, whether it's from his speech or his actions, it gives people the urge to beat him up. It's a miracle that this guy hasn't been beaten to death yet. Lu Qing'er at this time stood out, mediate some good after, by virtue of the identity of one of the shareholders of this too elegant Xin Courtyard Leisure Club, exempted each other a whole day of consumption. This is finally persuaded to open the two sides. Melon child, don't be too arrogant when you go out in the future. Otherwise, sooner or later, you'll be punished. Three middle-aged men with greenish-white faces and yellowish skin threw down a sentence before turning around and leaving. Chapter 17, Clues to the Remains of Wuming, First Hearing of the Immortal Martial Way. The group of people re-entered the original one within the elegant garden and sat down. Looking at the tugging Yi Liangchen, they couldn't help but be a little curious as to how he had just entered the door and started a conflict with an outsider. In the face of this question, Yi Liangchen's chin habitually raised and spoke in a neutral manner. Those guys walked in front, I drove the car, thinking that I didn't see you guys either. I was ready to blast the gas a few times to remind you that I, Yi Liangchen, am here. I didn't expect them to turn their heads and stare viciously at me. So, speaking here, he paused for a moment. Li Xingming, Wang Xiaoai, and Fang Xiu all present were all staring at him, and Lu Qing'er as the host couldn't help but open her mouth to urge him on. And then? What's wrong with you? Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and say it. Everyone is waiting. Yi Liangchen lightly grunted and arrogantly opened his mouth. Then of course, he glared back at them and said to them, what are you looking at? Then, they said, look at you, so what? After that, they somehow got very angry, from looking at me to want to fight with me, which I can't be afraid of them. I, Yi Liangchen, have never been afraid of anything. If you hadn't come so quickly, I would have let them know the power of Ming Jin. Hearing this, all the people present couldn't help but roll their eyes at Yi Liangchen's face in front of them, completely speechless to this guy. Chen, who was sitting next to him, however, recalled his earlier encounter with those three men suspected of being grave robbers, the most important point being that the other party was carrying the scent of the Wuming relic item that he had refined and faked into a real item, and both parties had coincidentally bumped into each other so much that he didn't mind pushing the envelope a bit to form a coincidental new script. Just think about it, young and vigorous Huanjing Grand Fighter heirs gathered to exchange ideas, coincidentally encountered a few grave robbers, and happened to get clues from them about the Wuming relics as well as the human immortal martial way. Regardless of these youthful youngsters, even the Huanjing Grand Fist Masters and Pill-holding Grandmasters who were their masters couldn't ignore the transcendent path ahead, and with a unified reason for action, the Pill-holding Grand Fist Masters and Huanjing Grand Fist Masters would naturally be able to draw the attention of the official authorities over to them, little by little, exposing the relics of the Wuming that were hidden underneath the ground, and at the same time, bringing the human immortal martial arts path back into the world. Chun quickly went through the script generated in his mind, and found it quite perfect, undoubtedly more perfect than the old script of having the incarnation, Li Hansha, intentionally exposed to lead the officials to discover the Wuming ruins and reappear the human immortal martial way. After pondering for a while, Chen immediately made a decision in his heart, and looking at Li Xingming, Wang Xiuai, Yi Zhen, as well as Lu Qing'er and Fang Xiu, who were exchanging Ming Jin level of enlightenment with each other, he lightly coughed, and opened his mouth to interrupt them. Cough cough everyone, I have something I don't know if I should say. Hearing him suddenly interrupt, the crowd in front of him quickly stopped, their gazes staring at him in unison, especially the sinewy and fierce Wang Xiaoai, whose eyes flashed with admiration. Does Master Northchen have any high-minded comments on national arts? Everyone is all ears. The other people sitting next to him were also the same, looking at Chen expectantly. Lu Qing'er even applauded, smilingly opened her mouth and said, we all shared our national art Ming Jin's feelings in some details earlier, now it's not easy to wait for Master Beichen to speak. Chen sniffed, shook his head, softly spoke, Ming Jin is not difficult, it is just perseverance, hard learning and hard practice, to the time to send and receive freely, with everyone's talent, to understand the true meaning of boxing. The accumulation of thin hair naturally can break through to the dark gene. I want to say is that the three men before the conflict with Yi Zhen, they are a little bit not quite right. The face is greenish-white, the skin is waxy. If you get closer, you can still smell the smell of wet soil on your body, and your body exudes a kind of rotten and moldy smell. This is all the smell that is stained by a long time in the past in the closed and decaying underground. If I didn't guess wrongly, they should be the Tu Fu Zi. Tu Fu Zi? Hearing these three words, the five people in front of them could be said to be in a daze, confused as to what this meant. What is this Tu Fu Zi? Hearing Li Xingming's puzzled question, Chen then opened his mouth to explain. Very simple, the so-called Tu Fu Zi is those grave robbers who know how to search for dragons in separate mountains and points, and are good at determining graves and digging up ancient tombs. So why would these Tu Fu Zi appear here? Why would they show up here? They can't come to this high-class club to relax and recuperate, can they? They must be up to something. Their eyes were fierce, and they were by no means kind-hearted people. Hearing this, all the people present were all excited. As young people, their blood is fresh, coupled with the fact that each one of them had just entered the Ming gene level not long ago. At this moment, suddenly learned that a group of non-good people's grave robbers were carrying out evil deeds in the vicinity. Naturally, they were all fighting spirit is high. Yi Liangchen felt from the beginning that they were not good people. Maybe they are stealing and selling national treasures? I should have known that I should have just said anything to find a chance to beat them down. Yijin was the first to speak up. Unfortunately, they have already left, and now we don't know where they are. Even if we know that they are hard-hearted and ruthless repeat grave robbers, it's useless. Li Xingming, but he couldn't help but shake his head. As the host Lu Qinger but laughed a little, reached out and picked up the tablet in his hand. Things are simple, I'm the host here. As long as they are in this building, I can God knows where they are and what they are doing. Under the attention of the crowd, Lu Qinger quickly learned through the background where the three middle-aged men are now in the elegant courtroom, and then, with the help of the controller in his hand, turned on the hidden pinhole camera and recorder in the elegant courtroom, and the picture and sound were quickly synchronized to the wall. The three middle-aged men were sitting together with another man with a rich figure, and there were ancient scrolls on top of the table, where an old man with gray hair wearing glasses was studying. Lu Qinger looked at the camera synchronized over to the rich man, her eyebrows slightly frowned. This was the second master of the Sun family who went off the beaten path. I didn't think that they would get involved with grave robbers. No wonder Sun's auction house would have so many genuine antiquities. The old man with glasses on the screen studied it for a while before he spoke. Master Sun, from the material and traces of this scroll, it should be left over from the Ming dynasty hundreds of years ago, but the record on it is a bit weird. It seems to be a mysterious relic called Wuming, and some kind of Wudao human immortal or something like that. Wuming ruins? Martial arts immortal? Hearing this, the second Master Sun's eyes are slightly bright. He is aware of the recent national martial arts hold Dan Masters and Huanjing Big Boxer have seen the horror of the destructive power of these martial arts practice that even the official are afraid of, which proves that some of the legends of ancient times are likely to be true. Maybe there really are immortals in the ancient times. The martial arts immortal with a word of immortality, certainly different from the common people. The second Master of Sun cannot wait to open his mouth to urge, quickly read to me what is on it. That old man with gray hair wearing glasses nodded, then, taking the ancient remnants of the scroll, he translated it. The teacher set up the human immortal martial arts, expelled the Tartars and revived the Han dynasty. All the children of Wu Ming can go to observe the martial arts human immortal, transcends the mundane and has a lifespan of 300. His chi and blood is like a dragon, his fists can crumble the mountains. On the other hand, the people in the private room of the elegant garden also heard the content of the broken ancient scroll. A martial arts immortal? Beyond the mundane, life expectancy of 300, its chi and blood like a dragon, fist can crumble mountains. Fang Xiu read along, and his two eyes immediately lit up. Gu Chen's eyes flashed as he opened his mouth to translate from the side. This was a record of a tattered ancient scroll called the Wuming Ruins, which should have been stolen out of the tomb by these three Tufuzi, and in the Wuming Ruins there existed a human immortal martial arts path that transcended the mundane, and after cultivating to the apex, they were able to have a lifespan of 300 years, and their chi and blood were extremely powerful, and they could do such unbelievable things as shatter mountains with a single punch. Li Xingming, Wang Shuai, Yijin, Lu Qinger and Fang Xiu who were sitting next to them also looked excited when they heard this. Ever since they practiced the national art, they had been able to experience its power firsthand. However, compared to the human immortal martial way mentioned in the tattered ancient scrolls, it was even more incredibly powerful, and could almost be called transcendent. A more important point was that nowadays this tattered ancient scroll that might have recorded the clues to the ruins of Wu Ming was close at hand. Chapter 18 Seizing the Tattered Scroll Plan, Gun? Saving people with a snap of the fingers. On the other hand, within the elegant courtroom, Mr. Sun and the three grave robbers of the Tufuzi as well as white-haired glasses old man is not the slightest bit clear that all their actions in this room cannot escape from the hidden high-definition pinhole camera, said the words, things done all were photographed down. How is it, Mr. Sun, we are here with sincerity? That place is a little weird, we a few brothers also risked life and death to get this thing, you just see how few this thing can be worth. The three Tufuzi opened their mouths to bargain with the second Master Sun in front of them, and the latter's eyes narrowed slightly as he dryly stretched out a finger. 1 million. After all, this is just a worn-out remnant scroll, the value is greatly lost. The three Tufuzi looked at each other, and after walking aside and muttering in whispers, they nodded their heads and accepted the price, and both sides were considered to be happy. The next natural is the host and the guest are happy. Sun will be the old scrolls into the side of the box has already been prepared, and then press the electronic remote control, so that the staff here will order food and wine sent up, and in front of the three Tufuzi dinner and drink. Back in the private room of the elegant garden, Li Xingming, Wang Shuai, Yijin, as well as Lu Qinger, Fang Xiu, and the others present were all staring in unison at the box with the tattered ancient scrolls on the screen. Now that the clues to this Wuming relic, which had a high probability of containing the human immortal martial Dao, were close at hand, their expressions were all moved with intent. After a moment of silence in the atmosphere, it was Fang Xiu who took the lead and spoke. What does everyone think? Is it better to let these clues of the martial Ming ruins that contain the martial Dao of the human immortals be collected and studied by others, or should we join forces and snatch them over? In the face of this question, all of the people present had flickering gazes. The sinewy fierce man Wang Xiaoai slapped his thighs and took the lead at this time to open his mouth and make a decision, which was definitely to snatch this chance over. I heard my master say, martial arts practitioners should have a courageous and refined, dare to fight for the heart, the Avenue 50, diffraction 49, the remaining one is where the chances, sees it will be able to soar. Lu Qinger smiled a little and also spoke with a firm voice. That's right, this is involved in the ancient mysterious cultivation secret method. From the description of the broken ancient scroll above, seems to be stronger than the national art we practice today. The cultivation of this immortal martial arts seems to have been involved in the transcendental attribute, cultivation to the apex. After chi and blood such as a dragon, a fist can crumble the mountain. I kind of doubt that this is the end of the national art and then up the road ahead. Yijin raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke in a domineering manner. This chance I, Yi Liangchen, have my eye on. Li Xingming, who was sitting next to him, also raised his hand and agreed to this action. Stepping into the Ming Jin level, coupled with the influence of their respective masters, the young Ming Jin boxers quickly made the decision to loot, perhaps because the origin of the tattered ancient scrolls itself was not very clean. It was stolen from 3 grave robbers, so they did not have a sense of guilt at all in this looting up. After a good plan of action, the 6 people soon intended to be divided into 2 groups, respectively responsible for robbing the broken ancient scrolls on Master Sun Air, and from the mouth of the 3 Tufuzi interrogated the relevant clues. The members of the group were determined by lottery. After some draws, Gu Chen, Fang Xiu, and Lu Qinger, who went to grab the broken ancient scrolls on Master Sun, and Yijin, Li Xingming, and Wang Xiaoai, who were responsible for interrogating the clues from the 3 Tufuzi. After making a decision, the people will stay here at ease and wait up. However, this wait is a full wait for an afternoon. The Sun 2 Masters and the 3 Tufuzi after dinner, what steam, sauna, massage, and so on, a series of enjoyment. Until the end of the dinner, only Sure ran ready to leave, so that the presence of the second group of ready to take action at any time of the manpower are the whole depressed. Lu Qinger is the host. This is her territory, family background and power there. Want to accurately capture the action of the second Master Sun and his bodyguards and the 3 Tufuzi is not difficult, and she also thoughtful respectively prepared for several people can cover the face of the night clothes, ready for the 2 black car, far behind the 2 targets. Gu Chen drove the car, Fang Xiu and Lu Qinger were sitting in the passenger seat and the back seat. The first time to loot this kind of thrilling activities, the 2 women's complexion is a little bit excited, all the way to the Sun's auction house. The 3 only then got out of the limousine, towards the auction house inside the touch-in. As the saying goes, the richer the more afraid of death. The second Master Sun is no exception, followed by 4 bodyguards, alert. After Gu Chen picked up 2 small stones from the ground and directly knocked the doorway as well as several monitors in the corridor askew, Fang Xiu and Lu Qinger had long been unable to hold back and couldn't wait to dive in. Although they are both women, however, the former has Wing Chun White Crane Boxing Power Boxing Master personally instructed in brush strength, speed is quite fast, very agile, while the latter is with the only female Power Boxing Master Tang Yi to learn Xingyi Boxing Snake Form, also move quickly and exceptionally, limbs are soft. The security guards on the periphery of Sun's auction house had no time to react under the sneak attack of the 2 boxers who had mastered Ming Jin, and were soon knocked out on the ground by each of the 2 women. Followed by Gu Chen see here, cannot help but shrugged, as a casual walk in general, casually in the wall next to a buckle, power gulp, easily grabbed a porcelain, he gently shock, directly into more than 10 pieces, which is not slow to walk behind. From time to time the flex fingers will be the wall of the monitoring and lighting knocked out. Because it is not the time of Sun's auction house once a month auction, inside the security guards are not much, sneak all the way in but also did not encounter any trouble. Sun's second master in the auction house's senior appraiser couldn't wait to study the ancient scrolls. A few bodyguards stood aside with a relaxed expression, smoking a cigarette. The sound-controlled lights in the corridor suddenly lit up. One of the bodyguards subconsciously turned his head to look at it. He couldn't help but frown slightly, lifting his leg, then walked towards that side. Ah Wen, where are you going? Hearing the voice of his companion behind him, the bodyguard named Wen responded. The sound-controlled lights in the corridor suddenly lit up. I'll go and take a look. Maybe it's the security guard? Crossing the corner of the corridor, a man could not help but freeze for a moment. In front of him, he did not know when there was more a masked black-clothed man. A trace of vigilance steeply rose in his heart. He was just about to open his mouth and shout, when another silhouette suddenly leaped out from beside him, and a close white crane bright palm then clipped him at the neck, and the whole force that instantly erupted out directly knocked him unconscious. Lu Qinger hurriedly reached out and caught the fainted bodyguard, spitting her tongue at Fang Xiu in front of her. Afterwards, the 2 women soon had the same old trick. The voice-activated sensor light above their heads suddenly lit up, and a bodyguard who wanted to go to the restroom to take a leak came over, and as always, he was knocked out on the ground, and the 2 women quickly relaxed. However, 2 bodyguards in a row went and did not return. This thing is to let the remaining 2 other bodyguards smelled something wrong. They looked at each other, drew out their body electric baton, and together came this way. This time is a little accident. Want to knock out two full alert bodyguards at the same time is not an easy thing. Fang Xiu seized the opportunity to knock out the electric baton, knocked out one of them. However, a little bit of nervousness. Lu Qinger is only had time to knock out the other hand electric baton, and did not have time to knock out each other, the latter under the shock and anger, directly from the body to pull out a gun, aimed at the forehead of the Lu Qinger, black hole of the muzzle of the gun to make her couldn't help but stiffen her figure. Seeing this, Fang Xiu could not help but have his pupils shrink. For the bodyguard who had received training, the gun in his hand was within 5 paces. It could be said to be accurate and fast. It was simply too late to rescue Lu Qinger. Just as the bodyguard's face grimaced as he pulled the trigger, Gu Chen, who was rushing behind him, happened to see the scene in front of him. His brows slightly wrinkled. Without any hesitation, his fingertip strength erupted, and he directly flexed his fingers to send the thumb-sized pieces of sharp porcelain flicking out. Whoosh! With a wisp of cracking sound, that bodyguard wrist burst out a splash of blood. Sharp ceramic fragments easily cut his wrist. The power contained inside is directly fracture his hand bone. Intense pain so that the gun in his hand is crooked. The trigger is triggered by mistake. Bang! The sound of a crisp gunshot spread in the corridor. Chapter 19 got it. Accompanied by a burst of fire, the bullet shot out from within the chamber. Lu Qinger subconsciously leaned to the side. The blazing bullet grazed down a strand of green silk on her shoulder, and then struck the wall, splashing out a wisp of sparks. Fang Xiu also made a move against the gun-toting bodyguard in front of him at that moment. And at such a close distance, no one was able to capture the trajectory of the bullet except for Gu Chen, who was holding Dan Gangstring, who stretched out his palm and pressed it forward, and the terrifying strength of the clasping Dan Grandmaster converged in his palm along with his chi and blood. Splat! With a light sound, the bullet that hit off jumped out was directly caught by him, and he could only feel a hint of stinging pain, as if he was stabbed by a needle, because the caliber of this firearm was not big, plus the bullet had already bounced off the wall above. The power was reduced by quite a lot, so he was able to rely on the holding Dan Gang Jin Zhongshi's strong body to carry out the matter of intercepting the bullet. Of course, Fang Xiu and the shocked Lu Qinger in the middle of the corridor did not notice this exaggerated scene at all, which also prevented Gu Chen from being exposed. Touch! Fang Xiu slashed a white crane bright palm on the neck of the bodyguard in front of him, and the latter fainted without saying a word, and the firearm in his hand fell to the ground. From the time the bodyguard drew his gun on Lu Qinger, to Gu Chen ejecting the shattered ceramics to save her, to Fang Xiu knocking out the bodyguard, it was only a matter of 6 or 7 seconds. With the sound of the gunshot earlier, the Sun Urshi as well as the appraisers inside the auction house were immediately startled, and they vaguely felt that something was not good. One? Choi? What's happening? Second Master Sun shouted, but received little reply, and with a great deal of cowardice within him, without any hesitation, he immediately grabbed the tattered ancient scrolls lying on the table and prepared to flee. Inside the corridor, the stunned Lu Qinger also quickly recovered at this time. Looking at the concerned Fang Xiu in front of her, she hurriedly opened her mouth and said, "I'm fine, there's Big Brother Bachin here, it's still that one broken ancient scroll that matters. Quickly go and snatch the thing over." Fang Xiu sniffed. She is also decisive people. Directly then lifted his leg and rushed into the auction house interior. A glance noticed that ready to escape the second master of the sun, but unfortunately he is rich in body type, usually also lack of exercise, but also cannot run fast. 3 or 2 will let Fang Xiu to catch up with the latter directly to the latter to be scared enough. Swordsman, spare my life Fang Xiu was too lazy to listen to the second master of the sun in front of him, raised his hand and slashed to the top of his neck, directly fainted him. As for the auction house appraiser who was standing by the side, shivering, she was equally not soft, and also slapped the other party into unconsciousness, before picking up the tattered ancient scrolls in the arms of the second master Sun and walking back. Gu Chen reached out and pulled up Lu Qinger, who had already recovered after her initial shock, and hurriedly thanked him towards him. "It was so thrilling just now. I thought I was going to get shot, luckily there was you, or else it would have been disastrous. Has Master Bachin practiced concealed weapons before? It's really too powerful." Facing Lu Qinger's curiosity, Gu Chen laughed a little and spoke softly. "I practiced a little bit before, it's just a hobby, it's nothing, little Doyle, it's still fundamental to practice the national art." Faced with this point, Fang Xiu and Lu Qinger both deeply agreed, and spoke with a somewhat yearning expression. "That's right, if once you can become a Huanjing big boxer, or even that kind of Hugdan master, even if the bullets are shot over, not afraid. I read the description in the book Dragon Snake. Huanjin Master Boxer is already able to rely to a certain extent on the strength of the whole body to withstand ordinary pistols. They were shot, equivalent to an ordinary person was cut by a fruit knife, but only flesh wounds. Coupled with the Huanjin Master Boxer and holding Dan Master's horror of the speed of the nerve reflexes, the gun cannot even be able to aim at them. The author is able to describe so detailed. I'm sure he is also a super master of Chinese martial arts, or even a master of holding Dan. It's really awesome." Listening to the feelings of the two girls, as the author himself, Gu Chen put on a face of approval. This feeling of being praised by the readers in front of them is really quite marvelous. Ahem, since we have the stuff in our hands, let's prepare to retreat now. It's too late to tell if Yijin and the others have gotten their hands on it. The three of them directly withdrew from this place, while leaving, walking behind Gu Chen casually pinched the bullet into a ball and flicked it into the trash can at the end of the corridor. Unfortunately, Feng Xiu and Lu Qing'er walking in front of them didn't notice this scene at all, and also didn't know that the man following behind them was the clutching pill master that they had been discussing just a moment ago. On the other hand, Yijin, Li Xingming, and Wang Xiaoai were also in the middle of the action. Compared to Gu Chen, Feng Xiu, and Lu Qing'er, they were much smoother, and didn't encounter any twists and turns at all. Coupled with their fast movements, after arriving at the remote suburb, they crashed into the car in front of them, causing the three Tufuzi's faces to turn black with anger, cursing and stopping, ready to check the car's damage. Just at this time, the back of the car sitting on top of the three masked men in black immediately took action, pounced towards them, with Yijin, Li Xingming and Wang Xiaoai 3 Ming Jin level of boxer. Under the prepared sneak attack, these three Tufuzi were as the opponent, a face-to-face will be knocked over on the ground. Handily, Yijin tugged the collar of a person, 5 or 6 slaps, will be smacked to the days. Under the threat of force, the three Tufuzi inner panic itself is a grave robber. In fact, there is no backbone. Under the threat of life and death, they quickly cannot stand up to it, and hastily will be their own knowledge of the matter of all the pouring out of the tube like a say goat. After asking for clues and information, Yijin and Li Xingming and Wang Xiaoai in the neck of the three Tufuzi each cut a palm, easily knocked them out and thrown back to the car. After all this, Yijin, Li Xingming and Wang Xiaoai drove back, ready to meet up with Feng Xiu, Lu Qing'er and Gu Chen. Chapter 20, Clues? The Hidden Dangers of the Wuming Ruins. Half an hour later, Yijin, Li Xingming, and Wang Xiaoai met up with Feng Xiu, Lu Qing'er, and Gu Chen again. Yijin, is everything still going well on your side? Hearing this, Yijin subconsciously tilted his head at a 45-degree angle to look at the ceiling, and spoke with a proud expression. Of course, with me, Yi Liangchen, how can a few Tufuzi be able to resist? Looking at this guy tilting his head at a 45-degree angle to look at the ceiling does not mind the look of neck pain. The rest of the people sitting next to him directly ignored to look at him as a patient with late-stage middle-aged disease, and to say one more word to him would be a mistake. You guys' side of it? Lu Qing'er sniffed, but palpitatingly opened her mouth. Our side just started smoothly. After that, when dealing with a few bodyguards, they reacted and drew their guns. Fortunately, North Star Big Brother stepped out in time and deflected that shot, otherwise you guys wouldn't be able to see me anymore. Hearing this thrilling scene, Li Xingming and Wang Xiaoai both couldn't help but cry out in shock. Subsequently, Wang Xiu will be the broken ancient scroll on the desktop. The crowd present are curious to pick up his look up. Look at the above traditional Chinese characters, as well as fuzzy patterns. A moment and a half cannot see what things to. This antique cannot see clearly, or to find an expert to do, that a few grave robbers of the Tufuzi luck is really good, actually able to dig up this thing, there is no from their mouth to get any clues? In the face of Feng Xiu's words, Li Xingming and Wang Xiaoai looked at each other and quickly opened their mouths. We crashed their car on a remote road in the suburbs with no cameras, and after luring them down, we directly took action to put them down, and started to interrogate them, and we got a lot of clues and information. Afterwards, Li Xingming began to talk about the clues and information that he got from the three Tufuzi. According to the explanation of these three earthworkers, they were found in a mountain hundreds of kilometers away, originally just wanted to steal a tomb, get some antiques and cultural relics and so on, but unfortunately bad luck, stole a common shabby Ming Dynasty tomb. There is nothing valuable inside. They changed the direction, digging towards the other side, but accidentally found a mysterious ancient tomb remains. The 3-2-Fuzi account, there were several people went in, the inside is still bright, even a long light, thought digging what Ming Dynasty Princess tomb robbers gangs rushed in a brain, and then, soon felt the body is not in control, cannot move. Buried for hundreds of years inside the tomb suddenly came a roar, as if there is what sleeping monster awakened, a photo on the death of 3 people, even if the 5 guns and explosives did not move, they were scared out of their wits, under the hands and feet under the randomly grabbed a thing on the panic to run out, 10 people, and ultimately came out alive only 3 people. After the thing is simple, the 3 Soilman will take from the ghost place out of the broken ancient scrolls to find the past has been the cooperation of the Sun family, to find the Sun 2 masters, will be that thing directly sold to him. The 3 were scared out of fear of the Soilman decided to take the money on the pot of gold, no longer do this line of work. After listening to the clues and information obtained from the mouths of the 3 Tufuzi, Feng Xiu and Lu Qing'er couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air, and were also shocked by the news. Gu Chen also had a look of surprise on his face. Of course, he was pretending. The ruins of Wuming was what he had faked. He naturally knew what dangers were inside. It was not meant for ordinary people to break into. If you wanted to go in and explore, at least you had to have a Huanjing boxer to lead the team, or like the official elite special forces, or else if you were to change to an ordinary person, you would be sent to the dishes in minutes, and turn into a puppet that was being manipulated. Puppet. Originally, I was thinking that after getting the clues and information, we 6 Ming Jin level martial artists would join hands and go inside to see if there is any chance to discover the human immortal martial arts described in the broken ancient scrolls, and to find a martial arts path that is beyond the mundane. But now, I think it's better to forget about it. Lu Qing'er couldn't help but let out a sigh, and her face looked a bit regretful. Fang Xiu, who was sitting next to her, also frowned tightly and analyzed in a deep voice. According to the words of those three Tufuzi, there must be a huge danger in the ruins of Wuming. First of all, it is the ability to make a person's body straighten up and not be able to move, and secondly, it is the horrible monsters lurking in there. Li Xingming is also calmly open to analyze, damning from now, almost 500 or 600 years, right? Sealed in the ground 500-600 years is still a live monster. This already involves the transcendental level, plus even firearms and explosives cannot help each other. See the danger of it. I think that unless one has to be a Huanjin master boxer or a Pandan master to explore the ruins of the Wuming, or the official elite special forces, fully armed to go inside. Fang Xiu also said the cold reality. Wang Xiaoai also cannot help but sigh. Alas, see the treasure mountain in front of and cannot be obtained. Really let a person feel tormented. We think this secret to do? The people present glanced at each other through the previous sparring exchanges and then linked to each other's boxing, able to step into the Ming Jin level so quickly, not to mention that everyone is talented. Once in 100 years of martial arts geniuses, each other have long known that behind each must have the Huan Jin big boxer level of the master for guidance. Lu Qinger's gaze flickered, and she quickly thought of a method and softly proposed, I think, why don't we all agree on a time now, and then, when the time comes, ask their respective masters for guidance and then head out to explore together at that time? How about this proposal? When the people present heard this, they pondered over it, and for a while, they also felt that this was the best solution. Anyway, with their strength nowadays they couldn't think of going inside to explore. However, if there was a senior at the level of a Huanjing Grand Fighter leading the way and following behind to gain insights, it wouldn't be bad at all, and the masters, having obtained the cultivation method of the human immortal martial path, would surely not fail to teach them, their disciples. I agree. This is a good idea. We don't have the ability to go anyway. Right on. It's decided. Yi Liangchen, see no problem. I will grant the request. Yijin also opened his mouth in a middle-aged manner, and everyone very uniformly directly ignored this late-stage middle-aged disease patient. Chapter 21 Reporting News of the Relics, 1 month. Gathering until now, the time is not early. The crowd present overnight fixed the transportation they were going to take the next day, under the hospitality of Lu Qinger, stayed here for the night. Early the next morning, the crowd then said goodbye one after another, ready to leave this place. And when Lu Qinger, who was the host, saw this, she didn't have any hesitation, and with a wave of her hand, sent a few luxury cars to send them away. Half an hour later, Gu Chen got out of the car and took the return high-speed train. After returning to his residence in coastal city, Gu Chen casually reported home to Lu Qinger in Junyang, while Yijin, Li Xingming, and Wang Xiaoai also reported home safely one after another with Fang Xiu. After learning about the Wuming ruins, the first thing they did was to tell their respective Huanjing masters. Master, I've discovered a great opportunity. From a few earth husband where to snatch a broken ancient scroll, above records and named Wuming relics. According to the ancient scroll above the tip, inside seems to hide 500 or 600 years ago the human immortal martial arts cultivation method, contact with transcendental attributes, that the hilarious saying how to say, heifer meets the big bull is simply awesome bad. Wang Xiaoi, the muscle man, hurriedly rushed into the secret room and couldn't wait to report to his own master, Wang Tianba. Oh, finally a little bit of good luck, learn to rob things, that thing? In the face of Wang Tianba's question, Wang Xiaoai's face stiffened, and only then did she speak in a small voice. That thing was snatched by a few people together, and we are going to make an appointment to go to the ruins of Wuming next month to explore together. Before Wang Xiaoai could finish his sentence, he was thrown out by Wang Tianba, who was sitting cross-legged inside to realize the power of holding Dan Qi in blood. I'm sorry, I don't know what to do. Why are you so excited when you don't have anything in your hands? Wait until next month. On the other hand, Li Xingming also found the Huanjing master Yang Zhen, who disguised as a beggar, and said the news about the Wuming relics as well as the human immortal martial way, and the latter reached out and scratched his hair before nodding his head in response, and was ready to go and join in the fun next month. And after Yijin went back, he drove that horse-forked buggy gas sports car to the foot of the mountain once again, walked to the old Taoist temple on the mountain, and slapped the wooden door with a bang. Nu Bizi. Your genius disciple Yi Liangchen has a chance to share with you. Come out quickly. The opportunity is rare. The green-clothed Taoist opened the door with a black face, looked at the tugging Yijin in front of him, lifted his leg and kicked it over, kicking this late-stage bourgeois patient aside, and opened his mouth without any good manners. What kind of chance to become an immortal do you have to share with me, Chung Yuhong? You deliberately knocked on my door when I was taking a nap. I think you have an itchy skin, right? Hearing this, Yijin patted the dust on his body, but with his chin slightly raised, his face dejectedly opened his mouth and said, That's of course, is the chance that I, Yi Liangchen, can look at not ordinary? Meet with Junyang Yu, and in the process found a big chance. Out of a few Tufuzi interrogated a mysterious place called Wuming Ruins. The ruins are hidden in the human immortal martial arts involving transcendence. Hearing the words human immortal martial arts, Chung Yuhong raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes skeptically sizing up Yijin in front of him with a tugging face for a while. His face strangely opened his mouth. Taishang Taoist ancestor in the heavens, could it be that the heavens have gone blind? It's good that you didn't get killed on the spot when you went out. I didn't expect to actually have this chance. Yijin sniffed, the corners of his mouth twisted, his chin almost tilted up to the sky. That's for sure, I, Yi Liangchen, have a great natural talent and unparalleled luck. Hearing this, Zheng Yu hung mouth corner of a draw, almost cannot help but pump this middle two disease late patient. Really, this guy is too angry, obviously called Yijin. This guy always like to shout what I Yi Liang-chan, sounds that call it inexplicable as a beating. After returning to Fuzhou, Fang Xiu is directly found now temporarily in the elite special forces as an instructor Fang Hansong, then, privately and secretly this matter with each other, at the same time on the ruins of the Wuming monsters questioned. Master Fang, are those ancient legends of the immortals and such true? Are there really monsters that can survive for 500 or 600 years? Facing this doubt from Fang Xiu, Fang Hansong shrugged his shoulders and spoke smilingly. This thing who can say clearly it, a few hundred years ago, but I still believe that the national art is the same, if not a whole Dan Master door-to-door exchange. I also doubt that there is no one can be practiced to that powerful point, unknown things in the uncertainty down before, who does not know whether it is true, since the appointment, that a month later to explore some of the no harm. On the other hand, in a separate villa in the downtown area of Jiangnan, Tang Yi was looking at the tattered ancient scrolls on the table, and Lu Qinger, who was standing next to him, whispered all the information he had gotten earlier. Master, there are monsters that aren't afraid of firearms and explosives in the closed underground martial arts relics. Huanjing and Hugdan should be able to defeat them, right? Tang Yi heard this and spoke with a cold face. I'm not sure, however, if the other party is not afraid of firearms and explosives, they must at least be at the level of a clasping Dan Master to achieve this level of strength. It is indeed the right thing for you guys not to go exploring hastily. As for the human immortal martial arts path mentioned in the relics, if it's true, then it's definitely a path that's above the clasping Dan level and has already reached the transcendent level. Wait. For a month later. In the following month's time, because of the martial arts relics and the immortal martial arts news, in order to deal with possible dangers, Yijin and Li Xingming and Wang Xiaoyi, as well as Fang Xiu and Lu Qinger 3 can be described as exceptionally serious, will be half of the energy and time have been invested in the national martial arts cultivation, stakes, experience the strength of the strength. To enhance the actual combat training, the time schedule is full out. Fortunately, the 5 of them have good families and backgrounds, otherwise, just the various medicinal herbs and supplements and free time would not be enough to consume. While Gu Chen is the black hand behind the promotion of this script, he is not at all nervous. Code words, occasionally read the group, or look at the news on the internet. Life has become more and more casual. Chapter 22, Time has come, Relic Vision, hundreds of meters of gas and blood wolf smoke. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was time for the people to agree to explore the Wuming ruins. Because that one of the Wuming relics is the closest to Jiangnan City, so, the people agreed that the first rendezvous place is in the city, as the host of the Lu Qinger will be ready as early as possible off-road vehicles, as well as related camping outdoor equipment, and so on. A Dan Master plus 4 Huanjin Master Boxers, in addition, including Li Xingming, Wang Xiuai, and Yijin, and Wang Xiu, Lu Qinger and other 5 Mingjin level boxers. Such a lineup can be said to be luxurious. The destructive power that can be erupted out of it is also extremely terrifying. Of course, Gu Chen came alone. He was a soy sauce, just to be able to adjust the progress of the script related to the ruins of Wuming at any time. In a certain urban area in Jiangnan, there were 4 Huanjing Grand Fighters and a national art-clutching Dan-level Grandmaster all gathered at once, coupled with the fact that their images were unusually obvious and did not have any intention of concealing themselves, and belonged to the above accounted for, very dangerous target figures. The relevant news was immediately sent urgently to the top, attracting the attention of many people. The relevant person in charge of this area of Jiangnan immediately started a meeting to discuss and analyze the situation, and at the same time, the well-equipped special operations team in the area was also urgently mobilized to prevent potential risks at all times. Why did these Huanjin Grand Fighters and clasping Dan Masters all of a sudden gather together? What in the world is going on here? Is it possible to make contact and negotiate with them? Figure out their purpose? Chivalry is forbidden by martial arts. Let the street surveillance monitor their movements at all times. Just as the relevant heads of the Jiangnan region were discussing the relevant countermeasures in the meeting, the Huanjing Grand Fist Masters as well as the clasping Dan Masters and their disciples, who were the targets, got into the SUV and set off towards the outskirts of the countryside. This sudden news made the Jiangnan region's relevant person in charge froze for a moment, a little confused about the purpose of these dangerous Dan-holding masters and chemtrail masters. However, out of curiosity, he still sent a vehicle to follow them. An hour later, outside a certain mountain forest, a roar of an off-road vehicle's engine came from the remote mountain road below, and the crowd in the vehicle stepped down, surveying their surroundings. In the previous month, I looked for a lot of information and intelligence. This mountain is called Minglong Mountain. There is a village called Dash above it, and even more inside there is a depression. That is the place where the 3 earthworms dug up the tattered ancient scrolls, and it is also the place where the tattered ancient scrolls are labeled with the cultivation method of the human immortal martial arts path. Lu Qinger took out a map and referred to the surrounding terrain and began to explain. After checking the location and direction, the SUV soon followed the rugged mountain path, and soon arrived at the Dash village in the mountains, where everyone stepped out of the car. As outsiders who were unfamiliar with the area, it was obviously impossible to accurately find a location in the mountains, so Lu Qinger prepared quite a bit of cash, intending to ask two strong village people to lead the way. While Lu Qinger was communicating with the people inside village, Gu Chen, who was standing at the back, had a flash of his gaze, and without moving, with the help of the power of his own system, he spent 5,000 origin points to activate the power set out in the Wuming ruins from a distance of thousands of meters. Rumble. Only a rumbling sound could be heard, and the earth underneath his feet trembled slightly at this time, as a column of blood-colored wolf smoke hundreds of meters high and visible to the naked eye suddenly rose up from the distant mountains and forests. What is that? Lu Qinger, along with Yijin, Wang Xiaoai, Fang Xiu, and Li Xingming beside her, likewise noticed this strange sight and were also dumbstruck, subconsciously surfacing inside their minds the description above the tattered ancient scrolls of a martial human immortal with chi and blood like a dragon. At this moment, they are thousands of meters away, can also clearly feel a sense of oppression from the body and the mind. As a human being suddenly encountered a poisonous snake will be scared to the heart, that is a sense of fear from the origin of life. 500 to 600 years had passed. Could it be that there was still a living martial immortal in that martial ruins? This was too unbelievable. The four Huanjin boxers and one clasping Dan master present immediately had a grave expression on their faces. Their five senses were sharp, and their intuition of danger was even more powerful than expected. Coupled with the spiritual realm there, they were even more able to detect this horrifying chi and blood oppressive force. The villagers in village were also stunned by the column of blood-colored wolf smoke rolling up from the mountain, and could not help but let out a series of exclamations, and immediately a lot of people have pulled out the cell phone they were carrying, and photographed the scene, sending it to the circle of friends and online with the do sound and other software. And under the mountain is secretly followed by the official surveillance car inside. The surveillance personnel also cannot help but open two eyes, a face of incredulity looking at that mountain rolling rising up the blood-colored wolf smoke column. They likewise also felt that kind of indescribable sense of oppression. Seeing this, they could almost be 100% sure that the dangerous targets that were requested to be monitored from above were definitely rushing towards this strange sight. Looking at the column of chi and blood wolf smoke that was rolling up, Gu Chen couldn't help but slightly curl the corners of his mouth. After thinking about the previous meeting with Lu Qinger, Fang Xiu, and the other Jun sheep friends, he switched to the current script, in which the clasping Dan masters and Huan Jing grand fighters and their disciples had accidentally gotten clues about the mysterious human immortal martial way, and in the process of coming to explore, they had accidentally encountered the relics of the shocking change, and the strange phenomenon had attracted the attention of countless people, so that they could unravel the mysterious human immortal martial way legend of Wu Ming. Now the bureau has been set up, just waiting for you all to enter the jar. Chapter 23, Video Proliferation, Ruins and Martial Immortal Legends, All Directions Move. Rolling up the blood-colored wolf smoke column up to several hundred meters high, invisible emanation of a strong sense of oppression can easily radiate around the range of thousands of meters, is a kind of similar to the higher organisms on the weaker life forms of the sense of oppression. Not only to this range of people, the mountain of those birds and beasts itself perception is keen, the same is also perceived a sense of oppression, as if the animals face their own natural enemies, scared they cannot help but shiver, prostrate in place motionless. At the foot of the mountain to build the highway belongs to the Jiangnan city in and out of the side of the main road. There are a lot of vehicles on the top of the traffic. The car has also noticed the same personnel on the mountain rises up to the strange blood-colored column of wolf smoke, and immediately reflected, and hastily took out his cell phone. Will be a strange scene to shoot up, sent to the internet. There are a lot of bold, but also immediately changed the direction of travel. According to the car above the navigation, notice that there is a place called village. The car is able to drive up, so, soon, some people intend to drive directly toward the direction of the bloody column of wolf smoke. With so many eyewitnesses, coupled with so many videos circulating, it soon spread out on the internet, attracting many netizens to watch. Of course, due to this kind of vision from the Jiangnan city near is not too far, is also about 180 kilometers, also attracted a lot of closer people are ready to go forward to observe this kind of peculiar intention. At the moment, in a villa in the city of Jiangnan, Sun Erji happened to find the relevant news on the cell phone. Village near the mountain appeared hundreds of meters tall blood-color wolf smoke column. At the same time also accompanied by ground vibration anomalies. Looking at the words village and blood-colored column of wolf smoke in the message, Mr. Sun immediately remembered what happened a month ago. 3 frequent suppliers of Tu Fuzi brought tattered ancient scrolls, which wrote the remains of the Wuming, but also recorded clues related to the human immortal martial arts, the martial arts human immortal life of 300 years, the body's chi and blood like a dragon, a fist can break mountains, which has involved transcendent mysteries. Related to the recent national martial arts craze, watching the video inside the treading water, a fist can break the wall, steel, iron plate, like Superman holding Dan Master, even this kind of incredible existence has appeared, this martial arts immortal involved in the transcendent, what if it is true? Thinking about it all felt unthinkable. However, Mr. Sun recalled the 3 sneak in the black man quietly solve all the security in the auction house, as well as his 4 bodyguards. Even the gun cannot be dealt with, if not the other side of the target is the record of the relevant martial arts relics as well as the immortal martial arts clues of the tattered ancient scrolls. They were only knocked out if the other side has the wrong words. Death do not know how to die. Thinking of this, Sun Airmaster heart cannot help but rise a trace of hatred. Spend $1 million to buy things were robbed, not to mention, also was knocked out on the ground. How to think of all feel angry. Looking at the online video appeared in the rolling blood color wolf smoke column, the second Master Sun sneered. He was ready to take revenge behind the back of the other party. Directly will be the ruins of the Wu Ming as well as the human immortal martial arts related news to spread out, the official gaze to attract the past. Don't want to be so guarded this secret. So, holding back a force ready to retaliate, Sun Ershi waved his hand, directly then found an online media operation, the news to spread out, to destroy each other's plans. As a result, the internet soon became a lot of related videos and posts, all about revealing the truth about the bloody wolf smoke column near Dash Village. Coupled with these big V action is not slow. Shocked. Getting inside top secret information. The mysterious phenomenon near Dash Village is actually related to a hidden Wu Ming relic. Got top secret information. Hundreds of meters high blood colored column of wolf smoke over there in Dash Village hides clues to the ancient human immortal martial arts path. Go to the south of the Yangtze River. A mysterious ancient relic has appeared in Dash Village. Inside lies a shocking secret. One by one, the news spread fast on the internet. If it were before, it was estimated that no one would have believed in this thing. However, since the appearance of the videos related to the Clutching Dan Patriarch and the Huajin Grand Fighter, the national art had already shown its power, and, after more than a month, one after another, some people who had practiced Ming Jin were looking at the rumors of the human immortal martial arts Dao on this internet. Cultivating the human immortal martial way. After achieving the martial way human immortal, one would have a lifespan of 300 years, the chi and blood in his body would be like a dragon, and a single punch could crumble a mountain, which had already touched upon the transcendent mysteries. If it is true, if they get the human immortal martial arts cultivation method, won't they also be able to be like this human immortal martial arts, with a long lifespan of 300 years, as well as a terrifying strength? Where can they not go in the big world? As a result, there were quite a number of netizens who were close by who immediately headed over there, ready to take a chance on this opportunity. Of course, as the Jiangnan region of the official is also informed of the monitor back to the news, heard the rolling bloody wolf smoke blood column of all kinds of strange changes, combined with the internet suddenly spread the news, the relevant person in charge did not have any hesitation, immediately let the Jiangnan region of the well-equipped Special Operations Squad emergency mobilization over. For a moment, this has not yet appeared. The martial arts relics as well as the news of the human immortal martial arts Dao can be said to be caused by the 4 directions are moving, the hearts of the people are floating. Chapter 24, the opportunity brought about by the surge of people and oppressive forces. As the news of the Wu Ming ruins as well as the human immortal martial way spread on the internet, attracting the attention of countless netizens, for a time the 4 directions were in flux, and soon there were quite a number of people who were close by. At this moment, Lu Qinger, who stayed in Dash Village with Yizhen, Wang Xiaoai, Feng Xiu, Li Xingming, and the crowd of Huanjing Grand Fist Masters and Clutching Dawn Sect Masters were completely unaware of the changes in the 4 directions on the internet as well as in the outside world. The crowd stood here, looking at the blood-colored column of wolf smoke rising up from the mountain, and it was only after a while that they recovered from the feeling of oppression. Fang Xiu spoke with a look of amazement. Really incredible power, separated by thousands of meters can still feel that strong sense of oppression. Inside is really as the broken ancient scrolls said that, hidden human immortal martial arts related clues, otherwise how could there be this kind of change? Standing next to the Feng Hansong also cannot help but nodded, sighing. Such a powerful sense of oppression has been with the ancient legends of wild history in the immortal Buddha first class, rolling gas and blood wolf smoke straight into the sky hundreds of meters high, is really difficult to imagine how the human body is cultivated out of this horror of the blood. Tang Yi cannot help but frown slightly, spoke in a deep voice. Regardless of the ancient ancestors how to cultivate such power, now the most important point is that the movement is so big, I'm afraid that in a few moments it will spread all over the 4 sides, and at that time I do not know how many people's attention will be attracted to the more people, the more trouble will come. The rest of the Huanjing Grand Fist Masters could not help but nod their heads with a look of approval on their faces. As the only clasping Dan Grandmaster present, Wang Tianba, he let out a long laugh. What are we waiting for? My generation of martial artists, the essence of courage and advancement, lies in a word of contention. Now that this kind of human immortal martial Dao clues are in front of us, there is no reason to let go. This rolling bloody wolf smoke has already pointed out the direction of the relics for us, I will take a step ahead. After saying this, Wang Tianba reached out and lifted Wang Xiuai, who was standing next to him, raised his leg and stomped on the ground. A huge force erupted, the soil under his feet exploded, and with one step, he stepped out 30 meters, rushing towards the rolling column of blood-colored wolf smoke that was 1,000 meters away. Lu Qinger and Yizhen, as well as Feng Xiu and Li Xingming, watched Wang Xiaoai's 1 meter 9 sinewy man carry away like a small chicken. That image seemed a bit out of place, making the corners of their eyes twitch a bit. The Huanjin Grand fighters present glanced at each other and also made a decision, leading the disciples behind them to lift their legs and follow behind, running towards the rolling column of blood gas and wolf smoke 1,000 meters away. Seeing that these outsiders had run over towards that bloody wolf smoke column, the people in Dash Village could not help but look at each other when they saw this, especially the younger villager, who was also a little bit heartbroken. These outsiders are heading over there might be some treasures in. That's right. I heard the sound of more cars at the bottom of the mountain, more outsiders are coming. Maybe there really is a treasure out there. Hurry over there. Don't let these outsiders take it. We're going to go ahead and get a piece of it too. In the next 2 hours, one after another, there are a lot of cars rushed to Dash Village. People are a wave after wave, that is called a tide of people. It is completely foreseeable that there will be more people rushed towards here. Look at the mysterious blood-colored wolf smoke column vision, feel that thousands of meters away from the sense of oppression, they are all excited. Online rumors that this place is hidden in the ancient mysterious martial arts relics, which involves the transcendent level of power of the immortal martial arts cultivation method. A group of newcomers also cannot help the excitement inside, have lifted their legs toward the blood-colored wolf smoke column to go, want to hit some chance, in case of success? Not only that, there were more people coming this way. Of course, the well-equipped special operations team from Jiangnan also came from the foot of the mountain in a Land Cruiser at this time, also with a related mission. Time back to 2 hours ago, about 400 meters away from the pillar of blood-colored wolf smoke. The earliest person to arrive here was Dan-clutching patriarch Wang Tianba, and of course, there was also Wang Shui, who was being carried like a chicken cub. As the distance approached, the tumbling blood-colored wolf smoke column was clearly visible, and the visual effect was even more shocking, and even made people feel a kind of illusion of insignificance. Of course, the closer the distance, the oppressive force that can be felt is exponentially higher. That kind of oppression is if it is from the higher creatures to the weaker creature's sword. Let a person a little bit of heartbeat feeling, like an ordinary person standing in front of the giant beasts, that kind of any time may be torn to pieces to eat the illusion. Forward to this range of time, just Ming Jin level of Wang Shui Isum cannot top. The brain a drowsy, horrible oppressive force makes him feel breathing is a little difficult. Wang Tianba casually threw him to the back of the more than 10 meters. Here on your practice stakes have the benefit of cultivating with the help of the mind and the body of the dual aspects of the pressure of cultivation. You can greatly reduce the time to enter the dark power. After saying this, Wang Tianba took big steps and lifted his leg towards the front, and soon after, the rest of the harmonized power fighters and their disciples, as well as Gu Chen, arrived one after another. The Huanjin masters immediately came to the same conclusion as Wang Tianba, that the rolling qi and blood wolf smoke was of great help to them in practicing boxing, and that the compression force emitted could help them to refine, just like iron refining. Under the external pressure brought about by the constant smashing of hammers, it could refine out the impurities on the ordinary iron, and after 1,000 hammers, it would be refined into a fine steel. Hearing this, Lu Qing'er and Feng Xiu, as well as Yizhen, Wang Xiaoai, and Li Xingming naturally did not want the opportunity to enhance their own strength, while all the Huanjin Grand fighters continued to walk towards the front, and it was only inside that had an effect on them. That kind of from the mind as well as the body of the double sense of oppression, as just Ming Jin level of Lu Qing'er and Feng Xiu as well as Yizhen, Wang Xiaoai as well as Li Xingming's feelings are the most profound. Their breathing is heavy, as if the enemy, body hairs stand up, cold sweat dripping. Hoo this rolling qi and blood wolf smoke is too terrifying. It feels like every minute of standing is an ordeal. Lu Qing'er gritted her teeth and spoke. Feng Xiu, who was not far away, also nodded and spoke in a deep voice. The seniors have already said that standing here and practicing boxing will be beneficial to us, and the greater the pressure, the greater the benefits, and can greatly reduce the time it takes for us to step into the dark force. Li Xingming also couldn't help but speak up. Isn't this just a trial in some novels? The longer you hold on, the greater the benefits you get? Sure enough, this place is a chance left behind for a protagonist with great talent like me, Yi Liangchen. How can a mere oppressive force affect a bright pearl like me? Yizhen, a late-stage middle-aged bipolar patient, also expressed his opinion at this time, and the crowd very uniformly ignored this guy's beaten look. Chapter 25, the newly rising Ming Jin fighters of the central continent, clutching Dan incarnation Li Han Sha reappearance. With the passage of time, there are a lot of outsiders did not hesitate, directly towards the rolling bloody wolf smoke. However, the result is very embarrassing. A lot of ordinary people cannot rely on the past, most of them in the range of 700-800 meters hovering. The closer the oppressive force brought about by the stronger, as is the body of the pressure of the heavy stone, the horror of the oppressive force is even more so that the hairs of the body of the sweats on their backs. What kind of mysterious power is this? I can't go forward. Could this be the transcendent? I feel like I am facing some horrible existence. I can't move my feet. It's really amazing. The legend on the internet is true. There really is a human immortal martial arts path inside the ruins. Who knows what it takes to get in? The crowds at the scene were murmuring and their hearts were dumbfounded. However, even though they knew full well that there was a human immortal martial Dao involving transcendent power hidden inside, they simply had no qualifications to get close to it, and they were both unwilling and without the slightest means to do anything about it. So, these people who were blocked outside by the bloody wolf smoke column couldn't help but take out the cell phone on their body to shoot up, began to show up and say that they encountered all kinds of mysterious phenomena. The video was soon spread in the circle of friends, Junyoung Chat, Douyin, and other video software. Shocked. Dash Village. This blood-colored wolf smoke really involves transcendent power. XDM. What does it take to get close to this mysterious power? The invisible oppressive force is exerted through the air. Can't move. Everyone, come here to find the chance. Whoever goes in first will be the first to find the human immortal martial arts cultivation method. Similar videos and posts spread on the internet, instantly attracting another wave of eyeballs, and the crowd of netizens who ate melon were greatly moved after seeing these transcendent powers in the video. This is a real transcendent power. Originally, there were still some who were skeptical, thinking that this was just someone putting smoke bombs inside the mountain to create visions to attract people, and it was hype. However, after so many people showed up and exposed the video, it in turn made the online rumors of the Wuming relics and the transcendental human immortal martial arts cultivation method provide evidence. One or two people posting videos and showing up to speak might be false. However, what if dozens, or even hundreds of people posted videos and showed up to speak at the same time, including some of them being friends you know? Then this would have turned out very differently. What a transcendent ancient human immortal martial arts path is involved. Great opportunity. The previous statecraft didn't catch almost. Definitely can't miss it this time. Brothers. I've been driving on the road for almost 200 kilometers. I'm about to kill my way to my destination. I'll be waiting to hear from you. Upstairs, buddy. I'm already on a plane to the south of the river. I'll be there by 1 p.m. at the latest. Why don't you think it's close? What's it going to take to get past the press of transcendent power? What about exploring inside the ruins? There may be some conditions that need to be met. Otherwise, we won't be able to get close at all, and we'll just be able to watch. Just as the internet was buzzing at the Dash Village site, there were finally a few more outsiders who had broken through the limitations of the invisible oppressive force and stepped closer inside the pillar of blood-colored wolfsbane, all the way forward, and this scene instantly attracted the attention of everyone present, and some people couldn't help but ask about it. Hey, buddy. How did you guys walk in? Yes. Tell us about it. Don't eat alone. We all want to go in and open our eyes. We all want to go in and see for ourselves. Upon hearing the inquiry, the outsiders who were walking in the direction of the pillar of blood-colored wolf smoke flickered their gazes and glanced at the questioners with a contemptuous expression. You guys don't have to waste your efforts. It's impossible for you to come in even if you say so. You haven't even reached Mingjin. You can't even twist your body's strength into a single force. How can you deal with the oppressive feeling brought about by that chi and blood wolf smoke? This is a trial. Give up. Go back where you came from. Oh, this brother is right. You're just ordinary people with weak bodies. How can you resist the oppressive force coming from all directions? At least you have to step into the Ming Jin level to be able to approach it. This is a chance for martial artists like us. Ordinary people should just wash their hands of it. Haha is right. Don't waste time with them. Go inside and look for the chance. I feel that this pressure is an excellent exercise for my body's strength. Looking at the other outsiders who raised their legs and walked towards the direction of the scarlet wolf smoke, the people present couldn't help but show a flash of realization on their faces. No wonder they couldn't get close at all. It turned out that it was because they were ordinary people who couldn't wring their body strength into a single unit, so they couldn't resist the pressure from the whole body, and they forced themselves to move forward, so they naturally would be unable to move. So, there is a message to the internet, immediately attracted the attention of a lot of people practicing national arts. Immediately there are a lot of people who have reached the level of Ming Jin to this side of the rush despite everything, ready to go to explore the relevant opportunities. From the time when the clasping Dan Master and the Huanjin Grand Fist Master appeared in the world, coupled with the national martial arts craze on the internet, there was about a month and a half of time before and after the event, and there were many thousands of people who started to learn the national martial arts within the scope of the central continent, and with such a large proportion of the population, there were surely quite a number of people at the level of Ming Jin. In addition, there were originally some martial arts families and martial arts enthusiasts who originally had not bad physical quality and conditions. Even according to the 1% success rate, the number of people who had achieved the Ming Jin level was at least close to thousands, which was really quite a lot. Thus, in the vicinity of Lu Qing'er and Fang Xiu, as well as Yizhen, Wang Xiaoai, and Li Xingming, there were also quite a few new faces, all of which were Zhangzhou's newly emerged Ming Jin level fighters, looking very energetic, with their bodies straight, and many of them had calluses on their fists and hands. And the official 50 people of the Special Elite Force also at this time finally entered the scene. Of course, to meet the number of Ming Jin level is not too much. After all, the official advantage lies mainly in the firearms and other external armament. Ming Jin level boxer cannot stop the bullets, to get to the level of the big boxer of Huan Jin to resist the pistol and so on the bullets, but also cannot carry the bombing of the single and so on. In the transcendental level, the external equipment is stronger than the people. By the afternoon, the number of boxers at the Mingjin level on the scene had reached more than 200 people. They also felt the great progress under the pressure of the bloody wolf smoke column. One by one, they were all glowing with light. The effect of standing on the stakes and practicing boxing here was remarkable. Gu Chen looked at the current situation was also almost fermented. This wave of Woming ruins vision. So far, he had already gained 15 W origin points. It was time for the clutching Dan Astral Power Detachment Li Hansha to come out, and the relics were almost ready to start. As for Dash Village, many official troops had also come, arriving at the scene for control, advising ordinary people as well as vehicles to return, lest accidents occur. Okay. Everyone feels like going back. This is not a place for ordinary people to come. That's right. Don't crowd here. You can't get in. Inside, one needs to be at the level of National Arc Mingjin to enter. Just at this time, outside suddenly came a cry of alarm. Someone pointed behind the scream. The official forces present here, a heart suddenly raised. It could not be any dangerous conflict occurred, right? Just as the gazes of all the people at the scene in Dash Village were attracted over, a figure in the distance stepped on a tree more than 10 meters high and jumped in the air towards this side. With a very fast speed, in the twinkling of an eye, it closed in on the front and ran towards the direction of the blood-colored wolf smoke column. It was Clasping Dan Patriarch Li Hansha. Even the Clasping Dan Master was startled? Where are the other Clasping Dan Masters and the Harmonization Power Grand Fighter? Will they come as well? My idol. The Master of the Pillars is really something. It's almost like lightweight kung fu in a movie. It's really too strong. Chapter 26, Stunning, Chi and Blood Wolf Smoke Scatters, Woming Relic opens. In Dash Village, the people present almost immediately recognized the domineering man who had come out of nowhere a month and a half ago, battling with a group of hidden Huanjing masters in the city, and setting off a craze for national martial arts. This was a martial artist with pure intentions and a powerful and domineering aura of his own. Although he had only shown his face in a few videos, however, his popularity on the internet could be said to be super high, and he was regarded as an idol by an unknown number of netizens of the younger generation who practiced Chinese martial arts. Between that burst of exclamation, Li Hansa like a dexterous bird, in the adjacent houses on top of the borrowing force, each time between the jumps can easily span the distance of 30 meters, speed is extremely fast. The crowd present only had time to film his dashing between the houses shuttle figure. Some regret to look at him to leave. Today is really lucky, actually be able to see the idol Li Hansha Patriarch in person. Fortunately, my reaction speed was fast, my cell phone was always on, and I photographed the whole process of Grandmaster Li Hansha. It is really too handsome and charming. Brothers, now we can hammer it out. Inside the relics there really is a hidden human immortal martial way that involves transcendent power. Otherwise, it wouldn't have even alarmed such a Dan-clutching grandmaster. As the video taken at the scene was posted online, it caused even more heated debates, and there were quite a few people who regretted not knowing about this news earlier. The head of the official force present who was in charge of maintenance looked at the stunning back that disappeared among the mountains and forests, and his face couldn't help but show a look of gravity, and he hurriedly reported this matter. The martial arts relics near Dash Village actually attracted even a powerful Clasping Dan master like Li Hansha, so it is evident that there is definitely an unimaginable and shocking secret hidden inside, and that human immortal martial arts claim rumored on the internet might also be true. Otherwise, how could it attract such Clasping Dan masters to come? Of course, nowadays, the officials' biggest worry is in the process of exploring the relics next, in case they really find the human immortal martial way, and clash with the personal battle strength of the terrifying Clasping Dan master. To hand it over or not to hand it over? What should we do then? Officials have seen the horror of these Clasping Dan masters, super mobility, terrifying destructive power, ordinary guns and bullets can't help them, and the results of the research lab's calculations show that in a place with complicated terrain, 100 fully armed elite special operations troops would have trouble dealing with such a Clasping Dan master. In the range of about 400 meters from the bloody wolf smoke column, here already stood nearly more than 200 Mingjin level boxers. The nearby radius of 300 kilometers range of Mingjin level can all come, so that this place seems to become quite lively. Roughly can be divided into two camps. One of the camps is the folk cultivation of national martial arts people, the other camp is the body with a variety of elite equipment of the official special forces. The two sides from the number of people, undoubtedly the former is superior, about 3 times as much as the latter. However, the latter with firearms, daggers, grenades, and so on, really if the fight, the former is definitely not the latter's rival. A group of civil Mingjin boxers are considering what to do in the next relics exploration, in case they find the human immortal martial arts cultivation method hidden inside, and the official side of the special forces clashed with what to do. It was out of this consideration that the scene was quickly divided into two distinct camps, with the civil and official Mingjin realm fighters having mutual scruples. The doppelganger Li Hansha stepped on the branches of the trees to borrow strength, gliding like a bird. Such a domineering way of appearing immediately caused the scene to a burst of shock. Whether it was the folk or the official camp of the Mingjin boxers, all could not help but pupils slightly shrunken, their faces were even more grave. Li Hansha, this kind of battle strength horror of holding Dan masters have been alarmed this Wu Ming relic's exploration to be difficult, even if someone Xian Wudao, it is estimated to fall in the hands of the other side. Just as the minds of the people present were churning, Gu Chen's gaze flickered and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He wasn't going to just let the doppelganger Li Hansha enter the ruins to explore with Wang Tianba and the 4 Huanjin Grand Fighters. Wouldn't it be completely pointless? How else was he going to obtain origin points? After making his decision, Gu Chen moved his mind and connected with the system, indirectly influencing the power in the Wu Ming ruins, causing the hundreds of meters high rolling column of qi and blood wolf smoke to stop. The earth suddenly trembled for a moment. 400 meters away from the rolling gas and blood wolf smoke lashed out, began to slowly shrink towards the Wu Ming relics. The invisible oppressive force is visible to the naked eye. Speed reduction. This scene in front of the sudden change directly stunned the presence of more than 200 Ming Jin boxers. They looked at the slowly shrinking down the rolling blood-colored wolf smoke column. Breathing became heavy. I seem to feel that the oppressive force has become smaller. Are we also able to enter the ruins of Wu Ming to explore? A folk Ming Jin fighter whispered. The moment these words came out, it immediately woke up everyone present. Without any hesitation, they almost coincidentally lifted their legs and rushed over towards the direction of the Wu Ming ruins where the blood-colored column of wolf smoke was shrinking. Not only that, but those ordinary people who had been persuaded to return from Dash Village outside saw this scene and similarly reacted to it, and the scene immediately let out a shout of surprise. Quickly look! That blood-colored column of wolf smoke has disappeared. Seeing this, the head of the official elite special operations force who was present to maintain order and persuade the return, his face revealed a flash of surprise, and then, a heart immediately lifted up, while these ordinary people in front of him who had originally intended to leave were all excited. Does this mean that we ordinary people will also be able to go and explore within that relic? According to reason, it should be. Then what are we waiting for? Why don't you hurry over and take a look? What if we're lucky and can run into some kind of chance? Thus, the dense tide of people now rushed towards the direction where the scarlet wolf smoke was shrinking without retreating. The number of official elite special forces on the scene is only 50, 60 people. In front of the number of outsiders is more than 10 times their number of ordinary people. Even if you want to stop cannot be stopped, dispersed to the side of the mountainside of the trail, they will be able to stop. The light power cannot be stopped. The person in charge of the official elite special combat unit at the scene looked at the situation in front of him. He simply did not stop, and immediately ordered the unit to move forward at full speed towards the ruins. On the other hand, more than 200 Ming Jin boxers have lifted their legs and rushed towards the direction of the Qi and Blood Wolf smoke contraction, but a short 400 meters of the mountain road, with their speed, no need to 2 minutes time rushed past, came to the destination in front of. The sunken earth in front of them had already risen, and a huge stone door could be seen towering there, connecting with the underground ruins of Wu Ming, and vaguely able to see the slowly shrinking Qi and Blood Wolf smoke above. And in front of this huge stone door glowing with qi and blood wolf smoke, there were standing Li Hansha, Wang Tianba, 2 clasping Dan patriarchs as well as 4 Huanjin Grand Fist Masters, who were quietly waiting for the door of the relic to open wide. Chapter 27 Qi Blood Puppet? Danger in the Ruins. Soon, the qi and blood wolf smoke all contracted into the relics, only the doorway left a faint layer of blood color lingering. Wang Tianba standing at the doorway let out a long laugh and exchanged a glance with Li Hansha standing beside him as well as the rest of the 4 Huanjin Grand Fist Masters before speaking in a deep voice. Although the gate of the relics is close at hand, however, this gate doesn't seem to be too simple. The qi and blood lingering on it is still blocking us from entering. The situation is unknown. Why don't we open the gate first, and then, depending on the situation, we can then go in and explore. How about it? Hearing this, Li Hansha glanced at the stone gate in front of him and didn't have any comments, and the remaining 4 Huanjin Grand Fist Masters didn't have any comments as well, all nodding their heads in agreement with this request. Then, one person will make a move to disintegrate the qi and blood on this as soon as possible. I'll go first. Before the words fell, Wang Tianba had already let out a low gulp. Then, stepping forward, his front leg slightly curved, his backhand was a 3-emperor cannon punch towards the door, his fist was like a giant jackhammer slamming down, simple and brutal, tearing the air, and heavily slamming onto the stone door. Pang! The pounding fist collided with the lingering qi and blood on top of the door, as if swinging a hammer and hitting the rubber heavily, shattering the lingering qi and blood on top by nearly half. A rebound force made Wang Tianba involuntarily take a step backward. Li Hansha standing next to him took a deep breath, seamlessly connected up, a foot stomped on the ground, the force exploded the soil splash, the force from the ground, along the thighs with the waist, spine conduction to the arm, combined with the surge of force to the fist above, like a cannonball blasted out. Crack! Accompanied by a dull sound, the huge stone door above the lingering qi and blood shattered, revealing a gap in the center. A kind of cold aura emanated from inside. The inside was a bit dim. The crowd of Ming Jin Fist Masters standing outside couldn't help but widen their eyes, staring nervously at the gap revealed by the stone door, wanting to know what exactly was inside. However, the Ming Jin Fist Masters didn't dare to rush in, because, at the doorway, there were still 2 clasping Dan Masters and 4 Huanjin Fist Masters. In case these bigwigs were offended, then they wouldn't say that they would go in to explore, and it was a toss-up whether or not they had the life to live to go out. What a heavy punch! Let's push open the door first and see what's inside this relic. Wang Tianba once again swung his fist towards the stone door and slammed it. The huge impact directly pushed it completely open. The light golden sunlight shone in, and a long bright lamp steeply lit up. It was dim inside, and there was no danger to be seen. It looked like there was nothing in this whooming ruins. No danger would be great. We can peacefully explore inside, and if we're lucky, we might just find the cultivation method of the human immortal martial Dao. Listening to the rest of the Mingjin fighters around him who looked excited, Gu Chen, who was standing in the crowd, couldn't help but roll his eyes. This whooming ruins was something that he had come out of by refining a fake, so he was more than aware of what was inside. The monsters encountered by those three Tufuzi were in fact the qi and blood puppets he had set up, using dead people as materials and supplemented with powerful qi and blood for refining. Similar to a walking corpse, after being subjected to the weak electromagnetic aura emanating from living things in the outside world, they would react and transform into puppet monsters that would attack the outsiders. Except this Wu Ming relics naturally cannot be so easily be explored. These increased Qi blood puppet is the obstacle, just like playing the game. If too simple, not a moment to pass, certainly not interesting. Set out a difficult and exciting game plot in order to let the players impressed. Have to remind these thinking two beautiful budding Mingjin boxer, less stupid walk into, not a moment were killed. These chemical strength boxer is also able to provide him with the origin point of the future of the good leaks, cannot be here on the fold. Gu Chen's eyes flickered, and his mind connected with the doppelganger Li Hansha standing in front of the stone door. There is something not quite right here. Li Hansa standing in front of the stone door suddenly opened his mouth, making the scene quiet, attracting the attention of the more than 200 Mingjin fighters present. Standing next to Wang Tianba and the four Huanjin big fighters also turned their heads to look at him. Gu Chen's mind connected with Li Hansha. Without continuing to open his mouth to explain anything, he lifted his leg and walked directly into the stone door. His footsteps had just stopped when he heard a cracking sound coming from the air. A humanoid creature wearing animal skin armor pounced over, letting out a beastly roar. Li Hansha's figure sidestepped, backhanded a palm slapped onto the attacker. A shock of violent strength at the palm directly sent the other party flying 7 or 8 meters away, flying to the outside of the stone door, smashing into the ground with a muffled sound. Touch! This palm was mixed with vigor and force, directly shattering half of this attacker's chest. Broken ribs pierced through the flesh and penetrated out. Even with such a serious injury, it was still able to struggle to get up from the ground to try to attack the people nearby. The crowd of Mingjin boxers at the scene couldn't help but gasp in amazement, and many of them directly took out their cell phones and filmed it, intending to send it online afterwards. Wang Tianba curiously reached out and lifted up this humanoid monster wearing ancient animal skin armor. It was a monster with dried up flesh and blood on its body like a corpse. Its eyes were sunken in and it had braided hair. It was obviously a foreigner, and there was also a dental plate at its waist with seal script engraved on it, and the moment he put his hand in his hand, he opened his mouth with some astonishment. This is a dead man? No, or a puppet. He then reached out and removed the other party's shoulder blades, cervical vertebrae, and leg bones, and it was actually still able to move. Interesting, I just don't know if it can still survive after its head is blown off. After saying this, Wang Tianba slammed his fist onto the other party's head. Boom! With a muffled sound, the skull shattered, revealing a silver needle inside, vaguely connected by golden threads. The lingering qi and blood on it dissipated, and the puppet was completely motionless. The crowd present saw here, feel some unimaginable, whooming relics inside even made of corpse's puppet. Moreover, even will move, offensive full, in addition to the vitals of the brain, even if the bones of its body all demolished can still move. From this, it could be seen that there was danger inside this whooming ruins. If you really want to go in with a relaxed mindset, these puppets will not show any mercy, and there is no place to cry foul if you die from a sneak attack. Chapter 28, Entering the Exploration, the Official Mission. These Qi and blood puppets were not dangerous to the Clasping Dan Masters as well as the Harmonization Power Grand Fist Masters, because, although they seemed to be a bit stronger than the Mingjin level, however, it was just like that, and even their respective disciples would be able to cope with it, unless there were even stronger Qi and blood puppets inside. After considering this point clearly, the Clasping Dan Patriarch and the 4 Huanjin Grand Fist Masters outside the stone door exchanged glances, and quickly came to a decision in their hearts. This whooming ruins looks a bit interesting, gentlemen, I will go ahead. Ha! Wang Tianba let out a laugh and raised his leg towards the inside with big strides, arched his hand at Li Hansha and headed towards the dim passageway on the side, while the latter nodded slightly and similarly picked a direction to go forward. The 4 Huanjin Grand Fist Masters standing outside twisted their heads and glanced at the crowd behind them, nodded at their respective disciples standing inside, lifted their legs and walked towards the stone door, similarly also picking a direction respectively. Before they came, they had already told Lu Qing'er and Fang Xiu, as well as disciples such as Yizhen, Wang Xiaoai, and Li Xingming, how to explore the ruins of the Wuming ruins, and that if it wasn't dangerous, they, the masters, would take the first step and go in to find clues to the human immortal martial way. After seeing the 2 Clasping Dan Masters and the 4 Huajin Grand Fist Masters walk into the ruins, the people present at the Mingjin level looked at each other and were a bit hesitant. After all, although they had practiced the national art and mastered the Mingjin, however, facing this kind of Qi blood puppet that was not afraid of life and death, and was not affected by the broken arms and legs, and as long as it didn't hit their heads it could still kill, they were indeed a little bit Hesitant. Who knew how many chi blood puppets were inside? Were there any more powerful ones? These two questions were the most important, and the main reason why the people present at the Ming Gene level were a bit indecisive. Of course, there were also people who were prepared to find a few companions to join them and partner up to go in and explore. On the other hand, the 50 official elite special forces in the other camp were well organized, first sending back the video of the chi blood puppet that they had previously captured, handing it over to the scientific research experts and waiting for the next instruction. This kind of unscientific chi blood puppet immediately caused a wave of amazement, and the elite special forces present also received the tasks given from above. Firstly, they were to try to capture intact chi blood puppets and bring them back for research. Secondly, they were to enter the ruins to look for all the strange and research-worthy objects. And lastly, they were to look for the rumored human immortal martial Dao. According to the tasks given, the 50-member elite special warfare team was soon divided into 5 squads, each with a captain leading them, and walked into the martial Ming ruins with a vigilant look on their faces and began to carry out their respective tasks, undoubtedly much more organized than the civilian camps. Seeing that the official people had already gone in, there were also people on the civil campsite who couldn't help themselves, and some of them walked towards the Wu Ming ruins after gathering 5 people. On the other side, Lu Qinger and Feng Xiu, as well as Yizhen, Wang Xiaoai, and Li Xingming had long since discussed this in the group and were prepared to team up with 6 people to explore and work together. Regarding this matter, Gu Chen naturally had no objection. Anyway, he only came here to control the whole situation, so that the Wuming ruins as well as the human immortal martial Wei would follow the script he had previously set up, to avoid accidents, and all that was done was to obtain origin points, in order to prepare for the refining of falsehoods to become true afterwards. After all the Jun sheep friends converged together, Lu Qinger, as the host, had prepared the various equipment needed for exploration early on, including headlamps as well as miniature walkie-talkies. This was professional exploration equipment, just right for inside, no need to worry about being sneak attacked in the middle of the dark night. After distributing the equipment, the people prepared themselves, and then according to the characteristics of the boxing techniques practiced by each of them, they quickly arranged a formation of 6 people, and only then carefully lifted their legs and walked towards the door of the Wuming ruins. By the sinewy man Wang Xiaoai playing the lead. Anyway, his skin-thick meat will also drag in an iron cloth shirt, is a qualified sandbag. Then, is Feng Xiu, Yizhen in the back. She practiced Wing Chun white crane boxing speed and harsh. Yizhen practiced as the dragon Bagua Palm, boxing tricky and flexible, good at entanglement. Lu Qinger and Gu Chen is falling in the back position. The former practiced is the form of boxing, the latter specializes in concealed weapons and so on. This kind of arrangement is also quite reasonable, as long as they do not meet the stronger chi blood puppet inside the Wuming ruins, generally there will not be a problem. Looking at the expressions of the several sand-sculptured Jun golems in front of him with serious faces, as if they were going into battle, Gu Chen on the other hand felt quite amused, and even, was already thinking about whether or not he wanted to create a little scare for them, to help them exercise a little bit of life and death combat, just in case they made a breakthrough. Of course, as teammates, they were completely unaware that their Jun sheep friend standing behind them would actually have such a bad taste. But 10 minutes time, originally more than 200 Ming Gene level outsiders, has gone in a big half. The rest, most of them are more cautious and life-threatening people. They are not willing to risk, ready to wait for the previous people who went in to come back, inquire clearly about the situation inside and then make plans. Chapter 29 Thrilling, Spit Me Out? Yizhen who encountered the poisonous beating of the relics. Outside the Wuming ruins, due to the bloody wolf smoke column contracting back, the other outsiders in Dash Village 1,000 meters away along with the official elite forces maintaining order also arrived outside the Wuming ruins one by one. Looking at the hundreds of people at the Ming Gene level outside, they couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Why are these people still standing outside? Not going in to explore inside? Looking at the way some ordinary people were foolishly moving around, intending to go inside the stone door, the hundreds of Ming Gene level crowds present sneered, their expressions contemptuously mocking. I don't know what to do, we are all hesitating to go in. You people who are not even at Ming Gene level even intend to go in and seek death? I advise you guys, just stand outside honestly and take a look. In case you go in and let those puppets finish you off, no one will help you collect your bodies. Hearing this, the ordinary people who came from the back reacted, so it is so dangerous inside? No wonder even these Ming Gene levels don't dare to go in. The official elite special forces on the scene also began to stand around to maintain order, while secretly being vigilant in their hearts to prevent the monsters inside from rushing out and hurting people at this time. Buzz. There was a sound of high-speed rotation of the propeller wings, but 6 large helicopters hovered in mid-air at this time, above which there was an elite special forces speed down. This is above the emergency draw over a number of Ming Gene level of special forces members, codenamed Dragon Teeth. It is the official invitation to Feng Hansong as an instructor to train out of the elite, about 50 people. There is also a helicopter was also used to transport medical personnel and simple operating tables to avoid casualties. Their mission is similar to the previous troops, all for the Chi blood puppet and explore the relics. The dragon teeth of 50 people then divided into 5 squads, once again into the ruins of Wuming. The scene cannot help but talk about it. There were almost hundreds of people who went in before and after this, right? Plus the previous civil camp of hundreds of people, this Wuming ruins in the end how big, enough more than 200 people inside, according to reason we'll soon be able to explore it? The official is too strong, and there are guns and other killing weapons on them. I'm afraid that except for those two clasping Dan masters as well as the Huan Jin Grand Fighter, no one can resist. I don't know in the end, the hidden human immortal martial arts and the relics will be in the hands of whoever will be there. Just when the crowd outside is talking, the stone door is always one after another. People are in a state of distress to escape from inside, body stained with blood, clothes broken, looks like just walked out of the beggar pile, attracted the crowd present curiosity, have to ask up in the inside in the end what has happened. There are stronger puppets. A photo, we collapsed, completely not an opponent, the passage in the ruins will still move. The speed is very fast, the power is very strong. All of a sudden, I flew 4-5 meters away, my ribs broke. Fortunately, the passage will move to the exit near, otherwise I will be dead. There is no Dr. Ah? Looking at the Ming Jin level explorers who came out injured inside, the crowd standing outside could not help but exclaim in shock, and many of them were secretly glad that they did not go in. Fortunately, the officials had prepared a medical team in advance. At this moment, in the middle of the ruins, Gu Chen and Lu Qing'er walked with Fang Xiu, as well as Yizhen, Wang Xiaoai, and Li Xingming in the middle of the dimly lit Wuming ruins. Before and after, they had already encountered 4 waves of attacks, but fortunately, they were all chi-blooded puppets at the level of Ming Jin, so as long as the number didn't exceed 10, with their strength, they could all resist, and it was quite a surprise. Maybe it is too smooth cause, the team of Yizhen is in the middle of the disease again committed. The district chi blood puppet is nothing more than that. In front of my Yi person, there is no power to fight back, lost to my Yi Liangchen's henchmen. It is also considered to be the creation. The people in the team couldn't help but roll their eyes in unison. They were speechless to this guy. Every time after solving the chi blood puppet, this guy would commit a bit of bipolar disease. It was called a beating. If the chi blood puppets here had a mind, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to help but jump out and beat this guy up. Gu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. The expression on his face was a bit speechless. If it wasn't for the fact that he was here in the original body of the Wuming ruins, and was familiar with the laws of operation in the ruins of the Wuming ruins, you would have long since encountered a centurion level of chi blood puppets, and been hammered to death on the spot. After another half an hour, occasionally encountered other Ming Jin explorers. The two sides also just hurriedly stagger past, monotonous relics exploration action. As for that rumored human immortal martial arts, half a trace cannot be seen. The late stage of the disease Yizhen cannot help but spit up. I don't know which brain has a pit. Ancient people designed the ruins. The channel will move every once in a while to move a little, and to re-explore. Around and around a hair did not find. This broken ruins even let me Yi Liangchen this kind of heavenly pride in this round and round. If I let me find that ancient people here, we'll have to do it to dig up his grave. Gu Chen, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye when he heard this guy spitting. It looked like he was still too kind. It was time to let this guy know what it meant to be virtuous and low-key. Between his thoughts, not far from a mound of dirt with a lot of purple-red grass and fruits, a withered arm poked out from under the ground. Sha sha sha. The exploring team of 6 soon heard the sound of sha sha. Their faces couldn't help but show a touch of suspicion. Looking alert, they raised their headlights to shine over, and immediately discovered the mound of earth with quite a lot of fuchsia grass fruits, a trace of strange fragrance emanating out, causing a trace of longing to suddenly rise in the bottom of their hearts, and an impulse to want to pick them off and eat them. The fuchsia grass fruits were definitely something good. Yizhen's face revealed a touch of excitement. Sure enough, someone Yi, am the son of good fortune. With me, it's surprising that I came across a spiritual medicine so quickly. The mound of earth cracked open. A chi blood puppet wearing a rusty armor coat of animal skin and stained with dirt slowly climbed up from it, turning his head towards the small group, seemingly just crawling out from the ground. His movements were still a bit stiff. Seeing this, Yizhen laughed out loud. With a somewhat contemptuous expression, he launched himself towards this gas blood puppet. You puppet can die in the hands of the future heavenly pride of the world. Yi someone, it is also a blessing of 3 lifetimes. It is up to me, Yi Liangchen, to put an end to your miserable life as a puppet. Ha! Wait, Yizhen, don't be impulsive. This guy is a little bit not quite right. Fang Xiu, however, could not help but frown slightly, feeling that there was something not quite right about this chi blood puppet that crawled out from the ground. Gu Chen looked at Yizhen, who rushed forward and almost laughed out loud. This is a centurion level chi blood puppet. Even if it is made into a chi blood puppet, the strength in life is not 1 out of 10. However, it also has a combat power that can be compared to that of a Huan Jin Grand Fighter. There is a sky with me, Yi Liangchen. The 8 trigrams of the corridor will suppress the world. District, a brainless chi blood puppet, can withstand me? Yizhen screamed and rushed to this chi blood puppet, the whole strength of his body mobilized. A green dragon probing palm towards the other party's head ruthlessly slapped. Splat! A light sound, this from the ground up above the gas blood puppet just trembled, not the slightest reaction. Sunken eye sockets staring straight in front of the slap their own brain Yizhen. The two looked at each other, the latter heart immediately rose a sense of bad, face squeeze out a trace of embarrassment smile. Big brother, sorry I just see your brain above the mud, help you pat just said. Yizhen swung up his hands and once again ruthlessly slapped to the other side of the brain. It feels like slapping to the steel plate above the same. He realized that he kicked to the iron plate. This time the pussy pretends to turn over. To suffer. Facing Yijin, who did not speak of martial virtues to sneak attack in front of him, this centurion-level chi blood puppet similarly slapped his hand, setting off a powerful wind, and the former hurriedly slipped back on his legs. Touch! With a muffled sound, Yijin was slapped away like a broken sack. The late-stage middle-aged disease patient finally received a severe beating from the relic, spitting blood and flying backwards, not forgetting to scream under his breath. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. I, Yi Liangchen, will remember this slap. Lu Qing'er, who was present with Fang Xiu as well as Wang Xiaoai and Li Xingming and other squad members, heard this. Yijin, who was a dead duck with a stiff upper lip and was beaten to the point of spitting out blood and still didn't forget to pretend to be a middle-aged man, he couldn't help but curse in unison at the bottom of his heart. The Chapter 30 Initiative, Superior Boxing Skills, Ruins Odd Medicine and Precious Herbs. After slapping Yijin away, the chi blood puppet that was wearing a rusty armor coat of animal skin and stained with dirt slowly stood up from the top of the mound of dirt, exuding a hint of oppression, with a silver-white tooth plate on his waist that was exceptionally conspicuous as he stared at the small team of 5 not too far away. Lu Qing'er looked a bit nervous and opened her mouth to remind everyone be careful. This chi blood puppet was very uncomplicated. The animal skin armor on its body was obviously much better than the previous chi blood puppets, and the plate hanging on its waist should be made of silver, and it was also more beautiful and advanced than the bronze plate encountered before. Fang Xiu was even more serious-faced to open the mouth. Yijin, this middle 2 diseases are slapped to vomit blood fly out. This guy's power is extremely strong, may have been close to the master of that type of chemical strength boxer level. Wang Xiaoai heard this, also his face changed slightly, his expression was on guard, and he opened his mouth in a deep voice to ask, this is a bit troublesome. Is it fight or flight? Not waiting for a few people to discuss whether to fight or flee, that centurion-level chi blood puppet had already lifted its legs and rushed towards this side. The distance between the two sides was more than 10 meters, and it almost didn't take 2 breaths for it to rush in front of them, kicking up a strong wind with a horrible oppressive force. Wang Xiaoai took a deep breath, then, with a low gulp, he used his strength to run the dragonine iron cloth shirt to the extreme. His body's muscles and flesh even bulged, then, the whole person was like a brute bull charging up. Touch! In that dull collision sound, rushed to the centurion-level chi blood puppet for the momentum for a beat. The huge impact let Wang Xiaoai is also a white face, the corner of the mouth seeped out a trace of blood, the other side of the force than he imagined in the horror. He is a sinewy and fierce man, coupled with the longing ironcloth shirt of the addition of the instantaneous outbreak of the force of close to a ton, however, is still being knocked back a few steps. Subsequently, Wang Xiaoai let out a low roar and directly yanked both of its arms, entangling with the other party. Hands! My dragonine iron cloth shirt will last for 30 seconds at most. If you can't manage it, then flee immediately. Hearing Wang Xiaoai's shout, Lu Qing'er, Fang Xiu, and Li Xingming, who were standing behind him, heard it, and without any hesitation, the 3 of them immediately erupted with all their strength and used the killing moves within their respective fist techniques. Fang Xiu rushed to Wang Xiaoai's side in 2 steps, jumped up into midair, and the whole person was like a flying crane that swooped down to hunt for food, and with the momentum of the fall, he fiercely slammed a Wing Chun Phoenix Eye punch onto the centurion-level chi blood puppet's solar plexus, and a muffled sound was emitted. Lu Qing'er also changed the soft color of a rich girl, circled around to the other side of Wang Xiaoai, and the serpentine killing move in Xingyi Quan connected, a viper spitting out its core, and likewise also fiercely stabbed the centurion-level chi blood puppet's temple. As for Li Xingming, his face was also showing a fierce color. He used the force on Wang Xiaoai's back to make a leap. The whole person jumped into midair, turned around and threw a punch onto the back of the centurion-level chi blood puppet's head. The 3 of them exploded with all their strength, and used their respective killing moves, hitting the centurion-level chi and blood puppet in front of them. If it was an ordinary chi and blood puppet, it would have been blown out of the skull under the killing moves of the 3 of them. However, in front of them, this centurion-level chi and blood puppet was tough, and the hardness of its skull was as sturdy as steel, and even if it was smashed by a hammer, it wouldn't be able to be smashed. Badly. Fang Xiu's face turned white. No way. This guy's body is too hard. We haven't reached the dark force, our strength can't get inside, and we can't destroy the brain center where it carries out its activities. Lu Qing'er's face also changed. So what now? In front of this centurion-level chi blood puppet, hands flung, a huge force came. Wang Xiaoai simply cannot hold, directly be thrown out. Next to the Lu Qing'er and Fang Xiu and Li Xingming is also a change in color, not yet reacted, only to see the arm swept across. They only had to take a step back. They perceived a huge force collision. The 3 muffled grunts, at the same time, flew out. Not far away, Yijin saw the teammates who were sent flying, couldn't help but stare roundly, climbed up from the ground with a sigh of lamentation. The time is not favorable, Siejui. The force pulls the mountains and rivers and the gas covers the world. I didn't think that someone's pride of a lifetime, would actually fall here. I never thought I would fall here. Eat my dragon 8 trigrams palm again. In that middle-aged breath full of shouts, Yijin feet on the 9 palace steps, with grief and indignation towards the centurion-level chi blood puppet rushed over, next to the standing Gu Chen saw here. But the impression of this guy has changed a little bit. Although this guy always liked to somehow speak some pretentious words, exudes a feeling of owed to be beaten up. However, the person is still okay, at least did not take advantage of the current, at least he didn't take this opportunity to escape. I'll lead him away from you. You, the injured, will go aside first. Gu Chun reached out and yanked Yijin, the late-stage bourgeois patient who wanted to die with him, to the side, and then he raised his leg and rushed in front of the centurion-level chi blood puppet, and his entire body wrapped around the other party like a bird of prey, and either punched, tripped, or lent a hand to the other party, firmly pulling the centurion-level chi blood puppet in. Lu Qing'er and Fang Xiu, as well as Li Xingming, Wang Xiaoai, and Yijin looked at Gu Chun, who had tricked the centurion-level chi blood puppet, and were dumbfounded, as the subtle way of entanglement, as well as the superb punching and kicking skills had actually entangled the centurion-level chi blood puppet, which had a terrifying strength, and whose body was as solid as iron. Could this be the 2,000 kilograms? Li Xingming's eyes glowed as he looked at the entangled Gu Chun and muttered under his breath. The purplish-red grass fruit growing on top of that mound of earth was not simple. It should have marvelous medicinal effects. Wait and pick it. Gu Chun reminded, and then, while entangled in the fight, he pulled the centurion-level chi and blood puppet in front of him towards the inside, and with his bodily realm at the clutching Dan astral power level coupled with his mind level that broke the void and could see the gods, he was able to easily cope with such a chi and blood puppet that was made from a dead man, even if he was only displaying his power at the Ming gene level. This was like a rampaging brute bull. No matter how powerful the flesh was, in the hands of a top matador, it could not help the other party in the slightest and could only be led by the nose. Looking at the centurion-level chi and blood puppet that walked away, Yijin, Lu Qing'er and Fang Xiu, as well as Li Xingming and Wang Xiaoai couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, and soon realized that there was a tingling pain on their bodies, hot and spicy. The injuries that the centurion-level chi and blood puppet had caused by the casual strike just now were not small. Wang Xiaoai's face revealed a flash of admiration. It really was worthy of being the deepest hidden North Star big brother in the June Golem. Superior stalking skills, and top-notch boxing skills, it was just too strong. Fang Xiu's eyes also flashed with a flash of color as he sighed. Yijin hummed lightly and spoke with a defiant face, worthy of being recognized by someone from my Yi. Not bad. Li Xingming's gaze fell on the purplish-red grass fruits growing on a mound of earth not far away. Big brother Beichen said that this grass fruit is not simple. Should we pick some to try? Hearing this, the 5 people present glanced at each other. After all, they did not hold back the temptation of the strange fragrance, and carefully picked a little bit, and took a bite, and immediately felt a stream of warmth coming from it, making the pain of the injuries all over their body much smaller, and all 5 people's eyes brightened up. This could really be a miraculous medicine and precious herb. Quickly pick it. The 5 of them hurriedly moved their hands to pick them all and loaded them into the bags they had with them. Chapter 31 Revealing the identity of the Wuming Ruins Chi blood puppet, the wolf guard of the Yuan dynasty? At the same time, outside the stone gate of the Wuming ruins, a large number of people were densely gathered here. There were official people, there were also Ming gene-level outsiders who were from the civil camp, as well as densely packed ordinary people. Fortunately, this terrain is similar to a sunken basin. The ground is also dominated by hard rocks and the like. There are not too many trees and the like. There are quite a lot of weeds. However, by the sight of thousands of people trampled on, it has long become as flat as the grass field on the ball field. The official elite special warfare team that went in to explore the most earlier came out from the stone door in a sorry state, dragging the 3 chi blood puppets tied with ropes. In order to capture this thing, they are also all with injuries on their bodies. Most of them lost their combat power. Causing a gasp of surprise from the crowd at the scene, even the official elite special forces with elite equipment and firearms were all returning with injuries, so it was obvious that it was treacherous inside. They all took out their cell phones and filmed it. Gu Chun refined the fake into a real Wuming ruins is in an underground dark river. According to his setting, there are organs connected to the dark river, inside with the tesseract-like channel design, so you can rely on the power of the water movement. Every once in a while, the channel will be transformed once. The more the number of people, the more powerful the strength of the magnetic field emitted with the more powerful radiation is also the stronger the chi and blood puppets attracted to the more powerful. Obviously, the chi and blood puppets attracted by the official 10-member squad must be at the centurion level, or else they wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Seeing this, the medical team at the scene rushed up to help, bandaging and treating the injured, while the squad leader was also pale as he reported the experience in the ruins to the official's current head, Major Chen. After we went in, we found that the passages inside the relics were intertwined. Moreover, the passages inside would move every once in a while, and would return to the original position only after every 4 times of movement, and the cycle was repeated, and we wasted a lot of efforts to capture the 3 chi blood golems. However, after that, we encountered a chi blood golem with extremely terrifying strength, and its body was hard, and the firearms couldn't penetrate it, and its power was extremely strong, and a casual blow could make a person spit out blood, and then it would be able to beat a person to death. It could make people spit out blood and fly backwards. Finally, we used the gun to make an opening on its body and stuffed the grenade into the wound, which killed it, and its remnants have also been collected. Hearing this thrilling process, the official in charge, Major Chen, sniffed and couldn't help but frown slightly. The dangers in the Wuming ruins were indeed beyond his expectations, especially this bizarre chi-blooded puppet, which had caused a lot of damage. Professor Zhang, Professor Sun, you are both renowned experts in the central continent. Can you be sure to research the results from the top of this bizarre chi and blood puppet? The two professors standing next to each other with white hair and half-bald heads sniffed and glanced at each other, looking at the three chi blood puppets on the ground that were tied up with strings and unable to move, as well as the remnants of a shattered chi blood puppet, and their faces also revealed a look of incredulity. Of the two, one was a biology expert and the other was a researcher of the history of the Great Ming, and at the moment, they were carefully observing the three chi-blooded puppets on the ground and a broken chi-blooded puppet's body. After watching for a while, the former biology expert scholar, Professor Zhang, spoke in a deep voice. This kind of chi blood puppet is really a little bit incredible. They do not breathe, no heartbeat, but can be sensed in the human body emitted after the magnetic field and breath awakening, and, to launch an attack, the wisdom of the ancients is really incredible, which has violated the current laws of biological science, but unfortunately there is no special experimental research equipment here, otherwise it is possible to try to study one or two. As for another history expert standing next to Professor Sun, he carefully measured the external features of this chi blood puppet as well as the body of the animal skin armor, the waist of the toothplate, which softly opened his mouth. From the appearance of these gas-blooded puppets and the braided hair and the style of the animal skin armor, it is very likely that they were Yuan dynasty's soldiers before they were born, and the toothplate on their waist is the identity plate of the soldiers, and what is engraved on it should be the Basta language, which is the most elite wolf guards of the Yuan dynasty. And from the silver toothplate on the other puppet that was blown to pieces, this was a valiant centurion, no wonder it was so strong. After hearing these words, all the people standing around couldn't help but draw a breath, and the look of curiosity on their faces increased. Then why was this Yuan dynasty's wolf guard made into a chi blood puppet? Yes, wasn't this place called the Wuming Ruins? How come the relic guards inside are the wolf guards of the Yuan dynasty? Hearing this, Professor Sun reached out and pointed to the foreheads of these three chi blood puppets and explained, from the word prisoner on their foreheads, it can be seen that these wolf guards who were refined into chi blood puppets were all prisoners, and if we link this place called the Wuming Ruins, we can guess that it should be that the Yuan army was defeated in the war, captured by the Ming dynasty, and then refined into chi blood puppets by incredible means to guard this Wuming Ruins. After hearing this explanation, all the people present could not help but show a flash of realization on their faces, otherwise why would the Yuan dynasty wolf guards be refined into chi and blood puppets, and also become the guards of this Wuming relics, so a speculation that is logical and reasonable. Professor Sun's face showed a touch of emotion. I do not know how many secrets are hidden in ancient times, but there is no record of history, and this is refined from dead bodies into chi and blood puppets, but can remain immortal for hundreds of years, is simply a violation of the laws of biological science. Chapter 32 The Depths of the Ruins, Stone Monument, Wuming Immortal Wu Dao Ancestor Pei Sanghai. Not long after, one after another, there were other official special operations forces that came out from the cave, strapped with chi blood puppets and with injuries on their bodies, walking out from the stone door of the ruins, looking like they were in a sorry state. However, they were quite a bit better than the previous squad. Report. We captured two chi blood puppets and the relics, however, afterward, we encountered an even more powerful chi blood puppet and had to retreat. Not only that, we also made a significant discovery inside. We have collected several mysterious medicines and herbs with incredible effects. The captain leading the team rushed towards the official head standing in front of him, Major Chen, to report the situation in the ruins, and at the same time, he had the team members behind him take out the collected exotic medicines and herbs and put them into the collection bag next to him, ready to take them back for research. However, the Dragon Teeth Special Warfare team that had previously gone in to search for the human immortal martial Dao had not come out until now. The screen turned. Within the martial ruins, Chun casually slapped the Centurion-level Chi and blood puppet out of the room. With his strength at the Grandmaster level, the Centurion-level Chi and blood puppet wasn't enough to look at, but because of Yizhen, Lu Qinger and Fang Xiu, as well as Li Xingming and Wang Xiaoai and others, he wasn't too good at exposing his strength. Up to now, counting almost 180 people entered the Wuming Ruins to explore. Even though he set up the Wuming Ruins passageway connected to the underground river, there are organs that can be driven by the power of the water current. However, up to this point, most of the passageway should have been explored almost, and the remaining is the deepest part of the ruins of the Immortal Martial Way cultivation method. Thinking of this, Gu Chen's gaze flickered, and his mind communicated with the system, directly activating the core organ in the Wuming Ruins, and the surrounding passages shook, like a turned Rubik's Cube, and the originally intricate passages quickly merged together, and then, revealing a deep and mysterious passageway. Rumble. With a rumble of misplaced passages, the interior of the Wuming Ruins changed drastically, and after Gu Chen had done this, he raised his leg unhurriedly and walked towards the end of this passageway. While the 180 Ming Gene-level explorers within the ruins froze for a moment, they soon realized that there was an additional deep passage at the end, leading straight into the depths, and they could not help but be flabbergasted in unison at the sight of this. After exploring here for several hours, apart from the chi and blood puppets of varying strengths, there were also exotic medicines and precious herbs that could be called spirit medicines, although it was an eye-opening experience for them and their harvest was not small. However, the most important thing in the martial Ming ruins was the human immortal martial Dao hidden inside. They had not yet discovered half a trace of it, and they found it quite regrettable. Could it be that the end of this path leading to the depths of the martial Ming ruins hid the ultimate secret? A human immortal martial Dao that involved the transcendent power level? Thinking of this, the crowd of explorers couldn't help but thump their hearts, and in the end, they didn't hold back their inner desires, and they all lifted their legs towards this path before them that led to the depths of the ruins, and soon, the number of people on this path increased at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, Yijin, Lu Qing'er and Fang Xiu as well as Li Xingming and Wang Xiaoai looked at the passageway that appeared in front of them. The four of them glanced at each other, their faces revealed a touch of hesitation. After they picked the purple-red grass fruits and ate them, the injuries on their bodies were also healed, and they gained quite a lot of benefits. What does everyone think? Should we go in and explore? Hearing Lu Qing'er's words, Fang Xiu as well as Li Xingming and Wang Xiaoai couldn't help but ponder. This passageway led straight to the depths of the relics, and the appearance of such a big commotion could be seen as something different. Yijin, who was standing next to him, waved his hand, lifted his chin slightly, and opened his mouth with a proud face. That still requires much thought. The human immortal martial arts path is close at hand. How can we miss such a great opportunity? There is a person like Yi, such as the son of luck, that is not as easy as a slap in the face. Looking at Yijin, who had eaten the fuchsia grass fruit in front of him and had become alive again, the people present couldn't help but roll their eyes at him in unison. Someone seemed to have forgotten about the lousy appearance of being slapped by a chi blood puppet that just spat out blood and flew backwards. In the face of Fang Xiu's spitting, Yijin coldly grunted. With a defiant face, he opened his mouth and said, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, my Yi is just a momentary carelessness. After my Yi steps into the dark power, kill it like a slaughter of dogs. Fang Xiu's gaze flickered, and he spoke in a deep voice. It's good to go and explore. After all, we went into the ruins of the Wuming in order to find the human immortal martial way. Hearing this, Li Xingming, Wang Xiaoai, and Lu Qing'er all nodded their heads, and after making their decision, the five of them immediately set off, walking into the passageway leading to the depths of the ruins in front of them. The official Dragon Tooth Special Warfare Unit likewise did not hesitate and immediately set off. The mission they received was to find the human immortal martial Dao. Soon, this road leading to the depths of the Wuming ruins was filled with many more foreign explorers, and the number of people was also increasing. So many people came together, even if they encountered any dangers, they were not afraid. About 10 minutes later, the footsteps of a group of foreign explorers could not help but stop. In front of the eyes is a wide space. Li Hansha, Wang Tianba, two holding Dan Masters as well as Feng Hansong, Tang Yi, and other four Huanjin big boxers stood in the forefront. In front of them is a huge stone monument. The most conspicuous at first glance is the three words Pei Sanghai. These three words are full of momentum. Above the lingering rolling blood exudes a horrible oppressive force. Even after hundreds of years, can still feel the inscription of the martial arts powerhouse's unparalleled spirit, so that there is a short gap in the mind. Inspiration emerges. The previous cannot figure out the boxing or the technique of the doubts were resolved. All those who see the stone monument have a little improved. Lu Qing'er and Fang Xiu, as well as Li Xingming and Wang Xiaoai, Yijin were also greatly shocked, and after a short period of disorientation, they also realized that they had gained a lot of benefits, and could not help but sigh. What an incredible stone tablet! Lu Qing'er looked marveled. Fang Xiu, on the other hand, had a longing look on her face. Pei Sanghai, what an atmospheric name, this senior's realm is unimaginably high. The other explorers could not help but marvel in awe. This Pei Sanghai senior who left the stone tablet is really too powerful. Even after hundreds of years have passed, the words engraved on it still have such a marvelous effect. It was hard to believe that this one was the existence that left behind the human immortal martial Dao in the martial Ming ruins. It's very possible. Whoever has a lamp, take a quick look at the other words above the stone tablet. Under the dim yellow lamp, the crowd carefully inspected the mysterious stone tablet. Dayuan Dynasty Tyranny, the Demon Master 8 Siba and Dayuan Royal Collusion, Na Demon Blood, plundering boys and girls to practice blood Dan. I have been practicing martial arts since I was a child. I feel that manpower has more than enough, and the Dayuan Royal family demon blood is strong, the people of the less than also. So read 100 schools of thought, tried to martial arts the world, poor thought, and ultimately created the human immortal martial arts method, the human person as the main work of the five viscera, and then the medulla oblongata, the blood, and practicing 36,000 orifices, casting the human immortal body, the law of the world. In the end, he chopped the demon master Bashiba, and divided his body into two parts, which were the arm and part of the body of the demon master Bashiba. Seeing this, all the explorers in the audience immediately became excited. This stone tablet is actually the life of that martial arts human immortal ancestor Pei Sanghai? Doesn't that mean that there is a possibility that the cultivation method of the human immortal martial Dao exists here? Chapter 33 Martial Dao Human Immortal 5 Viscera Chapter Cultivation Technique, Seal Town Alteration. The crowd of explorers couldn't help themselves. Many of them took out their cell phones and then photographed the words on top of this huge stone monument. Since this place has a stone monument erected by Pei Sanghai, the ancestor of the human immortal martial Dao, then the legendary human immortal martial Dao might also exist? Quickly look. Are there any more words? Whoever has a lamp, shine it. Look at the back, there's another monument. Under the excited gazes of the crowd, the light shone through, and sure enough, there was a smaller stone tablet at the back, with a few big words written on it, Human Immortal Martial Way, the 5 Viscera. This stone tablet was engraved with the cultivation method of the 5 Viscera chapter of the Human Immortal Martial Arts Dao, causing the crowd present to become completely excited. If it wasn't for the fact that there were Li Hansha and Wang Tianba, the two Dangdan masters, as well as Feng Hansong, Tang Yi, and the other four Huanjing masters, I'm afraid that the crowd at the scene wouldn't have been able to stop themselves from rushing over to the monument and photographing the words on the top of the monument. In order to cultivate the human immortal martial arts, the first thing to do is to build a good foundation of sinews, bones and skin. Practice to the tendons like crossbow strings, bones as hard as steel, skin and flesh as thick as an ox's point. The body is not strong body, cannot withstand the practice of the 5 viscera chapter. Strong practice will hurt the 5 viscera, perish on the spot. The 5 viscera produce changes, condense the essence of the 5 viscera, and exhale the chi of heaven and earth. Looking at the taboo points above the stone tablet as well as the cultivation method, the people present were mesmerized. Along with this is only a part of the cultivation method of the human immortal martial Dao. However, this is also a powerful method that involves the level of transcendental power. In the future, if they are able to satisfy the conditions of this cultivation, then they may be able to cultivate it. According to the stone tablet above the front practice requirements, just want to reach the tendons like crossbow string, bones as hard as steel, skin and flesh as thick as an ox is not an easy thing, at least to the dark power level as possible. Otherwise forced to practice this immortal martial arts, not only will injure the 5 viscera, and there is also the possibility of perishing on the spot. However, the cultivation method on top of this stone tablet was not a problem at all for the 2 clasping Dan masters, Li Hansha and Wang Tianba, as well as the 4 Huajing Grand Fist masters such as Feng Hansong and Tang Yi. The former was a clasping Dan master, and his body, potential, and other aspects had already reached the pinnacle of the path of national martial arts, which belonged to the level of the masters, and had already exceeded the cultivation requirements. And as for the other, for Huajing Grand Fist masters, their cultivation was also more than enough. Thus, the 2 clasping Dan masters as well as the 4 harmonized power Grand Fist masters immediately tried their hand at this place, and they also picked quite a few exotic medicinal herbs in their hands, and after eating a few of them, they immediately cultivated in accordance with the method of condensing the 5 viscera on the top of the stone tablet. The consumed rare medicines and herbs were quickly digested into medicinal power, which was then absorbed by the powerful digestive function of the stomach and intestines, and then turned into energy, which was once again condensed into essence by the 5 organs. With the assistance of the precious herbs, the 2 clasping Dan masters as well as the 4 harmonization power Grand Fist masters quickly entered the door. Their chi and blood surged, silver pump like chi and blood flowed within their bodies, radiating heat towards the surroundings. However, just as the 2 clasping Dan patriarchs as well as the 4 harmonization power Grand Fist masters were cultivating the human immortal martial Dao's 5 viscera chapter of initiation, the ground suddenly trembled, as if some kind of monster was awakened, and an indescribable malevolence came from it. The crowd of explorers present couldn't help but change their faces slightly, their heartbeats involuntarily accelerated, and their bodies couldn't help but rise in a wave of panic. What's going on here? Some people fought the courage to aim the light deeper, only to realize that there was even a stone tablet inside, with a line of words written on it. The arm and part of the torso of the great Yuan demon master bastard. Pei Sunhai sealed the town here. The great Yuan demon master bastard? Arm and part of his torso? Seeing the words on the stone tablet, the explorers present couldn't help but be in an uproar, looking incredulously at the trembling stone tablet, a terrifying suspicion rising in their minds. That whatsoever great Yuan demon master bastard wouldn't still be alive, would he? A seeker spoke with a bit of a stutter in his voice. When the people present heard this, cold sweat flowed down their foreheads. What kind of monster was this great Yuan demon master bastard? After being divided and sealed for hundreds of years, he was still alive? This couldn't really be a demon, could it? Click. A hint of cracks quietly surfaced on top of the stone monument, black blood seeped out little by little, and a kind of malice mixed with berserkness spread out unchecked as the faces of the people present grew whiter and whiter. Gu Chen quietly appeared at this time, and shouted at the pale and stiff Lu Qing'er and Fang Xiu, as well as Li Xingming and Wang Xiaoai and Yizhen. Hey! Why are you all still standing here stupidly? Why don't you run away? This is a martial arts immortal split body sealed town for hundreds of years has not died monster. You do not run is not ready to sacrifice their bodies to it as a meal? When these words came out, it immediately woke up countless explorers on the scene, turning around with pale faces and rushing towards the outside. Chapter 34 Great Yuan Demon Master Basta's Demonized Remnant, Instinct? Looking at Gu Chun, who had suddenly appeared behind them to remind them, Lu Qing'er and Fang Xiu, as well as Li Xingming and Wang Xiaoai, Yizhen couldn't help but show a flash of surprise on their faces. Gu Chen! Why are you here? Looking at the surprised-looking Jun sheep friends, Gu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes and spoke without any good humor. Nonsense, I lured away that centurion-level chi blood golem before, and after that, I followed the passage that appeared here. Let's escape from here first. The one sealed under that stone tablet is the arm and part of the remnants of the great Yuan demon master bastard. You guys wouldn't want to face such a monster, would you? Hearing these words, Lu Qing'er and Fang Xiu, as well as Li Xingming, Wang Xiaoai, and Yizhen reacted, and the 5 of them hurriedly followed the explorers, lifting their legs and rushing towards the outer exit. However, during this gap, Lu Qing'er and Fang Xiao, as well as Li Xingming, Wang Xiaoai, Yizhen, and the others still didn't forget to run and look back at the two clasping Dan masters and the four Huanjing Grand Fist masters who stood in their original positions and couldn't help but show a touch of worry in their eyes. Let's go, no need to look, they have just cultivated the human immortal martial Dao 5 Viscera chapter, which has alarmed the remnants of the great Yuan demon master Basta, who has been sealed and subdued, and it is estimated that a great battle will occur next. Gu Chun also followed them and ran in the direction of the ruined stone door exit. The blood puppet, rare medicines and herbs, Wuming immortal martial arts grandmaster Pei Shanghai, the immortal martial arts 5 Viscera practice method, and the great Yuan demon master, who had been divided and sealed, were all in the same place. This script of Gu Chan's refining a fake into a real one was pretty much explored, and now it was time for it to come to an end, and all that was left was to keep it in suspense, so that outsiders would know about the power of the human immortal martial Dao, and gain another wave of origin points. Ka-ching ka-ching. The huge stone monument for sealing the town soon shattered, black blood seeped out, the arm with black sharp nails and a strange demonic pattern on it was revealed along with a section of the torso, and that kind of maliciousness mixed with berserkness was emitted from it. Sensing the aura emanating from the two clasping Dan masters and the four Huanjing Grand Fist masters due to their practice of the 5 Viscera chapter of the human immortal martial arts Dao, this portion of the sealed great Yuan demon master Basta's residual body was as if stimulated, and it swooped up with its black light, and its two hands with sharp black nails grabbed over fiercely. In the face of this big Yuan demon master Bashiba residual body that turned into a shadow and came flying, the two present hold Dan masters and four Huanjing big boxers' reaction speed is extremely fast, a flash of the figure, and then it is undauntedly launched a furious attack. No matter whether it's a hold Dan or a Huanjing big boxer, are all standing in the yard of this road above the top of the batch of people, belong to the thousands of people may not necessarily be able to appear in the one of the ruthless people. Although this big Yuan demon master bastard body looks weird, and have this as is the magic ability like this, was sealed after hundreds of years can still pop out to attack, however, just cultivated into the immortal martial arts 5 Viscera chapter of the two whole Dan masters as well as the four Huanjing big boxer is not the slightest bit of fear, on the contrary, is the full intention of war. Ha, interesting, I didn't expect to have a chance to fight with the great Yuan dynasty's state master from a few hundred years ago. Eat my 3 Emperor cannon punch. Without saying a word, Wang Tianba backhanded a 3 Emperor cannon whack and smashed it over. Pang! A fist smashed down, the air exploded, masculine and domineering chi and blood power attached to the fist above. This is the human immortal martial arts 5 Viscera chapter cultivation after the generation of chi and blood attack, and attack means, has broken through the whole Dan astral energy in the air to hit an inch of the limitations of the masculine and domineering chi and blood power directly radiate to a foot away. The Yuan demon master bastard remnants of the body of the bizarre black light and yang gang hegemonic chi and blood force collision, in the huge impact, Wang Tianba could not help but retreat a few steps back, while the former is once again driving the black light towards the scene of the other. Several people launched an attack. Li Hansha was also undaunted as he blasted out with a fist, the power of chi and blood kicking up some heat waves, smashing the remnants of the great Yuan demon master bastard's body out. Fang Hansong and a few other Huanjin big boxers also at this time catalyzed the human immortal martial arts Dao 5 Viscera chapter cultivation method. Between the fists and feet, vaguely visible chi and blood follow, just not as exaggerated as Wang Tianba, Li Hansha, and other clasping Dan masters. As soon as the cultivation was completed, it could be chi and blood outwardly released up to 1 foot away. After a collision, the remnants of the great Yuan demon master bastard, who acted on instinct, was undoubtedly not a match for the two clasping Dan masters and the four Huanjing Grand Fist masters in front of him, and it quickly leapt towards the outside with its black light. Surprisingly, it escaped? This thing wouldn't still be spiritually intelligent and know how to think, right? Fang Hansong couldn't help but frown slightly, a look of scorn appearing on his face. Being sealed and suppressed for hundreds of years, this remnant body left behind by the great Yuan demon master is no more powerful, but it cannot possibly defeat us who have cultivated the 5 Viscera chapter of the human immortal martial arts Dao, so I am afraid that it still has some strange ability that we say we don't know about, and it has given birth to a change. Li Hansha opened his mouth unhurriedly. After the two clasping Dan masters as well as the four harmonization power Grand Fist masters looked at each other, they immediately raised their legs and chased after it. The remnants of the great Yuan demon master bastard's body was very fast, riding the black light and leaped around in the middle of the Wuming ruins, and very soon, it came to the outside of one of the mounds of earth, and it rushed down with the black light, and the earth exploded, revealing a tall thousand husbandman level chi blood golem with golden toothpicks in its waist. Poof! With a flash of black light, the sharp nails immediately cut off the upper half of the body of this 1000 husbandman level chi blood puppet along with its arms. Then, the remnants of the great Yuan demon master bastard couldn't wait to pounce on it. The black light filled the air, and a layer of flesh sprouts grew underneath the remnants of the body, which soon connected it with this 1000 husbandman level chi blood puppet that had been cut off at the waist. Seeing this, the two clasping Dan masters who had arrived after them as well as the four harmonization power Grand Fist masters could not help but frown slightly. Mother-er! This can be done? Is there still no heavenly justice? Wang Tianba couldn't help but burst out in foul language, shocked by the actions of the remnants of the great Yuan demon master bastard's body. It had to be stopped. Otherwise, the great Yuan demon master bastard's remnant body that spliced out a complete body would be even more tricky. With that said, Li Hansa lifted his leg and stomped onto the ground, and blasted out with a fist the masculine and domineering chi and blood power attached to it, and smashed towards the great Yuan demon master bastard's remnant body that was spliced with a complete body. Chapter 35 Strong Demonized Remnant Body. Outside the Wuming ruins, there were soon quite a number of people who heard a rush of footsteps. The official elite special operations forces at the scene were quite alert, gripping the guns in their hands tightly, quietly staring at the stone door, and soon saw quite a number of people lifting their legs and rushing outward from the inside. It was the explorers who had gone into the ruins before. Looking at their somewhat panicked escape, as if there was something terrifying behind them chasing, so that the faces of the people outside also could not help but reveal a look of doubt. What is going on? That kind of explorer that ran wildly out from the inside, seeing the crowd outside, hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted loudly. Quickly flee outside. Don't stand here foolishly, there is a demon inside that has been suppressed for hundreds of years coming out. The arm and part of the torso of the great Yuan demon master Bashiba, who had been suppressed by the immortal martial arts grandmaster Pei Sanghai, are about to break through the seal and escape. Why are you standing here? Officials still do not hurry to organize people out of here. A demon that's been suppressed for centuries? The great Yuan demon master bastard? Pei Sanghai, an immortal martial arts master? His arm and part of his body broke the seal and escaped? When the crowd of recheckers heard this series of words, the expressions on their faces became more and more confused. They understood every word these explorers said, however, separating the words, they couldn't understand what was being said at all. This mess, what exactly is being said? Can the words be made clearer? None of us have figured out what the hell it means. The explorers who escaped from the stone door saw here, but did not bother to open their mouths to explain anything else. What they should have said they have said, have already reminded these people outside. Listen to it or not is their thing. In case the inside of the clasped Dan Master and the realm of the great boxer cannot stop the great Yuan demon master 8 Siba remnants of the town, really from the inside rushed out, that is really will die. Some of the more resourceful onlookers saw this and quickly reacted, running outside after them. The official in charge present, Major Chen, saw the Dragon Teeth Special Warfare Unit that rushed out from inside and quickly opened his mouth to inquire, what is going on inside? Why are they all fleeing outside? After the group of Dragon Teeth Special Combat Troopers glanced at each other, they hurriedly opened their mouths and gave a brief account of what was happening inside, causing the Major Chen in front of them to also freeze for a moment, suspecting that he was listening to some kind of mythological novel. Are you saying that this what the great Yuan dynasty's demon master Basta was split up and sealed in the depths of the ruins by the earthly martial arts ancestor, and after hundreds of years, it actually revived again? The leader of the Dragon Teeth Special Warfare Unit looked at the incredulous Major Chen and corrected him. To be precise, it is the two hands and a section of the torso of the great Yuan demon master Basiba that have been revived. The two clasping Dan masters and the four Huanjin Grand Fist masters are still in there. I just don't know if they can be held back. Standing next to the biological experts, Professor Zhang is incredibly open-mouthed. The Yuan dynasty to the present time of about 700-800 years, right? Two hands and a torso in the end, how can in such a long time still remain active? This is simply a myth. Standing next to the history experts and scholars, Professor Sun pondered for a moment, only then spoke in a deep voice and said, in history and some wild legends, 8 Siba gifted, at the age of 3 years old will be chanting mantras, mantra practice, read and write 5 Ming, known as the reincarnation of the Holy One, and then it is the successor to Sakya sect master, and after that, was set up as a state teacher of the Yuan dynasty. Out of caution, Major Chen, as the highest official person in charge, quickly made a decision, and immediately commanded a group of elite special forces present, began to maintain the sight of the people back, away from the ruins of the Wuming, and at the same time ready guns and grenades, waiting on the spot. Just as the official people were organizing the onlookers at the scene to retreat outside, a roar suddenly came from within the Wuming ruins, and the official elite special forces at the scene stared at the stone door with a somewhat tense expression, as a number of figures ran out of it at breakneck speed, and it was the two clasping Dan masters and 4 fulfillment realm fighter masters that were with them inside. Just after they left, not a few breaths of effort, a headless figure glowing with a dark light in the stone door in hot pursuit. This is a spliced-up body, half naked above the chest and abdomen, a pair of slender arms, on top of the black sharp nails. Below the chest and abdomen is a chi and blood puppet in the relics, with a golden toothplate hanging on the waist. In the face of this bizarre existence pieced together from the remnants of the great Yuan demon master Baspa, the official elite special operations forces present did not hesitate and immediately opened fire freely according to the previous instructions, pulling the triggers in their hands. Ta-da! For a moment, gunfire erupted, blazing bullets roaring out from the barrels of the guns, directly covering the other party. However, there was a layer of ebony light filling the top of the other party's body surface, directly blocking the bullets that roared out one by one, leaving the crowd present to look on in disbelief. Some of the evacuation crowd who were filming with their cell phones from afar even couldn't help but burst out in foul language. Is this chanting power or a spell? It's too terrifying. It can't even be moved by bullets. This monster is the remains of the great Yuan master Bashiba, who was split up and sealed in the depths of the ruins. It's too ferocious, isn't it? Under the control of instinct, this bastard's demonized remnant body quickly rushed forward on the black light. Its speed was extremely fast, with a speed of 40 to 50 meters a second. Even with a fully automatic rifle, it was difficult to aim at it. However, in a few seconds, bastard's demonized body rushed to the front, both hands sharp nails like daggers, attached to the light is like a high-frequency vibration electromagnetic cutting edge, easily will be in front of the hands of the elite special forces. Firearms and body armor are easy to slice, splattered with blood. Plop, plop, plop. However, 5 or 6 breaths will be in front of the gun in front of the official elite special forces to kill a back and forth, really is extremely ferocious, modernized armed elite forces. An ancient revival of the great Yuan demon master Basiba, remnants of the body of the first collision, in order to modernize the armed elite forces and the end of the defeat. Chapter 36 Fierce Battle, Weakness? The human immortal martial way's first show of promise. Looking at the official special operations forces that were almost completely suppressed by the demonized remnants of Bastard, Major Chen, who was the person in charge of the scene, couldn't help but have his pupils shrink, and immediately couldn't help but quickly open his mouth and roar loudly, "Hurry up and disperse! Don't let this monster get close! Use the grenade gun!" The members of the Dragon Teeth Special Warfare Unit hurriedly copied the grenade gun in their hands, pulled the trigger, and directly blasted onto the remnants of the demon master Bastard's body. Boom! Amidst the intense explosion of fire, the attack of the demon master Bastard's remnant body was stopped. Seeing this, the remaining members of the official special operations forces reacted quickly and hurriedly took this opportunity to launch an intensive attack with the guns, howitzers, and grenades in their hands. Da pong pong boom. Smoke filled the air. The intense gunfire was mixed with 1 or 2 grenade explosions and grenade explosions. Several sounds were intertwined together, forming a war symphony. However, trapped in place by the impact of bullets, grenades, and grenade explosions, Bastard's demonized body quickly acted on instinct, and with a ripple of dark light, he directly disappeared into the ground, lifting up a huge, nearly human-high rock to block in front of him. In this gap, Bastard demonized remnant body drove the black light to kill out again. The black light on the sharp nails was filled with black light, and it easily split the grenade gun and firearms that were threatening to it into two, and under the terrifying speed, it almost came and went as it pleased. In less than a minute's time, almost all of the official special operations troops were injured, nearly half of them even lost their combat power directly, lying on the ground. The firearms have no way to help each other, only grenades. Grenade guns can stop 1 or 2. See the ferociousness of the demonized body of this bastard. The distant evacuation of the crowd as well as the previous explorers see here, are all cannot help but draw a breath of cold air. This monster is really too horrible. Be suppressed for 600 or 700 years can still have such a terrible lethality. I'm afraid that the only way to deal with such monsters involving transcendent power is to bombard them with range-covering high-powered artillery shells. Seeing this, Gu Chen, who was in the middle of evacuating the crowd, saw a flash of his gaze, and his mind quickly connected to the Dan-carrying doppelganger Li Hansha in the field, ready to personally appear on the scene and manipulate his doppelganger to solve the demonic remnants of this bastard. As the setup person of the script as well as the presiding officer of refining falsehoods into reality, he naturally knew where the weaknesses of this thing were. The doppelganger Li Hansha took a deep breath, lifted his leg and stomped on the ground, and when the dirt and dust exploded, he transformed into a shadow and pounced towards the demonized body of Baspa. Gu Chen was able to feel that after the split body practiced the 5 viscera chapter of the human immortal martial Dao, his battle strength was several times stronger than before, plus the clasping Dan patriarch already had a strong torso, blood like a silver pump, and was of extremely high quality, so the chi and blood power transformed from condensing the 5 viscera essence was even stronger than that of ordinary practitioners, and with a single punch, the rigid and dominating chi and blood power could be separated from his body by a foot away. Touch. 8 Siba demonized remnants of the hand of the dark light and chi and blood power collision set off a visible air force flow, both sides at the same time. A tremor. This ferocious and terrible monster was actually stopped? The official elite special forces on the scene couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Major Chen's lifted heart also relaxed. The ordinary people and explorers who were preparing to evacuate from afar were shocked, and they were attracted by the chi and blood power that permeated Li Hansha's body. That was the chi and blood power of the human immortal martial Dao? It was too powerful. It was too strong. To actually be able to go head to head with the monster like demonized remnants of Bastard. Worthy of being my idol. Go, Grandmaster Li Hansha. Beat this monster. There were quite a few people on the scene who shouted and started cheering. After stopping the ferocious bastard demonized remnant body, the doppelganger Li Hansha spoke without thinking. Taking advantage of the fact that this cobbled together remnant body is still unstable, and its weaknesses here, let's all do it together and break the lower half of its chi blood puppet's body, and after it loses its integrity, it naturally won't be able to jump up. After hearing these words, Wang Tianba, who had also practiced the 5 Viscera chapter of the human immortal martial Dao, looked at Tang Yi, Feng Hansong, and the other 4 Huanjing masters, and with little hesitation, without any hesitation, they rushed forward to move their hands without any hesitation. In Guchen setting, those who were able to practice the national arts up to the level of clasping Dan and Huanjing were not unchanging and steadfast in mind, and it was only through sincerity of heart and courage that they could reach such a stage. The next moment, 5 body filled with chi and blood power of the silhouette as an arrow flying, almost instantly came to the front, at the same time towards the 8 Siba demonization of the residual body waved fists, Wing Chun white crane fist, Shingy fist dragon in tiger form, the dragon 8 trigrams palm, the 3 emperor cannon punch, Taijiquan major killing moves in the chi and blood power under the auspices of the other side, altogether towards the other side of the call. Touch boom pong. The sound caused by the different boxing killing strokes was completely different, however, under the impetus of the fierce and domineering chi and blood, the destructive force caused was so great that if it wasn't for the strange black light covering the demonized body of Bastard, I'm afraid that it would have been shattered on the spot. As disciples, Lu Qinger and Fang Xiu, as well as Li Xingming, Wang Xiuai, and Yizhen looked at their respective masters who surrounded and killed the bastard's demonized body in the field, and couldn't help but relax, and at the same time, their hearts were filled with infinite yearning for this human immortal martial arts Dao's 5 Viscera chapter, and this transcendent mundane power was really too strong. They must cultivate the human immortal martial Dao in the future. Have this kind of powerful battle strength. Chapter 37 Bastard's demonized remnant body explodes on itself, falling down. In the time that followed, the originally ferocious and strong bastard demonized remnant body was restrained to death by the power of chi and blood. The 2 pandan clutching masters who had cultivated the 5 Viscera chapter of the human immortal martial Dao cooperated with the 4 Huanjing grand fighters, surrounding the bastard demonized remnant body and using all kinds of punches and killing strokes to their heart's content, coupled with the fierce and domineering chi and blood power. The intensive attack caused the black light to ripple, thinning out at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. Most importantly, under the siege of the sects, the lower half of the chi blood puppet pieced together by the demonized remnants of Bastard's body was more fragile, not to mention the fact that there was also the rigid and overbearing chi blood power rushing in, and the tremendous impact force caused the pieced together chi blood puppet to surface with a hint of cracks, and the blood and flesh shattered and ripped apart. A trace of flesh shattered and crumbled one by one under the rigid and overbearing chi and blood force. It looked as if it had been ground by a horn grinder. Blood and flesh were blurred, exposing the green bones. The doppelganger Li Hansha took a deep breath. The tiger's whistle golden bell mask was under the impetus of chi and blood power. The rolling chi and blood power surged, forming a blood-colored big clock on the surface of his body. He stepped up and slapped a palm on his head. The blood-colored big clock fiercely shrouded down towards the bastard demonized remnant body. Clang! The chi and blood power that turned into a bell collided with the black light. This palm instantly erupted with a force that exceeded 10 tons. The black light trembled for a while, and the majestic force was transmitted down the bastard demonized remnant body to the lower half of the pieced together chi and blood golem's body. Ka chow. With a crunching sound, the green bones finally couldn't withstand the majestic force and directly crumbled apart. Bastard's demonized body was short, losing the spliced-up chi blood puppet at the level of 1,000 master. Its threat factor dropped straight down, no longer able to be as flexible as it was earlier, causing the eyes of the besieging clutching Dan master and the 4 harmonized power fist masters to light up slightly. Previously in the ruins of Wuming, 8 Siba demonized body after splicing 1,000 long level chi and blood puppet, speed as fast as a phantom, driving the black light in the passageway up and down, 2 hands of sharp nails is spitting a few feet of black light, as high perimeter oscillating cutting knife, sharp and unparalleled, only chi and blood power can resist 1 or 2. Now looking at the incomplete body again, Wang Tianba laughed, backhanded a fist and hammered down, the power of chi and blood surging, towards the 8 Siba demonized body impact. This thing is really resistant to fight. Let's see how many punches you can take, huh? After the bastard demonized remnant had taken a round of beating, it instinctively intended to escape. However, under the siege of the 2 clasping Dan masters and the 4 Huanjing grand fist masters in front of it, it was unable to escape even a little bit even after several rampages, and it was intercepted several times. Knowing that it had no hope of escaping, it quickly reacted. Its body's dark light violently shook, emitting a dangerous aura, causing the 2 clasping Dan masters and the 4 harmonization power grand fist masters who were besieging it to change slightly. Without any hesitation, it lifted its leg and stomped onto the ground, and its body exploded towards the back under the force of that reaction. Boom! At the instant the 6 people retreated, the black light expanded rapidly like a balloon, directly enveloping the range of more than 10 meters in a circle. The ground was noiselessly torn out of a large pit. At the bottom, only the remnants of the bastard's body that was as dehydrated as a dry corpse remained, and there was no longer any movement. Looking at the ground was torn open more than 10 meters big pit, far away from the official special forces, and the person in charge of Major Chen is also heart jumping. This size of the scope of destruction than some of the fire chad powder is even stronger, almost compared to some of the artillery shells blown out of the crater. I'm afraid that even if it is the armored vehicles and tanks cannot block so a moment. The crowd of onlookers from afar could not help but exclaimed, looking at the crater with a nervous expression and discussing. The solution is not? This what the Yuan state master was also too fierce, right? A stump of a body that has been sealed and suppressed for 600 or 700 years can still have this kind of destructive power. I wonder how terrifying it was in its heyday. I want to know how much history has been altered? Why have these terrifying beings never been recorded? I suspect that all the history I learned when I was in school was fake. Watching the battlefield calm down, Lu Qing'er as a disciple with Fang Xiu as well as Li Xingming along with Wang Xiaoai and Yizhen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The two clasping Dan masters and the four Huanjin Grand Fist masters present looked at each other, standing cautiously at the edge of the pit, and similarly perceived that the remnants of the bastard's body, which had lost all of its aura, no longer had the slightest sense of threat coming from it. Fang Hansong couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Look emotionally, finally this thing to wear out, 8C Ba worthy of being able to leave a name in the history of the great Yuan master of state. This thing killed even if, I am still anxious to go back to the comprehension of the Human Immortal Martial Arts 5 Viscera chapter. Everyone, farewell. Hawang Tianba but boldly towards the side of the standing crowd clasped his fist to say goodbye. As a martial arts obsessive, what can be comparable to the Human Immortal Martial Arts? This involves transcendent cultivation method can attract him. Guchen disconnected the mind connected to his doppelganger Li Hansha, and the doppelganger Li Hansha similarly clasped his fists in farewell as he had done when he arrived, turned around and walked towards the distant mountains. As for the other four Huanjin Grand Fighter Masters, they did not leave, who let their disciples still here. A fierce battle was finally over, leaving only a mess behind. As the official in charge, Major Chun rushed to command the scene and began to treat the injured official elite special forces. The surrounding onlookers also came forward to help when they saw this. Of course, before the fierce killing process was also some shooting onlookers uploaded to the internet. A moment to stir up 1,000 waves quickly detonated the entire network. There are also on-site witnesses to send posts and videos on the internet to tell before and after what happened, attracting countless netizens to watch. Chapter 38 completely detonated the network, the official reaction. In less than a day's time, from the Qi and Blood Wolf Smoke phenomenon to the martial arts relics of Wu Ming, as well as the human immortal martial arts legends inside, coupled with the magical things encountered by the onlookers who went there, the official mobilization of the elite special forces to enter the scene, a lot of outsiders at the level of the Ming Jin rushed to explore, and then to the mysterious Dan-clutching patriarch Li Hansha appeared on the scene, and the disappearance of the blood-colored wolf smoke columns, and a number of other things. Every once in a while there were people at the scene taking videos and uploading them to the internet, almost dominating the hot searches of the entire website, attracting countless netizens who ate this amazing melon and didn't even want to go to work. Since the opening of the Wu Ming relic, the netizens' three views were shattered. The identity of the Qi blood puppet that had existed for hundreds of years and would still move and attack after its death was actually refined by the wolf guards of Deyuan? Was this ever a mistake? What exactly did the ancients use to refine the dead into Qi blood puppets? Moreover, it could still launch attacks after hundreds of years? Is this really not a movie? There are also explorers who have picked rare herbs from it, which are said to have magical effects, and can strengthen the body and accelerate cultivation after eating them, and now the price has been speculated to more than 200,000 per plant? Moreover, it is rumored that there are many tycoons competing to buy it. The price is still rising. This price has made netizens numb, and is many times more valuable than gold and gems of the same weight. Of course, the more exciting things are still to come. Many Ming Jin level explorers into the deepest part surprisingly found the human immortal martial arts ancestor Pei Sanghai left behind the cultivation method, and found that the stone monument sealing the great Yuan state master Bashiba Siba's hands and a section of the torso? The remnants of the great Yuan master bastard's body were sealed in the ruins of Wu Ming? How are the two connected? What's more, the netizens think it's outrageous that a body that's been subdued for 600 to 700 years can actually swindle? He got out from under the stone monument, spliced together the body of a Qi and blood puppet, and then rushed out of the relics after the two clasping Dan masters and the four Huanjin fist masters. This fraudulent body of the great Yuan state master Bashiba's body is so gripping? However, no matter how fraudulent, I'm afraid it's not a match for the hundreds of official elite special operations forces equipped to the teeth outside. Immediately after seeing the video captured by the audience on the scene, a group of netizens realized that they were too hasty. This fraudulent body of the great Yuan state master Bashiba demonized remnants of the body actually pressed hundreds of equipment to the teeth of the official elite special forces to fight? As in the game open Peerless dominance mode, just short of shouting at enemy shame I go to take off the tower clothes. For a time, the crowd of melon-eating netizens almost doubt their eyes are not hallucinations. According to reason, the 600 or 700 young ancients strong again should not be the opponent of modern firearms. How this result is not the same as they expected. Watching the fraudulent Yuan National Master 8C but demonized body driving a black light across, what gun barrels, bulletproof vests and the other fingernails as fragile as paper, and finally still rely on grenades and grenades before the group to stop it. This allows the crowd to eat melon netizens is also hard backward breath of cold air. Was this swindle run out to open the unparalleled Yuan Guasher Basiba demonized residual body to the shock? Almost couldn't help but burst out foul language. This great Yuan master of state's combat power is so gripping? Even the gun cannot help, this combat power crushed modern elite troops. In the beginning, how in the end is the Ming dynasty to overthrow the Great Yuan? In the end, fortunately, there are practicing the human immortal martial arts part of the door of the two holding Dan masters and four big boxing masters to find each other's weaknesses, Li Hansha master slap each other's lower body, and finally ended up with the self-detonation. The video of a battle that lasted less than 15 minutes made the netizens cry out in thrill and excitement, and if they didn't say that it was a video recorded on the spot, I'm afraid that they would think that it was a movie set, which shattered the netizens' eyes to the ground. On the internet, like forcing Hu, Tianya, chatting with Jun Sheep and so on with a video of the live battle to the screen, the message area below is more countless heated discussions. This fraudulent remnant of the great Yuan master's body was really too fierce. Unexpectedly wonderful, opened a whole new door for me. It turns out that people can also be so powerful. This is already considered a spell aptitude. Unless a ranged coverage strike artillery shell is directly utilized, I feel that the elite forces of the United States of America would have to kneel on the ground and call out to their father when they encountered this fraudulent remnant of the great Yuan state master. I am now very skeptical about the authenticity of ancient history. How come there's no record of the Grand Master of the Yuan being such a badass? And what about the immortal martial arts? Can this fraudulent de Yuan Guosher positive dry down? Upstairs, +1. The mystery of the ancients is really beyond our imagination, I decided. From today onwards we'll be practicing martial arts, and then, after reaching the standard, to practice the human immortal martial arts. This video shook my heart for 100 years. It feels like there will be a whole new storm kicking up, and there will definitely be a big move by the officials. This video shakes me to my core for 100 years. The outsiders at the scene of the Wuming ruins were just too many, so many videos were taken, passed up, and countless netizens have seen what they should have seen, and now they want to use the network's means of control again, but there is also no longer any effect. The officials simply did not care. Instead, the eyes fell to the video appeared in the Chi and blood puppet, strange medicines and herbs, human immortal martial arts cultivation method and other things. As long as it can be used well, each of them can play a huge value. Of course, the most important thing is still the remnant body of that great Yuan state master bastard. This remnant body that has been sealed and suppressed for 600 or 700 years can still revive and explode such a horrible destructive power, almost completely pressurizing and hanging hundreds of the official elite special operations troops, which is very horrible, simply a super humanoid bioweapon. There are also countless people above the central continent officials who are eager to learn the secret of why it can exist for 600 to 700 years. If they can study the results, won't they also have the opportunity to have such a long lifespan? Thinking about it makes people excited inside. Chapter 39, Official Takeover, Surging Origin Points. At the same time, the officials also urgently transferred a few more large helicopters over at this time, on top of which there were not only medical personnel, but also the official elite troops and relevant scientific researchers, to carry out the on-site takeover, and at the same time orderly evacuate the people at the scene, with a rather tough attitude. The scene of a group of outsiders to see here, there is no way, should see the lively they have finished watching, the face of the seriousness of the official. They also had to obediently turn around and leave the place. Fortunately, the official did not require them to cell phone inside the thing's photograph to be deleted, presumably because of the witnesses is too much. The internet has been spread all over the sake of the reason. Previously, Bastard's demonized body openly unparalleled, pressed the official elite special forces to fight, but caused quite a lot of damage. Almost half of them lost their strength. The number of injuries is quite large, however, compared to the loss of this number of people to see, in this Wuming relics of the harvest is also quite fruitful. First of all, those Chi and blood puppet materials that defied common sense and had great research value, as well as miraculous medicines and herbs that had miraculous effects, cultivation methods that involved transcendent levels of power, and of course, in addition to this, there was also the most exciting demonic remnant of the great Yuan's Grandmaster Bushiba, the value of which was inconceivable to the human mind. Soon, under the command of the scientific researchers, the official elite troops rope descended to that 8 Siba demonization residual body self-explosion out of the pit, wearing isolation gloves, carefully hand will step that half of the residual body to pick up, even after turning into a dry body. Its weight is also beyond the unexpected heavy. Enough 3-4 people carried, with the rope a little bit to the ground from the pit lifted up, and then, quickly loaded into the isolated sealed medical tissue bag. Of course, the flesh and bones of the other half of the 1000 master-level Chi blood puppet that had been crushed earlier were also collected, as these were all precious experimental materials. On the other hand, Guqin stood with Lu Qinger and Feng Xiu, as well as Li Xingming, Wang Xiaoai, Yizhen, and the other 4 Huanjin grand fighters, and the officials were likewise approached. The main reason was that the previous video had worked, and the combat power of these Huanjin grand fighters who had practiced the 5 Viscera chapter of the human immortal martial arts Dao had increased greatly, making the officials quite polite and wanting to draw them in, and the value of these Huanjin grand fighters could be seen from the video of the previous heated fight with the demonized remnants of Bushiba's body. Of course, the most important point is that now in the ruins of the Wuming sealed only a part of the demonized body of the great Yuan state master Bushiba, hands, and part of the torso, and the lower half of the torso and head, who also do not know where these 2 parts of the body is sealed. From the previous fiasco of the official elite special forces, it can be seen that the great Yuan master Bashiba Siba's demonized body, in addition to the body that was divided and sealed, is certainly not bad. In case the remains appear, sooner or later, we will have to face each other, and at that time, we still have to rely on the practice of these high-end of the martial arts of the immortals. Moreover, what's more important is that the human immortal martial way recorded in the current Wuming relics is only partially about the 5 viscera chapter. According to the records above the stone tablet, it is suspected that there are also the marrow cleansing chapter and the blood replacement chapter in the back. According to the researchers' speculation, these two subsequent cultivation techniques may also be in the relics of the demonized body of De Yuan's Grand Master, Basta, which has been sealed. Involving transcendental level power cultivation method, and then linked to the Wuming relics related to the powerful description of the martial arts immortal, life expectancy of 300 years, chi, and blood like a dragon, a fist can crumble mountains. This is simply a humanoid self-propelled battery, as long as he wants, completely capable of any city in the world to cause great destruction. Ordinary firearms and artillery shells cannot threaten these existences, unless the use of missiles and other wide range of weapons of mass destruction, regardless of the cost. Only with the use of missiles and other weapons of mass destruction at any cost could they be dealt with. In the face of official contact, in addition to Fong Hansong, who was an officially hired instructor, the other 3 Huanjin masters had mixed reactions. All of them had little interest in the official invitation, coupled with Gu Chen's previous characterization, a beggar in disguise, a Taoist priest from a small Taoist temple in the mountains, and a woman in pursuit of martial arts. Of course, they didn't reject it in one breath, but only mentioned that they would have the opportunity to work together in the future or something like that. And as a disciple of Lu Qing'er and Fang Xiu, as well as Li Xingming and Wang Xiuai, Yizhen is also greatly valued. Their relevant information must have long been in the eyes of the official, and even, may have been there to discuss how to through them to play well with the relationship between these Huanjing big boxer. Only after some exchanges did the crowd return to Dash Village, get in the car, and leave the place. The exploration of the Wuming ruins this time was a super success for all of them. Not only did they harvest a lot of exotic medicines and herbs, but they also obtained some of the immortal martial arts cultivation methods hidden in the depths of the ruins, although they had not met the requirements for cultivation yet, but they finally had something to look forward to and a direction to work towards. After the crowd returned to the Jiangnan region, they were naturally entertained by the host, Lu Qing'er. Lying on the fluffy mattress of the luxurious VIP room, Gu Chen also checked out the rewards of the Wuming ruins and other related rewards at this time. The result was that he felt quite surprised. In addition to the 15W origin points that he got at the beginning, after that, the human immortal Wu Dao 5 Viscera chapter, the demonized body of the great Yuan Master Basta, and so on, thanks to so many onlookers at the scene as well as the spread of the online videos and posts, almost the entire network was brushed, and one after the other, together, he got 50W origin points, and also slowly increased along with the influence. It is still slowly increasing with its influence. By now, he has already held 70W origin points again. The pressure was instantly loosened, and he didn't have to worry about the follow-up of the Wuming ruins and the human immortal martial Dao's refining fake into the real thing. Chapter 40 with sand sculpture netizens looking for inspiration to design scripts from foreign concerns. Gu Chen refining fake into real martial arts relics and human immortal martial arts have been reappeared in the world. The results can be said to be rich. It is not in vain. He spent a lot of time before and after, died a lot of brain cells for the conception, and input is a harvest. The next step is to look at how to arrange the script after the ruins of the Wuming, which in turn will consume a lot of brain cells. It so happens that nowadays there is also a heated discussion on the internet, all about the ruins of Wuming and the human immortal martial arts and all kinds of historical conspiracy theories and so on. Douyin, Force 2, headlines and other places can see all kinds of video bloggers, upmasters and so on, speculation and discussion. What ancient times are all kinds of powerful demons and practitioners, De Yuan and Wuming have had a shocking war between the rivers of blood, tragic abnormal, martial arts practitioners and demons are in the dark to fight, ancient information is not developed, the Emperor of Daming in order to stabilize the people's heart, so modify the history, wipe out the traces of it and so on. This Douyin on the video blogger for guessing but let Gu Chen feel good, quite satisfied, this can be copied, added into the script designed after, inspiration +1. There is also a discussion on the Forced Who, why the history books have never said Wuming these powerful martial arts practitioners with mastery of transcendent power of the great Yuan state master grand bastard with the great Yuan royal family? In the answers below, there is a respondent called Grizzly who has the most likes. The practice of human immortal martial arts practitioners are too powerful. So, after dealing with the state master of the great Yuan Bashiba and the royal family of the great Yuan, the emperor of the great Ming dynasty must have palpitations in his heart. There are such strong people in the, even if the throne is like sitting on pins and needles, this kind of strong people are almost the present gods, as long as a little bit of mine, at any time can be subverted the dynasty. If I were the emperor of the great Ming dynasty, I would have to think of a way to erase their existence, weakening its influence. If I were the emperor of the Ming dynasty, I would find a way to erase their existence and weaken their influence to nothing, or even try to kill them by all means, or find a way to get the same power as those transcendent martial artists. The answer to this question was what made Gu Chen's eyes light up, and in his heart, he instantly gained a lot more inspiration, and he already had plans on how to rationalize the script of De Yuan's State Master Bastard in the end, to ensure that in the end, he could carry out the process of maximizing the acquisition of origin points. For a while, Gu Chen somewhat regretted how he hadn't thought of finding inspiration from sand sculpture netizens earlier. Nowadays he no longer needed to meditate and dye countless brain cells, he only needed to expand along with his thoughts, and finally use origin points to refine the fake into the real, which was undoubtedly much easier. Thinking of this, Gu Chen couldn't help but hum a little tune, and then, immediately began a new round of refining falsehoods into truth, materializing the 2 remaining martial Ming relics. Is it possible to refine falsehood into truth for the 2 Wu Ming relics? Requires 60 W origin points. Without any hesitation, he immediately chose to confirm, and within the power of the systems refining falsehood into truth, underneath the earth of the central continent, 2 brand new martial Ming ruins were silently added to the list, just waiting to be explored by outsiders. After preparing the script, Gu Chen was in no hurry to open it immediately. Now let the bullets fly for a while, wait until the heat goes down, and then expose these 2 new Wu Ming relics, continue to obtain the origin point. To be a small stream of water is the king. Otherwise more stimulation, the audience is numb, the attention aroused but reduced, in turn, is not conducive to the acquisition of origin points. Just like occasionally eating Australopithecine lobster, will feel very delicious. However, if you let you eat 3 meals a day every day to eat lobster, do not eat the other, I am afraid that this thing is even more tasty will also become nausea. On the other hand, with the official control of the scene, here to obtain a variety of relics into several parts of the organized air transport away, and, at the fastest speed towards the top of the major laboratories in the central continent to transfer to, where a large number of experts and professors have been waiting for scientific research scholars. Just when a large laboratory in the middle continent is carrying out intensive research, the previous video quickly spread to places outside the middle continent at a speed visible to the naked eye under the roll of the network. The oil pipe, Facebook, the ancient song and other places can be found in the video, and because of its ultra-realistic scenes of gunfighting as well as more cool than the movie of the close combat, but in the online live a wave of attracting the attention of countless foreign netizens, the short time it exceeded the level of 1 million. In a short period of time, it broke through the million level of playback, and the comment area below is a lot of messages. Oh my god. It's incredible. Is this the latest big movie? Is this the newest big movie in the middle continent? This is a list that kung fu, this is so cool. Is that kung fu? You want this movie top movie list, I'm adding this movie to the watch list. These videos soon attracted the attention of the United States of America and Great Britain, as well as Western Europe and Japan, because it looks like real guns, grenades and grenade launchers are being used in the videos. Do you need to use these real guns to make a movie? And the monster that appeared in the movie, how did this guy resist the guns and grenades? At once, there were professional intelligence officers who began to investigate along with the video, and immediately discovered that something was not quite right. Chapter 41, Investigation Conclusions of Foreign Intelligence Services? In the United States of America, Britain, and other Western European countries as well as the East Ying's intelligence personnel investigation, the source of this video was from the side of the Chinese continent, by the video experts combined with the video frame-by-frame analysis, but was surprised to find that this video actually does not have any editing and special effects, is a cell phone shot out of the real. If this is not a movie with editing, special effects, then, the question comes, the video inside the headless monster and those several fists, the body haunted by the powerful men and women of the blood-colored wolf smoke cannot all be true? Could this be some kind of superhuman warrior researched by the Chinese continent? When did China possess such powerful human biotechnology? These intelligence officers of theirs didn't even know anything about it. The content of the video on the internet is a whole lot of information. With a little investigation, the United States of America, Britain, and other Western European countries and the East Japan and other countries of the intelligence staff is a little confused, only because the content is too exaggerated and bizarre. To the effect that the ancient Chinese continent, a relic called the Wu Ming dynasty, there is a human immortal martial arts and other mysterious cultivation techniques, and within the army of the defeated country at the time made into a puppet, after 600 or 700 years can still be revived with the attack. Even more bizarre is that, inside the sealed town of more than 700 years ago, part of the body of the ancients, but also resurrected to come back to life? In the end, they were defeated by a few kung fu masters? This plot seems to be like some Myths and Legends TV series. How to look a little weird. This thing is sure it's not bull? The style is not quite right. If so posted up, maybe scolded to the dog's blood. In order not to be scolded, they had to their own way to reorganize the language, so that the investigation of the report becomes more reasonable in normal Central Asia private research on human bioweapons, and, to create a superhuman warrior, this is the circulated test video. Immediately after, the United States of America, Britain, and other Western European countries as well as the East Japan and a number of intelligence officers are nervous, do not dare to be slow, and then hurriedly will be the results of this report to the above, and at the same time will be the video with the results of the investigation is also uploaded one by one. Soon, there were experts in the relevant fields were invited over, then, began to according to the video inside the various parameters of the model evolution. The scene immediately came a burst of exclamation. Oh, my god. This is truly incredible. This monster's body surface ebony light was able to easily withstand the sweeping fire of 9mm caliber bullets, the frontal explosion of high explosive grenades, as well as the impact of grenade guns under the parametric modeling, and its qualities were like the nimble shield in the movie, which was 360-degree omnidirectional and without any dead angles. This is definitely an incredible discovery. No, I think it is more shocking to fight with this headless monster head on Chinese men and women. They are the most incredible to me. The first shot of the young Chinese man, a step on the step out of the 30 meters away, in the video can leave a residual shadow. There is also another tall Chinese man, a fist actually able to play out the air explosion, is really unimaginable. The other several Chinese men and women are not inferior. This is definitely a superhuman. God on high, these middle continent people look like superheroes in the movie. It's just too unbelievable. Looking at the group of professors and experts who were exclaiming in astonishment, the director of Federal Intelligence couldn't help but cough and directly opened his mouth to interrupt their discussion. Experts and professors, I think we should pause for a while. What we need to discuss today is why in the world these people from the central continent are able to possess such terrifying power, and what is the strange ability of the blood-colored wolf smoke that lingers on their bodies. Whether or not the central continent is conducting a special human experimental transformation program. Hearing this, the invited experts and professors glanced at each other with a slightly embarrassed expression on their faces. Although they were able to tell that the Central Continentals in the video were incredibly powerful, they had no clue as to why they were so powerful. What is certain is that the Chinese continent is hiding from us has already researched the superhuman warriors. Each of them is very powerful, the force is nearly 10 tons, can hit the air explosion with their bare hands, faster than a cheetah, have mysterious power, and their own combat strength is also extremely strong. Hearing this, the Federal Intelligence Director couldn't help but sigh, and then quickly ordered a series of secrets, ready to start planning for the relevant spies to go and steal the information and secrets of the superhuman warriors in the central continent. Similar things not only happened in the United States of America, such as Britain and Western European countries and the East. Japan and other countries also have the relevant intelligence departments made a decision, ready to send spies to steal the relevant secrets, ready to expose the Chinese continent privately research human biological weapons in the international arena to make trouble. In the next period of time, nearly 10 days have passed since the opening of the Wuming ruins, but the heat brought about by it has not decreased at all. The craze for national martial arts up and down the Chinese continent has increased instead of decreasing, and countless people are thinking of practicing national martial arts well, so that their bodies can reach the minimum requirements for practicing the 5 Viscera chapter of the human immortal martial arts Dao, and then, they will become the same as Li Hansa and other great boxers such as the clasping Dan and Huanjing, and will be able to even blow up the demonized remnant of the fraudulent Grand Yuan master. Under this craze, more and more people believed in the human immortal martial way, and Chun was able to harvest a sum of origin points almost every day, gaining nearly 200,000 more origin points in just 10 days, putting him in a happy mood. According to this situation, when he opened another martial Ming ruins, the origin points he gathered might allow him to directly refine Pei Songhai, a human immortal of the martial Dao, into the real thing. Just thinking about it made him feel exhilarated. In these days, the international situation is changing. The United States of America, Britain, and other Western European countries as well as the East. Japan and other countries do not know why suddenly began to suppress the Chinese continent too. Nan said that the Chinese continent in the dark secretly carry out experiments on human biological weapons, so that the Chinese continent to give an account of it? Chapter 42 Joint Pressure. This is a misunderstanding. Our old ancestors passed down the national art. We have definitive evidence that indicates that Central Continent is conducting evil human biological experiments and has created terrifying superhuman weapons. We recommend that the International Joint Conference conduct strict inspections of the Central Continent. Resolutely not allow it to carry out evil human biological experiments in private. Invite Central Continent to publicize its private human experiments. Allow the investigation team of the International Joint Conference formed by the various covenant countries to enter and inspect. If China continues to conduct human biological experiments, the United States of America will impose economic and trade sanctions. In recent days, the United Nations Conference on International Cooperation and the United States of America, Britain, and other Western European countries, as well as the East. Japan and other countries suddenly launched a series of condemnation of the Chinese continent, and you do not publicize the human bioweapons experiments, you will be united to suppress and sanction your economy and various aspects of the export trade and so on. For a while, there are also a lot of dogged followers following the footsteps of the United States of America, Britain, and other Western European countries, also yelled to suppress and sanction. All kinds of news and reports in the Chinese continent are also explaining this matter. The netizens of the Chinese continent are also amazed. What? The Chinese officials have secretly started human biological experiments? Seems to have results. Let the United States of America, Britain, and other Western European countries as well as the East Japan are anxious, and now actually ran out to pressure, but also clamored for sanctions? The motherland has been so fierce? Looking at the United States of America and Britain and other Western European countries that are clamoring for sanctions, Yenjing officials in the central continent also feel a little confused. What? How come I didn't know I was so powerful? I didn't know I was this good, that I had a superhuman weapon? The following departments also did not report off. The official of Yenjing in the Middle Kingdom hurriedly inquired about the lower level departments. The following is also a blank. After a while, there is absolutely no relevant records. We really have to engage in what human biological weapon experiments? Looking at the lower level department's neatly unified denial, the Chinese Yenjing official is also a little depressed. The United States of America and Britain and other Western European countries is not a brainwhip? Now you don't need evidence to make a false accusation? This is still the king's law? There is also a heavenly reason? Chinese and foreign journalists conference, reporters from various countries one after another question human biological weapons, to give the international countries an account of the blah blah blah. China's Foreign Affairs Office immediately couldn't help it, directly on the spot dislike up. Nonsense, what human biological weapons? This is a false accusation. We in China never engage in such devious practices. Don't slander our innocence. It's all malicious rumors. Looking at the diplomatic office of China, the United States of America, Britain, and other Western European countries couldn't help themselves, and released the evidence in the form of photos and videos internationally, ready for the real hammer. The Chinese official looked at the United States of America and Britain and other Western European countries' published evidence. The relevant person in charge of the face immediately became a little weird. Nima, isn't this headless biological weapon the demonized body of Di Yuan's national master, Basta, who popped out of the Wuming ruins in the midst of the fraudulent corpse? And what about this superhuman bioweapon? Wasn't it Li Hansha, Wang Tianba, the two clutching Dan masters with Fang Hanson, Tang Yi, and the other four Huanjing Grand Fist masters? Aren't they practicing Chinese martial arts? How did they become superhuman bioweapons? This is not bull? With the United States of America and Britain and other countries in Western Europe, the so-called Chinese continent to carry out the human bioweapon evidence, the Chinese continent of the multitude of eat melon netizens almost cannot help but laugh out of the pig squeal. Nima, on this? It's really a laugh, I'm dead. The Chinese government has been working on the development of a new system for the development of a new system for the development of a new system for the development of the new system. After half a day, even the Li Hansha and other Hold Dan masters as well as Huanjing Big Boxer misunderstood into what superhuman. Really laugh at me. After half a day, the United States of America and Britain and other Western European countries are brainwashed. I think we have always been peaceful and friendly, and will not engage in these messy human biological experiments. This is ing called national art. It's passed down from our ancestors. How do you country bumpkins know the power of our ancestors? In the comments section below the related news video, the netizens of the Chinese continent did not mince words and launched some tirades. These foreign country bumpkins how to know our ancestors passed down the wisdom, which is ing called national arts and human immortal martial arts. What bull human biological experiments? It's really short-sighted. Laughing to death, this will not really have any intelligence department to report the video circulating on the internet, a meal to analyze, and then, mistaken for what superhuman weapons? Are the intelligence officers of the United States of America, Britain, and other Western European countries so unprofessional? These are but a few hundred years of history of the country is little seen. How to know the greatness of the ancient civilization with 5,000 years of history? I suggest that the intelligence officers of the United States of America, Great Britain, and other Western European countries should read The Dragon and the Serpent more often, and find out what is called the national art and what is called holding the Dan Master. Gu Chen looked at a group of sand sculpture netizens in China's joyful spit and pride, also cannot help but laugh. He also did not expect his own refining fake out of the national art and human immortal martial arts actually by the United States of America and Britain and other Western European countries misunderstood into what human biological weapons? This is really a big oolong-ah. Looking at the United States of America and Britain and other Western European countries to come up with the so-called real evidence, the Chinese officials immediately calm up. This is our old ancestors left something. What bull human biological weapons? The Chinese Continent Hidden Department War Neglect Bureau also at this time on the field, good and calm in the diplomatic meeting, not slow to explain up. This is a wonderful misunderstanding. The trouble of the United States of America and Britain and other Western European countries first to understand what is called national art. This video inside the so-called superhuman warriors is a complete misunderstanding. They are our top Chinese art masters. Oh yes, to your poor history probably do not know what is called the national art. I changed the word to explain. This is the national art is you in the movie about Kung Fu. Kung Fu? Kung Fu? In the face of China's diplomatic office of a serious explanation, the United States of America and Britain and other Western European countries as well as Eastern Japan and other countries have a face of confusion. Looking at the video inside a step out more than 30 meters away from Li Hansha, and a fist can hit the air explosion of Wang Tianba, are unable to help the corner of the eye twitch a little? Is this the so-called national martial arts of China? Is China joking? Which human could step more than 30 meters away? Which human could punch out an air explosion with a single punch? Do you think this is a superhero in a movie? And what the hell is that blood-colored wolf smoke like a superpower? UING explained. In response, the Central Continent War Neglect Bureau responded with a serious face. The national art is to see the talent and enlightenment, as well as hard work. As for the so-called blood-color wolf smoke, that is to talk about 800 years ago, a Chinese martial arts master, the specific history of the situation, we do not know, is in the process of investigation, and so on we investigate the results of the selective to tell you. The Zhangzhou crowd of netizens saw this, their mouths almost laughed crookedly. Chapter 43 Psychological Imbalance of the Western Countries, the Results of Scientific Research in the Middle Continent. It is worth mentioning that the United States of America and Britain and other Western European countries as well as the East Japan and other countries of the so-called solid evidence is to attract a lot of foreign netizens' inward curiosity, the national art of the interest. So, in the Middle Kingdom sand sculpture netizens under the recommendation of the run to look at the stream of the national art of the opening of the novel Dragon and Snake to go. This look, they were instantly enamored by the wonderful national martial arts rivers and lakes inside the blood boiling. For a time, even a lot of foreign readers want to learn the national martial arts, across the ocean ready to come to worship masters. Of course, Chun also harvested a wave of origin points contributed by foreigners as a result, and to some extent, he was also considered to have stepped out of the country to reap the rewards, and was considered to have fought for his country. For the influence spread, Chun is naturally happy to see, he will never mind the origin points this thing more, refining fake into real out of the national art, martial arts relics, chi blood puppet, human immortal martial arts, Basta demonization residual body, etc. The more people believe in, the more he can get feedback origin points. This is a kind of cause and effect, and he can hide behind the curtain, and continue to rely on the growth of the origin points toward a more powerful transcendental system. After making a big mess in the international arena, the United States of America, Britain, and other Western European countries, as well as Eastern Japan and other countries turned around and scolded their respective intelligence departments severely. Intelligence departments of various countries are also feel aggrieved. Who can think of the Chinese people after practicing the national art, can become like the superhuman warriors in the movie, which in addition to the human biological weapons there is what reasonable science can be explained? Who knows that the movie-like explanation of events on the internet in China is true? Of course, the United States of America and Britain and other Western European countries as well as the East Japan and other countries are also on the mainland of the mysterious ancient relics of martial arts being coveted. Looking at the mainland of China's officials to the inside of the mysterious chi and blood puppets, medicines, and rare herbs and involves transcendent power of the immortal martial arts to carry out research, immediately sour. Why are these mysterious ancient relics only found in the Middle Continent? It wasn't fair. Why didn't their ancestors have similar mysterious relics with transcendent powers? This is a transcendent power that can affect the future trend. The red-eyed United States of America and the United Kingdom and other Western European countries as well as the East Japan and other countries finally could not help it. A change in the attitude of the previous that called for economic and trade sanctions, said that these mysterious ancient relics belong to the people of the whole world, the Chinese continent to be generous to share out. They have the top of the scientific research team and laboratories, cooperative research can be faster to crack the mystery. For the attitude of the United States of America and Britain and other Western European countries as well as the East Japan and other countries, the Chinese officials could not help but laugh coldly, joking, who previously clamored to our sanctions on the Chinese continent? So quickly want to act as if nothing has happened, you damn when we are good to fool the too little cute. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on the money and get out of the way. China's Foreign Affairs Office coldly said no to the eager United States of America, Britain, and other Western European countries as well as the East Japan and other countries, and directly rejected the idea of joint research. This is the precious heritage left by our ancestors in China. What business is it of you foreigners? You don't deserve it. Looking at the domineering and tough response of the official diplomatic office of China, Chun inexplicably felt a little bit of pleasure in his heart, and a group of netizens in China were overjoyed, and couldn't wait to like and leave comments under the scarf and the video of the diplomatic office. The Chinese netizens were overjoyed, and couldn't wait to like and comment on the video. Watching is really too good. How United States of America and Britain and other Western European countries as well as Eastern Japan and other countries also have such a day. Enjoy the feeling of being blocked. Absolutely not to these foreigners. This is something that was left behind by our ancestors. The barbarians and the devils are afraid of power, not virtue. History tells us that they are white-eyed wolves that can't be fed. They're all wolves. In the past, it was the United States of America, Britain, and other Western European countries, as well as the East Japan and other countries that blocked the science and technology of China. However, now it is the turn of the wind and water, and it is the turn of China to blockade, which is not easy at all. Under the mentality of strong imbalance and envy, the United States of America, Britain, and other Western European countries, as well as the East Japan and other countries, without exception, their respective intelligence departments issued a new task, that is, to steal the research results obtained from the mysterious ancient relics in the Chinese continent. On the other hand, in Shaojunshi, Feng Xiu came online and quickly revealed a piece of news. Crane dance. I learned from Mr. Feng's mouth that the official researchers have refined and concentrated the precious herbs and medicines obtained from the ruins of Woming, and came up with the corresponding Peiyuan Dan, which can stimulate the effects of the precious herbs and medicines to a greater extent, and it is said that a certain kung fu master who cooperated with the experiment has actually stepped into the level of dark power with the help of the medicinal power. Now the official government is ready to use the Peiyuan Dan to recover the exotic medicines and precious herbs that folk explorers have found from the ruins. As soon as this news came out, it instantly attracted the attention of the other sand sculptor netizens in Jun Yang, Lu Qing'er, Li Xingming, and also Yijin and Wang Xiaoai came online one after another. Golden shot little wanderer. I've also heard something that a strain of the ruins exotic rare grass is able to be exchanged for 5 Peiyuan Dan. The upper limit is not capped. Mo pink rabbit, that's a good deal. I still have 2 more strains of exotic pill rare herbs. Yiliangchen, have 4 more plants. It can be traded for 20 Peiyuan Dan. The dark power level is naturally easy for this heavenly pride. You mediocre Jun sheep friends still don't come to pay your respects to the dark power master. Ha! Chicken taba, how about we block this guy up here? Guchen saw the news, face also cannot help but show a touch of surprise, worthy of being the Chinese continent official, has the top expert researchers with the laboratory situation, even so fast to make gains, but also really cannot underestimate the power of a country, just do not know whether the Chinese continent has from the human immortal martial arts, she blood puppets, as well as the 8 Sibas demonic remnants of the body of the things such as the study of the corresponding results. Chapter 44 Combination of Science and Martial Arts? Secretly exploring the official coastal city laboratory, exposed. While watching the sand sculpture netizens in Junyang exchange various secrets, Guchen was secretly observing as a diver. Feng Xiu's master was the Wing Chun White Crane Fist Harmonized Power Grandmaster, Feng Hansong. The latter, on the other hand, was an instructor of the Dragon Tooth Elite Special Warfare Unit hired by the Central Continent officials, and was considered to have that layer of official background, and thus, knew significantly more insider secrets, and had no qualms whatsoever about chatting in Shaojunshi. Crane dance. I heard Uncle Feng say, now the official has given priority to part of the Peiyuan Dan to supply the Central Continent Elite Special Forces selected out of the Ming Gene Elite. The official will soon be able to spawn a number of Dark Gene level fighters as volunteers to cooperate with the experiment. I heard that the official is consulting with him and a few other Huanjin big fighters, is ready to use the scientific method to get the Wuming relics of the immortal martial arts 5. Viscera chapter of cultivation to simplify, reduce the difficulty of the beginning, and then master the power of qi and blood. And thus mastering the power of qi and blood. Seeing Feng Xiu's speech, Lu Qing'er, who was from a rich and powerful family in the Jiangnan region, smiled cheekily and similarly recounted the official hidden secrets in the little Jun sheep. Recently, he had already planned to let the newly promoted Dark Power Elite Special Forces team members to cooperate with the experiment, so maybe they could really come out with a shortcut. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoai also couldn't help but lament in Jun sheep. Mo Pink Rabbit, the wisdom and power of the individual is ultimately no match for those top research experts and scholars, and the powerful computing power of the supercomputer, the ancient cultivation methods and today's technological collision, may be able to rub out the intense sparks. However, my master seems to be a bit unimpressed with this kind of tricky way, saying that taking shortcuts is ultimately inferior, and will result in the result that the battle power can't keep up with the realm. While watching the exchange of sand sculptor Jun sheep friends, Gu Chen's eyes were flickering, and his attention was immediately drawn to some remarks made by Lu Qing'er, a rich family's daughter. There was an official laboratory in Coastal City? It had already begun researching a simplified version of the human immortal martial Dao's 5 Viscera chapter cultivation method? This information had caused Gu Chen to feel a little emotional in the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, he was still too hasty. The strongest thing in modern society was naturally technology, like the supercomputer used in the lab. The speed of computing had already reached a few trillion calculations per second, and it could calculate wars, arrive at a winner or loser ahead of time, or carry out all kinds of modeling, which made it a very powerful function. Human Immortal Martial Arts 5 Viscera cultivation method is from the system of refining fake into real, appear to be the perfect state, if the supercomputer modeling calculations may also be able to project a simplified version of the cultivation method, so that the difficulty and the requirements are greatly reduced, and then faster mastery of qi and blood power. Thinking of this, Gu Chen was also a bit curious. Anyway, the location of this laboratory is in the coastal city, and he is here. If he learns the detailed address, he sneak in to visit it is not a problem. Thinking of this, Gu Chun soon began to take action, directly find Lu Qinger this rich girl private chat up, seemingly unintentionally mentioned a mouth her uncle in the laboratory, the two sides chatted for a while, he soon learned from the other side of the mouth of the laboratory is located in the direction of. After the next June sheep chat, Gu Chun thought for a while, to his strength now hold Dan level is not very insurance, after all, who does not know the officials so important inside the laboratory what, in case of any danger, that is not very embarrassing? Therefore, before going, he was prepared to improve his strength, directly using the system to refine the fake into real power, spent 10W origin points, directly cultivated into the human immortal martial Dao 5 Viscera chapter. Holding Dan level of national art realm is to break through the limits of the human body, unarmed can pinch steel into mud, running faster than a cheetah, the body of the blood is a lead pump, and now turn to cultivate the human immortal martial arts 5 Viscera chapter, condensing the essence of the 5 Viscera, the transformed chi and blood power is more masculine and overbearing, can be away from the body of the feet away, but also change the form of the body, able to directly influence the outside world material, showing all sorts of incredible transcendent power. Gu Chun took a deep breath, the power of chi and blood almost instantly came out of his body, attached to the surface of his body, radiating towards the surroundings, a kind of fierce and overbearing aura spread out, the power of chi and blood attached to his fingertips, he flexed his fingers and flicked them, and out of thin air, there was a burst of sound like a firecracker, and the power of chi and blood easily left a small hole through the wall. This kind of power was already not inferior to some large caliber sniper rifles that could penetrate walls, so it was evident that the power of chi and blood was overbearing, causing Gu Chun's face to show a touch of satisfaction. He changed into all black clothes and put on a mask that covered most of his face, and then, taking advantage of the night's color, he hurried towards that official coastal city laboratory that Lu Qinger had spoken of. With his current speed of cultivating into the 5 Viscera chapter of the human immortal martial Dao, he could reach the fastest speed of 60 meters per second, nearly twice as fast as the holding Dan level, and with the addition of the all-black clothes, this speed almost exceeded the level that could be captured by the human naked eye. About 20 minutes later, Gu Chun figure in a heavily guarded building dark corner appeared. In front of everywhere there are cameras, there are security personnel 24 hours a day patrols, but also in and out of the electronic access card. However, for him nowadays, it's not a big problem. Lifting his leg and stomping on the wall, under the reaction force, he swept through a shadow in midair, and easily sneaked into one of the unclosed windows, took a white coat by hand, dodged countless cameras, and finally came to the interior of the lab. Perhaps because of the late night, there were not many researchers coming and going, and most of them were in a hurry, with many dark circles under their eyes, obviously caused by staying up late for a long time. Gu Chun followed the footsteps of these researchers, but also smoothly found the goal of this time to come to occupy half of the room's supercomputer, as well as more than 3 meters high screen. At the moment, the screen above the flow of countless data, there is a three-dimensional perspective of the human body. There is also a line marked out above. It is a simplified version of the Immortal Martial Arts 5 Viscera chapter of the cultivation of the method. He looked at the huge screen in front of him with interest, the data on the computer constantly flowing, secretly compared with the system to refine the fake into a real human Immortal Martial Arts 5 Viscera chapter of the cultivation of the difference. This supercomputer calculated the cultivation of the requirements, and the difficulty of the practice is indeed to reduce a lot of the laboratory advocated the combination of science and martial arts concepts are indeed feasible. However, right at this moment, a dull male voice suddenly came from behind. This researcher, you seem to have forgotten something on your body, you have forgotten your in and out identity tag. Gu Chun heard this and turned his head to look back. Not far behind him stood a short-haired, inch-haired man dressed in military green, the realm of the mind that broke the void and allowed him to see the gods almost immediately allowed him to sense the suspicion and hostility that the other party's eyes carried, but he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Have I been exposed so quickly? I don't remember what I've revealed. Chapter 45, The Official Newly Rising Dark Force, The Real Hidden Spy. Looking at the masked Gu Chun in front of him, who readily admitted that he had been exposed, the short-haired, inch-haired man in military green uniform standing at the back couldn't help but freeze for a moment. According to reason, like this sneak into the outside of how also want to carry out some resistance, for their own defense, which no the other party reacted so calmly, but is very curious to ask him where exposed. Nowadays secret agents are so arrogant? Since you already know that you have been exposed, then I advise you to surrender immediately. Do not make unnecessary struggles. I will arrest you for the crime of theft of state secrets. Now hold your hands over your head and lie down on the ground. Seeing this, the other group of scientific researchers standing there couldn't help but change their faces slightly, and hurriedly retreated towards the side, while the nearby security personnel advised were quickly reacted, staring intently at the infiltrator. Immediately surrendered. Hands on your head, lying on the ground? Hearing the other party's request, Gu Chun sized him up. The level of chi and blood on the other party's body had already reached the dark power level, and he should be the member of the elite special operations team that Feng Xiu had claimed the officials had piled up with Pei Yuan Dan. If it was anyone else, I'm afraid that he would have to obediently surrender. However, not to mention that he had now cultivated the 5 Viscera chapter of the human immortal martial Dao. Even if he was still at the previous clutching Dan realm, he would still be able to directly hang the other party. Surrender? I'm very sorry. With your current realm and strength, you should not be my opponent. Gu Chun sighed, and with a euphemistic expression, he opened his mouth to the military green uniformed inchman in front of him. Hearing this, the opposite stood military green uniform short inchman could not help but secretly annoyed, never thought that the other party actually so arrogant, not at all will he from thousands of people out of the top special forces team members in the eyes, he decided to wait a moment to let the other party for their previous belittlement and regret. I think you're just refusing to do this, remember clearly, the one who captured you is Wang Hong, the squad leader of the God's Front Special Forces team. After saying these words, named Wang Hong military green uniform short inchman will directly move, a step will cross the distance of 5-6 meters, two hands such as the eagle claw viciously grabbed over, the wind is harsh, action clean, and ruthless direct. Looking at the rapidly enlarging claws in his eyes, Gu Chen's face showed a touch of curiosity. He wanted to know how strong this official use of modern science and technology to promote the level of dark power, to see what the gap between technology and the system of refining fake into real national art system. He stood in place without flickering or avoiding, letting the hand that was like an eagle's claw grab. This action made the other party could not help but freeze for a moment. Wang Hong, or the first time he encountered such an opponent? Could it be that this guy thought his body was made of steel? Surprisingly, he underestimated him like this. What arrogance! I would like to see how hard your body is. Wang Hong laughed angrily, and in his heart, he was secretly determined to make this infiltrator who underestimated him pay a heavy price, and under the urging of the dark energy, the tendons and muscles on top of his arm were taut, and the force was even better than before. Snap! Those two hands like eagle claws landed on Gu Chen's shoulders, 5 fingers like hooks, grasping the shoulder blades as well as the sinews above. A sinister dark energy invaded. This was the military's takedown fighting technique, known for its simplicity and effectiveness, focusing on capturing the enemy at the fastest speed. Wang Hong's face showed a hint of cold smile, rubbing hard, is intended to this infiltrator in front of the two shoulders to unload, however, is somewhat surprised to find that their own dark energy is like mud into the sea, sunk without a trace, completely unable to the person in front of them to cause any impact, and even the other party did not even move a bit. This kind of situation led him immediately can't help but widen two eyes, suspect that there are hallucinations. He does not believe in tensing the muscles of his body once again, pushing the dark force with all his might. With his current strength at the dark force level, the force of one hand is more than 800 pounds. In the case of pushing the dark force, the instantaneous outburst of force is even able to twist the steel bars into twists. In the case of an ordinary person, his shoulder would have been crushed by him. However, even so, he still did not have the ability to cause any impact on the person in front of him. The gap between the two sides is really too big. This infiltrator in the end, what is the origin? This force was not bad, however, it was still worse than the dark force fighter that he had practiced step by step to become a dark force fighter. Gu Chun opened his mouth and commented, his shoulders shook, and the muscles on his shoulders violently erupted with a terrifying shocking force between one loose and one tight, just like a taut bowstring letting go, causing the face of Wang Hong in front of him to change drastically, and he felt like his hands were grasping a giant dragon, and the horrifying shocking force made his hands paralyzed as if they had been electrocuted on the spot. Thump! Wang Hong retreated 5 or 6 steps in a row before finally coming to a halt, his eyes shocked as he looked at Gu Chun standing on the opposite side of the room and spoke incredulously. Why would a national art expert like your excellency need to do such things as sneak in and steal, which is disgraceful? Why don't you join the central state officials and serve the motherland? Hearing this, Gu Chun shrugged his shoulders, but was unimpressed and opened his mouth to say, sorry, I'm a person who loves freedom and can't be controlled, I just want to see the official research results here. The other security personnel standing next to him saw the defeated Wang Hong. They did not hesitate, they directly pulled out the electric batons as well as firearms on their bodies, aiming at the infiltrator in front of them. Don't move. Raise your hands. If you move around, we shoot. Faced with the chiding of a group of security personnel, Gu Chun did not tense up at all as he raised his leg and stomped on the ground, and in the next moment, his figure instantly disappeared in place, so fast that it only left behind a blurry and indistinct residual shadow. This speed indeed caused Wang Hong's pupils to shrink violently, and he hurriedly shouted at the group of security personnel next to him, quickly get out of the way. Dangerous. However, his reminder was useless, as Gu Chun gently slashed his palm above the backs of the necks of these security personnel one after the other in the short span of a few seconds. Flop, flop, flop. Amidst that series of sounds of falling to the ground, 6 security personnel fell unconscious one after another, without any power of resistance. The crowd of researchers at the scene also couldn't help but open their eyes wide. They completely didn't understand what had just happened. This infiltrator was too terrifying, right? When Wang Hong saw this, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead, his eyes stared scornfully at Gu Chun in front of him, and he exclaimed in shock, a clasping Dan master-level expert? In the midst of this shocking change, a nearby scientific researcher's eyes flickered, and he directly made a move to unplug the data storage behind him, turned around and darted towards the outside. This scene is out of everyone's expectation. Never thought that the crowd of scientific researchers actually hides another spy, and, taking advantage of this chaotic opportunity to directly steal the most important data memory. Chapter 46. You want to turn me? Lousy is a patriot. The sudden change of events made all the people present all froze for a moment, and their brains were a bit confused for a while. How did another hidden spy who snatched the simplified version of the earthly martial way pop up here? In front of this powerful infiltrator, and what is going on? Looking at the hidden spy who moved with athletic agility and lifted his leg and rushed towards the outside, the group of researchers couldn't help but change their faces drastically. Not good. The deduced research data on top of the computer is in that memory. Security personnel. Hurry up and stop him. Definitely can't let him get away. Grab the memory from his hand. Don't let him take it. All of our achievements are in it. Some of the researchers who were closer couldn't help themselves, and hurriedly raised their legs and rushed over, ready to stop the other party. However, where were these researchers who soaked in the lab from time to time and lacked exercise a match for this kind of elite spy? This hidden spy's reaction speed was extremely fast, casually knocking over one of the researchers who blocked the way, and then threw out 2 miniature smoke bombs, choking the nose and nose. Rolling thick smoke filled the air in this instant. Snort. When Chen saw this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He had only come here to see the combination of science and martial arts in the official laboratory. However, he didn't realize that there was another hidden spy on the scene. Wasn't this equivalent to him creating an opportunity for the other party to steal secrets? This was not a black pot he wanted to take. Thinking of this, he did not have any hesitation, lifted his leg and stomped to the ground. His figure was like an arrow off a string, lifting his leg and chasing after him. Although this practice system of national art is low martial arts, however, in the spiritual practice is quite magical. With his mind to break the void, can see God's spiritual realm, can be said to be mysterious, as long as he wants to chase a person, even if the other party runs to the ends of the earth, hiding in the depths of the earth, as long as they are still alive, it is difficult to avoid the lock of the mind, unless the other parties self-end. Seeing the escaping hidden spy, Wang Hong's face was furious. First an infiltrator easily defeated him, followed by another hidden spy who made a move to steal the data storage device in front of his eyes. Isn't it tugging at his collar to hit his face? The dark power level special warriors like him who were selected and spent a lot of resources to cultivate them also had a mission. In addition to cooperating with the scientific researchers to conduct experimental research, they also had to be responsible for defending the lab's achievements. Now that such a big leak had actually occurred during his time in charge of duty, the subsequent disciplinary actions would definitely be inevitable. Simply outrageous. Waiting for the rolling smoke to dissipate a little bit, Wang Hong nestled a stomach of fire. He then raised his leg and chased after him. On the other hand, the hidden spy ran out of the internal laboratory, into the corridor inside a restroom, reached out and pinched the neck of the high-tech simulation of the skin. A forceful pull directly changed the face, while reaching out to the hair above a rub, will be used to camouflage the wig above the wig taken down, to give themselves a pair of glasses. However, in a short period of more than 10 seconds, he was like a new person, and then, he lifted his leg and walked out as if nothing had happened. However, he did not take more than a few steps before his footsteps involuntarily stopped. The corridor in front of him did not know when there was an additional person wearing a mask. It was the strong person who had made a move in the laboratory earlier and was suspected to be a clutching Dan Grandmaster. The speed is quite fast, so quickly completely changed personal appearance. Now spies on the body of a lot of high-tech products are. Hearing Gu Chen's words, the spy who had walked out of the restroom in front of him couldn't help but stiffen his face. He was completely confused as to what means the other party had used to recognize him. As for making a move with the other party? This was definitely not a wise move. Although the spy's close combat ability was good, however, in front of these Zhengzhou experts who practiced the national art, it was simply unbeatable. Thinking of this, the spy raised his hands, a smile on his face, and opened his mouth to persuade. This friend, we all have the same purpose. It's all for the research results of the central state. Why don't we wait until after we get out of the research room? We'll each make a copy of the data inside, so that we can take it back to hand in our work. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows and directly interrupted the other party. Shut up, you spy, don't even think about turning me. I am a patriot. Do you think you can influence my firm will with such lowly words? Patriot? These words made the spy's eyes twitch, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. Simply unable to spit, the other party not only sneaked into the national secret laboratory, but also beat up a group of security personnel. If you are a patriot, then he would be one of the top 10 outstanding youths of the central continent. Listening to the sound of the alarm in the institute, the opposite side of the spy stood in the heart of the moment a little anxious. If it continues to wear down, may really be in the Institute of China's security personnel to catch. He did not want to fail the mission. As long as you agree, $10 million. After going out to the institute, I will immediately contact my superiors to transfer the money. Wan Hong, who was running towards this side from afar, couldn't help but change his face slightly when he heard this. If this spy was allowed to abscond outside the country with the lab's research results, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. When he heard $10 million, Gu Chen raised his eyebrows, took one step and swept over a distance of more than 10 meters in the twinkling of an eye, and backhandedly slapped the spy in front of him so hard that he vomited blood and flew backwards, and he opened his mouth with a righteous face and said, "Don't take the sugar-coated shells of capitalism to corrode me. Have said that I am a patriot who hates spies like you the most. Want to buy me? You damned wrong plan." The spy who was hit and spat out blood and flew backwards was really speechless. He wanted to drag the collar of this infiltrator in front of him and ask, "Are you sick?" The same as for the theft of research results to come. What the hell are you pretending to be a patriot here? On the other side of the corridor, Wang Hong, who came after him, saw this and was also completely blindsided on the spot. This powerful, suspected clasping Dan Master infiltrator even called himself a patriot? Private infiltration into the State Secret Research Institute, peeping at state secrets, injuring security personnel, any one thing to carry out, that is also to sit through the bottom of the jail. Now the other party actually claimed to be a patriot? And also refused the corrosion of capitalist sugar-coated bombs? This is not a cow biting the calf's tail to pull the calf? However, on the one hand, the other party infiltrated the research institute, and on the other hand, he helped capture the foreign spies who stole the secrets. Wang Hong are confused. This suspected whole Dan Master expert in the end want to do what? Since you are a patriot, why don't you join the Chinese government so that you can view the research results in the future without having to sneak in like this? Before Wang Hong could finish his sentence, Chun waved his hand, and with a flash of his body, he ran outward at breakneck speed without looking back, and disappeared from sight in the twinkling of an eye. Chapter 47, Suspicion. Dark strength of the folk of the central continent emerges, relic reappears. Along with the Institute's alarm, inside the arrangement of a kind of police force also quickly to the scene, dozens of body with a gun security personnel with a cold face surrounded the various entrances and exits, at the same time separated part of the people slowly toward the Institute. The matter of the state secrets, and then how to be prudent is not too much. Not a moment's time, they soon found Wang Hong, who coordinated the security of the Institute, and on the ground lay a researcher with blood seeping from his mouth and nose and a miserable appearance. The scene in front of them made these security personnel a bit puzzled, and they couldn't help but open their mouths and ask, "Officer Wang, where is the intruder?" When Wang Hong heard this, with a strange expression on his face, he reached out and pointed at the researcher on the ground, and spoke in a deep voice. This is the spy who had previously infiltrated into the laboratory of the Research Institute to steal state secrets. It has already been resolved, and the state secrets that he had stolen have also been found. During the two people's conversation, there were finally other researchers in the lab who arrived, and only then did Wang Hong hand over that data storage device to the other party. Subsequently, Wang Hong hastily wrote out all the events and causes of this matter, reported it to the top, immediately attracted attention, and at the same time, called up the Research Institute's surveillance, trying to figure out that wearing a mask, suspected of holding the Dan Master infiltrator in the end is who. Unfortunately, in front of Gu Chen, who had taken the appropriate measures, there was no effect at all, as he had already dodged countless surveillance cameras on the streets with the help of the night, changed his clothes in passing, and returned to his residence silently. Almost the same night, the official research institute of the coastal city about the latest research results related to the ruins of Wuming was almost stolen by the spies of the matter spread, during which the appearance of the mysterious whole Dan Master level characters even more so that many people have to side-eye, cannot help but guess the other party's true identity. The rich girl Lu Qinger, who was also among the little June sheep, had likewise gotten the relevant news from her uncle, a researcher within the official research institute of Coastal City, which made her heart skip a beat. Yesterday, she had talked about the Coastal City Official Research Institute in the group, and Gu Chen, who was also in the little monarch sheep, had just finished asking for information about the Coastal City Official Research Institute, and then a series of things had happened immediately afterward. This is equivalent to a friend with you to inquire about a high-end club, and then, the same night to see the news above that a high-end club ushered in the sweep spring, arrested how many trading personnel, and that friend did not go home that night. The cell phone also cannot be reached. In the face of such a coincidence of things, Lu Qinger is difficult not to make relevant associations. She cannot help but fall to the gaze of the same within the small June sheep Gu Chen body. Heart a little suspicious up, is not between the two sides of what is related to it. Holding the doubts within her heart, she couldn't help but privately and secretly chat privately with Fang Xiu. Lu Qinger, Sister Xiu, did you hear about what happened last night? Crane dance, is it referring to the fact that the results of the official research institute in Coastal City were almost stolen by spies, and the fact that a suspected reporting clan master-level national art expert appeared during that time? Lu Qinger, that's right, the North Star Big Brother in June Yangli only asked me about the relevant information within the research institute, and as a result, something like this appeared the same night. This is just too much of a coincidence. Do you think there could be a connection here? Crane dance, in that case, this kind of thing is indeed an unbelievable coincidence. No wonder you're so skeptical. While Gu Chun was not clear about this matter, or rather he underestimated a woman's sixth sense, and actually guessed him as a suspect in one go, he was still unaware that a certain rich girl with a particularly sharp sixth sense already had her suspicions about what had happened yesterday, and had also locked her suspicious gaze onto him. The incident at the official research institute in the coastal city, where the research results were almost stolen by the spies, was quickly taken as a warning, and the other official research institutes in the central state raised their vigilance at this time, tracing back the mobile researchers and security personnel within them, and constantly investigating their own information. In this series of severe action, but also really pulled out a few hidden spies, before they had time to steal was caught out, really was caught by surprise. The United States of America, Britain, and other Western European countries, Eastern Japan and other countries look at a variety of protective measures have become more and more tightly. The official research institute in central China is also feel a little depressed. They are not easy to plant it into the spy, so no? The rest of the spies that had not been uncovered were also not daring to make any unusual moves for fear of being exposed. As the officials continued to research and improve the items related to the Wuming ruins, the effect and production of the Peiyuan Dan had increased, and now the officials were already considering whether they could obtain rare medicines and herbs with similar effects by means of planting. And previously explored the ruins of the Wuming civil explorers in the central continent is also a quick response. Soon will be in their hands to pick the strange drugs and herbs with the official trade, access to varying amounts of Peiyuan Dan. With the help of medicinal power, the civil population is also emerging a number of dark power boxer. With the help of the Peiyuan Dan, the sand sculpture monarchs and the same small monarch goat, Lu Qing'er and Feng Xiu, as well as Li Xingming, Wang Xiaoai, Yizhen, and others have also broken through the dark power in the past month. From the first Wuming relics has been almost a month of time, the heat has also been almost over. Looking at the harvest of origin points is diminishing, Chun did not have any hesitation, directly with the help of the power of the system, spending 5,000 origin points, the Wuming relics to activate. As the earth shook, hundreds of meters of rolling blood-colored wolf smoke erupted from the ground, and the second Wuming ruins within the central state finally came out. Chapter 48, Lively Scene, Central Continent Officials' Powerful Firepower Configuration. Jiangdu, somewhere in the countryside, the earth slowly rumbled and raised a stone gate. Hundreds of meters of blood-colored wolf smoke rolled up, recklessly exuding an invisible oppressive force that enveloped 1,000 meters around. Such an obvious apparition immediately attracted the attention of many people, and soon associated it with all the strange sights of the first time the Wuming ruins had appeared before. Their complexions instantly became excited, and they couldn't wait to head towards the ruins. There are also people who will shoot the video to the internet, immediately set off a storm, attracted countless netizens have to watch, related comments and messages as one after another. The second Wuming relic has finally appeared. Brothers, hurry to rush ah! I missed it last time, so I'm going to go in and explore it this time. This time, I'm going to go in and explore. If I can pick 1 or 2 rare herbs, I'll be rich. Upstairs, I'll give you a +1. Wuming relics, and the most likely to encounter the danger is that those Qi blood puppet, in addition to the last, will appear, sealed in the deepest part of the relics of the great Yuan master of the state 8C Ba's body. Be careful, simply do not encounter any danger. Haha brothers. I have arrived at the scene. Waiting for me to give everyone live location in the vicinity of the netizen stupid hurriedly drove to, as well as the last time into the ruins of the Wuming crowd of explorers, but also the mind active, whether it is inside the rare medicines and herbs or hidden human immortal Wudao cultivation method, these are able to directly enhance the strength of the opportunity. They have tasted the sweetness. There were also the folk Mingjin explorers who regretted not going in last time, and at this moment, they were also holding their breath, ready to go forward to take a chance and grow their strength. Coupled with the growing number of Ming gene level boxers, and those who relied on the Peiyuan Dan to break through to the dark gene level, the number of people attracted to the second Wuming ruins directly doubled several times, and the quality was also much higher than the last time, with almost all of the leaders being at the dark gene level. Of course, the fastest reaction is still the central continent official, just because the official reaction speed is slow last time. So, let a group of folk Mingjin boxer seize the first opportunity to explore the number of people than the official more than half, resulting in the martial arts Ming relics of the strange drugs and rare herbs only by the folk to pick most of them. And finally, the official also rely on the research of Peiyuan to exchange back to the strange drugs and true herbs. After learning that there is a new Wuming relics appearing, the Chinese officials immediately reacted, without any hesitation, decisively ordered the mobilization of 10 armed helicopters. Sitting on them are carefully selected out of the special forces. The leader of the team leader is the level of the dark force, the body is well equipped, combat strength is very strong. In addition, taking into account the martial arts relics below the ceiling of the great Yuan national master Bashiba remnants of the body, even thought of the last time the demonization of the remnants of the body erupted out of the terrible combat power. The Chinese continent official simply mobilized the relevant regular troops on the ground to enter the field, including armored vehicles and large-caliber anti-material sniper rifles, man-portable rocket launchers and other heavy weapons were present. Vasily came to the vicinity of the ruins of Wuming and launched a blockade in an orderly manner. The firepower striking range can completely cover the front 300 meters, and the precision of bombing can be accurate to within 1 meter. Of course, the biggest reaction is still a group of civil explorers. Seeing such a horrible firepower lineup of the central continent officials, their faces all changed, being shocked by the operation of the central state officials. It's not just a Wuming ruins, as to mobilize such an exaggerated firepower? Those who didn't know thought that there was a foreign enemy invasion. With this kind of powerful firepower level, almost can carry out a small war struggle, even if the relic sealed with the great Yuan state master 8C Ba demonization residual body grows 3 heads and 6 arms. I'm afraid that also can't withstand the Zhengzhou official layout of this kind of powerful firepower network blow. Not only that, but also transferred a harder wrist colonel to come to the scene. Command posture is quite strong, so that a group of folk to come to the explorers also cannot help but worry about it. In case of Zhengzhou official directly blocked the remains of the immediate, do not let them go in. How to do? During the process of waiting for the bloody column of smoke to shrink and the Wuming ruins to open, due to the pressure from the central state officials, the private explorers subconsciously gathered together, ready to share the pressure together. Of course, in addition to the two camps of the private and official sectors, there were also some anchors who came over specifically to rub the traffic in hotspots, holding live broadcasting equipment and preparing to live broadcast the scene in real time. Such a conspicuous vision, the same also let the United States of America, Britain, and other Western European countries secretly send spies excited, finally have the opportunity to contact the brand new mysterious ancient relics of the Middle Continent. They are almost all mingled in the folk camp, ready to fish in troubled waters, the best from the relics of the middle of the precious materials. As for the sand sculpting monarch sheep friends from the same monarch sheep, after learning the news, they immediately hoofed it towards the relics, ready to come and join in on the fun as well. As for Gu Chen, he not only walked into the camp of the civilian explorers without slowing down, but also surveyed the camp where the officials of the central continent were located, as well as the various powerful firepower nets that had been set up. In his heart, he was a bit surprised, not expecting the official reaction of the central continent to be so decisive this time. Even the regular troops had entered the field, and all kinds of big killers were set up, so it could be seen that the officials' determination was great. For a while, he was quite looking forward to the result of the collision between the modern technological power and the transcendental power that came out of the refining fake. In the end, who will be more superior? Rolling bloody column of smoke lasted for half a day before slowly contracting. The first to act was the official camp's elite special forces, neatly walking towards the stone door of the ruins. Followed by the civil camp explorers, followed in great numbers. The scene looks quite lively. A new round of relics exploration is about to begin. Chapter 49, Fiery Exploration, Transcendent Power vs Modern Technological Power? The stone door that lingered with chi and blood wolf smoke didn't stop for long, because, as the official hired instructor, Fong Hansong stepped in, practicing the 5 Viscera chapter of the human immortal martial way, he had already initially practiced the power of chi and blood. The two have the same source of power, easily will be entangled above the chi and blood wolf smoke dispersed away. Fong Hansong reached out and pushed open the closed stone door. The number of official explorers this time was more than 100, led by various captains who had reached the level of dark power, leading their respective team members to enter. After the official explorers had all gone in, it was finally the turn of the explorers from the civil camp. Led by some of the civil dark energy, the civil explorers at the bright energy level all summoned up all their strength to rush inside, first aiming at those strange medicines and precious herbs in the ruins. Whether this thing is used for their own food or to exchange with the official Peiyuan Dan, or directly sold to those rich tycoons belongs to the absolute hard currency, as long as you can find a plant will earn. Mainly this time the number of explorers is large enough, among them there are also a lot of dark power level explorers, strength than the last relic explorers at least several times stronger. Even if they encountered a stronger centurion level chi blood puppet, the crowd would dare to swarm the dark force experts to hold them back, adopting a sea of men tactic, and only needing to pay for some minor injuries as a price, they would be able to achieve victory as well. As for the ordinary chi and blood puppets, they were even more unlucky, being surrounded by 5 or 6 Ming Gene level explorers, and were finished off in no time. There were also some Ming Gene level anchors that were actually exploring the ruins live. Looking at the popularity, it seemed to be quite a lot. From time to time, one could hear 1 or 2 thank yous for the rockets sent by Big Brother ranking 1. It seemed to be quite a rewarding experience. Gu Chen walked slowly through the ruins, looking at the crowd of Ming Gene and Dark Gene level explorers who were enthusiastically searching for exotic medicines and herbs, but he couldn't help but shake his head. Previously, hundreds of official elite special operations troops had taken the lead in scavenging, and as time passed, more and more Ming and dark power level explorers were getting involved, and the number of exotic medicines and rare herbs in the ruins could be said to be diminishing at a rate that was visible to the naked eye, and in no time at all, it had all been harvested. Thinking of this, Gu Chen didn't bother to waste time with the group of folk explorers here, and with a thought, he directly connected with his doppelganger Li Hansha. Soon, the doppelganger Li Hansha made his appearance not far away, his body surface covered with a very visible power of chi and blood. A step out was 4 or 50 meters away, almost transforming into a red residual shadow, rushing directly into the ruins in front of him, causing a series of exclamations of surprise at the scene. Is this the clutching master who has practiced the 5 Viscera chapter of the human immortal martial way? The colonel sitting in command of the central state official also revealed a look of astonishment. He had seen the dark force martial artists inside the troops. They were indeed very powerful. One person could single-handedly take on 10 of them. However, it was the first time he had seen a clutching pill master who practiced the 5 Viscera chapter of the human immortal martial Dao such as this one. Moving like a stunning, fast incredible, the body surface and fierce and domineering power of chi and blood lingering, simply like the ancient wild history legend of the strange man, come and go without a trace. No wonder the central state officials are so afraid, at the expense of spending large resources and costs to carry out research, in the middle of the city, unless you pay a huge price, or else it will be difficult to deal with the other side. Gu Chen was connected to his incarnation, Li Hansha, and soon after entering the ruins, he used the power of the system to directly open the passageway that could reach the deepest part of the ruins. After feeling the movement, the crowd of explorers in the ruins looked at the newly appeared ruins passageway. Without hesitation, they raised their legs and walked in, and soon found that inside was erected a huge stone monument erected by Pate Sanghai, the ancestor of the human immortal martial arts Dao, as well as the human immortal martial arts Dao marrow cleansing chapter engraved on the top of the monument, and the crowd's faces were so excited that they all took out their cell phones to shoot up. The doppelganger Li Hansa also came to the stone monument not long afterward, immediately causing the faces of the other explorers present to change slightly, never expecting this one to actually come so quickly. Some experienced explorers do not hesitate to turn around and go. They do not want to face this relic sealed in the Great Yuan State Master Bushiba demonized remnants of the body. This kind of monster is still handed over to the immediate holding Dan masters as well as outside the official regular forces laid down the firepower network to deal with it. Gu Chen's mind moved, and the fierce and domineering chi and blood power of his doppelganger Li Hansha erupted, quickly stimulating the remnants of the great Yuan master Bustiba's torso sealed underneath that stone monument in the innermost part of the city. Click, click, click. The top of the monument shattered, cracking open a spiderweb of cracks, oozing out a trace of black blood, and the demonized remnant of the bastard's body that was sealed underneath the monument broke the seal and came out. Under Gu Chen's intentional indulgence, the doppelganger Li Hansha merely used his chi and blood power to fight with it for a moment before giving up, turning around, and retreating towards the outside of the ruins at breakneck speeds, while the demonized remnant body of Yuan State Master Baxiba, driven by his instincts, began to take action, and directly sought out a body of the level of 1,000 husbandmen in the middle of the ruins to make up for it. Outside the ruins of the official regular forces also learned of the news of the Bashiba demonized remnants of the body, as the scene commander-in-chief of the colonel waved his hand, often arranged armored vehicles as well as large-caliber anti-material sniper rifles, man-portable rockets, and other heavy weapons brushes to open the insurance, aiming at the ruins of the stone door of the range of nearly 300 meters. When the crowd of explorers and onlookers saw this, they couldn't help but pull out the cell phones they were carrying, open the cameras, and aim them at the scene, looking a bit nervous. Gu Chen also stayed in the crowd with the other onlookers, his gaze becoming more and more expectant. Just as the atmosphere of the scene was silent, a dark light suddenly swept out from the stone door, and it was the complete torso of the demonized remnant of the great Yuan master bastard that had been pieced together using the chi and blood puppets and the relics. All hands on deck. Fire in accordance with the battle plan set before. Seeing this, the colonel in charge of the official site who was holding the communicator, waved his hand, and the firepower network that had been set up on the site roared up at this time, and the intense gunfire and explosions mixed together, kicking off the duel between this modern technological power and the transcendent power that had been refined into the real thing. Chapter 50 Fierce Collision. Ta! The first thing to go off was the machine gun loaded on that armored car. A tongue of fire roared out, covering towards the front with great speed. The 6 armored vehicles formed a dense fire strike coverage. The bullets with strong penetrating power poured towards the demonized remnants of Bastard who was driving the black light. This relic of the seal of the town is the great Yuan Master Bashiba's lower part of the body. The strongest is the speed. Under the circumstances of harnessing the black light, a second can fly swept 90 meters, speed conversion, that is nearly 300 km/h. Under the action of instinct, the demonized body of the great Yuan Master Basta reacted very quickly, avoiding harm and possessing a sharp intuition similar to that of a wild beast. The trajectory of his movement was an even more difficult to grasp shape. Ta! The machine gun sprayed out tongues of fire almost chasing after its buttocks, and occasionally some bullets hit its body and were bounced off by the black light. The crowd of onlookers and civilian explorers who were far away from the battlefield were listening to the roar of the machine gun. They also felt extraordinarily stimulated. It was the first time that they felt war at such a close range. This kind of opportunity was something that many people could never encounter in their lifetime. Being sealed for 700 or 800 years, just a part of the remnants of the body will have this kind of horror power. If in the state of this great Yuan Master Bashiba, I do not know how horrible it will be. This is the ancient hidden transcendent power covered up by history. I now more and more want to know that the immortal martial arts ancestor Pate Sanghai, who sealed the town of Yuan Guishir Ba Siba, has how terrifying power. No, the machine gun fire on the armored car can't suppress it. The moving speed is just too fast. I feel that I still have to use a powerful and wide range of covering weapons, like that what a single rocket launcher, howitzer, mortar, and so on, or else just rely on the machine gun to form a curtain of bullets cannot intercept the other side at all. There were some onlookers who could see the situation in front of them and couldn't help but open their mouths in a deep voice. Looking at the demonized remnant body of the great Yuan State Master Bastard that was moving at extreme speed under the machine gun barrage, the colonel who was the chief commander of the scene didn't have any hesitation and quickly gave yet another order. Use rocket launchers, howitzers, and other wide-range coverage weapons. Bring down its movement speed, and then use machine guns to limit the direction of its movement and guide it to the area line with mines in front of it. As the order was given, several combatants from the official combat unit immediately carried man-portable rocket launchers and fired them. The rockets left a trailing flame in mid-air and bombarded towards the range where the demonized remnant of the Great Yuan Master Bastard's body was riding the crow's light. Boom! In the deafening roar, a round of rockets landed near the demonized body of the Great Yuan State Master Bastard. The flames overflowed in all directions, and a huge shockwave spread out, bombarded the dirt and dust, and the ground was able to clearly feel the intense vibration brought about by the explosions, which was the power of modern technological warfare. With the end of a round of intensive bombing, the choking smell of gunpowder spread with the wind, smoke, countless dirt, dust splatters, so that the bombing point of nearly 100 meters within the scope of a blur. The fighters inside the official Special Operations Unit also opened their eyes wide, staring tightly at the bombing site, wanting to know what the final result would be. The onlookers and relic explorers further away were also inwardly curious about the outcome of this first collision between the transcendent and modern technology wars, who would win and who would lose. I'm afraid that even a tank would be blown to smithereens in minutes under such a fierce firepower, not to mention the fraudulent De Yuan Master. Like man-portable rocket launchers and grenade guns and mortars and other range-covering weapons, powerful not only its explosive power, there are more deadly shock waves, can cause human internal organs rupture, hemorrhage, can be described as extremely dangerous. Although the remnants of this Great Yuan State Master Bastard's body was powerful, however, its outcome was very much up in the air under this kind of terrifyingly intensive firepower strike. Gu Chen, who was standing in the crowd of onlookers, couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth when he heard these words. He had spent hundreds of thousands of origin points to get out the Wuming ruins as well as the demonized remnants of the Great Yuan Master Bastard inside, which could not be taken out so simply. According to the script he set up before, the Great Yuan State Master Bashiba, this is a human and demon intermarriage born with all kinds of strange ability, tenacious vitality, was divided into corpses sealed down 700 or 800 years is still alive. Waiting for the smoke and dust in the scene to gradually disperse, soon revealing the uneven ground after being bombed. As for the demonized body of the Great Yuan Master Bashiba Siba, it was nowhere to be seen. The person who is in charge of the security of the country is the one who has been taken care of by the government. Just as this thought surfaced in the minds of everyone present, in the official fire camp, the ground burst open with a fluffy sound, and the remnants of the Great Yuan Master Bastard's body jumped out of it with a faint dark light, and in a single glance, it crashed into several warriors who were holding the fire single rocket launcher. This scene in front of their eyes immediately made the crowd present let out a gasp of shock. The colonel, who was the commander-in-chief, even had a change of color, and hurriedly ordered the special operations forces present to spread out, letting the warriors at the dark power level to take the top. Brothers! Charge! An old fart who has been dead for an unknown number of years and swindled, brothers, plunge in and do it. Can't let him get close to the other fighters. Chapter 51 Great Sniper, Falling, Refining Falsehood into Martial Human Immortal Idea. Touch! The demonized remnant body of the Great Yuan Kingdom Master Bastard rode a burst of dark light across that group of warriors. The speed of moving 80 or 90 meters a second coupled with its spliced together 1000 master-level chi and blood puppet, the combination of the two made it like a humanoid tank. Even these official Dark Force-level warriors couldn't stand up to it. A muffled grunt emitted from their mouths, followed by spitting of blood from the corners of their mouths, and they were directly knocked flying out of the room. However, after being blocked by these official Dark Force warriors, the movement speed of the demonized body of the Great Yuan Master Bastard inevitably dropped quite a bit. Seeing this, the official snipers that had already been set up before, their eyes flashed, and without any hesitation at all, they directly pulled the trigger of the large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle in their hands. Bang! Deafening gunshots rang out at this time, large-caliber steel core bullets roared out from the barrel of the rifle, and in the blink of an eye, they spanned a distance of hundreds of meters, and heavily shot onto the demonized remnant body of the Great Yuan State Master Bastard. Pang! The terrifying kinetic energy carried by this shot directly broke the thin ebony light that permeated its upper body, leaving a hole in the body of this spliced 1000 hierarch-level chi blood puppet, and the impact caused it to give a lurch. This scene also caused the ordinary people who were watching from afar as well as the explorers who came out of the ruins to stifle an open-mouthed gasp. Finally, it was able to punch through that weird aura on its body. The large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle was used to hit armored vehicles and tanks. If it was an ordinary person, after receiving a shot, it would directly turn into two sections. The remnants of this Great Yuan Master Basta's body had been under fire for so long, and had received so much bombardment from the man-portable rocket launchers, howitzers, and mortars, and was able to hold it off until now, which was already considered terrifying. After all, this is only a part of the incomplete body, and there is no wisdom, or relying on instinctive action, in the face of modernized special operations forces of the fire encirclement. To be able to hold out for so long has been very strong. After the official elite special operations troops saw the scene in front of them, their faces could not help but show a touch of excitement after bombing for so long with machine guns, man-portable rocket launchers, and mortars. They had finally broken the unreasonable ebony light defense barrier on it. The colonel, who was the overall commander of the scene, couldn't help but reveal a smile, and hurriedly gave a new order to the communicator in his hand. Snipers did a great job, keep shooting for me and cripple this swindling old fart. After hearing the order from above, the 4 snipers laid out in the field didn't have any hesitation, they all snapped their large caliber anti-material sniper rifles one after another at this time. Bang! 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 With the deafening roar of the large caliber anti-material sniper rifles, after losing the layer of mysterious aura's defensive barrier, the upper half of the chi blood puppet spliced together by the demonized body of the great Yuan master, Basta, was directly hit by the steel core bullets that carried a terrifying impact, sending blood and flesh flying and breaking into pieces. Accompanied by the swaying flames left behind by the 3 rockets in mid-air, the violent explosions and flames directly covered the demonized body of the great Yuan master bastard, and the huge impact caused the dirt and dust to splatter, smoke to fill the air, and the strong smell of gunpowder to spread out with the wind. The 4 snipers on the scene were staring nervously at the scopes on their rifles, their fingers on the triggers, ready to be pulled at any time. The machine guns on the armored vehicles were also aiming there, as well as the grenade guns and mortars, and the official special operations troops were all waiting in anticipation. Ordinary people watching from afar as well as explorers coming out of the ruins also couldn't help but hold their breath, pointing their cell phone cameras at the location of the bombardment, wanting to see clearly what the result would be. After half a minute that a burst of smoke and dust as well as the dissipation of smoke, which slowly dispersed, revealing the scene inside, only to see the great Yuan state master Basta demonized remnants of the body fell to the ground convulsing. As for the splicing of the 1,000-long level chi blood puppet upper body has long been blown to smithereens. Seeing this scene in front of them, the crowd of official special operations troops couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, and the colonel who was the official on-site commander-in-chief flashed his eyes and picked up the communicator in his hand to download a series of orders. The official began to block up the scene in an organized manner, sending troops to guard the entrance of the relics. At the same time, there were professional scientific researchers walking towards the demonized remnants of Yuan's state master bastard lying on the ground, preparing to take it away for research, not giving anyone a chance to fish in the water at all. The spies from various countries outside the country who were mixed in these civil explorers were also helpless when they saw this, never expecting the official reaction of the central state to be so fast and decisive, not giving them any chance to obtain the relevant biological samples to bring them back for research. However, these spies had also gotten quite a bit of information, and they were soon ready to send the information they had obtained back to their respective higher intelligence departments through encrypted means, and then wait for the next mission. Now that the exploration of the second Woming ruins had come to an end, looking at the official special forces dispatched for stationing, the crowd of civilian explorers couldn't help but sigh. The speed of the central continent officials was really too fast, not giving them a chance at all, and the harvest obtained from this exploration was quite a bit less than the last time. Of course, there are also onlookers at the scene who have transmitted the video they took earlier to the internet, which has likewise caused countless netizens to gather around, and the comment section below has numerous more messages. A fierce collision between transcendent and technology, this video really makes people's blood boil. The fraudulent great Yuan state master Basta finally knelt under the power of modernized military technology. I think both sides are half a caddy. This is only a part of the body of the great Yuan state master Bashi Ba Siba. If the other side in a complete state, with the corresponding wisdom, the results may be completely different. Practice hard in the art of martial arts, as soon as possible to meet the cultivation requirements of the human immortal martial way, maybe one day also be able to become stronger than this swindled de Yuan Guisher Bashi Ba Siba. I'll be able to become even stronger than this fraudulent great Yuan state master Basta. Gu Chen, who was in the crowd, also got the result he wanted through the initial collision between the demonized body of the great Yuan master Bashi Ba Siba and the technological power of modern warfare. After some viewing, he felt that there were mutual advantages between the two. The former is mainly strong in itself, without the help of any external objects, all the greatness of the power attributed to their own body, the difficulty of cultivation, while the latter is mainly with the help of the power of external objects, just simply pull the trigger, press the launch button, only need to be professionally trained. If one wanted to fight against such modernized technological power head-on, I'm afraid that one would have to go to the apex of the human immortal martial way before they could do so head-on. Thinking of this, Gu Chen couldn't help but flash his gaze and check the origin points obtained from the opening of this Woming ruin. From the opening of the relics, to the collision between the demonized remnants of the great Yuan state master bastard and the modernized military and technological power of the central state's official elite special operations forces, with the help of the network speed of dissemination, this time the same harvested nearly 350,000 origin points, and coupled with his previous ones, the total number of origin points had already reached 550,000. So many origin points have been enough for him to refine the martial Dao human immortal Pate Sanghai into a fake out. He is ready to go back and plan the appearance of this Woming human immortal martial ancestor, to see if he can harvest another batch of origin points. Chapter 52 came late, online hot discussion, refining fake into real, the world's first Wudao human immortal. With the stationing of the official elite troops of the central continent, the ordinary people and explorers who were spectating outside the ruins knew very well that they wouldn't be able to take advantage of anything next even if they continue to stay here, and with regrets in their hearts, they turned around one after another to leave the place. After seeing the collision between the demonized body of the great Yuan master Bastba and the power of modern military science and technology, the process had already obtained the result he wanted. Naturally, he did not intend to waste time here, and after going back, he was ready to refine the martial arts immortal Pate Sanghai into a real one. And also at this time, sand sculptor Jun's sheep friend Yijin uploaded a photo of getting off the airplane in the group. Yi Liangchen, getting off the plane, the chi blood puppets and the relics are ready to tremble under the Yulong 8 trigrams palm. I, Yi Liangchen, have returned from achieving dark power. Ha! The other Jun golems in the group were also speechless when they saw this late middle-aged two-stage patient screaming. Could it be that this guy is still not clear that the relic exploration has already ended a long time ago? The officials had all started to station themselves. Looking at the dead silence in Jun's sheep, the complete absence of any replies from the group Jun's sheep friends, Yijin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and couldn't wait to type another line on it. Yi Liangchen, where are the people? All ran to where? Can it be that all of them are so shocked by the domineering aura emanating from my Yi Liangchen that they can't speak? A person of heavenly destiny like me, as long as I open my mouth, it is like the brightest star in the middle of the dark night, shining brightly, making the ordinary Jun sheep friends feel inferior and speechless. Looking at Yijin, who was talking to himself in Jun sheep and whose level of sophomoricism was off the charts, the rest of Jun sheep you finally couldn't help themselves, and in unison, typed a line of breathless ellipses on it. Crane dance. Lu Chinger. Chicken taba. Mo pink rabbit. Looking at this guy's narcissistic and indebted words, Guchen also couldn't help but roll his eyes and silently took a picture of his high-speed rail seat and sent it up, typing a line in reply in passing. Gubachin, the return ticket has been ordered. People on the high-speed rail, advise you to turn around now, buy a plane ticket to go back. Yi Liangchen, buy a plane ticket to go back? How can a proud son of heaven like me retreat before the battle? Give me Yi Liangchen a reason. Looking at Yijin's beaten appearance, the others in Junyang couldn't help themselves and directly sprayed. Crane dance, are you stupid? Didn't you see the video that people posted online? The ruins have already been explored long ago. Even the remains of the fraudulent Deyuan state master bastard were blown over by the official placement of man-portable rocket launchers as well as grenade guns and mortars. The battlefield has all been cleaned up, and the officials have stationed themselves at the ruins and classified that area as a military stronghold, forbidding outsiders from approaching it. Lu Chinger, Bachin is right, don't waste any more time, book a plane ticket and hurry to go back. Looking at the conversation of Jun's sheep friends, Yijin, who had just gotten off the plane, had a stiff face, and hurriedly moved his hand to the internet to look for relevant information, and found that it was the same as what the group had told him, and almost closed himself up on the spot. Originally, after advancing to dark power, he was prepared to come to the relics to show off his skills and hang on to the chi blood puppet. However, it was already over before he arrived, which was very embarrassing. As the second Woming ruins came out, the videos captured by the crowd of onlookers and explorers spread all along the internet, and the related heat was once again fired up, with countless people analyzing and discussing everywhere on the internet. This time, what is sealed in the Woming relics is the lower half of the body of the great Yuan master Basta, combined with the upper half of the body that appeared in the last relics, and his chopped off head was not found. It can be concluded that there is still another Woming relic that has not come out of the central state. The Taoist upstairs is right. So, the question arises, where is the last remaining relic? Is there anyone who can speculate on it? Do not think too much. As long as it is in the territory of the central state, the speed of the official must be faster than us. Like this time, directly mobilized armed helicopters rushed to the scene, and even the regular special forces have been transferred out. Like what armored vehicles, man-portable bazookas, mortars, howitzers are all out, clearly imperative, can be in the back of the follow a mouth of soup would have been good. The first time when the ruins of Wuming appeared more chances, there are many explorers have used rare medicines and precious herbs with the official exchange of Peiyuan Dan, and now have reached the level of dark power, really envious and jealous of hate. I heard from a friend of mine that the official research institute is already using supercomputers to perform calculations, preparing to simplify the human immortal martial arts path, and when the 20th version has been modified, it will be able to greatly lower the threshold of practitioners, and in the future, perhaps as long as they step into the dark power, they can start practicing the human immortal martial arts path. Just as a group of netizens were discussing in a frenzy, Guchen finally designed a relevant script about martial Dao human immortal Pate Sanghai, and without any hesitation, he directly started refining the fake into the real Pate Sanghai. Refining the fake into real martial human immortal Pate Sanghai required 50 W origin points. He took a deep breath and quickly made his decision, and with the deduction of 50 W origin points, the power of the system to refine the fake into the real was unleashed. Far away in the direction of Jingling, somewhere on the cliffs of Zitong Mountain, the power of the system descended across thousands of miles to this place, beginning this refining of falsehoods into truth that cost 500,000 origin points. A hidden cave was slowly formed, with stone beds, stone chairs, and so on, and the innermost part was a piece of thousand-year-old ice, in which the world's first martial arts immortal appeared out of thin air under the power of the refinement of falsehood. This is a sword eyebrow and starry eyes, the figure is straight, the face of the young man, show the black robe with gold silk cloud pattern added a few points of murderous atmosphere, black hair simply tied as sideburns. Just when the power of the system to refine the fake into a real stopped, that piece of 1,000 years of cold ice suddenly trembled. Sitting cross-legged martial arts youth eyelids fluttered a little, slowly opened his eyes. The next moment, an unimaginably terrifying chi and blood wolf smoke slowly rose from within his body, easily melting the 1,000-year-old ice that sealed him on the spot. The rolling chi and blood wolf smoke rushed upwards to 900 meters high, twisting into a dragon-shaped chi and blood, exuding terrifying oppressive force towards the surroundings. For a moment, all the music within a radius of thousands of meters was silent, even the sound of insects disappeared under the oppressive force generated by the terrifying chi and blood wolf smoke. Chapter 53 Terrifying Martial Human Immortal Body, Downhill, Cheongsam Pretty Girl. Looking at the top of his personal panel with only 5W origin points left, Gu Chen immediately felt a heartache. This was the strongest existence that he had currently spent a full 50W origin points on refining falsehoods into truth. It was a full 10 times that of the refined falsehood-clutching patriarch's doppelganger, Li Hansha. The system is based on the settings added by Gu Chen to refine the fake into real. The more powerful the target is, the more incredible, the more origin points it costs, especially when it comes to the transcendent level of refining the fake into real. The origin points required are even more unimaginable. It wasn't that he didn't want to go one step at a time and directly become an immortal and an ancestor, but the origin points didn't allow it. Therefore, in the beginning, Gu Chen had to use the national martial arts as his first goal of refining falsehoods to become true, starting with low martial arts and moving up step by step. Now that he had given martial human immortal Pate Sanghai the goal of refining falsehood into truth, it was also considered a leap forward, making excesses from the low martial level to the middle martial level, and there was no doubt that this was definitely a huge advancement. The same as holding Dan Master Split Li Hansha, Gu Chen also in this refining fake out of the martial arts immortal Pate Sanghai added a little backhanded with the settings, as long as he wants, at any time can use the power of the system will be the power of the spirit of the mind to the other side of the body, the initiative is in him. The other party is also equivalent to his second incarnation, in his mind after the departure, still have the corresponding memory and character, behavior, outsiders absolutely cannot see the problem. Thinking of this, Gu Chen couldn't wait to send his own mind to Pate Sanghai, the martial immortal, through the air. Zitong Mountain Cliff Wall Hidden Cave, burning hot fierce domineering chi and blood wolf smoke easily melted the body of 1,000 years of cold ice, the world's first martial arts immortal Pate Sanghai body stagnation, twisted in mid-air into a dragon rolling chi and blood wolf smoke with the naked eye to see the speed of the body to return to the body, his body is no longer half a bit of phenomena leaked out. Gu Chen, whose mind had descended on Pate Sanghai, flashed his eyes and stretched out his right hand, and he could feel a huge amount of terrifying chi and blood power within his body, which was stored in each of the 1,080,000 orifices on his body. According to the human immortal martial arts system that he set up, after practicing the 5 viscera, marrow cleansing, and blood exchange, he could start the condensation of the body's orifices. The more orifices he practiced, the stronger the battlefield, and he only needed to condense 10,000 orifices to be known as a human immortal of the martial arts Dao, while Pate Sanghai's human immortal of the martial arts Dao body was condensed 1,080,000 orifices, respectively, to the Big Dipper and the heavenly deity, and the earthly deity, respectively, with a terrifying amount of chi and blood power. He felt like he could flatten an unusual small mountain with just a light punch. After abruptly obtaining such a powerful martial human immortal body, Gu Chen took a few deep breaths before he finally calmed down and suppressed the impulse to punch out and try the destructive power of a martial human immortal body. He didn't want Pate Sanghai, a martial human immortal, to be noticed by the Central Continent officials at an early stage, and it wasn't time for him to make an appearance yet, which didn't fit with his plan to maximize the number of origin points he could obtain. Pate Sanghai, the martial arts human immortal who was sleeping in the 1,000-year cold ice, felt the change in the seal of the Woming ruins, so he woke up from the 1,000-year cold ice, went down the mountain and started to try to integrate into the modern society, and then he was attracted by the strange movements in the last Woming ruins, which was Gu Chen's predetermined script. So, just like the previous national art holding Dan Patriarch Li Hansha, I'm going down the mountain. Gu Chen's mind and spirit idea descended to a movement. Pate Sanghai's face showed a light smile, then, lifting his leg to take a step out, in the foot scare almost turned into a substance of the horror of chi and blood power. In front of him 100 meters high cliff face to his now the martial arts human immortal body completely have no effect, as if walking on the ground. Jinling, since ancient times is quite important ancient capital, economic prosperity, facilities, down the Zitong mountain, Pate Sanghai followed the road forward, not a moment to find the direction to the city. Under the terrifying chi and blood power within the body of this martial arts immortal, he has countless means, and can even use the power of chi and blood to move at ultra-high speeds, like the ancient legend of shrinking the ground into an inch, and walk out hundreds of meters in a single step. Of course, when he stepped out of the suburban section and came near the city, he slowed down his pace and only moved forward at a speed several times faster than a normal person. All the way forward, looking at the colorful neon lights, he could not help but squint his eyes slightly. It is worth mentioning that perhaps because of the rise of the concept of Chinese dress culture in recent years, Pate Sanghai, although a golden cloud patterned black robe, the whole person looks heroic, in addition to attracting other people to look at a few more eyes, or secretly picked up a cell phone to take a picture of the outside, but also did not cause any misunderstandings and accidents. Just as he passed a large venue, a surprised voice suddenly came from the side. Aya, you are so handsome in this outfit. Which role is it? Guchen, whose mind was attached to Pei Sanghai's body, heard this and turned his head to look, only to see a playful young girl in a cheongsam with a pilled head and a cheongsam standing out, curiously sizing him up. Play? In the world, there are thousands of elephants, people need to play others to cater to them, and I don't need to play anyone in the world yet. Hearing this, in front of the pill-head cheongsam pretty girl but cannot help but a cheeky smile, familiar with himself to reach out and put his hand on his shoulder, two eyes bright crystal looking at him. Egu, little brother said very have that what came. Oh yes, very philosophical. This is the word, you are too cool in this Chinese ancient costume, do you have a girlfriend ah? If you don't have one, do you mind if I have one more? Looking at the front of the self-cooked pill-head cheongsam playful girl, heart and soul ideas descended on the Pei Sanghai Guchun, almost a mouthful of blood sprayed out, now the girl so direct? Or is he refining fake into real out of the martial arts immortal Pei Sanghai is too handsome? Has reached the point where it's enough to make the girl fall over? Guchen took a deep breath, then exerted his acting skills, trying to play the role of a martial Dao human immortal who had been isolated from the world for 600 or 700 years and had awakened once again, and opened his mouth with a serious face to refuse. This girl, please show some self-respect, how can you be so light-hearted? Put. The bun-head cheongsam saucy girl in front of her couldn't help but snort out a laugh at once, laughing so hard that her stomach hurt. Ah, little brother, you're really going to laugh me to death. I remember that there is a category of people on the internet, after practicing the national art, fantasize themselves as ancient chivalry, wearing ancient clothes, talking in the way of the ancients. Are you the same? Looking in front of the bun-head cheongsam pretty girl laughing straight to cover the stomach of the appearance, but let the mind idea descended on Pei Sanghai Guchen a little upset. This is the world's first martial arts immortal, actually by the little girl in front of the little girl to the underestimation of it? If this was rumored, where would he lose face? He decided to leave a deep impression on her. National martial arts? What is this? Why is it named as such? Hearing this, in front of the bun-head cheongsam pretty girl eyes suspiciously looked at the person in front of her, face surprised to open the mouth to ask, little brother, you actually have not even heard of the national art? The national art is to practice boxing those, what bright power, dark power and beyond the imagination of ordinary people, not afraid of the ordinary bullets of the power of the big boxer and whole Dan masters. Is it that you do not even have a cell phone on the body? Don't you even have a cell phone on you? Then where did you get this costume? I've never heard of national art. Martial arts is practicing chi and blood. Martial arts under all kinds of martial arts are related to chi and blood, transporting chi and blood to nourish the body. There can be all kinds of wonderful power. As for what cell phone, internet, and so on, never heard of. Looking at the front of a serious answer Pei Sanghai, bun-head cheongsam pretty girl stared at two eyes, called surprise, then, pulling him to the side of the milk tea store to go, while asking questions, but found that the person in front of the surroundings of what do not understand, completely without the common sense of the modern should be. She is ready to have a good talk with the person in front of this don't know where to pop up out of the outside world. Listen up, my name is Chin Miaowei, little brother, what is your name? Could you have amnesia? You don't even know the art of the state, cell phones, or the internet, just like the ancient people who are isolated from the world. Gu Chen, whose mind and thoughts descended on Pei Sanghai, held back the laughter in his heart and prepared to continue acting. My surname is Pei, my name is Sanghai, I'm from Moling. I haven't heard of any of the national arts, cell phones, or the internet that you mentioned. I just came from Zitong Mountain 2/4 of an hour ago. Pei Sanghai? Xin Miaowei heard this name a bit familiar. However, when she heard that the other party spent 2/4 of an hour to walk from Zitong Mountain to the city, the young girl was unable to help but skimmed her mouth with an expression of disbelief. Little brother, don't brag about it. Zitong Mountain is nearly 35 kilometers away from the city here. How could you possibly walk to the city in 10 minutes? Is it hard? The power of chi and blood in the body of a martial artist is strong enough to shrink the ground, but it's only a few dozen miles away. Do you think you're a Dan-clutching master? Stop bragging. Gu Chen, whose mind's intent descended on Pei Sanghai, chatted with the cheongsam saucy girl in front of him in the milk tea store. Chapter 54 As a martial human immortal, what should I do if I am misunderstood by others as bragging? After chatting inside this milk tea store for a while, the bun-headed cheongsam saucy young girl Chin Miaowei only then put down the milk tea that she had drunk in her hands, burped, and patted her small hands as she opened her mouth at Pei Sanghai in front of her. Hey little brother, you look quite handsome, looks quite cool, but unfortunately has got amnesia and so on, for common sense things do not know anything. With the same isolation, the disadvantage is like bragging, right? You have money on you? After hearing the young girl in front of him, Gu Chen, whose mind and spirit descended on Pei Sanghai, reached out and touched a large ingot of gold from his body, placing it in front of the other party. Is this enough? Looking at that large ingot of gold, Chin Miaowei's small mouth opened slightly, her two large eyes carefully sizing up his body for a moment before she opened her mouth with a big grin. Never thought that Pei little brother you were a landlord carry such a big piece of gold. Fortunately you met a kind-hearted, lively, and lovely this beautiful girl. Otherwise, if it was someone else, after learning that you have amnesia, I'm afraid that the first thing to do is to beat you up, and snatch all the things on your body. Gu Chen, whose mind descended on Pei Sanghai, sniffed and spoke confidently to Qin Miaowei in front of him. I'm afraid that no one in the world can snatch things away from me for the time being. Looking at Pei Sanghai's heroic face and confident expression, Qin Miaowei could not help but roll her eyes at him, and then reached out and pulled out her cell phone, clicked on the Douyin, and casually flipped out a video, pointing to the person above and said, "Cut, Pei little brother cat'll blow more and more big. You look at the fighting sound in the Dark Power Master. People can bend steel bars with one fist, a slap can be split marble tiles, powerful, right? And this, a light press can shatter 5 red bricks, and this, look at your body also has no muscle. I'm afraid that just a few have practiced Chinese martial arts can beat you down." Looking at the front of the Qin Miaowei enthusiastic point on the sound of the fight on the Dark Power Masters to explain to him, the spirit of the mind descended on the Pei Sanghai body of the Guchen could not help but shake his head. "You said that all these people together, I stood still, they cannot help me." Qin Miaowei couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Pei little brother, you don't want to brag in the future, be careful of what masters you really encounter, directly get beaten up." Obviously, in front of this bun-head Cheongsam saucy young girl completely treats him as a person with amnesia, for the truth he said earlier can be said to be a word of disbelief, which makes the mind and spirit idea descends on the Pei Sanghai body of Guchen is also helpless. "As a martial arts immortal, I was misunderstood by others as a bragger, what should I do?" He was telling the truth. But people just don't believe him. Who's got a trick up their sleeve? "Seeing that you have amnesia and are so pitiful, as a kind, lovely, youthful and invincible beauty girl, I will reluctantly take you to my home for a period of time, and then I will go and ask to see when you can regain your memory, and as for this piece of gold, take it as the accommodation fee and the food fee, hee hee." Gu Chen, whose mind had descended on Pei Sanghai, was of course indifferent. Qin Miaowei hummed a little song, after paying the bill, then led Pei Sanghai in front of her to follow her, spent nearly half an hour, came to a dimly lit alleyway, she walked and introduced, "After here, walk another 500 or 600 meters will be almost there. At night there are a lot of drunken people here, and some practicing the national martial arts after the guts of the gangsters." Her mouth this is not yet finished, on the face came a few muscle-bulging strong man, looking at the dark yellow light under the girl's fair and pretty face, immediately is a bit stupid. The girl, so late, with the sight of the white boy to go where to play What does this little white boy know? Why don't you have a drink with us and play a little bit, we are all practiced. A few drunks proudly show their muscles there. Qin Miaowei face tightened, subconsciously pulled the side of Pei Sanghai. She really did not think that tonight will be so unlucky. Just after the words were said to meet a few drunken strong man. "What do you guys want to do?" "Be careful, I'll call the police." Gu Chen, whose mind descended on Pei Sanghai, looked at Qin Miaowei, who was as calm as a wildcat by her side, and couldn't help but shake his head. "Miss Qin, let the men do this." Before he finished saying this, Qin Miaowei was glaring at the several drunken strong men in front of her, protecting him like a mother hen protecting her cubs. "You stand behind me. In this territory, I'll cover you. I have charged you money, you are my tenant." Gu Chen, whose mind and spirit idea descended on Pei Sanghai, saw this and was crying and laughing. He, who had come out of the hallowed martial human immortal Pei Sanghai by refining falsehoods, was actually being protected by a little girl? This little girl is a bit interesting. Let brother hurt a little. A few drunken strong man laughed, reached out and was ready to wipe in front of Qin Miaowei. The latter screamed in fear, two small hands flailing up. Let the side of the mind descended on Pei Sanghai. Gu Chen somewhat speechless, snapping his fingers, a strand of qi and blood force attached to Qin Miaowei's two small hands, pulling the hands in an extremely coincidental manner in front of the jaws of a few drunken strong man. Snap. The chin is connected to the human body's trigeminal nerve. The trigeminal nerve is connected to the cerebellum, steeply receiving a slap. Under the power of qi and blood, the strength that erupts is not small at all. A few drunken strong men fainted on the ground without saying a word. Ah! Looking at Qin Miaowei, who had her eyes closed and was screaming, Gu Chun, whose mind and spirit had descended on Pei Sanghai, couldn't help but roll his eyes and open his mouth to remind him. This girl can stop now, they've all been knocked out by you, so open your eyes and look around for a moment. Hearing this, Qin Miaowei then carefully opened her eyes, looking at the several drunken strong men who fainted on the ground. She felt like a dream. For a moment she looked at her hands incredulously. This is really what I did? Am I so strong? Looking at the muttering Qin Miaowei, Gu Chen, whose mind's intent descended on Pei Sanghai, was also speechless. Following the bun-head Cheongsam pretty girl in front of her to the simple rented room, in view of the other party's status as a tenant, Qin Miaowei generously let out her own bed and boudoir, so that Gu Chen, whose mind descended on Pei Sanghai, was quite surprised and suddenly felt that this little girl was quite interesting. Chapter 55 Diagnosed with severe paranoia? Strange changes at the Ming Emperor's mausoleum. Gu Chen put his mind and thoughts back from martial human immortal Pei Sanghai and stretched hard. He had already experienced the powerful body of a martial human immortal and, unexpectedly, was living in the home of a bun-headed Cheongsam saucy young girl, so all he had to do next was to let it be. In the following time, Gu Chen everything as usual, only occasionally the mind will be descending to the martial arts human immortal Pei Sanghai at the Jinling, but also found quite a lot of interesting things. Bunhead Chongsam pretty girl Chin Miaowei will be the ingot of gold to the gold store sold, harvest a large sum of money. Immediately after the tenant Pate Sanghai amnesia transformation, the first thing is to pull him to the shopping street to buy clothes, hard shopping in the afternoon, to help him buy a lot of clothes, change the body embroidered with the gold silk cloud pattern of the black martial arts clothing, the whole person transformed into a long-haired tied man. Gu Chun, whose mind descended on Pate Sanghai, looked at the dressing mirror. Under Chin Miaowei's transformation, Pate Sanghai had completely changed his appearance. If he ran out with this image, I'm afraid that no one would think that he was the human immortal martial arts grandmaster who set up a monument in the ruins of the Wuming. The image contrast is too big to make a fancy, does not meet the requirements of the temperament Ah. Under the strong request, Chin Miaowei only then skimmed her small mouth, had to pull him to the side of a cheap clothing store, bought a few sets of single-color linen ancient-style clothes. What makes Gu Chun feel a little depressed is that in front of this bunhead Chongsam pretty girl is actually ready to pull him to the hospital to consult the doctor, said he was ready to help him treat amnesia, to find the lost memories. Jokingly, with this martial arts immortal level of horror body, if you really run to the hospital inside the checkup, that would not be the doctor scared to death. Accidentally will also attract the attention of the officials of the Chinese continent. Chin Miaowei also have no choice but to pull him to see a psychiatrist's best friend. Pate Sanghai's state of affairs. In the two women's discussion, Pate Sanghai, a martial arts immortal, was finally diagnosed as having a severe delusion in cognitive disorders of the psychological patients. Gu Chen, whose mind and spirit had descended on Pate Sanghai, listened to the results of the diagnosis, and he almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. It was too difficult to communicate with a woman. The imaginative Chin Miaowei was very curious about Pate Sanghai's past experience, and, very quickly, put him into some romance novels. What a rich family! In the body of a woman suffered a love injury, under the strong external stimulus, resulting in memory loss, and ultimately suffered from severe delusions and cognitive disorders, and do not know how to stray to Jinling. In this regard, from time to time will be the mind idea descends to Pate Sanghai body. Gu Chen straight rolled his eyes. This girl's imagination is really too rich. In the future, read less romance novels. Clip. The reason why the choice of Jinling as a martial arts human immortal out of the world, purely because of the seal town of the great Yuan master of the state of the third Wuming relics of the Bashiba's head is in Jinling. Counting the time, it had been almost a month since the last Wuming relic came out, and the martial Dao human immortal Pate Sanghai was already in position, so Gu Chen felt that it was time for the last Wuming relic to come out. He quickly activated the last Wuming ruin located below the tomb of the Ming Emperor in Jinling through the power of the system, but he had planted a lot of ambushes in this script. It was completely different from the previous two Wuming ruins, and the experience he had drawn from before was not common. The moonlight of the wild rice sprinkled down, losing the many tourists during the day. The mausoleum of Emperor Ming of the Golden Tomb has regained its silence, with only the relevant staff cleaning up the garbage and debris left behind by the tourists during the day, and there is also a team of security personnel carrying out their daily patrols here. Inside a certain secret room deep underground of the Ming Emperor's tomb, the night pearl sprinkled a misty luster, and a large golden Nanmo coffin could be seen, and in the cracks of the coffin, there was a trace of misty ebony light slowly spreading out, and the lid of the coffin trembled, and slid open and opening towards the front. Rattling. In the midst of the crunching sound, a pale hand reached out from the gap, grabbed the coffin lid, and pushed it downwards. A figure wearing a bright yellow five-clawed golden dragon imperial robe sat up from inside the coffin. His hair was spread out, and under the misty light of the night pearl, a demonic face was revealed, with a complex black lotus flower mark above his eyebrows. What attracted the most attention was where his neck was connected to his body, where there was a thin black line that looked as if it was spliced together, and it always looked kind of twisted. Finally, he had completely devoured and mastered this Emperor Wuming's body, and, under the nourishment of the dragon's qi, there was also an unexpected gain. Soon after the coffin was lifted open, a rolling qi and blood wolf smoke surged out from above the huge stone monument in front of him, sealing towards the man in the imperial robe in the coffin who was talking to himself, but the latter's mouth curled up slightly and laughed out loud, and pressed a palm forward with his backhand, and a raging light mixed with a trace of bright yellow dragon qi surged out, and the rolling qi and blood wolf smoke froze together. Hai Basta now is already fused with this Wuming's emperor's body. Its body dragon qi is also assimilated by me into the demonic fury. Pate Sanghai, you did not think of this point, right? To everyone's surprise, the head of the great Yuan state master bastard, which was originally sealed in the ruins of Wuming, did not know when it had seized the body of the emperor of Wuming, and moreover, it also possessed the power to fight against the sealing of the qi and blood wolf smoke. After a few moments of stalemate between the demon fiend light mixed with bright yellow dragon qi and the rolling qi and blood wolf smoke, neither of them could do anything to the other, and the qi and blood wolf smoke retreated helplessly. At the same time, Pate Sanghai, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and violently turned his head towards the direction of the Ming Emperor's tomb, which was nearly 50 kilometers away from here. His eyes flickered with a brilliant aura, and the qi and blood in the 1,080,000 orifices in his body were a little stirring, and he looked a little puzzled. Chin Miaowei, who was watching him meditate with her chin propped up next to him, was startled by his sudden movement and spoke in an unfavorable manner. Why are you suddenly reacting and moving so much? I thought something was wrong with you. I felt a kind of demonic aura that is not quite right, but it's a bit strange. It's also mixed with dragon energy. Hearing Pei Sanghai's words, Jin Miaowei sitting next to him couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and opened her mouth in a bad mood. Cut. Even the demonic breath and dragon gas are out. Pei little brother's powerful more and more blowing. It's a pity you such a cool face, body, appearance were all good, just like to blow powerful this point deductions. I see you this is a serious paranoia and cognitive disorders aggravate the condition of the psychiatrist. Tomorrow do not want to help you to book a psychiatrist. Pei Sanghai did not pay attention to the side of the rambling bun-head Chonsam pretty girl, frowning tightly, fell into thought. Chapter 56, The Missing Man, The Shocking Secret in the Ming Emperor's Tomb. Under the night, in the Ming Emperor's mausoleum, several Qi blood puppets with demonic aura on their bodies silently appeared, easily grabbing 2 security personnel and swept inside the Emperor's mausoleum. Early the next morning, very soon, the Ming Emperor's tomb in charge of the relevant personnel only found strange. There are 2 security personnel disappeared. Call over there is no response. The family received a call, but also surprised that did not come back. So far there is no news. Inexplicably missing 2 people? Although the relevant person in charge of the mausoleum of the Ming Emperor in the heart of doubt, however, now happens to be a holiday, come to visit a lot of tourists, decided to temporarily suppress this matter. After receiving tourists to say, this is only one night, maybe it is private out, cell phone did not bring and so on. However, a wave is not calm, a wave again, Ming Di Mausoleum, there are a few tourists in the missing here disappeared. The same people call also did not respond, check the entrance and exit monitoring, also did not find each other's traces of people to where to go? As if suddenly in the Ming Emperor mausoleum was vaporized. In this Ming Di Mausoleum missing several people, things all of a sudden become a little bit not right up. Ming Di Mausoleum and the relevant person in charge to see here is also a bit of a headache, and immediately arranged for the staff to start searching the mausoleum and the emperor, at the same time carefully investigating a variety of monitoring, and it was not easy to find these tourists disappeared before the last seen in the corner, in the Ming Di Mausoleum remote corners, by the green and black shriveled hand claws sneak attack, knocked out on the spot, and subsequently dragged away. After pausing the surveillance video to watch it several times and zooming in on the image, everyone present failed to understand what the hell this greenish-black shriveled handclaw was, and how this thing didn't look like a normal human arm. Soon, the Ming Emperor mausoleum monster appeared, grabbed the news of tourists immediately with the naked eye visible speed in the Jinling local spread, and even the internet also has some related video rumors. Shocked. Unknown monsters have been found in the surveillance of the Ming Emperor mausoleum's visitor attractions. There have been incidents of tourists going missing. 2 security personnel as well as several tourists had gone missing from the Ming Emperor's mausoleum consecutively. What exactly is the monster in the video? In the last 30 years, for the first time, there are rumors of people going missing from the Ming tombs. It's suspected to be related to the ancient tomb guardians hidden inside it. A monster? Missing tourists? Tomb guardians? Combining these gimmicky words with the Ming Dynasty tombs seems to be very attractive, causing a lot of discussion and curiosity, and a lot of netizens are keen on exploring the claws of the suspected monster in the surveillance video, wanting to deduce what exactly it is. At the same time, in the secret room underneath the Ming Emperor's tomb, the rumored missing security personnel were standing here with fear and trepidation, their faces pale and their eyes somewhat frightened as they looked at the bizarre man sitting in the golden Nanmu coffin and wearing a bright yellow dragon robe. Those 2 missing security personnel were in the process of patrolling, suddenly suffered that suspected monster evil Qi blood puppet attack. They simply did not have any power to fight back. Immediately after being caught to the bottom of the Ming Emperor mausoleum within the mechanism of the secret room, immediately after seeing the coffin suddenly opened, inside sat up an evil dragon robe man. They had already been surrounded by the darkness of the evil Qi and blood puppet monsters standing scared out of their wits, in the face of the evil dragon robed man in front of them to ask, and hastily will know all the things they gave out, for fear of being pinched by these monsters to break their necks. After learning a series of news about the outside world from the mouth of these 2 security personnel, the great Yuan State Master Bastard, who had borrowed his body and resurrected in the coffin, quickly became interested in the cell phone thing, which was quite rare. With his level of intelligence, in a few minutes under the prompting of the security staff, can easily get started, followed by a large number of news from the top of the cell phone, including today's distribution of the world, today's Chinese continent official, the course of history. Of course, the great Yuan State Master Basta likewise noticed the Wuming relics and related videos that often appeared as hotspots recently, and looking at the power of modern technology exploding out from above, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The speed of change in history is really fast, just a few hundred years of time, people will develop this kind of product called technology. Ordinary people are able to use the power of science and technology to break out of this destructive force. As for the other remnants of his fall into the hands of the Central Continent officials, 8 Siba is not too concerned about this. He has now regained possession of this Ming Emperor's body. After 500 or 600 years of erosion and fusion, the 2 have been merged into one. The demonic gas and the Ming Emperor's body of the dragon gas intertwined with the gas and blood of the wolves and smoke here on his suppression of the effect is also greatly reduced. As for the other two tourists who were dragged here by the evil chi and blood puppets, they also quickly woke up after a short period of unconsciousness. The two of them were wearing a famous brand with the name table. You can see that the family is not simple. The muscles on their bodies bulged, obviously practiced the national art. They quickly calmed down. Their eyes looked at the Dayuan state master bastard sitting in front of them in annoyance in the coffin, and directly opened their mouths to curse. It was you who had someone knock us out? Do you know who we are? Grass. I think you are looking for death. Don't think you're the emperor in a dragon robe. I'll show you some color. The two tourists rolled up their sleeves, aggressively ready to strike, and then, the great Yuan state master Basta carelessly waved his hand and slapped it in the air. The demonic fury of the gas into a dark light coalesced into a claw, and with a single slap, the two pushed Li's tourists slapped to spit out blood and flew out backwards, as if they were swatting away two flies in general. Really noisy, go catch a few more people down. In the dark there are two evil chi and blood puppets went out. Not a moment will once again grab two suspected small couple of tourists. The two eyes looked at the sitting in the golden heather coffin of the great Yuan state master Basta in horror. The latter only then opened his mouth without slowing down and then questioned the two to come. What way does the sealed town monument in the Wuming ruins need to be lifted? The two young couple tourists swallowed a mouthful of water. They often brush the Douyin, Forsu, and so on, for the mysterious Wuming relics of all kinds of stories as well as speculation is naturally clear. At this moment, the two of them then noticed the huge stone monument erected next to the line of words written on it. The head of the great Yuan demon master bastard. Pei Sunhai sealed the town here. Great Yuan demon master bastard? Head? Looking at the bright yellow dragon robed man sitting in front of him in a golden heather coffin, with a demonic face and a faint bloodstain revealed on the heel of his neck, the two young couple tourists couldn't help but stare at each other with their eyes wide open, their fingers shivering as they pointed at each other, their voices stuttering as they opened their mouths. You are the great Yuan state master bastard? In the face of his identity being recognized, the great Yuan state master bastard sitting in the coffin didn't deny it. This seat is bastard, now you can say it. Hearing this, the two young couple tourists' brains were like thunderbolts from the sky. Never thought that they would be able to meet the living great Yuan master Bashiba Siba in the secret chamber of the Ming Emperor's tomb? A series of questions could not stop surfacing in their minds. Why would the great Yuan master Bashiba Siba appear in the Ming Emperor's mausoleum? And according to the news above the stone tablet, here sealed should be a head. Why his head will appear in a body wearing a dragon robe? Which Ming Emperor's body was this seized? For a while, the two young couple tourists only felt that they had discovered a shocking secret. Chapter 57: A way to get rid of the sealed town? Rumors lead to storm clouds, 5 breaths. After going through a series of thought struggles, the two little couple tourists couldn't help but take a deep breath and asked cautiously, Honorable Great Yuan Master, after we reveal the way to lift the sealed town, you won't kill us to silence us, right? Hearing these words, the great Yuan state master Basta sitting in the golden heathered coffin was unable to hold back his laughter and spoke with a contemptuous expression. To me, you and the others are nothing more than ants that can be pinched to death with your hands. Only those who are weak and cowardly at heart will keep thinking of ways to keep their secrets. After I have resolved this sealing monument, I will let you go. The two young couple tourists heard the words, then finally made up their mind, and hastily said all the speculations that they learned online. After hearing this, the great Yuan state master Basta was unable to help but nod his head. I see, need to have practiced human immortal martial arts outsiders to stimulate the sealing monument, in order to break open the ceiling above. This is also simple, only need to attract people is, the only difficult or practicing human immortal martial arts people. After thinking for a few moments, the great Yuan state master Bashiba quickly had a corresponding plan, immediately let the transformed evil chi and blood puppets to catch a few more tourists, and then he forced these tourists in front of him to spread the news on the internet that there was a relic of Wuming hidden underneath the tomb of the emperor of the Ming dynasty. In the surrounding darkness of the evil chi and blood puppets eye under the tiger's gaze, the crowd of tourists captured at the scene simply do not dare to resist. Honestly, according to the great Yuan master Bashiba said to do, they do not want to turn into the ground lying on the ground spitting blood of the two tourists. Anyway, just spreading a little news on the internet only, for those who were pitched to the people, can only say sorry, or their own little life is important. Soon, in the scene of the tourists caught trying to spread the news under the circumstances, the internet will immediately have a lot of rumors spread. Jinling Ming Emperor Mausoleum underground hidden Wuming relics, everyone quickly come ah! The missing tourists in the Jinling Ming Emperor Mausoleum were the ones who were captured by the chi and blood puppets. Everyone come quickly. There really are Wuming relics hidden underneath the Ming Emperor's tomb. This is a brand new chance, don't miss it. I'm a tourist in the Ming Imperial tomb in Jinling. In the middle of the Emperor's tomb, I risked my life to capture the trace of a suspected chi blood puppet. There are videos to testify. One after another post and video was quickly spread to the network, said with a nose and eyes, these tourists for the sake of their own lives, simply do not dare to have the slightest slack. Obediently in accordance with the great Yuan state master Basta asked to spread the news on the internet. The sudden emergence of this series of online news immediately caused many netizens curious, could not help but point in to watch up. These posts and messages said nose to eye, does not look like a fake. As for the city near the Jinling Mini Ming Jin, dark Jin level netizens see the news spread online. They are also fast reaction, without any hesitation, directly drive towards the Jinling Ming Emperor Mausoleum direction rushed over. They do not want to give up any chance. As for the news spread on the internet in the end is not true. For these Ming Jin, dark Jin level of the netizens is not important. In case if it is true, wouldn't it be a big profit? In the Little Jun Sheep, Lu Qinger, Fang Xiu, and also Li Xingming, Yizhen, and Wang Xiaowei I also noticed the news on the internet and couldn't help but discuss it for a while afterward. Crane Dance, what does everyone think about this news spreading online? Is it true or false? Chicken Taba, not too clear about the truth or falsehood of the matter. However, Hubness comes to the nest, empty cave. Things spread on the internet is not necessarily false. I think it is possible to go forward to see. Yi Liangchen, how my wandering dragon 8 trigrams palm has long been hungry and thirsty. This time no matter what, it won't stop me from going forward to explore. Lu Qinger, anyway, it's not far from Jinling, so there's no harm in going to see it, and if it's a rumor, just think of it as going on a trip. After some discussion, the crowd of groupies were quick to make their own decisions, and most of them decided to go and have a look, just in case it was true. Guchen looked at the news in the Jun Sheep and couldn't help but flash his eyes. He had long ago arrived at Jinling ahead of time at the moment, disguised as the man behind the curtain, looking out in the direction of the Ming Emperor's mausoleum in the distance. Refining the martial human immortal Pate Sanghai's fake into the real almost consumed almost all of the origin points on him, and after nearly a month of time, it was only one after another that he regained 20 W origin points from the outside world. The script has been set up, just wait for the world's attention to attract over. Let the great Yuan master of 8 Ba as well as the martial arts immortal Pate Sanghai debut one after another, set off a new round of storms in the world, so that the world to see the immortal martial arts cultivation system of the highest achievement of the immortal martial arts immortal. Launching a new round of harvesting on the world, acquiring a large number of origin points, and then, towards an even more powerful transcendental system of refining falsehoods into truth, climbing upwards with the help of the power of all beings. Under some threats, the tourists who were threatened by the great Yuan state master bastard spread rumors on the internet, and the effect achieved was really good. In just 2 days' time it attracted countless people to come, and the outside of the huge Ming Emperor's mausoleum was already surrounded by a dense crowd of all parties. In the face of this situation, Jinling officials also feel a bit of a headache. The mausoleum existed for hundreds of years, in the decades, but also by an unknown number of archaeologists' research and exploration. If there really is a relic of the Ming dynasty, I'm afraid that it has long been found, and where to turn to the rumors that are now coming out. In view of the complexity of the situation now, the official has also had to mobilize the special forces to maintain order, to avoid other accidents, at the same time open mouth to persuade to return. Everyone should stop surrounding the Ming Emperor's tomb. There are no Wuming relics here. Everyone, don't be deceived by those rumors on the internet, they're all false. Hurry back. In the face of the official on-site person in charge of the persuasion, the Emperor's tomb outside the crowd is not the slightest retreat to leave the idea, but the more persuasion the more it is felt that there must be a problem. We don't believe, unless you get out of the way and wait for us to go in and check it out. That's right, if you have the ability, don't stop, let us go in and check it out before we say. Let us in. Let's go after we check it out. The crowd at the scene was in an uproar, causing the official in charge to have a headache. This place was a precious historical site in the central continent. It belonged to the national treasure level. With so many people going in, what if they break the relic? Everyone had better hurry back. At this moment, in the midst of the surging crowds, Qin Miaowei, a Cheongsam pretty girl with a bun head, pulled Pate Sanghai by her side, but the latter frowned slightly as a memory slowly surfaced in the depths of his mind. After he accomplished the martial arts human immortal against the imperial family of the Great Yuan, beheaded the Great Yuan demon master Basta, split his body, respectively, to find a few places to suppress, and, after leaving the human immortal martial arts inheritance, he went to the mountains to seclude himself in the pursuit of a higher realm of martial arts. As for the number of Ming Emperor experienced after that, he is not clear, because he used 1,000 years of cold ice to seal himself, until a month ago, only reawakened. Qin Miaowei didn't notice the change in the face of the person beside her. Instead, she opened her mouth in a somewhat gossipy manner. Little brother Pei, do you think there are any relics inside this imperial tomb or not? Pei Sanghai sniffed, frowned and opened his mouth. I don't know if there are any relics, however, the imperial tomb is permeated with the evil aura of a demon, and it's going to explode out in less than 5 breaths. Hearing this, Qin Miaowei immediately couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, reaching out to cover her forehead and said, there is no such thing as a demon in the world, and it's going to explode out in less than 5 breaths. Do you think you're a straight-talking fortune teller? You're having another attack of severe paranoia, and you didn't take your medication before. This word in her mouth has not finished. The Emperor's tomb in front of her eyes suddenly rose up a blood-colored smoke. Vaguely can also see a trace of dark light in the fierce collision with it. Seems to be very strange. The time is exactly in 5 breaths. This incredible coincidence scene immediately let Qin Miaowei cannot help but widen the 2 eyes, some incredibly looking at the Pate Sanghai standing beside me. I go. Your mouth is open to light, right? Predicted so accurately. Chapter 58 into the game? The wrong relics, the palm poking out of the coffin. Watching the Emperor's mausoleum and the rise of blood-colored smoke, the noisy scene suddenly became silent. The scene of the official responsible person cannot help but be dumbfounded. This Ming Emperor's mausoleum actually really hidden underneath the relics of the Wu Ming? How can this be so coincidental? This hit the face to come too fast, right? A hush came from the crowd surrounding the Ming Emperor's tomb, and the voices of coaxing became louder. Who just said that there are no Wu Ming relics underneath the Emperor's tomb and persuaded us to go back? This person is really bad. Knowing that there are relics inside, he still wants to lie and trick us into going back. I won't leave even if I die this time. I won't leave even if I die. I'll go in and explore the ruins this time, no matter what. Listening to the voices coming from the outside of the imperial tomb, the official person in charge of the scene was out of control, and quickly reported the emergence of the Ming imperial tomb relics of the matter, and immediately attracted the attention of the above, and urgently mobilized helicopter gunships to transport elite special forces rushed to the scene, together with Feng Hansong. The official instructor special also came. With the scene of many people will shoot the video to the internet, immediately attracted countless netizens onlookers. Many netizens as regret straight path eyes, originally thought this is a hype and rumors, however, did not think that his mother is actually true, which is very embarrassing. So many netizens called out and missed a great opportunity. With the official degree of importance, elite special forces also at this time one after another into the field. Experienced snipers set up a large caliber anti-material sniper rifles, the entire Emperor Mausoleum 800 meters of the scope of the scope of the scope. Of course, because of the consideration that here is the Ming Emperor Mausoleum, is a historical relic treasure, so, the official did not mobilize such as man-portable rocket launchers, mortars, howitzers and other wide-range bombing weapons, lest accidentally the Ming Emperor Mausoleum to the bomb. Officials are not unprepared, there have long been staff officers and researchers to calculate the combat opportunities. According to the previous two Wu Ming relics of the Great Yuan State Master 8 Siba demonized body, different body has the ability of different, like 8 Siba demonized body of the upper body, is the attack is sharp, and the lower body, is the speed of the speed is very fast, as for the last was sealed with the head of 8 Siba, is generally considered not a big threat. What can a severed head do? Fly up and bite people with its teeth? Or hit someone with an iron head? It was for this reason that although the official government did not mobilize wide-range bombing-type weapons, however, it was equipped with 10 military ace snipers. Given the outstanding performance of the large-caliber anti-material sniper rifles in the face of the demonized remnants of the bastard's body on the last occasion, the official on-site commanders were still quite confident. And as Jun sheep friends of Lu Qing'er, Feng Xiu, and Yizhen, as well as Wang Xiaoai, Li Xingming are here, a few people followed behind their respective masters, as the current stage of the only practice of the 5 Viscera chapter of the adult immortal martial arts Tao of the strong, the official nature will not be offended at will, a very tacit understanding of a backdoor to the backdoor, so that they can be with the official elite special forces in the first batch to enter. This made quite a few people after seeing this, their faces couldn't help but show envy, sighing why they couldn't meet such a master. Of course, almost all of those who could be in the front of the line were Dark Force level explorers, their luck, strength and talent were not bad. After waiting here for nearly an hour or so, the gas and blood wolf smoke rising from the Imperial tomb finally disappeared. The official elite special forces as well as the civilian explorers could not help but look moved, and then, immediately rushed towards the Imperial tomb. From the previous two relics of the situation can be seen, who went in first took advantage of, inside the strange medicine and rare grass is not what cabbage and roadside weeds, the number are certain, pick a less one, the speed is slow, I guess even the soup dregs cannot drink on. Raging tide of people hula towards the Imperial tomb inside rushed in, the scene of the official personnel to see here, is also some headache, had to be separated out of the part of the special forces team members to stand out to maintain order, to limit the flow of people to enter. Along the way, no matter whether it was the official elite special forces, or follow their respective masters walking behind Lu Qing'er, Feng Xiu, as well as Li Xingming, Yizhen, as well as Wang Xiaoai and others, or even more backward followed by the foreign explorers cannot help but frown. Because, they found that something was not quite right. Along the way, they actually did not come across any chi blood puppet, and similarly did not find any strange medicines and precious herbs. This was completely different from the previous two martial arts Ming relics. No matter how they thought about it, they felt that something was not quite right. There were some individual Ming Jin foreign explorers who did not die in their hearts and wandered around the neighborhood, but still did not have any gains. They finally had to choose to give up and turn around and walk towards the outside. With a considerable number of Ming Jin level explorers walking out from the Ming Emperor Mausoleum in large numbers, let the outside world many people face show surprised color. Ming Emperor Mausoleum hidden below the ruins of Wu Ming did not have any strange medicine and precious herbs, and even the chi blood puppets do not have things quickly spread out. Immediately let the outside world of those who want to come and the other explorers to dispel the idea of things are not there, but also to go in for what? The official elite special operations forces, Wang Tianba, Feng Hansong, Tang Yi and other experts, as well as Lu Qing'er, Feng Xiu, Li Xingming, Yizhen and Wang Xiaoai, and the dark power level explorers following behind suppressed their inner doubts and made their way down to the deepest part of the relics without any problems. At first glance, there was a huge stone monument that recorded the human immortal's martial Dao of blood transformation, as well as an inscription that stated the suppression of the head of the Great Yuan's national master, Basta. Seeing this, the crowd in the audience rode clear and familiarly memorized the human immortal martial Dao blood-changing chapter cultivation method on the top of the stone tablet. Of course, there were also people who quickly noticed a golden casket placed behind the stone monument, surrounded by inlaid night pearl, which looked quite strange. As the leader of the official elite special operations unit stood out at this time, looking respectful, he rushed at Fang Hansong, who was standing on the side, and opened his mouth. "Fang, old man, also please use the power of qi and blood. Will this stone tablet above the ceiling open? We are ready to capture inside the ceiling of the Great Yuan State Master Basta's head, from the Great Yuan dynasty existed to the present day, has an incredible life force of the existence of undoubtedly has a great scientific research value." Hearing this, Fang Hansong nodded his head and reached out his hand towards the sealed stone tablet with the writing on it and pressed it over. The rigid and overbearing power of qi and blood surged out and immediately disintegrated the power of the sealed town laid down on it. A group of elite special forces team standing next to him also took out the high-tech carbon synthetic fiber netting gun they were carrying at this time, the strength and toughness of which were several times that of alloy steel, and it should be more than enough to capture a head. Ka-ching! Losing the maintenance of qi and blood power, a spider web-like crack soon appeared on the top of the stone monument of the ceiling town and crumbled into a pile of rubble. Just as a group of elite special operations squads were staring nervously at the bottom of the Wind Town stone monument, the golden casket lid at the back shook. Crunch! The coffin flap was directly opened with a gash, a pale palm pressed on the top and slowly pushed it outwards, an oozing evil aura permeated out from the coffin, making people's hearts jump for a while, as if they had accidentally released some extremely horrifying existence, and the premonition of danger from their instincts was wildly stimulating them. What the hell is inside? Chapter 59 Hidden History, Terrifying Great Yuan Demon Master Bastard, Consecutive Defeats. Looked at that by the pale palm slowly pushed open the gold Namu coffin, the crowd present all feel scalp numb, body sweat hairs stand up, coffin inside the corpse fraud? Could it be that there are legendary zombies here, in addition to the head of the Great Yuan Master Bashiba, which was sealed and suppressed? For a time, all the people present are slightly changed face, eyes nervously staring at the pale palm that pushes open the gold heather coffin. There are many people have some regret to follow down here. Under the attention of the crowd, the source of the evil atmosphere that made people's hearts jump finally revealed its true appearance. It was a bizarre man wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, black and purple hair draped over. There is an evil black lotus mark in the center of the eyebrow, and there is a circle of shallow blood marks at the neck, which looks a little bit less harmonious. He lifted his leg and took a step out of the golden casket. No more qi and blood wolf smoke to seal and obstruct. This is unprecedented freedom. The arc of his mouth is wider and wider, almost to the corners of his mouth, revealing white shark-like sharp teeth, can no longer hold back his laughter. Ha, this seed has finally come out. The sharp voice seemed to have magic power, piercing straight into the depths of one's brain, making one's heart can't help but rise up with annoyance. As Wang Tianba first couldn't help it, the power of qi and blood surged out, coalescing on the surface of the body, as if it were a layer of blood-colored trenchcoat, coldly snorted, "What the hell are you? Report your name if you have the guts." Hearing this questioning from Wang Tianba, the evil man wearing a bright yellow dragon robe stopped his rampant laughter, glanced at him, and opened his mouth nonchalantly. "You guys can call me Ming Wuzong, after all, this body is his. However, I would prefer you to call me Bastard." Ming Emperor Ming Wuzong? Great Yuan State Master Bastard? One is Emperor Ming, the other is the former State Master. How did the two get mixed together? Hearing this, the official elite special operations forces present with Fang Hansong, Tang Yi, and other powerhouses, as well as Fang Xiao, Lu Qinger, and the other explorers who were disciples, also felt a shock in their hearts, feeling a sense of indescribable absurdity. Ming Wu sect? Wasn't this the most absurd emperor in the history of the Great Ming? Wasn't it recorded in history that he drowned? How could he have colluded with the former dynasty's state master? What exactly happened a few hundred years ago? The crowd present had never expected that the evil man in front of them who had fraudulently walked out from inside the coffin was the Great Yuan State Master Bastard, and they had inadvertently learned a secret hidden in the long river of history hundreds of years ago. Looking at the crowd with shocked expressions, the Great Yuan State Master Bashiba Siba's face showed a touch of reminiscence, and opened his mouth unhurriedly. Who would not have thought, because of the civil power, the Hall of the Emperor of the Great Ming powerless to control the court, want to get power through other ways to change the Great Ming, to reproduce the glory of the Ming Taizu, so the Emperor's mausoleum will be built on top of the ceiling of the townland, privately find only a head left me to trade. Fortunately, he took the initiative to offer this body containing the dragon energy, otherwise under the ceiling of the town monument. Sooner or later, it will be sobbing blood power to wear out. Ha! When the people present heard this, they quickly figured out why Ming Emperor Ming Wuzong would hang out with the former dynasty Great Yuan State Master Basta. Ming Wuzong, in order to and obtain the powerful power to change the Great Ming, privately want to follow the Great Yuan State Master Bashiba deal, however, did not expect to be the other side of the calculation, and finally even their own body were taken away, if not still have the ceiling stone monument. I am afraid that the other side has already been out of the trap. and then associated with the previous all the way, did not encounter any chi and blood puppets as well as strange medicines and herbs. Abnormal situation is the other side in order to get rid of the ceiling town, intentionally set up a game to attract them down. All the people present were not fools. Using their brains to think a little, they quickly reacted to the fact that from the moment they entered the emperor's mausoleum, they had already fallen into the scheme without even seeing the other party's face. Thinking of this, the bottom of the hearts of the people present on the great Yuan state master Ba could not help but rise a trace of strong scorn. Worthy of being able to become a master of the existence of a dynasty, in the silent will be completed in the calculation, was used after not knowing what is going on. After listening to the hidden secrets, Wang Tianba but laughed out loud, but it is in the ground to survive so far old antique just, less nonsense, catch me a 3 emperor cannon whack and then say. The words did not fall, he has already brought that hot chi and blood power rushed forward, turned into a bloody shadow, backhanded a fist toward the front of the great Yuan master 8C Ba brain door smashed down, sobbing blood power attached to the fist above, as ancient crashing gates of the cannon hammer, tearing through the air, and violently smashed down. Looking at the fist that carries the power of hot blood and chi when the head smashed down, the great Yuan state master Ba face expression did not have any change, look indifferent to extend the pale palm upward a press, evil demonic mixed with a little bright yellow dragon gas outbreak, upward atop. Pang! The blazing power of chi and blood collided with the evil demonic fury's dark light, just like an ignited dynamite, setting off countless raging air currents. Under this collision, Wang Tianba's face changed, only to feel like a punch on top of the flowing poisonous gas swamp. The scorching chi and blood power was difficult to break through the evil demonic fury uplight. But just to practice human immortal martial arts 5 viscera chapter, marrow cleansing chapter just entry martial arts only, even the body of the orifices have not yet cohesion, even the martial arts human immortal is not, and how is the opponent of this seat? De Yuan state master Baspa's face showed a touch of contempt, backhanded a palm slap, interspersed with dots of bright yellow demon fury. Wu light roared out, a photo will beat. Wang Tianba vomited blood and flew backward dozens of meters away, heavily smashed into the stone wall of the imperial tomb. Wang Tianba, a Dan-clutching master who had practiced the human immortal martial Dao, had actually lost in a single glance? How was this possible? This scene in front of them was out of everyone's expectation, never expecting that this great Yuan state master bastard who had broken the seal actually possessed such a terrifying strength. Cold sweat broke out on the bodies of the official elite special warfare squad, Feng Xiu, Lu Qinger and the others, as well as the other bright and dark power level explorers, finally understanding the terror of the great Yuan state master bastard in front of them. This battlefield was definitely not something that those of them who hadn't even cultivated the power of chi and blood could participate in. It was useless for them to stay here. The key was to bring the message up and inform the officials of the central continent outside of the imperial tomb to get ready to deal with great Yuan demon teacher bastard, as they turned around and fled towards the outside of the imperial tomb. The Fang Hansong present as well as Tang Yi and the other Huanjin Grand Fist Masters who had practiced the human immortal martial Dao also had heavy faces when they saw this. They glanced at each other and without any hesitation, blazing chi and blood power filled the air, using all kinds of killing moves, and teamed up to attack towards the De Yuan Demon Master Bastard in the middle of the arena. The blazing chi and blood power and the evil demonic aura unfolded here in a series of fierce collisions, overflowing out in all directions. The sturdy lapis lazuli floor and walls crumbled under the power of both sides, and the large imperial tomb chamber was a mess as if it had been bombarded by artillery shells. Great Yuan Master Basta waved his hand, interspersed with a bit of bright yellow color of the demon fury light roared out, evil and overbearing, in this chamber in the vertical balance of the decision to swing. The first thing that I want to do is to make sure that I have the right to be with this seat, and that I have the right to be with this seat, and that I have the right to be with this seat. In that wild laughter, the great Yuan state master Ba in an almost invincible posture while surrounded by 5 cultivation of the human immortal martial arts road of the strong one by one knocked away, will be that powerful and horrible, wantonly flaunted posture to show to the fullest. After a round of collisions, the power of chi and blood attached to Wang Tianba, Fang Hansong, and Tang Yi dimmed, and each of them carried injuries. They sort of realized that the other party was simply not on the same level as them, and there was no use staying here. I'm afraid that they would have to be at the level of a martial human immortal, or the official use of a high-powered missile in the central state to be able to deal with this monster. Thinking of this, they didn't have any hesitation, turned around and fled towards the top of the imperial tomb. Great Yuan Master Ba saw the 5 people fleeing, not at all on the heart, when the hands of the strength of the powerful enough to suppress all the voices of opposition, then he for the weak any move are not on the heart, plotting and scheming in the absolute powerful strength in front of the same fragile as paper. Honorable Great Yuan Master. In the corner, a few men with pale faces and trembling bodies forced themselves to gather courage and spoke with trembling voices. The great Yuan state master bastard glanced at these several people, his face showed a touch of interest, but he did not smoothly crush these mole crickets to death. Instead, he opened his mouth and asked, interesting, why didn't the several of you flee just now? A few people looked at each other and took a few deep breaths to calm down before they opened their mouths with a respectful expression. Honorable great Yuan state master, I am from another continent in the ocean, and we wish to establish friendly relations with you. Honorable Great Yuan Master, we are from the kingdom of Buren Peak, and we likewise wish to establish ties with you. And we are from the east. After hearing some self-introductions of these people, the Great Yuan State Master Basta face showed a touch of dawning color, not slow to speak. Oh, so it is you barbarians outside of the central continent. I have heard of your country, the courage is really good, no wonder it can become the world's most powerful dynasties nowadays. Here, endure the inner fear, insist to stay a group of spies and the heart will be excited, cannot wait to communicate with in front of the eyes like a monster in the mythological epic legend of the Great Yuan Master Basta, think of ways to prepare to draw each other, if you can get from each other on the body of the life expectancy, as well as the mystery of power, that would be better. Chapter 60 Invincible? Mindfulness ideas descend and swim against the current. On the outside of the Emperor's tomb, watching the official elite special operations squad, Feng Xiu, Lu Qinger and the others, as well as the other Ming and dark power level explorers, and even Wang Tianba, Feng Hansong, as well as the other harmonization power grand fighters who had practiced the human immortal martial Dao such as Tang Yi, escaped one after another, the scene caused the crowd outside the Emperor's tomb to be in an uproar. Only then did they learn that the bottom of the imperial mausoleum was a trap, a bureau left over from the Great Yuan State Master Bastard. In order to get out of the trap, all of them had been taken advantage of, and now the other party was about to come out as well. After hearing this, the official person in charge of the central continent couldn't help but change his face drastically, completely not expecting such a thing to happen, and hurriedly let the central continent troops at the scene go on full alert, while at the same time preparing to call for even stronger firepower from above for support, and urgently evacuating the crowds of people outside of the imperial mausoleum. A corner of the crowd, Qin Miaowei pulled beside Pei Sanghai, looked tense and spoke, "Hey, Pei little brother, you heard it, that what the Great Yuan Master of the State Basta fraudulent reanimated, but also took over the Ming Emperor Wu Mingzong's body, and even that with the Superman like holding Dan Master and Huanjing Big Boxer are not a match, you say what to do now It should be after seizing the Ming Emperor Wu Mingzong's body, fused with the dragon gas, the demon fury produced a mutation, free from the restraints of the power of qi and blood. However, it is not difficult to deal with him. The way is very simple. Hearing Pei Sanghai say that it is not difficult to deal with him, so that next to the Qin Miaowei could not help but froze for a moment, and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask after the way, "You have a way?" Facing the curious gaze of the young girl in front of him, Pei Sanghai expressionlessly opened his mouth and said, "Although this mutated demon Bane Shi is a bit difficult to deal with, however, the way is simple. When it comes out, just get your hands on him and blow him up." Hearing this simple and brutal approach, Qin Miaowei Micro cannot help but roll a big white eyes, tugging on his sleeve will be ready to run out. You blow powerful severe paranoia and attacked, let's hurry to run, that what the Great Yuan State Master Bastard will be handed over to the official as well as those patriarchs, big boxers to deal with it, their own dog's life is important. The words in her mouth had just fallen, when a roar suddenly came from the direction of the Emperor's tomb, and hundreds of evil blood puppets came out from it one after another, causing the official as well as the explorers of the bright and dark levels present to change their faces slightly. Of course, what made them react the most was the entrance to the imperial tomb, a tall evil man wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, with black and purple hair draped over his body and filled with demonic fury. Aurora slowly lifted his leg and walked out, which was precisely the Great Yuan Master Basta who had broken open the seal and revived. The snipers arranged at the scene immediately pulled the trigger. The large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle issued a deafening roar. A bullet shot out. The large-caliber machine gun arranged at the scene also swept out a fire snake at this time. The dense curtain of bullets covered. The Great Yuan State Master Basta gave a long laugh, mixed with bright yellow evil demonic aura roared out, rose up to the sky, like a demon, exuding unimaginable malice as well as a sense of oppression. Large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle shot bullets hit the evil demonic light, directly solidified in its on, carrying a huge kinetic energy so that bullets continue to rotate, really cannot go forward, along with large-caliber machine guns swept by the curtain of bullets were also solidified in the demonic fury in the light. The Great Yuan Master of the State 8C Ba backhanded a press, demon fury light to promote the bullet with the direction of flying backwards. A photo will be that large-caliber sniper rifles as well as machine guns directly destroyed. This scene so that the official elite special forces cannot help but stare two eyes. Backward flying bullets have violated their common sense, but also do not dare to shoot again, in case the other side if the bullet back how to do? The other side if the bullet back how to do it? It is quite an interesting invention, but, unfortunately, this thing has no effect on this seat. Looking at the relaxed and easygoing Great Yuan State Master Basta, Wang Tianba, Feng Hansong, and Tang Yi and other Huanjing masters who had practiced the human immortal martial way had to urge their qi and blood power to charge up again, and the official elite special forces team also gritted their teeth and grabbed their daggers, grenades, and the like and rushed towards the other side. The results did not have any accident. In the Great Yuan State Master 8C Ba body mixed with bright yellow evil demonic aura, they are not rivals, not a few breaths will be defeated. This is the absolute strength of the crushing. This scene in front of me immediately caused all the people present to exclaim, "I shocked at that one as powerful as a demon like the Great Yuan State Master Basiba." Inner heart cannot help but rise up a question, what else in this world can deal with him? A few kilometers away from the Ming Emperor's mausoleum, Gu Chen saw the great Yuan state master bastard who was overwhelming the scene with an invincible posture. He could not help but flash his gaze, the corner of his mouth revealed a light smile. The script had developed to this point, the attention that should be attracted had also been attracted over, and it was time to let the martial human immortal Pate Shanghai make his debut to begin the harvesting of the origin points this time around. In the crowd outside the Ming Emperor's mausoleum, Qin Miaowei pulled Pate Shanghai with a pale face, following the footsteps of the crowd to escape. Let's hurry up and go. That what is the great Yuan state master Bastba is as scary as a demon. At a glance it doesn't look like a good bird. No one knows if he eats or not. If we continue to stay here, we are surely doomed. At that moment, Gu Chen's mind and spirit descended on Pate Shanghai. His feet stopped, then he shook off Qin Miaowei's hand, turned around and lifted his leg towards the Emperor's tomb. You go back first, I still have some things to do. This sudden move made Qin Miaowei look puzzled, and she hurriedly opened her mouth loudly and shouted, "Hey! Little brother Pei, what are you doing? You're fleeing in the wrong direction." Gu Chen, whose mind had descended on Pate Shanghai, lifted his leg in the direction of the imperial tomb without looking back, and said with a bland expression, "Of course, I'm going to walk over there and blow him away." Qin Miaowei smelled, she almost a mouthful of old blood sprayed out. "I go. Big brother, you must calm down, your severe paranoia don't have an attack at this time really will die." She was so angry that she couldn't help but stomp her feet, internally tangled up, lifted her leg and prepared to rush up and pull back Pate Shanghai. However, the latter's footsteps were too fast, she simply couldn't catch up. Gu Chen, whose mind descended on Pate Shanghai, swam against the current, and the invisible power spread out, making the tide of people fleeing out ahead unconsciously spread out a channel from the center, forming a strange scene. Watching Pate Shanghai walk in the opposite direction towards the Emperor's tomb with Qin Miaowei chasing behind him, for a moment, it quickly drew the attention of countless people, causing a question to rise in the bottom of people's hearts. Is this guy out of his mind, crazy? Instead of fleeing, is he planning to go to the outside of the Imperial tomb to die? Chapter 61 Qi in blood like a dragon, martial human immortal Pate Shanghai? The clown is himself. Within the Ming Emperor's mausoleum, the great Yuan state master bastard's body is interspersed with bright yellow evil demonic aura spreading out unscrupulously towards the surroundings, oppressing the four directions horizontally, domineering and unparalleled. On the ground inside the Emperor's tomb, a group of official elite special operations troops with evil demonic breaklight lingering on their faces were useless under the previous siege, whether it was grenades or daggers. Only Wang Tianba, Fang Hansong, as well as Tang Yi and other Huanjin grand fighters who had practiced the human immortal martial way were able to fight against one or two of them. However, there was a huge gap in realm between the two sides, and they still weren't opponents. The terrifying battle power of the great Yuan state master bastard immediately made the official person in charge of the scene turn pale, standing at the simple command place, inwardly constantly praying for the support from above to arrive quickly, to come and stop, in front of them, this horrifying existence like a demon like a devil. As for Fang Xiu, Lu Qinger and other people, as well as those bright and dark power level explorers are even more needless to say, their performance is also the same bad, in that mixed with the bright yellow evil demonic dark light, they have no ability to resist at all, almost dipped into the downfall. After all, national art is only a low martial arts system, even if they practiced well, in front of this kind of power involving transcendental attributes there is no power to fight back, the gap between the two sides is really too big. Can't think of my Yi Liangchen, this kind of heavenly pride, has not yet grown up with a bunch of mediocrity, will have to die prematurely in the hands of this swindling old antique, really as the heavenly way is unfair, this revenge I Yi Liangchen remembered, in the next life will be reported to, whoa. Yizhen, a patient in the late stage of middle age 2 diseases, sighed long and raised his head to look up at the sky at an angle of 45 degrees, and opened his mouth with a face of sadness and indignation. The combination of your damned is a heavenly pride, they are all mediocre chanting. Together lying not far away Fang Xiu, Lu Qing'er, Wang Xiaoai and other people as well as other dark power level explorers heard Yizhen these words, also couldn't help but I twitch a little bit, only to feel that this guy how to look at it is abnormal to be beaten. That is, now everyone has suffered from the demon fiend Wu Light, lying on the ground cannot move, or else Fly jumped up to this guy pressed on the ground and severely beat a meal, so that he knows why the flower will be so red, why the person will be so beaten up. Yizhen you bastard, if it is not sister I cannot move now, surely your dog's head to burst. Fang Xiu lightly grunted and spoke through gritted teeth. Lying not far away, Lu Qinger couldn't help but sigh, everyone calm down, don't get excited, it's better to think about what to do to get out of the trap when the time comes. No one would have thought that the swindled Grand Yuan Master Bastard would be so terrifying, even the Clasping Dan Master and the Huanjin Grand Fist Master who had practiced the immortal martial way were no match, who else in the world could be a match? When people thought of this, the expression on their faces became more and more pessimistic. Originally, they were thinking of coming to the relics to find a chance, but who would have thought that they would actually encounter such a horrible monster as the great Yuan State Master Bashiba, and instead of finding a chance, they took themselves into it. That originally lying on the ground lamenting the injustice of the heavens in the late stages of the disease Yizhen is two eyes bright, look excited to open the door. I know that there is someone who can deal with the great Yuan State Master Bastard. These words made everyone present's eyes couldn't help but light up, and Fang Xiu even couldn't wait to open his mouth to urge, who? You quickly say ah. Everyone is waiting, don't be appetizing. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Yijin took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. That is of course the ancestor who started the human immortal martial way, the martial human immortal Pate Sanghai who left behind the relic stone monument. Hearing this, all the people lying nearby couldn't help but fling a look of contempt at him in unison. Isn't this nonsense? Who doesn't know this answer? The problem is that you have to find this ancestor to be able to do so. Now at this time, the entrance to the gate of the imperial tomb's outer attractions, in due course, came a burst of steady footsteps, as if the beat of a drum, immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, could not help but turn their heads to look at. The people present all wanted to know who was so brave that they actually had the guts to approach this place at such a time. It was a valiant young man with simple sideburns and plain clothes, a pair of black and white eyes as calm as water, exuding an invisible attraction that caused the gazes of everyone present to unconsciously gather on him. The mind idea descended to Pate Sanghai. Guchen raised his leg and stepped into the Ming Emperor's mausoleum. His eyes fell on the great Yuan state master Bashiba, 100 meters away. Between the two sides of the gaze collision, an invisible heavy pressure spread around, so that in the premises, some people cannot help but to shut up their breath. Behind the back of the bag-head Cheongsam girl who managed to raise her legs to catch up Qin Miaowei was also the invisible pressure in the air to get a breath of suffocation, as if the heart was pressed with a heavy stone, so that her mouth wanted to say words never say out. In the emperor's mausoleum under the eyes of the crowd, standing in the distance of the great Yuan master of state 8C by mouth more and more open, revealing his shark teeth like sharp teeth, this is the first time since he appeared to laugh so wantonly and happy, so that the crowd could not help but wonder, the other side in the end happy what? Ever since I was sealed under the ground 800 years ago, I've been wondering what it would take to defeat the man who sealed me in the first place, until 400 or 500 years ago, when a Ming emperor who called himself the Wu Ming clan approached me privately, wanting to gain longevity and power from me, and even attempting to control me. But just a mere emperor, what can be counted? Then, I took his body's dragon energy, finally let me cultivate into a stronger dragon energy demon break, and then suddenly I was a little worried, in case after the release of the trap, the man who sealed my life expectancy, old age and death, what to do? Luckily, the heavens have eyes, huh? Telling his own story here, De Yuan State Master Basta once again could not help but laugh out loud, his body mixed with bright yellow dragon chi demonic fury recklessly towards the front of the pressure, his eyes burning hotly staring at Pate Sanghai who stepped into the imperial tomb, roaring loudly. Pate Sanghai, after nearly 800 years, you have fought again. Let's see if it's your human immortal martial Dao that's strong? Or is my dragon chi demon fury strong? Pate Sanghai? Hearing these three words roared out from the mouth of the great Yuan State Master Bastard, everyone present couldn't help but freeze for a moment, their gazes staggering as they looked at the valiant young man who had stepped into the emperor's tomb, their brains becoming somewhat confused. Wait a minute, this is the martial Dao human immortal Pate Sanghai who left the martial Dao inheritance monument in the nameless relics. WTF, this is too exciting, isn't it? Wasn't it said that a martial arts immortal has a lifespan of 300 years? At the end of the Yuan dynasty and the beginning of the Ming dynasty, it's been nearly 800 or 900 years now, right? The other party is still alive? This is also too heavenly, right? Fang Xiu, Lu Qinger, Wang Xiaoai, and the other people and the nearby explorers at the level of bright and dark mirrors couldn't help but look at Yijin lying next to him with a weird gaze, and the latter's mouth was almost cracked to the root of his ear as he laughed in triumph. I, Yi Liangchen, am indeed the son of good fortune. Words will be honored. Ha! Looking at this guy's dejected appearance, the crowd couldn't help but roll their eyes in unison. Come on, this guy is still the same incorrigible late-stage middle-aged 2 disease patient. It's just a coincidence that martial human immortal Pate Sanghai would appear. Ming Emperor Mausoleum entrance standing, ready to pull people away. Qin Miaowei heard here. Two eyes also cannot help but stare round, a face of incredulity looking at in front of the upright figure of the martial arts youth. Looking at the chi and blood wolf smoke slowly diffusing out from the other party's body, she recalled that she had previously thought that Pei Xiuge had brain problems, liked to blow up some unearthly awesomeness, and suffered from severe delusions of grandeur, and now she realized that she was the clown. WTF. She had actually cohabited with this kind of great god for nearly a month? Couldn't be dreaming, right? Gu Chen, who had descended onto Pate Sanghai with his mind's intent, ignored a certain bun-headed Cheongsam girl behind him who was rambling there. He was a little excited inside. He finally had the chance to feel this terrifying martial human immortal's body. As his mind moved, the chi and blood stored in the 1,080,000 orifices in his body exploded out like stars in the sky. Rolling chi and blood wolf smoke surged out, forming a dragon-shaped chi and blood that was nearly 1,000 meters tall, very different from the evil dragon chi demonic fury of De Yuan State Master Bastard, emitting a masculine, powerful, and hegemonic meaning, with a horrifying sense of oppression that covered an area of thousands of meters in a radius. The chi and blood wolf smoke that shot straight up thousands of meters in the air was opposite to the dragon chi demonic break that was mixed with bright yellow color. Even though it was separated by tens of kilometers, it was able to clearly see this strange sight, and it instantly attracted countless people's attention. What is that thing? Is someone setting fire to the mountain? The color doesn't look right. Hurry up and take a picture of it and upload it to the internet. It's sure to be a hit. Gu Chen, who had descended onto Pei Shanghai with his mind's intent, and the great Yuan state master bastard glanced at each other, and both sides made their moves at almost the same time, as Qi, blood, and wolf smoke and dragon Qi demonic fury erupted at the same time. Chapter 62 Pei Shanghai vs Bastba, terrifying battle aftermath. Gu Chun, whose mind and spirit descended onto Pei Shanghai, took a step forward, and the dragon-shaped Qi and blood wolf smoke on his body took the lead in pouncing towards the bright yellow-colored dragon Qi demonic fury intermingled with the great Yuan state master Bastba's body. Pang! Two collision, as if out of nowhere detonated 100 pounds of explosives, under the huge impact, set off a horrible wave of air, towards the surrounding unscrupulous spread out. Looking at the white air wave that roared with countless dirt and dust, the people in the Emperor's tomb couldn't help but widen their eyes and couldn't help but let out a cry in their hearts in unison, and then, they were lifted out by the white air wave. The official in charge in the temporary command post was also startled by such a big commotion in front of them, and hurriedly slumped to the ground, followed by the temporary tent overhead being directly lifted off by the airwave. Pei Shanghai's blazing Qi and blood power radiated out towards the surroundings, and the official elite special operations troops, Fang Xiu, Lu Qinger, and the others, along with a group of bright and dark power relic explorers who were all powerless and unable to move because of the dragon Qi demonic fury, only felt a wave of warmth coming from their bodies. It was as if they were suddenly thrown into a high-temperature sauna from the freezing snowy land at dozens of degrees below zero, and all of the original evil and cold discomforts on their bodies had disappeared. Looking at the horrible aftermath of the battlefield in front of us, after recovering the power of action of the crowd as a jolt, and quickly jumped up from the ground, and then, without looking back, madly ran towards the distance, did not dare to stay here in the slightest. Other than that, one of the big men on the battlefield was a martial arts immortal whose blood was like a dragon and whose fist could break mountains, while the other was the great Yuan master Basta who had been split up and sealed for hundreds of years, and who had seized the body of Emperor Wumingzong of the Ming dynasty, and who had stepped out of his coffin after breaking the sealing town. No matter which one of these two big brother is extremely terrifying, when the two fight a random aftereffects are likely to directly kill them, but only bright, dark power level of ordinary people. Cherish life, away from the battlefield of the big brothers, this is the trick to survive. In just a few seconds, hundreds of people on the scene ran towards the direction of the entrance of the Emperor's tomb in a neat and unified manner, hating that their parents had given birth to two less legs. Boom! Another violent collision came from the rear. The Qi and blood wolf smoke in the shape of a dragon and the dragon Qi demonic fury mixed with the bright yellow color fought crazily together, and in just a few seconds they collided for an unknown number of times, setting off countless gusts of wind and airwaves, with one wave being more violent than the other. Those who raised their legs to the Emperor's mausoleum outside to escape the crowd feel like in the wild waves of the sea of a lonely boat, with the wind swaying constantly. If not, they have practiced the national martial arts, their own level of bright, dark power in. I'm afraid that they have long been unable to control their own bodies. The two collision of the airwaves raised by the two blown into a gourd on the ground. And in front of the huge impact generated by the collision of Qi and blood wolf smoke and dragon Qi demon break, the mausoleum buildings, rocks and forests in the Ming Emperor's mausoleum are as fragile as tofu, and in a while they are destroyed beyond recognition, and the whole place is in a terrible state of disarray. Collision overflow of Qi and blood power and dragon Qi demon break power is equally powerful. Directly let the Emperor mausoleum neat green stone brick ground crumbled, the earth cracked open a gap. And this is only the peripheral collision generated by the after effects of the impact, located in the center of the Pei Shanghai and the great Yuan master of 8th Siba. Between the exchange of hands is even more terrible. The former swung out a fist, the power of Qi and blood erupted, even the air was repelled away under that terrifying impact, leaving only a vacuum, domineering. The latter is also not inferior. This body from the Wuming sect after nearly 500 years of fusion transformation has been no less than a demon. Pale fingertips popped out as sharp nails, like a top-grade artifacts. Sharpness is unparalleled. Waving his hand will be able to easily tear through the air. The evil and domineering dragon Qi demon demonic fury attached to it, turned into a claw mark, whistling towards the front. Dragon Qi demon fury claw marks in Qi and blood fist collision, rumbling, like a clear sky like thunder, in their fist, claw fierce exchange. The ground with the hillside cannot withstand the horror of the aftermath, directly crumbled to the ground. The two sides exchanged but just a few minutes of time, as the attraction of the Ming Emperor mausoleum will be under the two collision aftermath was ravaged beyond shape, as if just experienced an earthquake, into the eyes of a mess, no matter who cannot be associated with the previous Ming Emperor mausoleum. And the original Emperor mausoleum and the hundreds of people also finally at this time ran out of the outside, are some shocked to look at the Emperor mausoleum and the collision together, stalemate in the gas and blood wolf smoke and dragon Qi demon break, the heart of the atmosphere of relief. Some people have palpitations patting their chest and said, these two big brother fighting is too horrible, the scene is not safe to spectate, casually an aftermath can take the life of a small. There is also a hell of a cold joke, fortunately the legs long run fast, otherwise next year's today will really become my death anniversary. After going back, I have to go to the temple to burn incense, thanks to the fire of the gods, bless me to survive the aftermath of the two big brothers. Some people clasped their hands together, grateful in their hearts. There are also a lot of survivors who can't wait to reach out of their pockets and pull out their cell phones, pull out the camera, climb the big tree next to them, and aim at the two fighting in the Emperor's tomb to shoot up. This is the martial arts human immortal, chi and blood like a dragon, a fist can crumble mountains, the records on the stone tablet are true. It's really too powerful. I don't know if we can step on the martial way human immortal someday and take a look at the scenery up there. Looking at the rolling blood wolf smoke in the form of a dragon killing, while Fang Xiu and Lu Qinger, Yizhen, and others are sighing with envy and anticipation, directly strengthened their hearts for the pursuit of the martial arts. Directly the martial arts immortal temporarily is their pursuit of the goal. Bunhead Cheongsam girl Qin Miaowei looked at the Emperor Mausoleum in the middle of the fight between the dragon-shaped Qi blood wolf smoke and dragon Qi demon fury. In her nervousness, cannot help but open the mouth to ask a question. That everyone can see who will win? Hearing this, Fang Xiu, Lu Qinger, as well as Wang Xiaoai and the others along with the crowd of bright and dark power relic explorers glanced at each other, but they shook their heads in unison. I'm not sure, the realm levels of these two big brothers are beyond the imagination of us mortals. As for who will achieve the final victory? As for who will win in the end? I guess we will only know after they finish the fight. Within the Emperor's tomb, Gu Chen, who had descended onto Pei Sanghai with his mind and spirit, only felt a rush of pleasure. This martial arts human immortal body that had come out of the refining of falsehoods was really too powerful. When his mind moved, the 1,080,000 orifices in his body moved in unison, and terrifying chi and blood power surged out, giving him the illusion of being able to move mountains and seas. Under the impetus of chi and blood power, he only needed a light punch will be able to leave a hundreds of meters long crack on the ground, body rolling chi and blood wolf smoke around the body, as 360 degrees all-round no dead angle defense shield. He felt that even if it is a man-portable bazooka aimed at the front to bombard, but also not be able to shake the slightest bit. In this fierce fight, around the Emperor Mausoleum has become a piece of rubble, berserk chi and blood power convergence to the feet, Pei Sanghai rise up in the air. It's too narrow in the middle of the Emperor's tomb, fight again in another place. Facing Pei Sanghai's invitation to fight, Great Yuan State Master Basta didn't hesitate and similarly rode the Dragon Qi Demon Fury into the air. The two sides fought from the ground to mid-air, the thousands of meters high Qi and blood wolf smoke entangled with the evil Dragon Qi Demon Fury, once again engaging in a fierce fight. Chapter 63 Official Support, Aerial Target, Martial Human Immortals Cards. The shocking change that occurred in the Mingdi Mausoleum made the officials of the central continent quickly reacted. Fortunately, there is a military base near Jinling. The distance is not too far, the mobilization speed is also fast enough. Immediately there are 4 armed helicopters loaded with missiles, and hurriedly flew towards the direction of the Mingdi Mausoleum. Not only that, the regular Special Operations Forces on the ground also mobilized, military trucks carrying a variety of anti-aircraft guns as well as surface-to-air missiles, supporting this side. At the same time, with the video taken by the people on the scene to the network, looking at the video rose up nearly 1,000 meters high gas and blood wolf smoke and dragon gas demonic break, as well as the two collision like an earthquake like terrible scene, quickly set off a hot discussion on the network. It was too exaggerated. If I didn't say it was a live video, I would have thought it was a foreign superhero movie. Is this really the power that human beings can burst out? After watching this video, I finally know what a pedestrian self-propelled turret really looks like. This Nima is also too exaggerated. A fist blast out, the earth crumbled, when it is really scared to death. I am this side of the Jinling, with the Ming Emperor Mausoleum separated by about 10 kilometers. In our place can see the horror of the blood-colored smoke and strange light, is too shocking. Fortunately did not run over to see the scene before, or by this horror of the aftermath of a sweep, that is not to die on the spot. The first thing you need to do is to get a good look at the situation, and you'll be able to see what's happening. This martial arts immortal and the great Yuan Master of State is also too strong, right? It's almost as strong as the ancient wild history legends of the land immortals. It's simply a perfectly evolved advanced creature. I feel that from now on, I'm afraid that martial arts will become a craze for all people to cultivate, and may become a major subject in the future high school and college entrance exams, and even in the future when we go out to work in the society and conduct interviews, we will also be judged by our martial arts cultivation. I have decided, from today onwards, to set aside 5 hours a day to diligently practice martial arts, to say anything to learn the human immortal martial arts. At the scene of a group of spy agents, the same will be Jinling Ming Emperor Mausoleum thing reported to their respective belonging to the intelligence department, immediately attracted great attention. Especially the United States of America, Britain, and other Western European countries as well as the East Japan, hastily mobilized the sky satellite near the mausoleum of the Ming Emperor live synchronous live broadcast, but also mobilized a number of related researchers for the video and the synchronous live broadcast. Out of the contents of the analysis and assessment, which is related to the follow-up, will be invested in how many resources to carry out the project research. Mingdi Mausoleum in the sky, 2 figures to the naked eye, difficult to see the speed of intense collision, can clearly see the 2 behind the breakthrough speed of sound to form the trumpet-shaped airflow. Even if the other party is in thousands of meters in the air, you can hear the 2 rapid movement of the intense sonic boom. Through the satellite synchronous projection watching the United States of America, Britain, and other Western European countries and the East Japan and other countries, researchers also cannot help but open mouth, issued a sound of amazement, pick up the side of the computer model calculations up. My God, the movement speed of these two humanoid creatures has exceeded 340 meters per second, generating a sound barrier. How could a human body reach a supersonic state? It was too unbelievable. These are definitely two perfect creatures. According to the information gathered, they not only possess terrifying strength, but also have a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. This is a miracle of human evolution. We suggest that we obtain biological samples from them at all costs. Thousands of meters in the air, in another fist and claw collision, the fierce and domineering power of chi and blood intertwined with the cold and evil dragon chi demonic fury, generating a huge impact that made both of them involuntarily retreat hundreds of meters at the same time. At this moment, the sound of helicopter gunship wings rotating came from the distance, followed by more than 10 light missiles with trailing flames bombing towards the Great Yuan Master Bashiba. Perhaps it was because the bizarre aura formed by the Dragon Chi demon fury on De Yuanguashir Basiba's body revealed evil, making people feel disgusted at a glance, and the villainous symbol on his body was too obvious. Pung! In the midst of that violent explosion in flames, smoke filled the air, and the violent shockwave generated by the explosion caused the body of the Great Yuan State Master Bashiba to give a start, and the Dragon Chi demonic fury wrapped around him also shuddered. A total of 4 helicopter gunships, the top respectively carrying 20 new missiles. The pilot action is very fast, the missile launch button is pressed, the top carrying missiles will be round after round of bombardment, will be the Great Yuan Guashir Basiba, where hundreds of meters of the scope of a complete cage. Steeply received a wave of missile bombardment, feel like the water ripples like the Dragon Chi demon fury. The Great Yuan State Master Bashiba's face immediately darkened down. The power of this high-tech war product was stronger than a single rocket launcher. If this power was increased by several times, it might be able to directly explode the Dragon Chi demonic fury outside of his body, and then blow up his body. Thinking of this, Great Yuan Master Basta's reaction was quick. Harnessing the Dragon Chi demon fury, he turned around and shot towards those 4 armed helicopters, leaving a series of sonic booms behind him. However, Pei Sanghai's reaction speed was even faster, and propelled by the power of chi and blood, he transformed into a blur of blood-colored residual shadow, leaving behind a sound barrier in mid-air as he lunged towards the aurora transformed by Great Yuan State Master Bastard. Touch! Under the airwaves caused by the dull collision, the black light transformed by Great Yuan Master Bastard was blown back hundreds of meters by the roaring power of chi and blood. Seeing this scene in front of him, the pilot of that helicopter gunship instantly had 2 eyes that lit up, and without hesitation, he fired all the remaining light missiles towards the black light transformed by that Dragon Chi demon fury in a brainwave. Pung! In the midst of a series of intense explosions and flames, Great Yuan Master Bastard had no choice but to receive another wave of bombardment, and the Dragon Chi demon fury barrier on his body twisted and trembled for a while. Not only that, on the ground, there were also military trucks carrying anti-aircraft guns and surface-to-air missiles, and with the aid of modernized high-tech radar, they soon fired at the mid-air Great Yuan Master Bastard. Boom! Amidst the fierce roar of artillery fire, a round of artillery shells, assisted by radar, left a beautiful trailing flame in mid-air, launching another round of fierce bombardment towards the Great Yuan State Master Bashiba. Even more ferocious than before, the fierce fire explosion, the Great Yuan Master Bastard was directly by the huge impact force and kinetic energy back hundreds of meters. The body surface of the demonic Chi Dragon Fury cohesion into a barrier directly cracked a spiderweb-like gap. Not waiting for him to breathe a sigh of relief, the missiles and anti-aircraft guns on the ground sounded again, covering the area where he was. After receiving several waves of aerial bombardment one after another, the face of De Yuan State Master Bastard was already as black as the bottom of a pot. He didn't want to stay in the air and be a target for the shells. He immediately swooped down with his Dragon Chi demon fury and dashed towards the military trucks that were loaded with anti-aircraft cannons and surface-to-air missiles, close to the ground. Not good. According to the warning on the radar, that monster is coming towards us. Hurry up and intercept him. Looking at the incoming Dragon Chi demon fury ravenous light, the operators on top of the military truck were instantly startled, and hurriedly fired their cannons to intercept it. However, facing this more complicated situation on the ground, it was difficult for the cannonballs to intercept accurately at all, and most of them bombarded the nearby ground. Just as the group of military personnel on top of the military trucks looked on with pale faces as the dark light transformed by the Dragon Chi demon fiend got closer and closer, a raging chi and blood wolf smoke descended from the sky and punched towards the front. Pang! The power of chi and blood in the Dragon Chi demonic fury exploded at the same time, setting off violent waves of air and sound barrier as directly shattered the military truck above the glass. The Great Yuan Master Basta was obviously disgusted by the artillery shells, took a few punches from Pei Sanghai, and at the risk of rupturing the Dragon Chi demon fury protective barrier on his body, he also wanted to use his hands to turn the military trucks carrying anti-aircraft guns and surface-to-air missiles over to the ground. The impact of the battle up to this point was already large enough, and the origin points gained were rising rapidly every moment. The effect caused by the appearance of martial immortal Pate Sanghai had already exceeded Gu Chen's expectations, and he felt that it was almost time to use the most direct way to bring this play to a close for the time being. As the human immortal martial Dao system that came out of refining falsehoods, he naturally left quite a few tricks in it that he only knew about, as well as a backhand to use as a precautionary measure. As the highest achievement in this cultivation system, the orifices condensed within the body could be used as a major bottom card in addition to storing massive amounts of chi and blood power. If the orifices were detonated directly, they could explode far beyond their usual power in this instant, and the more orifices that were detonated, the more powerful the power that could be exploded. Thinking of this, Gu Chen, whose mind descended onto Pate Sanghai, took a deep breath, and within the first breath, he detonated 1,000 orifices in one breath. In that instant, chi and blood power that far exceeded the usual several times roared out from the detonated orifices, causing Pate Sanghai's aura to skyrocket, and the rolling chi and blood wolf smoke that emanated from his body was so thick that it almost turned into liquid. The sudden change made the great Yuan state master Basta startled for a moment, and without waiting for him to react, the world in his eyes was already occupied by a blinding blood-red color. Chapter 64 Explosive Chi and Blood Power, Victory, Return. Touch. The blood-colored stream of light carried the momentum of 1,000 pounds as it whistled, and in the instant of collision, it punched out a spiderweb-like crack in the dragon chi demonic fury on De Yuan state master bastard's body, while his entire body flew backwards hundreds of meters as if he had been hit by an airplane. Without waiting for the other party to adjust his body in mid-air, Gu Chen took a deep breath, and within the next few breaths, he detonated thousands of orifices within Pate Sanghai's body, a martial human immortal, one after another, and with the huge chi and blood power that gushed out, he lifted his leg and stomped onto the ground. Ka-ching! The earth underneath his feet burst open to form a circular crater under that tremendous force, and Pate Sanghai also transformed into a blur of blood-colored streams of light that shot out at this time, catching up with the great Yuan master Basta, who had been sent flying out in an instant. Underneath one of the detonated orifices in his body, the huge power of chi and blood was so viscous that it almost turned into liquid, and the two fists with blood-colored streams of light landed on great Yuan state master Basta like the wind and rain. Touch! The fierce and overbearing chi and blood power roared and poured out along the fists, and great Yuan master Basta was chased by a bloody stream of light in midair and hit. Ka-ching! Accompanied by a crunching sound, within a short span of 3 breaths, the dragon chi demonic fury barrier on the other party's body was directly shattered, revealing a torso wearing a bright yellow dragon robe as well as a head with long purple-black hair draped over it. After their gazes collided for a moment, Pate Sanghai once again swung his hands, and blinding blood-colored streams of light blossomed above his fists. Touch! The fierce and overbearing power of chi and blood poured down along the fists, and great Yuan master Basta only had the time to barely protect his head with his hands before he was swallowed up by the blood-colored stream of light. The bright yellow dragon robe was the first thing to shatter and explode, blood and flesh were blurred, and in this instant, it was unknown how many bones on his body were broken. Just as the fist that condensed the terrifying power of chi and blood was about to land on his head, great Yuan state master bastard then opened his mouth to let out a roar. Roar! That black lotus-shaped seal at the center of his brow erupted with a cloud of dark light, spreading out rapidly towards the surroundings like ripples, directly pushing away Pate Sanghai, who had transformed into a blood-colored stream of light in front of him, finally winning a sliver of a chance to catch his breath. Subsequently, under the constant accelerating push of the dragon chi demonic fury, the great Yuan state master bastard directly accelerated from mid-air and fell towards a large river not far away. I go. Brothers, look at what is falling in mid-air. It seems to be glowing, it's gray, there's something wrong with it. The phenomenon in the sky immediately attracted the fishing guys sitting on the bank. They quickly took out their cell phones to shoot up, and soon photographed a cloud of light falling from the sky, straight into the river, splashing a lot of water. Not waiting for these fishing guys to discuss the results, there is a blood-colored stream of light came after, floating in mid-air, revealing a youth with a handsome face. The anglers on the bank of the river holding their handpoles looked at the handsome young man floating in mid-air, and immediately couldn't help but widen their eyes, wondering if they were hallucinating, actually seeing someone flying in the air. A crowd of fishing guys moved in unison to pick up their cell phones to shoot up the Ingguo youth floating in mid-air. Brothers, take a look, I met a fairy while fishing. This is really unbelievable. Told you to fish and do not come out, and now missed the opportunity to see the gods and goddesses. Gu Chen, whose mind had descended on Pate Sanghai, was speechless when he saw a group of fishermen on the shore who were excitedly discussing the situation. Having detonated nearly 5,000 orifices in a row before and after, there was still a certain impact on this martial human immortal body, so he had to find a place to meditate and coalesce the detonated orifices back again. With a flash of his gaze, he reabsorbed the rolling chi and blood power of his body into his body, and then, he disappeared into the distant mountains and forests as a blood-colored stream of light, and in the twinkling of an eye, he disappeared. Less than 3 minutes later, soon there are 4 armed helicopters, carefully flying towards this side, vigilantly looking at the river below, searching in the vicinity of the circle, but nothing was found, while sitting on the shore of the fishing guys is because of the identity of the witness, soon to be taken away by the officials to cooperate with the investigation. Back to the Ming Emperor Mausoleum, the person in charge of the relevant tourist attractions look at that as experienced an earthquake of magnitude 8, almost to become ruins of the imperial tombs, also cannot help but headache up, he is the person in charge of the estimated to the end. However, let a person is a little bit of a surprise as before the disappearance of the 2 staff as well as tourists are back, in addition to the 2 unlucky tourists were injured, others are intact, recalling the 2 days in the Emperor's Mausoleum under the fantastical experience, they still feel a little less real. At this moment, one after another, the official elite forces of the central continent arrived, these missing and then returned to the staff and tourists were also invited by the official to cooperate with the investigation. Fang Xiu, Lu Qing'er, Wang Xiaoai and Yijin and a group of bright and dark power level of the ruins of the explorers are very curious about the martial arts immortal Pei Songhai and the great Yuan master Basta between the victory or defeat, of course, to say that the most nervous about the outcome of the bun-head Cheongsam girl Qin Miaowei. Soon, there are people on the internet to see a few riverside anglers posted on the internet video, very clearly captured in evil light from the mid-air into the river water disappeared, followed by a blood-colored stream of light followed closely, suspended in mid-air, can vaguely see that it is a face of the martial arts youth. Undoubtedly, from the video captured, it was clear that martial immortal Pei Songhai had won, while great Yuan state master Basta was knocked into the river as the loser. Qin Miaowei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw the content of the video, but when she recalled that in the past month, she had been yelling about people's Pei Shoga and being severely delusional every day, she was instantly a little apprehensive and confused again. Her current state of mind is like suddenly realizing that her friend's real identity is a billionaire. The huge identity gap brings strong confusion and discomfort. As the video captured by the river spread, seeing the great Yuan state master Basta falling into the river in the sky, the netizens quickly set off a new round of discussion. As expected, the great Yuan state master 8 Siba defeat, people can seal town you first, the same can seal town second, low-key development cannot? He had to make such a high-profile appearance, and directly attracted the fated rivals. If the master of the state had not offended the officials of the central continent would not have been bombarded by missiles so many times, the consequences of too much arrogance fell into the river. Can we go down there now and fish out the remnants of Lord State Master? I suddenly have a bold idea. Calm down upstairs. I'm not afraid that the State Master will wake up and kill you with one finger. Although Basta was knocked down into the river, however, before people left ahead can live well, and also took away the Ming Emperor Wu Mingzong's body, I feel that it won't be long before he will come back to the earth again. I just hope that the martial arts human immortal big brother can once again seal him down. Good point upstairs. What I want to know now is where has this martial arts immortal gone? Is it too late to go and worship the master? On the other hand, in the hidden cave on the cliffs of Jinling's Zitong Mountain, Pei Songhai, one of the martial human immortals who had caused the storm in the outside world, was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed, with his breath a bit vague and uncertain. This was the aftermath of detonating 5,000 orifices in succession before, and although he had momentarily gained a terrifying increase, however, the problem wasn't small. Allowing Pei Songhai to meditate and stabilize the power of qi and blood on his body, Guchen withdrew his descending mind and spirit thoughts from this martial human immortal body and returned to his own body, after which, he somewhat excitedly examined the harvest this time around. Chapter 65 Harvesting Much, Breaking 2 Realms in a Row, Subsequent Effects. From the Ming Emperor's Mausoleum's mutation, to the later De Yuan State Master Bastard setup, breaking the sealed town and coming out, hanging the whole scene with terrifying strength, to the later martial human immortal Pei Songhai's debut, coupled with some intense battles in the back, it could be said to be brilliant, attracting countless gazes. At this moment, Gu Chen, the mastermind behind the scene, couldn't wait to check the origin points on his body, and at this glance, he almost couldn't help but cheer. This time, he had actually harvested 650,000 origin points, which was a great harvest. If he added the remaining origin points from earlier, he would now have 750,000 origin points in his hand, and his family would immediately be well off, and he would be able to refine the fake into the real thing, and raise his strength. Without any hesitation, he quickly used his origin points to refine a fake into a real, pushing his current human immortal martial Dao's 5 Viscera realm upwards to the blood transformation realm in one breath, spanning across 2 major realms, which cost him a total of 200,000 origin points. Across the 2 realms brought about by the enhancement is also visible to the naked eye. The first is the body of the skeleton metamorphosis into a jade bone. The Buddhist sect said the invulnerability of the body. The Taoist sect also has a golden muscle and jade bone. At the moment, his body 206 bones like a jade under the internal vision, like the best sheep's fat jade, able to support tens of times the previous power to explode. coupled with the whole body of the blood change into a light gold, with the divine, began to silently moisturize flesh and blood, so that his body also followed a hint of sandalwood. This is due to their own directly across the two realms. He temporarily cannot control the body of the divine reason, if it is to the level of the martial arts human immortal. Cohesion of chi and blood after the orifices can only be done with Pei Sanhai, the same as the return to the basics. Chun spent a lot of effort to open a mouth on the top of the finger and squeeze out a few drops of light golden blood, only to feel a fragrance coming from his nose, so that he could not help but swallow a little saliva. For some reason, his mind involuntarily surfaced the golden cicada Z9 reincarnation of the Tang Sanzang. In this regard, he is also a little depressed. Before the time of setting, how not thought of this, now it is good. Put himself into the whole fragrant Tang Sanzang. Fortunately now there is no demonic ghosts, or do not know how many want to eat his meat, drink his blood it. Just as he was studying all the strange changes in his body, with the video of the great Yuan state master Basta being knocked down the river by the martial arts immortal Pei Sanhai, the impact of the Ming Emperor's mausoleum incident is far from over. Because of the large number of witnesses present at the time, the number of videos taken was equally large, and a number of them were directly circulated to the extranet tubes. Looking at the two sides of the battle in the video, a group of foreigners netizens also exclaimed with astonishment, and the playback soon exceeded the level of 1 million, and there were countless streams of rumors in the comment area below. Oh my god! The great land of the central continent actually had this kind of existence, like a powerful hero in mythology. Worthy of being one of the oldest countries in the East, it's really hiding crouching tigers and crouching dragons. Who knows if a superhero like powerful existence will suddenly pop up? Honestly, I'm a bit skeptical about the authenticity of the video. Is there really such a powerful human being in this world? Upstairs friend, I am also very skeptical about this, but the video is right in front of your eyes. There is no way you can't believe in their existence. One of them seems to be an ancient person from the central continent, who has pioneered a kung fu cultivation mystery called what is called the human immortal, and that's the source of why he can be so powerful. This world is so crazy. I also want to go to the middle continent to learn such powerful martial arts mysteries. These videos that had spread abroad with the internet had likewise brought Chun quite a few origin points, which was an unexpected blessing. In Kyoto, the capital of the three Chinese emperors, the relevant authorities immediately held an emergency meeting on the incident of the Ming Emperor's tomb, where countless familiar and often appearing characters on television were seated, and the focus of the discussion was mainly centered around the great Yuan state master Bashiba Siba and the martial arts immortal Pei Sanhai. These two horrible power has been completely beyond the imagination of ordinary people, simply humanoid self-propelled missiles. Ordinary firearms have been completely unable to cause any impact on them, even if replaced with light missiles and other wide-range lethal weapons, can only do to the two to hold, unless at all costs to use the superpower missiles may deal with them. However, once these two are provoked and explode, the damage they cause is unimaginable. Even a city, I'm afraid it won't take long to destroy. Under some heated discussions, the meeting quickly came up with the result of the discussion, that is, drawing in and expelling at the same time, for Pei Sanhai and other malice-free martial human immortals can be drawn in, and for the evil camp like the great Yuan state master Bashiba, the expulsion was the choice. Of course, after seeing the terrifying power that erupted from the human immortal martial arts path, it was conceivable that more and more of these powerful martial artists would surely appear as time went on, and at the meeting, yet another seemingly exaggerated proposal was brought out. The proposal was to make national martial arts a mandatory subject for school students, to be added to the secondary and university entrance exams, and to gradually begin implementing it in the schools in the central continent, in order to prepare for the cultivation of the human immortal martial arts elites in the future, to be implemented with immediate effect. Not only were the officials of the central continent considering how to face this kind of transcendental existence, but the Western European countries such as the United States of America and Britain, as well as the East Japan and other countries that watched the entire battle with the help of satellites, reacted differently, and were also extremely enthusiastic about this kind of incredibly powerful transcendental power. As the observation target of the martial arts immortal Pei Sanhai as well as the great Yuan master Bashiba, the two not only have strong power, but also has a long life? Power and life expectancy, this is to let countless people in power are stupid. No one in the world will be too much of these two things. The former can ensure their own ruling authority, and the latter is to have a longer time to enjoy more things. Of course, the United States of America and Britain, Western Europe, and other countries also sent out from the spy agent got a lot of good news, one of which is once in the Ming Emperor Mausoleum underground in the target figure of the great Yuan state master Bashiba. This news immediately let them overjoyed, and could not wait to contact the spy agent, issued a series of orders, asked at all costs to bring the other party into the camp. At one time, the central continent received the orders of their respective superiors and the spy agents quickly acted, have towards the Jinling that flow of the river and go, hands will be mobilized by their resources, just to the water will fall into the great Yuan state master Bashiba to salvage up. The central continent official is also followed and move, quickly mobilized a group of official ships, began in the great Yuan state master 8 Siba fell into the water near the 50 kilometers within the scope of salvage work, say would also have to find each other out, or wait for the other party to recover, in case of madness rushed into the city to start the retaliation how to do. That could be a huge disaster. As the target person who attracted countless forces, at this moment, the great Yuan state master Basta had long drifted several hundred kilometers along with the river rapids, coming to the city of Wenzhou, which was less than 100 kilometers away from the port. Only then did he finally float up from the bottom of the water, and under the previous impact of qi and blood power, his body fell into a state of dormancy due to self-protection. His current appearance is exceptionally lousy, blood and flesh not to mention, vaguely visible broken white bones exposed, and even able to see a number of organs in the chest cavity, extremely oozing. If an ordinary person suffered such heavy injuries, would have been covered with a white cloth, sworn a blow, the whole village young and old waiting for food. Fortunately, this body taken from the Ming Emperor Wu Mingzong body in nearly 500 years under the transformation of the demon bloodline, has long become half human and half demon state. Vitality is even more tenacious to the inhuman point. Not far away, a dark fishing boat sailing, there is a net without a net scattered everywhere, but coincidentally will float in the river surface of the great Yuan state master Basta cover. On the fishing boat, a few eyes sinister, mouth dangling cigarette bare shoulder man is there chatting. The day is really impossible to live if you don't have some goods to go a little. I don't know what's going on today, but there are several times more boats on patrol, so I'm glad I didn't take any cargo, or I would have been in the middle of a gunfight. Scar-faced Captain Lao walked out from the captain's office and spoke in a deep voice. Nowadays, the official and the outside are out of a large bounty, as if looking for a man overboard. I heard that what is the state master of the great Yuan? Called 8-something Bas, or a living 700-800 years of ancient people? Will supernatural powers and so on? These words immediately caused a burst of laughter from the crew members on the scene, all with a look of disbelief on their faces. This internet is just nonsense. How can a person live for 700 or 800 years? Then not to become immortal? That's right, I don't like to read things on the internet. Just today I saw on the internet that what martial arts immortal? He fought from the ground to the sky and reduced the Ming Emperor's tomb in Jiling to rubble, as if it were real. One of the crew members yelled, "Don't bull, hurry up and help pull down the net, it seems to have caught the big guy." With the fishing net put away, in the dim ship's lamp, the crew was somewhat surprised to find that it seems to net a humanoid thing, opened the net to look at it, only to realize that it was a bloody, wretched humanoid creature remains, immediately caused a gasp on board. Chapter 66, Official Proposal, Foraging for Traces, and Joint Military Exercises at Sea. In the past few days, the impact of the Ming Emperor's tomb incident was still fermenting, and Kyoto had recently passed a number of resolutions, one of which was to make Chinese martial arts a mandatory subject for students, with at least 5 lessons per week, and to include it in the middle and high school entrance exams, with a score of 100 points. Including television programs in the network, also more than a myriad of slogans, similar to the National Fitness to Learn Martial Arts, Enhance Physical Fitness, Inheritance of Ancient Culture, Practicing Martial Arts Benefits and so on. The new resolution also set off countless discussions on the internet, including forums such as Push Hut also added a lot of new topics on the trend of all people learning martial arts as well as the related impacts. From the Clutching Dan patriarchly Hancha's descent from the mountain, setting off the national martial arts craze, the national martial arts can be learned by everyone, however, wanting to reach the level of Huanjing Grand Fighter and Clutching Dan, very few, although the official central continent is a little bit scrupulous, however, in the face of the real elite special operations forces as well as machine guns, artillery, and missiles, they can still be suppressed, however, by the time the Wuming relics came out, the transcendent power appeared, and then this time the Ming Emperor Mausoleum incident, when it was seen that the human immortal the martial way is beyond imagination powerful, even machine guns, artillery fire, missiles cannot help each other when the time, all the people to learn martial arts will already be the trend. The big brother upstairs analyzed it correctly. In addition to possessing great power, a martial arts immortal can also have a long lifespan. No one in the world can refuse these two things. Power is the authority, and lifespan is a necessity. Countless higher-ups are eager to grasp the two in their hands. Anyway, I am in favor of all people learning martial arts. I hope that one day, everyone in the central continent will become a dragon and stand at the top of the world. Flying into the sky and crashing into the ground with a single punch, greatness returned to oneself. How many people dream of this existence? The world is at its peak. Back to the coastal city is there to adapt to the changes in the realm of the body of Gu Chun also saw the warm discussion online. He did not expect the Chinese officials actually so decisive in the Ming Di-jun incident, immediately after the bill was passed to propose the implementation of the Universal Learning Martial Arts, and will be directly listed as one of the disciplines of the national martial arts, joining the middle school and college entrance exams inside. I have to say that this move is bold enough, visionary, worthy of the Chinese continent. Officials. Of course, the biggest reaction is still a group of students, from today onwards, that often sick leave, occupied classes of physical education classes no longer absent, directly renamed to the National Martial Arts class, and everyday a class. This news immediately made many students cheer. For a while, Zhengzhou officials also began to mobilize the masses of bright and dark power levelers to go to the major colleges and universities to teach. Folk bright and dark power levelers have likewise turned into steamed buns, medium and private schools have stretched out the olive branch, the salary pay is not low, which also caused a new round of the whole population to learn martial arts boom. Fang Xiu and the Junyang is very busy. Wing Chun White Crane Fist itself is not small. In the Chinese continent, after a series of official proposals, the number of students directly skyrocketed, and there are rich families in foreign cities and provinces cannot wait to send their children to come. Recently, she has been preparing to set up branch boxing halls everywhere, and also intends to invite Junyang Li's good friends to go to the branch boxing halls in the town hall. The retainer and resources are sufficient. Encountered kicking and so on how to cope with a little can be. In this regard, many people in the Junyang Li are interested. Lu Qing'er is ready to invest money, want a part of the shares. Fang Xiu also plans to establish a large branch in the coastal city, now has chosen a good address, decoration is also good, ready to open the museum, invited the same Junyang friend Gu Chen as the town museum martial artist. In this regard, he did not refuse. Anyway, one more identity is not much impact. Fang Xiu was also prepared to invite him to witness on the day of the opening, while showing his face or something. At this, Gu Chen naturally nodded his head and agreed. In the past few days, the Chinese officials in the Jinling River, the Great Yuan Master Bashiba crash site 50 kilometers in the vicinity of underwater radar detection and salvage, never found half a trace, as if the other party is not in the river. In a group of experts and researchers under the study, and immediately used the computer calculations, but is very quickly according to the speed of the current more situation for the projection, but is very quickly will focus on the Jinling River along the large hundreds of kilometers away from the city of Wenzhou, which is connected to countless rivers and streams, fishing boats, and so on is also numerous. Hundreds of kilometers away, is connected to the ocean's international ports, stays. Countless ships. Thus, the officials of the central continent quickly took action again, rushing towards the direction of Wenzhou City, and a series of orders were also issued. Correspondingly, the United States of America, Britain, and the countries of Western Europe, looking at the official moves of the central continent, immediately jumped out, shouting in the international arena, using freedom, democracy, and human rights as slogans, waging a public opinion war on the internet, portraying the great Yuan's national master, Bashiba, as a pitifully oppressed person, and righteously asking the central continent to hand over the other side, and the ancients to have the corresponding civil rights, and blah 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 blah. Obviously, they are aiming at the remains of the great Yuan state master Bashiba, strong power and life expectancy, as a superior and big capital, the top of the pyramid, the elite. They are extremely jealous of these two things, said nothing to let the officials of the central continent to get their hands on it again. In the face of the public opinion attack, the central continent officials naturally refused to show weakness, tongue fights with the group of scholars, to start spraying, fighting ferociously. According to the law of our great central continent, all the relics found in the country, all the things inside belong to our central continent. Including the people inside. Don't even think about it, you Western bastards. Don't even think about it. I will never give it to you. Just as China and the Western countries are engaged in a fierce spray, located in the city of Swift River, there are many boats lined up on the shore, the local largest water forces, the local snakemaster Jean, operating here for more than 30 years, reputation and strength of the rumors are far away, a word can be mobilized hundreds of boats, in the city of Wenzhou, there are things that cannot be resolved to look for the master Jean will be right. At this moment, parked on the riverside of a large ship decorated with luxurious cabin interior, the scar-faced Captain Laowu with a few crew members stood there with their heads bowed, looking nervously at the sitting in the forefront of the Golden Master, will be before the salvage of a suspected bounty on the remains of the matter of the brain set out. Good job, Xiaowei, take 600,000 to him. Scar-faced Captain Laowu and a few crew members' face all cannot help but reveal a touch of excitement. Take 60W cannot wait to go towards the outside. At the same time, a few of Master Jin's men also followed along to go, will be salvaged that suspected bounty target remains brought back. Inside the sturdy and luxurious cabin, Master Jin, as well as Master Shifu and all the elite fighters were all somewhat curious to survey the bizarre remains brought back, which looked bloody and fleshless, and even the organs were exposed. Is this person still alive? Is this the so-and-so national master from the online video? The ancient man who had lived for 800 years? And can still fly? It doesn't look like it. He looks like a dead man. Listening to his men's comments, Master Jean raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look at the master standing next to him. Bill, what do you think? What do you think? As the master's staff, Bill pondered for a moment before speaking. This what the remains of the state master, the official, and many forces are looking for, and even outside the country is also looking for. It can be seen that it is very important, however, it does not have a role for us. Take it off and hand it over to forget about it, to see which one is bidding high to which, to make a fortune and then say. Master Jean nodded. The heart is also very quickly make a decision, to his such forces, the bottom is not clean, decades have done things, has long been enough to shoot dozens of times, the men are also all with blood, prohibited things more than a little bit of half a point, he did not even think about the central continent official. After discussing with his subordinates Master and others for a while, Master Jean quickly made a decision to hand over to the highest bidder. The relevant information quickly spread in the United States of America, Britain, and the intelligence departments of the Western European countries. The crowd of spies and agents are also fast action, ready to go to the contact. Will be the body of the great Yuan master of the state Basta brought back. In order to ensure that they can obtain the remains of the great Yuan state master Bashiba, the Western countries soon had the attention to carry out joint maritime military exercises on the high seas of the ocean, which is a distance away from the harbor of the city of Swarovski. As soon as the news came out, it quickly spread throughout the entire network, drawing the attention of countless netizens. Chapter 67 Inference, Trail, and Cannibalistic Master of the State. The Western countries were preparing to conduct joint military exercises at sea? Recalling the news that the Western countries had previously clamored online for the Central Continent officials to hand over the body of the great Yuan master Basta, the Central Continent netizens immediately reacted, feeling that this joint maritime military exercise was a drunkard's intent. The other purpose of the pressure came. The first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was able to see it. This Western countries are also too bad. They actually want us to hand over the master of the state. They're not afraid of us taking his head off and replacing his body, are they? The only thing is to study the power of the great Yuan state master Bashiba's body in the long lifespan. In the end is just, drunkenness is not the wine, looking for these little cute. I'm not going to believe it, but I'm going to believe it, and I'm going to believe it. Foreigners' brain cannot read our human immortal martial arts, but also do not understand the tricks of the trade, the secret manuals translated in front of them. They are not necessarily able to read and understand what the heavenly pivot, blood such as silver pumps, swallowing gold ruin you. These terms are not a lot of foreigners casually be able to study and understand. The wisdom of the old ancestors is the most esoteric. Oh, this is obviously the Western countries are anxious. It's so cool to watch. You also have such a day. Support the Central Continent. Determined not to make any compromise with them. Gu Chen had likewise seen the news on the internet. Gu Chen likewise saw the online news and discussion, but he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, and his gaze couldn't help but fall to Xiao Junshi, looking at the messages sent by Feng Xiu, who had something to do with the official military department of the Central Continent, as well as by the well-informed rich family's daughter, Lu Qinger. Crane Dance, I heard from the military department that it seems like the approximate location of the body of the great Yuan state master bastard has been confirmed, and it's within the boundaries of the city of Swift City. Now the officials have already expedited personnel over there to prepare for a new search and salvage. Lu Qinger, I've also heard about this. However, I heard from my family, it seems that the Western countries are also planning to intervene. The recent noisy joint maritime military exercises on the internet is to pressure the officials of the Chinese continent. This is a new round of games between the Chinese continent and the Western countries. Yi Liangchen, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the youth poor. When I Yi Liangchen break through the martial arts human immortal, I will certainly make a move to that what the Daiyuan master of the country rubbed on the ground a bit, ha. As a permanently active in the group of middle-aged two-stage disease late-stage patient Yizhen, at this moment, he has a brand new goal, already fantasizing about the achievement of martial arts human immortal after the world. Jun Yangli people are already familiar with his middle-aged two-stage and cheeky, however, Li Xingming such high school students cannot yet do to ignore each other, and then stood out. Chicken taba, everyone quickly get out of the way. I've been drinking a lot of herbal tea lately. Let me use urine to nourish and wake him up. Cool down his brain a bit. Looking at the news in the group and then combined with the internet this sensational so-called joint military exercises at sea, he pondered for a moment, deduced, but quickly arrived at the truth of the matter. It is likely that the Western countries are prepared to the great Yuan state master Baspa into the camp, for research, in order to obtain from each other a strong power and life expectancy. Of course, it was even more likely that the great Yuan master Bashiba had made a deal with the West at some point, which was also very possible. Thinking of this, Gu Chen looked at the upcoming Western joint maritime military exercises not far from the port of Swift City, but his eyes could not help but flicker, recalling Pei Sanghai, the martial immortal who had gone through these days of meditation and whose body's orifices had almost coalesced. A bold idea suddenly rose up in his mind. Such a large-scale joint Western maritime military exercise should attract the attention of countless people, right? It might be possible to take the opportunity to harvest another wave of origin points. As a righteous character, martial human immortal Pei Sanghai, it would be a very reasonable thing for him to go out and hunt down great Yuan state master bastard, wouldn't it? As for these maritime warships, it was normal for some to be accidentally destroyed during the engagement, right? Just as Gu Chen was playing his little game of harvesting origin points, within the city of Swaraju, in the boat gangs near the Thousand Convergence River, special agents from the Western countries had arrived one after the other, and were negotiating with the local snake, Master Jean. Inside the private warehouse not far from the shore, more than 20 horsemen were watching over the place, and some of them couldn't help but drop their eyes to a body that was laid out on the platform, and whispered about it there. Hey, why, do you think that video rumored on the internet is true? What kind of national master can really fly and have all sorts of supernormal capabilities? I don't know if the video on the internet is true or not. If he was so fierce, he wouldn't have been beaten up like this. Don't think too much, let's just keep an eye on things and wait for Master Jean to finish dealing with those foreigners. In a group of horsemen smoking, blowing cattle there, placed on the platform above the flesh and blood remains trembled for a moment, the fingers slightly moving, the great Yuan master of the state 8 Seba slowly opened his eyes, looking at the surrounding somewhat dim warehouse environment, the corners of his mouth grinning, revealing rows of shark teeth like teeth, slowly from the platform to sit up, a trace of cold and evil demonic dragon chi diffuse out, spreading out towards the surrounding. The group of horsemen who were smoking and bragging there suddenly felt some coldness in their bodies, and couldn't help but reach out and hug their arms, their faces puzzled. Ah wait, do you feel that it has suddenly become cold? It shouldn't be, today's temperature is 28 degrees, why is the temperature dropping so much? One of the smokers also shook his head with a puzzled expression, but out of the corner of his eye, he realized that the remains that were originally placed on top of the platform had disappeared, which made him couldn't help but blanch. It's not good. That what, the remains of the state master? Where did it go? His mouth. This is not yet finished. A group of dragon chi demonic fury erupted, directly covering the entire warehouse. Cold and sinister breath let a person's body stiff, cannot move, a strong sense of oppression so that the presence of the crowd of horsemen breathing for one of the suffocation, it feels as if drowning, a strong unknown so that they are fearful of the heart. What's going on here? There are demons. Ah! Spare my life. I don't want to die yet. In the midst of their terrified gazes, the flesh and blood like corpse-like the Yuan state master bastard slowly came, the dragon chi demon fury transformed into a cloud of dark light and pounced, and directly, he plundered the essence of the flesh and blood from their bodies and into his mouth, barred his mouth and opened his mouth to comment. Flesh and blood stained with the aura of sin, the taste is not bad. After being replenished with the blood and flesh essence from these 20-odd people, the bloody wounds on great Yuan master bastard's body were also recovering at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and in a short while, they were repaired and complete, with no abnormality visible on the outside. At this time, Master Jean as well as the Western country's secret agents also negotiated. Both sides finally decided to $14 million to complete the transaction. Afterwards, Mr. Jean led the way with his master and all his men, leading the Western agents behind him to the warehouse door. All around a dead silence, but there is no half a bit of sound. This situation is a little bit not quite right. In the end, what is going on? Way, you street kids. Why don't you hurry up and come out to greet Master Jean? Where are they? Where are they? Come on out. The warehouse was dead silent. Master Jean and the master and his men behind him couldn't help but frown. Something wasn't right. There must be something wrong. Do not wait for them to do something. The warehouse door was slowly opened, the great Yuan state master Basiba from the inside of the leg out, the body of the dragon chi demonic fury filled, a horrible oppressive force spread, covering a radius of several hundred meters. Master Jean, and behind the master of the division, and a group of men with the Western country's agents are all stiff, unable to move, faces white as paper. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get the money to pay for it, but I'm sure I'll be able to get the money to pay for it. The words did not fall. The dragon gas demon break will pounce on, directly with the master of gold and the master and behind a group of men on the body of the essence of blood and flesh all devoured completely, leaving no trace, leaving only the front of the blonde blue-eyed Western country's agents. I remember seeing you in the Ming Emperor's mausoleum before. Chapter 68 Olive Branch, Requirements. Who is stronger between a martial arts human immortal and a naval fleet? Before and after only a few seconds of time, the head of the Snake Master Gold and his master and the crowd of men will all be mixed with a bit of bright yellow light to swallow, robbed of all the essence of flesh and blood, only a body as if it has been air-dried for a long time. This bizarre scene in front of the eyes of the Western countries standing next to the secret agents to see the hairy bones, forehead cold sweat cannot stop flowing down. Fortunately, this Lord State Master in front of him remembered having met once, so it was undoubtedly a blessing that he didn't do the same to turn all of them into dried corpses. The leader was the United States of America secret agent who had met once before in the Ming Emperor's tomb. At this moment, he barely managed to squeeze out a smile on his face, and bowed his head to respectfully open his mouth. Respected master of the country, very honored that you still remember me. The purpose of our visit is to invite you to join. This China does not know how to be good and bad, not half of the democracy and freedom. As long as the master of the country agreed to join us, the Congress will satisfy all of your requirements. Our US Federation has the most advanced level of science and technology in the world. All kinds of military science and technology is also stronger than the Chinese continent. Looking at the several blonde barbarians in front of him with a respectful look, the great Yuan state master Basiba's gaze flickered, and soon remembered that he had suffered from a series of artillery shells and missiles, and in the face of the other party to extend the olive branch, he couldn't help but laugh. You foreign barbarians are really hypocritical. Don't you just want to get the mysteries of power and longevity from this state master? You have to talk about freedom and democracy and other empty words. If you want me to join, it's simple, there's one requirement. Hearing this, the Western country's secret agents standing in front of them immediately became excited, and couldn't wait to ask what requirements. The great Yuan state master Baspa had a strange smile on his face, and not only did he not slow down to open his mouth, he said. That is to first let this master of the state to see your so-called high-tech military strength, to see if you can block a martial arts immortal's pursuit. Can you hold back the pursuit of a martial human immortal? After hearing this request, the secret agents of the Western countries looked at each other and hurriedly reported the news to their respective superior intelligence departments, wanting to seek a reply. With the news reported up, far away in the ocean high seas of the Western Joint Sea military exercises on the major fleets, the United States of America, Britain and Western European countries command with the officials similarly also get the task from the top. Satisfy the request of the Great Yuan's national master Bashiba, use warships to ambush the martial arts immortals of the Middle Kingdom and preferably get some of their body tissues or corpses for research. Soon after, the commanding officers of the warships of the various countries of the Western Joint Maritime Military Exercise began to confer, formulating relevant plans of action to deal with the mysterious and powerful martial human immortal of the Middle Continent, and taking this opportunity to show the world their maritime military hard power. With the Wenzhou city, the head of the snake, Master Jean, and his group of henchmen bizarrely died in the middle of the warehouse, turned into a horrifying dry corpse. Such a murderous case immediately attracted the attention of countless people, are speculating on what forces caused the murder. Is it involved in the unknown transcendent power again? Not to be? A friend of mine is a judge in the city of Swift. He has observed those corpses at the scene. It's just too bizarre, and quickly came to the conclusion that it's definitely not something an ordinary person can do, but rather a murder case involving transcendental powers. Terror as such, feel the world is now more and more unsafe, actually died at once nearly 70, 80 people. This gold master but Wenzhou water well-known big brother powerful, is not accidentally offended what mastery of transcendental powers of the high people? Until now there is no news revealed. This thing does not look simple. The official reaction speed of the central continent was very fast, and the scene was blocked off early, and a lot of experts as well as judges carried out research, but they also couldn't figure out what method the murderer used to cause this kind of bizarre death. Just when they do not have the slightest clue at the time, there are a few dark power level of the official elite special forces members are slightly frowned. That kind of cold and evil atmosphere makes them quite familiar, almost the first time they will be associated with the great Yuan master of 8 Seba's dragon spirit of the demonic fury. Can be said to be a moment to stir up 1,000 waves. The scene was immediately martial law. Immediately will be the official elite special forces to the transfer over, together with anti-aircraft guns and mortars, light missiles, a variety of long-range wide-area weapons are also rushed to the scene, ready to enter the battle state. Not only that, even, there are also people met by chance suspected that the great Yuan master of state 8 Seba with a few blonde blue-eyed foreigners together, suspected collusion between the two sides, contact not far from the city of Swift Ocean High Seas joint military exercises. Online many netizens have left a message to speculate up. These foreigners are really powerful. In the end, how to get on the line of the state master lord? Luck is also really good, actually not turned into a dry body or removed the head by the state master lord. I finally figured out why the so-called Western Joint Sea military exercise is taking place at this time. The feeling is that they are colluding with Lord Guashur. No wonder to make such a big military drill battle. This must be for our Chinese continent's martial arts human immortal preparation. Foreigner's head so iron? The foreigner's head is so ironic that he is actually prepared to fight with the martial arts immortal. Upstairs, don't be too happy too early. How this result is still a bit suspenseful. This Western Joint Sea military exercise is not simple. Not only the United States of America with the First Naval War, and Britain, and the Western European countries, each is not simple. Who does not know what weapons are mounted on their fleet? The world's largest fleet of ships is the United States of America. Soon, the wind direction of the internet changed, turned to discuss the sea fleet can fight against the martial arts immortal. This topic too, the netizens are different opinions. Some netizens believe that the martial arts human immortal has supersonic mobile flight ability, small size, the radar on the warships is difficult to lock. As long as close, it will be able to easily by virtue of their own terrible combat power to sink the warships. There are also netizens who believe that the naval fleet of the Western countries is even more powerful, equipped with supersonic warplanes. Warships are also equipped with countless missile weapon systems, advanced radar, intensive firepower striking range. Although the martial arts immortal is strong, however, it is very likely that not close to the warships to carry out damage. On the other hand, Gu Chen, who is located in the coastal city, watched the online discussion about which one of the martial human immortals was stronger with the naval fleet, and couldn't help but marvel at the netizens' big brains and quick thinking. The orifices on martial human immortal Pei Sanghai's body that had been detonated earlier had also recovered more or less, and he was ready to act according to his earlier plan to take on the naval fleet of the Western joint maneuvers on the high seas of the ocean. In addition to harvesting some origin points on the way, he was also quite curious about which one of the martial human immortals that he had refined into a real one would be better when they collided with the naval fleet. When he thought of this, Gu Chen's heart instantly rose up with a flurry of hot blood. The matter of punching an airplane wasn't too difficult for a martial arts human immortal. However, kicking a naval battleship was such an exciting thing he had never thought of before, and if he had the opportunity, he would indeed like to experience it with the help of the martial arts human immortal Pei Sanghai's body, to see how it feels like. Chapter 69 Opening Ceremony. High school classmates, pretending in front of me? In the next few days, Gu Chun from time to time will be descending into the martial arts immortal Pei Sanghai body, from time to check the body of the orifice cohesion speed. At that time the detonation of the orifice is now almost close to the end of the recovery. Just a short while ago, Fong Xiu's Wing Chun White Crane Branch Martial Arts School in Coastal City was preparing to open today, inviting him over to participate in the opening ceremony, to which Gu Chen did not refuse and quickly nodded his head in agreement. He cleaned himself up and changed into a black sweatshirt, and only then did he walk out unhurriedly, and only then did he lift his leg and jog over towards the address of the Wing Chun White Crane Boxing Branch that Fong Xiu had mentioned. The location of this Wing Chun White Crane Boxing Branch is not far from the center of the coastal city. It is a good location, if it was in the past when the official central continent did not promulgate a new proposal, want to open a boxing gym in this place, it is simply impossible. However, change to now is completely different. Fong Hansong is Yongchun White Crane Boxing Huanjin Big Boxer, but also the official Special Forces hired instructor. There is such a relationship here. The coastal city side of the approval is completely no problem, and even, there are a lot of tycoons directly contribute money to help. Coupled with the previous video exposure and hotspot, many people on the internet know that Wing Chun White Crane Fist of this sign. About half an hour later, Gu Chen quickly arrived at the scene based on the location shared by Fong Xiu. Looking up, covering an area of nearly 1,500 square meters of the huge Wing Chun White Crane Boxing Branch, standing in the busy street, looks quite domineering. The first day of opening, there are many rich and powerful families to come to support the scene. In front of the parking lot full of luxury cars, it looks even more lively and extraordinary. In front of the scene, but let Gu Chen's face also cannot help but reveal a touch of surprise. Never thought, this is only a few months' time. Fong Xiu, where the Wing Chun White Crane Boxing Hall, has been unconsciously have such a power, when it is out of his expectations. At the beginning of the refining fake into a real split holding Dan Masterly Hanshao and the several Huanjing Big Boxer, he is also on the internet to find the information, the equivalent of a casual drop. I did not expect to invisibly also can produce such a result. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh a little, throwing the chaotic thoughts inside his mind to the back of his head, and then, without slowing down, lifted his leg towards the entrance of the boxing gym. However, just at this moment, a somewhat surprised voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Gu Chen, is that you?" Gu Chen's footsteps lurched, turned his head to look, and found that behind him there was an additional godly accidental girl, whose face looked vaguely familiar, and after thinking about it for a moment, he quickly recognized the other party as his former high school female classmate, Fong Xiaoye. "Fong Xiaoye? It's you! What a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you here." Gu Chen smiled and greeted the other party. Fong Xiaoye also looked surprised and nodded her head, speaking softly. "I also didn't expect to meet my old classmate here. What are you doing here? Are you also here to enroll in the Wing Chun White Crane Boxing Hall? Come to enroll?" When Gu Chen heard this, he quickly realized that he was misunderstood by the other party. However, he didn't explain, he just smiled. "Nothing, it's just that a friend asked me to come over to have a look." Just as the two of them were chatting, a somewhat irritated voice suddenly came from the side. "Xiaoye, who is this?" The speaker was a young man, wearing a brand name. Looking at Gu Chen with a hint of hostility in his eyes, he reached out and wrapped his arm around Fong Xiaoye's waist beside him, his movements clearly declaring his sovereignty. Gu Chen was also a bit depressed, actually mistaken for a love rival by the other party? Standing next to Fong Xiaoye did not notice the man beside the color change, but instead was smiling and opened his mouth to introduce up. "This is my boyfriend friend, Sun Ling. Gu Chen is my high school classmate. I did not think so coincidentally, we'll meet him here, should be the same to enroll in boxing." Sun Ling heard here, measured in front of Gu Chen a glance, looked at the other body, ordinary black sportswear. Body and body also does not have a name brand. The eyes cannot help but contempt for 3 points. This man is ordinary grizzly just. The original is Xiaoye's high school classmates. That can really be coincidental. Want to enter the Wing Chun White Crane Boxing Hall is not simple, not what people are able to sign up to go in. Unlike me, a little bit of a relationship in the hand, so I can recommend the side of the friend to sign up to enter the boxing school boxing. What? Is it so hard to enroll in a gym? Ling, Gu Chen is my classmate, it's hard to meet him here, can you help me? Hearing these words from his girlfriend beside him, the corners of Sun Ling's mouth curled up slightly, and he couldn't wait to speak up right away. Behind the Wing Chun White Crane Boxing Hall is standing a rare in the Chinese continent of Huanjin Big Boxer, but also with the military has a shallow relationship in the ordinary people. If there is no capital and relations, it is really difficult to go in, but my son family in this Linhai city is also a bit of face, recommend 1 or 2 places is not a big problem. Listening to Sun Ling's tone with a hint of bragging in front of him, Gu Chen understood that this guy was ready to show off, and then pretend to be in front of his girlfriend, and then show his own relationship. Unfortunately, he didn't come to the Wing Chun White Crane Boxing Gym to sign up for boxing lessons, but was invited by Fong Xiu to come over and serve as the town boxer. Xiaoye, then your boyfriend's connections are indeed quite impressive. Gu Chen smiled, the expression on his face didn't change much, opened his mouth and politely responded, and then quietly watched Sun Ling in front of him as he began to pretend to be a good fighter, blowing up a bit in front of his girlfriend, Fong Xiaoye, from his own son family's connections and then how his dad's friends were. At that moment, the cell phone in Gu Chen's pocket rang, but it was Fang Xiu urging him to hurry over to attend the opening ceremony. He replied with a message that he would be there soon, and then turned his head and opened his mouth to Sun Ling as well as Fang Xiaoya in front of him. Sorry, excuse me, I have a friend who invited me inside, let's talk later. After saying this, he turned around and walked towards the inside of the boxing gym. Sun Ling, who was standing behind him, saw this, but he couldn't help but snort softly, his face showing a touch of dissatisfaction. My dad, they are borrowing the relationship of those leaders in the city to get an invitation to go in. We these juniors are not qualified to go in. Your high school classmate actually said that someone invited him to go in the boxing gym. Can't see it is quite good at pretending to be a big shot. He thought he was what, big shot? Oops, I remember he wasn't like this before, probably because of his inferiority complex in front of you, so he deliberately said so. Fang Xiaoya willow eyebrow slightly wrinkled, along with her boyfriend Sun Ling words, she is a smart woman, or else cannot rely on this means to firmly pin down the side of the rich second-generation boyfriend. Wide inside the boxing hall, has stood a lot of people, can vaguely see there are a lot of the city's official leadership, next to it also stood a lot of wearing brand name tycoons and other rich people. Not far away, there were even the city's television stations and reporters with cameras filming there. At the moment, Fang Xiu was standing in the center as the undisputed protagonist, with a smile on her face. She looked at ease as she dealt with the dignitaries of the coastal city in front of her, and from time to time, she turned her head towards the direction of the entrance of the boxing gym, and soon noticed Gu Chen walking in from the outside. Both of her eyes couldn't help but slightly light up, and then, smiling, she greeted him. Finally, you're a great god waiting to come, the opening ceremony is just short of you, let's begin. Gu Chen heard, also cannot help but shrugged his shoulders, face showed a touch of light smile, but I did not bring any gifts to, only able to verbally congratulate you on the opening of the branch boxing gym. Fang Xiu heard, also could not help but laugh lightly, then, turned around and explained the person in charge next to start the opening ceremony. Looking at the Wing Chun white crane fist master, Fang Xiu actually personally greeted a dressed in black sportswear, ordinary-looking youth. The crowd present cannot help but reveal a touch of surprise, and then some curious about the identity of the other party. Outside the Wing Chun white crane fist branch has already set up a signboard with ribbons and carpets, which seems to have a full sense of ceremony. Sun Ling pulled his girlfriend Fang Xiaoya squeezed into the crowd next to him, with a hint of triumph on his face. He opened his mouth to introduce the background of his family's relationship, pointing to a rich man standing behind a leader to introduce up. See that leader in the city? The one standing next to him is my father, our family is related to this leader. This word in his mouth has not finished, soon noticed a group of city leaders and rich people in the middle of the cluster of a woman and a man. The woman's figure is straight and capable, the body carries a momentum, but also Wing Chun White Crane Boxing Chief Pavilion Director. The most incredible is that next to the man, is not just before chatting with them Gu Chun it? This scene in front of him immediately made Sun Ling widen his eyes with a look of disbelief. He suddenly wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes. The other party was actually one of the protagonists of this opening ceremony? Thinking of his previous words of showing off and pretending, he immediately felt a wave of shame within him, feeling groundless. Fang Xiaoye, who was standing next to him, also had an unbelievable expression on her face, feeling as if she had missed something. When did the ordinary male classmate in the past have this kind of status? Even those city leaders and tycoons had to stand next to him? Gu Chen naturally does not know that he inadvertently Fang Xiaoye and her boyfriend Sun Ling caused much shock and influence. He and Fang Xiu completed the opening ceremony, after taking pictures, soon be invited to the martial arts office. According to Fang Xiu, as the town boxer, he would have to meet the other boxers of the martial arts center later, and he might have to face some challenges and show a few hands in order to calm down the scene. In this regard, Gu Chen expressed his indifference. Chapter 70 Scarlet Flowing Light, Martial Arts Immortal reappears, chasing and killing State Master Basta. Gu Chen was sitting in the office inside the gym, and a staff member had already handed him tea and snacks, so he didn't mind, drinking tea and eating snacks slowly. As for Fang Xiu as the chief curator, but also to deal with things on the scene, cannot leave those official leaders, rich and powerful and so on the sidelines. It is estimated that it will take a lot of time to deal with the end. Anyway, idle is also boring. Gu Chen's mind intention descended to the faraway in Jinling Zitong mountain cliff hidden cave Pate Shanghai martial arts human immortal. After these days of cultivation, his previous detonation of the 5,000 orifices is finally a good way to recover, back to the state of the previous heyday. Feeling the 1,080,000 orifices in his body like stars in the sky, Gu Chen, whose mind and spirit had descended onto martial human immortal Pate Shanghai, revealed a look of satisfaction on his face, and then, without any hesitation, he directly rode this body straight towards the city of Swift Island. However, the distance of several hundred kilometers, for this martial arts immortal body that had been refined into a real one, was nothing at all. Even if he only used his chi and blood to coalesce under his feet for propulsion, and used a hurrying technique similar to the instantaneous step, in a single breath, he could easily come to 100 meters away. After recognizing the direction, Gu Chen, whose mind descended into the body of martial immortal Pate Shanghai, immediately set off, and under the powerful body of the martial immortal, mountains, rivers, cliffs, and other terrain had no effect on him at all, and he walked in a straight line, which was called a fast one. Only used 1.5 hours, Pate Shanghai has been across the straight line nearly 500 kilometers, encountered mountains over mountains, encountered the river across the river. The destination of the city of Swift Island has been close at hand, vaguely able to see a lot of the river. Gu Chen recalled the previous speculation, is nothing more than the great Yuan master of 8 Siba and the Western countries in a camp, the two joined forces. In this regard, he is not afraid of anything, anyway, not the original, just the mind and soul idea descending into the refining of falsehood out of the martial arts immortal Pate Shanghai, strictly speaking, only with the embracing Dan master Splitly Hansha about the same, a little bit not with a wimpy. Pate Shanghai's speed was fast, almost to the point where it was hard to see with the naked eye, propelled by the hidden chi and blood power under his feet, and he came directly to a stop near the harbor in Swift Continent City. This was the closest place in the central continent to the open sea of the Great Ocean, and if the great Yuan state master bastard had truly joined forces with the Western countries, then the most likely location of the other party would be here. Thinking of this, Gu Chen couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, and with a thought, he immediately activated the 1,080,000 orifices within Pate Shanghai's body, which was a martial human immortal. In the next moment, unimaginably terrifying chi and blood power erupted from the body's orifices, forming a rolling chi and blood wolf smoke that shot nearly 1,000 meters into the air, twisting into the iconic dragon-shaped chi and blood of a martial human immortal, radiating out recklessly towards the surroundings, and from afar, one could feel the virile, majestic, and overbearing aura coming from the air. The rolling chi and blood wolf smoke that shot straight up 1,000 meters into the air immediately attracted the attention of everyone within a 10-kilometer radius, so powerful that it caused an uproar, and countless people hurriedly pulled out the cell phones in their pockets, turned on the cameras, and shot up at the immediate area. Especially in the vicinity of the search for the state master of the great Yuan Bashi Basiba traces of Chinese officials, but also cannot wait to rush over there, want to have a close contact with this powerful martial arts immortal. The best is to be able to pull the other party into the camp of the Chinese continent. Bastard! I have come as you wished. Is it hard to believe that the Grand Yuan State Master is still preparing to hide from me? Under the impetus of the power of chi and blood, Pate Shanghai's voice was like rolling thunder, and in this instant it spread throughout the entire Swift State harbor. Only then did the crowd figure out that this powerful martial human immortal had come for the great Yuan State Master bastard. The people up and down the port of Swift State couldn't help but change their faces. Many of them had seen the video of the battle between the two of them, which was just as terrifying as a humanoid self-propelled missile. If these two fought here, I'm afraid that the harbor in front of us will not last long before it turns into the same ruins as the mausoleum of the Ming Emperor in Jinling, which is horrible to think about. For a moment, the people on the harbor of Swift State all had their faces greatly changed, and then, they turned around and prepared to flee from here, lest they accidentally get involved in the battle between the two. At that harbor near the sea, an evil dragon chi demonic fury mixed with dots of bright yellow rose up in the air, vaguely confronting the dragon-shaped chi and blood wolf smoke across the sky, and it was precisely the great Yuan State Master, Basta, who opened his mouth without any show of weakness. "Ha, if you want to fight, then fight. Have the guts to come with this State Master." Amidst a long laugh, the dragon chi demon fury transformed into a ray of dark light that shot off in the direction of the ocean, leaving a clear trajectory in mid-air. Seeing this scene in front of him, Gu Chen did not have any surprises, and with a thought, he harnessed the power of Pate Shanghai's chi and blood, and his strong martial human immortal body rose up in the air, transforming into blood-colored streams of light in this instant, and chased after the dragon chi demonic fury that had transformed into a black light in front of him. This scene in front of him immediately made the people up and down the port of Swift State inwardly grateful. Fortunately, these two big brothers finally left, flew to the sea to start the war, and the port was able to run down, which was really not an easy thing to do. Of course, the commotion here was likewise startled the Zhengzhou official sea patrol ships parked near the harbor. They didn't have any hesitation, immediately changed to launch the ships, chasing towards the dark light in midair as well as the blood-colored stream of light with all their strength, with a very fast speed. The things that happened in the harbor of Swift State were soon spread to the internet, and the related videos taken immediately attracted countless netizens, and the number of broadcasts in a short period of time broke the million level. The martial immortal Pate Shanghai had once again appeared in the harbor of Swift State, clearly coming to pursue the State Master. What does everyone think? This time, I think it's very likely that the State Master is cool. He was beaten up once before, and now he's coming back to provoke again after being injured just right. Doesn't he know the trick of playing the field of obscene development and steadily not making waves? I think this thing is not so simple. The Master of the State is likely to deliberately attract the arch-enemy martial arts immortal Pate Shanghai over, which is certainly a conspiracy in the online. Is not speculated that the Master of the State with the Western countries may be colluding together? +1 upstairs. I also think so, otherwise why would the State Master Lord prefer to lead people to the harbor closest to the sea? Most likely to quickly enter the open sea of the ocean, where the combined naval fleet of the Western nations still resides. I feel that it should be the Lord Master of the State and the Western nations jointly designed to ambush the martial human immortal Pate Shanghai. I press the martial arts immortal to be able to defeat the combined naval fleet of the Western countries. Definitely win. The events in the harbor of Swift State immediately began to unfold. What happened in the port of Swift State immediately attracted countless eyes. The official reaction speed of the central continent was also very fast, and quickly mobilized the satellite in the sky, locking the target on the sea, and soon saw two streams of light, one black and one red, swept by in mid-air. Located in the ocean on the high seas of the western countries of the joint naval fleet has also got the news. Soon, the major naval fleet immediately will be nervous at this time, entered a state of readiness, above carrying a number of missile systems through into the standby state. Not only that, warships above all kinds of fighter jets also at this time have taken off, came to the mid-air, above carrying a variety of air-to-air, air-to-sea missiles are also at any time in the launch state. Everything has been in accordance with the previous rehearsal of the formation setup. The Western countries' United Sea warships are full of confidence to meet the war, intends to use modern war technology to the Chinese continent's martial arts immortal on the unforgettable lesson. Chapter 71 Ambush, Fist and Airship Missile Collision. Above that turquoise blue sea, Pate Sanghai harnessed the power of chi and blood to transform into a blood-colored stream of light, leaving a clear sound barrier behind him as he clenched his fist and blasted through the air towards the dark light that was flying in front of him. Don't you want to fight? Eat my fist first. The rolling chi and blood wolf smoke on his body converged as he blasted out with his fist, transforming into a huge blood-colored fist print that blasted towards the Great Yuan State Master Bastard. Feeling a cracking sound coming from behind him, Great Yuan State Master Bastard grinned a cold smile, the dragon chi demonic fury surging from his body. He also backhanded towards the back and grabbed with a claw, forming a huge evil claw mark. Pang! The fists and claws met, the fierce and domineering power of chi and blood collided with the cold and evil dragon chi demonic fury, and the two exploded almost simultaneously, the powerful aftermath spilling out in all directions and landing on the sea surface, instantly setting off a tens of meters high white sea wave. The blood-colored stream of light that Pate Sanghai transformed into easily penetrated through the splashing waves, and once again chased towards the Great Yuan State Master Basta in front of him. The two sides, one in front of the other, started a different kind of battle on top of this endless ocean. Behind the two, the official sea patrol ship from the port of Swift State followed from afar, and the camera on top of the ship even faithfully recorded the two sides fighting in front of them. Not only that, the official sea patrol ship from the port of Ijo chased after them while also not forgetting to report the situation of the scene to the official superiors, so that they could make better choices. In the process of both sides chasing away, the rolling dragon-shaped chi and blood wolf smoke occasionally exchanged blows with the dragon chi demonic fury, and the residual waves spread out from each collision were able to shake the surface of the sea with waves splashing all over the place, as if someone was setting off a torpedo, which made quite a big commotion. Behind the back of the Swift State official sea patrol ships to see here, simply do not dare to approach, can only be careful in the back to maintain a good safe distance, lest accidentally was that blood wolf smoke or dragon gas demon break to rub in, with the seawater as the same exploded. At that time there is no place to go to cry foul. In the sea above the war all the way, swept forward a few hundred nautical miles, has already left the territorial sea range of the central continent. The front is the open sea of the ocean, is the location of the joint maritime military exercises of the western countries in the past few days. Driving the power of chi and blood flying over the sea, Pate Sanghai lurched, the speed slowed down, looked up to see, more than 40 warplanes in the sky at supersonic speed whistling. Behind the same also followed a circle of sound barrier, can vaguely see the warplanes above the United States of America, Britain, and other countries in Western Europe, respectively. There is a clear sign. Ku Chen, whose mind is descending, realized that the more than 40 fighters in the sky are the group of fighters of the maritime joint military exercises of the Western countries that have been hotly debated on the internet in the past few days. These are the most advanced warplanes in the Western countries, is to spend an unknown amount of time and effort to design a powerful war weapon, not only can maintain a stable flight at supersonic speeds, but also, the precision of throwing ammunition is extremely high, can be accurate to within a few meters. There are also correspondent science and technology above the fuselage stealth coatings, can be done to a certain extent above the radar in front of the invisible. Looking at the supersonic speed of the fighter group, Ku Chen immediately felt some excitement, did not expect to be able to so soon with the help of refining fake out of this martial arts immortal body to try to punch the plane. The group of fighter jets whistling in the sky noticed the blood-colored streams of light flying through the air above the sea, which was the target to be dealt with this time. Fighter pilots quickly acted according to the previously researched battle plan, launching a wave of airship missiles towards each other in the air, which were specially designed to hit targets on the sea surface, with great power, and could easily sink a 100-meter-long warship. As he watched the airship missiles that came shooting out of mid-air with trailing flames rapidly zooming in his eyes, Ku Chen's mind moved, mobilizing the orifices that were like stars all over the body of the martial immortal, and the raging chi and blood power surged out. He took a deep breath and swung his fist towards the several airship missiles that shot towards him, a fierce collision between the body of a martial human immortal and modern warfare technology. Under the gaze of the crew of the official cruise ship of the Swift State following far behind, as well as the officials of the central continent and the western countries who were watching the live synchronized broadcast via satellite, the fierce and overbearing chi and blood power roared out along with the fist swung out by the martial human immortal Pate Sanghai, which heavily collided with the airship missiles that were coming from a kilometer away with a trailing flame, and the two of them exploded at the same time almost simultaneously. Boom! In the midst of a fierce explosion in flames, the huge impact made the chi and blood wolf smoke also burst out immediately, and the resulting white airflow impact aftershock even lifted up 100-meter-high sea waves, making Pate Shanghai involuntarily retreat 50 to 60 meters away. The initial collision between the martial arts immortal and the airship missile dropped by the fighter jet almost ended in a draw. Observers from the official central continent and Western countries who were watching the live synchronized broadcast via satellite also couldn't help but widen their eyes, looking in awe at the silhouette in the screen that was wrapped in rolling chi and blood wolf smoke. A group of researchers from the central continent and Western European countries looked at the model simulated by the calculator based on the video footage and the exaggerated data, and also couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air, looking shocked and puzzled, and couldn't wait to open their mouths to discuss. Human immortal martial arts is really too against the laws of science. The so-called chi and blood power effect is too exaggerated. Separated by nearly 1,000 meters, a fist will be able to warplanes launched by space missiles to blow up. According to the model deduced by the computer, he was simply a humanoid self-propelled missile. The energy of a fist is no less than an airship missile, and even better, his size is not proportional to the huge energy. The wisdom of the ancients is really unimaginable. Is this the ancient wisdom of the Middle Kingdom? It is hard to imagine how human beings can have such a horrible power, even compared with those superheroes in the big movies. It is not inferior at all. With the body of human beings to fight against the products of modern war technology, this move is destined to be recorded in the history books. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time for us to think about learning from mid-continent with a humble mindset, and, to understand this power called the power of chi and blood, I suggest that the Congress pay more attention and invest more resources in research. We must not let China leave us far behind. Returning to the battlefield on the sea, Chun had no idea that the battlefield was being synchronized live by satellite, and countless researchers had their jaws dropped by the models deduced by the computers, and that he had no time to catch his breath because the fighter fleet dropped more airship missiles and bombarded towards this place. Looking at the airship missiles that were waving their tail flames and densely attacking, Chun's face was grave. In the previous collision, he had already felt the power of the airship missiles. 3 or 5 of them he could still cope with. However, once the number went up to 30 or 50, it was possible that the chi and blood wolfsbane that was shielding his body would be directly blown to shreds, endangering the martial human immortal's body. He frantically mobilized the chi and blood power within this martial Dao human immortal body, even going so far as to detonate his newly condensed orifices once again. Even more massive chi and blood power gushed out from his body. His fists were like phantoms as they continuously struck out. The viscous chi and blood power that was as liquid as a liquid state followed his fists, transforming the nearby 800 meters in the vicinity into a blood-colored swamp. Wave after wave of airship missiles came whistling, almost covering the area of nearly 1,000 meters where Pate Shanghai was, and the airship missiles rushed into the swamp transformed by the viscous chi and blood power. Chapter 72 Bombardment Result? Injured. Close quarters unarmed warplane explosion. Rumble. Nearly 100 airship missiles exploded in the swamp made of sticky chi and blood power, and the huge explosive force as well as blinding flames exploded within the range of nearly 1,000 meters, filling the area with smoke. Sticky chi and blood power into the swamp directly by the terrifying explosion impact and blinding firelight ripped open. The horrific impact of the aftershock is to set off hundreds of meters high waves. Will be calm sea level becomes a turbulent. In this range of sea creatures but suffered, was directly shocked to death on the spot, drifting in the sea surface. Seeing such a huge bombardment scene, the distant official patrol ships of the Swift state were also startled, and hastily retreated thousands of meters back to ensure that they were within the safe range. After this fire bombardment, the officials of the central continent and the observers of the Western countries who watched the live synchronized broadcast via satellite could not help but hold their breaths, looking nervously at the chi and blood power swamps that were torn apart by the impact of the violent explosions on the screen, and eagerly wanting to know what the outcome would be. After a while, the white waves and the water in the sky raised by the violent explosion slowly disappeared. Of course, along with it, there was also the sticky chi and blood power swamp that disappeared. Seeing the viscous chi and blood power swamp that completely disappeared from the sea surface, the observers who were watching the live broadcast through the satellite synchronization had different reactions. Among them, the official observers of the central continent were both worried and anxious. Pate Shanghai, this martial immortal, had never done anything to break the rules and laws since he appeared in the world until now, and was many times stronger than the unscrupulous, extreme, and evil Dayuan state master Bashiba. If such a powerful martial arts immortal can be brought into the official camp, whether it is to cooperate with the research or to teach the immortal the ultimate mysteries of martial arts, it will be of great benefit to the central continent, and it would be a pity if he fell under the bombardment of the airship missiles of the Western country's fighter fleet. Of course, the most important point, absolutely do not allow the remains of the Wudao human immortal to fall into the hands of the Western countries, become the other side of the research, and order directly to the Swift state official sea patrol ships, regardless of the use of any means, to find an opportunity to bring back the remains of the Wudao human immortal. As for the observers on the side of the United States of America, Britain, and other Western European countries, they finally had a long-lost smile on their faces. This central continent martial human immortal terrifying existence was finally dead. There is always a limit to how strong a human body can be, and after all, it can't resist the powerful airship missiles and modern war technology. God bless. At last, this monster has been blown up. Holy Mother of God. This monster in Central Asia will be the source of destabilizing world peace. Only his death will be the best outcome. Powerful forces will lead to injustice as well as evil, destroying the world's hard-won fairness and checks and balances under the dominance of the Western nations such as ourselves. Immediately send the planes over to search and see if they can find the remains of the blasted body. Such an unimaginably horrific human remains possesses a high research value. Hurry up and give orders to make sure to bring it back for research. With another new round of orders being issued, the United fighters that had just completed their intensive bombardment did not decrease in speed and flew directly towards the location where the missiles had previously fallen, intending to look for the remains of the blown-up target, determine its location, and then notify the warships further back to arrive and salvage it back. After hesitating for a moment, the Swift State's official maritime patrol vessels eventually gritted their teeth and headed towards the area where the airship missiles had bombarded, prepared to take the risk of rushing over to snatch the remains of the martial Dao human immortal. Unfortunately, in order to avoid being affected by the airship missiles, they had stayed far away from the beginning, unlike the Western states' joint fighter jets, which all possessed powerful supersonic maneuvering capabilities. The Western countries' joint fighters flew over the bombing site in a short while and started circling, ready to search for the remains of any suspected Chinese martial immortals. However, what the pilots of these fighters didn't notice was that in the middle of the ocean, nearly 100 meters deep, the Chinese martial immortal that had suffered a round of bombardment from the airship missiles and was mistakenly thought to have fallen was still alive. A trace of light golden blood seeped out from the body of the Wudao immortal, emitting a gust of fragrance, floating in the seawater, for any living creature has an irresistible attraction, that is from the genetic level of living organisms most eager to evolve the attraction, just as many animals will enter the reproduction period in the corresponding season, belonging to the instincts of living creatures engraved in the genes. The blood that flowed from the injured body of the martial immortal immediately attracted countless marine organisms in the sea, making them swim towards this side impatiently, just to be able to obtain this chance of evolution. Gu Chen, who had descended with his mind and spirit, felt the open wounds on the body of this martial immortal and couldn't help but frown slightly. Under the intense bombardment of hundreds of airship missiles, even though he had detonated his body's orifices and exploded a huge amount of chi and blood power, he was still injured, but fortunately, he was quick to see what was happening and disappeared into the sea before the subsequent explosions and the shockwaves arrived. According to the data from the previous battle, relying purely on the power of chi and blood in the ordinary state, he could withstand the bombardment of 3 or 5 airship missiles. Once the number rises to 10, then the chi and blood smoke barrier on his body will be blown apart, endangering the body of the martial arts immortal, unless the detonation of chi and blood acupoints, or find ways to avoid the front for the time being. The fact that the martial human immortal body that came out of the refined fake was able to do this was already quite surprising to Gu Chen, and according to his previous setup, it was only able to resist ordinary missiles head-on. This showed that to a certain extent, the martial human immortal was already not afraid of bombardment from unusual missiles, unless stronger long-range large-yield missiles or deterrent nuclear weapons were utilized. Thinking of this, he raised his head to look at the joint warplanes of the Western countries hovering over the sea. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile, once again detonating the orifices within the martial Dao human immortal zone. Viscous as liquid chi and blood power benefits surged out, almost becoming a chi and blood swamp in the surrounding area. The masculine and overbearing aura radiated towards the surroundings. The crowd of marine creatures rushing towards this side were instantly startled by that terrifying aura, and hastily stopped, looking at the distant humanoid creatures with some fear. The pilots of the United fighter planes of the Western countries hovering over the bombing site could not help but frown. For some reason, they suddenly felt a sense of oppression in their hearts, as if some great danger was about to descend on their heads. Some of their hearts were pounding with fear. The fighter pilots looked down towards the sea level where the bombing site was located, and vaguely felt that something was not quite right. There seemed to be a dark red shadow there. Not waiting for these fighter pilots to react, Gu Chen, who was 100 meters below the sea level, harnessed the body of this martial human immortal who had detonated his orifices and moved, instantly breaking through the obstruction of the seawater, transforming into a blood-colored stream of light, and rushing into the group of United fighters of the Western countries. The masculine, mighty, and overbearing will in the fist spread out along with the viscous chi and blood power, forming a powerful mental oppression on the pilots of the warplanes within a radius of 1,000 meters, causing them to feel their brains dazed, and their movements slowed down at this time. With the power of chi and blood and the spiritual oppression generated by the will in the fist, Gu Chen seized this opportunity, and the destructive power of a martial arts immortal's body in melee combat was no less than that of a space bomb, and even more so to a certain extent. Touch! 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 The sturdy body of the new fighter had absolutely little defense in front of the scarlet streamlight, and in the case of melee combat, it was almost like one fist a rack. Breaking one side of the wing, causing the fighter to lose its balance and crash directly into the water, or a punch blasted into the cockpit, shattering the pilot inside along with the cabin, or a kick exploded the tail of that fighter, causing it to lose its balance under the violent impact and crash into the other fighters that were close by. In less than 20 seconds, 8 warplanes circling in the sea were destroyed one by Gu Chen's martial immortal body, crashing down to the sea level with black smoke and fire, splashing up countless waves. When the other Western countries' united warplanes that were farther away saw this, the pilots on them immediately shivered in fear and hurriedly flew their planes in the direction of the warships on the sea, not daring to stay here in the slightest for fear that this middle continent's martial human immortal monster would lean on them and blow them up with his own hands. Chapter 73, Reversal of the Situation, chasing after the warplanes and beating them up. Seeing the Western countries' warplanes in the air with smoke and flames crashing into the sea and creating a series of violent explosions, the crew on the official maritime patrol ship of the Swift State were dumbfounded. In just a short time of more than 20 seconds, they witnessed a historic super reversal that, suspected of falling under the bombardment of airship missiles in the Chinese continent martial arts immortal, broke open the sea level straight into the Western countries and the group of warplanes. In front of their eyes staged a melee unarmed, blowing up the scene of the aircraft. This scene in front of me is too incredible and shocking, with physical melee unarmed blowing up a modern high-tech warplane? How to look at this scene is a bit incredible. This is what immortal combat power. The official observers of the central continent and the Western countries who watched the live synchronized broadcast via satellite couldn't help but widen their eyes, revealing a face of disbelief, and the reactions of the two sides were worlds apart. The official observers of the central continent, on the other hand, had an excited look on their faces, and were very happy to see the united fighters of the Western countries suffer such a big loss, and a gloating smile could no longer stop surfacing on their faces. I didn't expect them to have their day, huh? It's really fast. They finally planted such a big head here. These fighters actually fled in fear. It's really one of life's great pleasures. I'm going to have a drink tonight. We're going to celebrate. This martial arts immortal has really taken the wind out of our sails. It's a real pleasure. Ha ha. Thinking back to the previous years, the Western countries in the offshore field of warplanes repeatedly fooled around. A look as intentional, capable of jumping out to beat me, the appearance of a beating, can be said to be holding a full stomach of anger, and now look at them to be martial arts immortal Pate Songhai, close to a fist of fight to blow up on the spot. That kind of pain is really hard to say. Contrary to the happy appearance of the official observers of the central continent is the observers of the Western countries, face black as the bottom of a pot, eyes shocked and angry. How could this be possible? After being bombarded by a round of airship missiles, he was still able to explode with such destructive power. Just how strong was his body? Oh my goodness. What kind of monster is this? It's amazing that even the airship missile bombardment couldn't destroy him. The power of this central continent martial human immortal is beyond imagination. Hurry up and have the fighters return. Let the warships pick up the pieces. We can't go on like this. Otherwise, sooner or later, we'll be totally annihilated. His body is too strong, and the blood-colored barrier covering his body surface, once he gets close to his body, even the newest fighters will not be able to withstand it, and his fate will become the same as that of the other fighters. In a short period of 20 seconds, a shocking reversal was staged. 8 fighters were blown up and crashed into the sea. As a sea escort warship, the cost of any one of them easily exceeded $80 million, and at least $600 or $700 million had been lost here. Moreover, there were no results of the battle. The loss was really too great. Gu Chen looked at the United Western Nations warplanes that were speedily fleeing towards the distance. A cold smile appeared on his face. Jokingly, he had been bombarded by nearly 100 airship missiles only earlier, so how could he let the other party off so easily? Without any hesitation, his martial human immortal body harnessed the sticky chi and blood power and turned into a bloody stream of light to chase after the Western countries' warplane group in the direction they had withdrawn from, leaving a clear sound barrier cloud behind them. Looking at the blood-colored stream of light that crossed in mid-air, after a moment's hesitation by the group of crew members on the Swift State's official maritime patrol vessels, they likewise sailed after them, intending to witness this incredible moment in history when a martial arts human immortal chased after a fighter jet with his bare hands. Under supersonic speed, Gu Chen, who was chasing after the group of united fighters of the Western countries, soon noticed the fleet of the United Western Armies 20 nautical miles away, and at a glance, there were nearly 24 warships carrying various turrets as well as sea-to-air anti-missile systems, with huge steel hulls that exuded a powerful deterrent power. The commanders above the warships also noticed the panicked fighter groups evacuating this way. They couldn't help but frown, and hurriedly picked up their communication instruments to inquire. Calling the Falcon crew. Please answer when you hear me. What's going on with you guys? Didn't you report just before that you've already completed a full-range coverage bombardment of the target for one person and eliminated the target? How come you fled back in a hurry? After hearing the questioning in the communication instrument, the Western countries' joint fighter group immediately replied. It was simply a terrifying monster from hell. Nearly 100 airship missiles were unable to destroy the target even with their covering bombardment. It was simply too difficult to deal with. Previously blowing up 8 Blackhawk fighters with his bare hands while being in close quarters, this is definitely not something a human being can do. The Falcon crew requests for fire support. Don't let the target get close. It is recommended that the warships disperse and withdraw immediately. Use artillery fire for range suppression. Don't let him get close or it's over. Listening to the panicked voice coming from the communicator, the commanders on top of the warship couldn't help but look at each other. It felt as if they were listening to a super hellish joke. The other party was actually able to get close enough to blow up the Black Hawk with their bare hands? This is not even a big hero movie, and Cloud would dare not shoot like this, right? Just as these commanders were thinking about whether or not to follow the advice of dispersing and evacuating, they soon saw that the speed of the blood-colored streams of light that came after them suddenly increased by a cut, and the rolling gas and blood wolf smoke engulfed one of the Black Hawk fighters through the air. The huge impact directly caused it to lose balance in mid-air, and immediately after that, it was approached by the blood-colored stream of light, and directly blew out one side of the wing. The blood-colored stream of light was like a missile. As long as it was rubbed in it, it would explode. In less than 2 breaths of time, the pilot of the Black Eagle fighter jet was blown up along with the cabin. The Black Eagle fighter jet, costing nearly $80 million, crashed down in the thick black smoke in the blink of an eye, falling on the sea surface. The explosion set off a burst of intense flames. Seeing this horrible scene in front of their eyes, the commanders on the joint warships of the Western countries immediately changed their faces, and immediately issued an emergency combat order. The turrets on the warships and the missiles were launched at the same time, and countless artillery shells as well as missiles with trailing flames hurriedly intercepted the horrible blood-colored streams of light in the mid-air. Rumble. In the midst of the intense artillery fire and explosions, the Falcon crew formed by the Western countries didn't hesitate at all, and with the help of this cover, they finally escaped from the pursuit of the monster behind them. Faced with a group of warships' intensive artillery and missile strikes, Chun also could not help but frown. Viscous chi and blood power, along with his fists gushing out, blasted one of the missiles in the air. In the fire and smoke, he repeated the trick, directly into the seawater, disappeared into the shadows. At the same time, far away in the coastal city of Wing Chun, White Crane Fist branch office author of drinking tea and eating snacks Chun body cannot help but frown. Martial arts immortal Pate Songhai is now dense warship gunfire remote suppression, indeed a little difficult to deal with. It is best to sneak under the seawater to approach. I do not know the other side of the warships are not equipped with a batch of anti-submarine torpedoes. Just as he pondered how to dry over 1 or 2 warships, Fang Xiu finally finished dealing with a series of things. Footsteps briskly walked in from the outside, nonchalantly picked up the tea on the table and drank it. Looking at Chun, who was frowning in deep in thought with a teacup, she couldn't help but show a touch of curiosity on her face and opened her mouth to flirt with him. What is Master Bachan thinking about there? Is not looking at which girl? Do you want me to help you out? Only then did Chun react. Glancing at the flirting Fang Xiu in front of him, he softly opened his mouth and said, "Nothing, just thinking about some small things. Have you taken care of your business?" Fang Xiu nodded, his eyes flashed, and he spoke in a deep voice. It just so happens that the boxers recruited inside the boxing hall are all in. There are some more arrogant hearts inside. It is estimated that they are not satisfied with you sitting in the position of the boxer of the town hall. Wait a moment to show a couple of hands, don't be polite to them, and set up a prestige. Chun, who was still thinking about how to take out 1 or 2 warships in the fastest way, was pulled out of the office by Fang Xiu in front of him. Chapter 74, 1 Mind, 2 Minds, Singling Out Warships and Boxing Gym Dueling at the Same Time. Inside the spacious and clean Wing Chun White Crane Boxing Gym, there were quite a few people standing here at the moment, including the staff recruited by the gym, as well as the tall and strong boxers who looked oppressive. At this moment, the gazes of all the people present all involuntarily fell on Chun, who Fang Xiu pulled out of the office. Looking at his black sportswear, in addition to a clean face, there does not seem to be any special features at all. Fang Xiu smiled a little, pulling Chun's hand, and opened his mouth to introduce himself to the staff of the pavilion as well as the boxers in front of him. Everyone be quiet, let me introduce to you all. The one beside me is the invited town hall boxer, Chun. His boxing skills are superb, his strength is strong, he is a boxer that I admire very much. In the future, if there is a kicker that the hall can't solve, it will be solved by him. The town hall boxer? Hearing this, there are a lot of boxers present cannot help but frown. Really, Chang looks too ordinary, and even, leaning closer, can also be vaguely smelled from the other side of the body of a trace of strange fragrance, so that a group of all the teachers cannot help but secretly spit up in their hearts. A boxer actually rub perfume on the body? This is also too much bull, right? At that moment, the crowd of boxers in the gym couldn't help but look at Chun with contempt, and in their hearts, they had already automatically labeled him as a white boy, and didn't put it in their eyes at all. Noticing the contemptuous gazes of the boxers in front of her, Fang Xiu couldn't help but frown slightly. These recruited boxers in front of her were at the lowest level of Ming Jin De Chang, while a few others were at the dark Jin level, and their own personalities were a bit arrogant, so her purpose of inviting Chun to be the town hall boxer was simple, to thwart the sharpness of these boxers in front of her. However, Chun, who was standing next to her, did not even notice the contemptuous gazes of these boxers in front of her, and now most of his own mind and thoughts had descended to the body of martial immortal Pate Songhai. In the miles of turquoise blue sea, he is driving the body of the Wudao human immortal as with the western countries of the joint fleet of fierce exchanges, countless artillery and missiles pouring towards him one after another. The heart and mind are in a state of high tension, now which have the heart to care about the gazes of the boxers in front of him and the look Pei Sanghai constantly flying at low altitude on the surface of the sea, and then, violently submerged into the seabed, to avoid the artillery and missiles. In Gu Chen's mind and ideas under the full manipulation of the body of this martial arts immortal can be said to be played by him out of the flowers, the process that is called a thrilling and exciting, and occasionally have to be on guard at all times against the bottom of the sea tracking the coming of the torpedoes. Most of his own mind and thoughts descended to another body, which directly led to the consequences of his body as in a sleepwalking state. More often than not, it is the instinctive reaction. Looked at the side of the Guchen god swim too vain, completely did not care about the appearance. Fang Xiu was feeling a little depressed. This can be with her previous plan is not quite the same. She originally also waited for the Guchen out to suppress the arrogance of their hearts, did not think that he actually did not react. Thinking of this, she had to step forward at this time, lightly coughing, and opened her mouth to the crowd of boxers in front of her. Alright, now if everyone has any thoughts or opinions, they can also raise them at this time. As soon as these words from her mouth fell, a man with a sturdy build and wearing a white loose martial arts uniform stood out and spoke in a deep voice. Since Pavilion Master Fong has spoken, then we will not be polite. We all still have great admiration for your strength, but... Speaking here, he paused for a moment, and his words became sharp, his gaze somewhat contemptuously looking at Gu Chen, who was standing beside Fang Xiu. However, for this one beside you, I am not convinced. What qualification does he have to be the town hall boxer as a little white boy? This is if you meet the kicker in the future. Just this little body of his, letting people put down in one move, after spreading the word, isn't it a disgrace to the boxing hall? This was said without the slightest bit of politeness, not at all hiding his contempt for this town hall boxer introduced by Fang Xiu, not putting the other party in his eyes at all. The other two Dark Force level boxers standing next to him also stepped forward at this time, and likewise opened their mouths to express their opinions. Brother Zhang Kuei is right. How can such an important position as the town hall boxer be given to a white boy? I think it's better to choose one of the real boxers in the pavilion. Let's go to the ring and have a real sparring match. Whoever can convince the public will be the town hall fighter. This is the fairest way. Faced with the demands of the boxers in front of her, Fang Xiu naturally did not have any opinions, and she had absolute confidence in Gu Chen beside her. Previously in the ruins of Woming, she had witnessed Gu Chen's superior boxing and fighting skills, and could easily play a Dark Force peak level Centurion level Chi blood puppet to fool. That kind of ease of subtle fighting skills still let her feel a little lofty. I'm afraid that only the Chemo Force big boxer can have such fighting skills. In that case, who will come first to spar with this boxer buddy beside me? Engage in a sparring session with this little white boy? The boxers present exchanged strange glances, looking at the fresh-faced Gu Chen in front of them, dressed in a black tracksuit. The three dark power-level boxers did not care to fight with him at all, and eventually a Ming power-level boxer stepped forward. Fang Xiu reached out and pushed Gu Chen, who was standing beside him, and privately winked at him. The latter just nodded, and then, he stood there with a relaxed body, neither a boxing frame nor any defensive action. At a glance, his body was full of flaws. This makes the boxer standing next to the inner more contemptuous up, almost have decided that the other party is Fang Xiu the pavilion master's little white face, have concluded that this little white face cannot block two strokes will be knocked over on the ground. Li Jiaren, please teach me, brother. That Ming Jin boxer made a cupped fist salute, and Gu Chen, whose mind and thoughts were mostly descended on martial immortal Pei Sanghai, just subconsciously nodded his head and made no move. This scene made the Ming Jin fighter named Li Jiaren secretly unhappy. Lifting his leg and taking an arrow step forward, he rushed in front of Gu Chen in 3 or 2 strokes, and swung his fist in a stern motion. Feeling the strong wind that came to his face, Gu Chen's body immediately reacted instinctively. Having reached the realm of the mind that breaks the void and sees God's indestructibility, he already had all sorts of incredibly sharp instincts. An ordinary Huanjin Grand fighter would be able to avoid the moment an outsider pulled the trigger and fired at him or her, and then quickly launch a counterattack, not to mention a clasping Dan master like him, who had already practiced to the blood transformation chapter of the human immortal martial Dao. The figure of a mistake, directly close to the other party, then, the shoulder will gently lean over, in front of Li Jiaren only feel an unimaginable violent force from the other party's shoulder surging, so that he felt as if he was suddenly hit by a brutal bull. The whole person uncontrollably tumbled backward for 7, 8 meters before coming to a stop. The scene in front of him was out of the expectation of all the boxers present. Never thought that the guy who looked like a white boy in front of him actually subdued the Ming Jin boxer in one move. The scene also became silent at this time. Fang Xiu's face revealed a smile of satisfaction. Chapter 75 Instinctive Counterattack, Sinking, Retreating. Gu Chen 1. Anyone who wanted to compete for the position of town hall boxer next, or those who were unconvinced in their hearts and felt that their boxing skills were stronger, could take advantage of this opportunity to challenge. Fang Xiu spoke nonchalantly at the group of boxers standing opposite her. After hearing her words, the expression on the faces of all the boxers present could not help but look at each other. Before a face-to-face, a Ming Jin level of boxers were easily knocked out. Visible in front of this little white man is also a few points of strength, or else it would not be possible to win so easily. For a time, it was unclear how deep Gu Chen's own strength was, and all the boxers present had their eyes flickering up, pondering how to deal with it. Fang Xiu, on the other hand, was smilingly standing on the side, quietly looking at the crowd of boxers in front of him, completely without the idea of opening his mouth to urge them, ready to wait for them to make a decision on their own. After waiting for quite a while, only then did another Mingjin-level boxer step forward, his gaze staring rather cautiously at Gu Chen, who seemed to be wandering in the opposite direction, several points more cautious than Li Jiaren from earlier, carefully staring at the other party's shoulders. After observing Gu Chen for a while, he slowly approached, and then, with a plum blossom sliding step, he directly circled around to the side and back of Gu Chen, who still did not have any reaction. This made the challenging new Mingjin fighter's face reveal a look of delight. The opponent was so brazen that he even exposed his back to him. Wasn't this just arching his hand to give him a chance to win? This was a sure thing. This challenging Mingjin new fighter didn't have any hesitation. He directly used his own killing move. His hands grabbed towards Gu Chen's shoulder armor bone as well as his neck. This was the dark hand killing move within the Eagle Claw Kung Fu, specializing in picking the vulnerable places such as the tendons and muscles on the shoulder as well as the neck to attack. Seeing this scene in front of him, the rest of the full masters standing next to him couldn't help but frown, completely unable to figure out what Gu Chen was doing in front of him, looking like he was wandering around in the sky. Even his own fatal breaks were revealed to his opponent. Could this be some kind of peculiar stance? Unfortunately, there was no one present who knew that the reason Gu Chen was like this was entirely because most of his own mind and thoughts were centered descending on martial immortal Pate Songhai, who at the moment was there engaged in a heated exchange with missiles flying in the sky as well as torpedoes on the bottom of the sea, which had the time to pay attention to the challenges of these boxers who were no more than at the bright and dark levels. With his current martial arts cultivation and spiritual realm, even if blindfolded, standing there motionless, let these bright, dark power level of the Power Masters more, he can rely on the body's instincts to carry out accurate counterattacks, easy to solve all the opponents. This is the absolute strength gap. For the Mingjin boxer in front of him, who thought that he had found an excellent opportunity to attack and was ready to win with a single strike, when his hands were about to land on Gu Chen's body, the latter suddenly sidestepped, and casually and carelessly slapped his hand back. This slap was simple and dry, light and unassuming looking, and seemed to have no force at all, making the other bunch of boxers standing next to him wonder if such a slap could really hit someone. Touch. When the slap really landed on his body, the new Mingjin boxer challenger, who had doubts in his heart that this slap could hurt people, only knew what was called unstoppable. The majestic power surged, making his face change abruptly, feeling his entire body like a sack directly flew backward and tumbled on the ground for 6 or 7 meters before finally coming to a stop. Looking at Gu Chen, who had his back to himself, this challenging new Mingjin boxer was completely convinced, realizing the huge gap between the two sides, and that the two were simply not on the same level. Another challenger simply lost in the other side as if sleepwalking. The crowd of boxers present felt more and more confused. They were completely unable to understand the person in front of them in the end is using in the end what is the national boxing style. Why so strange and twisted? On the other hand, on the other side, located above the turquoise blue sea, the battle here was still going on fiercely there. Gu Chen used his mind to harness the body of martial immortal Pate Songhai, dodging under the coverage of artillery and missiles time and time again. His movements had become quite skillful, and he even mastered a set of dodging routines. In the face of warplanes and warships above, the shelling of artillery and missiles, either use the power of chi and blood to blow it up, or directly disappear into the seabed, so that the artillery and missiles directly blown into the seawater, or fly towards the warplanes in the sky, so that the other side of the heart to be concerned about. Under this kind of maneuvering, except for the bad luck of occasionally being hit by torpedoes and guided missiles that could be tracked, and the sticky chi and blood power on his body being blown up several times and receiving some injuries, everything else was fine. After using up a lot of the artillery and missiles from the fighter group and the United warships, Gu Chen finally started his counterattack officially. In one breath, he detonated another 5,000 orifices in his body, and in the next moment, indescribably violent chi and blood power gushed out from the shattered orifices, so viscous and blinding that it radiated out towards the surroundings, and the scorching heat caused the sea surface that was close by to boil, and quite a number of fishes and other sea creatures were directly scalded. Under the berserk power of chi and blood, the speed of the Wu Dao human immortal body also steeply increased by 40% at this time, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood-colored stream of light, finally approaching one of the warships, and fiercely crashed into it. Crunch! The thick armor of the ship was directly smashed open under the huge impact, and the internal structure of the warship could be seen from the outside, and a group of naval forces on the ship looked at the blood-colored stream of light that blossomed in front of their eyes with horrified faces. Touch! The viscous chi and blood power exploded and erupted with a terrifying impact. 3 breaths later, there was no more standing navy in front of Gu Chen. He looked at the warship under his feet and couldn't help but turn the corner of his mouth slightly. He took a deep breath and ruthlessly slammed his fist downwards. Boom boom! The sturdy deck of the warship was directly shattered by his punch. The terrifying power of chi and blood even directly pierced a large hole in the bottom of the warship. Countless seawater surged in at this time. The warship was difficult to resist the invasion of seawater and tilted towards the side. A screaming and crying sound came from the ship. With the current situation, I'm afraid that this warship will not be able to withstand for long before it completely sinks into the sea. Gu Chen has the head to look at the rest of the warships that fled in fear in the distance, but he can't help but shrug his shoulders. Previously, he had detonated 5,000 orifices in one breath, and the increase he had gained had allowed him to double his combat power, which had allowed him to sink a warship, and he felt that the results of the battle were very good. Together with the orifices detonated earlier, there were already tens of thousands of orifices gone before and after, and as a result, it also had a considerable impact on this martial human immortal body, and if it continued like this, he was afraid that it would damage the foundation. After thinking of this, Chun did not have any hesitation. The martial human immortal body harnessed the power of qi and blood, transformed into a blood-colored stream of light, and directly shot towards the direction of the middle continent, ready to hurry to find a place to stabilize the body's orifices. Chapter 76, Fleet with a Psychological Shadow, Return, Together. The Falcon fighter group in the distance watched the blood-colored stream of light gradually leaving. A group of crew pilots froze for a moment before a touch of ecstasy appeared on their faces, and their taut nerves also slowed down at this time. That monster is finally out of here, we survived, what a tough battle. I still feel for the first time that the time has passed so long and terrible. All the ammunition is finished. If we continue, I'm afraid that the only way to go is to fly the plane and crash into it. Thank God. I survived that monster from China. It's the first time since I became a fighter pilot that I've encountered a human being who can chase a fighter plane. You'll never know. I was almost blown out of the cabin by his fist. This has become my eternal shadow. When I get back, I'll have to take time off to go see a psychiatrist. The surviving Falcon pilots couldn't help but lament over the intercom, still having palpitations in their hearts. Fortunately, in the end, the monster from the purgatory out of the central continent is finally left. I think this experience will leave a heavy mark in the hearts of a group of Falcon fighter group pilots. Looking at the blood-colored stream of light that flew towards the mainland of China, the commanders of the Western country's joint fleet of Sea Fleet who had already fled out for some distance wiped their eyes vigorously, and only then were they finally sure that the other party had really left. For a moment, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief in unison. Inside they had a feeling of escaping from death. This monster finally turned around and left after blowing up a warship. This was really not easy. They hurriedly passed this news down, making the Navy who were panicking in their hearts let out a cheer in unison. Jehovah is above. That mid-continent monster had finally left. It's really too much, woo. This is really great, not having to be sunk by that mid-continent monster like the Lia. When I get back, I'm going to go to church every day and pray, thanking Almighty God for His mercy. Thank God for letting me escape from that monster. Praise the Virgin Mary. Let us escape. For a while, I don't know how many of the Navy and commanders on the warship couldn't help but cross themselves on their chests and loudly thank Jehovah, Almighty God, and the Virgin Mary. After seeing the Zhengzhou monster that chased after fighter planes and sank warships with its bare hands, the United Sea Fleet of the Western countries had a psychological shadow over the Zhengzhou Sea area, and never dared to approach the area again, lest they were unlucky enough to encounter such Zhengzhou monsters that were capable of chasing after fighter planes and fighting warships with their bare hands again. Looking at the distant black smoke, already has a large half of the hull tilted to the seawater of the Liao warship, survived the other Western countries' United Sea Fleet Army are unable to resist showing a touch of sympathy, and hurriedly drove over, to carry out the scene of the rescue operation. As for the great Yuan State Master 8 Siba, at this moment, he is sitting in the United States of America's main warship till, enjoying the super VIP treatment. Around the face of the beautiful blonde blue-eyed female Navy is there to give him to prepare a variety of snacks as well as wine, look quite leisurely. And as the highest commander on the main warship of the till, Bob, was looking at the great Yuan State Master Basta in front of him with a smile on his face, and couldn't wait to open his mouth. Honorable State Master, I don't know if you are satisfied with the technological warfare strength we have shown this time? The previous invitation. Looking at the smile on the face of this foreign-eyed barbarian in front of him, the great Yuan State Master bastard grinned, revealing a row of sharp teeth, and slowly opened his mouth. Don't worry, this State Master has always been a man of his word, accepting your invitation. Just like the former royal family of the great Yuan, helping you to remodel your body is not a difficult task for this State Master. Maybe with luck, you can even give birth to some demonic and exotic abilities. Hearing this, the two eyes of Bob, the supreme commander on the main warship of the tier, lit up immediately, eagerly. Longevity and great power, no matter any of the higher-ups could not refuse these two, previously promised the other party to ambush the Zhengzhou martial arts human immortal for the sake of not this? On the other hand, Guchen's mind and spirit had also withdrawn from martial human immortal Pate Sanghai's body at this time, returning back to his own body. His body's aura changed, and his entire body recovered from the state of being a god just now, his gaze sharp and his aura deep. Fang Xiu let him, the town hall boxer, come out to establish an authority, just want to borrow his hand to suppress the arrogance of these boxers in front of him, to better manage the branch hall, otherwise, a group of unruly boxers will easily cause trouble. In the previous two sparring sessions, his mind almost all descended to the martial arts immortal Pate Sanghai, simply did not have the energy to waste on the challenge of the two Ming Jin boxers in sparring. He only rely on physical instincts will be enough to crush everything. Now that his mind and spirit had returned to his body, he was even more too lazy to fight and waste time here, so he spoke directly to the hesitant boxers in front of him. The position of the town hall boxer is here. You can't see my boxing way, there is no certainty of victory, so, here hesitation for half a day, have not decided to make a move. It can be seen that you are wavering in your heart. There is no pure heart of a martial artist. Don't waste time here, all of you go on. As long as you can survive under my hands for 10 strokes, then the town hall boxer's seat will be his. Wasting time? Let them all go together? Hearing Gu Chen's overbearing words, all the boxers in front of him couldn't help but feel a trace of annoyance in their hearts. The other party simply didn't put them, the Ming and Dark Power boxers, in their eyes. What a big mouth. I, Zhang Kuei, would like to see what real skills you have. How dare you disregard us Dark Force fighters? Is it possible that you've already entered the realm of a Huan Jin fighter? The tall Dark Force fighter Zhang Kuei couldn't help at first, glaring at Gu Chun in anger. He didn't think that his hallowed Dark Force fighter would be belittled by this little white boy who went for a woman's relationship in front of him. Young man, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, words can't be spoken indiscriminately, it's better to be humble, or else you'll suffer sooner or later. The other flat-headed Dark Power fighter sneered, reaching out and squeezing his fists to the point of clicking. The last tall and thin Dark Power fighter also looked disgruntled, staring at Gu Chen across the room without a word. The rest of the group of bright strength fighters were furious, but, whoever made them weak, they could only protest with disgruntled expressions. Gu Chen directly ignored the hostile gazes of the three dark strength fighters, turned his head to look at Feng Xiu standing next to him, and spoke softly, "Pavilion Master Feng, what do you think of this proposal of mine?" Feng Xiu looked at Gu Chen, who had recovered from the state of being out of his mind, but was satisfied in his heart. This was exactly what she wanted to see. As long as Gu Chen was able to defeat the three Dark Force fighters, in the future, they would naturally curb the arrogance in their hearts, which would make it easier to manage them. Of course, now that you are the town hall boxer, what you say represents the attitude of the main hall. After receiving Feng Xiu's affirmation, Gu Chen turned his head to look at the three Dark Force fighters standing across the street, and reached out his hand to hook his finger at them. Don't say that I won't give you a chance, come on together or you won't have a chance later. Hearing this, the corner of Zhang Kuei's mouth revealed a cold smile. Striding forward, his two arms were like whips. Under the dark power, a crunching sound was emitted. He practiced Tongbei Quan as a child, and only after diligent study and hard practice, he finally stepped into the level of dark power, with a powerful boxing style. In the face of a series of crunching fists like a whip, Gu Chen did not dodge, carelessly slapped his palm, like a dark cloud. Feeling a strong wind coming, Zhang Kuei frowned slightly. His footsteps were ready to go around to the side of the other party to throw a punch. However, the former's speed was even faster than him. His fist had not yet come out, the palm had already been pumped to his body. Slap! With a muffled sound, Zhang Kuei felt as if he was hit by a speeding car. Without any resistance, his entire body was sent flying 5 to 6 meters away by the slap. Zhang Kuei, a dark strength boxer who was not weak, actually lost in one move? This is also too fast, right? The rest of the Ming Jin boxers present had astonished faces, while Feng Xiu's two eyes were glowing. Although she was able to defeat Zhang Kuei, however, it would take at least 20 moves away. It was simply not possible to be as simple and rough as the other party, and the more curious she became, she felt that Gu Chen was like an iceberg at sea, and she would never know how strong his true strength really was. Seeing this, the other two dark strength boxers couldn't help but change their faces, and hurriedly set up their fists to prepare for the enemy. One practiced Guanfu's Kylie Fo, and the other practiced the family's boxing style. Facing the two dark power boxers who had set up their fists, Gu Chen did not stop his steps, and also slapped one of them. The two dark power boxers once again stepped into Zhang Kuei's footsteps, and were sent flying 5 or 6 meters away by a slap. Before and after less than half a minute's time, the three dark power boxer masters were all smacked by one person, and the three of them didn't think that they would be defeated so easily, and their faces were still a bit incredulous about the result of the competition. Chapter 77 Perfume? See battle video, detonated the world. Inside the large Wing Chun White Crane boxing branch, Feng Xiu looked at the crowd of boxers in front of him and smiled a little before speaking without delay. The winner and the loser have been divided. Who else wants to challenge? If there is no one else, then Gu Chen will be the town boxer of the coastal city Wing Chun White Crane boxing branch. Hearing this, the boxers in the gym looked at each other and all fell silent, which was equivalent to recognizing the result. Three dark power boxers were no match for a single slap, let alone them, who were only bright power boxers. After the end of the gym sparring, Feng Xiu and Gu Chen sat face to face in the director's office, tea on the table. Feng Xiu was curious about Gu Chen's strength and the end to what kind of realm. In the face of the question, Gu Chen could only vaguely say that the talent is good, the result of hard work and study. In the face of his hiding, the former stomped his feet in anger, but there is nothing he can do about it. Immediately after, Feng Xiu will be the town hall boxer's welfare as well as the treatment of all of them to give him a once-over. Every month there is a 10W base salary, and, in addition, there is a certain amount of shares for dividends every year. The treatment cannot be said to be not generous, just need to be in the powerful boxer kicks the time to respond to it. The two of them chatted for a while longer, before Gu Chen intended to get up and say goodbye. However, when he was about to leave, Feng Xiu hesitated for a while before asking in a small voice with a red face. Gu Chen, that smell on you is quite nice, can you tell me what brand of perfume you are using? What brand of perfume? When Guchen heard this, he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. The strange fragrance on his body was entirely due to the result of the cultivation of the human immortal martial arts Dao of marrow cleansing and blood replacement, as well as the Buddhist immortal golden body and the Taoist golden muscle and jade bone, all of which were natural imagery that arose after the realm had arrived. In this regard, he is also a little helpless. Before using the power of refining fake into real, consuming 200,000 origin points across the two realms of marrow, blood, now all kinds of strange on the body is entirely because of the failure to fully control their own power and lead to the appearance of exposure. Want to solve? I'm afraid that we have to cohesion of the orifices, start the cultivation of the martial arts immortal in order to hide. Cough cough, this is my body above the self-belonging. The weather once the heat appeared this kind of situation, I am also very helpless. Guchen hastily found an excuse to put off the past, which makes inquiring about the brand of perfume Feng Shou immediately envied. That is really envious of you. You emit a strange fragrance as a kind of indescribable attraction, so that people cannot help but want to get close to, or even want to eat you. By the way, Guchen, do you have a girlfriend? Looking at Feng Shou in front of him, who changed her words and suddenly boldly asked him if he had a girlfriend, Guchen suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. A bold and brash martial arts type girl like the other party was really not something an average person could handle. He hurriedly found a few excuses before hastily turning around and leaving. Looking at the back of Guchen's departure, Feng Shou couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand and giggle. Not a chick who hasn't been in love, right? He's a good boxer and a good-looking guy, so he should be a good boyfriend, hee hee. Turning to leave a distance, Guchen heard Feng Shou whisper mutter. His footsteps were immediately a stagger, could not help but a burst of sweating up. With his current cultivation realm, even 100 meters away from the sound of a bug's wings can be heard, not to mention the muttering of Feng Shou from 20 to 30 meters away. There were simply too many secrets on his body nowadays, none of which could be easily exposed. In case it got out, it would be embarrassing. On the other hand, although the sea battle between the martial human immortals and the combined fleet of the Western nations had ended, however, the subsequent effects caused were not small at all. Many ships near the port of Swift State have seen the two sides turned into a stream of light flying through the sky. There are also to and from the fishing boats also saw the two in the sea above the fierce exchanges, and even, some also threatened to vaguely hear the horror of the bombing sound, suspected of the Wudao immortal Pate Shanghai and the Western countries' combined fleet produced a fierce battle. With all the news on the internet, there are many netizens are curious about the results in the end, and is the martial arts immortal Pate Shanghai really fierce battle with the combined fleet of the Western countries? For a while, countless netizens were seeking the truth, wanting to take a bite of melon, and then, a video of the relevant sea battle somehow broke out, attracting countless onlookers. Look at the blurred silhouette driving a bloody stream of light in more than 40 Falcon fighter bombing under the leap across, the degree of thrill so that people cannot help but straight to the exciting. There are a lot of military fan netizens looking for Falcon fighter related news, which is the United States of America and other Western countries assembled by the latest ship escort fighter. Integrated strength is strong. It is air and sea battle of the sharp weapon, actually difficult to help a human being? Of course, the next picture of the sea battle video is let a person cannot help but exclaim incredibly, was hundreds of airship missiles bombardment covered by the blood-colored stream of light while the Falcon fighter close to the time of circling to kill, just more than 20 seconds within the time, unarmed will be 8 closer to the warplanes to blow up. Seeing the martial arts human immortal's brawny performance of blowing up fighter planes with his bare hands, the crowd of melon-eating netizens couldn't help but clamor in unison. The message comment area underneath the sea battle video was directly ignited, and countless people couldn't wait to leave a message underneath. The hand of the fighter plane? Martial arts immortal domineering mighty. I have long been looking at this. United States of America and other Western countries are not happy. These hooligans also have today? Ha! In the face of such a formidable performance, I can only roar out loud that the Wu Daoren Xian is powerful broken voice. Seeing this, the 3 views have been shattered. However, I still want to yell out loud that the martial arts human immortal of my great central continent is awesome. Exploding airplanes with my bare hands. From today onwards I am your hardcore loyal fan. Whoever dares to badmouth you behind your back, I will be the first to rush up and bite him to death. Upstairs, +1. Exploding an airplane with your bare hands. How many men's romance is this? I've decided. I will double the time I spend practicing martial arts every day. Martial arts immortality is now my lifelong goal. As the video continues to play on, originally thought that holding an airplane with bare hands is already exaggerated enough. A crowd of people who eat melon only then realized that they are still too young, by their own imagination, to limit. In the subsequent video inside the warship turret as well as warplane missiles in the double siege, martial arts immortal Pate Shanghai to the online eating masses show how to sink the warship with bare hands of the heavenly operation, once again detonated the network. Or we are too young, originally thought that the bare hands to blow up the warplane is already exaggerated enough, did not think that the back there is more exaggerated. I only have this one sentence to say about Wu Dao human immortal being awesome. I think we should change the name of the video to Martial Arts Immortal Online teaches you how to blow up fighter planes and sink warships with your bare hands. This would fit the content of the video sound. After watching this video, I am so impressed. From today onwards, I'm also a fan of Pate Shanghai, the immortal of the martial arts, so don't stop me. If anyone dares to hack him, I'll be the first one to go up and dislike him. I have a feeling that the immortal martial arts is about to take the whole of the central continent by storm. Brothers, in the future, if you want to blow up fighter planes and sink warships with your bare hands, then hurry up and go practice martial arts. The video of the naval battle that went viral is now in circulation. The video of the sea battle that was circulated was the undisputed #1 on the top of the hot search list, and the headline about the martial arts immortal Pate Shanghai was a direct hit throughout the entire central continent. The netizens, according to the video and the unarmed fighter, sinking battleship's brawny performance, to the martial arts immortal Pate Shanghai crowned the world's strongest man title. This sea battle video is not only in the Chinese continent network fire, the same has also set off a storm on the internet, such as the oil pipe, Facebook, and other places, has long been related to the video has been discussed to the screen. The comment area below the crowd of foreigners are even more exclaimed. The comments section below the crowd of foreigners are even more shocked. When did China have such a horrible monster? Holy Mother of God. I can't believe that there are actually human beings in the world who can resist missile bombardment head-on, and can also blow up warplanes and sink warships with their bare hands. This is surely a monster from hell that crawls out of the Middle Kingdom and wears human skin. This must be a monster from hell in human skin. Do we really have any chance of winning against such a powerful and terrifying monster? Why don't we just surrender? I've decided. I must find a chance to go to the mysterious Middle Continent and learn such powerful martial arts. I've decided to go to the mysterious Central Continent to learn such a powerful martial art. Chapter 78, Another Wave of Great Harvest, Middle Western Reactions and Responses. After Gu Chen left the Wing Chun White Crane Fist branch, he quickly returned to his residence, his mind and thoughts descended to the martial arts human immortal, and now that Shivering Man was relaxed after a series of great battles, he instantly felt a bit mentally exhausted. For a while, he did not think of anything, casually took out his cell phone and swiped the internet, and was soon attracted to the attention of a number of online hot searches and exaggerated headlines. Unarmed fighter planes, sinking warships. I, a martial arts immortal of the Central Continent, am domineering and mighty. The human immortal martial way that is about to change the world landscape with its own power. Human immortal martial arts is linked to the trend of martial arts learning in Central Asia. The Central Continent is about to enter a great era of martial arts. Undoubtedly, it was the video of the previous sea battle that was accidentally leaked out, thus causing such a huge impact. The internet has almost all been hotly debated over the sky, what unarmed explosion of warplanes, sinking battleships, and other such words are even more at a very high frequency. Even, there are also netizens will be the world's strongest human title to the martial arts immortal Pate Shanghai body, get countless support, but also to attract countless hardcore fans, spontaneous formation of hardcore backing group. Looking at the online fan groups and the heat, Gu Chen doubted that if Pate Shanghai were to debut, he might become a universal superstar in minutes. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head and hurriedly threw those chaotic thoughts in his head to the back of his mind, and only then did he call up the system panel in his head to check out the gains he had made this time around. With the help of the heat and spread of the Shanghai battle video on the internet, the human immortal martial arts had made a big splash in the process, attracting the attention of countless people, shocking them with its power, and attracting countless people around the world to aspire to it. Today alone, he had gained nearly 1 million origin points, and together with the remaining origin points from earlier, he now had nearly 1.6 million origin points on him, which was the most origin points he had ever gained, and his family's fortune had instantly become substantial. Not only that, with the gradual fermentation of time, he would definitely be able to obtain quite a few more origin points in the following, making him can't help but be excited as well. Today's step was considered to be the right one, it was really a bumper harvest. With a down payment of 1.6 million origin points, Gu Chen immediately began to figure out how he was going to utilize them. After thinking carefully for a moment, he first decided to raise his own realm, now that he had crossed into the two realms of marrow cleansing and blood replacement, which had also led to the birth of some visions on his body. For example, his body exudes a strange fragrance, so that people unconsciously want to get close to. Earlier was directly misunderstood by Feng Shou sprayed perfume, but also asked him what brand he used. He, a big man, was actually misunderstood by someone to wear perfume? Just kidding, he was a hardcore straight man. Gu Chen quickly made a decision, intending to directly utilize the power of refining fake into real, preparing to raise the realm of today's blood transformation even further. However, stepping from blood transformation into the orifice cultivation of martial human immortality was not a simple matter, it was a great qualitative change, and was not as simple as it had been before. It was best to find a remote and uninhabited place to make a breakthrough, otherwise, in case the commotion caused by carelessness was too great, and that rolling chi and blood wolf smoke inspired it, wouldn't it take minutes to set off the houses that one was currently living in? To be directly exposed to the eyes of the world at that time would not be in line with his style. As a qualified mastermind, he had to hide himself, and even if he wanted to get down and do something, he had to get a vest or something, and definitely couldn't just expose himself. After thinking about this, Gu Chen quickly suppressed the impulse within himself, and only after taking a few deep breaths did he calm down. He then proceeded to look up a map of the neighborhood on the internet, trying to find a remote and suitable location to make a breakthrough. Just as Gu Chen was exploring the internet for a suitable breakthrough location, the Central Continent officials in Kyoto were also conducting a new round of emergency meetings, the theme of which was naturally the human immortal martial Wei and the martial immortal Pei Shanghai. Martial arts immortal in the previous sea battle can be seen in its powerful place. Not only has it any time can supersonic speed of movement, there is a powerful defense barrier of chi and blood power, flying, hiding, into the sea amphibious all-round combat ability, close range can easily destroy warplanes as well as warships, will be the advantages of these advantages one by one after the combination of the world's strongest human single combatant. Under the analysis and advice of professional combat staff, the Chinese officials even directly rank the Wudao Immortals' combat power as second only to nuclear deterrent weapons, with a huge threat and the ability to destroy small regional countries. In the face of this human immortal martial arts, the official attitude has been very obvious: in order to pull together the main, at any cost to make good, and absolutely not be able to offend each other, and soon passed a series of proposals and plans. After seeing the unreasonable power of the human immortal martial Wei, the degree of importance attached to it by the officials of the Central Continent had risen several times, and almost overnight, they ordered the major research institutes to speed up the simplification of the cultivation methods of the human immortal martial Wei, to reduce the difficulty of its cultivation, and to start developing various medicines to help in its cultivation. After a long period of research these days, there were some gains, and there were rumors that the official research institute in the coastal city had used supercomputers to deduce a 10th version of the simplified cultivation method of the human immortal martial arts Dao, and had spent a lot of money and effort to invite the Huanjing masters who had already cultivated the human immortal martial arts Dao, such as Fang Hansong and Tang Yi, to give instructions. After the supercomputer and the Huanjing Masters' joint modification, they finally researched the simplified version of the human immortal martial arts cultivation method, which was said to be able to lower the threshold of cultivation to the level of the dark power, and a group of selected members of the official elite special operations forces had started to try to cultivate the method. While the Chinese continent is working intensively on the research, the United States of America, Britain, and other Western European countries, as old rivals, are also reacting in planning. In just one day, they lost 14 Falcon fighters and a Leo warship, the first time they had such a huge loss in a generation. As a group of rogues on the blue planet, it was the first time they had suffered such a huge loss, and their faces were all swollen. Unfortunately, for this Central Continent martial human immortal, they simply didn't have any abilities that could be used to impose sanctions on the other party. The supersonic speed of a fighter jet, the powerful ability to fight in sea, land, and air, and the terrifying destructive power of being able to blow up fighter jets and sink warships with his bare hands, all of these things combined made it an invincible and terrifying monster, and unless they bombarded it with large-scale missiles or nuclear-type weapons, there was no way that they would be able to do anything to stop such a monster. Moreover, they now had to worry about whether the other party would seek revenge afterward, or if they sneaked into the major cities in their territory to carry out destruction, it would be a huge disaster. Thinking of this, the United States of America, Britain, and other Western European countries immediately became a little nervous and hastily announced to enter a state of emergency preparedness. A variety of air defense weapons and high-powered missiles are all on standby, and even nuclear deterrent weapons are at any time into the state of launch. For a while, the atmosphere of the Western countries immediately became a bit tense. Their military department will enter the state of war readiness at any time, visible to its scruples on the martial arts immortal in the Middle Kingdom. Not only that, under the stimulation of the crisis of the martial human immortal, their respective laboratories also quickly moved, together with the bastard and other demon masters who are proficient in the transformation of the demon bloodline, began to carry out experiments on biological transplantation of the demon bloodline. The wolves and humans and 8 Seba demon provided the demon bloodline mixed together, actually created with beast-like intuition, with the characteristics of the powerful demon werewolves, able to resist ordinary small-caliber bullets, has a strong combat ability. The shortcomings is that the character of the grumpy, easy to be stimulated. Mixing bats, humans, and the demonic bloodline provided by the bastard, the vampire with the ability to fly and tenacious vitality was soon created, with the disadvantage of being a little afraid of sunlight and wanting to suck blood. The cougar as well as the human and the demon bloodline provided by Bathsheba mixed together to create a strong physical strength and speed of the lion man, all aspects seem to be quite balanced, is not as peculiar as the previous 2 demon attributes. Chapter 79 Wind and Clouds, Chinese and Western Public Opinion War, Magic Reality. In just a month's time, the world's wind and clouds changed fiercely. First of all, the Central Continent began to select elite warriors at the Dark Force level in the military department, and began practicing the simplified version of the human immortal martial arts cultivation technique version 20. Under the accumulation of various resources, they finally got started, practicing the unique chi and blood power of the human immortal martial Wei, able to form a layer of chi and blood power barrier on the surface of the body, defending against the frontal shooting of small caliber bullets, and can briefly use their chi and blood power to burst out to be comparable to the level of Huanjing big boxers' combat power. For this kind of result, the Chinese continent official is naturally both happy and satisfied. Well, this batch of practice simplified version of human immortal martial arts cultivation method 20 version of the elite dark force warriors and a group of talents together formed the Chinese Continent Security Bureau, responsible for the security of the Chinese continent territory, full authority to deal with matters relating to the supernormal force person and other related matters. For a time, some of the reckless bright and dark level fighters in the country had tightened up quite a bit, and the related force conflicts were also much less frequent. Compared to the central continent, the Western countries also had many great changes, especially under the accession of the great Yuan state master Bashiba, who obtained demonic bloodlines and carried out a series of human biological experiments and research. This is for the great Yuan state master Bashiba. Siba is an old profession. He is to help the great Yuan royal family to carry out all kinds of demon bloodline transformation. Now in the Western countries of the full support, coupled with a variety of top laboratories, scientific researchers under the auspices of the collision between the ancient demons and modern science and technology has been a fierce sparks. Under the circumstance of continuous adjustment and testing, in the United States of America, Britain, and Western European countries near the Institute, from time to time there are a lot of similar to the werewolves, vampires, lions and other creatures that do not seem to be very scientific, and even, occasionally, there are people who can capture these creatures in and out of the Institute of video, and quickly set off a lot of hot debate on the internet. FK. What the hell is wrong with these monsters? That day, my new girlfriend Lisa and I were going camping in the countryside to discuss the origins of mankind, when a vampire-like creature with bat wings swept right over our tent. It scared the crap out of us. We needed to tell the truth. My God. What kind of evil research is the state hiding from us? Even vampires and werewolves are ing monsters. Jehovah on high. These evil researchers are creating evil creatures like vampires and werewolves. Sooner or later, you guys are going to meet Satan in hell. Strong protest. We want to know the truth. We don't want to be kept in the dark. Make this damn evil experimental research public. There were quite a few foreigner netizens who protested, and even, directly took to the streets, preparing for a march, yelling that they needed to know the truth, and needed democracy and freedom, which looked quite lively. Of course, the counterpart is the Church of Light also stood out at this time, said to oppose the research of werewolves, vampires and other evil dark creatures, the need for holy light for revolution, a time, a variety of holy water, and crucifixes, garlic, and other things are sold to the off-sale. There were evil worshippers who were against and in favor of it, ready to dedicate themselves, even voluntarily ready to join the research, dreaming of becoming vampires, werewolves, and other evil creatures. For a while, the Western countries quickly staged some absurd and magical surrealism. While the corresponding Chinese netizens saw it, they could not wait to eat melons in the side to watch the drama. It was called an overjoyed. Compared to these messy biological research in the Western countries, it is still the national art and human immortal martial arts handed down by our own ancestors that are reliable, starting from our own cultivation without any external modification, climbing up step by step until we achieve the unbelievable martial arts of the human immortals. One is the crooked way of transforming all kinds of creatures, and the other is the hallowed path that points directly to the transcendent, and when you compare the two, you can see who is stronger. The Western countries looked at their own preliminary transformation of vampires, werewolves, lions and other transcendent warriors, and the Chinese side of the martial arts compared to who is superior to who they naturally can distinguish clearly, immediately a little sour. Thus, the Western countries quickly used their usual tactics, accusing China of being selfish, refusing to share the immortal martial way with the World Federation, and clamoring that it was a cultural treasure belonging to the world that needed to be passed down to more people. In the face of this accusation, the Middle Continent was also not the least bit weak, directly disliked back, and did not know who had fought with the human immortal martial Dao ancestor on the sea before, and left in disgrace, and now they still have the nerve to bring up the need to share? Simply a slip of the tongue. After a long time, both sides directly disliked each other, exposing each other's secrets. One clamored for trade and economic sanctions, the other said you can do whatever you want. One accused you of preparing to train super assassin martial artists with the intention of creating chaos, the other revealed that you secretly conducted evil biological experiments, creating werewolves, vampires, and other creatures that were heartless and crazy. This wonderful battle of public opinion between China and the West, watching both sides of the netizens also couldn't help but call out that it was wonderful, and at the same time learned quite a lot of hidden secrets. At this time, the crowd of netizens realized that the world has become a little less different, low-threshold simplified version of the human immortal martial arts, werewolves, vampires and other demonic creatures experimental products, how to look at how to feel a little magical with the reading of reality, both sides of the respective points of strange skills. And Gu Chen looked at the recent month of the world's ups and downs. He also felt that the eyes wide open, his own refining fake out of the great Yuan state master bastard as well as the human immortal martial way even unknowingly for the world caused such a huge impact? The Chinese officials combined the human immortal martial arts with modern science, using supercomputers and a group of scientific research experts, as well as the Huanjing Grand Fighter, to set gravity to research the human immortal martial arts version 20, and confidently prepared to implement the era of martial arts. And the Western countries are together with the great Yuan master of 8 Siba began to study the human biological demon bloodline transformation, relying on modern biotechnology and precision instruments, will be the legend of the blood-sucking, ghost werewolves, lions, lizards and other strange creatures are all drummed up towards the dark fantasy creatures road forward. In this regard, Chun only felt magical, so that he, the mastermind, also had to marvel at the madness of science and the marvelousness of human ideas. After marveling for a few moments, Chun got up and headed out, ready to start going to the place he had chosen to break through to the martial human immortal with the help of the system and the power of the origin points. In the past month, he had not been idle. In addition to adjusting his physical state to prepare for the next breakthrough, there was also the selection of suitable breakthrough locations, thinking about the next time to refine the fake into a real transcendence system goal to come. The day can be said to have lived a rather fulfilling life. Chapter 80 Breakthrough Martial Arts Immortal, Chinese Continent Martial Artists and Western Transformation Demon Soldiers. In the suburbs of the coastal city, in the middle of an inconspicuous deserted mountain, this place was already far away from the city. Moreover, the grass and trees were quite vigorous and deserted, so it was possible to do whatever one wanted to do here. Under the cover of the dark night, Chun was like a black ghost, his body nimbly shuttled between the trees. As for the occasional cliffs he encountered, he directly mobilized the qi and blood power within his body, spreading it out towards the front. He stepped on the qi and blood wolf smoke spreading out from under his feet, as if he were walking on a staircase, and he easily walked across the hundreds of meters of cliffs, and came to the other side. Once the human immortal martial Dao was cultivated to the blood transformation chapter, the qi and blood power of the body would be continuously refined out, possessing all sorts of incredible and strange power, which could be turned into rolling wolf smoke surrounding the body, not only playing a defensive role, but also extending it hundreds of meters out of the body, walking in the air. Chun came to an inconspicuous cave, and straightaway raised his leg and walked in. This cave was what he noticed when he examined the environment on the spot before, and then, he casually chose it as the location for his breakthrough, and found a clean place to sit down cross-legged. After a few deep breaths, he then relaxed, and with a thought, he immediately communicated with the system, and then, utilizing the power of his origin, he began this refining falsehood, targeting himself. This refining falsehood into truth for the martial human immortal realm on the host requires 300,000 origin points. Hearing the crisp voice that resounded inside his mind, Chun didn't hesitate and directly chose to agree. With the deduction of those 300,000 origin points, the next moment, he felt a shocking change occurring within his body, as violent qi and blood power was born out of nowhere, spreading out around his body, and then began to compress and collapse into a single point at an extremely high speed, and a brand new orifice was generated within his body at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. In no time at all, the number of orifices in his body reached 10,000, and he could clearly feel an unprecedented sense of power, 10 times that of before. The minimum standard for a martial immortal is to have 10,000 qi and blood orifices in one's body, and the strength of a martial immortal is also related to the qi and blood orifices in one's body. The more qi and blood orifices one has, the stronger one's strength will be. This time spent 300,000 origin points for refining fake into real. The result is naturally extraordinary. The body constantly generated out of thin air qi and blood force, under the control of invisible power, began to rapidly compress, collapse, formed one after another brand new qi and blood orifices. 20,000, 40,000, 50,000, 80,000. As a little bit of time passed, the number of qi and blood orifices in the body soon broke through 100,000, and was still rising at a speed visible to the naked eye, reaching 360,000 in no time, which was in line with the number of the 36 Big Dipper, which was arranged in the body in a marvelous trajectory. Huge qi and blood power, visible to the naked eye speed in his body surface formed a qi and blood wolf smoke, and, towards the upper rise, not a moment will overflow out of the cave outside, to the mid-air and spread, forming a 600 meters high red smoke column, twisting in mid-air, transformed into a qi and blood young dragon. The scorching breath spread out in all directions, and that kind of masculine and domineering will spread out in all directions, exuding an invisible oppressive force that soon affected the flying birds and beasts within a radius of 1,000 meters, as if they had encountered some kind of heavenly enemy, making them tremble in fear and lie down on their original spot, not daring to move. This kind of one-bite breakthrough process was irreversible, and once it had started, it could not be stopped, or else not only would the previous effort be wasted, but there was also the possibility that the foundation would be damaged. Fortunately, Chun had already chosen a good place to break through. If he couldn't hold back before, and made a breakthrough in the rented room early, then the fun would be great. The rolling qi and blood smoke couldn't be concealed at all. Wouldn't it be the equivalent of telling others that he was there? As time went by a little bit, the more qi and blood orifices in Chun's body coalesced, the more they grew, and soon another 720,000 qi and blood orifices were coalesced, which was in line with the number of 72 earthly demons. Until the body reached its limit, the total number of qi and blood orifices before and after added up to 1,080,000, with the number of heavenly dipper and earthly fury scattered in the body, just like the stars in the sky. Impressive. Every move can mobilize the qi and blood power within the orifices, erupting into terrifying destructive power. A fist collapsing the mountain is no longer something unimaginable. After completing this breakthrough, the chi and blood power that had been generated out of thin air within the body disappeared. 1,080,000 chi and blood orifices scattered throughout the body. The skyrocketing strength caused Guchen to also be unable to help but open his mouth and let out a long whine, and the chi and blood power also roared out along with the whine as it rushed into the air above, erupting into a horrifying force of impact. Kaboom! Accompanied by an ear-piercing shattering sound, the cave above his head steeply shattered and collapsed towards the bottom. Guchen stood still and casually punched upwards, the berserk chi and blood power following the direction of his fist transformed into a roaring and angry dragon, slamming into the collapsed stone and soil above. Pang! The power of chi and blood carried a terrifying impact that shattered all the collapsed rocks and soil on the spot, blasting out a channel nearly 30 meters long in the mountain above. Only then did Guchen ride the power of chi and blood upwards, and soon landed on top of the mountain, looking at the bright white moonlight that fell from the sky. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, revealing a touch of unrestrained smile. It was really enjoyable. There was nothing more satisfying in life than this. Guchen took a deep breath, and only then did he suppress the excitement within his heart, and with a single movement of his mind, he reclaimed the chi and blood power that had risen up like wolf smoke and transformed into the shape of a dragon back into his body's orifices. This martial arts immortal's iconic chi and blood power is indeed a bit exaggerated, too conspicuous, comes with gaze cohesion attribute, no matter where he walks is the prettiest one on the street. After a step into the top martial arts immortal realm, before because of the marrow washing, blood change 2 realms caused by the phenomenon of the body of the foreign fragrance is finally resolved, and now once again appeared in front of the Feng Xiu. Do not have to worry about the other side with him to ask what brand of perfume to wipe. After collecting the chi and blood power on his body, Guchen lifted his leg and took a step towards the cliff in front of him, and a ball of chi and blood power under his foot turned into the color of blood, and the lotus blossomed, steadily dragging him down, and then the chi and blood power moved on his body, and his whole body turned into a blurred shadow, and swept through the night sky, rushing in the direction of the coastal downtown area. The strong wind came to his face, blowing the hair in front of his forehead fluttering, harnessing the power of chi and blood, freely soaring in the air, overlooking the thousands of lights below. There was indeed a different kind of pleasure. Just as Guchen was about to find a place to land, he was keenly aware of a few insignificant masses of chi and blood power in the downtown area below, along with a few masses of cold and evil breath. Human immortal martial arts with the aura of a demon? Guchen instantly became a little curious, and with a change of direction, he silently landed on the roof of one of the buildings. Standing high on the roof of the building, looking down from above, he soon discovered the coastal city's official secret research institute not far ahead, and he was a little curious about the results of the official research in the central continent, having sneaked in last time and, moreover, encountered a spy. Since this is the coastal city official secret research institute, then, the identities of the two sides fighting below can probably be determined. One is the official martial artists of the central continent, and the other is none other than the transformed demon soldiers of the western countries. Chapter 81, Watching the Battle, Transformation? Making a move in the dark. After figuring out the identities of both sides of the belligerents, Guchen's gaze flashed as he stood above the penthouse and observed. The two sides fighting below each had their own characteristics. One of the sides had 4 people, with faint chi and blood power attached to their bodies, and their movements were fierce and concise, using what was obviously the central continent military fighting technique, but also a mixture of sparring, grappling, and other kung fu techniques, and the combat was also more focused on cooperation. Guchen quickly recalled the simplified version of the human immortal martial way 20 that was officially researched, which was able to drastically lower the threshold of entry as well as the requirements, so that one could start practicing at the level of dark force gross achievement and possess the power of chi and blood. In the current situation, this human immortal martial arts 20 simplified version is still quite successful, able to cultivate the power of chi and blood at the level of dark power, although the resultant combat power is not as good as the normal polishing breakthrough, however, greatly shorten the time, with the power of chi and blood so that they are much stronger than the ordinary dark power. From the strength and speed, it is close to the Huanjing big boxer. On the other hand, there were 6 people on the opposing side. They were the demon soldiers from the western countries who had combined the demon bloodline provided by the great Yuan master bastard to carry out biological experiments and transformations. They were 2 lizardmen fused with lizards, 2 werewolves fused with wolves, and 2 lionmen fused with lion characteristics. They still preserved quite a few beastly traits outside of their bodies, looking as if they were a mixture of man and beast, which made them feel twisted no matter how you looked at them, and their bodies also exuded a cold and sinister aura. However, Guchen also discovered the characteristics of these demon soldiers. Their strength and reaction speed were very fast, and they seemed to have inherited some of the characteristics of wild beasts, such as sharp intuition and nerve reaction speed, and individually, there seemed to be a little bit of the power of the demon bloodline in their bodies, similar to demonic chi or something like that. Chinese continent martial arts technology versus Western demonic technology? Or should I say it's Central Continent martial artists versus Western lizardmen, werewolves, and lionheads? After Guchen observed for a while, he was somewhat surprised to find that the ones who had fallen below were actually Central Continent martial artists. After a little thought, he quickly reacted to the fact that the simplified version of the human immortal martial Dao 20 had only lowered the threshold and difficulty of cultivation, and that one still needed to carry out cultivation in order to further enhance it. However, as the opponent of the Western transformation of the demon soldiers is different, they do not need to carry out a long time of cultivation and precipitation, purely depends on the human body and demon bloodline and biological adaptability. The better the adaptation, the higher the concentration of the fusion of bloodline, the more powerful the power will be. After mastering the transformation process, you can continue to carry on the transformation of the speed, fast, the formation of the war power is also fast. There are only 4 of you, but there are 6 of us, so hurry up and hand them over. The one who spoke was one of the lizard men, with a long thin tongue, holding a dagger in his hand, roaming above the wall like a gecko, his eyes staring unkindly at the central continent martial artists below. One of the werewolves let out a howl and opened his mouth with a fierce gaze. "Oh, the power of chi and blood on these middle continent martial artists is so annoying, I would have torn them apart long ago." In the face of these words of persuasion, the 4 mid-continent martial artists from the official elite special forces team also couldn't help but look at each other and all couldn't help but sneer. "Ha, Lao Yang, did you hear that? These remodeled inhuman guys even intend to let us surrender? Simply a big joke, ask the big knife in my hand and then say." A man in camouflage uniform shook the big knife in his hand and laughed a few times. Another middle-aged man with a pair of gloves on, spat fiercely on the ground, and also spoke in a deep voice, "Bah, you guys are worthy of asking me to surrender? Today I, Zhang Zhengi, put my words here, as long as we are still standing, you guys who are inhuman and ghostly don't want to take anything away from us, unless you cross over our corpses." After hearing some taunts from the central continent martial artists in front of them, the 6 Western transformation demon soldiers that were besieging them instantly just burst into a rage. One of the werewolves had a twisted face and grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp canine teeth. "Captain Henry, I told you long ago, just do it and beat them to death. It's just as well to roll over the top of their corpses. Fran was right, why waste time with them? If the stalemate goes on for a long time, there might be other central continent martial artists coming to support them." Another lizard man who was lying on top of the wall also spoke in a cold voice. As the leader of the squad, the lion-headed man Henry pondered for a moment, and then quickly made a decision, then directly used the transformation state, within 3 minutes to kill them all, after grabbing the things, then used the potion pressure to change back. As the order fell, the lizard man lying on the wall as well as the werewolf and the other lion-headed man all opened their mouths and let out inhuman roars, and the inhuman beast characteristics on their bodies soared. The lizardman's body appeared densely scaled armor, looking like a large humanoid lizard, already completely unable to see the original face, while the werewolf's body hair grew wildly, his mouth protruded forward, with an extra row of sharp teeth in his mouth, and the lionhead's neck had an extra ring of long brown hair, and his muscles were taut. However, in just a few seconds, the 6 besieging Western demon soldiers had completely changed their appearance. Their body's animalistic nature was stimulated, turning into raging beasts that pounced on them, their own strength as well as their speed being 3 times stronger than before. Gu Chen, who was standing on the roof of the building, was surprised to see this. This series of transformation effects also made him feel that his eyes were wide open, did not think that this demon bloodline can be transformed with humans and beasts, but also play like this? It was really interesting. Looking at the 6 invaders who had transformed into beasts after completing their transformation, the 4 central continent martial artists from the official elite special forces team were also taken aback. This was the first time they had seen such bizarre opponents, and they immediately tensed up, mobilizing the few chi and blood forces in their bodies. Soon, the 2 sides collided fiercely once again. Touch. After colliding with the beast-like pouncing werewolf, Zhang Jingyi, a middle-aged man with a Chinese character face wearing boxing gloves, couldn't help but change his face slightly, feeling a huge impact coming from him, making him take 3 or 4 steps backward before stabilizing himself. The other party seemed to be even fiercer than when he hadn't transformed before. Not waiting for him to adjust his movements, the pouncing werewolf opened his mouth full of sharp teeth like a wild animal, biting fiercely towards his throat. A gust of fishy wind came to his face, he took a step back narrowly, but was bitten by the other party to take a piece of meat on the top of his shoulder. A burst of stinging pain came to him. Not good, these guys are even harder to deal with after transforming. The Captain Lao Yang who was facing the battle beside him was also frowning. His opponent was a lion-headed man. The other party was not only able to attack with sharp nails on their hands, but also able to bite with sharp teeth in their mouths. Their movements were quick and clever, and they possessed intuition like that of a wild beast. A little bit of inattention and they were left with a blood-colored claw mark on their chests. In a moment, the 4 central continent martial artists from the official elite special forces team were caught off guard and were beaten back. Their bodies were splattered with blood, looking dangerously close. The lizard man wandering on top of the wall next to him soon found an opportunity, opening his mouth and spitting out the tongue that was like a rubber band, instantly wrapping around Lao Yang's feet, pulling back with force, directly pulling him into a stagger, and being lined up with a claw by the opposite transformed lionhead captain, Henry, who was spitting out blood and flew out backwards. Old Yang. This scene instantly made the 3 besieged team members couldn't help but redden their eyes. However, there was nothing they could do but watch as old Yang was ripped to his side by that lizard man and wrapped around his neck by his tongue. I will use the dagger in my hand to slice off the flesh of your body piece by piece and savor its taste. A smile full of malice appeared on the lizardman's face as he picked up the dagger and unkindly prepared to slice the meat off old Yang's body. Seeing this, Gu Chen frowned slightly. As a Chinese, watching a few foreigners strutting their stuff on the territory of the Chinese continent, how could he feel a little bit upset? He was ready to secretly step in and help out a bit. Chapter 82, Headshots one after another. Chinese continent doesn't allow foreigners to be wild. Stabbing. With a soft sound, the lizard man took the dagger in his hand and unhurriedly left a gash on old Yang's body. His gaze was even more provocative as he looked at the other 3 central continent martial artists on the opposite side. Advise you guys to surrender earlier and hand over the stuff, otherwise, I believe you guys won't want to see him being cut into bones. Don't you guys have a criminal law in the ancient times of your central continent called what is called lynching, right? Do you guys want to see it? Looking at the lizard man with a cruel smile on his face and a sinister gaze, the other 3 official martial artists from the central continent present were all furious inwardly, frantically urging the chi and blood power in their bodies, wanting to escape the siege. However, the other 2 wolfmen as well as the 2 lion-headed men in front of them simply did not give them any chance. Damn it! You bastards! I will one day shatter you all into pieces in the future. Let go of old Jiang if you have the guts. Fight me one-on-one. The 3 Zhangzhou official martial artists who were surrounded by the 2 werewolves and the lion-headed man could not get away at all, not to mention going over to support and save them. They could only hiss with red eyes. It looks like you guys are not willing to cooperate, so let's cut off his hands, feet, and limbs first. The 2 lizard men opened their mouths with cold gazes. One of them raised the dagger in his hand. In their state of transformed bestiality, not only did their external form change, it also affected their character, becoming as cold and cruel as cold-blooded animals like lizards. Seeing this, Gu Chen, who was standing on the roof, casually grabbed the wall next to him, and under the body of a martial immortal, the solid concrete wall was as fragile as tofu, and he easily gouged off a tile fragment from it. The 3 official martial artists of the central continent saw the tip of the blade in the hands of the lizard man slowly approaching the captain Lao Yang. Their faces were both struggling and entangled, but as the captain of the team Lao Yang opened his mouth loudly and roared, "Absolutely not, hand over the thing to them. This is my order." Before he finished speaking, another lizard man opened his mouth and spat out a long thin tongue, directly wrapped around his neck and tightened it, and the sense of suffocation made him gasp for air. Ho ho! Old Jiang's mouth was oozing with blood foam, struggling to pull the tongue on his neck. Just now the lion man Captain Henry broke his ribs with a claw and shocked his lungs. With his neck still wrapped around it, breathing was a bit difficult, and the whole person struggled up on the ground. Standing on the roof of the building, Gu Chen saw this and couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Aiming at the dagger-wielding lizard man below, he flexed his fingers in the air and under the impetus of a wisp of chi and blood power, the tile fragment that he had previously snapped off soared out as if it were a strong crossbow. Whoosh! A sharp cracking sound came. The lizard man with the knife ready to cut down Lao Yang's arm only felt his eyebrows tingling, subconsciously looked up and immediately saw a tile fragment rapidly enlarging in his eyes, with a trace of masculine and domineering chi and blood power on it. Not waiting for him to make other reactions, the world in front of him shattered open. Poof! Under the impetus of a wisp of chi and blood power, the tile shards easily blew out that lizardman's head, splattering a shower of blood, leaving only his body twitching there. The scene in front of him instantly silenced the scene, causing both sides present in the exchange to freeze on the spot. This is dead? The other lizard man standing next to him reached out and touched the brains, and blood splattered on his face, and his 2 vertical pupils couldn't help but shrink at this time, only to feel the cold hairs behind his back stand up. A burst of creepy, he hastily retreated backward, ready to escape from the original place. However, Gu Chen, who was standing on the roof of the building, did not intend to let go of the other lizard man at all. With a sneer, he once again casually gouged a piece of tile debris from the wall, and repeated the same trick, bending his finger to aim at the head of the other lizard man who was frantically fleeing backward and leaping. Whoosh! There was a whistling sound in the air. A tile fragment propelled by the power of chi and blood broke through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it spanned a distance of 70 to 80 meters, and accurately landed on the fleeing lizardman's head. Pang! With an explosion, that lizard man quickly followed in the footsteps of his companion, his entire head bursting open from the tile shards propelled by the power of chi and blood, and his body, under that inertia, took a few steps backward before staggering to the ground with a loud, clear thud. Another dead one? Looking at the body of the lizard man that was once again blown up and fell to the ground, the 2 sides present finally reacted, with different reactions. The official martial artists of the central continent were excited. Captain Lao Yang had been saved. Moreover, the 2 difficult lizardmen had also been killed by headshots. The original disadvantage had instantly turned around. It was really great. In contrast, the other 4 demon soldiers in the animalized state, looking at the 2 lizardmen corpses that had their heads blown off one after another and fell to the ground in convulsions, they were inwardly shocked and furious. Kevin, Kaidi, who did this to you? Come out if you're capable. Don't hide behind the back and carry out sneak attacks like cowards. One of the better connected werewolves couldn't help but roar lowly, his gaze furious, twisting his head around, ready to make a move to find out the attacker. Listening to the lowly roaring werewolves below, Gu Chen, who was standing on the roof of the building, showed a look of disdain on his face and snorted coldly. Where did a few extra chemical barbarians get the guts to dare to spread their wildness on the great land of the central continent? Hearing the cold snort coming from above, both parties then subconsciously looked upwards, and with the help of the wild rice moonlight, they saw a blurry silhouette that almost blended in with the blackness of the night, standing on the roof of the building and looking down at them from above. Instead, the official martial artists of the central continent laughed out loud with excitement and thanked Gu Chun, who was standing on the roof of the building. "Thank you so much to the brothers upstairs for your help. I really can't thank you enough. The brothers upstairs did a great job. No need to be polite to these inhuman foreign devils. Let them know that the great central continent is not a place where they can run wild. Who are you? Why are you meddling? Are you prepared to make an enemy of our Britannia?" The lion-headed man Captain Henry looked at the black robed man standing on the top of that tall building with a grave expression, inwardly scornful. They had fought below for so long without realizing that there was someone above them observing the battle. Moreover, the other party didn't know what means he used to kill both lizardmen with a blow to the head one after the other, making the situation of the scene take a drastic turn for the worse. "You despicable sneak attacker, come down if you can, I'll tear you apart." Another werewolf in a state of bestialization opened his mouth and growled lowly, his eyes glaring angrily at Gu Chun standing upstairs, both eyes a little red, obviously affected by the bestialization. Facing this threat from below, Gu Chun sneered, casually picking off a few more tile fragments from above the wall, a strand of chi and blood power surging out above his fingertips as he flexed his fingers and aimed at the lion-headed man as well as the werewolf man below him, his expression disdainful as he opened his mouth. "What kind of things are you guys? How dare you threaten me? Since you're rushing to reincarnation, I don't mind giving you a ride." Before his words fell, he flexed his fingers and flicked out the tile fragments he was pinching in his hand one after another. Several harsh whistling sounds soon came from mid-air, and a wisp of chi and blood power propelled the tile fragments to come whistling, shooting them towards the stone man and the wolf man below respectively. Henry, the lion-headed man captain, felt some numbness in his scalp, and he acutely sensed the feeling of extreme danger coming from mid-air, and hastily tumbled towards the ground next to him. The other two wolf heads as well as the lion heads were not so lucky, and were each blown up by the tile fragments propelled by that chi and blood power, and fell to the ground with a thud on the spot, transforming into a twitching corpse. As for the lionhead Captain Henry, due to his quick reaction, he was only pierced through the shoulder by the tile fragments. He looked horrified at the three companions who had their heads blown off and turned into corpses, and finally couldn't hold back the fear in his heart, and hurriedly raised his hands in preparation for surrendering. "Wait, I surrender. Please spare my life." Seeing that lionhead Captain Henry who raised his hands to surrender, Gu Chun, who was standing on the roof of the building, sneered coldly. "Thinking of begging for mercy only now? It's too late." Before the words left his mouth, he didn't hesitate to flick out another tile fragment. Pang! With a crack, lionhead Captain Henry's head was like a watermelon that had been smashed by a hammer, and he similarly followed in the footsteps of the rest of his companions, falling to the ground and becoming a corpse. In just less than 2 minutes, the originally powerful 6 infiltrators were killed one after another by the mysterious expert upstairs. This kind of battle power is really horrible. Chapter 83, Arrogant Western Transformation Warrior, Splitly Hansha. Thanks to the upstairs master brothers to help, the Western countries are thinking of seizing the research results from the Chinese continent here, this time thanks to the brothers, or really let them get it. Young Team, who was helped up by 2 teammates side, looked grateful and opened his mouth to thank Gu Chun, who was standing on the roof of the building. "I'm just not used to seeing these foreign devils spreading their wildness on the land of China." Gu Chun waved his hand and responded in an unimpressed manner. Lao Yang sighed, then opened his mouth to lament. "Our side is still considered good. Come only lizard people, werewolves, lion-headed people such as Western transformation warriors, like Jinling, Jiangnan region is different. Come as flying vampires, that is difficult to deal with, simply cannot win." Listening to the captain in front of him, Lao Yang opened his mouth and poured out his grievances. Gu Chun did not expect that the dark side had become so chaotic. As a person in Zhengzhou suddenly heard the news of foreigners flaunting their power in Zhengzhou, how do you feel? A little bit upset. This is the problem of position. After asking for a few relevant information, Gu Chun's eyes flashed, his heart quickly made a decision, his figure swayed, and he disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. When old Yang and the 3 team members standing below saw this, there was a look of envy in their eyes. One of the team members, after rummaging through the corpse of the lizard man who had his head blown off, quickly found the tile fragments embedded in the corpse with an incredulous expression. "Teen Young, where exactly do you think he popped out as a great expert? After such a long distance, he was able to explode the heads of these Western reformed warriors one by one just by using a tile fragment. This is too unbelievable, isn't it?" Team Yang asked, unable to help but roll his eyes. He spoke without any good humor. "You ask me who I ask? Anyway, just know that he's a super powerful central continent martial arts expert. Don't pay attention to so much of the rest." 20 minutes later, Gu Chun returned to his residence, recalling some of the information he had gotten from Team Yang. He was ready to get rid of the evils for the central continent. It had been almost a month since he had passed, and clutching Dan Split Li Hansha as well as martial human immortal Pate Sanghai were both idling there with not much to do, so he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to move and clean up those various Western modified warriors that had infiltrated in, which would be equivalent to doing a good deed. At this thought, Gu Chun couldn't wait any longer and immediately sprang into action, focusing his mind and intent on Li Hansha, the Dan holding master hundreds of kilometers away. As the Bao Dan avatar he had created through his initial cultivation of the fake into real technique, his current strength, though still lagged behind his true self, was still extremely powerful compared to others at this stage. He was already a martial arts master at the Bao Dan Gung Jin level, and with his cultivation of the 5 organs chapter and bone marrow washing chapter of the Xian Ren Wudao, he had reached a level that ordinary martial artists could scarcely imagine. The avatar Li Hansha opened his eyes, stood up, and looked out at the moonlight shining through the reeds. A slight smile curved his lips as he took a firm step forward and walked out. After mastering the washing marrow chapter, the qi and blood energy within his body could now extend 10 jing outward. Combined with his already powerful Bao Dan level martial arts, he could easily overpower ordinary Western-style modified warriors. It would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. At the same time, in an official research institute, 2 modified warriors resembling Western vampires laughed maniacally as they hovered in mid-air. They had wings that allowed them to fly at a certain altitude and possessed bat-like sonar navigation capabilities. Although their frontal combat capabilities couldn't match those of werewolves or lion-headed modified warriors, their flight capabilities and ultrasonic abilities far surpassed them in certain aspects. At that moment, the 2 vampire-like modified warriors, under the suppression of 2 werewolves and 2 lizardmen, charged recklessly into the official research institute, triggering a wave of screams. Due to their bat-like ultrasonic navigation abilities, ambushing them was nearly impossible, while they could use their flight capabilities to attack weaker targets at any time. Inside the research institute, the official warriors from Zhengzhou who had cultivated the simplified version of the human immortal martial arts felt frustrated. These 2 vampire-modified warriors not only could fly but also possessed ultrasonic capabilities, making them as annoying as flies. Those 2 big bats are too disgusting. If we fight them head-on, I could kill them in less than 40 moves. Wang Chang, calm down. We should focus on the werewolves and lizardman modified warriors. Those 2 disgusting bats aren't worth our attention. Listening to the complaints of the 2 team members beside him, the middle-aged man with a square face, as the team leader, couldn't help but sigh and began to comfort them. Unfortunately, we've only managed to simplify the first 5 chapters of the Human Martial Arts 5 Organs Manual. The simplified versions of the 2 even more powerful cultivation methods, bone marrow washing and blood replacement, are still under research and development. Otherwise, once we reach the blood replacement stage, we could use our qi and blood to fly through the air and crush them in an instant. In recent days, Western modified warriors had already launched multiple surprise attacks on the research institute. With those 2 bat-modified warriors present, ordinary ambush tactics were completely ineffective. They clung to the institute like leeches, refusing to leave until they had stolen the research findings. The official research institute is also quite frustrated by this and has had to deploy Zhengzhou official warriors who have mastered the simplified version of the 20-step human martial arts to assist with defense. If only we had chosen the vampire modification path back, then they can fly and have sonar tracking abilities. Even if surrounded by the army, they could escape with ease. 1 werewolf modified warrior envied the 2 vampire modified warriors flying around inside the research institute. Gem, stop playing around. The mission is more important. Another lizard-like creature clinging to the wall shouted at the 2 vampire modified warriors. One of the vampire modified warriors finally rolled his eyes, smashed the window glass of the research institute, and charged inside. He quickly grabbed a researcher and dragged him out. The other vampire-modified warrior joined forces with the 2 lizard men and the werewolf to block the pursuit of the Zhengzhou official warriors. If you don't hand over the items, we'll come here every few days to take another researcher, he said. The vampire-modified warrior named Gem, holding the researcher, laughed as he spoke, his gaze challenging the Zhengzhou official warriors who had been blocked inside the research institute, instantly enraging them, yet they could do nothing. Just as the vampire-modified warrior named Gem was about to fly away with the researcher, Li Hansha, his doppelganger, had already arrived on a nearby skyscraper. Using the process of descending through his mind, he also noticed the humanoid bat holding a researcher in mid-air, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. In the next instant, the clone Li Hansha kicked off the ground, and surging blood energy condensed into a cloud of smoke beneath his feet. He then leaped forward like a fierce tiger, briefly hovering in the air before charging out over 100 meters in an instant, arriving before the vampire-modified warrior named Gem and slapping him with a palm strike. The tiger form of Xingyi Quan was swift and domineering. The palm strike, driven by the force of blood and qi, came roaring toward Gem with a terrifying momentum. Gem's pupils contracted slightly, but he had no time to react. Boom! With a single strike, the arrogant vampire-modified warrior's head shattered like a watermelon. Li Hansha, the clone, reached out and grabbed the falling researcher, lifting him up and setting him down firmly on the ground. Watching the vampire-modified warrior in the air, whose head had been struck like a sack and crashed to the ground, the Zhangzhou official warriors inside the research institute couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and satisfaction. That's great! Finally, we've killed one of those disgusting bats. Great technique! That was done beautifully. Finally, we've killed one. The remaining werewolves, lizardmen, and another vampire-modified warrior couldn't help but growl with anger, glaring at the young man with the cold expression. No! Gem! Who the hell are you? How dare you kill Gem? Facing the furious glares of the Western-style modified warriors, the clone Li Hansha revealed a cruel smile on his face. You ask who I am? No, you only need to know that I came here to kill you all. No more talk. Which one of you is coming to die? Hearing these words, the Western modified warriors erupted in anger, immediately entering a beast transformation state and charging toward him. Li Hansha's gaze was cold and ruthless. He casually sent the researchers flying over 10 meters away. Then, he stomped his foot on the ground, and a surge of chi and blood energy swirled around his body, transforming into a blood-red afterimage as he charged forward. Boom! Fists shrouded in vital energy erupted like cannonballs. Even in their transformed beast forms, these Western modified warriors couldn't withstand a single punch from him. Their heads exploded like watermelons under his blows. In just a minute, the ground was littered with 4 half-human, half-beast corpses bearing distinct beast-like features. The remaining vampire-modified warrior, seeing this, looked terrified and flapped his wings, preparing to flee. Think you can escape? Did you ask me first? Li Hansha, the clone, sneered, stomped his foot on the ground, and used the spreading aura of vital energy to briefly hover in the air. He immediately caught up to the vampire warrior, tore off one of its wings, and sent it crashing to the ground, losing its balance. In just 3 minutes, all the Western-style modified warriors were wiped out. The Zhangzhou official warriors inside the research institute felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as all the pent-up frustration from the past few days vanished, like drinking a bowl of iced plum soup on a scorching summer day. Chapter 84, The Cry of Master Li, beaten with 20 slaps, and the reunion with Qin Miaowei. Among the 6 Western modified warriors who attacked, 5 were instantly killed by Li Hansha's clone with a single punch. The last remaining vampire-modified warrior was still alive, but one of its wings had been torn off, rendering it unable to fly. The Zhangzhou official martial artists inside the research institute were seething with anger and immediately charged forward, tackling the creature to the ground and beating it mercilessly. After venting their anger, the Zhangzhou martial artists approached excitedly to express their gratitude, but they immediately recognized the Dan holding Master Li Hansha before them. They were both thrilled and overwhelmed. This was the idol of all martial arts practitioners in the world. Meanwhile, the blood-sucking vampire warrior, who had been beaten to a pulp and was nearly unrecognizable, finally came to his senses. His eyes widened in terror as he stared at the young man with the stern expression and screamed, "What the hell? You're that terrifying Li Hansha. How could you be here?" The intelligence reports didn't mention this. The official warriors from Zhangzhou standing nearby exchanged glances upon hearing this. One of them swiftly slapped the vampire-modified warrior across the face and shouted harshly, "Hey, who are you calling? Do you think you can just call the name of Master Li, you foreigner?" The vampire-modified warrior was stunned by the slap and blurted out instinctively, "My name is Li Han." Before he could finish speaking, he was struck twice more by a Zhangzhou warrior. "You foreigner, watch your mouth. Didn't your mother teach you to use honorifics when speaking? How dare you dare to call Li Zongshi by his first name? I'll slap you across the face." After taking several more slaps, the vampire-modified warrior began to protest loudly, "You Zhangzhou people aren't supposed to treat prisoners well? This is abuse. I'm protesting." Before he could finish, several Zhangzhou warriors standing nearby all turned their gaze toward the middle-aged, square-faced captain. The latter silently raised his head to admire the moon in the sky. "Oh, the moon tonight is truly round." Several Zhangzhou official warriors revealed a savage grin, then turned around and began slapping the vampire-modified warrior across the face. "I protest against your mother. This is Zhangzhou land. You damn foreign devil, take this slap first." Slap. In the blink of an eye, the vampire warrior's face was swollen like a steamed bun. The middle-aged captain with the square face finally lowered his head, feigning surprise as he looked at the other. "Oh my goodness, Zhangzhou is a land of etiquette. How did the prisoner's face end up like this?" The other Zhangzhou official warriors who had been beating him exchanged glances and spoke in unison, reporting to the captain. He swelled his own face by hitting it on the ground. The vampire-modified warriors heard this and were nearly reduced to tears. They had only shouted Li Hansha's name and were slapped over 20 times by these Zhangzhou warriors. The bitterness and injustice they felt were almost as great as that of Doi. Gu Chen, whose mind and intent had descended onto his clone Li Hansha, couldn't help but freeze in shock. He was stunned by the actions of the Zhangzhou warriors in front of him. Were the official warriors this skilled? Cough, Master Li, I have long admired you. Could you please offer some guidance? Master Li. Sign my autograph. My daughter adores you. Master Li, take a photo with me. Looking at the enthusiastic Zhengzhou official martial artists before him, Chun couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. This group of middle-aged male fans was making him feel a bit uncomfortable. He immediately returned control of his body to his clone Li Hanshan, withdrew his mind and intent, and then descended onto the martial artist immortal Pate Songhai and Jinling, preparing to continue causing trouble for the Western-style warriors. In a cave on the sheer cliffs of Zitua Mountain, a scorching heat emanated outward. The surging blood in Qi had almost a cocoon, trembling slightly before quickly transforming back into blood-soaked energy and returning to the body. Gu Chen's mind and intent descended upon this martial artist's immortal body from afar. After a quick internal inspection, he soon realized that the tens of thousands of blood and Qi acupoints that had been detonated earlier had fully recovered. The lingering issues from the battle with the Western had been resolved. He then walked directly toward the cliff outside the cave, with clusters of Qi and blood energy supporting him as he floated in the air. After confirming his direction, he transformed into a streak of light and headed toward the location of the Ming Emperor's tomb in Jinling. According to intelligence obtained earlier from official readers of the Zhengzhou Research Institute, numerous Western-modified warriors had infiltrated Jinling and were targeting the Ming Emperor's tomb, which was under official guard. He maneuvered his Qi and blood energy, quickly arriving near the Ming Emperor's tomb. He immediately spotted several Western-modified warriors hiding in the shadows, preparing to sneak in. The majority were lizard men and vampires-modified warriors skilled in infiltration and stealth. He showed no mercy, as rolling smoke erupted from his body. With a single palm strike from a distance, he effortlessly knocked two vampire-modified warriors flying through the air. Crash! The dull collision immediately attracted the attention of the official garrison forces. Several Zhengzhou official warriors rushed out, immediately noticing the two vampire-modified warriors falling from the sky. They were overjoyed and immediately moved to capture them. Over the past few days, these two vampire-led Western-modified warriors had been harassing the area daily. The official elite special forces and Zhengzhou martial artists stationed there had grown to hate them with a passion. Finally, they had managed to capture these disgusting creatures. It hadn't been easy. Seeing this, the other two lizardmen who had been sneaking in were startled. Before they could figure out what was happening, a terrifying pressure surged from behind them, and a torrent of blood and smoke engulfed them, easily subduing them. Under the overwhelming pressure of the martial artist's powerful blood energy, the two lizardmen quickly revealed everything they knew, including the whereabouts of their remaining companions. Gu Chen didn't hesitate, breaking their limbs with a casual gesture and tossing them into the Ming Emperor's tomb. This immediately caused another wave of shouts, delighting the elite troops stationed inside while also sparking curiosity about who had acted in the shadows. 10 minutes later, Pate Songhai's figure quickly appeared in the city center of Jinling. Based on the information he had extracted from the two lizard men, he quickly located a secluded building and, with a cold smile, strode toward the room where his target was located. Inside the room were a lion-headed creature and a lizard man. Their expressions were uneasy, as they had suddenly lost contact with their companions and sensed something was amiss. As members of a special task force secretly dispatched from Zhengzhou to carry out a mission, none of them were ordinary individuals. Some were skilled in infiltration, others in combat, and still others in computer hacking. Above all, they possessed an astonishing ability to detect danger. As soon as they sensed something was wrong, they acted swiftly, turning and rushing toward the exit to escape. Unfortunately, the first lion-headed creature to charge out collided head-on with Pate Songhai, who delivered a single punch that shattered the creature's bones from a distance, sending it flying backward, coughing up blood, and gasping for air. The remaining lizardmen were instantly terrified, quickly spotting the figure on the list who was absolutely off-limits. They were so frightened that they lost their wits, immediately throwing two high-explosive grenades toward the door before scrambling along the walls and fleeing toward the distance. Puff, puff. Two high-explosive grenades exploded, sending a burst of flames into the air. The shrapnel from the explosion flew in all directions, but was blocked by the smoke and blood. Their reactions were sharp, but it was all in vain. Pate Songhai smiled, not slowing down as he followed closely behind. This lizard-like creature was indeed an elite agent sent from the West, specializing in navigating complex and remote terrain. Moreover, he occasionally set up traps to hinder his pursuers, demonstrating exceptional tactical skill. After chasing for nearly 10 minutes, Pate Songhai decided not to continue this cat-and-mouse game and was about to act, but the other suddenly charged toward a low-lying residential building, smashing the glass. A scream immediately echoed from inside. Seeing this familiar, remote, low-lying building, Pate Songhai couldn't help but furrow his brows. This seemed to be the home of the girl in the bun-style hairdo in Cheongsam, Xin Miaowei? Could it be that coincidental? The lizard-like creature, holding a girl who looked vaguely familiar to Gu Chen, shouted, "Don't come any closer, or she'll die." Looking down at the figure in plain clothes, surrounded by a swirling mist of blood and smoke, Xin Miaowei, who had been held hostage by the ugly lizard man and was panicking inside, couldn't help but widen her eyes and excitedly greet him, "Pei Xiaoge." The lizard man froze for a moment, then his face lit up with wild joy. He never expected that the hostage he had captured was actually acquainted with the terrifying martial artist from the Central Plains standing across from him. If that was the case, wasn't he safe now? Let me go, and I'll hand this girl over to you. Otherwise, if I move a muscle, I can slit her throat. Facing this threat, Pei Sunhai couldn't help but flash a mocking expression. You actually dare to threaten a martial artist and immortal at such close range? Have you not woken up yet? The lizard man's heart tightened, and he was about to draw some blood from the hostage girl in front of him. However, a surge of violent chi and blood instantly surrounded him, and the terrifying pressure crushed all the bones and internal organs in his body, killing him instantly. He collapsed on the ground, limp and lifeless. Looking at Qin Miaowei, whose eyes were shining brightly as she approached, Gu Chen felt a headache coming on. He had no idea how to deal with the young girl in front of him. Chapter 85, The Female Disciple of the Greedy Master? Cultivating Chi and Blood Martial Arts, Condensing the Celestial Phenomena Beyond the Stars. In a secluded park by the street, a playful young girl with a bun hairstyle and a cheongsam stared intently at Pei Sunhai before her expression filled with excitement. After initially feeling a bit uneasy, Qin Miaowei quickly returned to her lively and playful state, then began chattering away with a flurry of questions. Is the great Yuan imperial family really demonic? Do they eat people? Was the Ming Taizu really born with a face like a shoehorn? Have you ever met the strongest hiker Su Xiaka? Have you ever visited a brothel? Is chasing a fighter jet with your bare hands really that thrilling? Facing the young girl who seemed like 1,000 questions, Gu Chen almost couldn't handle it. Her curiosity was too strong, beyond his imagination. He should have left immediately after saving her. Sitting with the young woman for just 10 minutes felt more exhausting than battling a warship at sea. He cleared his throat and quickly made an excuse to leave. Cough, cough. The injuries I sustained from fighting a warship at sea haven't healed yet. I need to go back and tend to my wounds. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a surge of chi and blood erupted from his body, propelling him into the air. He was about to transform into a streak of light and flee, but Qin Miaowei reacted swiftly, lunging forward like an octopus, and the two of them soared into the sky together. Enveloped in a crimson mist, they quickly rose to 1,000 meters in the air. Only then did Qin Miaowei, who was clinging to him like an octopus, dare to look down. The feeling of flying freely in the sky, looking down at the night scenery below, was simply exhilarating. Wow! This is so cool! So awesome! I have to take a photo and post it on my social media. Hearing the excited voice of the young woman beside him, Gu Chen couldn't help but speak with a hint of exasperation. You're so brave. Just say it, what do you want? Qin Miaowei heard this and smiled slyly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. My request is simple. Take me as your disciple. I want to become as powerful as you. Fly through the skies, dive into the earth, dive into the sea, punch fighter jets, and kick warships. Facing the request from the young girl in the bun hairstyle and cheongsam to become his disciple, Gu Chen couldn't help but sigh in relief. Changing his direction, he quickly teleported to the cave on the sheer cliff of Zituo Mountain, entered it, and sat down on the stone chair beside him. We've met twice, so there must be some fate between us. Since that's the case, I'll pass down to you a scroll of the human immortal martial arts. Qin Miaowei, upon hearing this, obediently knelt down and performed the disciple's bow, banging her head on the ground several times. However, she seemed to have misjudged the force, leaving her smooth forehead red and swollen. Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. He extended his finger and touched the young girl's forehead, leaving a seed of vital energy on her body. He guided it along a specific path, laying the foundation for her cultivation. Qin Miaowei felt the warm current of chi and blood energy spreading throughout her body, and she couldn't help but smile. Then, she casually asked if there was a master's wife or something like that. After a while, Gu Chen finally realized what was going on. This disciple was actually lusting after his master's body? At this, he was also speechless, so he could only scold her for a moment before grabbing her by the collar and transforming into a streak of light, sending her back. Oh, master, you have to take responsibility for me. You shouldn't have let me stay overnight with you. What if other bad people come? After dealing with this troublesome disciple, Gu Chen withdrew his mind and returned to his original form. During his previous observations, the official warriors of Zhongzhou had successfully cultivated Qi blood power using the simplified version of the human immortal martial arts 20, but they could only apply it rudimentarily to their fists and feet. This method of application was far too crude, in short, it lacked Qi blood martial arts techniques. When he had previously refined the human immortal martial arts cultivation system from a fake into a real one, Gu Chen had not considered many details, focusing solely on the powerful Qi and blood force. However, he had overlooked the Qi and blood martial arts techniques. The national martial arts system differs from the immortal martial arts system. The former is derived from various martial arts techniques in the real world. Once one understands how to cultivate Ming Jin external force, and Jin internal force, Hua Jin transforming force, and Bao Dan cultivating the Dan, one can naturally apply these techniques to various martial arts. However, the latter had already reached the transcendent realm, which was not something that existed in the real world. Although it could be cultivated, Gu Chen had not developed the corresponding Qi and blood martial arts techniques alongside it. Thinking of this, Gu Chen's eyes flashed, and he quickly began to refine his settings again, preparing to derive the Qi blood martial arts techniques. Ideally, he wanted to integrate them with the various martial arts and combat techniques of the real world to create a comprehensive framework. Gu Chen searched the map and soon found a remote, desolate mountainous area with rugged peaks and frequent mist. It should be an ideal place to develop the Qi blood martial arts. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the next day had arrived. Gu Chen set off early for his destination. The Qi and blood energy surged within him, transforming into a streak of light that shot into the mountains. Then, he activated his primordial point to begin refining the fake into the real, preparing to derive the Qi and blood martial arts techniques he had envisioned in his mind. After much deep contemplation, he finally came up with a suitable method to connect the Qi and blood smoke with his current fist techniques and martial arts. The Qi and blood smoke was merely an external manifestation of the Qi and blood energy within the body, possessing various extraordinary abilities, much like the internal energy in martial arts novels. However, it lacked specific techniques. If it could be combined with one's practiced fist techniques or martial arts through a certain method, it could form various unique external manifestations. Those practicing Tiger Fist could combine their Qi blood smoke with the characteristics of their fist techniques to transform into a fierce tiger. Those practicing Tai Chi could merge their Qi blood smoke with their techniques to manifest Tai Chi, enabling them to deflect force and use it against their opponents. Since this is merely a martial art that utilizes the power of Qi and blood, refining this Qi and blood martial art into reality requires only 100,000 source points. First, one must visualize the martial art they practice, then coordinate their intentions with their body, and finally manifest it as an external form. As the primordial points were consumed, a comprehensive outline of Qi and blood external manifestations quickly emerged in Gu Chen's mind, using Qi and blood as form, intent as bones, visualization as method, and transforming into external manifestations. Gu Chen immediately began to try it out. In the next moment, the Qi and blood energy surged into the sky, transforming into rolling plumes of smoke. Under his visualization, the 108,000 acupoints in his body resonated simultaneously, and the rolling plumes of Qi and blood smoke began to twist and deform. Eventually, they transformed into a blood-red starry sky covering an area of over 1,000 meters, with the tiny starlights within being the Qi and blood energy condensed to its peak. As he moved his mind, he reached down and pressed his hand downward. The crimson starry sky descended with crushing force, and the points of light formed by the condensed vital energy on its surface fell like meteors. Each speck of starlight was equivalent to a Qi and blood bomb, totaling 108,000 in number, covering nearly a kilometer in range, reducing the undulating mountains ahead to ruins. This power left Gu Chen momentarily dazzled. If he had possessed this technique during the naval battle against the Western Allied fleet, dealing with the incoming artillery fire and missiles would have been far easier, especially with its area of effect capabilities. After simulating the Qi blood external manifestation technique, Gu Chen immediately utilized the primordial point to disseminate this technique. Inside the Ming Emperor's mausoleum, among the official elite troops stationed there, a martial artist from the Central Plains happened to discover a hidden chamber. Upon triggering the mechanism, a massive stone tablet inscribed with the external manifestation technique emerged from the ground, shrouded in swirling Qi and blood energy, causing a stir that immediately drew significant attention. After some research, an official martial artist from Zhengzhou who had mastered the simplified version of the Shenwudao cultivation method tried it out and immediately discovered a new realm, enabling him to better utilize his Qi and blood energy. Additionally, the enhancement properties of his fist techniques boosted his combat power by at least 30%. In no time, the methods of external manifestations of vital energy engraved on the stone tablet spread rapidly among all official martial artists of Zhengzhou, with many rushing to practice them, inadvertently raising the average combat strength by a significant margin. Chapter 86, Refining the Fake into the Real. The Incense Burning God Song? Qi Meng Chang. As the Qi and blood external manifestation technique spread, the combat strength of all the official martial artists in Zhengzhou increased significantly. Glancing at the Western modified warriors who had secretly infiltrated their ranks, they immediately wore expressions of malice, eager to test their own combat strength against the intruders. In this new round of clashes, the Western modified warriors, who had been confident, were immediately dealt a crushing blow. The combat strength of these Zhengzhou official martial artists had suddenly risen by a level for some unknown reason. The Western modified warriors who had previously looked down on them were soundly beaten, and it wasn't until they transformed into their beast forms that they could finally hold their own. The intelligence reports sent back immediately sent shockwaves through the intelligence agencies of the Western nations, prompting them to halt the deployment of additional modified warriors and minimize losses. For a time, the official research institutes and related research bases in Zhengzhou finally gained some peace and quiet, happily continuing their research without worrying about being harassed by those Western modified warriors. The simplified version of the Runxian Wudao Shisupian was also being researched in an orderly manner. As time passed, many martial artists from the general populace joined the official ranks, obtaining the simplified version of the human immortal martial arts and the methods for cultivating external manifestations of Qi and blood. These techniques gradually spread throughout the ranks of martial artists in the general populace. With the official promotion of universal martial arts training in Zhengzhou, some initial results could be faintly seen, barely forming the rudiments of a modern martial arts world. Looking at Zhengzhou, which undergoes significant changes almost every few months, Chun couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He had only managed to refine two extraordinary power systems from the fake into the real, yet he had already brought such immense changes to this world. As he continued to refine more extraordinary systems into reality, perhaps one day in the future, a golden age of extraordinary talents would emerge, where everyone would be as extraordinary as dragons. Thinking of this, Chun couldn't help but smile. He began to check the source points he currently possessed. After another 2 months had passed, the number of source points he held had reached an astonishing 1.8 million. It was time to transform another extraordinary system into reality. Regarding the next extraordinary system he would choose, Chun had already made up his mind it would be the incense and fire divine path. The previous martial arts system and the subsequent martial arts and immortal cultivation system both belonged to the realm of martial arts cultivation focused on refining the physical body. For his next transcendence system to refine the fake into the real, he naturally wanted something different, intending to start from his own essence, energy, and spirit. As for the source, that was naturally the Song dynasty. During this period, Chun had not been idle. Since he had already decided on the next extraordinary system he would cultivate, he immediately began researching and preparing a reasonable plot. An extraordinary system couldn't possibly emerge out of nowhere like a rocket must have related traces, otherwise it would just seem pitiful. After careful consideration, Chun decided to combine the incense-burning deity cult with the Song dynasty, creating the incense-burning deity Song dynasty. The script he prepared for this endeavor would become even more grand in scope. Taking a deep breath, Chun immediately began to transform the script into reality according to the plan and script he had prepared in advance. Transforming the fake into the real requires 600,000 source points for the incense-burning god of the Song dynasty. Transforming demons and monsters requires 400,000 source points. Transforming the city god requires 250,000 source points. As 125,000 source points were deducted, the system's power immediately began the transformation. In the void, under the power of the transformation, a coordinate was quickly established, and a massive Song dynasty incense shrine slowly emerged. Chun moved his thoughts and, with the system's power, quickly saw the Song dynasty incense god's hall that had been refined from falsehood into truth in the void. Above stood golden gates and jade pavilions, dragon-carved jade pillars, and divine palaces and Taoist monasteries. The ground was paved with golden bricks and jade tiles, adorned with mysterious patterns. A faint golden incense energy permeated the air, making the Song dynasty incense shrine floating in the void appear as if hidden amidst clouds and mist, an extraordinary sight. A creation of the system, it was undoubtedly a masterpiece, causing Chun to couldn't help but praise this floating Song dynasty incense shrine of the divine court in the void. At the same time, on the central plains, the power to transform the fake into the real combined with various folk legends, quickly producing a large number of demons and monsters with extraordinary abilities. Their aura was cold and evil, and they were slowly awakening, preparing to emerge into the world. On the other side, in a dilapidated Song dynasty city god temple nestled in the mountains of West Hangzhou, the statue of the city god atop the altar suddenly emitted a golden glow, and its eyes gained a new sparkle, as if it had come to life. The statue of the city god, seated atop the altar, looked down at the dilapidated temple. Invisible incense-like energy spread out, quickly clearing away all the dust, spider webs, and other debris inside the temple, leaving it spotlessly clean. A faint scent of incense filled the air, making the place appear quite mysterious. Soon, this round of transforming the fake into the real came to an end. Chun, who had used the system's power to observe the process, reopened his eyes and couldn't help but smile. This time, he had truly gone all out, consuming 1.25 million source points in a single breath for the transformation. He had already prepared all the scripts. Now, it was just a matter of waiting to see how things would unfold. In the days that followed, many elderly villagers in the vicinity of Shihan Linan reported having the same dream. The dream was simple, a massive temple inscribed with the character city god, emitting a faint glow, exuding an air of solemn grandeur that naturally inspired reverence. Many of the elderly who had the dream encountered familiar faces in their dreams, exchanging greetings with expressions of surprise and confusion. Old Zhang. What are you doing here? You didn't come to my dream to play chess with me, did you? Isn't that Aunt Wang from the neighboring village? How did you end up in my dream? Do you miss me? A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. It's you old bachelor, who should be appearing in my dream. Wanger Maisie? You bastard, you followed me into my dream. I told you that chicken wasn't mine. Standing in front of the city god temple, a group of familiar old people greeted each other, and the scene immediately became chaotic. No noise in front of the city god temple. Silence. A stern and authoritative voice suddenly echoed from within the temple. The people who had been dreaming suddenly realized that the city god was seated on the main hall, radiating a faint golden glow, looking extremely majestic. He picked up the gavel on the table and struck it. Boom! The sound of the gavel echoed like thunder, and a golden light spread out, instantly waking all the dreamers before him. They were all still shaken. Because the dream had been so vivid, many of them could recall every detail of their dreams after waking up. The next morning, during their discussions, they discovered that others had also had similar dreams. This incident quickly sparked a heated debate in the vicinity of West Hangzhou and Linen. Chapter 87, The City God Manifests? Paranormal events emerge, paper figures carry a palanquin. In the villages and towns near Linen, many elderly men and women who had come out for a stroll encountered each other, exchanged greetings, and then began chatting. Old Zhang, let me tell you something strange. I dreamed about the city god temple last night, and I even dreamed about you. Isn't that really unusual? Oh my, that's truly extraordinary. Last night I also had a dream. Not only did I dream about you, but I also dreamed about Wanger Maisie. This is truly unbelievable. Wait a minute, did you two also dream about the city god temple? This is truly extraordinary. There's something fishy about this. Not only did I dream about the city god temple, but I also heard the city god speaking, telling us to be quiet. Then he struck the golden hall, and we were startled awake. As they chatted, they realized that all of them had had a similar dream the previous night. This news spread rapidly, and soon caught everyone's attention. Although the incident was somewhat surprising, the elderly folks didn't give it much thought. However, over the next few days, everyone began to have similar dreams again, which was rather unusual. So, the elderly who had all had the same dream began discussing it privately, trying to figure out why so many people had dreamed the same thing at the same time, and why they could see each other in their dreams. After some discussion, some of the older men recalled that there was an ancient city god temple nearby, and wondered if the city god had sent a message. The elderly couldn't sit still anymore. They made plans to gather at the temple, bringing incense, candles, paper offerings, and sacrificial foods like fruits, pork, beef, and fish. They headed to the temple to perform a ritual. That night, the elderly who had gone to the city god temple to worship once again had related dreams. This time, however, it was different. The city god, seated on the main hall, looked down at them, murmured the word kindness, and with a wave of his hand, a faint golden light fell upon the elderly who had worshipped at the city god temple. The faint golden light emitted a mystical power, instantly bringing a sense of peace to their minds. Some of the elderly who had not participated in the worship were so startled that they froze in place, unable to comprehend what was happening. Could the city god be showing favoritism? Boom! As the city god of Shangtang struck down the golden bullet curtain in his hand, the elderly men and women were once again startled awake. Those who had been touched by the city god's golden light felt a noticeable change in their bodies, feeling energetic and vibrant. Their chronic ailments, such as arthritis, headaches, and insomnia, had all improved. This was nothing short of a miracle for them. Soon, the news of the city god's miraculous appearance spread quickly. Those who hadn't gone to the city god temple to pay their respects regretted missing out on such a great opportunity and rushed there that day to pay their respects. The story of the city god's miraculous appearance also made it onto a small trending list online, attracting significant attention. Many netizens near West Hangzhou and Linen were intrigued and decided to visit the area to see if it was as miraculous as the online claims suggested. Soon, the once dilapidated Song Dynasty-era city god temple was transformed beyond recognition, as if reborn from the ashes. The once empty incense burners were now filled with vibrant flames. The white smoke rising from the incense sticks filled the temple, giving it a mystical aura, while the statue of the city god on the altar appeared increasingly lifelike. As the incense grew more abundant, strange tales of demons and monsters began to spread across the land of Zhengzhou. Some netizens posted on forums about encountering a yellow-skinned creature blocking their path, who asked them if they looked human. Others shared that they had encountered a ghostly wall while driving, or no matter how they followed the navigation, they kept circling in the same spot. They eventually escaped by using an old family remedy, having their son urinate on the spot. Another user claimed to have encountered paper figures carrying a red palanquin while camping in the wilderness, even filming a video of the incident. If they hadn't fled quickly as a group, they might have been captured and carried away on the palanquin. Even more astonishingly, a fisherman encountered a water ghost while night fishing, nearly losing his mind and drowning. Fortunately, his friend reacted quickly and pulled him out, leaving him still shaken to this day. Overnight, the entire Zhengzhou region was filled with numerous strange incidents, with all manner of demons and ghosts emerging. Some even filmed videos as evidence. As the online buzz shifted, many began to explain and analyze these paranormal events, while some daring streamers prepared to broadcast live from the scene, hoping to capitalize on the trend. As the city god's apparition and various bizarre paranormal events continued to gain momentum, Gu Chen, the mastermind behind the scenes, couldn't help but smile. He planned to let the situation simmer for a while longer before revealing the existence of the Song Dynasty's incense shrine. As various paranormal incidents occurred and unexplained paranormal videos were uploaded, the official authorities of Zhengzhou finally took notice and took action. Soon, the Zhengzhou Security Bureau received orders from higher-ups. Zhongzhou warriors who cultivated chi and blood power were assigned the task and immediately set out to investigate the series of paranormal events and videos online, aiming to determine their authenticity. They quickly identified several widely circulated paranormal incidents online, including the yellow-skinned demon demanding a title and the paper dolls carrying a palanquin. These two incidents had specific dates and locations, unlike some others that were vague and unclear. The team leader was Zhang Yang, who practiced the bear-style form of Xingyi Quan. He was tall and muscular, resembling a bear, and had also cultivated the chi and blood external manifestation technique, giving him formidable combat abilities. The other three team members had all practiced the simplified version of the human immortal martial arts for 20 years and had begun cultivating their chi and blood power. The group of four quickly arrived at the remote camping site where the paper-made palanquin was said to have appeared. The pale moonlight cast an eerie glow over the campsite, giving it a spooky atmosphere that made one involuntarily furrow their brows. The team members adjusted their recording devices and couldn't help but frown, sensing an uneasy chill in the air. The surroundings were indeed filled with a chilling aura, giving off an unsettling vibe. Shine, lately there have been all sorts of paranormal incidents and stories about demons and monsters circulating online, and they seem pretty convincing. Do you think such creatures really exist in this world? Team leader Zhang Yang shook his head and spoke in a solemn tone. Who can say for sure? We're here to investigate the authenticity of these paranormal incidents so that higher-ups can prepare accordingly. Just as they were talking, a sudden cold wind blew, sending chills down their spines. At the same time, the eerie sound of bells began to ring. This cold wind felt off. Be careful, team leader Zhang Yang. His face grew serious. Without hesitation, he channeled his chi and blood energy, forming a blurry bear-like silhouette on his body. The other team members also activated their chi and blood energy, feeling slightly better. They focused their attention on the direction of the bell sounds. 12 paper figures bounced and danced in mid-air, carrying a large red palanquin toward them. A chilling aura spread out, and the scene was so unsettling that even the official warriors from Zhongzhou who had come to investigate couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. These paper figures are floating in the air? The online reports about the paper figures carrying a palanquin are true. Zhang team leader, what should we do now? My legs feel weak. Listening to his subordinate's words, Zhang Yang, the team leader, growled lowly. The bear-shaped aura of blood and chi surrounding his body rose and roared. He stomped his foot on the ground, charging forward over 10 meters, assuming a Xingyi fist stance, and swung his fist toward the eerie paper figures. I want to see what the hell you are. Clang! The yang dominant, scorching chi and blood energy collided with the paper figure, emitting a sizzling sound, as if fatty meat had been dropped into a pot. The paper figure opened its mouth and let out a piercing scream. At the same time, the other paper figures nearby launched their attacks. Though these paper figures appeared lightweight, their strikes were no less powerful, nearly matching the strength of ordinary martial artists at the hidden energy level. They emitted a chilling aura, and each collision felt freezing. The thin paper figures were surprisingly hard, as sturdy as ordinary steel. Clang! Clang! Amidst the paper figures' relentless assault, the team leader quickly found himself at a disadvantage. The team members standing nearby rushed forward to assist. 4 official martial artists from the Central Plains Security Bureau were surrounded by 8 paper figures, fighting while retreating. After shattering 2 paper figures, they managed to escape with injuries. Soon, the investigation results were reported to higher authorities, and the videos of the encounter with the paper figures began circulating online, sparking intense online debate. Chapter 88, Hot Debate, Encountering a Female Streamer's Best Friend Who Sold Her Life for Money. At the Zhangzhou Security Bureau's Sioux City branch, Zhang Yang and the other 3 who had been sent to investigate the paperman's palanquin incident had returned. They submitted their investigation reports and all the footage they had taken. Surrounding staff members and other official martial artists gathered curiously around them, noticing their injuries and unable to resist asking about the details of what had happened. Zhang team leader, I never expected someone as skilled as you to end up like this. Were those paper dolls really that powerful? Yeah, 4 of you couldn't even handle a few paper dolls? That's way too exaggerated. Hearing the curious voices of the staff members and other official martial artists around him, team leader Zhang Yan took a deep breath and spoke with a serious expression. Those paper men carrying the palanquin were light as feathers, yet their strength was no less than that of ordinary martial artists using hidden strength. They also emitted an eerie, cold aura. Every time we fought them, it felt like we were frozen in place, and our speed dropped significantly. Most importantly, their bodies were incredibly hard as ordinary iron plates. They were extremely difficult to deal with. Upon hearing this, the staff members and official martial artists present couldn't help but change their expressions. Curious, they began reviewing the videos recorded by their cameras. Upon seeing the footage, they were also startled by the combat prowess of the paper figures, completely unprepared for how formidable these creatures were. Meanwhile, the other team investigating the matter of the yellow-skinned creature demanding a title also returned at that moment. They too had encountered numerous frustrating incidents and began venting their frustrations. That yellow-skinned creature was simply too bizarre. Not only could it speak, but it was also extremely cunning and unpredictable. They had tried to capture it, but its reactions were faster, and it even used illusory techniques that could confuse the mind, leaving them spinning in circles. Their vehicle nearly plunged off a cliff, and their results were pitiful. They only managed to bring back a handful of the yellow-skinned creature's fur. Compared to the two previous investigation teams, Zhang Yang's team was clearly faring worse. Everyone was injured, and the yin energy from the creature had infiltrated their bodies. They were listless for 2 or 3 days, barely managing to expel the yin energy using their own vital energy. The videos from the Zhengzhou Security Bureau's investigation team also leaked out, and netizens were stunned by the swift, wind-like paper figures carrying the palanquin, which were no less impressive than ordinary dark energy martial artists, as well as the yellow-furred creatures that could speak, perform illusions, and were extremely cunning. These paper-made palanquin bearers are truly fierce. Their movements are too fast, and they can even go head-to-head with the covert investigation team leader of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau. With such combat prowess, there aren't many who can match them. Everyone, take note. These fierce paper figures are just carrying the palanquin. Think about it, the person inside the palanquin who hasn't even moved yet must be even more terrifying. Agree. This is truly unsettling. If we ever encounter these eerie paper figures in the real world, we'll run as far away as possible to avoid getting beaten to a pulp. This is the first time I've encountered a yellow-skinned creature that shouts, "Come and play, little brother." Its voice is so seductive. The more I hear it, the more it sounds like a brothel madam. This is truly extraordinary. This yellow-skinned creature is equally bizarre. Not only can it speak, but it also possesses illusions. Acting alone, it managed to completely outwit the entire 4-person investigation team from Central Plains. Its cunning is truly beyond imagination. As more bizarre and supernatural events were confirmed to be true, netizens became more cautious, daring not to make reckless comments anymore. The number of people venturing out at night also decreased significantly, fearing they might accidentally stumble upon a supernatural event, which would be unbearable. Meanwhile, through official investigations and research, the authorities also obtained valuable intelligence. The most crucial discovery was that these demons and monsters were not invincible. They could be subdued by the power of vital energy. If one was strong enough, they could even use this power to completely annihilate them. One investigation team encountered a white-clad female ghost. 4 martial artists at the dark chi level attacked together, channeling their chi and blood energy, and after a considerable amount of time, they managed to eliminate her on the spot. This information came as a relief to the Zhengzhou authorities, as it meant that these demonic creatures were not some unnatural, unscientific entities. With the right timing and a certain cost, they could indeed be eliminated. As a result, the Central Plains Official Security Bureau quickly spread the news that demons and monsters could be suppressed and eliminated by chi and blood energy. This finally eased the concerns of netizens, boosting their confidence and encouraging martial artists to train more diligently. The Zhengzhou authorities also prepared to release a simplified 20-chapter version of the 5 organs chapter of the Immortal Martial Arts Doctrine, urging martial artists from all walks of life to study it and confront the occasional supernatural incidents occurring across Zhengzhou. This was a rather decisive move. On the other side, Guchen scrolled through his phone, observing the official responses from Zhengzhou and the shifting online sentiment over the past few days, his brows furrowing slightly. All the groundwork had been laid, and he felt it was almost ready. He planned to choose the right moment to begin gradually revealing the existence of the Song Dynasty's incense god temple, laying the groundwork for the future transformation of the Song Dynasty's incense god doctrine into an extraordinary system. Just as Gu Chen was pondering how to leverage the city god to achieve his goals, on the other side, near a high-speed rail station in the vicinity of Shihan Linyang City, 2 elegantly dressed young women emerged together, with live streaming equipment visible in their hands. "Nana, let's go check out that famous city god temple online. Maybe we can stir up some buzz and attract some followers. Let's see how it goes. There's a trend toward paranormal live streams right now. We should act quickly and plan something to see if we can ride the wave of popularity." The 2 women speaking were none other than live streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli. The 2 of them had previously gained fame by using a clone to go viral, earning a significant amount of money. However, with the departure of the clone Li Hansha, the 2 women's live streaming popularity and viewership dropped by nearly half. They felt a bit regretful and disappointed about it. The 2 quickly checked into a nearby hotel. After filming a bedtime video, Sun Na soon fell asleep. Perhaps her best friend Pan Xiaoli wasn't ready for bed yet. While scrolling through her phone, she felt a bit hungry and ordered a pizza delivery. Half an hour later, a delivery guy knocked on the door with a nervous expression, handed her the food, and hurriedly left without looking back. The delivery guy's behavior immediately made Pan Xiaoli feel puzzled. She couldn't help but touch her face, feeling a bit insecure. Was she really that ugly? The delivery guy had rushed off after delivering the food, which made her feel a bit annoyed. She picked up the takeout and began eating, but as she ate, she noticed that the bottom of the takeout box was somehow holding a stack of bills stained with bright red blood, emitting a chilling aura. This made her scalp tingle, and she couldn't help but think of the recent paranormal incidents she'd heard about. She felt something was off. She quickly pulled out her phone to call the delivery person, but the number wouldn't connect. She hesitated for a moment, folded the bills neatly, then placed them in a plastic bag and threw them into the trash bin in the hallway. However, when she returned to her room, she quickly discovered that the blood-stained bills she had thrown away were neatly arranged on the bedside table. This eerie scene immediately convinced her that she had encountered a paranormal event. She immediately searched online and quickly found the results. The blood-stained bills she had encountered were part of a widely circulated paranormal incident online. These blood-stained bills were life-saving money, and accepting them meant trading one's life for money. Chapter 89, Throwing the Life-Saving Money into the Merit Box to Have the City God Confront the Evil Spirits? The next morning, the female streamer Sun Na woke up early. She immediately noticed that her close friend looked off. Her eyes were bloodshot, her dark circles were pronounced, and her face looked haggard, as if she had been through a major ordeal. This made her feel puzzled, and she couldn't help but ask, Shaoli, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly become like this overnight? Upon hearing her best friend's words, Pan Shaoli couldn't help but burst into tears, grabbing her and sobbing, Wah, I'm doomed. I encountered a paranormal event. I might die. Seeing Pan Shaoli crying so hard, the female host Sun Na couldn't help but freeze for a moment, unable to process what had happened. How could her best friend have gotten involved in a supernatural incident in just one night? Shaoli, calm down first. Let's talk about it. What kind of supernatural incident did you get into? Let's analyze it and see if we can resolve it. After hearing her best friend's words of comfort, Pan Shaoli finally calmed down. She then reached out and placed a stack of blood-stained bills on the table, her eyes filled with fear as she spoke. Last night, it was pretty late, and I was hungry, so I ordered some takeout online. The delivery guy brought the food and left in a hurry. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now I realize he must have slipped the money meant for his life into the takeout box just to get it delivered. After listening to her, the female streamer Sun Na took a deep breath, then also looked it up online before testing the blood-stained bills. Whether they tore them into pieces, stuffed them into the toilet and flushed them away, or burned them to ashes, as soon as they turned their heads, the blood-stained bills would silently reappear nearby, already, giving them a chilling feeling as if they were being watched by something terrifying. If they couldn't send the money meant to save their lives out within 24 hours, they would definitely die. A sixth sense deep within them made both women tense up. Supernatural events weren't something to joke about, they could really kill you. Female streamer Sun Na took a deep breath, her mind in turmoil, a look of concern on her face. This was trouble. Once the blood-stained money was entangled with them, if they couldn't send it out, the evil spirits would come knocking on their door within 24 hours to claim their lives. They had to find a way out. Hearing this, Pan Shaoli's face grew even paler, and she couldn't help but whisper, Nana, why don't we ask the viewers in the livestream for advice? Let them give us some ideas? Hearing this, the female streamer Sun Na had no other choice but to nod in agreement. They then started a live stream in the room, showing the blood-stained life-saving money to the viewers. Whether burned or torn to pieces, it would reappear intact beside them. This eerie phenomenon left many viewers in awe. Regarding the supernatural incident involving the life-saving money, the viewers in the livestream also actively offered their suggestions. Go to the city god temple in Shihong Linen. They say it's very effective. Don't panic if you receive the money. Throw it into the merit box. Let the gods deal with it. The guy before you was too bold. You're the one who's clever. Don't you fear the gods causing trouble? The Central Plains Security Bureau said you can use chi and blood energy to suppress these demons and supernatural phenomena. Seeing the suggestions put forward by the viewers in the live stream, female streamer Sun Na couldn't help but furrow her brows. Although they had also practiced martial arts, they were currently only at the Ming Jin level. Even if they knew that chi and blood energy could suppress supernatural phenomena, they couldn't do it. It was impossible to cultivate chi and blood energy within 24 hours, so that option was out of the question. Perhaps the only viable option was to go to the city god temple in Shihong Linen City, or to donate the money meant for their lives into the merit box. This might be worth a try. Thinking of this, she forced a smile at the viewers in the live stream. Next, we will head to the city god temple near Linen. Let's hope it's as miraculous as they say online. Let's hope this isn't our last live stream. Watching the half-joking female streamer Sun Na speak these words, the viewers in the live stream began to comfort her. A few wealthy viewers also sent several rockets to show their support. After packing up with her best friend Pan Shaoli, Sun Na took the live streaming equipment, checked out of the hotel, and boarded a vehicle heading toward the popular city god temple mentioned online. About half an hour later, Sun Na and her best friend Pan Shaoli quickly spotted an old city god temple. At that moment, there were many people coming and going, and the incense burners were filled with densely packed incense sticks, sending wisps of smoke into the air, making the entire city god temple appear somewhat ethereal. The scene was quite lively, with elderly villagers from nearby areas sweeping the temple grounds. Their expressions were solemn, as they had all received divine blessings in their dreams and had voluntarily come to clean the temple. The two women took a deep breath and stepped inside the temple. As soon as they entered the temple grounds, they were delighted to find that the cold, uncomfortable feeling on their bodies had suddenly faded significantly, almost instantly. I feel like my body has suddenly become lighter. This is truly. Nana, maybe we can find a solution here in the city god temple. Pan Shaoli, who had been standing beside them, couldn't help but let a smile escape her lips. She took her best friend's hand and spoke excitedly. Female streamer Sun Na also couldn't help but sigh in relief. She made up her mind, pulled her best friend, and prepared to stay in the city god temple for the day. After all, they had brought water and food. She reopened the live streaming equipment, and Sun Na and her best friend Pan Shaoli reported their safety to the viewers in the livestream, sharing the aspects of the city god temple. Soon, many viewers began offering suggestions. Since the city god temple is so powerful, there is no need to worry. The host should quickly throw the money to buy her life into the merit box. The brother before me, add 1. Let the evil ghosts clash with the city god lord. Let us see how they dare to claim her life. The viewers in front are so clever. They can come up with such a cruel idea. But I support it too. Streamer, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and throw the money into the merit box. Under the urging and persuasion of the other viewers, the female streamer Nana and her best friend Pan Shaoli exchanged glances. The two then pulled out the blood-stained money they had used to buy their lives, stood in front of the merit box, and looked at the city god sitting on the altar. They couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling torn. Just then, Chun also used the system's power to project his thoughts onto the city god. He soon heard the voices of two familiar-looking girls standing before the merit box, murmuring to themselves. The city god, with his great powers, surely wouldn't want to see these young women being claimed by evil spirits and meeting their untimely ends. I'll donate this money to you, old sir. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your consent. City god, please forgive us. We didn't mean to. We simply cannot afford this life-saving money. It's better for you to keep it. We were only trying to survive. Chapter 90, Buying Life Money for the City God? A Miracle. The blame-shifting netizen. What? Throw the life-saving money into the merit box? You're offering this to the city god? Who came up with this idea? Please, just be human. Just moments ago, Chun had used the system's power to project his mind and intentions onto the city god. Upon arriving, he immediately heard such harsh words. He couldn't help but twitch his eyelid, feeling utterly speechless. He couldn't resist venting his frustration. You two are really like little cows meeting a big bull. You're in big trouble. Everyone else offers the city god lord fruits, chickens, cows, sheep, pigs, and fish as tribute. At the very least, they bring 3 incense sticks or a stack of incense candles and paper offerings. But you two not only refuse to offer these tribute items, you actually shove the money paid to exorcise a vengeful spirit into the city god lord's hands. Such a bold move leaves him speechless. City god, we have offended you today. This young woman will come back later to offer incense, candles, paper offerings, and sacrificial animals like chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep. This idea was suggested by the viewers in the live stream. If you're not satisfied, you can talk to them. Yes, city god, please help us this once. I am truly grateful. If we can somehow escape this disaster, we will definitely serve you as oxen or horses in the future. Watching the female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Shaoli chattering away below, Chun couldn't help but roll his eyes. What a pair they didn't even forget to betray the viewers in the live stream. After muttering to herself for a moment, the female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Shaoli finally felt a little calmer. The two women exchanged glances, then together threw the blood-stained stack of money into the merit box in front of them. Seeing this, Chun, who had used the system's power to project his mind and intentions onto the city god, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He glanced over and thought that this might be an opportunity to uncover the secrets of the Song Dynasty South Incense Burning Divine Court. The female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Shaoli were also familiar faces to him. The plot involving his cultivation of the fake-turned-real martial arts system and the descent of the Dan-holding masterly Hansha had originally spread through their live streams. Now that they had crossed paths again, he didn't mind giving them a taste of their own medicine as a form of repayment for their role in his earlier fame. With this in mind, Chun's heart stirred, and he quickly made a decision. He planned to have the city god manifest his divine power and use their live stream to promote it. As the incense money was placed into the merit box, the female streamer Sun Na and Pan Shaoli exchanged glances, feeling as though a huge weight had been lifted from their hearts. However, just then, the statue of the city god, seated atop the altar, suddenly flickered with a faint golden light. A solemn and authoritative voice rang out, piercing straight to the soul. Considering the circumstances, the death penalty may be spared, but the living must atone for their sins. In the future, you must redeem your sins through good deeds. The unbelievable scene before them left the female host Sun Na wide-eyed in disbelief. She turned to her best friend Pan Shaoli and stammered. Shaoli, did you see the golden light emanating from the city god's body just now? Did the city god really speak just now? Standing beside her, her best friend Pan Shaoli nodded her head vigorously, her words stumbling out. The the city god has appeared. I also saw the golden light flickering from the statue and heard what the city god just said. Nana, do you think it's because we threw the money we saved for our lives into the merit box that the city god is angry? In the live stream, the viewers also noticed the previous scene of the city god's manifestation. The chat messages on the screen exploded at that moment, with viewers frenetically commenting. Viewers, did you see the golden light flickering on the city god statue? And that solemn voice? Wow! I noticed it too. I thought it was a hallucination. I never thought I'd see the city god manifest himself. This is truly amazing. The biggest issue now is who gave the streamers the idea to do that. Who encouraged them to donate their life-saving money to the city god? Earlier, the netizens were just teasing and joking around, so they encouraged the female streamers Sun Na and Pan Shioli to donate their life-saving money to the city god. It was just a joke, but who would have thought that the city god would actually manifest himself? And he even said that the death penalty could be spared, but the living would still be punished. This is extremely terrifying. As a result, the chat messages in the live stream flooded with people trying to distance themselves from the situation, shifting all the blame onto the female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Shioli. City god, spare our lives. We were just joking around earlier. That's right, the whole thing about donating the money meant for their lives to you was all the streamer and her best friends doing. We netizens were just inciting them verbally. That's right. The two brothers before us said it perfectly. City god, if you must punish someone, punish the streamer and her best friend. They are the ones at fault. City god, I'll burn incense for you another day. Spare me. It's all the streamer and her best friend's fault. Seeing the chat filled with messages trying to whitewash and shift the blame onto them, female streamer Sun Na couldn't help but twitch her eye, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. What happened to always supporting them? What happened to being their strongest backing? What happened to being their safe haven? The moment something goes wrong, you rush to shift the blame onto these weak women? This generation of netizens is truly cunning. Earlier, you encouraged them to do this, but now that the city god has appeared, you're all shifting the blame onto them? It's all their fault, and you, the ones behind the scenes, are off the hook? Hey, are you even men? As soon as the city god shows up, you all shift the blame onto us? Is this how you act as our strongest support and safe haven? Can you show some backbone and admit your mistakes? Hearing the female streamer Sun Na's rant, the viewers in the livestream remained calm and responded with their own comments. Nana, our shield is too thin. A finger can pierce it. We can't even protect ourselves. Yeah, our safe haven is also facing a typhoon and can't protect Nana from the storm right now. The city god has already said that the death penalty can be spared, but the living must pay. Anyway, the money to buy her life was from you guys, so the main responsibility lies with Nana and you, not us. Here's 10 rockets for you. Nana, just take the blame for the brothers in the group. Watching the live stream, Sun Na couldn't help but twitch her eyelid. If men's words were reliable, even sows would climb trees. The ancients didn't lie to me. I shouldn't have trusted these viewers. Now they're dumping all the blame on me. Chapter 91, a single key press, overpowering the crowd. Yi Tianjiao, the ghost of the money-buying demon. Having witnessed the city goddess' divine intervention firsthand, especially since the city god himself had spoken death is forgiven, but punishment must be endured, the words grew more unsettling with each repetition. As the female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Shioli, who had personally stuffed the life-saving money into the merit box, their hearts were filled with panic. The two women immediately knelt below the altar, apologizing to the city god above, their tears streaming down their faces like rain, almost pointing their fingers at the sky to swear an oath. City god, I've made a mistake. Please spare our lives. It's all the fault of the viewers in the live stream. You can't just punish us, can you? Seeing the pale-faced, tearful female streamer Sun Na and Pan Shioli below, Gu Chen, who had used the system's power to project his mind and intentions onto the city god statue, almost couldn't help but laugh. He had simply wanted to use the live stream to show off his supernatural abilities. He hadn't intended to scare the two women into tears. He shook his head and withdrew his mental energy back to his physical body. Then, he picked up his phone and quickly found Sun Na's live stream. He clicked in and began watching with interest. Due to the live stream, there were many viewers. Soon, the incident of the city god deity manifesting due to the offering of life-saving money into the merit box spread rapidly online, attracting a large crowd of netizens. Watching the female streamer and her friend kneeling before the city god statue, tears streaming down their faces, the netizens who had rushed to the scene couldn't help but comment. Wow, this streamer is really something. She actually donated the money meant to buy the ghost's life into the merit box as an offering to the city god, clearly provoking him to confront the ghost. This move is way too bold, no wonder he got so angry and manifested himself. No, I think the viewers in the live stream are the real villains. They incited the female streamer, and now that the city god has manifested, they're all rushing to shift the blame and distance themselves from her. This is truly despicable. Just moments ago, they were claiming to be her strongest support and safe haven, but now they've sold her out. Men are truly pigs. I strongly despise you. As men, can't you take some responsibility? Shifting the blame onto a young woman is utterly heartless. The guy above said it perfectly. The noble task of taking the city god's punishment for the beautiful streamer is now yours. Go! Cough cough, I suddenly remembered I haven't picked up the laundry at home. I'll go first. Clearly, the netizen who claimed to take the blame for the beautiful live streamer was just talking big. It's easy to say, but if you offend the city god, it's not worth it. There are plenty of beautiful live streamers in Zhengzhou. Why fixate on this one? However, among all these netizens, there are always a few who stand out. The moment they speak, they manage to alienate almost all the male netizens. Not a single man in sight. It's just a clay statue of the city god, yet it scared all these men into such a state? I, Yi Liangchen, am ashamed to be a man for you cowards. These words immediately ignited the hatred of all the male netizens, who then swarmed the streamer in the live chat. Who the hell is this guy? Look at his tone, he is asking for a beating. Damn it. Who the hell are you? You're the one who came out to represent all the male netizens? I've never seen such a brazen person before. If you've got the guts, give us your name. If you're so brave, go help the streamer take the blame. What are you doing here, keyboard warrior, just talking trash? Facing this onslaught, the other party didn't back down, typing back immediately. You cowards with no guts, why bark so loudly? When martial arts reach their peak, who stands at the summit? When the time comes, all will be revealed. I'm putting this out there today, I, Yi Liangchen, will take full responsibility for the streamer's actions. If the city god has the guts, come find me. I'm eager to see if this city god can withstand my Bagua Palm technique, which has cultivated the dragon's breath chi. The netizens were stunned by the arrogant and over-the-top remarks. They were just engaging in online banter, but they never expected someone to be so bold. Could this person have a mental issue? This netizen, may I ask if you are from the Qingshan Institute? I think he's probably in the late stages of teenage angst. At such a young age, to speak such words, how pitiful. Everyone, I'm sorry, I didn't guard the mental hospital gate tightly enough, and he slipped out. A bunch of cowardly rats. If you have the guts, come here. I, Yi Liangchen, can take all of you down with one hand. I'll beat you until you beg for mercy. Gu Chen glanced at the live stream, where someone claiming to be Yi Liangchen was spewing arrogant and provoking comments. He felt a strong sense of familiarity. Could this be Yi Zhen's late-stage, midlife crisis patient? Thinking this, he opened the Junyang chat app on his phone and tagged Yi Zhen in the group chat. Gu Beicheng, Yi Zhen, were you just arguing with a bunch of netizens in the live stream? Yi Liangchen, that's right. It's this prodigy speaking. A bunch of cowardly rats trembling in fear of the city god's statue dared to bark at me in the live stream? How could I, Yi Liangchen, tolerate such insolence? Ji Taibao, you've offended someone again? He Wu, you're still alive and haven't been beaten to death yet? You're a miracle. Lu Qinger, I'll add one more. Seeing Yi Zhen's arrogant expression in the live stream, Gu Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. This guy is indeed the one who, in the live stream, single-handedly attracted all the hatred. He's a late-stage, midlife crisis patient. If we don't give him a good beating, he'll never understand what it means to be humble. He's so arrogant. Does he really think hiding behind a screen means he can't be beaten through the internet? It's time to show him what it means to have divine protection above your head and the power of ancestral worship. On the other side, in the villa room, Yi Zhen was like a keyboard god, his hands moving so fast on the mechanical keyboard that they left after images. All he needed was the sound of the keys to press down on the world and become the supreme master of the keyboard. A bunch of cowardly rats. How dare you dare to be my opponent? Your typing is so slow, are you disabled? I can type faster with just 2 fingers. Your words are all over the place. Did you lack love as a child and have an underdeveloped brain? What? The city god has appeared? So what? It's just a clay statue. If it doesn't like me, can it really come through the internet cable to beat me, Yi Liangchen? Trash. Yi Zhen typed furiously while spewing insults, feeling utterly satisfied, completely unaware that he had already been targeted by the mastermind behind the scenes, Gu Chun, who was indeed planning to have the city god come through the internet to give him a good beating. Time flew by, and it was soon evening. The female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli remained in the city god temple, dared not go anywhere else, fearing that without the city god's protection, they might be killed by the vengeful ghost behind the buying a life with money incident. Of course, after half a day of speculation, the number of viewers in the live stream only increased. Everyone was curious to see if the vengeful ghost would come out to fight the city god who had collected the money. Just as everyone was watching intently, the live stream screen suddenly flickered, and a faint black mist could be seen creeping in from outside. The vengeful spirits summoned by the money had finally appeared. The viewers in the live stream immediately perked up, widening their eyes and staring intently at the screen, eager to see how things would unfold. Gu Chen, noticing the sudden change in the live stream's atmosphere, flashed a glance and realized it was time to use this opportunity to have the city god take action, then gradually peel back the veil of the Song dynasty's incense shrine. Using the system's power, Gu Chen's mind and intent transcended space, descending into the statue of the city god atop the altar. Chapter 92, The City God's Incense Power Subdues the Vicious Ghost. At that moment, in the ancient city god temple of West Hangzhou's Song Dynasty era city, a strange black mist and chilling wind sneaked into the temple, causing the incense, candles, and offerings inside to fly wildly. The hanging tassels and streamers also danced chaotically, as if an evil guest had arrived. Seeing the vengeful ghosts rampaging freely in the city god temple, the female streamers Sun Na and Pan Shelley couldn't help but shiver with fear. The two women screamed and clung to each other, trembling uncontrollably. The live stream viewers were equally shocked, with comments flying across the screen. Wow, these money-buying ghosts are really fierce. These money-buying ghosts are way too arrogant. They dare to act so brazenly in the city god temple? The heads of these money-buying ghosts must be made of iron. They don't even give the city god any face. I'm curious now, how will this life-saving money ghost confront the city god head-on? The streamer mustn't back down. Hold the camera steady, the city god is standing behind you. Not only that, but the merit money box containing the life-saving money began to violently shake at that moment, shrouded in a cold, eerie black mist, looking extremely ominous. One by one, the blood-stained life-saving coins began to emerge from the entrance of the merit box, as if they had a life of their own, appearing extremely eerie and unsettling. Dozens of blood-stained life-saving coins danced in the wind as the black mist blew in from outside the city god temple. Vague ghostly shadows could be seen clinging to the coins, the souls of those who had died because of the life-saving coins. They're lingering on the paper money, emitting a strong aura of hatred. Vague cries could also be heard. Took the life-saving money? Then you must leave your life behind. What? You don't want to die? Then why did you take the life-saving money? Leave your life behind. Go die. Dozens of blood-stained life-saving money bills, emitting the vengeful voices of ghosts, rushed straight toward them, causing the female streamers Sun Na and Pan Xioli to involuntarily open their throats and emit a piercing scream. Ah! This eerie scene left the viewers watching the livestream in disbelief, casting sympathetic glances at Sun Na and Pan Xioli, who were being targeted by the vengeful spirits of the money. Amidst swirling black mist and chilling winds, a blurry old man dressed in funeral attire suddenly appeared in the city god temple. No one knew when he had entered. His cloudy, aged eyes fixed on the female streamers Sun Na and her friend Pan Xioli, who were covered in the money, and he stiffly reached out toward them, his voice raspy and indistinct. You took my life-saving money, so you must give me your life. A chilling, malevolent aura engulfed them, making it feel as though they had been plunged into a freezer at -30 or 40 degrees Celsius. The two women, Sun Na and Pan Xiaoli, had only reached the Ming Jin level in their martial arts training. How could they possibly withstand the attack of the vengeful spirit demanding its life money? Watching the female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli about to be grabbed by the vengeful spirit demanding their lives, many netizens grew curious and couldn't help but post a series of comments. Why isn't the city god intervening? Is he really going to let these money-hungry ghosts run rampant here? Could it be that the city god has been intimidated by these money-hungry ghosts and dares not manifest himself? That shouldn't be possible. No matter how fierce these money-hungry ghosts are, they shouldn't be a match for the city god. This is his domain, after all. As the withered, skeletal arm grew closer in their eyes, the once beautiful faces of live streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli twisted in horror. A chilling, icy aura engulfed them, leaving the two women paralyzed with fear. They could only stare in terror as the vengeful spirit approached, their hearts filled with despair as they braced themselves for death. Just as the situation reached its most critical moment, Gu Chen, whose mind and intentions had been channeled through the system into the city god's statue on the altar, let out a faint hum. A golden light began to emanate from the statue of the city god. Humph! Dare you, you demonic creature! How dare you commit such a heinous act beneath the divine altar? Do you truly believe the city god is absent? A stern, authoritative hum echoed, and a golden light emanated from the statue of the city god, spreading at a visible speed and quickly enveloping the entire city god temple. The female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli, who had been immobilized by the yin energy, also felt a warm sensation at that moment, causing the money they had used to buy their lives to fall off their bodies. It seemed like they could move again? The city god has finally intervened. Ji La. The cold, eerie yin energy collided with the golden light emitted by the city god, producing a sizzling sound that sent the ghosts wearing funeral garments and holding money for their lives flying back. The female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli embraced each other in tears. The sudden shift between life and death felt like riding a roller coaster, and the dramatic ups and downs of life were truly exhilarating. Suddenly, a golden cloud of smoke erupted from the incense burner in the city god temple. The powerful incense smoke surged forth, instantly overwhelming the money demon ghosts. The golden light from the city god statue on the altar swept out, completely obliterating the money demon ghosts before it. In just 10 seconds, the evil and powerful ghosts were obliterated by the golden light, showcasing the city god's overwhelming might. The viewers in the livestream couldn't help but type 666 on their screens, and some wealthy viewers even sent multiple rockets as gifts, quickly heating up the atmosphere in the chat. This golden light was truly terrifying, exuding an air of authority. The tiny soul-selling demon had no chance to fight back. No wonder he's the city god. He's truly mighty and majestic. How dare a tiny soul-selling demon dare to act so brazenly in the city god's temple? The city god's voice is simply too powerful. If anyone ever encounters a supernatural event, they should immediately go to the city god temple to seek the city god's help. As the main body of the vengeful spirit was completely destroyed, the blood-red coins floating in the air, swirling with black mist, suddenly darkened in color. They began to age and rot at a visible speed, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into smoke and dust, vanishing completely from the world. The female streamer Sun Na, who had narrowly escaped death, and her best friend Pan Shioli hurriedly knelt before the city god, bowing their heads in gratitude for saving their lives. Thank you, city god, for saving us. We have no way to repay you. We will definitely bring incense and candles tomorrow to express our gratitude. The city god is merciful. Thank you, city god, for saving us. Looking down at the female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Shioli kneeling and bowing in gratitude, Guchen raised his eyebrows slightly. He certainly didn't intend to let this end so easily. As he had said earlier, while the death penalty could be spared, the punishment for the crime must still be carried out. This was the way of the divine retribution in the Song dynasty. Of course, the most important thing was that Guchen couldn't resist the urge to follow the internet connection and give Yijin, the self-important fool, a good beating. He wanted to teach him a lesson so he'd learn to watch his words and stop stirring up trouble and feel the harsh reality of society. Otherwise, he'd just keep causing trouble all day long. Chapter 93, Follow the internet to find him, enter Yi Tianjiao's dream. The female streamer Sun Na, who narrowly escaped death, and her best friend Pan Shioli finally emerged from the shadows. After experiencing such emotional ups and downs, both were mentally and physically exhausted and had no desire to continue streaming. They thanked the viewers in the live stream and then signed off. The two turned away from the city god temple, found a hotel nearby, checked in, and after freshening up, collapsed onto the bed, exhausted, and fell into a deep sleep. Although the live streamer Sun Na had ended the broadcast, the previous content was still available to view, as it had been automatically recorded. The viewers in the livestream chat quickly saved the video, edited it, and shared it on WeChat Moments, Douyin, and various social media platforms, instantly attracting the attention of countless people. Quick look! The city god has appeared, golden light fills the air, and he has slain the vengeful ghost who demanded money for his life. A vicious ghost attempted to harm people in the city god temple but was subdued and taught a lesson by the city god. Proof. The city god of linen has manifested. There's video evidence. Various sensational and attention-grabbing headlines quickly spread online, drawing a large audience and sparking widespread curiosity. Of course, some people doubted its authenticity, but the live-streamed footage of the entire process silenced the skeptics. Countless people were discussing the ancient city god temple in Linen, Song dynasty. Wow! It feels like the world is getting more and more fantastical. Forget about the martial arts and immortals from before, now even the city god in the temple can appear and speak. The city god's voice sounds so majestic and powerful. I'm saving it. I'll record it as my phone ringtone. If I ever encounter a paranormal event, I'll play it to ward off evil spirits. The viewers in this live stream are so cruel, telling the host to put their life savings into the merit box. Luckily, the city god was merciful and saved them in the end. There are gods watching over us from above. The ancients did not deceive us. As long as one holds faith, remains sincere in heart, and never forgets, there will be a response. I've decided tomorrow I'll go to the nearby land god temple, city god temple, and Guanyu temple to pay my respects, burn incense, candles, and paper offerings. If I ever encounter any supernatural events in the future, the deities in these temples might spare my life out of gratitude for the offerings. Online, netizens were buzzing about the related videos. The Zhengzhou Security Bureau, which specializes in handling various abnormal incidents, also took notice of this matter. With reports of vengeful spirits demanding lives and encounters with the city god manifesting, it was hard not to pay attention. Inside the Zhengzhou Security Bureau, in a large conference room, Zhengzhou warriors, leaders, and relevant researchers gathered together, watching the live-streamed video. Their expressions varied. What do you all think of this city god who can speak, possesses unknown powers, and appears to have personal consciousness? The director of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau, seated at the head of the table, spoke in a solemn tone. The official team leaders and researchers below exchanged glances, their expressions varied, and they began to voice their opinions one after another. The history of this city god temple was quite long, dating back to the Song dynasty over 1,000 years ago. It had been in a state of neglect and obscurity until about 10 days ago, when the elderly villagers in the surrounding towns all had the same dream about the temple. The next day, everyone could clearly describe the events of their dreams, and that was when the temple began to exhibit unusual phenomena. So this city god still possesses an unknown power to enter dreams, capable of summoning people from their dreams? How is that possible? It feels even more unnatural than the power of qi in blood. Throughout history, Chinese folklore and legends have recorded similar accounts of encountering deities in dreams. Such manifestations of the city god are certainly not random occurrences, they must have a deeper origin. Just as there are paths to immortality in martial arts, this 1,000-year-old Song Dynasty city god temple must possess extraordinary qualities. That faint golden glow might very well be an extraordinary power we have yet to discover. From the video, it seems that the city god can speak when there is ambiguity, which means communication is possible. I think we should cautiously attempt to make contact. I agree. Strange and supernatural events are occurring across Zhengzhou. The golden light emanating from this city god possesses an extremely powerful suppressing effect on supernatural entities. If we can harness this power, it would undoubtedly become a significant asset. Within just 2 hours of discussion, the Central Plains Security Bureau quickly reached a consensus and decided to proceed with contact. Some also suggested seeking experts in Song Dynasty history, as they might uncover valuable insights. Just as the Zhengzhou Security Bureau was engaged in intense discussions, Chun also began to enter a dream state using the mysterious incense power of the city god. In his original conception, the incense-based divine path of the Song Dynasty was a form of incense-driven spiritual power emanating from the bodies of devout believers. As the saying goes, there are divine beings 3 feet above your head. If you think of a specific deity, they will certainly perceive your thoughts. The city god is like a massive signal collector. As long as someone thinks of it, it can receive the corresponding wish energy. Of course, it can also use the incense wish energy to accurately descend to the person's side, or even enter their dreams, thereby giving rise to various legends. At this moment, because countless netizens had recently watched the video and harbored certain thoughts, corresponding willpower naturally arose. With the aid of the city god temple's sacred site and the city god's incense power, it quickly detected countless strands of incense willpower gathering in the void, resembling twinkling stars. From the city god's perspective, the countless incense offerings and wishes resembled a breathtaking starry sky, leaving Chun in awe. Soon, he effortlessly located the incense offerings and wishes belonging to Yizhen. A bunch of trash. Yi Liangchen, will make you unable to even spray with one hand. Kneel down and call me daddy. Upon contact, the incense and prayer energy transmitted the arrogant and provoking words of the man, causing Chun to roll his eyes in disgust. He then followed the faint connection upward, quickly crossing the void and descending directly beside Yizhen. At that moment, Yi Tianjiao, transformed into a keyboard god and dominating the crowd, was still engaged in a heated online battle with a group of netizens. His hands were almost leaving trails on the keyboard, and his trash talk came in rapid succession. Didn't you eat today? Your typing is so slow. Or did my insults raise your blood pressure so high that your cerebellum was damaged? You bunch of rats, how dare you dare to argue with me, Yi Liangchen? Even if the city god appears, so what? If you've got the guts, come through the internet and fight me. Looking at his arrogant, begging to be beaten expression, it's a miracle he's lived this long without getting beaten to death. As he watched this guy spewing more and more trash talk, Chun couldn't hold back anymore. He was ready to give this guy a taste of what a real beating from society feels like, so he'd think twice before opening his mouth in the future. With that thought, he didn't hesitate for a moment. He channeled the incense and prayer energy toward Yizhen in front of him. Yizhen, who was still spewing insults, suddenly felt his eyelids growing heavy. A wave of drowsiness swept over him, and before long, he collapsed onto the table and fell asleep. Chun's face twisted into a malicious grin. He clenched his fist, shifted his body, and transformed into the city god, leading an army of soldiers into the other extreme. Yi Tianjiao. Prepare to face the righteous fist of society. Chapter 94, Let Yi Tianjiao experience society's brutal beating. First encounter with the incense shrine. At the pinnacle of martial arts, towering above humanity, there was a good time before there was heaven. Just as Chun had used the incense's divine power to enter Yizhen's dream, he was startled by the deafening sound. Turning his head, he saw Yizhen, the master of the dream, standing atop a snow-capped mountain, facing a crowd of challengers below. His body was radiating an aura of arrogance, and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed a dragon of blood and chi. Seeing this guy in his flashy red fox fur robe in the dream, Chun was speechless. A late-stage middle schooler with a complex, even his dreams were so over the top they made you want to roll your eyes. As for the so-called heroes in Yizhen's dream, they were even more ridiculous. They were just the characters from Little Junyang. The ones behind them were indistinct stick figures, and this guy was shouting vulgar lines while charging in and out of the stick figure crowd, occasionally crushing the characters from Little Junyang. With one hand, I press down 3,000 miles, all heroes bow before me. How lonely the world is. Sigh. Seeing that Yizhen was getting more and more vulgar in his dream, Chun didn't bother wasting time with him. He immediately summoned the power of incense offerings and manifested a 100-meter-tall city god statue in the dream, with hideous-looking yin-yang judges, officials, and underworld messengers surrounding him. Clearly, Yizhen had not yet emerged from the dream state he had been in after reaching the peak of martial arts and dominating the world. Seeing the city god and the hideous yin-yang judges, officials, and underworld messengers before him, he sneered and extended his finger toward them. The void trembled beneath my feet, the sun and moon shattered in my hands, and the cycle of reincarnation came to a halt. I am invincible in the mortal realm. I shall use you, city god, as a test. Come and fight. Gu Chen, transformed into a 100-meter tall city god statue, grinned maliciously, then swung his hand backward and slapped forward. Incense and prayers surged forth, transforming into a 100-meter tall golden palm, which smashed the screaming Yijin into the ground, nearly flattening him into two small pancakes. Behind him, a group of hideous yin-yang judges, officials, and underworld messengers charged forward, kicking and punching him mercilessly. Soon, the dream was filled with the sounds of fists and feet colliding, mixed with screams of pain, and faintly, the sounds of unwilling cries could be heard. A mere ache? How could it shake my iron-clad warrior's heart? My will is as sharp as a blade, eager to challenge the heavens. The yin-yang judges, the officials of merit, and the underworld messengers, manifested from the incense and prayers, fought without holding back. After beating Yijin for a full 10 minutes, Gu Chen finally cleared his throat and spoke in the solemn voice of the city god. Since you are a first-time offender, I will spare you a harsher punishment. In the future, you must watch your tongue and behave modestly. Yijin, beaten to a pulp by the yin-yang judges, merit officials, and underworld enforcers, lay on the ground, his face swollen and bruised like a pig's head. Despite his weakened state, he still managed to shout with a faint, angry voice. 30 years of fortune in the east, 30 years of fortune in the west. I, Yi Liangchen, will eventually tear down your city god statue. Gu Chen, who had transformed into the city god statue, heard this and couldn't help but twitch his eyelid. He turned around and slapped the man again. The man's entire body was beaten to a pulp, but his mouth remained stubbornly defiant. He truly was incorrigible. After letting Yijin experience the harsh beating from society, Gu Chen finally left using the power of incense and prayers. After Gu Chen left, Yijin, who had been lying on the table, finally came to his senses. He immediately noticed something was wrong with his body. He felt weak and sore all over, as if he had been beaten by more than 10 people. He struggled to the bathroom sink, looked at his swollen and unrecognizable face in the mirror, and couldn't help but let out a scream of terror. Who could have done this to me, Yi Liangchen? How dare they disfigure my handsome face like this? This is utterly heartless. Although it was a dream, the body in the dream was a reflection of the external world. The incense and prayers offered in the dream had some effect on the dreamer, which could be reflected back into the real body, somewhat akin to the theory of mind. Yijin was beaten senseless in the dream, and the effects fed back into his physical body, leaving him with a swollen face and bruises, as if he had been beaten by a dozen men. On the other side, Gu Chen began to use his dream invading technique on the netizens who had encouraged the streamer to risk his life in today's livestream. He gave them a taste of what it meant to defy divine power, making them have a nightmare where they were dragged away by underworld officials and whipped before being released. Upon waking up, they were all drenched in cold sweat, only to discover whip marks on their bodies. Recalling the vivid scenes from their dreams, they finally realized that their offense had angered the city god, who had come to punish them. After the punishment, Gu Chen's eyes flashed, and he quickly entered the dreams of the female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli. He transformed into a massive statue of the city god, towering above the two women, bathed in golden light. The two women, who had been in the dream, were suddenly awakened by the power of incense, and upon seeing the massive statue of the city god and the crowd of yin-yang judges, officials, and underworld messengers following behind him, they were terrified, their faces turning pale, and they immediately knelt down to confess their mistakes. Gu Chen, who had transformed into the city god using the power of incense offerings, saw this and hummed lightly before speaking in a solemn and majestic voice. You have committed an unintentional mistake in order to save your lives. The death penalty may be spared, but you cannot escape punishment. From this day forward, you shall temporarily take the place of the yin and yang judges beneath me. Perform good deeds, judge demons and evil spirits, accumulate incense and prayer energy, and prepare for the reopening of the Song dynasty's incense and prayer divine court. As his words fell, a faint golden incense offering surged forth, instantly transforming into two faint golden yin and yang judges tokens, which landed before the female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli, instantly merging with them. Acting as the yin and yang judges? Preparing for the reopening of the Song dynasty's incense shrine divine court? Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli, upon hearing these words, were about to ask questions when the city god suddenly waved his hand. The faint golden incense and prayer energy swept toward them, abruptly awakening them from their dream. The two of them were startled for a moment, but after some discussion, they discovered to their amazement that they had both had the exact same dream, and had even received the same token from the city god. We become the yin and yang judges? The two women looked at each other in disbelief. They could clearly feel the mysterious token in their bodies, granting them the ability to manipulate incense and wish energy, perceive the supernatural auras of demons and spirits, and perform various incredible feats, such as condensing a ghost-banishing staff in their hands or using incense and wish energy to travel through the spiritual realm. The extraordinary phenomena left the two women wide-eyed with excitement. They never imagined that what they thought was a punishment was actually a great opportunity. That night, countless people experienced the extraordinary phenomenon of the city god entering their dreams. The dream content was extremely detailed and unbelievable. Those who had previously urged the streamer to donate their hard-earned money to the merit box also came forward to share their experiences, recounting how the city god had entered their dreams, visited them in person, and had them beaten by underworld officials. This sparked a huge online sensation. The investigation team from the Zhengzhou Security Bureau also sprang into action. As the main witnesses of the incident, the female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli were also approached and asked to cooperate with the investigation, with numerous questions posed to them about the city god. The two women discreetly concealed the yin and yang judges' tokens they had obtained but revealed other information, such as the power of incense offerings and the impending opening of the Song Dynasty's incense shrine, causing the expressions of the investigators to grow solemn. The Central Plains Security Bureau also acted swiftly, recruiting numerous scholars specializing in Song Dynasty history to search ancient and unofficial historical records for clues, aiming to uncover the true nature of the Song Dynasty incense shrine and the potential consequences of its activation. Chapter 95, Initial Discoveries, Forging the Real from the Fake, the incense-worshipping deity of the Song Dynasty. Thank you both for cooperating with the Zhengzhou Security Investigation Bureau. There's nothing else for you here. You may leave now. If you encounter any supernatural phenomena involving demons, ghosts, or monsters in the future, please call the Zhengzhou Security Bureau, and we will do our best to ensure the safety of citizens. After delivering a very official statement, the female anchor Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli finally turned and left the Zhengzhou Security Bureau Investigation Department. Once outside, the two couldn't help but exhale deeply. Their faces still looked tense as they whispered to each other. "Nana, you didn't mention that we were chosen by the city god to temporarily serve as the judges of the underworld, did you?" Upon hearing this, female anchor Sun Na couldn't help but roll her eyes and snapped at her best friend. "Do you think I'm stupid? This is the biggest secret we have right now. If it gets out, we might never be able to leave, and we might even be locked up there for research." The two women had finally obtained such a rare opportunity, the yin and yang judges token, that could grant them instant power, and they naturally wouldn't dare to reveal such a huge secret. Besides their selfish motives, they were mostly afraid of being captured and turned into research subjects. After leaving the Central Plains Security Bureau, the two women didn't idle away their time. While pretending to go about their lives as usual and continuing their live streams, they also utilized the power of the yin-yang judges token and the incense offerings wishes to travel through the spiritual realm, hunting weaker demons and monsters to accumulate more incense offerings wishes. On the official side, they grew increasingly wary of the city god temple, especially after learning of the impending establishment of the Song Dynasty incense court. This news instilled a sense of urgency. The Song Dynasty history experts and scholars invited in had practically torn apart all the ancient texts and records, yet they found no mention of the Great Song Incense Shrine, which made the situation extremely awkward. This couldn't help but remind people of the divine martial arts from the Wuming ruins. In ancient historical records related to the Ming Dynasty, there was no mention of such a thing. It was as if an invisible hand from history had erased all related information and records, leaving only a blank slate. While it appeared normal on the surface, it was unsettling upon closer inspection. They could only speculate based on the intelligence they had gathered so far. Within the Central Plains Security Bureau, some researchers have made bold assumptions. Could it be that the so-called Song Dynasty incense shrine is not entirely composed of deities with incense power? What do they think of the people of the present world? All of this remains unknown, and they can only proceed cautiously, taking one step at a time and preparing for the worst. At this thought, the relevant officials of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau couldn't help but furrow their brows, their faces showing signs of fatigue. They could only silently pray that the deities within the Great Song Incense Shrine would be easy to deal with and not cause any conflicts with the real world. Of course, some within the Central Plains Security Bureau suggested sending an investigative team to the city god temple in the ancient Song Dynasty city of Linen to make contact with the city god there and attempt to communicate with it. Unfortunately, the four-member investigation team sent out couldn't even get close to the city god temple, as if the other party was in another dimension. This clearly indicated their stance. They didn't want to see them. The investigation team had no choice but to retreat and report the situation back. On the other side, Chun sat cross-legged on the bed, calmly beginning to tally the gains from the series of events involving the city god's apparition. As the influence gradually fermented and spread, he had accumulated nearly 400,000 source points, replenishing the significant source points he had previously consumed. Following the city god's apparition incident, news about the Song Dynasty's incense shrine had begun to spread, like a woman shyly revealing herself, leaving people eager to uncover the true face behind the veil. Chun quickly followed his previous plan, spending 300,000 source points to transform some mountain gods, river gods, and new city god temples into genuine deities, continuing to build momentum for the emergence of the Song Dynasty incense shrine. Soon, people began to see mysterious golden lights appearing in the mountains. Villagers followed the direction of the lights and quickly discovered their source, an old mountain god temple. News of the mountain god's divine manifestation spread rapidly, and the temple soon became bustling with worshippers. At the same time, others noticed golden light on the rivers and rivers. Many witnesses shared videos online, sparking widespread attention. Soon after, it was discovered that the river banks had risen, and overnight, a new river god temple had emerged. Similar phenomena, such as mountain god temples and river god temples, began to appear across the central plains, scattered like stars in the sky. When connected, they vaguely outlined the map of the Song dynasty, appearing extremely mystical. Those who approached with devotion, carrying incense, candles, and offerings, were said to receive the protection of the mountain and river gods. Not only that, but some lucky individuals even received divine audiences from the mountain and river deities in their dreams. Some became temple priests, receiving mystical incense tokens that granted them extraordinary powers overnight, enabling them to perform various unimaginable feats. Those fortunate individuals favored by the mountain and river deities also received shocking news from their incense tokens. The Great Song Incense Deity court was about to emerge, and their task was to collect incense offerings and prayers for it. Upon discovering the appearance of mountain god temples and river god temples across the Central Plains, the Central Plains Security Bureau grew concerned and swiftly dispatched official warriors and researchers equipped with specialized instruments to form an investigation team and probe these temples. Based on the results from the various instruments and scans, these mountain god temples and river god temples had ordinary structures, indistinguishable from other buildings. The deity statues inside were merely clay sculptures. Yet why were they capable of exerting such miraculous incense power? This phenomenon has already surpassed the current scope of our scientific understanding. Unfortunately, our luck was poor, and no one was favored by these mountain gods or river gods to obtain an incense token. Otherwise, we could have begun to interact with these Song dynasty incense deities. The investigation team from the Central Plains Security Bureau could only return with their findings, and the Central Plains authorities had no solution either. They could only secretly increase vigilance and keep a close eye on these newly emerged Song dynasty incense deities. These newly emerged Song dynasty incense deities have also sparked significant online discussion, drawing the attention and speculation of many netizens. So many mountain gods and river gods have appeared overnight. The Song dynasty was truly formidable, leaving behind so many contingency plans. After over 1,000 years, they have reappeared in the world. The world is changing too fast. Now even the deities of the Song dynasty are emerging. Is there anyone lucky enough to be favored by a mountain god or river god? According to rumors, the appearance of these Song dynasty deities seems to be preparing for the revival of the Song dynasty's divine court. Incense deity court? What is that? Isn't it the same as the celestial court from ancient Taoist legends? The Song dynasty's incense deities descending to the world and then ruling it? Chapter 96, The Alliance of Divine Envoys? The Edict of the Incense Shrine Court. Female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli were enveloped in a faint golden glow of incense power. After their spiritual journey, the two women opened their eyes almost simultaneously, their faces relaxing slightly. That red-clothed vengeful spirit during this pregnancy was so fierce, with such intense hatred. It was truly terrifying. Luckily we reacted quickly, lured it out, and unleashed the incense power to severely wound it. Otherwise, if it had returned to the demon nurturing, we would have been in grave danger. Female streamer Sun Na let out a sigh of relief, her voice still trembling slightly. Her best friend Pan Xiaoli, sitting beside her, extended her small hand. A pale golden incense offering energied into an incense offering token in her palm, and she checked the merit points displayed on it. Nana, that's great. We got 20 merit points for defeating that red-clothed vengeful spirit. This time we really made a profit. We can now summon more incense wish energy. Hearing her best friend Pan Xiaoli's excited voice, the female streamer Sun Na nodded in agreement. This incense offering energy was incredibly mysterious. Besides being able to strengthen the body, it could also exert a significant suppressing effect on supernatural beings like demons and ghosts, and even perform unconventional feats like astral projection. Since being granted the Yin-Yang Judge's incense offering token by the city god, female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli hadn't rested for a moment. The near-death experience at the hands of the money demon ghost had left them with significant psychological trauma, and they now desperately sought to grow stronger and escape their weak fate. In just over a month, under the constant nourishment and enhancement of the incense and wish power, the two women's own strength improved at a visible pace. They quickly advanced from the Ming Jin realm to the peak of the Yin realm. With the added power of the incense offerings, their combat strength was on par with the powerful captains of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau who had cultivated qi and blood power and manifested qi and blood external forms. This significant increase in strength naturally brought them an extraordinary confidence, and their names had already begun to spread. Just as the two women were planning how to use the 20 merit points on the incense offering token, a faint golden light suddenly emerged from the token. This was an invitation from other holders of incense offering tokens. Over the past month, it wasn't just the two of them who had been favored by the incense deities of the Song dynasty. Across the Central Plains, other lucky individuals had also obtained incense tokens and were able to use the incense's divine power to travel in dreams and even communicate through the tokens. Those who obtained the incense tablets and mastered the incense wish power quickly formed an alliance through repeated exchanges, sharing information and resources. They even referred to themselves as divine messengers, the envoys of the incense deities. The Divine Messenger Alliance gathering, held every 5 days, began. Shaoli, let's go too. Maybe we can get some new information or something. Female streamer Sun Na's eyes flickered, and she quickly made a decision. Soon, a faint golden light began to emanate from the two women's bodies, and they used the incense offering's spiritual power to enter a dream state, arriving at the meeting place of the Divine Messenger Alliance. The faint golden incense energy shrouded the faces of all participants. For safety's sake, everyone was cautious, unwilling to reveal their true identities. After all, there were no rules prohibiting divine messengers from engaging in combat. What if someone discovered their real-world identity and came looking for them? Unless one's power was strong enough to ignore all threats, it was best to stay cautious. The Divine Messenger Alliance holds a gathering every 5 days. Besides exchanging information, they occasionally team up to deal with troublesome demons and monsters, slaying them to share merit points. Of course, some individuals also use the alliance to advance their own ambitions. Female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xioli, known as the Evil Women, were among the first to be favored by the incense deity. Their strength ranked among the top 5 in the Divine Messenger Alliance. Additionally, since they always acted together, they earned the title of Yin-Yang female judges. At this moment, a group of divine messengers had gathered here using the power of incense offerings to engage in intelligence exchange. In a corner of the Divine Messenger Alliance gathering, Gu Chen, the mastermind behind the scenes, had also created a disguise and used the incense offering's divine power to descend here. He watched the divine messengers exchanging information with great interest, finding it quite amusing. Among these divine envoys favored by the incense deities, the composition of the members was extremely diverse. There were college students, nurses, wealthy young nobles, rural elders, and even some official divine envoys from Zhongzhou. Their various identities intertwined, creating a veritable melting pot. The scale of this Divine Messenger Alliance had already reached Gu Chen's expectations. Having obtained the incense tokens and received numerous benefits from him, it was now time for them to repay the favor. Thinking of this, Gu Chen couldn't help but flash a glance, and with a thought, he immediately used the system's power to contact the Song Dynasty incense and fire godly court floating in the void. A massive surge of incense and fire divine power erupted, like a shower of golden threads, following the traces in the void and descending into the incense and fire tokens on the divine messengers' bodies, transmitting a divine decree from the court. Feeling the trembling of the incense tokens on their bodies and the sudden burst of golden light emanating from them, all the divine envoys present couldn't help but change their expressions, startled by the abnormal changes in the incense tokens. What is happening? How could the incense tokens suddenly burst into golden light out of nowhere? My incense token is moving. There are characters flickering on it. Mine too. What on earth is happening? They didn't bother with anything else, hurriedly grasping their incense tokens and beginning to examine them. Upon contact, they faintly sensed a terrifying incense deity hall floating in the void, its divine might overwhelming, golden light spreading everywhere, and a terrifying oppressive force crushing the void, swallowing up the terrifying incense wishes. Their minds went blank, and the words Song Dynasty Incense Deity Hall involuntarily appeared in their minds. Only the Incense Deity Hall could possess such might. The remnants of the Demon Buddha Demon Temple are about to emerge. All envoys of the Divine Court, heed my command. Destroy their remnants. Sever their life force. A line of text quietly appeared on the incense token, emanating a terrifying aura of authority, almost directly imprinting itself into the minds of all the divine envoys present. At the same time, a coordinate location appeared, which should be the Demon Buddha Demon Temple mentioned by the incense shrine of the Divine Court. After receiving the message from the incense tablet, the divine envoys present were all stunned, their eyes filled with awe. They vaguely recalled the incense shrine of the Divine Court floating in the void, shrouded in golden light. Its power was truly beyond their imagination. Is that the incense-burning Divine Court of the Song Dynasty? It's far too powerful. Floating in the void, just sensing the aura emanating from it was enough to make my breath catch in my throat. No wonder we couldn't find the Song Dynasty incense shrine in the real world. It doesn't exist in the real world at all, but floats in the unknown void. It must be something like an anomalous dimensional space. It's unimaginable what kind of existence could have created such an incense shrine. The gathered divine envoys couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Among them, some official divine envoys from Zhongzhou exchanged glances, their hearts trembling with awe. They decided to report this unprecedented secret back to their superiors. Chapter 97, Preparation, Historical Secrets, and the Demon Buddha Temple in Wutai Mountain. Faced with the sudden divine edict issued by the Song Dynasty's divine sanctuary, the divine envoys of the Divine Envoy Alliance were stunned. Especially those who faintly sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the Song Dynasty's divine sanctuary were shaken to their core, experiencing a profound shock. After this unexpected turn of events, the divine envoys present no longer had any intention of continuing the gathering. Soon, one after another, they began to leave using the power of incense offerings. Seeing this, Gu Chen couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth slightly. Immediately, he utilized the incense offering's divine power to transform into a golden light, vanishing from the scene and returning to his true form. This time, he had used the power of the Song dynasty's incense-burning divine court to issue an edict to the divine envoys, gradually unfolding the script he had previously set in motion. The next step was to take action to transform the demon Buddha's evil temple into reality, step by step bringing the Song dynasty's incense-burning divine court into the world, and finally expanding the incense-burning divine court system to begin harvesting the primordial points. Thinking about the series of plans that would unfold once the script was set in motion, Chun couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth slightly. Without any hesitation, he immediately began to expend his source points to transform the fake into the real. Transforming the demon temple into reality requires 200,000 source points. Transforming the demon Buddha requires 300,000 source points. Chun's eyes flashed, and without any hesitation, he immediately agreed. As 500,000 source points were deducted from his body, in the distant Wutai mountains of Jinzhou, under the power of transforming the fake into the real, an old, dilapidated demonic temple slowly emerged. The broken bell still bore traces of blood. Vaguely visible were demon monks sitting motionless under a white-boned Bodhi tree, surrounded by scattered bones. The monks and novices, with their distorted and decaying faces, wandered through the demon temple, murmuring demonic scriptures in low voices. The whispers sounded like poisonous insects burrowing into the mind, causing anyone who heard them to feel dizzy and disoriented, driving one mad with a sensation of the mind shattering. Nearby mountains were home to wild cats, weasels, wild boars, and other beasts, which had also discovered this eerie demonic temple. Under the influence of the mind-altering power, they unconsciously lifted their legs and walked toward the temple. Under the sound of the demonic scriptures, a wave of grayish-black evil energy entered their bodies, causing them to let out agonizing screams. Their bodies swelled and twisted, and in an instant, they were transformed into hideous, evil creatures. They wandered through the demonic temple alongside the monks and novices. As the demonic temple and the old monks, and novice monks within it took shape one by one, a thick grayish-black aura spread out, slowly shrouding the entire demonic temple to prevent anyone from peering in. Chun, utilizing the power of the system, surveyed the demonic temple that had been transformed from illusion into reality. He nodded approvingly, a satisfied expression crossing his face. The sinister atmosphere was immediately established. The script for the demonic temple was set, and now it was merely a matter of waiting for the others to fall into the trap. Meanwhile, the female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xioli also returned from their spiritual journey using the power of incense. Their expressions were vastly different. Wow, Nana, this experience was so thrilling. I even faintly sensed the presence of the incense court. That terrifying oppressive force made me feel like I couldn't breathe. And then I actually received a divine edict. It's simply unbelievable. It feels like something straight out of a movie. Looking at her excited best friend Pan Xiaoli, female streamer Sun Na couldn't help but roll her eyes and speak in an annoyed tone. Calm down. Don't get so worked up. This isn't as simple as it seems. Didn't the divine edict mention that the remnants of the evil Buddha demon temple are about to emerge? The implication is clear: we're being sent to deal with these so-called remnants of the evil Buddha demon temple. The incense shrine has ordered all of us divine messengers to act, which shows how dangerous these creatures are. Seeing the serious expression on female anchor Sun Na's face, her best friend Pan Xioli finally calmed down as well. A look of concern flashed across her face, and she couldn't help but ask, what should we do? Of course, we must hurry to enhance our own strength, use all our merit points, and master stronger incense vow power. It wasn't just the two women who came to this conclusion. The other divine envoys also sensed the danger hidden within this divine edict. They all made their choices, immediately using up all their merit points to enhance their own strength, preparing to face the demonic Buddha and demonic temple about to emerge. While the divine messengers from the common folk were busy preparing for the demon Buddha heretical temple, on the other side, the Central Plains Security Bureau also received intelligence about the Divine Messenger Alliance from the official divine messengers. The expressions on the faces of the relevant officials were equally grim, and they immediately convened an emergency meeting in private. Captain-level martial artists, researchers, and official city representatives gathered together for intense discussions. From this gathering, we obtained several important pieces of intelligence. One of them pertained to the Great Song Incense Shrine, which does not exist in our reality but is located in another dimensional void. No wonder the investigation team from the Bureau couldn't find any traces of it. Its mysterious nature is evident. The matter of the Great Song Incense Shrine can be set aside for now. What is more urgent is the mention of the Demon Buddha heretical temple in the Divine Edict. What are everyone's thoughts on this? The Demon Buddha heretical temple sounds suspicious from the start, exuding an evil aura. It is not something to be taken lightly. We should elevate the alert level and recommend that a team leader level martial artist collaborate with the official divine envoy. If the Demon Buddha heretical temple poses a threat, it must be neutralized immediately. I agree with the proposal. This is the most reasonable solution at present. Demon Buddha demon temple? The Song Dynasty history experts and scholars who were summoned also learned of the unusual developments at the Divine Envoy Alliance gathering. They shifted their investigation focus to the Buddhist sects of the Song Dynasty. Soon, they noticed the Song Dynasty's past campaign to suppress Buddhism and connected it to the divine edict from the Incense and Fire Temple, which also ordered the divine envoys to cut off the life force of the demon Buddha Temple. Is there a connection between the two? Soon, a Taoist priest surnamed Lin caught the attention of the experts and investigators. Lin Lingshu, who had once been Su Dongpa's attendant, later became the founder of the Shinshao sect, skilled in the Five Thunder technique. He was known as the Master of the Mysterious and the Golden Gate Immortal. This was a ruthless individual who had nearly succeeded in eradicating Buddhism. In the Song Dynasty, even ordinary monks trembled in fear at the mention of his name. After some speculation, the Song Dynasty history experts and official investigators who were summoned found the matter suspicious. However, since it involved events from over 1,000 years ago, no one could definitively determine its authenticity. Too many secrets were buried in the dust of history, and the truth remained elusive. Another week passed quickly, and more people reported encountering strange occurrences while traveling near Wutai Mountain in Jinzhou. Some tourists claimed to hear faint chanting from the mountains, which caused excruciating headaches and left them feeling delirious. After returning home, they couldn't sleep for days, tormented by terrifying nightmares. Others claimed to have seen a terrifying temple hidden in the mountains, with monks who didn't look like living beings. The incident quickly began to spread online, gaining momentum and attracting the attention of divine envoys and investigators from the Zhengzhou Security Bureau. Chapter 98, The Mysterious Ancient Temple on Wutai Mountain in Jinzhou? Turmoil in Zhengzhou. During this time online, related trending topics quickly emerged, and on some high-traffic forums, there were numerous popular discussions about the mysterious ancient temple on Wutai Mountain in Jinzhou. Shocking! Tourists near the mysterious ancient temple in Jinzhou Wutai Mountain heard eerie chanting sounds. They immediately felt a splitting headache and had nightmares for several days in a row. Hurry in! Rumors about the mysterious ancient temple on Wutai Mountain in Jinzhou. It is said that there are ghost monks and terrifying monsters inside. Share a terrifying first-hand experience at Jinzhou Wutai Mountain. Everyone must absolutely avoid approaching any strange ancient temples in the mountains. Otherwise, something terrible will definitely happen. In recent days, rumors about a mysterious ancient temple in Wutai Mountain, Jinzhou, have quickly spread online. The stories are rather eerie, and there seem to be numerous online posts and first-hand accounts, gradually sparking a new round of online discussions. Everyone, please do not venture into the Wutai Mountains in Jinzhou under any circumstances. Doing so could lead to serious trouble, and in the worst case, it could even cost you your life. As someone who has experienced it firsthand, I must warn others, ordinary people should never even consider visiting that mysterious ancient temple in Jinzhou's Wutai Mountains. From hundreds of meters away, you can hear the monks' chants, which sound like death-defying sutras, as if the voices are crawling into your mind like insects, luring you closer. Fortunately, my martial arts training has reached the hidden energy level, and my willpower is still strong, so I managed to break free in time. I'm still a bit shaken up now. The person above was lucky to escape quickly. I wasn't so fortunate. I got too close and almost got lured in. Fortunately, there was a fellow traveler who was a master of the dark energy level in the Shinwu martial arts, who knocked me unconscious and took me away. After returning, I had nightmares for several days and am only just beginning to recover. Brother upstairs, is it really as mysterious as you describe? If just hearing its chanting can cause excruciating headaches and mental chaos, then its danger must be beyond imagination. Don't worry, even if the sky falls, there will be tall people to support it. Besides, there's the Zhengzhou Security Bureau. They have many experts who have cultivated external manifestations of qi and blood. We can just stand behind them and watch safely. In the past 2 or 3 months, there have been numerous reports of various supernatural phenomena and divine manifestations, sparking a wave of interest in the supernatural online. Related topics and discussions have seen a significant surge in popularity. Of course, a new group of so-called supernatural explorers has emerged. These individuals are no ordinary people. Some have trained in martial arts or the way of the immortal warrior, possessing qi and blood power, while others are blessed with the power of incense offerings. They are passionate about confronting supernatural phenomena to earn merit points. At this moment, faced with the sudden appearance of the Jinzhou Wutai Mountain heretical temple, their attention was immediately drawn to it. Recalling the divine edict recently issued by the Song Dynasty Incense Shrine, many people immediately made connections and decided to head to the destination for an exploration. Female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli also noticed the recent online buzz. Upon seeing the images of the heretical temple and the Fatal Sutra, they immediately associated it with the divine edict issued by the Incense Shrine. Evil Buddha Demon Temple? Could it possibly be referring to that strange temple at the foot of Wutai Mountain in Jinzhou? Nana, what do you think? I think the mysterious ancient temple at the foot of the Wutai Mountains in Jinzhou is very likely the one mentioned in the divine edict. Hearing her best friend Pan Xiaoli's words, female anchor Sun Na nodded and spoke without hesitation. There's no need to say that. Just a short while ago, the incense-burning divine court issued a divine edict, and now a mysterious ancient temple has suddenly appeared at the foot of the 5 peaks of Jinzhou. When all the coincidences in the world come together, it's no longer a coincidence. Nana, what should we do? When should we go to the mysterious ancient temple at the foot of Wutai Mountain in Jinzhou to deal with those remnants of the evil Buddha? Seeing her best friend's excited expression, female anchor Sun Na couldn't help but roll her eyes at her and said impatiently, "Use your brain, will you?" The chanting coming from inside can confuse the minds of martial arts experts with hidden inner strength from hundreds of meters away. It's like killing someone without even lifting a finger. These evil Buddhist demons are terrifying, even a fool could tell that. We're just two weaklings. If we go there recklessly, we might not even know how we died. Hearing this, her best friend Pan Shelley couldn't help but gasp in horror. What on earth should we do now? Female streamer Sun Na heard this, tapped her chin thoughtfully, and after a moment of contemplation, she spoke slowly and calmly. Although these demonic Buddhist temples are terrifying, all the divine messengers have received this divine edict from the incense shrine. This shows that the incense shrine isn't asking us to go alone to deal with these demonic Buddhist temples. Instead, we should gather everyone's strength. Besides, female anchor Sun Na paused here before continuing. Upon receiving this information, the Central Plains Security Bureau will certainly not stand idly by. They must take action. This so-called demon Buddha demon temple is clearly not a righteous place. The Central Plains authorities will absolutely not allow it to emerge and cause adverse effects on the real world. We should simply follow the main force and act accordingly. With so many people backing us, the risks will naturally be greatly reduced. Her close friend Pan Shelley couldn't help but nod in agreement, a look of approval on her face. She then proceeded to book a flight to Jinzhou Wutai Mountain online, purchasing 2 first-class tickets. Meanwhile, the Zhengzhou Security Bureau also responded promptly. Numerous investigation teams sprang into action, making contact with individuals online who claimed to have witnessed the events at the mysterious ancient temple in Jinzhou Wutai Mountain. Soon, they obtained a significant amount of information and intelligence from these sources, confirming the existence of the mysterious ancient temple and its approximate location. The Zhengzhou Security Bureau swiftly linked the mysterious ancient temple that had appeared in Jinzhou Wutai Mountain to the demonic Buddha temple mentioned in the divine edict from the incense and fire temple, immediately elevating the danger level of these Mongolian temples to the highest alert. They urgently organized a team of elite warriors and investigators from within the bureau to head to the location. Not only did the Zhengzhou Security Bureau dispatch a large number of martial artists, but civilian divine messengers like the female streamer Sun Na and her close friend Pan Shelley also began arriving at Jinzhou Wutai Mountain one after another. Of course, some martial arts experts from the civilian sector were also intrigued by the mysterious ancient temple. All of them had cultivated martial arts in the mortal realm, possessed vital energy, and some had even developed external manifestations of their vital energy. For ordinary supernatural incidents, they were more than capable. On the other side, Gu Chen looked at the hotly debated topics online and the numerous flights booked for Jinzhou Wutai Mountain, unable to suppress a smile. After several days of fermentation, the demon Buddha temple had already fully caught the attention of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau and the other divine envoys. Chapter 99, A Surge of Experts, A Dragon Riding the Face? The Confident Official and the Netizens. Over the past 2 days, the number of flights to Jinzhou Wutai Mountain had significantly increased, quickly leading to nearby hotels and guest houses being fully booked well in advance. Faced with such a surge in visitors, many hotel and inn owners in the area were taken aback. The number of guests had already exceeded several times the usual amount. Of course, the most important thing was that these visitors were not ordinary people. Among them were martial arts experts with sharp auras and agile movements, travelers of various ages with distinct auras, and even high-ranking officers and investigators from the Central Security Bureau. As the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire, so the owners and staff of these accommodations began to inquire curiously. Soon, they learned that all of them were here for the recent online sensation involving a mysterious ancient temple. The gathering of so many skilled individuals of various types near Jinzhou's Wutai Mountain also attracted significant attention from the outside world. Among them were several captain-level experts from the Zhengzhou Security Bureau, the weakest of whom were martial arts masters who had cultivated both human and divine martial arts, and had even mastered the ability to project their chi and blood outward, making them extremely powerful in combat. Similar experts had also emerged in the civilian sector, such as Fang Xiao, the current head of the Yongchun White Crane Fist School, whose combat prowess was no less impressive than that of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau's captain-level experts. There were also Wang Xiaoai and Yizhen, who were disciples of the Zhengzhou Hualing Grand Masters of Boxing. Online speculation and theories suggest that the Zhengzhou Security Bureau was preparing to investigate the heretical temple in Jinzhou's Wutai Mountains, but they did not expect such a large-scale operation. This indicates that the heretical temple is no ordinary place. Female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiuli arrived at the foot of Wutai Mountain after getting off the plane and quickly took a taxi to the hotel they had booked in advance. Seeing the various martial arts experts from across Zhengzhou and some divine messengers emanating incense and prayer energy, they couldn't help but feel surprised. Nana, it's a good thing we booked our hotel room online a day in advance. Otherwise, with so many people around, we might not have found a place to stay. Hearing her best friend Pan Xiaoli's remarks, female anchor Sun Na nodded in agreement, but couldn't help but sigh in relief, speaking softly. The more experts who come, the less dangerous it will be when we go to explore the Demon Buddha Temple. This is advantageous for us divine messengers. We'll just follow behind the Zhengzhou authorities and the various experts when we act, greatly increasing our safety. At the hotel front desk, Gu Chen, who was checking in, glanced at the female anchor Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli, who were carrying their luggage toward the elevator, and couldn't he help but smile. These two women had known his avatar Li Hansha the earliest and had a slight connection with him as the original. He had used the city god's hand to give them 2 yin and yang incense tokens. Now it seemed they were developing quite well. The incense vows on their bodies should rank among the top 10, or even the top 5, in the Divine Envoy Alliance, which was somewhat unexpected. With the growing online buzz surrounding the heretical temple, it had attracted a significant number of martial artists and divine envoys from the Central Plains. Moreover, he faintly sensed the aura of demonic bloodline modifications, suggesting that Western modified warriors had also infiltrated the area. Representing the official Zhengzhou Security Bureau, the martial arts experts from the civilian sector, the Divine Messenger Alliance, and the Western modified warriors, there are at least 4 factions present. These individuals' strength should rank among the strongest in the world at present. The plot involving the Demon Buddha Demon Temple tomorrow should be quite intriguing. Thinking of this, Gu Chen, the mastermind behind the scenes, couldn't help but let a smile escape his lips. He was already eager to see the sparks fly between the two sides. This time, it should provide him with a significant amount of primal energy points. Good evening, sir. Here is your room key. Please keep it safe. If you need anything, feel free to call the front desk and we will assist you with anything you need. The front desk attendant smiled and handed over a room key card. Taking the key card, Gu Chen walked into the elevator at a leisurely pace and quickly entered the room he had reserved in advance. Only then did he have time to pull out his phone and start browsing. As expected, he quickly saw the topic that had trended on the hot search list, titled The 5 Sacred Mountains, a gathering of the strongest, featuring a group of captain-level experts from the Central Plains Security Bureau, martial arts masters from the general public, and mysterious divine messengers resembling deities, as well as some foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes, who stood out prominently. In no time, the topic began to spark heated discussions online. It's just a paranormal incident at a mysterious ancient temple. How could it attract so many people? That's way too exaggerated. Not only that, but even the weakest among them are martial arts experts at the Dark Chi level. The Zhengzhou Security Bureau has sent captain-level experts, and there are also martial arts masters from the civilian sector. Roughly estimating, there are at least 500 Dark Chi level experts, many of whom have cultivated the simplified version of the human immortal martial arts, condensing their chi and blood into external manifestations. This exploration force is truly terrifying. With such a formidable lineup of experts, even if the heretical ancient temple in Wutai Mountain is as powerful as it claims, it probably won't be able to withstand a single charge from so many martial artists who have condensed their chi and blood into external manifestations. I can't help but mourn for the heretical ancient temple in advance. I agree. This heretical Buddhist temple is truly doomed. It's only been around for a short while and has already attracted a large group of experts. It probably won't even last an hour. This is truly the height of misfortune. Haha, I agree. With so many experts here, even a single punch from any of them could probably blow this heretical ancient temple to pieces. Seeing the overwhelmingly negative comments online, along with the many netizens sympathizing with the demonic Buddha temple and mourning it, Gu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes, almost laughing at the optimism of these netizens. As a demonic Buddha temple that had been cultivated into reality using 500,000 base points, its terrifying power was on par with that of the martial artist immortal Pate Songhai at his peak. Additionally, its power attributes were opposite to those of incense and prayers, much like the relationship between spiritual energy and demonic energy. Though their forms were similar, their effects were completely opposite, making it even more formidable. It's not just the netizens who are optimistic, even the experts from the Central Plains Security Bureau, including captains and their teams, believe that the heretical ancient temple on Wutai Mountain won't last an hour against such a large number of experts. With hundreds of martial artists at the Dark Chi level, nearly 50 to 60 of Zhengzhou's current top martial artists who have cultivated external manifestations of Chi and blood, and a group of divine messengers wielding the power of incense and prayers, this is clearly a situation where the evil temple is at a disadvantage. One can't help but feel sympathy for the ancient temple, wondering if it can even survive a single round. Chapter 100, Departure. The Sinister Temple and the Soul-Claiming Sutra. In the little Junyang group, a bunch of silly Junyang friends were also discussing the upcoming exploration of the mysterious ancient temple. Hadong, brothers and sisters of Junyang village. Who's heading to Wutai Mountain? Want to form a team to explore this mysterious temple tomorrow? Maybe we'll stumble upon some good fortune. Lu Qinger, I knew Xiao would come. I'm already at a hotel named Zihuang in Wutai Mountain. Let's see where to meet tomorrow. Mengfen too, I'm already here too, please take me with you. Ji Taibao, I envy everyone who can go. I'm almost at the end of my high school entrance exams, with too much homework and extra classes to attend. I barely have any time. If anyone has any findings, please share them in Junyang. Yi Liangchen, with my palm rising to summon the 8 trigrams dragon and my palm falling to reverse the heavens, I only hope there is someone formidable in this heretical temple so that Yi Liangchen 1T returned disappointed. Seeing Yizhen's arrogant attitude, Guchen couldn't help but roll his eyes. He wondered if the social beating he had given this guy when he was the city god was too light, as he had recovered so quickly. He hoped that when they explored the evil Buddha demon temple tomorrow and encountered the evil monks inside, this guy's mouth would still be as tough as it was now. Looking at the lively messages from the other members of the Junyang group, Guchen also typed out a message to let them know he was there. In response, Fang Xiu, Lu Qinger, and Wang Xiaoai all welcomed him and hoped he would join their exploration team. Faced with such an invitation, Guchen had no reason to refuse. He quickly agreed, and everyone agreed on a meeting spot in Junyangli before exiting the group chat to rest and prepare for tomorrow's exploration. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the next day had arrived. The soft golden sunlight streamed down, bringing a touch of warmth. The weather was indeed pleasant today. The team leaders and elite agents from the Central Plains Security Bureau who had arrived the previous day, along with the investigators, martial artists from the civilian sector, the divine envoys from the Divine Envoys Alliance, and some fair-haired foreigners clearly from Western nations, also began to emerge from their accommodations at this time. Guchen also joined the group of friends from Junyangli at this time, blending into the crowd of folk dancers. Once everyone had gathered, the experts identified the direction and set off in a large group toward the mysterious ancient temple located within the Wutai Mountains. Since Wutai Mountain itself was a well-known 5A-rated tourist attraction, with its scenic beauty and famous temples, the number of tourists visiting the area daily was no small figure. The fact that the mysterious ancient temple had been discovered so quickly and had sparked heated online discussions was largely due to this. All those who came to explore were experts, at least at the hidden energy level. Their physical fitness and combat prowess far exceeded that of ordinary people. They moved effortlessly along the rugged mountain paths, and their speed was impressive. After about half an hour, they quickly arrived at the designated location. Upon arrival, the surroundings were shrouded in dense, gloomy forests. The ground was barren, with dim sunlight filtering through and creating an oppressive atmosphere. Of course, the most striking feature was the massive ancient temple in the center. It was shrouded in a grayish-white mist, exuding an eerie, otherworldly aura. It resembled an old black and white photograph, giving off an unsettling vibe, as if it belonged to another dimension rather than the world before their eyes. Everyone stopped in their tracks. They could faintly hear whispers coming from the eerie ancient temple hundreds of meters away, emanating from the mouths of monks and novices wandering around inside. The sounds were unclear, but they stirred a sense of restlessness and irritation. Is this the mysterious ancient temple mentioned online? The so-called mysterious Buddha that's been talked about so much doesn't seem that impressive. It's just something that makes one feel restless and disrupts one's emotions. A martial artist from the common folk, wearing double steel reinforced gloves, sneered and rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed. He didn't think much of the mysterious ancient temple. A group of high-ranking officers and investigators from the Central Plains Security Bureau were observing the area from the outskirts, setting up various instruments and equipment. As for the divine envoys of the Divine Envoys Alliance, they frequently engaged in life-threatening battles with demonic creatures and supernatural phenomena. Most of them were cautious by nature, and given that this heretical temple was likely the very place mentioned in the divine edict from the incense-burning divine court, they dared not take it lightly, maintaining a state of vigilance. As for the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Western-style warriors, who were clearly foreign-trained special forces and spies, they were even more cunning. They had come here to stir up trouble. Seeing that the people from Zhengzhou were standing cautiously in place, looking quite vigilant, they were even less inclined to be the first to act. The civilian martial artist wearing steel-reinforced gloves glanced at the cautious crowd around him, then couldn't he help but flash a look of contempt. He casually lifted his leg and walked toward the heretical ancient temple. There were nearly 500 dark energy masters on the scene. So many people were too scared to move by a tiny temple? If word got out, people would laugh us to death. With so many of us charging in, what could that dilapidated temple do? It would be reduced to rubble in no time. Following his lead, another dozen or so martial artists of the same level couldn't resist any longer. They lifted their legs and walked toward the mysterious ancient temple, wanting to be the first to explore it. If they could find an opportunity there, this trip would be worth it. As they drew closer, the dozen or so martial artists at the folk internal energy level soon noticed that the murmuring sound of sutras in their ears had grown louder, like insects burrowing into their brains. A voice was urging them to unconsciously speed up toward the eerie ancient temple. Namo Amitba Buddha, surrender to our temple and attain great freedom. Lay down your weapons and become a Buddha instantly. Enter our temple and attain the fruit of our hotship. Come in quickly, come in. The eerie chanting had unknowingly completed its spell over them. Countless grayish-white malevolent energies were drawn by the chanting, penetrating into the 7 orifices of the over a dozen martial artists at the folk internal energy level. Their bodies twisted, their movements stiffened, resembling the sinister monks and novices faintly visible within the ancient temple. Even their mouths began to mutter the eerie chanting they heard around them. Namo Amitpa Buddha, take refuge in the Buddha, enter my temple, and attain the great freedom of Buddhahood. Watching these over a dozen folk martial artists of the dark energy realm, their minds confused and mouths muttering the eerie scriptures, the crowd standing behind them couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, their hearts filled with fear. This eerie chant was truly terrifying. It could confuse the mind without a sound and draw people into its spell without their awareness. This was not ordinary Buddhist chanting, but a soul-stealing sutra. It confused the mind, took lives, and killed without a trace. Chapter 101, Opening Thunderstrike, Defensive Measures. My script wasn't this simple. As they watched the dozen or so folk martial artists with hidden inner strength slowly approach the ancient temple, seemingly controlled by the soul-stealing scriptures and about to convert to the temple, becoming one of them, the eerie scene sent chills down the spines of those watching from behind. Hey! Come back! It's dangerous. You've been affected. Something's wrong with those sutra chants. They can steal one's mind and take one's life. Even if someone shouted loudly, it was of no use. The dozen or so martial artists of the folk internal energy realm showed no reaction at all. Meanwhile, the senior officers of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau frowned deeply, their expressions solemn as they spoke. The chanting was indeed eerie, having silently confused their minds. Fortunately, no one rushed forward early or otherwise, we might have all fallen victim without even realizing it. This is far too dangerous. A folk martial artist with hidden internal energy shook his head solemnly and said, their minds have been completely bewitched by the eerie sutra sounds. Their bodies are already showing signs of corruption and abnormality. Even if we shout as loud as we can, it won't do any good. Among the explorers behind them, the female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Shelley, who were live streaming the scene, also looked solemn and were secretly shocked. Inside the live stream, the viewers watching the broadcast were also shocked by the eerie scene, and numerous comments flooded the screen. Holy crap, that eerie chanting is so terrifying. Just one glance, and over 10 martial artists at the dark chi level were hit. This is the soul-snatching sutra. It confuses the mind and kills without a trace. I thought yesterday was a sure win with the flying dragon's face, but the opening was a thunderbolt. This ancient temple is indeed no ordinary place. Many people at the scene also took out their phones to capture this eerie moment, sharing it on social media or online, which also attracted a large number of netizens to gather and watch, leaving many speechless. Is this mysterious ancient temple really that dangerous? Over 10 experts were already taken down at the start. I thought we'd just push through and demolish this mysterious temple, but it turns out to be a den of dragons and tigers. This is going to be tough. Ugh, I feel like this exploration is going to be a disaster. Let's keep watching. I have a feeling this isn't as simple as it seems. Fang Xiu, Lu Qing'er, and Wang Xiaowei couldn't help but furrow their brows. The scene before them was indeed unexpected. This mysterious ancient temple isn't simple at all. We underestimated it. This exploration is going to be full of twists and turns. The next battle will be a tough one. Gu Chen, standing nearby, couldn't help but curve his lips slightly. This was the demonic Buddha temple he had spent so much effort setting up, and with so many source points invested, it couldn't possibly be so easily overpowered. He had been counting on this to harvest a batch of source points. As he watched the dozen or so folk martial artists with hidden inner strength being gradually corrupted by the grayish-white evil chi, with a clear trend toward falling into the ranks of the ancient temple, he realized that if they couldn't be stopped in time, they'd have to deal with another dozen enemies at the hidden inner strength level, which wouldn't be favorable for the rest of their exploration. After some discussion among the divine envoys present, they quickly decided to act. A faint golden incense-like energy emanated from their bodies as they rushed forward, swiftly closing the distance to the over a dozen folk martial artists of the dark energy realm. They then reached out and pressed their hands against the warriors' bodies. The faint golden incense-fueled willpower enveloped them, and the over 10 dark energy practitioners, who had been corrupted by the evil energy, were stimulated. They opened their mouths and let out a roar, charging at the divine envoys behind them. The faint golden incense-fueled energy collided with the grayish-white evil energy, producing a sizzling sound, like cold water dripping into a boiling oil pan. The former possessed the ability to exorcise evil and suppress malevolent spirits, having been transformed from the collective wishes of countless people, and was the unique power of the incense-burning deities. The latter, however, possessed the opposite attributes, absorbing in evil and malevolent energies. It was mysterious and unpredictable, confusing the minds of others and leading them to corruption. It was like the opposition between light and darkness, good and evil, representing opposing forces. Fortunately, the dark martial artists whose minds had been clouded by the haunting chant of the sutra had not yet entered the ancient temple of evil. Under the cleansing influence of the incense and prayers, their senses gradually returned to clarity. Hurry up and leave the range of those evil scriptures sounds. The dozen or so dark energy martial artists who had regained their senses snapped out of their trance and rushed back, finally escaping the range of the soul-snatching scripture sounds, their hearts still trembling with fear. The divine envoys who had intervened were surrounded by a faint golden aura of incense and prayer, completely blocking the mind-altering sutra chants and repelling the grayish-white evil chi that was creeping toward them. This scene caused many onlookers to breathe a sigh of relief. At least the soul-snatching scriptures and the corrosive evil chi could be resisted, giving many a sense of reassurance. If these divine messengers' incense-fueled wishes could withstand the soul-snatching sutra's sound and the corrupting aura, then couldn't these martial artists practicing the immortal martial arts also rely on their own vital energy to resist? Thinking this, some couldn't help but step forward to try. The captains of the Central Continent Security Bureau exchanged glances and also began to channel their vital energy, covering their bodies with it, before lifting their legs and walking toward the ancient temple. With the defensive barrier formed by their vital energy, the soul-shaking sounds of the soul-reaping sutras, which had been trying to burrow into their ears, grew significantly fainter. The grayish-white evil chi swirling around them was also blocked. Indeed, the vital energy could resist the of the soul-snatching sutras and the evil chi. As everyone advanced, remember to cover your bodies with chi and blood energy to resist the attack. This place is far too sinister and eerie. Those who have not cultivated to the level of an immortal warrior or lack sufficient vital energy should not enter, lest they cause trouble for everyone else. This threshold had already eliminated nearly a third of the martial artists present. Although the official simplified version of the human immortal martial arts had been in circulation for some time, cultivating vital energy to the point where one could defend against enemies remained a significant challenge. Even with the official elixirs developed for this purpose, there was still a considerable barrier to overcome, and it required time to cultivate and refine. After gaining some experience, the explorers present relaxed considerably. Soon, the martial artists and divine messengers who had cultivated their vital energy could no longer contain themselves. Some channeled their vital energy to cover their bodies, while others summoned the power of incense offerings to protect themselves, rushing toward the ancient temple of the heretical sect. As friends of Jun Yang, Feng Xiu, Lu Qinger, and Wang Xiaoai also exchanged glances, their chi and blood energy surging. Now that we know how to resist the soul-snatching sutra's sound and the evil chi's corrosion, we feel more confident. Let's go in and see if we can find some opportunities. Gu Chen naturally had no objections, but out of consideration for Jun Yanyu, he decided to remind them that the soul-snatching sutra chants and the corrupting evil energy were merely external risks. The ancient temple itself, as the source of the danger, was the true threat. The evil monks and bizarre novice monks inside were likely far more formidable. They must not underestimate them. Yijin, standing beside him, snorted disdainfully and said arrogantly, "When did Master Gu become so cowardly? They're just a bunch of old and young bald monks reciting some scriptures to scare people. In front of my dragon-wielding Bagua they're nothing but chickens and dogs. I can crush them with a flick of my wrist." Looking at Yijin, who was the most arrogant and self-important person at the scene, Gu Chen's eye twitched slightly. He struggled to suppress the urge to crush this guy into the ground. If it weren't for the fact that they were both friends of Jun Yang, he wouldn't have bothered to give him a friendly warning. But this guy didn't even appreciate it? It seems like he hasn't been through enough hardships in life. Chapter 102, Paper Tiger? The self-destructive genius Yi Tianzhou. Palm shocks the evil monks. After uncovering the intelligence, the situation on the scene changed drastically. The martial artists whose chi and blood surged, along with the divine messengers shrouded in incense and prayers, began to enter the area one after another. Hundreds of people marched toward the heretical temple in unison. Those Western-modified warriors from beyond the Central Plains also kept a close eye on the situation, secretly following behind, clearly looking for any opportunity to take advantage of the chaos. With prior intelligence and preparation, the soul-summoning sutras emanating from the ancient temple and the corrosive evil energy were significantly weakened. A group of martial artists charged forward, relying on the vitality within their bodies, followed closely by the divine messengers of the Divine Messenger Alliance, shrouded in a faint golden aura of incense. The hundreds of meters were covered in an instant, and they quickly entered the range of the, officially stepping inside. Everything in sight appeared gloomy and foreboding, even the sunlight couldn't penetrate a single ray, as if they had stepped into a black and white photograph, filled with an eerie atmosphere. One after another, monks and novice monks with gaunt faces and wearing tattered robes moved stiffly, chanting funeral sutras. Even with the protection of vital energy and incense offerings, the others felt the eerie sounds piercing their ears, causing headaches, and greatly increasing their energy consumption. Originally, everyone had expected a fierce battle upon entering but after Lin Shen remained on guard for a moment, the monks and novices of seemed completely oblivious to their presence, continuing to move stiffly and chant their sutras, showing no reaction whatsoever. This scene left everyone stunned. What's going on here? Are these guys all blind? No reaction at all? Are they all just hollow shells, paper tigers with no real power? I was all worked up for nothing. Damn it, you almost scared the hell out of me. I thought this guy was supposed to be so powerful, but it's just this? Ha! Maybe we were too tense earlier and imagined this eerie temple to be too terrifying? The real danger was probably the soul summoning chanting and the evil energy earlier? As they watched the strange monks and novices in the eerie ancient temple ignore the intruders, the explorers hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to take action against them. Female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Shelley also found it quite unexpected that these strange monks and the 3-meter-tall figure were not interested in them, the intruders. Their expressions grew puzzled, as this situation was equally unforeseen for them. From the current situation, as long as they didn't provoke the monks and novices in the mysterious temple, they should be safe. Hearing Sun Na's words, her close friend Pan Shelley couldn't help but sigh in relief. This was truly unexpected. They had originally thought they would have to endure a tense battle. In the live stream, the viewers following the streamer in real time couldn't help but let out a chorus of boos and began to vent their frustration. What's going on? Those monks and novices looked so eerie and terrifying, yet after so many explorers entered, they didn't even dare to make a sound. This is embarrassing. I thought there would be an intense and thrilling battle, but it turned out like this? This is too lame. The eerie and terrifying sound of the soul-claiming sutra earlier was so menacing, yet it turned out to be all show and no substance. If it were me, I could handle it. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, Feng Xiu, Lu Qing'er, Wang Xiaoai, and Yizhen, the 5-person team, were also among the first wave of martial artists. Seeing the eerie monks and novices, they couldn't help but discuss the situation. These strange monks and novices are off. They completely ignored our intrusion? Could they just be all show and no substance? Could we treat them like NPCs in a game? Our intrusion hasn't triggered their conditions yet? Wang Xiaoai smiled but couldn't help but speak up. If they really ignore us, that wouldn't be so bad. We could explore this strange stock market freely, wouldn't that be better? Listening to the mocking voices echoing around him, Gu Chen's expression remained unchanged. As the mastermind behind turning this demonic Buddhist temple into a real place, he naturally knew the hidden difficulties. The demonic monks inside were currently in an unprovoked state, and their true terror had yet to be revealed. The more everyone underestimated them now, the heavier the price they would have to pay later. Looking at the demonic monks and novices who remained motionless, Yizhen, standing beside him, couldn't help but snort lightly, his eyes flashing with anger. He spoke with a tone of resentment. Alas! I have searched the world in vain for a worthy opponent. Why do you heretical monks ignore me? Do you dare to underestimate me, Yi Liangchen? Glancing at Yizhen, who was exuding an over-the-top, self-important aura and spouting non-stop nonsense, the other 4 members of the group Feng Xiu, Lu Qing'er, and Wang Xiaoai couldn't help but twitch the corners of their eyes. They felt an indescribable sense of embarrassment, as if their toes could dig out a 3-bedroom villa. Even Gu Chen, the mastermind behind the scenes, was left feeling utterly embarrassed by Yizhen's over-the-top teenage angst. Does this guy have no sense of shame at all? Noticing the strange glances from those around them, Feng Xiu, Lu Qing'er, Wang Xiaoai, and Gu Chen immediately distanced themselves from Yizhen, using their actions to make it clear they didn't know him. Unfortunately, Yizhen, a late-stage middle schooler completely immersed in his own world, paid no attention to the strange glances from those around him. He seemed to have no concept of embarrassment or shame, instead strutting around like a proud rooster, glaring at the strange monk and novice monk before him and shouting. How infuriating! You heretical monks, lift your heads. Let me see your true abilities. Fight me, Yi Liangchen. With a low growl, Yizhen's chi and blood surged, quicklying into a swirling dragon-like aura. He swung his palm backward and struck the forehead of an emaciated monk who was bowing his head and reciting a death-summoning sutra, his clothes in tatters. This scene caused the 5 companions standing nearby Feng Xiu, Lu Qing'er, and Wang Xiaoai to pale in shock. They never expected this man to be so unpredictable, completely disregarding the usual tactics. Yizhen, stop. Don't act recklessly. The situation is unclear, don't move. However, their shouts came too late. Yizhen's powerful dragon-winding bagua palm had already struck the emaciated monk's forehead. Thud. With a dull thud, the monk's head was shattered and snapped backward. The collision of vital energy and gray-white sounded like cold water splashing into boiling oil, emitting a series of sizzling noises. In an instant, all the demonic monks and novices stopped reciting the death-summoning sutras, their lifeless eyes turning toward the intruders. Grayish-white evil chi spread out, and Yizhen's palm strike seemed to have stirred a hornet's nest. Gu Chun couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No wonder they call her the death-seeking expert, Yi Tianzhou. The monks and novice monks in this demonic Buddha temple weren't supposed to be provoked so easily, yet she managed to awaken them all with a single palm strike. Chapter 103, Battle in the Temple, the Mysterious Monk, and the Iron-Headed Boy Yizhen. The ragged, emaciated monk who had been struck by the dragon-snaking bagua palm slowly pulled his broken head back into place. His gaze fell on Yizhen, who stood before him with a fierce expression, and he grinned, revealing a sinister smile. Are you here to convert to Buddhism and join our temple? That is truly wonderful. It has been over 1,000 years since anyone has come to the Juming Temple. All of you who have come here are destined to be here. Stay and join us. Seeing the awakened monks and novices of the eerie ancient temple, everyone present couldn't help but change their expressions. Grayish-white evil chi surged toward the intruders like boiling water, resembling a suddenly awakened evil dragon. It was like walking in a zoo, where there had been cages separating them before. However, Yixin's single slap was like opening the cage door holding the tigers, releasing them all to stare menacingly at the people in front of them. No one present had anticipated such a sudden turn of events. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but glare angrily at Yixin, the reckless fool. Of course, Fang Xiu, Lu Qing'er, and Wang Xiaowai, who were traveling with him, were even more eager to act now, wanting to pin Yixin to the ground and give him a good beating so he would know why the flowers were so red. Unfortunately, the slap had already been delivered, and it was too late to regret it now. The immediate concern was how to deal with the awakened demonic monk and his disciples. The ragged, emaciated monk who had been struck by the dragon's 8 trigrams palm slowly pulled his broken head back into place. His gaze fell on Yixin, who stood before him with a fierce expression, and he grinned with a sinister smile. Are you here to convert to Buddhism and join our temple? That's truly wonderful. It's been over 1,000 years since anyone has come to Juming Temple. All of you who have come here are destined to be here. Stay and come with me to see the elder. As his words fell, all the monks and novices in the eerie ancient temple also revealed a sinister smile, their eyes fixed intently on the intruders who had entered the temple. Convert to our temple and practice Buddhism. Convert to our temple and practice Buddhism. Convert to our temple and practice Buddhism. Amidst the incessant chanting, which sounded like the ramblings of a possessed being, grayish-white evil energy erupted from their bodies, causing the eyes of these demonic monks and novices to widen, filled with bloodshot veins. They quickly charged toward the intruders nearby like malevolent spirits, creating a fierce gust of wind. Facing the monks and novice monks who were unleashing their evil energy and launching a sudden attack, the crowd present was completely caught off guard, their expressions changing slightly as they hurriedly prepared to fight back. Female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli also paled, standing back to face the enemy, channeling the power of incense and prayers to protect themselves. Be careful. Don't let those monks get near you. The evil energy emanating from them is too strong. Got it. Nana, let's team up and attack together. The two women swiftly drew the whips they carried as weapons, which were wrapped in faint golden incense and prayer energy, and struck at the monks and novice monks charging toward them, while coordinating their punches and kicks to launch their attack. Crack! Over the past month and a half, the two women had dealt with numerous supernatural incidents, growing bolder and more skilled in combat. Working together, they used the incense and prayer energy to counter the evil chi, successfully holding back the charging monks and novices. Their performance was commendable. Thanks to professional-grade sports cameras and other live streaming equipment, even in the midst of battle, the cameras remained securely attached to their bodies without a single sign of detachment. This left the viewers watching the live stream in awe, with many immediately sending generous donations. The streamer is whipping the evil monks with a whip. She's so badass. She has the aura of a queen. Nana is the most dedicated streamer I've ever seen. She keeps fighting while still thinking about us viewers in the live stream. It's all because of that reckless teenager earlier. Why did they have to slap that evil monk? It's like they stirred up a hornet's nest. Finally, the battle has begun. Those heretical monks and novices in this ancient temple are no ordinary folk. Namo Amitba Buddha, enter my temple to worship the Buddha. Go see the elder. Shave your head and get a scar. Keep the precepts. Come here. Quickly come and recite the sutras with this monk. Attain enlightenment. Amidst the sharp, piercing voices, grayish-white evil energy swept toward us. The monks and novices before us looked like demons, their withered arms reaching out to grab us, moving so fast that we could only see after images. The fierce battle broke the temple's silence in an instant. Clang! Clang! Crack! Boom! In an instant, intense clashes erupted. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle within the ancient temple. The grayish-white evil energy collided with the vital energy and the incense-fueled prayers, creating a chaotic interplay of 3 colors, adding a few more hues to the otherwise monochromatic, eerie temple. Facing the swarm of demonic monks and novices charging toward them, the elite captains of the Central Continent Security Bureau also manifested their vital energy forms, taking the shapes of fierce tigers, raging bears, soaring cranes, or blazing flames, boosting their combat power to engage in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Fang Xiu, Lu Qing'er, and Wang Xiaowei also gathered together in perfect harmony, unleashing their own chi blood manifestations. Fang Xiu practiced Wing Chun White Crane Fist, manifesting a cold and proud crane in her chi and blood, allowing her to move as lightly as a crane, leaping over 10 meters with a single step. Her left hand, resembling a white crane spreading its wings, struck the hands of the demonic monks charging toward her, her right hand using the Wing Chun finger strike, shattering its throat and cervical vertebrae in one swift, ruthless motion. Lu Qing'er, on the other hand, practiced the snake form of Xingyi Quan. The chi and blood she channeled manifested as a fierce snake. As she advanced and retreated, her hands moved like a venomous snake striking, hiding her intent to kill. She moved nimbly among the demonic monks and monks rushing toward her, striking at their throats, cervical vertebrae, lower backs, and kidney points. As for Wang Shuai, his technique was even simpler and more brutal. The qi and blood he channeled into his body took the form of a golden armor, tightly fitting his body. He did not dodge or retreat as the demonic monks and novices charged at him. His hands swung like massive hammers, carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, smashing wildly at his opponents, sending gusts of wind in all directions. Gu Chen moved slowly and steadily, using his fists and feet to engage in a fierce battle with the demonic monks and novice monks. His various fist techniques flowed like clouds in water, his moves as graceful as a gazelle, effortless and relaxed. In fact, he had to suppress his fist strength and qi to avoid accidentally revealing his true power. Meanwhile, Yijin, the one responsible for this chaos, stood face to face with the emaciated monk. Within a 10-meter radius of the two, not a single demonic monk or novice dared to interfere, forming a stark contrast to the intense battle raging around them. "You wicked monk, you're no ordinary foe. You actually didn't take me seriously earlier. You deserve to face my invincible Yi Liangchen technique. You have earned the right for me to remember your name." Yijin spoke to the emaciated monk before him with intense battle intent. He assumed the 8 trigrams palm stance, his qi and blood surging. The emaciated monk, shrouded in grayish-white evil qi, heard this and revealed a trace of reminiscence on his face. He spoke slowly and calmly, "You, young layman, have a karmic connection with the Buddha. My monk's name is Xuanqin. I had the honor of following elders Dao Jian and others 1,000 years ago to engage in a magical duel with the founder of the Xinxiao sect." "You once followed elder Dao Jian and others to battle the founder of the Xinxiao sect 1,000 years ago? This unassuming, emaciated monk has such a formidable background?" Upon hearing this, many people around them couldn't help but look over. The Xinxiao sect was a renowned Taoist sect, and those revered as the sect's founders were all divine beings. Yet this unassuming, emaciated monk had once engaged in a magical duel with such divine beings? Even if he had followed the elders, it was enough to prove his formidable strength. However, Yijin was no ordinary man. Upon hearing this, he grew even more excited and shouted, "You heretical monk dare to challenge me, Yi Liangchen? Take this, my ultimate refined dragon rising Bagua palm." Seeing Yijin's stubbornness, everyone around him couldn't help but twitch their lips. How had this guy survived this long without being beaten to death? He had fought against the founder of the Xinxiao sect. Was he really going to confront him head-on? Was he out of his mind? Chapter 104, The Secret from 1,000 Years Ago, The Invincible Palm of Yi Tianjiao? "No! Save me, Master Gu." Watching Yijin, who was shouting about reaching the pinnacle of perfection in fighting until madness, his fellow travelers Fang Xiu, Lu Qinger, and Wang Xiaowei felt their sense of shame reaching its peak. Damn it, how could they have such a mentally unstable teammate? Don't people with a case of teenage angst ever feel embarrassed or ashamed? Lu Qinger's face grew solemn, and she couldn't help but speak up. "Yijin, stop this nonsense. You're no match for this suspended heart monk. Don't act recklessly." Fang Xiu also nodded solemnly. "You're right. This Xuanqin monk actually fought against the founder of the Xinxiao sect 1,000 years ago. He's so powerful that no one here can match him. Only by joining forces can we stand a chance against him. Such a figure is worthy of me, Yi Liangchen, to push myself to the limit in this battle. To seek a sliver of opportunity between life and death. To ascend to a higher realm." Yijin raised his chin slightly, his battle intent growing stronger. He waved his hand to interrupt Fang Xiu's pleas. "Don't try to stop me. I will push myself to the limit in this battle and break through my limits. Or I will be utterly defeated here." Watching Yijin, who was full of fighting spirit and shouting defiantly, the emaciated monk Xuanqin smiled wickedly and spoke slowly, "Interesting. This is the first time I've seen a young man like you. You should become a disciple of my temple and join the Buddhist order. In the future, you can settle the score with that arrogant master of the Xinxiao sect." "Ha!" The laughter echoed loudly, stirring up a wave of grayish-white evil energy that caused the other demonic monks and novices around them to tremble involuntarily. They all stopped in their tracks and resumed chanting the Sutra of the Buddha of Life in low voices. Not far away, 5 men dressed as Taoist priests turned pale, their expressions growing wary. They were disciples of the Xinxiao sect, having been favored by the divine envoys and ranking among the top in the Divine Envoy Alliance. They never expected to encounter a demonic monk with a grudge against the founder of the Xinxiao sect here. What if he discovered their identities and struck them down without mercy? Meanwhile, the senior officers of the Central Plains Security Bureau looked even more solemn. They had heard of the ruthlessness of the founder of the Xinxiao sect. Within the Zhengzhou Security Bureau, experts in Song dynasty history and investigators had been invited to comb through ancient texts and historical records, hoping to uncover clues related to the Song dynasty's incense-burning divine court through historical clues. However, after a thorough search, they noticed the Xinxiao sect's ruthless founder, Lin Lingsu, who had nearly single-handedly carried out the Buddhist eradication campaign. They vaguely sensed that the Buddhist eradication was somehow connected to the current divine edict. However, they never expected to encounter someone who had been involved in the relevant historical events so soon. The seemingly unremarkable, emaciated monk Xuanqin had actually followed the Buddhist monks Hu Zhang and Dao Jian 1,000 years ago to represent the Buddhist sect in a spiritual battle against the ruthless founder of the Xinshao sect, Lin Lingxiu. This news was simply too shocking. If the heretical Buddha's demon temple mentioned in the divine edict is indeed this heretical ancient temple before them, then couldn't this be used as evidence to prove that the incense-burning divine court is connected to the ruthless founder of the Xinshao sect, Lin Lingxiu? For a moment, all the high-ranking officers of the Central Plains Security Bureau were deeply shaken, never having imagined that they had accidentally uncovered such a secret. One of the captains of the Central Plains Security Bureau, however, his eyes flickered with intent, preparing to take advantage of the situation to ask some hidden questions. Master Xuanqin, have you ever heard of the incense-burning divine court of the Song dynasty? Why did the founder of the Xinshao sect, Lin Lingxiu, go to such lengths to destroy Buddhism? These words struck a nerve with the emaciated suspended heart monk, causing a mad gleam to appear in his eyes. A trickle of blood mixed with tears flowed from his mouth as he let out a furious roar. The founder of the Xinshao sect, Lin Lingxiu, sought to seize the incense offerings and prayers of the world to forge the incense-offering divine court. He first set his sights on our Buddhist sect, intending to destroy our Buddhist faith. The 16 of us monks joined forces to fight, but Lin Lingxiu's Xinshao thunder arts were too powerful, and none of us could match him. He defeated our Buddhist teachings, twisted our Buddhist hearts, and thousands of monks fell into darkness overnight. The incense offerings and prayers were all transformed into evil energy, and countless monks took their own lives. It was truly despicable. The surrounding heretical monks and novices also began to howl in unison, they're filling the air, and the evil energy spread everywhere. The high-ranking officer from the Central Plains Security Bureau, who had asked the question, never imagined that merely mentioning the incense shrine, Lin Lingxiu, and the destruction of Buddhism would cause the monk before him and the other heretical monks and novices to go into such a frenzy, as if they had been severely stimulated. This clearly showed how deeply these monks hated Lin Lingxiu, the ruthless destroyer of Buddhism. The Xinshao sect must be destroyed. Lin Lingxiu is a monster. The suspended monk, driven mad by the intense stimulus, suddenly struck out with a backhand, sending a grayish-white evil energy surging through the air. It transformed into a distorted golden handprint 10 zhang in size, crashing down with overwhelming force, enveloping an area of nearly 30 meters around it. The terrifying pressure caused the captain-level expert from the Zhengzhou Security Bureau to pale in shock, frantically channeling his qi and blood to form an external aura to counter the attack. Over a dozen other Zhengzhou Security Bureau captains also paled in shock, simultaneously channeling their qi and blood to form an external aura, and charged toward the 10 zhang wide, malevolent golden handprint. Boom! The collision of qi and blood with the evil energy caused the external manifestations of the 10+ captain-level experts to twist and shatter one after another under the evil-infused golden handprint. In a single strike, they were all injured, coughing up blood, and flying backward. The scene before them left everyone speechless. Even over a dozen experts who had cultivated their qi and blood to the point of manifesting external forms could not withstand this mad monk, let alone a single one. His power was truly formidable, living up to his reputation as someone who had once teamed up with other high monks to represent the Buddhist sect in a magical duel against the founder of the Xinshao sect, Lin Lingxiu. As they watched both the civilian martial artists and the Divine Envoy Alliance turned pale. How could they possibly confront such a powerful being? Just as everyone was about to retreat, Yijin, this late-stage, midlife crisis patient with a mind unlike that of a normal person, grew even more excited. He took a muddy step, crossing over 10 meters in a single bound, and swept behind the suspended heart demon monk. With the dragon's blood technique enhancing his aura, his palm struck out like a blade, tearing through the air and leaving a crescent-shaped blade in mid-air, aiming for the back of the suspended heart demon monk's neck. You hear that, evil monk? The one who will defeat you today is the current celestial prodigy, the future unmatched master of the world, Yi Liangchen. Feeling the scorching dragon-like energy emanating from his neck, the evil monk gave a sinister smile, then swiftly extended 2 fingers behind him, plucking them back like the Buddha plucking a flower. With effortless ease, he shattered Yijin's dragon-like energy, and a surge of evil energy, carrying the force of 10,000 pounds, crashed toward him. Put! Yijin spat out a mouthful of old blood. Before he could react, the suspended heart demon monk had already grabbed him. Very well, monk, it seems our temple has the deepest karmic connection with you. Stay here to cultivate under me. Like a chick being held in the palm of a hand, Yijin panicked. He quickly turned his head and shouted loudly toward Gu Chen. No! Master Gu, save me. Chapter 105, The Tragic Abduction of Yi Tianjiu and the Humiliating Return. Having witnessed the suspended heart demon monk casually strike a golden hand seal, sending over a dozen high-ranking experts from the Central Continent Security Bureau, who had already reached the stage of external blood and qi manifestation, flying backward and coughing up blood, his combat power was truly terrifying. This instantly terrified everyone present, who turned and prepared to flee. However, no one expected that just as everyone was preparing to flee, Yijin, the iron-headed brat, actually charged forward and dared to attack the Xuanqin heretic monk. Who gave him the courage? The outcome was not unexpected by those present. The iron-headed youth, who had been boasting about being a prodigy of the present age, collided head-on with the Xuanxin heretic monk. He didn't even last a single move before being knocked back by the demonic energy emanating from the monk, spitting blood, and being held like a chick in his hand. He then began to beg for mercy. From his earlier boasts to being defeated in a single move and begging for mercy, the entire ordeal lasted less than 5 breaths, prompting many to mock him. Of course, there were also those who secretly thanked Yi Chun for stepping forward and sacrificing himself, allowing them to escape further away. As fellow travelers, Fang Xiu, Lu Qing'er, and Wang Xiaoyi watched Yi Jin, who couldn't even withstand a single move before being defeated, and couldn't help but twitch their eyes. This guy really hadn't experienced the harsh realities of the world. Knowing that the other party was no ordinary opponent, he still charged in blindly. What else could that be but courting death? Gu Chen, watching Yi Jin being held like a chicken by the suspended heart demon monk and pleading for help, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes. He felt utterly helpless and wanted to vent his frustration. Do you have no self-awareness of your own strength? Don't you have any sense of your own limitations? Yi Tianjiao, regarding your request, I'm afraid it's going to be quite difficult. Gu Chen shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands, and wore a look of helplessness on his face. Yi Jin, who was being held like a little chick by the demon monk, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke slowly, Master Gu, if you can save me this time, I, Yi Liangchen, will definitely repay you in the future. Hearing this guy's awkwardly pretentious words, Fang Xiu, Lu Qing'er, and Wang Xiaoyi, who were traveling together, couldn't help but speak up. Gu Chen, just let him be. Let him taste the consequences of his arrogance. Lu Qing'er raised her eyebrows slightly and spoke softly, I also think what Sister Fang said makes sense. Yi Jin truly lacks the harsh lessons of society. I'm sure this Master Xuanxin will teach him a thing or two. Wang Xiaoyi also couldn't help but nod and said in a deep voice, Yi Jin, just stay in this ancient temple for a while. If you're lucky, you might learn some earth-shattering secrets, which would be a great accumulation of merit. We'll leave first and rescue you later when we have the chance. Hearing the words of his companions, Yi Jin's expression stiffened slightly, and his gaze grew tense as he stared at Gu Chen. Master Gu, if you are willing to save this prodigy, when I eventually dominate the world, I will grant you a prestigious position, allowing you to stand by my side and achieve immortality in the cycle of reincarnation. The evil monk, who was holding him like a chick, wore a sinister smile on his face. As he watched the others preparing to escape the ancient temple, he burst into laughter. Young layman, do not worry. Today, many laymen have a karmic connection with our temple. This monk has also brought you along to keep you company. As his words fell, grayish-white evil chi surged around him. The suspended heart demon monk recited Buddhist scriptures, performing the Buddhist esoteric sect's great seal, reaching out through the air to grab the fleeing crowd ahead. Om Mani Padme Hum. Terrifying evil energy surged forth, emitting a force that distorted the 5 senses. In an instant, it transformed into a 10-foot-wide palm print descending from the sky, like a moon being pulled from the depths of the ocean, grabbing those warriors and divine messengers who reacted too slowly. The latter, naturally unwilling to surrender, immediately mobilized their chi and blood energy, as well as their incense offerings and vows, and began to struggle. Why struggle, you devotees? Surrender to our temple, recite the sutras, and contemplate the Buddha's enlightenment. Would that not be wonderful? The heretical monk shook his head, extended his withered palm, and pulled the people back with the palm print formed by demonic energy. He then flicked his fingers, striking each of them, completely rendering them unable to resist. The heretical monks and novices within the ancient temple also wore sinister grins, moving toward those attempting to flee. They transformed into blurry shadows, charging forward as malevolent energy swirled around them, engaging in fierce combat with the crowd. Clang! Clang! Crack! Boom! Amidst the series of intense collisions, the scorching blood energy, the faint golden incense-fueled resolve, and the grayish-white evil energy intertwined once more, adding a different hue to the black and white hues of the heretical ancient temple. The evil monks and strange novices of the ancient temple, empowered by the gray-white evil energy, unleashed a force no less formidable than that of the martial artists who had cultivated their blood energy. Moreover, they felt no pain and feared no death. Even if their spines were shattered, it would be of no use. In a sense, they were entirely sustained by the evil energy within their bodies. As long as the evil energy remained, they were immortal. Of course, some divine messengers on the scene reacted quickly, joining forces to attack the evil monks and novices. With the aid of the immense power of incense and prayers, they managed to purify the evil energy from their bodies. Without the evil energy to sustain them, they quickly turned into a cloud of ash and vanished from the world. The divine messengers who participated in the battle also gained a significant amount of merit points. The weakness of these demonic beings lies in the evil energy within their bodies. As long as the evil energy is depleted or eradicated, they will instantly disintegrate into nothingness. Everyone, stay calm. Retreat in an organized manner. After the initial chaos, everyone present finally calmed down and began to retreat from in an organized manner, successfully killing some of the evil monks and novices and earning more merit points. As for Fang Xiu, Lu Qing'er, and Wang Xiaoyi, their reaction speed was also extremely fast. Without any hesitation, they fully mobilized the qi and blood energy within their bodies, aided by the enhancement of the qi and blood external manifestations, and charged toward the exit. Gu Chen was also enveloped in qi and blood energy, appearing far more composed than the panicked crowd fleeing in disarray. He skillfully seized opportunities and exploited weaknesses to evade the attacks of the demonic monks and novices, successfully reaching the outer perimeter of the. After fleeing outward for 400 or 500 meters, the group finally came to a halt, looking back at the temple with lingering fear. They dared not look back, for fear of the monks and novices, who, for some reason, had not pursued them. Otherwise, few would have survived the terrifying. Soon, news of this failed exploration spread, sparking a heated online debate, with many netizens expressing disbelief. Chapter 106, Retreat in Defeat, Official Response, and Caution. During the brief half-hour exploration of the mysterious ancient temple, everyone's mood was like riding a roller coaster, thrilling and nerve-wracking. Originally, they had thought that with so many martial arts experts and divine messengers present, even if the ancient temple was as mysterious as it was, what could it possibly do? With so many experts swarming in, wouldn't it be overturned in no time? However, the situation turned out to be quite the opposite. Those demonic monks and novices were no pushovers. Not only were they fearless, but even if their necks or limbs were broken, they could quickly recover thanks to the evil energy within them and continue fighting. The only way to eliminate them was to completely deplete and eradicate the evil energy from their bodies. Of course, the most terrifying was the suspended heart evil monk. With a single strike of his Vajra palm, he shattered the blood energy projection formed by over 10 team leaders from the Central Plains Security Bureau, making them no match for him. During the initial exploration, nearly 300 people entered this heretical ancient temple. However, under the obstruction of the suspended heart demon monk's esoteric palm strike and the demonic monks and novices, only over 200 managed to escape. The rest were all left behind because they had a karmic connection with the Buddha, clearly demonstrating the extreme danger of the situation. Watching the expressions of the escaping experts, the over 100 ordinary martial artists who had not reached the chi blood power threshold couldn't help but sigh in relief, their faces showing a hint of gratitude. They were glad they hadn't rashly followed them inside, otherwise, they would never have made it out. As the strongest contingent present, the Central Plains Security Bureau had particularly bad luck. Earlier, many of their captains had been struck by the Xuanqin evil monk's Vajrapam, leaving them all injured. It was unclear whether this was due to their previous questions having offended him, but nearly half of the captains were left behind in the ancient temple. What had started as a confident exploration turned out to be a nightmare, as no one had anticipated the appearance of the ruthless Xuanqin Xieseng. The escaping captain-level experts returned with grim expressions, reporting the results of the exploration and all relevant intelligence to their superiors, awaiting further instructions. The fact that nearly half of the captain-level experts had been trapped in the heretical ancient temple immediately caused a major uproar within the Central Plains Security Bureau. Relevant officials immediately convened an emergency meeting. The danger posed by this heretical ancient temple far exceeded that of the Wuming ruins. Not only did it contain soul-confusing sutras, indestructible heretical monks and novices, but also the extremely dangerous Xuanqin heretic monk. Even over 10 captain-level experts working together couldn't match him. It would likely take a cultivator who had reached the blood transformation chapter of the human immortal martial arts to subdue him. At the Coastal City Research Institute, they had recently used a supercomputer, along with the newly invited instructor Fang Hansong and several other master martial artists, to barely calculate a simplified version of the Washing the Marrow chapter of the immortal martial arts. Currently, some captain-level experts were attempting to cultivate it, with various auxiliary drugs and resources piled up, to see if they could quickly cultivate martial arts experts at the Washing the Marrow level. Although the first exploration failed, it did yield valuable intelligence, resolving many previous mysteries. At least they now have some clues about the Song dynasty's incense shrine of the Divine Court, which can be considered a mixed result. The historical mystery of the Song dynasty's suppression of Buddhism 1,000 years ago has also been explained. The founder of the Xinqiao sect, Lin Lingshu, battled against a group of Buddhist monks to force the incense and fire temple, ultimately emerging victorious and successfully creating the Song dynasty's incense and fire temple. Now, 1,000 years later, for unknown reasons, the Song dynasty's incense and fire temple has reappeared. It would be best to research how to respond to the imminent reappearance of the Song dynasty incense shrine of the Divine Court. Soon, a series of secret discussions began within the Central Plains Security Bureau, and various decisions were made. Back at the scene in Wutai Mountain, after the initial exploration failed, both the official camp's Zhengzhou Security Bureau captains and the martial arts experts from the civilian camp, as well as the Divine Envoys from the Divine Envoys Alliance, all felt it was best to retreat and leave this dangerous ancient temple. Female streamer Sun Na and her close friend Pan Xiaoli, who were positioned closer to the outskirts of the heretical ancient temple, witnessed the terrifying power of the suspended heart heretic monk and immediately fled outward, narrowly escaping unharmed. That monk with the monastic name Xuanqin was truly terrifying. He could actually channel evil energy to form a massive seal, which could cover an area of 30 to 40 meters with a single strike. Fortunately, we were cautious and stayed on the outskirts, otherwise, we would have been trapped inside the temple. Female streamer Sun Na furrowed her brows, her face betraying a lingering sense of fear. Her best friend Pan Xiaoli, standing beside her, couldn't help but nod in agreement, patting her chest nervously and saying, "That monk inside was truly terrifying. My heart is still racing like a deer's even now." The two women were lucky their live streaming equipment was the only thing damaged, and they suffered no other losses. On the contrary, they gained 50 merit points for killing 2 evil monks and a novice monk. On the other side, Fang Xiu, Lu Qinger, and Wang Xiaowei gathered together with solemn expressions. Their own strength ranked among the top of the explorers. As long as it wasn't someone of the level of the suspended heart evil monk, ordinary 3 or 5 evil monks and novice monks couldn't stop them. Lu Qinger sighed in relief, glancing warily at the ancient temple behind them. They had finally escaped. That Xuanqin Xiesing was truly powerful. No wonder he was a formidable figure who could represent the Buddhist sect in battle over 1,000 years ago. He was simply too strong. To defeat him, I feel I would need to cultivate to the level of a human immortal and master the blood exchange chapter of the martial arts before I could stand a chance. Fang Xiu, standing beside her, nodded. This was merely the outer courtyard of the heretical ancient temple. The inner courtyard, shrouded in thick demonic energy, might harbor even more terrifying beings such as the main forces of the Buddhist sect who had once faced off against the founder of the Xinqiao sect in a direct battle thousands of years ago. The muscular, burly man named Wang Xiuwei spoke with a worried expression. Unfortunately, Yi Zhen had been captured by the suspended heart evil monk. Gu Chen saw his worried expression, shrugged his shoulders, and said dismissively, "Who told Yi Zhen to be so stubborn? He actually dared to charge at such a terrifying existence. Didn't that Xuanqin monk say he had a connection with the temple? If they take him as a disciple, it might be a chance for him." Fang Xiu, standing beside him, snorted lightly and spoke in a solemn tone. "This guy just needs a taste of the harsh realities of life. It's better that he fell into trouble, he'll learn from it. Since the suspended heart demon monk didn't kill him outright, it means there's no immediate danger to his life." Nearly half of the team leaders from Zhengzhou were killed inside the temple. This matter won't be resolved easily. There will definitely be a second wave of explorers, and that's when they'll get serious. As the failed explorers retreated, numerous related videos quickly spread, and the incident of exploring the mysterious ancient temple immediately trended on social media, sparking a heated debate. Chapter 107, Hot Debate, Bountiful Harvest, and Transforming the Fake into the Real. The founder of the Xinqiao sect and Xinqiao disciples. Shocking. The flying dragon face-off that was supposed to be a sure win actually lost? A gathering of masters explore the mysterious ancient temple, ending in defeat. A possessed monk at the ancient temple on Wutai Mountain reveals the great secret of the Song dynasty's Buddhist-Taoist conflict from 1,000 years ago. Exclusive analysis included. A team of highly skilled explorers returned empty-handed, sparking heated discussions on social media platforms such as Weibo, Douyin, and Bilibili. Many were unable to believe that such a prestigious exploration team could suffer such a devastating defeat. To be honest, I was completely baffled by this news. I never imagined that such a prestigious team would fail. This mysterious ancient temple is far more perilous than the Wuming ruins we encountered earlier. I heard through the grapevine that nearly half of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau's captain-level experts were trapped inside, and the higher-ups are furious. This won't end well. No one expected that this mysterious ancient temple would harbor such a ruthless figure as the suspended heart demon monk. With a single move, he sent over 10 Zhengzhou Security Bureau captain-level experts spitting blood and injured. It would likely take 5 or more experts at the bone-washing realm or even an immortal martial arts expert at the blood-swapping realm to defeat him. I heard from some experts who participated in the exploration of the ancient temple earlier that this Xuanqin Xiesing, during the Song dynasty over 1,000 years ago, accompanied the monk Li Chang and Dao Jian, along with other high-ranking monks representing the Buddhist sect, to engage in a magical duel with Lin Lingxiu, the founder of the Xinqiao sect. With such a formidable background, it's no wonder his combat prowess is so ferocious. Have you noticed that this is nearly the outer courtyard of the heretical ancient temple? No one has ever entered the inner courtyard yet. There might be Husang Lizong and Dao Jian, who fought against the founder of the Xinqiao sect 1,000 years ago, and their combat power must be even more brutal. In an instant, countless online onlookers became curious, rushing to research the matter. Their attention quickly focused on the ancient Song dynasty Buddhist-Taoist conflict, and they soon noticed the Xinqiao sect's ruthless founder, who nearly single-handedly attempted to eradicate Buddhism, leaving them deeply shaken. On a forum, a user named Mingxin posted an analysis of the Song dynasty's Buddhist-Taoist conflict, piecing together a plausible timeline of events. I consulted my friends who work as investigators at the Central Plains Security Bureau, as well as friends who specialize in Song dynasty history and theology. Combining their insights with my own historical reasoning, I have roughly pieced together a plausible historical timeline. At the time, Lin Lingxiu, the founder of the Xinqiao sect and the national teacher of the Song dynasty, was planning to build the Song dynasty's incense altar to collect the incense offerings and prayers from across the land. This endeavor inevitably involved the interests of the Buddhist sect, as the incense offerings and prayers were a crucial strategic resource for both the Buddhist and Taoist sections. Now that the Shinshao sect, leading the Taoist sect, sought to monopolize this resource, a fierce conflict was inevitable. Therefore, the Buddhist sect decided to take proactive action, leveraging the influence of the crown prince. Led by Husang Lizi and Dao Jian, a group of Buddhist masters challenged the founder of the Shinshao sect, Lin Lingshu, to a magical duel within the imperial palace. However, they were soundly defeated by Lin Lingshu. This defeat deeply shocked the Buddhist masters, who subsequently fell into depravity and became the heretical monks of today. Meanwhile, Lin Lingsu, the founder of the Shinshao sect, capitalized on his victory to establish the incense shrine of the Song dynasty. Centuries later, the two factions once again emerged into the world. Upon being posted, the thread quickly gained traction due to its logical reasoning and smooth flow of logic, further fueled by the current buzz surrounding the mysterious ancient temple incident. It immediately garnered countless likes from onlookers and surged to the top of the trending charts, with its reach expanding rapidly. Meanwhile, the explorers who had returned defeated were also reacting in various ways. Many civilian explorers, having witnessed the terrifying combat prowess of the evil monks in the mysterious ancient temple, had no hesitation in leaving, determined not to get involved in this mess. However, many divine envoys within the Divine Envoy Alliance were torn about whether to leave. The incense offerings and prayers they carried had some effect in suppressing the evil energy. After eliminating the demonic monks and novices within the temple, they could obtain merit points from the incense offering divine court, which would allow them to mobilize and control even more incense offerings and prayers. Female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Shelley were also torn. After some deliberation, they decided not to leave and instead continue streaming there. As for Fang Xiu, Lu Qinger, and Wang Xiaowai, after discussing it among themselves, they also made their decision quickly. Given the threat posed by this mysterious ancient temple, staying here would be of little use. As for Yi Tianjiao, who had been captured, he likely wouldn't face any immediate danger. It would be better to wait until the Zhengzhou authorities took decisive action and then figure out a way to rescue him. Soon, Fang Xiu, Lu Qin, and Wang Xiaowai booked their flights back. Gu Chen had no objections to this. During the process of returning to their respective hotel rooms to rest, Gu Chen finally had the chance to check the source points he had gained from this encounter with the Demon Buddha Temple. Under such widespread attention, he had obtained nearly 600,000 source points in one go, and as time passed, the number of source points he could obtain continued to grow. This was undoubtedly another bountiful harvest. A smile couldn't help but appear on Gu Chen's face. Soon, his mind became active, and he decided to capitalize on his momentum to expand his influence further and harvest more source points. He picked up his phone and checked the news. As expected, the trending topics online were dominated by related discussions. Of course, the comments about the Shinshao sect also caught his attention. Gu Chen considered that the Shinshao sect's formidable founder, Lin Lingshu, who had forged the Great Song Incense Shrine, was nearly ready to make his appearance. He quickly shifted his focus to the real-world Taoist temples within the Jiangnan Suzhou-Hangzhou region that were said to be descended from the Shinshao sect. He recalled seeing several Taoist-clad divine envoys at the last Divine Envoy Alliance gathering, who appeared to be disciples of the Shinshao sect. Gu Chen's eyes flashed, and he quickly made a decision. He would directly expend his primordial points to begin a new round of refining the fake into the real. To refine the false into the true for Shinshao sect's founder Lin Lingshu, disciples Zhang Ruhui, Qin Dao, Xue Dongjin, Lu Yanghao, and Lu Yu, it would require 600,000 source points. As the 600,000 source points were deducted, the Song Dynasty Incense Shrine, which had been floating in the void, suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light. Under the influence of an invisible force, Lin Lingshu, the founder of the Shinshao sect, enveloped in golden lightning, appeared first and descended into the highest temple of the incense and fire divine court. One after another, ancient disciples of the Shinshao sect, radiating golden light, descended into the various divine halls of the incense and fire divine court. For a moment, golden light surged, shaking the void, and the incense and fire divine court seemed to come to life, resonating with some of the Shinshao sect's hereditary Taoist temples in the real world. Within the Jiangnan region of Suzhou and Hangzhou, in Taoist temples such as the Xuanmiao Temple and Miaoling Temple, which trace their lineage back to the Shinshao sect, the statues of the founding masters on the altars suddenly erupted with golden light, shooting thousands of meters into the sky, instantly startling the Taoist monks within the temples. Chapter 108, the divine ancestor of the Shinshao sect manifests, sacred artifacts revive, and extraordinary phenomena astonish the four directions. In the Xuanmiao Temple and Miaoling Temple, which trace their lineage back to the Shinshao school, the statues of the ancestral masters on the altar were enveloped in golden light, and the vast golden light shot straight into the sky. Several Taoist monks who were reciting scriptures and performing their evening rituals inside the temple were startled by the golden light emanating from the statues of the ancestral masters on the altar, leaving them speechless. Senior brother. The ancestral master has manifested. Limitless heavenly lord. Our Shinshao sect's ancestral master has actually manifested. What are you all still standing here for? Hurry up and notify the abbot. Tell him that the ancestral master of our Xinxiao sect has manifested himself. The middle-aged Taoist leading the group glanced at the stunned disciples and impatiently shouted. Immediately, several young monks rushed out to fetch the old abbot, but the immense golden light had already awakened the old abbot and the elders within the monastery. Several elderly monks in their 60s and 70s rushed to the ancestral hall, where they saw the statue of the founder bathed in golden light, rising straight into the sky. In this age of the decline of the Dharma, to witness the founder's manifestation with their own eyes was an unimaginable shock for these monks who had devoted their entire lives to cultivation. Tears streamed down their faces. Our Xinxiao sect's founder has manifested. Quick, bring incense. I must pay homage to the founder of the Xinxiao sect. I have practiced the way in the Xinxiao sect for nearly 50 years. It is a great blessing in 3 lifetimes that I have finally witnessed the manifestation of the Xinxiao sect's ancestral master. Under the guidance of the old abbot and the elders of the temple, all the disciples of the Xinxiao sect present stood solemnly and began to prostrate themselves before the statue of the founder on the altar. Not only that, but the ancient artifacts of the Xinxiao sect's founder, the thunder talismans, jade swords, and jade brooms which were enshrined on the altar, also began to emit a golden glow. This golden light intertwined with the golden light erupting from the statue of the founder, creating a mystical and awe-inspiring sight. A powerful spiritual energy rippled through the air, shaking the hearts of all present. A faint golden light cascaded down from the statue of the founder, enveloping all the Xinxiao sect disciples present. Within just a few breaths, they felt their spirits uplifted and their fatigue completely vanished. Especially the elderly abbots and elders, under the faint golden light emanating from the statue of the founder, felt tremendous changes within themselves. They felt as though their entire bodies were immersed in a hot spring, with the faint golden light silently nourishing their bodies. Years of chronic joint pain and muscle strain vanished, their white hair turned jet black and lustrous, wrinkles disappeared from their faces, and their physical condition soared, as if they had been rejuvenated to their 20s in just a few breaths. This is truly miraculous. Disciple Yuanqing deeply thanks the ancestral master for his mercy and blessings. The old abbot, whose monastic name was Yuanqing, couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. He bowed deeply before the statue of the ancestral master on the altar. Disciple thanks the ancestral master for his mercy. Just as the monks were filled with excitement and bowed repeatedly, a solemn voice echoed through the ancestral hall. The incense and fire altar will soon be opened. All disciples of the Xinxiao sect must prepare the altar. At that time, the temple's sacred artifacts will guide the ancestral master's descent into the world. This sudden, solemn voice caused all the monks present to widen their eyes in astonishment. The old abbot Yuanqing, along with the elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong, were filled with excitement and immediately knelt down on the ground, shouting in unison. Disciples of the Xinxiao sect, Yuanqing, Yuan Ming, Yuan Kong, humbly receive the ancestral master's edict. We will certainly fulfill the ancestral master's divine decree. After receiving the divine edict from the ancestral master, under the leadership of the old abbot Yuanchang and the elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong, all the Taoist monks began to recite the scriptures of the Xinxiao sect. After nearly an hour, the golden pillar of light that had shot thousands of meters into the sky finally came to a halt. The old abbot Yuanqing, along with Yuan Ming, Yuan Kong, and the other senior monks of the monastery, ceased reciting the scriptures of the Xinxiao sect. All disciples of the monastery, heed my command. The matter of today's divine manifestation of our ancestral master and the edict he has issued must not be disclosed to outsiders under any circumstances. Anyone who disobeys this order will be expelled from the monastery and stripped of their status as disciples of the Xinxiao sect. Under the golden light emanating from the statue of the founder, the aura of the old abbot Yuanqing and the other elders of the monastery, Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong, underwent a significant transformation. Their faces exuded an air of authority, and every word and action betrayed a decisive and resolute demeanor, completely shedding their previous signs of age. The monks in the monastery exchanged glances, their hearts trembling involuntarily, and quickly nodded in unison. We will strictly adhere to the ancestral master's edict. We will not reveal this to anyone outside the temple. Seeing the reactions of the monks, the old abbot Yuanqing and the other elders exchanged glances, their faces unable to hide a satisfied smile. They spoke eagerly. Excellent. We are truly fortunate to have encountered the ancestral master's divine manifestation. The old Taoist will spend the entire night reciting scriptures in the ancestral hall to demonstrate our sincerity. The elderly monks had just undergone the master's golden light purification, their vital energy and spirit were brimming, and their physical condition far surpassed that of the young. Staying up all night to recite scriptures was no challenge at all for them. The divine statues of the ancestral masters of the Xuanmiao and Miaoling temples manifested their divine presence, with golden light shooting straight into the sky for nearly 1,000 meters. This magnificent phenomenon lasted for nearly an hour before gradually fading away. The phenomenon immediately drew the attention of countless villagers and townspeople nearby. Many people quickly pulled out their phones to capture the golden light shooting into the sky from the monastery, uploading the footage to their social media feeds, including Junyang chat and online platforms, instantly attracting a massive crowd of curious netizens. The Xuanmiao Temple and Miaoling Temple are right near us. I heard they're part of the Shinshao sect's lineage? I remember someone explaining that the founder of the Shinshao sect was Lin Lingsu, and a heretical monk from the at the foot of Wutai Mountain once clashed with him in a magical duel? Could the founder of the Shinshao sect be reincarnating? Could the appearance of that heretical ancient temple have provoked the founder of the Shinshao sect? Now that he's manifested, is another round of Taoist-Buddhist warfare about to erupt? If the founder of the Shinshao sect has manifested, it proves that the legends of immortals are true. Brothers, who wants to join me in becoming Taoist monks? Don't get carried away, brother. The Taoist sect doesn't just take disciples lightly. It's all about fate. Without fate, even if you kneel at their door for 3 days and 3 nights, it won't do any good. Watching the heated online discussions, Gu Chen, who had orchestrated all the chaos, couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Judging by the current trend, once the ancestral masters of the Shinshao sect from the incense court of the Song dynasty begin to emerge one after another, it was clear that this would bring him another wave of primordial points. The extraordinary phenomenon that occurred at the Shinshao sect's ancestral temple immediately caught the attention of the Central Plains Security Bureau. Recalling the recent series of events, whether it was the incense and fire temple, the divine envoys, or the heretical monks from the ancient temples, all of these were connected to the Shinshao sect, making it hard not to draw connections. The next day, a team of elite agents from the Central Plains Security Bureau, led by a captain-level officer, immediately set out for the Taoist temple where the golden light had appeared the previous night to investigate and gather information from the monks there. Chapter 109, External Surveillance, The Descent of Shinxiao's Ancestral Masters. Within the Xuanmia Taoist temple, the elderly abbot Yuan Cheng and the elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong sat there, smiling as they watched the investigation team from the Central Plains Security Bureau. The disciples of the temple poured tea for the visitors. Master Yuan Cheng, what was the strange phenomenon that occurred last night at the temple? Could you please enlighten us? Facing the question from the captain of the Central Plains Security Bureau, the old abbot Yuan Cheng shook his head and gave a mysterious smile. Captain Lin, last night was the manifestation of our Shinshao sect's ancestral master. As for the details, you are not disciples of our Shinshao sect, so it is inappropriate for me to go into detail. Please understand. Hearing the clearly evasive tone, a younger member of the investigation team couldn't help but speak up. We are representatives of the official authorities from the Central Plains Security Bureau. We have the authority to investigate any abnormal situations that may pose a threat. Please cooperate with our work. Old Abbot Yuan Cheng heard this and smiled, his expression unchanged. He spoke slowly, young layman, you must understand that our Taoist temple has not done anything illegal. There is no rule that says we must disclose everything about the appearance of our Shinshao sect's ancestral master to you. If there is nothing else, we must take our leave. Regarding such a highly classified matter as the descent of the ancestral masters of the Shinshao sect, the old abbot Yuan Cheng, along with the elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong, naturally could not allow any accidents to occur. What if the Central Plains Security Bureau were to learn of this and interfere with the descent of the ancestral masters of the Shinshao sect? This concerns a lifetime of faith. As individuals who have dedicated nearly their entire lives to the ancestral masters of the Shinshao sect, the abbot and the elders of the monastery absolutely cannot allow any mishaps to occur. Seeing the situation before him, Lin Jin, the investigation team leader sent by the Central Plains Security Bureau, couldn't help but furrow his brows. May I ask if the old abbot would be willing to allow us to take a look inside the ancestral hall? Upon hearing this, the old abbot Yuan Cheng and the elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong exchanged glances, their expressions hesitant. Seeing this, Lin Jin, the investigation team leader, hurriedly spoke up, we promise we will only take a look. This is also for the task assigned by our superiors. We must have some accountability. After some deliberation, the old abbot Yuan Cheng and the elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong eventually nodded in agreement. After all, the investigation team represented the official security bureau of Zhengzhou. If they refused to grant them any face, it would be difficult to explain later. Soon, accompanied by the monks of the monastery, the investigation team from the Central Plains Security Bureau arrived at the ancestral hall of the monastery. They immediately noticed the clean and tidy statue of the ancestral master, the incense burning slowly on the incense burner, and the ritual objects neatly arranged on the ancestral altar. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing unusual, except for a faint sense of solemnity. Beyond that, there were no other reactions. After observing for a while without finding any clues, Lin Jin, the captain of the Central Plains Security Bureau's investigation team, had no choice but to lead his team members out of the Taoist temple. Captain, these Taoist priests are being too unreasonable. They clearly have no intention of cooperating with the investigation and are definitely hiding something. The young team member frowned and said. Lin Jin, the investigation team leader of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau, heard this and couldn't help but sigh. He rubbed his temples with a headache. There was nothing we could do. After all, they hadn't done anything illegal. We were merely suspicious. Even if we knew they were hiding something, we couldn't do anything to them. We could only assign some team members to conduct remote surveillance in secret. If anything went wrong, we could report it immediately. Inside the Taoist temple behind them, the old abbot Yuan Cheng and the senior monks Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly. They hadn't expected the official response to be so swift. All Shinshao disciples in the monastery must keep their lips sealed. Before the ancestral master descends, there must be no mistakes. Do you understand? The other monks in the temple heard this and felt a chill run down their spines, nodding in agreement. As time passed, the divine manifestation of the Shinshao sect's founder became increasingly visible to outsiders. From time to time, strangers would come to the monastery with ulterior motives, subtly trying to gather information and uncover the secrets behind the phenomenon. The monks from the neighboring Xuanmiao and Miaoling Taoist temples were also growing weary of the constant disturbances. Though these visitors claimed to be there to burn incense, their true intentions were clear. Their eyes were fixed on the direction of the ancestral hall, and their motives were far from pure. In response, the old abbot Yuan Qing discussed the matter with the elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong at the monastery and quickly made a decision: they would seal the monastery until the ancestral master of the Shinshao sect descended to the mortal realm. Observing the closure of Xuanmiao Temple and Miaoling Temple, outsiders reacted differently, especially those who noticed the unusual transformation of the abbot Yuan Cheng and the elders Yuan Ming, Yuan Kong. The senior monks of the monastery had their white hair turn black, resembling the miraculous transformation of rejuvenation, coupled with the strict prohibition of outsiders approaching the ancestral hall. It was easy to speculate on the underlying reasons. Several old Taoist monks must have obtained some great opportunity, and this opportunity was related to the items within the ancestral hall. Thus, on the night of the sealing, several outsiders took advantage of the darkness to sneak into the temple and head toward the ancestral hall. Since the ancestral master of the Shinshao sect had manifested his divine presence, the old abbot Yuan Cheng and the elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong had been taking turns each night to guard the ancestral hall, reciting sutras and burning incense before the statue of the ancestral master and the ritual objects on the table, their devotion far surpassing that of the ordinary disciples in the monastery. The several black-clad martial artists who had infiltrated the temple from outside did not even bother to acknowledge the elderly Taoist monks inside. Even though the monks had regained their youth and received the blessings of the founder, the infiltrators, with their advanced martial arts skills and the fifth level of the human immortal martial arts realm, could easily overpower the elderly monks. Watching the old abbot Yuan Chang reciting sutras, the black-clad intruders exchanged glances. Without hesitation, they lunged toward the mystical ritual objects on the table, intending to seize them by force. The old abbot, who was delivering the scriptures of the Shinshao sect, heard the piercing sound from above and saw the black-clad intruders diving down from mid-air. He immediately flew into a rage, his hair and beard standing on end. "How dare you? How dare you dare to covet the magical artifacts of the Shinshao sect? Please summon the ancestral sword to aid your disciple." With a low shout, the small artifact on the table suddenly erupted with a faint golden glow of incense and prayer, transforming into a golden streak of light that flew into the old abbot's hand. Holding the sword, he charged toward the black-clad intruders in mid-air, slashing out a terrifying sword beam. Put! A 10-meter-long golden sword beam effortlessly tore through the blood-soaked protective barriers of the black-clad intruders in mid-air, slicing their clothes to shreds and tearing their flesh apart. The immense impact sent them flying backward, leaving them in a pitiful state. "Run! That old Taoist's magical sword is too terrifying. We're done for." Soon, the few black-clad infiltrators were severely wounded and fled after a single clash with the old master's magical sword, leaving only a pool of blood behind them. The other elders in the monastery were also awakened by the commotion. Seeing the old abbot Yuan Shang holding the magical sword and the black-clad intruders retreating in shock, they finally realized what had happened. Immediately, the monastery became on high alert. The ancestral hall was guarded day and night by the old abbot Yuan Chang and the two elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong, ensuring no outsiders could approach. Time passed quickly, and half a month had already gone by. Far away in coastal city, Gu Chen calculated that the time was about right. His eyes flashed, and he quickly sensed the Song Dynasty incense shrine floating in the void through the system's power. He projected his mind and consciousness into the largest temple within the incense shrine, where the founder of the Shinshao sect, Lin Ling Su, was present. Their minds and consciousness connected. In an instant, faint golden lightning spread out, and the power of the Shinshao sect's founder Lin Lingsu combined with that of the incense altar of the divine court manifested various supernatural phenomena in the void. Then, he projected his power into the ancestral hall shared by the Xuanmiao Monastery and the Miaoling Monastery. The statue of the founder on the altar once again shimmered with golden light, and the ritual objects on the table responded in unison. The immense power of the incense and offerings swirled around, and the extraordinary phenomena in the ancestral hall immediately drew all the monks in the monastery toward it. The incense shrine of the divine court opens. Disciples of the Shinshao sect hold ritual artifacts, erect altars, and welcome the ancestral masters of the Shinshao sect to descend to the mortal realm. Upon hearing the solemn and majestic voice that echoed out of nowhere, the old abbot Yuan Chang and the two elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong of the monastery couldn't help but reveal a trace of excitement on their faces. The other monks in the temple also sighed in relief. Over the past half-month, they had been constantly watched by hostile outsiders, maintaining high alertness for an extended period, which had left them on the brink of collapse. Now, they had finally endured until the ancestors of the Shinshao sect descended. Quickly! Set up the altar according to our sect's highest ritual. Welcome the descent of the ancestral masters of the Shinshao sect. The old abbot Yuan Qing, along with the two elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong, hurriedly directed the monks to set up the altar in the hall, preparing to welcome the ancestral masters of the Shinshao sect. The extraordinary phenomenon of golden light rippling in the skies above the Xuanmiao Monastery and the Miaoling Monastery immediately drew the attention of countless outsiders. Chapter 110, The Incense-Burning Divine Court in the Void, all eyes turned toward the four directions. Over the past half-month, after Xuanmiao Monastery and Miaoling Monastery sealed their gates, martial arts experts attempted to infiltrate the ancestral hall that night to seize the artifacts. However, the outcome was entirely unexpected by everyone outside. Those few infiltrators who had cultivated their chi and blood to the dark energy realm couldn't even withstand a single exchange and were immediately cut down by a faint golden sword beam, forcing them to flee wounded. Even now, traces of blood left by the infiltrators can still be seen on the walls of the monastery. At the time of the incident, many people noticed the golden sword beam stretching over 10 meters in length within the monastery. Some claimed it was a guardian artifact with immense power, while others speculated it was an ancient relic passed down through generations within the monastery. Since then, although many outsiders have secretly watched from afar, very few dare to attempt infiltration. Half a month later, the Taoist temple once again witnessed such a massive golden light phenomenon, which truly caught everyone's attention. Many outsiders with ulterior motives began to glance around nervously. Some jumped directly toward the nearby residential buildings and large trees, quickly scaling them to the tops to observe the situation inside the Xuanmiao Temple and Miaoling Temple from their elevated vantage points. Not far away, inside a residential building, personnel from the Zhengzhou Security Bureau responsible for covert surveillance reported the unusual phenomenon at the temple with a solemn expression. The news immediately caught the attention of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau, and soon, several team leaders accompanied by their teams arrived at the scene by helicopter. The Zhengzhou Security Bureau was tasked with handling all abnormal incidents within Zhengzhou, especially those involving the ancient ancestors of the Shinshao sect from 1,000 years ago. Such matters demanded absolute vigilance, as no one knew what these ancient beings might be planning. It was essential to prepare for any eventuality. Of course, there were also some onlookers who were simply there to gawk. They pulled out their phones to capture the unusual scenes before them and uploaded the footage online, sparking even more curiosity in crowds of onlookers. Before the ancestral hall shared by the Xuanmiao Monastery and the Miaoling Monastery, a massive 3-story altar was erected by the monks of the monastery. The altar, nearly as tall as a 2-story building, was covered at the top with a golden silk curtain adorned with cloud-patterned talismans. Ancient artifacts such as jade swords, jade talismans, and floating dust were arranged on it, giving it an otherworldly aura. Once the altar and all preparations were complete, the monks stood solemnly below it. Under the watchful eyes of the monks, the old abbot Yuan Cheng and the two elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong had already changed into their ceremonial robes. Holding the temple's jade sword, jade talisman, and floating dust in their hands, they solemnly ascended the 2-story high altar and began reciting the sacred scriptures of the Shinshao sect with reverent expressions. The divine Shao realm soars high above the earth, 1,000,000 miles from the ground. In the divine Shao realm, the azure sky is the foundation. Those who do not understand the azure sky do not know that it is the dwelling place of the earth. How much more so is this true earth, which is formless and void, neither existent nor non-existent. The gate of 10,000 transformations, where clouds gather to form the heavens, held by the force of heaven, as soft as cotton, capable of supporting 10,000 Jun, the jade platform enduring 1,000 calamities, the grand hall with 8 wings, carried by the divine breath, though high, it is not majestic, for within lies the true earth, upheld by divine power, the primordial essence of the Supreme One, unknown to the world. The monks standing below the altar also began to recite the sacred scriptures of the Shinshao sect in unison. As the loud and harmonious chanting echoed, the old abbot Yuan Cheng and the two elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong, holding the sect's sacred artifacts the jade sword, jade talisman, and floating dust in their hands, began to tremble slightly. A strand of golden light quietly emerged from the artifacts, resembling the rising sun at dawn. The light grew increasingly brilliant, quickly enveloping the entire artifact before transforming into a golden sun. Hum. Amidst the humming of the ritual objects, a golden halo slowly spread out in the air. Under the surging incense offerings, a faint outline of a floating incense altar could be seen in the void, surrounded by golden lightning bolts, emanating an unimaginable aura of authority. As they gazed at the faintly visible divine hall of incense offerings in the sky, the old abbot Yuan Cheng and the two elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong standing on the altar in the hall couldn't help but grow excited. The sacred scriptures of the Shinshao sect they were reciting grew louder and louder. The other monks standing below the altar also looked excited and thrilled. This was the first time they had ever seen such a divine hall in the void, and it was simply hard to believe. As the incense-filled divine hall manifested its extraordinary phenomenon in the void, the ordinary people gathered around let out a series of exclamations and pulled out their phones to take photos. Look! A divine court has appeared in the sky. It's a divine being manifesting itself. The massive divine palace, surrounded by countless golden lightning bolts, looked utterly unbelievable. Could there truly be a celestial court in the void? Quick, take a photo. Post it online. The other martial artists and divine messengers nearby remained relatively calm. They spoke with solemn expressions. Is this the so-called incense court that the divine messengers spoke of? How terrifying! How could such a massive divine court exist in the void? The power and wisdom of the ancients are truly beyond imagination. I can sense an unimaginably vast amount of incense and prayer energy above. Once mobilized, it's impossible to imagine the terrifying power this divine court could unleash. In midair, the divine court flickered in and out of existence, its energy leaking out and immediately triggering a chain reaction across Zhengzhou, causing countless temples dedicated to city gods, mountain gods, and river gods to emit faint golden halos and display countless strange phenomena. The divine envoys of the Divine Envoy Alliance also felt changes in the incense tokens within their bodies. Through the incense offering's divine power, they could vaguely sense the existence of the incense divine court flickering in the void. The overwhelming aura caused a hint of reverence to rise in their hearts. After the strange phenomenon of the incense court appeared in the sky above the Xuanmiao Temple and the Miaoling Temple and lasted for nearly half an hour, Gu Chen, whose mind and consciousness had descended upon Lin Lingshu, the founder of the Xinxiao sect, felt that the power of the incense court had been sufficiently established. It was time to send some of the Xinxiao sect's ancestors and founders to the mortal world. Under the terrifying power unleashed by the combination of Lin Lingsu, the founder of the Xinxiao sect, and the incense-burning divine court, Gu Chen moved his mind, and a vast amount of pale golden incense-burning wish energy roared out from the incense-burning divine court, transforming into two golden pillars of light that fell vertically onto the altar below. Under the stunned gazes of the old abbot Yuan Qing, the two elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong, the monks of the monastery, and the countless people surrounding them, two figures emanating powerful auras stepped out of the divine hall within the incense altar of the divine court, descending through the golden pillars of divine light formed by the incense offering's divine power, which connected to the earthly altar. Welcome the two ancestral masters of the Xinxiao sect to descend to the mortal realm. Led by the old abbot Yuan Cheng and the two elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong, the monks of the monastery all bowed respectfully and shouted in unison. Upon hearing the voices, the countless onlookers finally realized why the Xuanmiao Monastery and Lingmiao Monastery had been so tense over the past half-month. They had been holding back their greatest abilities, all to welcome the ancestral masters of the Xinxiao sect from 1,000 years ago. These monks truly knew how to endure. Chapter 111, The Overwhelming Might of Xinxiao shocks the four directions. Lin Lingsu makes a fleeting appearance. Just as the monks of the Xuanmiao and Lingmiao temples were solemnly inviting their ancestral master to descend, a distant sound of propellers echoed from the sky. Three high-ranking officers from the Central Plains Security Bureau, accompanied by their team members, were rushing toward the scene with urgency. From the plane, the passengers could see the incense-burning divine court faintly appearing in the sky, emanating a terrifying aura. It looked somewhat translucent, like a mirage, as if it existed in another dimension. Is that the incense-burning divine court? The monks at the Taoist temple are indeed hiding something from us. A young team member who had accompanied investigation Captain Lin Jin on the previous investigation couldn't help but snort coldly, his expression sour as he spoke. The other Zhengzhou official warriors traveling with him stared in shock at the incense shrine in midair, their faces filled with confusion. How could this thing float in midair? It didn't seem scientific at all. Was this kind of miraculous creation really the product of ancient people from 1,000 years ago? It was simply unbelievable. Even Newton would kneel on the ground and cry. As the Zhengzhou official helicopter gradually approached the direction of the incense and fire divine court, others soon noticed the changes within the golden light columns and couldn't help but utter a cry of astonishment. Look! Something seems to be emerging from the two golden light columns extending from the incense and fire divine court. The other passengers on the helicopter heard this and couldn't help but focus their attention on the golden light columns. Almost immediately, they noticed two figures emanating a powerful aura stepping out of the incense shrine in the void and stepping into the golden light columns. Someone is emerging from the incense-burning divine hall. Could they be divine beings residing in the incense-burning divine hall? Keep the helicopter away. Stay on alert and be vigilant. Be cautious of the unidentified humanoid beings within the golden light columns. Several high-ranking officers on the helicopter wore solemn expressions, shouting loudly to remind the pilots to maintain a safe distance and not approach carelessly. In the stunned gazes of everyone present, two figures descended from the incense-burning divine hall through the golden light columns into the mortal realm, slowly descending from the sky to the altar erected before the ancestral hall. As they watched the figures descend onto the altar, the old abbot Yuan Qing, along with the two elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong, and the other monks, grew increasingly excited. They bowed respectfully and shouted in unison. Welcome the two venerable ancestors of the Xinxiao sect. Other elderly villagers and ordinary people nearby, upon seeing the ancestral masters of the Shinshao sect descending from the golden pillars of light, hurriedly knelt on the ground, clasped their hands together, and began to bow. The immortals have descended. The divine ancestors have descended. Bow once to receive their blessings. May the divine ancestors protect my child's career and help him establish a family. Looking at the two Shinshao sect ancestors dressed in Taoist robes, with their hair tied in Taoist buns, and emanating a fierce aura, the surrounding martial artists and divine messengers were also deeply moved. However, unlike the ordinary people, they did not kneel down and worship the two Shinshao sect ancestors as deities. They had seen beings as powerful as legendary immortals before, such as the great Yuan national preceptor Basa and the martial arts immortal Pei Sanghai. The two Shinshao sect ancestors before them were no different, they were simply powerful cultivators. Are these the ancestral masters of the Shinshao sect who have emerged from the incense altar of the divine court? The powerful incense offerings and devotional energy emanating from their bodies were truly awe-inspiring. They looked just like divine beings descended from the heavens. After 1,000 years, these ancestral masters of the Shinshao sect have once again descended into the world. What exactly do they intend to do? Facing these ancient figures from 1,000 years ago who have descended from the incense shrine and possess immense power, the authorities should be the most nervous now. Meanwhile, the incense shrine in the void above, which had been faintly visible, sent down two more ancestral masters of the Shinshao sect. At the same time, the two golden pillars of light slowly dissipated. Within the highest temple of the incense-burning divine hall floating in the void, the figure of a Taoist emerged. Countless golden lightning bolts erupted in response, as if summoned by a deity of thunder and lightning. As he spoke, golden thunderclaps erupted. Shuedongjin and Luyu, disciples of the Shinshao sect descended to the mortal realm, received the divine edict. Enter the mortal realm to spread the true teachings of the Shinshao sect. Proclaim the glorious name of the Shinshao sect. The solemn and majestic voice thundered through the void, echoing clearly for dozens of miles around. A divine edict, from the incense offerings and prayers of the faithful, descended from the heavens. Two ancestral masters of the Shinshao sect descended through golden pillars of light onto the altar, extending their hands to receive the divine edict. They solemnly obeyed the ancestral master's commands. Those present couldn't help but be moved upon hearing this. The only being who could be referred to as a founder by these two descended Shinshao sect ancestors could only be Lin Ling-su, the ruthless founder of the Song dynasty Shinshao sect who had nearly single-handedly completed the feat of destroying Buddhism by forging the incense altar of the divine court. Gazing at the terrifying figure of the Taoist master accompanied by golden lightning above the divine hall, the surrounding martial artists, divine messengers, and the official martial artists of the Central Plain Security Bureau seated in the helicopter couldn't help but narrow their pupils, overwhelmed by the terrifying might displayed by the figure. Is that figure shrouded in golden lightning really Lin Ling-su, the founder of the Shinshao sect from 1,000 years ago? A ruthless figure who left a profound mark in both history and the Taoist sect, nearly single-handedly accomplishing the feat of eradicating Buddhism. His aura was indeed terrifying. The records of ancient history are indeed true. This founder of the Shinshao sect is indeed skilled in thunder techniques, with golden lightning surging around his body. The oppressive pressure is almost suffocating. On the Song dynasty's incense shrine, Guchen, whose mind and intent had descended upon Lin Ling-su, the founder of the Shinshao sect, completed all this. Looking at the ordinary people kneeling on the ground, the shocked faces of the martial artists from the common folk, the divine envoys, and the martial artists from the official camp, he vaguely sensed the incense offerings and wishes being transmitted from them, along with vague thoughts. This time, the great Song incense shrine of the divine court appeared in the void with great fanfare, descending two ancestral masters of the Zodiac sect, clearly causing a massive shock to all witnesses. It was easy to imagine how many more primordial points this would yield. Having showcased everything necessary, he now let the script unfold as he had envisioned. He could begin refining the incense-worshipping divine path cultivation system into reality, laying the groundwork for the even more powerful Dao Tang that would follow. With the aid of this powerful, refined cultivation system, he would ascend step by step, ultimately transcending the mortal realm and reaching the immortal realm. Through the connection between the founder of the Shinshao sect, Lin Ling-shu, and the incense shrine of the divine court, the massive Song dynasty incense shrine of the divine court once again faded into the void, shrouded in a golden glow. Subsequently, Guchen withdrew his mind and intent from the body of Lin Ling-shu, the founder of the Shinshao sect, and returned to his original form, beginning to make preparations for the next phase of his plan. Chapter 112, Igniting a Global Sensation, Transforming the Incense Shrine Divine Path System from Illusion to Reality. Noticing the excited and eager gazes of the surrounding monks, the Shinshao sect elders Luyu and Shuedongjin, who had received the ancestral master's edict, suppressed the imposing and terrifying aura emanating from their bodies and briefed them on the current situation in the mortal realm. Soon, the gates of the Xuanmiao Monastery and the Miaoling Monastery closed tightly once more. The two Shinshao sect ancestors who had descended from the incense god hall, along with the monks within the monastery, vanished from the sight of the onlookers outside, leaving them wondering what they were doing inside. The crowd of martial artists, divine envoys, and official personnel from the Central Plains Security Bureau gathered outside were also filled with curiosity about the arrival of these two Shinshao sect ancestors in the real world, unable to resist speculating about their true purpose for descending to the mortal realm. To enter the world and spread the true teachings of the Shinshao sect. To exalt the glory of the Shinshao sect? Is entering the world truly just for the sake of spreading the teachings and exalting the name? Soon, the news of the strange occurrences at the Xuanmiao Monastery and Miaoling Monastery, as well as the emergence of the two Shinshao sect elders from the Song dynasty's incense-burning Divine Hall, was immediately reported to the higher authorities by the official investigators from the Zhengzhou Security Bureau present at the scene, sparking intense attention from the Zhengzhou authorities. The relevant authorities immediately convened an emergency meeting to discuss the matter. On the projection screen in the meeting room hung several high-resolution photographs. Among them were not only the faintly visible Great Song Dynasty incense shrine in the void, but also the two Shinshao sect elders, Shuedongzhen and Lu Yu, who had descended from the golden light columns of the incense shrine, as well as the fleeting figure of Lin Lingsu, the founder of the Shinshao sect, accompanied by golden lightning. Just moments earlier, a series of shocking events had unfolded. The mysterious Song Dynasty incense shrine and figures from the Shinshao sect from over 1,000 years ago had all appeared in the present world. The emergency meeting was convened to discuss the official stance to take toward the Shinshao sect, which had existed for over 1,000 years and was now reappearing in the present. In response to the words of the head of the Central Continent Security Bureau headquarters, all the attendees exchanged glances before gradually speaking up to share their views and suggestions. Such ancient beings wielding immense power are far too dangerous. It would be best to find a way to uncover their true intentions and avoid conflict with them. After all, their incense shrine temple resides in the void, and with our current strength, we have no means to counter them. The Shinshao sect has always been actively involved in official affairs, patrolling secluded sects and schools of cultivation. Their approach differs from other sects, so I suggest we explore cooperation from this angle. Agreed. For such ancient beings with immense power, cooperation is the best approach. They hold the power, while we represent the current official authority of Zhengzhou, equivalent to the former imperial court, so there is still potential for collaboration. Listening to the suggestions from the attendees, the relevant officials from the headquarters of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau exchanged glances, pondered for a moment, and quickly devised a corresponding strategy. They decided to first dispatch the appropriate officials to make contact with the two senior members of the Shinshao sect who had descended from the heavens, to see if a cooperation agreement could be reached. Just as the authorities were urgently discussing the countermeasures, the video and photos from the scene were posted online, sparking another round of heated discussions and attracting countless netizens to watch the spectacle. The incense-burning divine court created by the founder of the Shinshao sect is truly majestic. It's utterly breathtaking. No wonder no one has seen it in the mortal world. It turns out the incense-burning divine hall floats in the void, existing in a different dimension from ours. The Song dynasty has been around for nearly 1,000 years, right? The ancestors of the Shinshao sect must be at least 1,000 years old. How did they achieve such longevity? Could humans really attain such a state through cultivation? The Shinshao sect is merely a branch of the Taoist sect founded during the Song dynasty, yet it possesses such profound foundations. What about the more ancient and renowned Taoist sects like Longhu Mountain, Guzhou Mountain, and Mashan? Are their foundations even more terrifying and beyond imagination? I agree with the previous poster. Besides these major Taoist sects, there are also legendary Taoist figures from history, such as Zhang Daoling, the Celestial Master, and Gu Hong, who are said to be divine beings. If they were to descend from legend one day, that would truly be thrilling. Over the past 2 days, the entire internet has been flooded with trending topics and headlines about the Shinshao sect and the incense court, with related content appearing everywhere you open your phone. Major platforms and chat groups are buzzing with discussions about these topics. Many netizens have even changed their usernames and avatars, eagerly declaring their intention to join the Shinshao sect to study the Taoist arts. Moreover, an Taoist craze has swept across the internet, with Taoist robes and various Taoist scriptures flying off the shelves on e-commerce platforms. Especially the scriptures related to the Shinshao sect have sold out completely, and the incense offerings at major Taoist temples have also surged significantly. In response to the Taoist craze sparked by the Shinshao sect, many bloggers and self-media accounts seized the opportunity, changing their styles, donning Taoist robes, and posing as Taoist practitioners. They then began sharing various Taoist-related knowledge online. Topics like a daily Taoist fact, how to practice Qigong, Taoist disciples teach you how to build a foundation, the mysterious thunder techniques of the Shinshao school, and how to draw talismans. All sorts of related titles and videos flooded the internet, subjecting people to a relentless barrage of Taoist content. The mastermind behind it all, Gu Chen, couldn't help but shake his head in admiration. The reaction speed of these internet bloggers and self-media platforms was truly impressive, and their various creative methods of capitalizing on trends left him in awe. Of course, the series of events such as the appearance of the Song dynasty incense shrine and the descent of Shinshao sect ancestors had brought him significant gains, harvesting nearly 400,000 source points, and the numbers were still growing steadily. Gu Chun calculated the timing and felt it was about right. With a flick of his thoughts, he immediately began communicating with the system, preparing to expend his source points to refine the incense deity cultivation system into reality. He planned to spread it through the descended Xinxiao sect ancestors Shuedongzhen and Luyu to obtain even more source points. Refining the incense and fire god path cultivation system into reality requires 500,000 source points. As the source points were deducted, the cultivation methods of the incense and fire god path were also forged into reality in the mortal realm, becoming practices that could be cultivated. In his previous setting, the incense and fire divine path was a cultivation method that relied on the incense and fire wishes of all beings, with the key being the incense and fire divine court in the void. The incense tokens held by the current Divine Envoy Alliance are equivalent to licenses recognized by the Incense God Hall, allowing them to mobilize the incense and prayer energy. By combining this with the cultivation methods of the Incense God path, one can harness the power of incense and prayer energy to condense an Incense God avatar, completing the transformation from human to Incense God. The advantage of this cultivation method lies in its low entry barrier and rapid progress, relying primarily on incense offerings and the recognition of the incense offering divine court. Once a practitioner uses the incense offering's willpower to condense the avatar of the incense offering deity and ascend to the divine seat of the incense offering divine court, all their power becomes bound to the incense offering divine court. If one were to betray this path, Lin Ling Su, the founder of the Xinxiao sect and the ruler of the Song dynasty's incense deity court, could strip the traitor of all their power with a single thought and cast them back into the mortal realm. This was naturally a contingency plan left by Gu Chun for himself, with the obvious purpose of preventing any potential betrayal in the future. Chapter 113, the Xinxiao sect opens its gates to recruit disciples, crowds gather. At that moment, within the Xuanmiao and Lingmiao temples, which were the focus of everyone's attention, the Xianxiao sect's ancestors Shuedongzhen and Luyu, who had descended from the incense and fire divine court, sat in the Taoist palace, observing the old abbot Yuan Xing, the two elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong, and the other Taoists in the temple. The two exchanged a glance before speaking slowly. This time, we have descended to this world to transmit the true teachings of the Xinxiao school, to spread the glory of the Xinxiao school. You are all disciples of the Xinxiao school and are qualified to learn the methods of the Xinxiao incense altar divine path. Today, I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation. The incense and fire divine path? Upon hearing these words, the old abbot Yuan Xing, the two elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong, and the other monks all couldn't help but reveal a look of excitement on their faces. This was the true cultivation method of the Xinxiao sect, an ancient secret transmission. As the saying goes, the teachings are not passed on to outsiders. Even ordinary carpenters and blacksmiths would strictly guard their disciples from outsiders when teaching them their trades. How much more so for the Xinxiao cultivation secrets, which involved transcendent powers? Since ancient times, only true disciples had the qualifications to learn them. Now that they had been granted such supreme cultivation secrets, they were naturally overjoyed. Thank you, Xinxiao ancestor, for your mercy. For bestowing this cultivation secret technique. The old abbot Yuan Cheng and the two elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong in the monastery immediately shed tears of joy, deeply moved, and hurriedly knelt before the two Xinxiao elders to pay their respects. The other monks in the monastery, seeing this, followed suit and bowed down as well, their hearts equally filled with excitement. This was a cultivation secret technique involving transcendent power. With diligent practice, perhaps one day they too could be like the Xinxiao sect ancestors before them, entering the hall of incense and fire, residing in the heavens, enjoying longevity, and avoiding the sufferings of the outside world. The old abbot Yuan Xing, along with the two elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong, and the other monks, all sat with solemn expressions, sitting upright and listening quietly as the Xinxiao sect ancestor Shuedongzhen began to explain the cultivation methods and secrets of the incense and fire divine path. A faint golden incense-like energy spread out, quickly forming into golden Xinxiao scrolls that fell onto the bodies of the old abbot Yuan Xing, the two elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong, and the other monks listening to the teachings. These were similar to incense tokens, but of a much higher rank, capable of directly borrowing power from the incense deity hall. The dozens of monks present felt the power of the incense and were filled with excitement. Thank you, Master Shuedongzhen, for imparting the secret teachings of cultivation. Listening to the excited voices of the monks before him, Luyu, another senior member of the Xinxiao sect sitting beside him, glanced around before speaking in a solemn tone. In this turbulent world, the major sects and schools have fallen into decline. Our Xinxiao sect has merely gained a temporary advantage by emerging first. The great struggle of the coming age is imminent, and many other sects and schools will emerge. These words caused the old abbot Yuan Xing, the two elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong, and the other Taoists present to change their expressions in shock. They never imagined that such a great secret was hidden within. They couldn't help but rush to ask questions. In the face of such a major power struggle, where should we go from here? Two venerable ancestors, what should our Xinxiao sect do? Please enlighten us, venerable ancestors. Shuedongzhen, the predecessor of the Xinxiao sect who had previously transmitted the secret teachings of the divine fire cultivation method, smiled and spoke slowly. The ancestral master's edict commands us to take this opportunity to expand our influence, open our gates wide, recruit more disciples, and strengthen the Xinxiao Dao. Upon hearing these words, the disciples gathered before him all revealed expressions of sudden understanding, nodding in agreement. Soon, the news that the Xinxiao sect was preparing to open its gates, recruit disciples with karmic affinity, and transmit the secret teachings of the incense-burning divine path spread rapidly across the Central Plains. In no time, the news of the Xinxiao sect recruiting disciples caught the attention of countless people, becoming the latest hot topic. Online, a large crowd of onlookers began to discuss it enthusiastically. First thing in the morning, and I hear such explosive news? The Xinxiao sect is recruiting disciples? This is truly wonderful news. Brothers, have you all booked your tickets yet? Hurry up and form a group to sign up. I heard that the Xinxiao sect specializes in thunder techniques. Does that mean we can become thunder gods after learning them? We can strike anyone we don't like with lightning. Ha ha. Don't get your hopes up too high. While they're opening their doors to recruit disciples and pass down their teachings, they won't accept just anyone. There must be certain qualifications required. Ordinary people should stick to their martial arts training and persevere. Eventually, they'll become masters too. I feel like we're moving from everyone learning martial arts to everyone learning Taoism. The world is changing too fast. The Central Plains Security Bureau was also shocked to hear that the Xinxiao sect was preparing to open its doors to disciples and pass down its teachings. They hadn't even made contact yet. As a result, the official representatives of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau immediately boarded a plane to pay a visit to the Xuanmiao and Lingmiao temples. They finally met the ancestral masters of the Xinxiao sect, Shuedongzhen and Luyu, who had descended from the incense and fire hall, as well as the old abbot Yuan Cheng and the two elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong of the temple, to discuss official cooperation. After making numerous concessions and demands, they finally reached an agreement on the terms of cooperation, including official collaboration and assistance in talent cultivation. This relieved the Zhengzhou Security Bureau officials who had come to negotiate on behalf of the government. Soon, a plot of land was immediately designated for the expansion of the Xinxiao sect's mountain gate. The local authorities fully cooperated, and within less than a month, a large area of traditional-style Taoist temples was constructed on a solid infrastructure foundation. The three characters Xinxiao sect were clearly visible on the stone tablet at the mountain gate, with a faint golden glow of incense lingering around it, giving it an extraordinary aura. On the day the mountain gates were opened, the scene was so crowded that the authorities had to dispatch personnel to maintain order. Looking at the splendid scene outside the mountain gate, the old abbot Yuan Cheng and the two elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong were moved to tears, their hearts filled with excitement. They never imagined that they would one day witness such a prosperous scene for the Xinxiao sect. Many divine envoys from the Divine Envoy Alliance had arrived. After all, the incense tokens they held were merely borrowed from the incense god hall, and the incense energy they contained did not truly belong to them. Their only path to advancement was to cultivate the incense vow path of the Xinxiao sect, which would allow them to transform the incense vow power into their own. Female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xioli also arrived at the scene. The two women looked at the vast crowd gathered for the Xinxiao sect's recruitment ceremony and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Wow, there are so many people. Nana, do you think we'll be chosen? Female streamer Sun Na shrugged her shoulders, her expression showing no trace of worry. Relax, we already have the incense tokens from the incense deity court, which have been acknowledged by the incense deity. We definitely meet the Xinxiao sect's recruitment criteria. As the two girls were discussing, two beams of golden light formed from incense offerings and divine power crossed the sky from the direction of the ancestral hall within the Xinxiao sect's headquarters, causing countless people outside to gasp in astonishment. The golden light landed before the mountain gate, transforming into two dignified figures with powerful auras, none other than the legendary ancestors of the Xinxiao sect, Shuedongzhen and Luyu, who had been the subject of intense online discussions in recent days. Today, the Xinxiao sect is opening its gates to the world, welcoming disciples. Those who pass the trial will become disciples of the Xinxiao sect, receive the Xinxiao secret scrolls, and learn the secret teachings of the incense and flame divine path. These words immediately caused the crowd outside to cheer in unison, their eyes burning with admiration as they gazed at the two formidable ancestors of the Xinxiao sect. Chapter 114, Golden Light Screen, Entrance Trial, or Taking Advantage of the Chaos? Entrance Exam? The crowd gathered outside the Xinxiao sect's mountain gates froze upon hearing those two words. Before they could react, the two Xinxiao sect elders, Shuedongzhen and Luyu, struck simultaneously. Surge after surge of incense and prayer energy swirled around them, transforming into a dazzling golden light. The jade swords, jade talismans, and other ancestral artifacts enshrined in the ancestral hall above also turned into a golden sun, whose aura quickly drew the attention of the Song Dynasty incense and prayer divine court floating in the void. In the eyes of countless people, the Song Dynasty incense altar of the divine court appeared faintly in the void above, obscuring half the sky. The pale golden incense offerings spread out, appearing majestic and solemn, inspiring an involuntary sense of awe. The divine hall was adorned with numerous temples, and occasionally figures of Taoists shrouded in golden light could be seen. These were the ancestral masters of the Shinshao sect from 1,000 years ago, now gazing down upon the mountain gates of the Shinshao sect below. Among them, the most striking figure was a Taoist accompanied by golden lightning bolts, exuding an air of authority. He resembled a deity controlling thunder and lightning, emanating a powerful aura that drew the gaze of everyone on the ground like a magnet. This is none other than Lin Lingsu, the founder of the Shinshao sect and the supreme deity of the Song dynasty's incense shrine. In recent days, rumors about the identities and deeds of some of the Shinshao sect's ancient founders had already spread widely online. Almost everyone familiar with the Shinshao sect could immediately recognize the identity of that Taoist. At that moment, some daring individuals reached into their pockets and pulled out their phones, aiming them at the figure of Lin Lingsu, the founder of the Shinshao sect, who was floating in the incense-filled divine court above. At that moment, Gu Chen, who had used the system's power to project his mind and consciousness onto the body of Lin Lingsu, the founder of the Shinshao sect, looked down at the sea of people below and couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. He had only intended to take advantage of the Shinshao sect's opening of its gates to recruit disciples to harvest some primordial points. However, the scene below, with at least 3,000 or 5,000 people, far exceeded his expectations. However, recalling that the people of Zhangzhou had been immersed in Taoist culture since childhood, coupled with the enduring popularity of the teachings of Huang Lao throughout history, countless people, both ancient and modern, had tirelessly pursued the path of cultivation and immortality. Once a genuine opportunity arose, they would never let it slip away. By leveraging Lin Lingxiu's incense deity body in the Song Dynasty Incense Deity Hall, which had been forged from 500,000 source points, the combined power they could unleash surpassed even that of the martial artist immortal Pei Sanghai. At this moment, facing the entrance trial of the Shinshao sect, Gu Chen relied on the power of Lin Lingxiu and the Song Dynasty Incense Altar to swiftly summon a massive pale golden incense vow energy barrier from the void, nearly enveloping the entire Shinshao sect headquarters below. It resembled an inverted jade bowl, appearing quite. This awe-inspiring scene left the countless people standing outside the mountain gates, who had come to join the Shinshao sect, speechless with shock. They couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This power is truly unimaginable. It's so magnificent. Quick, take a photo. Post it on WeChat Moments. Those who didn't come will definitely regret it, hee hee. Is that Lin Lingsu, the founder of the Shinshao sect? Golden lightning bolts swirled around his body, giving him an undeniably majestic aura. This golden light barrier must have covered an area of at least a kilometer in all directions. If he were to act, he could probably reduce this entire kilometer-wide area to ruins in an instant. Whether or not I can join the Shinshao sect, just being able to witness the incense-filled divine hall and this miraculous spectacle is worth it. As they watched the golden light screen descending from the incense altar of the divine court, live streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Shioli adjusted their live streaming equipment to capture the scene, their eyes wide with awe. Nana, the display of power by the founder of the Shinshao sect is truly astonishing. It feels more powerful than that mysterious ancient temple on Wutai Mountain. No wonder the Buddhist monks from 1,000 years ago couldn't defeat the founder of the Shinshao sect even when they joined forces. Sun Na, listening to her best friend's excited voice, couldn't help but clench her fists, a desire for such powerful strength rising within her. In her live stream, the viewers were also utterly shocked. Some wealthy fans were already showering her with virtual gifts, and the chat was filled with messages. The founder of the Shinshao sect is so powerful. The Shinshao sect's incense-burning shrine is too strong. It's like a dimension-lowering attack. Unfortunately, it's too far away. Otherwise, I would have gone there in person to witness this miraculous sight. Brothers, I suddenly regret not going. I missed my chance. In the Taoist sect, discipleship is all about fate. It's not that easy to become a disciple. At least 1 in 100 is chosen. Meanwhile, the old abbot Yuan Cheng and the two elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong of the monastery heard the cries of astonishment from the crowd outside the Shinshao sect's mountain gate. Their old faces couldn't help but reveal a trace of pride. Their hearts soared, and they couldn't help but touch their beards, their smiles impossible to hide. This is the true depth of the Shinshao sect. Our founding ancestor is truly remarkable. Such a prosperous scene is being reborn. As they watched the golden light curtain descending from the sky, the two founding ancestors of the Shinshao sect, Shuedongjin and Lu Yu, exchanged glances and soon spoke aloud. The entrance trial for our Shinshao sect is simple. Anyone who can step through the gates of our mountain range from the outside will be eligible to become a disciple of the Shinshao sect. Upon hearing these trial conditions, everyone present couldn't help but exclaim in unison, their faces betraying disbelief. They never imagined that this so-called entrance exam would be so simple. All one had to do was walk through the gates of the Shinshao sect? Wow! That's it? This entrance exam has no difficulty at all. Just walking through the gates of the Shinshao sect makes you a disciple? Ha, if those people in the group had known the entrance exam was so easy, they'd be kicking themselves. Brothers, I'm going first. Watch me perform. Above the incense altar, Gu Chen, whose spirit and intent had descended upon the body of Shinshao sect's founder Lin Lingsu, looked down at the confident crowd below and couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth. This golden light barrier was formed by the convergence of incense offerings. Not only could it quickly determine a person's affinity with the incense offerings, but it could also judge their basic character, thereby screening them out. How could it be so easy to pass through? Nana, did you hear that? This test is way too easy. We'll definitely pass. Pan Shelley, her best friend, excitedly turned to the female streamer Sun Na beside her, but the latter furrowed her brows. It's probably not that simple. This light curtain must have something else going on. Soon, some people at the scene couldn't resist anymore. They directly lifted their legs and walked toward the Xinxiao sect's mountain gate behind the pale golden light screen, only to discover with astonishment that they couldn't pass through the golden light screen at all. An invisible, gentle force effortlessly blocked them outside. They held their breath and strained forward, but it felt as though a small mountain was pressing down on them. The golden light screen also emitted a counterforce. Not only that, but more and more people began attempting to cross the golden light screen and reach the Xinxiao sect's mountain gate behind it. However, the results were quite embarrassing. Out of over 100 people who tried, only a single girl of around 15 or 16 succeeded, leaving many stunned. Something's wrong. This golden light barrier is strange. What's going on? Why can't I get through? This isn't fair. What am I missing? The failed attempts left a look of doubt on their faces, but the Xinxiao sect disciples inside had no intention of explaining anything. Female streamer Sun Na exchanged a glance with her best friend Pan Shirley. The two took a deep breath before slowly raising their heads and walking toward the Xinxiao sect's mountain gate. As they approached the golden light barrier, they also felt a continuous, relentless counterforce. The two women channeled the incense-burning resolve within their bodies and, despite the somewhat obscure force, eventually stepped through the gates of the Xinxiao sect. They had succeeded. At the scene, some failed while others succeeded. The former looked dejected and regretful, while the latter wore expressions of joy. After all, joining the Xinxiao sect meant they could cultivate the incense and wish-fulfilling path, a cultivation method involving the manipulation of power. Just look at the ancestral masters of the Xinxiao sect to see how powerful they were. As the entrance test neared its conclusion, several mixed-race individuals with slightly different features exchanged glances and began walking toward the golden light barrier. They possessed demonic bloodline power provided by the Grand Sage of the Great Yuan Kingdom, which had caused mutations in both their bodies and minds. When they did not activate their transformations, their appearances remained unchanged, especially after undergoing improvements by the Western nations, which had greatly enhanced their stability and strength. Just as these half-breeds were following the crowd of initiation test participants, intending to blend in and use their demonic bloodline power to resist the golden light and force their way inside, one of the ancestral masters of the Xinxiao sect, Shuedongzhen, raised his eyebrows slightly, a cold gleam flashing across his face. He suddenly turned his head and looked toward a corner of the crowd. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, there were actually such reckless beings daring to come to the Xinxiao sect to cause trouble. Chapter 115. How dare these barbarian foreigners dare to cause trouble at the gates of the Xinxiao sect? Upon hearing the words of the Xinxiao sect's ancestral master Shuedongzhen, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Both the crowd and the official personnel responsible for maintaining order were left bewildered, unsure of what had just transpired. The few half-breeds who were relying on the demonic bloodline power within their bodies to resist the golden light and follow the crowd undergoing the entrance trial, intending to sneak into the Xinxiao sect's mountain gates, couldn't help but tense up. They clearly sensed an indescribable pressure emanating from the body of the Xinxiao sect's ancestral master Shuedongzhen. Had he discovered them? This didn't make sense. Just as they were filled with doubt and preparing to continue hiding, the golden light emanating from Shuedongzhen, the ancestral master of the Xinxiao sect standing within the mountain gates, rippled and he directly struck out with a palm strike from a distance. You outsiders, with such obvious demonic bloodline aura on your bodies, dare to try to sneak into the Xinxiao sect? You're asking for death. Do you think the Xinxiao sect is blind? With a cold shout, a surge of pale golden incense-like energy erupted, instantly transforming into a golden wave that swept toward the half-breeds. Clang! 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 The golden energy waves were composed of incense and prayer energy. While they posed no threat to ordinary people, they had a completely different effect on these Western-modified warriors with demonic bloodlines. They inflicted direct damage, as if they had been burned by hot coals. Realizing their presence had been exposed, the Western infiltrators, who had come with a specific purpose, couldn't help but change their expressions. They hurriedly activated the demonic bloodline power within their bodies, preparing to transform, and planned to use the ordinary people around them as cover to escape. In just a few seconds, the four Western infiltrators transformed into different forms. Two of them became hideously ugly vampire-like warriors, flapping their wings and flying off into the distance. The other two were leopard-headed warriors, moving swiftly and agilely. As the several handsome half-breeds transformed into monstrous hybrids of humans and beasts, many ordinary people nearby couldn't help but gasp in horror, scattering in all directions to avoid the chaos, adding to the confusion on the scene. Monsters are coming this way. Don't let them get too close. What the hell? How did these monsters get in here? The founder of the Xinxiao sect, hurry up and deal with these monsters. Meanwhile, the crowd of martial artists, divine messengers, and official personnel from the Central Plains Security Bureau remained relatively calm. They were familiar with these Western modified warriors, and some had even fought them before. Now, seeing these Western modified warriors daring to cause trouble at the gates of the Shinshao sect, they couldn't help but admire their audacity. Could it be that they really think this place is some kind of leisurely stroll? Don't they even notice that the founder of the Shinshao sect is still standing at the mountain gate? This was akin to demons and monsters wandering around the gates of a Taoist sect, a blatant act of provocation. If they weren't dealt with, the news would spread, and they wouldn't be able to face their peers in the martial arts world. Seeing these four beings transform into half-human, half-beast creatures in an instant, the old abbot Yuan Chang and the two elders Yuan Ming and Yuan Kong were filled with shock and anger. They never imagined that on the day of the Shinshao sect's grand initiation ceremony, such creatures would dare to infiltrate the sect to steal the teachings of the incense-burning deity? This is utterly outrageous. As he watched the two vampire-like warriors flapping their wings and preparing to flee mid-air, Shuedongzhen, the founding ancestor of the Shinshao sect, let out a cold smile. Then, he clasped his hands and made a gesture. The jade talisman enshrined on the altar in the ancestral hall of the Shinshao sect began to emit a golden glow. Driven by the incense offerings and prayers, it instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot into the hands of Shuedongzhen, the ancestral master of the Shinshao sect. Daring to try to escape from the gates of the Shinshao sect? You're dreaming! Let me show you the power of the Shinshao 5 Elements Thunder technique. Under the enhancement of the jade talisman engraved with thunder runes, the half-green incense and prayer energy surged forth, transforming into a golden bolt of lightning that sliced through the air, swiftly catching up to the two vampire-modified warriors who had flown hundreds of meters away. Boom! A thunderclap split the clear sky, and the golden lightning easily enveloped the two vampire-modified warriors. The intense sense of danger made their eyes widen in terror, leaving them no time to react. Under the suppression of the incense-fueled wish energy and the lightning technique against the demonic bloodline power, the latter could only utter an agonizing scream before turning into a charred fragment, their bodies plummeting from the sky and shattering into pieces. The other two leopard-headed modified warriors, who were frantically fleeing on the ground and occasionally dashing toward densely populated areas, saw their charred comrades and felt a chill run down their spines. They too sensed a powerful sense of danger approaching from behind, their faces twisted in terror as they shouted frantically. "Oh no! My God! You can't kill me! I'm a high-ranking special investigator from the United States. If you kill me, you'll be in big trouble." "That's right. You have no right to kill me. According to international regulations, you must hand me over to the Zhengzhou authorities for handling." Watching the two leopard-headed men shouting to save their own lives, Shuedongzhen, the founder of the Shinshao sect, sneered disdainfully. "You foreign barbarians dare to come to the gates of the Shinshao sect and cause trouble? You're asking for death. And you dare to use the Zhengzhou authorities to threaten the Shinshao sect? How laughable." With a domineering voice, Shuedongzhen, the senior ancestor of the Shinshao sect, directly channeled the incense and wish energy from his body, turning around and once again unleashing blinding lightning bolts at the two leopard-headed warriors. Ji La. In an instant, two more charred corpses fell to the ground. The scene fell silent, with everyone gazing in awe at the imposing figure of Shuedongzhen, the ancestral master of the Shinshao sect. Female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli had already adjusted the camera angle in advance, promptly live-streaming the Shinshao sect's ancestral master's actions into the livestream, sparking another wave of comments from viewers. "The Shinshao sect ancestor master wielding the thunder technique looks so cool. Kill those spies. Ha, those spies were even planning to bring out the Americans to threaten people. Don't they know who they're dealing with? That golden thunderlight is amazing, so thrilling to watch. I love it. I'm going to cheer for the Shinshao sect ancestor master." Gu Chen, whose mind and intent had descended upon the Shinshao sect's founder Lin Ling Su, was also drawn to the commotion below. These modified warriors from Western nations truly had bad luck. With such obvious demonic bloodline aura on their bodies, how could they escape the detection of the incense and prayer energy? It could only be said that they had no sense of self-awareness. After half a day of the Shinshao sect's entrance trials, they finally came to a temporary conclusion, having recruited nearly 400 people, most of whom were divine messengers. With the Shinshao sect's initiation rites concluded, Gu Chen's gaze flickered, and the incense altar returned to the void. His mind and consciousness also returned to his physical body. Chapter 116, The Buddhist sect is getting nervous, seeking backing and preparing to battle the demon Buddha temple. The recruitment of disciples by the Shinshao sect came to an end, sparking quite a bit of online discussion. Regarding the legendary founder of the Shinshao sect, Shuedongzhen, who had decisively defeated the Western nation's modified warriors, many netizens suddenly turned from bystanders to fans. Such a domineering ancestor was simply too charismatic to resist. "Ah, Master Shuedongzhen is so cool. He's second only to the ruthless ancestor Lin Lingshu in my heart. I agree. He used the 5 elements thunder technique to instantly kill those inhuman Western modified warriors. That's so cool. This is the first time I've ever felt that ancient people could be so domineering and charming. I envy those who pass the trials and join the Shinshao sect. Perhaps due to the widespread attention, the Shinshao sect's recruitment of disciples concluded, unexpectedly providing Chun with nearly 300,000 source points, a result that caught him off guard. Calculating the total he had obtained so far, he now held nearly 200,000 source points, which should be sufficient for his massive plan to refine the fake into the real and establish the next Dao Tang, as well as the true Qi cultivation and Taoist cultivation system. However, before that, he must first bring the current Song Dynasty incense deity script to a temporary conclusion, deal with the heretical Buddha demon temple, and then consider the next steps for the Dao Tangs transforming the fake into the real. Thinking of this, Chun couldn't help but secretly plan his next move, intending to end things in the same way as Wu Ming before him and begin a new chapter. The 4 Western modified warriors were killed in broad daylight, and the United States was furious. Although these 4 modified warriors indeed had ulterior motives, but to openly declare in front of everyone that you foreign barbarians dare to come to the gates of the Shinshao sect and cause trouble, and we will use thunder techniques to reduce you to dust, isn't that a blatant slap in the face? How will it face the world now? As a result, Western official media outlets quickly sprang into action, accusing the Zhongzhou cultivators of disregarding international law, arbitrarily killing important members of another country, and claiming that the possession of extraordinary powers by individuals was a disaster. They demanded that the extraordinary powers be handed over to be shared with all humanity, pressuring the Zhongzhou authorities to provide an explanation, or else face sanctions and blockades, and so on. In response, the Zhongzhou authorities remained calm and countered with equal force, accusing the Americans of being mad and conducting human experiments in secret, creating horrifying monsters, and sending these modified warriors to Zhongzhou to cause trouble, then blaming Zhongzhou after the incident, a truly shameless act. This wasn't the first time the two sides had exchanged barbs. They knew each other's weaknesses well and were particularly eager to attack. Meanwhile, netizens were thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, cheering on the Shinshao sect's formidable founder and praising his boldness. They jumped onto foreign forums, where they engaged in heated debates with Western netizens who were unaware of the true situation, with the arguments becoming increasingly intense and deadlocked. As the newly recruited disciples entered the mountain gate and settled in, the once vast Shinshao sect gained a bit more vitality. Among these disciples, ordinary people made up less than a third, while the rest were almost entirely divine messengers who had obtained incense tokens from incense deities through various coincidences. The reason these divine messengers were able to obtain the incense tokens from the deities was primarily because they had a natural affinity with the incense offerings and prayers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chosen. As these newly recruited Shinshao sect disciples gradually adapted, many young people eagerly posted various photos of their daily lives online, along with pictures of the sect's founding ancestors, Shuedongjin and Luyu, which attracted significant attention from netizens, who expressed their envy openly. As the teachings of the incense deity doctrine were passed down, more disciples mastered the techniques, and the Shinshao sect grew rapidly. In no time, the small Taoist temple with just a handful of disciples transformed into a formal Taoist sect, with its atmosphere changing almost daily. Female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Shili streamed the daily life within the Shinshao sect during their free time, causing the number of fans in their live stream to surge. However, on the other side of the Central Plains, the once prosperous Buddhist sect was growing increasingly anxious. The Shinshao sect was no pushover. Just look at what their founder, Lin Lingshu, had done 1,000 years ago during the Song dynasty. He nearly single-handedly eradicated Buddhism using Taoist teachings. The mere mention of his name was enough to send monks into a cold sweat. No one knows if the Shinshao sect still upholds its tradition of exterminating Buddhism. The strongest monks in the Buddhist sect today have only reached the level of external Qi cultivation, though they are not weak compared to ordinary people or the Zhongzhou Security Bureau. However, when faced with the Shinshao sect, which has mastered the cultivation methods of incense and divine power, they are no match at all. There is no need for the ruthless ancestral master Lin Lingsu from the Incense and Fire Divine Court to intervene. Even if the two ancestral masters of the Shinshao sect, Shuedongjin and Luyu, were to step forward in this world, they could easily overwhelm the entire Buddhist sect. In the past 2 months, due to the Shinshao sect, many monks have already returned to secular life. The abbots of major temples are as anxious as ants on a hot pan, and the relevant officials of the Buddhist Association are also quite headache-inducing. They immediately convened a Buddhist crisis meeting. At the meeting, all the monks agreed that they must find a powerful backer for themselves, otherwise, with the Shinshao sect looming overhead, they would not be able to sleep at night. Moreover, the most critical point is that due to the emergence of the Shinshao sect, the incense offerings at most Taoist temples have surged, while those at Buddhist temples have plummeted. After all, the Shinshao sect has real credentials. Not only does it have a divine court in the void, but 2 of its founders have descended to earth to spread their teachings. These are tangible realities, unlike the Buddhist sect, which is barren and lacks even the slightest trace of an arhat. After some discussion, the monks quickly turned their attention to the heretical Buddha demon temple at the foot of Wutai Mountain. Although this ancient temple was heretical and filled with heretical monks, they were all bald, and there was some incense offering there. How could they just stand by and do nothing? The heretical monks within had once joined forces with the fierce ancestor of the Shinshao sect, Lin Lingshu, to battle him over 1,000 years ago. Their own strength must be no small feat as long as the fierce ancestor of the Shinshao sect on the incense altar in the void does not intervene. They should have enough strength to stand against the Shinshao sect, right? Desperate times call for desperate measures. They didn't have time to think much, so they immediately sprang into action. Some monks led disciples with good natural talent and spiritual insight toward the demon Buddha temple at the foot of Wutai Mountain. As fellow Buddhists, they had truly connected with each other and obtained the incense-burning divine cultivation methods of the Buddhist sect, which filled the monks with joy. Meanwhile, as the Shinshao sect's influence grew stronger, the Central Continent Security Bureau could no longer sit idly by. The relevant officials requested that the founder of the Shinshao sect intervene and extract the high-ranking captains and other explorers who had been trapped in the heretical ancient temple at the foot of Wutai Mountain. The Shinshao sect naturally agreed. Soon, two of their current masters, Xuedongzhen and Lu Yuju, selected nearly 30 disciples with exceptional talent and cultivation levels and set off for the heretical ancient temple on Wutai Mountain to begin their trials and rescue mission. Chapter 117, The Buddha Dao Showdown reenacted after a millennium. The Shinshao sect, at the official invitation, was preparing to intervene and rescue the group of high-ranking masters who had been trapped in the heretical ancient temple. The news spread quickly, sparking significant attention in the outside world. The heretical ancient temple at the foot of Wutai Mountain has a mysterious background. It was once a representative of the Buddhist sect 1,000 years ago and, during the Song dynasty, had clashed with the legendary founder of the Shinshao sect, Lin Lingshu, in a fierce battle, allowing the Buddhist sect to preserve its lineage, a defeat that was nonetheless honorable. Now, 1,000 years later, the Shinshao sect has once again taken action, bringing their disciples to the temple. This is almost like a cycle repeating itself. Faced with this long-awaited showdown between Taoism and Buddhism, countless onlookers were thrilled. Many rushed toward Wutai Mountain, eager to witness this historic clash with their own eyes. The folk warriors and other divine envoys who had returned defeated earlier were also stirred. Last time, they had only managed to enter the outer courtyard of the before being driven away by the Buddha sect's powerful palm strike, leaving some of their companions behind in the ancient temple, their fate unknown to this day. Now that the Shinshao sect had been invited by the authorities to intervene, the numerous martial artists and divine messengers had no hesitation. They too hurried toward Wutai Mountain, eager to witness the Taoist-Buddhist battle that had not been seen in 1,000 years. Nearly 2 months later, the tourist area at the foot of Wutai Mountain once again saw an unprecedented influx of visitors, with daily foot traffic exceeding 100,000. Hotels and other accommodations were once again fully booked, despite it being the off-season for tourism. The crowd was diverse, including not only curious netizens, but also live streamers, bloggers, and martial artists and divine messengers from the civilian factions, all rushing toward the area. On the streets of the tourist area at the foot of Wutai Mountain, special armed vehicles belonging to the Zhengzhou Security Bureau slowly drove past and stopped in front of a luxurious hotel. A group of Shinshao sect disciples dressed in Taoist robes stepped out of the vehicles, led by the renowned Shinshao sect ancestors Xuedongzhen and Lu Yu, whose photos and videos had been widely circulated online. The two emanated an aura of authority. Many onlookers on the street pulled out their phones to take photos, and some female fans had sparkling eyes and excited expressions. Wow! Is that really the founder of the Shinshao sect? They look so cool and domineering. The patriarchs in person look even more majestic and handsome than in the photos and videos. I'm in love. He's so handsome. He has the aura of a domineering CEO, making people drool. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding crowd, the members of the Shinshao sect entered the hotel, while official personnel stepped forward to maintain order and prevent the onlookers from interfering with the Shinshao sect members. Meanwhile, at a corner of the street, Gu Chen stood alongside Fang Xiu, Lu Qing'er, Wang Xiaowai, and Li Xingming, watching the Shinshao sect members. Their expressions varied. Was that the founder of the Shinshao sect who had descended from 1,000 years ago? Even from over 100 meters away, one could sense a strong sense of threat emanating from him. His strength was no less than that of the Xuanqin Xiexing we had encountered in the ancient temple of the. Lu Qing'er's expression grew solemn, and she couldn't help but speak up in admiration. It was only natural. After all, he had been an unimaginably powerful master 1,000 years ago. He practiced the incense and fire divine path, which was completely different from the path we martial artists followed. Once we reached the blood transformation chapter of the human immortal martial arts, our strength would certainly not be much weaker than his. Fang Xiu, however, remained resolute, with no signs of despair on his face. They have only cultivated the 5 Zhang chapter of the human immortal martial arts so far. The official research institute has already developed a simplified version of the bone marrow washing chapter of the human immortal martial arts. It won't be long before they can begin cultivating it, and their strength will see another significant boost. I am growing increasingly eager to see the founder of the Shinshao sect face off against the heretical monk in the ancient temple. I wonder how intense that battle will be. Li Xingming, however, looked quite eager. Over 2 months had passed, and his college entrance exams were finally over. After exchanging a few words, they quickly checked into the hotels they had reserved and made plans to act together the next day. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the next day had arrived. Under the eager gazes of countless onlookers, the two founders of the Xinqiao sect and their disciples, along with the high-ranking martial artists from the Zhengzhou Security Bureau, headed straight for the heretical ancient temple deep within Wutai Mountain. Gu Chen, Fang Xiu, Lu Qing'er, Wang Xiaoai, and Li Xingming formed a small team, blending into the ranks of the civilian martial artists at the rear, closely following the Xinqiao sect and the Zhengzhou Security Bureau members. Further back were ordinary martial artists of the Mingjing level and various ordinary people. The three groups, clearly divided by their ranks, formed a long line of people, advancing toward the heretical ancient temple in a mighty procession. After roughly half an hour, the human dragon finally arrived at its destination, where they immediately spotted the eerie ancient temple shrouded in black and white malevolent energy. With the Xinqiao sect and official team leaders at the front, the ordinary martial artists and civilians at the rear remained calm. Many climbed trees or headed to higher ground on the mountains, pulling out their phones and various filming devices. Among them were many idle onlookers and online video bloggers, most of whom were there to join the crowd, film videos, and ride the wave of attention. Among the Xinqiao sect at the very front were female streamers Sun Na and Pan Xiuli, who were also among the outstanding disciples of the Xinqiao sect. The two women adjusted their live streaming equipment, their expressions a mix of excitement and tension. In their live streams, there were already fans commenting and interacting. Since becoming disciples of the Xinqiao sect, their fan base had grown significantly, and even the live streaming platform had upgraded their status, making them one of the top streamers on the platform. At that moment, the two founding masters of the Xinqiao sect, Xuedongzhen and Lu Yu, who were standing at the front, spoke up. Disciples of the Xinqiao sect, heed my command. Today, we will attack this heretical Buddha temple and spread the glory of the Xinqiao sect. As these words fell, the two founding patriarchs of the Xinqiao sect, Xuedongzhen and Lu Yu, took the lead in attacking. The incense and prayer energy surged around their bodies, erupting into a layer of faint golden light. The two patriarchs lifted their legs and strode toward the ancient temple shrouded in grayish-white demonic energy, unleashing a joint attack with the Xinqiao Five Elements Divine Thunder technique. The incense and prayer energy transformed into dazzling golden thunderbolts, roaring forth and covering an area of nearly 100 meters ahead. They collided violently with the grayish-white demonic energy permeating the ancient temple, like boiling water being heated to a rolling boil, emitting intense explosions. Ji La! A low shout echoed from within the ancient temple. The suspended heart demon monk and another tall monk burst out from the outer courtyard, clashing with the two Xinqiao sect patriarchs, Xuedongzhen and Lu Yuchon, mid-air. The gray-white evil chi condensed into a Buddhist palm print collided with the golden lightning bolts formed from incense and prayer power, sending out a surge of aftershocks. The sky above, spanning hundreds of meters, was tinged with pale gold and gray-white, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Those standing far away witnessed the battle in mid-air and couldn't help but gasp in awe, their hearts racing with excitement. In the live stream of female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiuli, the viewers were also shouting 666, with comments flying everywhere. Many wealthy viewers directly sent multiple rockets as gifts. The founder of the Xinqiao sect was indeed formidable. He didn't hesitate to take action. With a wave of his hand, golden lightning bolts erupted in all directions, creating an awe-inspiring display. This was truly thrilling. Go, streamer! Be careful when you fight those heretical monks later. Unfortunately, we're too far away. Otherwise, I go to the scene to watch the battle between the Taoists and Buddhists. The disciples of the Xinqiao sect exchanged glances. Without any hesitation, they also channeled the incense and prayer power within their bodies and charged toward the ancient temple of the heretical sect. Chapter 118, The Fierce Battle at the Demon Buddha Temple, the clash between Taoism and Buddhism, and the half-hearted fight. Under the thunder techniques of Xinqiao sect's founder Xuedongzhen and Lu Yu, the evil energy within the ancient temple had been significantly weakened, and the chanting of the soul-reaping sutras grew faint. As the disciples of the divine sect, enveloped in faint golden incense-fueled spiritual energy, charged forward, they were followed by the elite warriors of the Central Plains Security Bureau. Their vital energy surged, forming an aura of blood and chi on their bodies. The evil monks and novice monks within the ancient temple also opened their mouths and let out a series of roars, charging forward without backing down, attacking the Xinqiao sect disciples and the official martial artists of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau. Soon, both sides engaged in a fierce battle. The martial artists from the civilian faction following behind couldn't help but glance nervously at the scene. After all, the Xinqiao sect disciples and the official martial artists of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau were holding the front lines, so they had no need to worry about danger. They could simply follow behind and take advantage of the chaos. This ancient temple had a history of over 1,000 years. If they could find any treasures or secret manuals within its walls, it might be a stroke of luck. This was the mindset of most of the martial artists from the civilian faction following behind. Of course, there were also some who had come along with the Xinqiao sect and the official forces because their friends had been trapped in this mysterious ancient temple, and they were here to find an opportunity to rescue them. Clash. The collision of vital energy and incense-fueled devotion collided with the grayish-white, producing a series of dull thuds. The two sides, clearly divided into factions, fought fiercely, with the battle raging intensely. Occasionally, martial artists from the civilian faction were struck so hard that their vital energy shattered, causing them to spit blood and fly backward. Similarly, some demonic monks and novices were beaten to pieces by martial artists working together, their bodies then ground down by the scorching vital energy, extinguishing the evil chi within them and causing them to perish on the spot. As the battle intensified, even some disciples from the Xinxiao sect were injured and had to retreat, leaving the battlefield. As for Fang Xiu, Lu Qing'er, Wang Xiaoai, and Li Xingming, the four of them silently gathered together, using their respective specialties in martial arts to launch attacks. The chi and blood energy they hated formed a protective barrier around them, allowing them to engage in fierce combat with the evil monks and novice monks before them. The four were no strangers to teamwork, and with each having cultivated chi blood energy and formed chi blood external manifestations, their combat coordination was seamless. Thus far, none had suffered injuries, far surpassing the martial artists from other civilian factions. As for Gu Chen, he remained calm and composed, standing aside. His body was shrouded in a layer of misty chi and blood energy, with faint star-like points visible. He relied solely on his fists and feet to suppress his opponents. At his current cultivation level as a martial artist on the path to immortality, he had to constantly suppress his chi and blood energy to avoid revealing his true strength, which made him feel awkward in battle. It was like being given a large iron hammer and told to shape a piece of cotton into the exact desired form, not a single grain more or less. The awkwardness of such a task was easy to imagine. However, Gu Chen's cultivation base was what it was. Even without using any techniques, relying solely on his physical prowess and strength, without borrowing a single thread of chi and blood energy, he could effortlessly handle the crowd of monks and novices before him, as easily as an adult playing with kindergarten children. Fang Xiu, Lu Qing'er, and the others nearby saw his relaxed and composed demeanor, and couldn't help but be shaken. Their eyes filled with curiosity as they began to ask questions. Gu Chen, what is that chi and blood projection you've viewed? It doesn't seem to have any shape, and it's quite different from most martial artists. Facing Fang Xiu's curious gaze, Gu Chen shrugged his shoulders, laughed it off, and spoke softly, "It's probably because I haven't decided yet what form to give my chi and blood. I think it's fine as it is now." Ha ha. Hearing his words, Fang Xiu's face grew slightly doubtful. For some reason, her womanly intuition told her that he wasn't being entirely honest. The man before her was hiding his true strength too deeply. He felt like someone shrouded in thick clouds, making it impossible to gauge his true depth. This reminded her of powerful figures like the Hualing Grandmaster Fang Hansong, the Bao Dan Master Li Hansha, and the martial Dao Immortal Pei Sanghai, all of whom shared an eerie similarity to the feeling Gu Chen was giving her. Watching Gu Chen move with effortless grace, his punches and kicks flowing like clouds in water, even Lu Qing'er, Li Xingming, and Wang Xiaoai were impressed. The techniques and martial arts skills on display left them in awe. No wonder he's the most hidden man in the group. He was simply too powerful. Without relying on his chi and blood energy, he effortlessly suppressed these monks and novices with his exquisite fist techniques alone. They couldn't help but admire him. Hearing the words of praise from their mouths, Gu Chen merely smiled slightly, paying no mind to explaining anything further. Under the relentless attacks from the disciples of the Xinxiao sect, the official martial artists of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau, and the civilian martial artists, the evil monks and novice monks in the ancient temple began to struggle and retreat step by step. In mid-air, Xinxiao sect's founder, Shuedongzhen, and Luyu relied on their fierce thunder techniques to gradually suppress the Xuanqin heretic monk and another tall monk before them. It's almost done. Today, the Xinxiao sect will put an end to the ancient conflict between Taoism and Buddhism from 1,000 years ago and uphold the glory of the Xinxiao sect. With a cold snort, the founder of the Xinxiao sect, Shuedongzhen, and Luyu exchanged glances. Then, both simultaneously drew the sect's heirloom artifacts, the jade sword and jade talisman, from their bodies. Under the surging incense and prayer energy, the jade sword and jade talisman suddenly emitted a golden glow. Under their control, they unleashed a terrifying might. The jade sword unleashed a series of golden sword beams stretching hundreds of meters long, their aura sharp and unmatched. In an instant, they sliced through the giant Buddha's palm formed from gray-white evil chi before the suspended heart evil monk. The golden sword beams continued their relentless assault, directly striking the evil monk, shattering the protective evil energy surrounding his body and sending him crashing to the ground. A sharp sword mark nearly sliced open his chest, exposing his internal organs and seeping out a trickle of black blood. Another towering evil monk fared no better, being struck down by the furious golden lightning bolts summoned by the jade talisman. However, in the blink of an eye, the battlefield situation shifted dramatically. The powerful Xuanqin and another heretic monk were defeated one after another, leaving the ancient heretical temple in dire straits. Just as the founder of the Xinxiao sect, Shuedongzhen, and Luyu activated their jade swords and jade talismans, respectively, unleashing a 100-meter-long sharp golden sword beam and summoning a terrifying golden lightning bolt, preparing to finish off Xuanqin and the other demonic monk, a sigh echoed from the depths of the ancient temple. Violent evil energy erupted from the depths of the ancient temple, transforming into two gray lotus flowers that blocked the golden sword beams and thunderbolts descending from the sky, saving Xuanqin and the other evil monk on the ground. This scene caught everyone present completely off guard. They never imagined that within the depths of this ancient temple there could be an even more powerful existence capable of blocking the power of the divine artifacts wielded by Shuedongzhen, the founder of the Xinqiao sect, and Lu Yu. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and look toward the depths of the ancient temple. They saw grayish-white evil chi surging, slowly revealing the inner courtyard, where two monks sat motionless. One had distinct features of a foreigner, clearly a foreign monk, while the other was an old monk with a weathered face and shriveled skin. Terrifying gray-white evil chi swirled around them, twisting into grotesque demonic Buddha forms, looking utterly unsettling and sending chills down the spines of those present. Shuedongzhen, the founder of the Xinqiao sect, and Lu Yu exchanged a glance, their expressions growing solemn as they stared at the two figures. "You two are the ones who fought against our Xinqiao sect's founder 1,000 years ago, aren't you?" The foreign monk and the elderly monk with withered skin in the depths of the ancient temple's inner courtyard exchanged glances before speaking. "Amitabha Buddha, this monk is Dao Jian Lizhao." Chapter 119, the great monk Dao Jian of the Song dynasty, the Hu monk Li Zhang, and the invitation of the ancestral master to intervene. Dao Jian? Li Zhang. Everyone present froze upon hearing these two monastic names, their faces betraying a look of astonishment. Anyone who had ever searched online for information about the founder of the Xinqiao sect, Lin Lingsu, would have noticed these two names, as they were also recorded in the encyclopedia entries. The crown prince of the Song dynasty had a dispute in the palace, ordering the Hu monk Li Zhang and 12 others, along with the Wutai monk Dao Jian and others, to engage in a magical duel with Lin Lingsu. The monks were defeated and willingly accepted the crown and staff. If these two monks were not lying, their backgrounds were truly astonishing. Hu Zong, the monk who represented Buddhism and faced off against Lin Lingxu, the founder of the Xinqiao sect, and Dao Jian, the high monk from Wutai Mountain, were undoubtedly far more powerful than monks like Xuanxin, who were merely tagging along. If we simply consider lineage and time, the Xinqiao sect's founding patriarch Shuedongzhen and Lu Yu were both junior disciples of the patriarch Lin Lingxu. In the presence of Dao Jian and Hu Sang Lizhao, who represented the Song dynasty's Buddhist sect in the magical duel, they were a generation junior and lagged behind by about a century. From their previous actions in effortlessly blocking the attacks of the Xinqiao sect's founding patriarchs Shuedongzhen and Lu Yu, it is clear that these two heretical monks possess a higher level of cultivation. Thinking of this, everyone present couldn't help but grow solemn. Such terrifying Buddhist monks were hiding in this ancient temple. The reenactment of the Taoist-Buddhist conflict after 1,000 years was far more intense than anyone could have imagined. The disciples of the Xinqiao sect had various expressions on their faces. They never imagined that such terrifying beings were hiding in the ancient temple, and their strength seemed to surpass that of the Xinqiao sect's founding patriarchs, Shuedongzhen and Lu Yu. Pan Xiaoli, the close friend, immediately grew tense and whispered to the female streamer Sun Na beside her. "Nana, the two old monks hiding in the ancient temple seem even more powerful than our two founding masters. What should we do now?" Hearing her best friend's anxious words, the female streamer Sun Na's eyes flashed, and she spoke in a solemn tone. "What else can we do? We must trust the power of the founders. We disciples should obediently deal with these evil monks and novices. Even if the sky falls, there will be someone taller to support it." The official martial artists from the Central Plains Security Bureau also couldn't help but furrow their brows. They hadn't expected such powerful beings to be hiding in the ancient temple, seemingly even more formidable than the two ancestral masters of the Xinqiao sect who had descended from the heavens. This was completely beyond their expectations. There was nothing else they could do. After all, they had come here to rescue the high-ranking experts who had been captured during the previous expedition. Now that such an unexpected turn of events had occurred, they could only proceed cautiously, taking one step at a time. Meanwhile, the martial artists from the civilian factions watched the newly appeared Hu monk Li Zhang and Dao Jian in the inner courtyard. Their eyes flickered unconsciously as they quietly moved toward the outer perimeter of the ancient temple. They were somewhat concerned that if the Xinqiao sect's ancestral masters Shuedongzhen and Lu Yu were unable to withstand the Hu monk Li Zhang and Dao Jian, they could at least escape more quickly by moving closer to the outer perimeter of the ancient temple. Fang Xiu, Lu Qinger, Wang Xiaoai, and Li Xingming also furrowed their brows, their expressions solemn as they watched the Hu monk Li Zhang and the high monk Dao Jian from Wutai Mountain facing off against the Xinqiao sect's founder Shuedongzhen and Lu Yu. At their level of martial arts cultivation, their ability to sense danger far surpassed that of ordinary people. From a great distance, they could already perceive the dangerous aura emanating from the two monks within the inner courtyard of the ancient temple, as if a volcano were about to erupt. Wow, I never expected such a terrifying existence to be hiding within the inner courtyard of this ancient temple. Even these two founding masters of the Xinqiao sect might not be able to overpower them, which speaks volumes about their terrifying power. Lu Qinger drew in a sharp breath, placed her hand over her chest, and her expression grew tense. Fang Xiu, standing beside her, nodded in agreement and spoke in a solemn voice. After all, these were high monks who had represented the Song dynasty's Buddhist sect in battle 1,000 years ago, facing off against the founder of the Xinqiao sect, Lin Lingxu, in a direct magical duel. Possessing such immense power was not surprising. The only issue now was whether the two founders of the Xinqiao sect were their opponents. What if they were defeated? Li Xingming couldn't help but reveal a look of concern on his face. Seeing the worried expressions on the faces of his companions, Gu Chen really wanted to speak up and reassure them, but since he was the mastermind behind the scenes, he couldn't reveal any information. Instead, he pretended to analyze the situation and said, "Don't worry. Even if these two founders of the Xinxiao sect can't win, we can always call upon the deity from the incense altar. Let's stay calm and just play a supporting role." Upon hearing these words, the Junyang disciples exchanged glances and couldn't help but sigh in relief. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense. The high monk Dao Jian, standing in the inner courtyard of the ancient temple, chanted a Buddhist mantra and spoke in a solemn voice. "Amitabha Buddha, why are the two Xinxiao sect disciples being so relentless? Why not spare us a chance to live? Why insist on settling this with violence?" Though his voice was not loud, it seemed as though he were speaking directly into their ears, and everyone within a kilometer radius could hear what Dao Jian had said. Xuedongzhen and Luyu, the founders of the Xinxiao sect, exchanged a glance, then looked down at the Hu monk Liziang and the high monk Dao Jian facing off in the inner courtyard of the ancient temple. They snorted coldly. After over 1,000 years, this battle between Taoism and Buddhism should finally reach its conclusion today. Let's cut the nonsense and show our true strength. Since you were defeated by our Xinxiao sect's founder Yuan Miao in the past, the outcome today will be no different. As soon as the words left their mouths, the two immediately summoned the jade swords and jade talismans in their hands and launched an attack toward the Hu monk Li Zhang and the high monk Dao Jian in the inner courtyard of the ancient temple. Under the urging of incense offerings and devout prayers, the jade swords and jade talismans, as the heirloom artifacts of the Xinxiao sect, erupted with blinding golden light. The former, in the hands of Xuedongzhen, the founder of the Xinxiao sect, emitted a 100-meter-long, sharp golden sword beam, resembling a streak of lightning descending from the heavens, fiercely striking toward the brow of the high monk Dao Jian. The latter, in the hands of the founder of the Xinxiao sect, Luyu, shone brilliantly, unleashing a series of violent golden lightning bolts that transformed into a golden thunder dragon, charging directly toward the other Hu Xin Li Tsong to devour him, with unparalleled ferocity. Facing the 100-meter-long golden sword beam and the ferocious golden thunder dragon rushing toward them with terrifying momentum, the high monk Dao Jian and the Hu monk Li Zhang exchanged glances. The terrifying gray-white demonic energy on their bodies erupted like a volcano, surging toward the sky. They acted almost simultaneously. The high monk Dao Jian extended his hand in the gesture of the Buddha plucking a flower, and the violent gray-white demonic energy formed a sharp, demonic hand with claw-like nails, devoid of any mercy, which he flung toward the 100-meter-long golden sword beams descending from the sky. Crack! A faint, crisp sound like shattering glass could be heard. The sharp golden sword beam had actually been crushed? This scene left everyone present speechless, their faces filled with astonishment and their hearts trembling with awe. Indeed, this was Dao Jian, the high monk who had represented the Song dynasty's Buddhist community in battle 1,000 years ago. His power was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the Hu monk Li Zhang also demonstrated remarkable skill. He chanted a Buddhist mantra, and the grayish-white evil chi erupting from his body twisted into the form of a massive demon king, colliding with the golden thunder dragon descending from the sky. The two engaged in a fierce battle, quickly subduing the latter and tearing it to pieces. The outcome of the initial clash was almost immediately decided, with the high monk Dao Jian and the Hu monk Li Zhang clearly demonstrating superior skills. This outcome left many onlookers tense, their eyes fixed on the battlefield, not daring to miss a single moment. Could the Xinxiao sect be on the verge of defeat? In midair, the founding patriarchs of the Xinxiao sect, Xuedongzhen and Luyu, exchanged glances. The faint golden incense-like energy surged around their bodies as they prepared to join the battle. However, the high monk Dao Jian chanted a Buddhist mantra. "Since you insist on fighting, then I can only take the liberty of offending you. Please join us in the temple to listen to the monks recite the sutras and dispel the anger in your hearts." As soon as the words left his mouth, the high monk Dao Jian struck again. A violent grayish-white evil energy spread toward the sky, forming a monstrous hand that reached out to grab the two founders of the Xinxiao sect, Xuedongzhen and Luyu, intending to capture them. Facing the demonic hand descending from the sky, the two founders of the Xinxiao sect, Xuedongzhen and Luyu, both furrowed their brows slightly. They simultaneously activated the divine artifacts passed down by their sect, unleashing golden sword beams and summoning thunderous dragons. However, even these divine artifacts were no match for the monk Dao Jian's plucking flower technique. Seeing that the Xinxiao sect's incarnated patriarchs Xuedongzhen and Luyu were about to be captured, the Xinxiao sect disciples below couldn't help but hold their breath. Their faces were tense, and the official martial artists of the Central Plains Security Bureau also looked worried. The situation before them had completely exceeded their imagination. As for the martial artists from the civilian factions near the outer perimeter of the ancient temple, their expressions changed slightly. They moved quietly toward the outer edges, already prepared to flee at any moment. Further away, ordinary people holding phones and cameras couldn't help but widen their eyes, holding their breath, not daring to miss a single moment. Just as all eyes were fixed on the scene, Xuedongzhen and Luyu, the founding masters of the Xinxiao sect, who had descended from the heavens, extended their hands to form a seal. A golden light erupted from a Xinxiao secret inscription on their bodies, resembling a golden sun. The The two of them looked reverent and spoke in unison. Disciple Shuedongjin Luyu humbly requests the divine intervention of our Xinxiao Yuan male patriarch. Gu Chen, standing beside the small team of Fang Xiu, Lu Qing'er, Li Xingming, and Wang Xiaoai, raised his eyebrows slightly. Using the power of the system, he directly projected his mind and consciousness into the body of Lin Lingsu, the founder of the Xinxiao sect, within the Song dynasty's incense shrine. After fighting for so long, it was finally time for the ruthless founder of the Xinxiao sect, Lin Lingsu, to make his appearance. It was time for this mastermind to step forward and end everything, reaping the source energy. Chapter 120, Your alter ego Lin Lingsu has logged in, ending it in the most spectacular way. As the massive demonic hand descended, the two incarnated founders of the Xinxiao sect, Shuedongjin and Luyu, suddenly burst into golden light and began to humbly invite the Xinxiao sect's founder. The crowd, who had assumed these two founders were about to be captured by the ancient temple's monk Dao Jian, finally realized what was happening. How could they have not thought of this? While these two divine ancestors of the Xinxiao sect may not be able to defeat him, there is another ruthless ancestor above them, Lin Lingsu, who nearly single-handedly accomplished the task of destroying Buddhism. If we can't defeat you now, it doesn't matter. Let me summon the ancestral master, and we'll face you again. The light in the sky dimmed, and Gu Chen used the power of the system to project his mind and will onto the Xinxiao sect's founder, Lin Lingsu, controlling the incense-burning divine court floating in the void, summoning him according to the secret scriptures of the Xinxiao sect. The latest hidden identity of the Xinxiao sect's founder, Lin Lingsu, has appeared. The Xinxiao sect disciples, who had been holding their breath in anxiety, couldn't help but exhale in relief, their faces lit up with excitement. Right, why hadn't they thought of summoning an even stronger ancestor from the Xinxiao sect earlier? The official warriors of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau, the civilian faction warriors, and the ordinary bystanders in the distance all reacted swiftly. Earlier, they had only seen the Xinxiao sect's descended founder Shuedongjin and Luyu being captured by the ancient temple monk Dao Jian. How could they have not thought that there were even higher-ranking founders above them in the Xinxiao sect? The vast divine hall emitted intense golden light, resembling a Star Wars battleship thousands of meters wide. Countless incense offerings and prayers swirled within, and even to the naked eye, one could feel an overwhelming sense of pressure, causing one to involuntarily bow in reverence. Female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli were also mesmerized by the sight. No matter how many times they had seen it, they still found the incense-filled divine court floating in the void utterly breathtaking. The other disciples of the Xinxiao sect also had their eyes shining brightly. According to the teachings of their sect's founders, Shuedongjin and Luyu, once one cultivates the incense-burning divine path to a certain level and combines it with the inscriptions of the Xinxiao secret scriptures, one can choose a divine hall of their own within the incense-burning divine hall in the future and borrow its power. This was the profound foundation of the Xinxiao sect. The official warriors of the Central Continent Security Bureau, upon seeing the faintly visible incense-burning divine court in the sky, couldn't help but sigh in relief. The scholastic master Shuedongjin and Luyu of the Xinxiao sect, who were on the verge of defeat, had played their trump card, summoning the incense and fire divine court and even more powerful Xinxiao ancestors to intervene. If nothing unexpected happened, the outcome of this battle was almost certain. The only remaining question was whether the high-ranking officers of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau who had been captured during the previous exploration were still alive. The ordinary onlookers in the distance also held their breath, frantically pressing the buttons on their phones and cameras, their faces filled with awe. Is that the incense-burning divine court created by the Xinxiao sect, floating in the void? It's simply too awe-inspiring. The Xinxiao sect's true strength is truly impressive. It looks just like a Star Wars battleship, so enormous and awe-inspiring. I can't fathom how the founder of the Xinxiao sect managed to create something like this. This incense-burning divine hall is truly invincible, existing in the void yet capable of extending its power into the real world. If it were ever to harbor malicious intent, no nation on earth would stand a chance against it. Amidst the buzzing chatter around him, atop the largest temple housing the divine statue of the incense-burning deity, Gu Chen stood tall on the divine platform, clad in the latest disguise of Lin Lingsu, the founder of the Xinxiao sect. Golden thunderbolts danced across the sky, and he looked down from above at the high monk Dao Jian and the foreign monk Li Zhang within the inner courtyard of the ancient temple below. Dao Jian, Li Zhang, you two are truly regressing with age. How dare you bully the weak and even attempt to capture my Xinxiao disciple and imprison him in the temple? This is utterly outrageous. Hearing the voice echoing down from the incense-filled divine court, the high monk Dao Jian and the foreign monk Li Zhang exchanged glances, recited a Buddhist chant, and hurriedly began to defend themselves. Lin Daoyu, your words are too harsh. This old monk merely wished to invite the two Xinxiao disciples to the temple for a visit to dispel the malevolent energy from their bodies. How can you call that imprisonment? That's right, Lin Daoyu, why not just let it go this time? In response to the monk's explanations, a domineering voice soon echoed from the incense-burning divine hall. My two eyes only see the two of you monks bullying my Xinxiao sect disciples. Stop wasting time and first endure my Xinxiao thunder technique. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Gu Chen, whose mind and intent had descended onto the body of Xinxiao sect's founder Lin Lingsu through the power of the system, flashed a glance. He was curious to see what kind of power Lin Lingsu could unleash by combining the incense-filled divine court beneath his feet. He couldn't wait to give it a try. With a flick of his thoughts, the vast incense power surged forth. Under the enhancement of the incense altar beneath his feet, his power nearly multiplied exponentially. If Lin Lingshu's initial power was 1, then with the amplification from the incense-burning divine court beneath his feet, the power he could unleash in an instant was 10, and the destructive force it would unleash was unimaginable. Gu Chen took a deep breath. He intended to end this scenario in the most spectacular manner. As he reached out and pressed down on the ancient temple's inner courtyard from a distance, the immense incense offering energy instantly transformed into a golden thunderstorm, spreading across half the sky in an instant. It then swiftly condensed into a golden lightning pillar that descended from the heavens. Below, the disciples of the Xinxiao sect, the official warriors of Zhengzhou, the martial artists from the civilian factions, and the ordinary people in the distance all held their breath involuntarily. The golden lightning pillar descending from the sky nearly filled their vision, making time feel unnaturally slow. Within the inner courtyard of the ancient temple, the high monk Dao Jian and the Wu monk Li Tsong narrowed their pupils, their expressions changing as they let out a low growl. The two joined forces with the evil monks and novice monks in the inner and outer courtyards, as well as the evil ancient temple beneath them. Under their combined power, the ancient temple also erupted with a massive gray-white evil energy, quickly condensing into a twisted and hideous evil Buddha, which roared and reached out to strike the golden lightning pillar descending from the sky. The monstrous demonic Buddha, formed from the vast gray-white demonic energy, lasted only 3 breaths before being pierced by the domineering golden lightning pillar. The terrifying lightning spread out, effortlessly tearing the monstrous demonic Buddha into pieces. The golden lightning pillar continued its descent, crashing directly onto the ancient temple on the ground, emitting a deafening roar. Boom! The earth was instantly pierced by the golden lightning pillar, creating a 100-meter-wide, bottomless black hole. The terrifying aftereffects spread out in all directions, kicking up countless clouds of dust and soil. The intense vibrations felt like a small earthquake. Chapter 121, The Dust Settles. What a disaster! The monk escaped with the ancient temple. As the golden lightning pillars vanished beneath the earth, the disciples of the Xinxiao sect, the official warriors of Zhengzhou, the martial artists from the civilian factions, and the ordinary people in the distance finally snapped out of the slow-motion world they had been in. Before they could utter a word of astonishment, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently, like an earthquake had struck. Terrifying aftershocks sent clouds of dust and mud into the air, along with brutal shockwaves that nearly knocked everyone within a kilometer radius off their feet. Once the commotion gradually subsided, the Xinxiao sect disciples, Zhengzhou official martial artists, and martial artists from the civilian faction, along with the ordinary people in the distance, finally got a clear view of the battlefield. The ancient temple's backyard, which had been shrouded in evil energy, had been completely pierced by a massive hole over 100 meters wide, its depth unimaginable. Faint remnants of golden lightning flickered among the ruins of the inner courtyard. The violet lightning pillars that had descended from the sky had even extinguished most of the surging gray-white evil energy in the courtyard. Under the influence of this, many of the evil monks and novice monks in the inner and outer courtyards were reduced to dust and vanished on the spot, with their numbers plummeting by 2/3. Only those with stronger abilities managed to survive. As for the high monks Dao Jian and Husang Lizong from the inner courtyard, they looked even more pitiful, with nearly half of their bodies ground away by the golden lightning pillars. They were in a sorry state, with the remaining golden lightning bolts stubbornly clinging to their bodies, constantly battling the evil chi on their bodies. Upon witnessing the outcome of the golden lightning pillars descending before them, the disciples of the Xinxiao sect, the official warriors of Zhengzhou, the martial artists from the civilian factions, and the ordinary people in the distance all couldn't help but gasp in shock, their hearts trembling with awe. Indeed, it was no wonder that Lin Lingsu, the ruthless founder of the Xinxiao sect who had nearly single-handedly attempted to annihilate Buddhism, was so formidable. A single strike had caused such terrifying results, leaving everyone utterly awestruck. The disciples of the Xinxiao sect were both excited and thrilled. Indeed, Lin Lingshu, the founder of the Xinxiao sect, was no ordinary figure. When he truly unleashed his power, the might he could summon from the incense and fire divine court left them in awe. Female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xioli were mesmerized by the scene. In their live stream, viewers couldn't contain their awe, and comments flew across the screen. The power of that golden lightning pillar was truly unforgettable. As expected of the ruthless founder of the Xinxiao sect, Lin Lingshu, his first move was both domineering and fierce. With just one strike, he had crippled the, and such destructive power was beyond imagination. The founder of the Xinxiao sect was truly too cool. The 4-person team from the civilian martial artist Camp Fong Xiu, Lu Qing'er, Li Xingming, and Wang Xiaowai couldn't help but gasp in shock, their expressions stunned as they watched the destructive power of the golden lightning pillar. A single strike could cause such terrifying destruction. This was truly awe-inspiring. Such feats could only be achieved by martial artists at the level of immortals. The high monks Dao Jian and Husang Lizong of the ancient temple were no match for him. Lu Qing'er couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This was truly an unimaginable power. It was hard to fathom how powerful Lin Ling Su, the founder of the Shinshao sect, could unleash when he channeled the full might of the incense and fire divine court. Moreover, since he was hidden in the void, ordinary attacks couldn't even touch him. This was completely beyond the current reality of the world. Fang Xiu also wore a solemn expression. This was a completely different kind of power from the martial arts and immortal martial arts we had cultivated. It was truly awe-inspiring and unimaginable, making one envious. Li Xingming's eyes flickered with envy. Gu Chen, standing beside him, nodded in agreement after hearing Jun Yangyou's exclamations. He had only mobilized a fraction of the incense and fire shrine's power. If it were to unleash its full might, the destructive power and range would increase by several times. This had already surpassed the individual destructive limit of martial artists and immortals. After all, the incense altar of the divine court was massive, floating in the void, resembling a Star Wars battleship. The larger the size, the greater the power it could unleash. It was like the difference in strength between a wolf and an elephant. The latter's size was countless times that of the former, and its power could naturally overwhelm the opponent. The golden lightning pillar unleashed by Lin Ling Su, the founder of the Shinshao sect, and the incense shrine struck the ancient temple with such force that it was nearly destroyed. The severely injured high monk Dao Jian and the monk Li Zong exchanged glances and immediately began to mobilize the remaining power within their bodies, activating the ancient temple beneath their feet. In the next instant, the entire ancient temple, along with the monks within, transformed into gray light columns and fled into the distance at an incredible speed, disappearing from sight in just a few breaths. All that remained at the site was a 100-meter wide, bottomless crater and the people left behind from the previous exploration. Their expressions were dazed, and a faint grayish-white aura of evil still lingered around them, as if they had not yet fully escaped the influence of the evil forces. Watching the high monk Dao Jian and the Wu monk Li Zong decisively roll up the ancient temple and flee without a trace, everyone present couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Goodness gracious! Such a large temple vanished in the blink of an eye? Are ancient monks really this cunning? The crowd never imagined that the high monks Dao Jian and Husang Liza would act so boldly and decisively. Seeing that they were no match for the ruthless founder of the Shinshao sect, Lin Ling Su, they simply packed up and left, without even uttering a single threatening word, departing with such swiftness and efficiency. The situation had developed to this point, and no one present could have imagined that the ancient conflict between Taoism and Buddhism, reenacted after 1,000 years, would end in such a dramatic manner. Truly, the world is full of surprises. With the enemies already gone, Gu Chen, who was disguised as the founder of the Shinshao sect, Lin Ling Su, on the incense-burning shrine, moved his mind, and a golden halo appeared above the shrine. Then, just as he had come, he vanished into the void once again, leaving no trace behind. In mid-air, the Shinshao sect's incarnated founder Xuedongjin and Lu Yu, upon seeing this, hurriedly bowed and respectfully exclaimed, "Disciple Xuedongjin Lu Yu bids farewell to the Yuan male patriarch." With that, the long-awaited showdown between Taoism and Buddhism, which had captivated countless onlookers and unfolded once again after 1,000 years, finally came to an end. Meanwhile, the group of explorers who had been forcibly detained by the suspended heart demon monk during the previous expedition reappeared at this moment. They appeared to be unharmed, though still dazed by the demonic energy and had not yet regained their senses. The members of the Central Continent Security Bureau also couldn't help but sigh in relief. This mission had finally come to an end, and they could now report back to their superiors. Reflecting on all the ups and downs, this had truly been no easy feat. Gu Chun also withdrew his mind and consciousness from the ancestral forest of the Shinshao sect's founder, Lin Ling Su, and returned to his original form. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. This chapter of the script had finally come to a temporary conclusion. It had cost him a great deal of mental effort, and he decided to rest properly once he returned. As for refining the fake into the real and the Tang Dynasty plan, he would address that once he had rested properly. Chapter 122, Follow-up, Half a Year's Changes, and the Dao Tang Plan. The 1,000-year-old battle between Taoism and Buddhism had ended. The people left behind in the had been rescued. Those who had been infected by the had little reaction, almost all of them shaved bald and dressed in monks' robes. Looking out, all he saw were bald heads. Gu Chen, Fang Xiu, Lu Qinger, Li Xingming, and Wang Xiaoyi found the captured Yizhen at that moment. Yi Tianjiao, with his shaved head, tattered monk's robe, and reciting sutras, looked much more proper. Fang Xiu spoke slowly. "I think he'd make a decent monk. At least he won't be as mouthy as before." Standing beside her, Lu Qinger couldn't help but nod in agreement, a look of approval on her face. However, Li Xingming, standing next to her, took out his phone and snapped several photos of Yizhen in front of him. Why isn't he waking up yet? Could he really have been brainwashed by the monks? Wang Xiaoyi reached out and poked Yizhen, who was sitting there sullenly reciting sutras, his body filled with evil energy. Gu Chen, standing beside him, raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, he reached out and aimed at the man's face, unleashing a surge of fiery chi and blood energy, delivering a slap across his face. Smack! With a crisp sound, the fiery chi quickly dispelled the evil energy from Yizhen's body, and he immediately came to his senses. Who dares to ambush this celestial prodigy? If you have the guts, come face me, Yi Liangchen, in a fair fight. Seeing Yi Liangchen snap out of his daze and start shouting in front of him, Fang Xiu, Lu Qing'er, Li Xingming, and Wang Xiaowai, who were standing beside him, couldn't help but sigh in unison. He's so deeply entrenched in his teenage angst that there's no hope for him. After nearly 2 months as a monk, there's still no improvement. Even the ancient Buddhist monks Dao Jian and Husang Lizan couldn't change this guy's nature. He's truly beyond redemption. Hair? A monk. Hearing those words, Yijin finally snapped out of it, reaching out to touch his shiny bald head. He couldn't hold back any longer and let out an agonized scream. Ah, my black, shiny, handsome hair. Damn you, bald-headed Buddhist monk. I, Yi Liangchen, will never forgive you. Watching Yijin, with his sorrowful expression, touching his bald head and screaming, Fang Xiu, Lu Qing'er, Li Xingming, and Wang Xiaowai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Gu Chun also found it hard to suppress his laughter. As the incident came to a close, disciples of the Xinxiao sect, official martial artists from the Zhengzhou Security Bureau, martial artists from the civilian faction, and ordinary people from afar began to leave one after another. The video of this ancient clash between Taoism and Buddhism, which had been reenacted after 1,000 years, was also shared online by many onlookers, quickly attracting countless views. Watching Xuedongjian, the founder of the Xinxiao sect, and Luyu wielding jade swords and jade talismans in mid-air, overwhelming the two evil monks of the ancient temple, many netizens couldn't help but give them thumbs up, marveling at the power of these two founders. Later, the scene shifted, and the ancient temple's inner courtyard revealed the Song dynasty's 1,000-year-old Buddhist monk Dao Jian and the Hu monk Li Zhang, whose techniques were even more formidable. This left many netizens in awe, never expecting that such temple-level masters could exist deep within the ancient temple's inner courtyard. Just as netizens were watching the video of the high monk Dao Jian and the Hu monk Li Zhang preparing to capture the two Xinxiao sect patriarchs, another shocking turn of events occurred. From the void, the Song dynasty's incense and fire temple appeared. What happened next left all netizens exhilarated. The ruthless founder of the Xinxiao sect, Lin Lingsu, made a bold move, descending from the heavens with a golden lightning pillar that struck the ancient temple's evil monks, leaving them powerless to defend themselves. The battle was decided in a single blow. Thus, the long-awaited battle between Taoism and Buddhism, which had been dormant for 1,000 years, finally came to a close. The full video from the scene left countless netizens exhilarated, feeling as though they were on a roller coaster, their emotions rising and falling with the action. The Xinxiao sect's depth is unmatched. If they can't win, they can always summon their ruthless founder. That's truly impressive. The founder of the Xinxiao sect, Lin Lingxiu, is truly formidable. No wonder he nearly single-handedly accomplished the feat of destroying Buddhism in history. His brutality is undeniable. This video is incredibly thrilling, with its dramatic twists and turns. The intense magical battles are far more intense than any Western superhero movie, with their dazzling spells outshining the special effects by a mile. All the founders of the Xinxiao sect are so majestic and powerful. Their combat strength is simply too strong. The evil monks in this ancient temple are all talented individuals. When they realize they're no match for their opponents, they simply roll up the temple and flee, without even uttering a single threatening word. Their ability to adapt is truly remarkable. No wonder they could represent the Song dynasty's Buddhist community in battle 1,000 years ago. Overnight, the online buzz surrounding the Xinxiao sect skyrocketed. Related scriptures and robes were flying off the shelves on various e-commerce platforms, and countless netizens eagerly awaited the day the Xinxiao sect would reopen its gates to accept new disciples. On the other side, Gu Chen, Yijin, Fang Xiu, Lu Qing'er, Li Xingming, and Wang Xiaowai parted ways and returned to the coastal city. Lying on the large bed at home, he finally activated the personal system panel on his air conditioner to review the gains from this outing. The highly anticipated 1,000-year-old battle between Taoism and Buddhism had brought him a rich reward, with nearly 500,000 source points obtained in one go, leaving him feeling utterly exhilarated. With such a bountiful supply of primordial points, he wouldn't have to worry about the consumption required to refine the fake into the real for the foreseeable future. He could also plan the next phase of the Dao Tang project on an even grander scale, bringing even more unimaginable shocks to the world. However, the incense and fire god path had only emerged a few months ago, so there was no rush to hastily refine the Dao Tang into reality. It was more important to research and develop a more reasonable storyline. Thus, in the coming days, Gu Chen relaxed, slowly refining his vision for the Dao Hall in his mind while enjoying a leisurely life. Occasionally, he would visit the Wing Chun White Crane Kung Fu branch in the coastal city to train and occasionally deal with challengers. Time flew by, and before he knew it, more than half a year had passed. The Central Plains had undergone countless changes, almost transforming into a different place every few months. First, the official research institute of Zhengzhou mobilized supercomputers, countless martial artists, and master martial artists like Fang Hansong, along with ultra-precise experimental instruments, to finally derive a simplified version of the Washing the Marrow chapter of the Human Immortal Martial Arts. The simplified version of the Human Immortal Martial Arts Washing Marrow chapter has now begun to be gradually promoted, significantly enhancing the combat prowess of both official martial artists and many civilian martial artists across Zhengzhou. Moreover, there have been significant discoveries regarding the various rare herbs and medicinal plants cultivated within the 5 ancient ruins. Using modern high-precision experimental instruments capable of accuracy down to 1/10,000th of a unit, researchers have been able to formulate more effective pills with the most precise ratios, maximizing their medicinal properties. Additionally, a new batch of pills to aid in cultivation has been developed. The influence of the Shinshao sect is growing increasingly strong. After undergoing initial cultivation, many Shinshao disciples have begun to study the Shinshao secret scriptures, resulting in significant improvements in their abilities. Faced with the growing influence of the Taoist sect, the Buddhist sect of the present world could no longer remain silent and stepped forward, claiming to have discovered the Buddhist cultivation methods from ancient texts. Chun was also curious, so he secretly investigated and discovered that it was the high monk Dao Jian and the monk Li Zhang who had been waiting for an ancient temple to descend into the Buddhist sect, passing down the Buddhist sect's incense offering and vow cultivation methods. Although they belonged to the same incense offering divine cultivation system, there were minor differences, but overall, they were quite similar. After this news was released, the present-day Buddhist sect finally managed to catch its breath under the oppressive pressure of the Taoist sect led by the Shinshao sect. Of course, the Western nations, observing the astonishing changes on the Central Plains, could not resist the temptation. They secretly infiltrated the region, setting their sights on the demons and monsters roaming the Central Plains. At great cost, they captured them and brought them back to their laboratories for research, aiming to create even more powerful demonic bloodlines. After more than half a year of constant revisions and deletions, Chun finally finalized the Dao Tang plan. Calculating that the timing was now appropriate, he had decided to take action and gradually transform the Dao Tang from fiction into reality, allowing the world to witness the Dao Tang he had created with his own hands. Chapter 123, The Creator at Work. Do not disturb. 1,000,000 primordial essences forged into the Dao Tang heavenly realm. The night was as still as water, with a crescent moon hidden behind dark clouds. Only a few streetlights flickered along the roadside. Chun stood on the rooftop, looking down at the night below. At this critical moment of transforming the fake into the real Dao Tang, he couldn't help but feel excited. He then snapped a photo of the starry sky and posted it on his social media. Those who are creating the world, do not disturb. Shortly after posting, it quickly garnered numerous likes and comments, with people joking around in the comments section. Hey Wu, when did you get infected by Yezhin's teenage angst? You actually posted such a cheesy WeChat post. This is truly rare. Lu Qinger, creator Gu, don't forget to leave some opportunities for this humble maiden during the creation process. Yi Liangchen, no wonder you're the man I admire. You've got the guts. Ji Taibao, oh no. Gu Chan actually posted on his social media. Wang Xiuai, this is bad. Yizhen's middle school syndrome is terrifying. He actually has such strong influence. Everyone be careful not to get infected by him. Looking at the likes and comments below his WeChat moments, Gu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Alright, it was a rare moment of inspiration to post something on WeChat moments, but he never expected it to be misunderstood as a midlife crisis. He was quite speechless. Everything he said was the truth. Why doesn't anyone believe him? He shook his head, pushing the chaotic thoughts out of his mind, and then got serious, beginning his official plan to transform the fake into the real and master the Tang dynasty's way. But transforming the false into the true Tang dynasty realm and its associated ruins require 1.8 million source points. He never imagined that the source points required for the Dao Tang he had been conceptualizing for over half a year would directly surpass the million mark. Hearing the crisp system notification in his mind, he couldn't help but wince at the thought. Wow, this consumption is truly terrifying. Gu Chen drew in a sharp breath. Even though he had obtained a significant number of source points over the past half year, his wealth was still considerable, but he couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. As 180,000 source points were deducted, the intangible power of transforming the fake into the real began to circulate. At the same time, Gu Chen utilized the system's power to project his mind and consciousness into the void. At that moment, a massive transformation was unfolding. Under the invisible force, a minuscule singularity suddenly expanded, exploding in less than a millionth of a second, as if something was trying to break out. It resembled an egg hatching, with a miniature core of a miniature world quietly emerging. Immediately afterward, the clear and turbid energies separated into layers, resembling the creation of the heavens and earth. The membrane of the pocket universe formed, with the clear chi becoming the azure sky, while the descending turbid chi continuously transformed. Under the influence of the core of the pocket universe, it differentiated into the 5 elements. The 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth circulated and transformed invisibly, giving rise to countless mountains, forests, rivers, and lakes. Soon, various ancient buildings also began to take shape, much like a computer model, quickly forming an independent miniature world separate from the present realm. The intricate transformations left Gu Chen's heart trembling in awe, as he silently marveled at the boundless creative power at work. Under his watchful gaze, the core of the cave heaven small world underwent regeneration and transformation, forming yin, yang, and primordial chi. Combined with the 5 elements, the cave heaven small world underwent unimaginable marvelous changes. Countless birds, beasts, insects, fish, and shrimp, as well as people dressed in the simple attire of the Tang dynasty, were gradually brought into existence. Related memories quietly surfaced in their minds, and all the creatures were completely unaware that they had just been created. They continued their lives within the cave heaven world. Some birds pecked at insects and returned to their nests, while wild beasts engaged in fierce hunting. In the rivers, fish swam joyfully, and farmers in the fields finished their work and returned home. Scholars carried books to inns, knights rode horses with swords on their backs, and young ladies chatted with their maidservants. Looking at this miniature world of creatures, Chun felt a bit dizzy. With 1.8 million source points, he had almost witnessed the birth of a miniature world from nothing, and the shock was indescribable. Looking at the Dao Tang miniature world scene of life, Chun couldn't help but feel that something was missing. He furrowed his brows in deep thought. Dao Tang, the most important thing here is the character Dao. The Dao Tang miniature world exists, but the countless cultivators within it have yet to make an appearance. After a moment, Chun finally realized what was missing. He gritted his teeth and quickly spent another 100,000 source points to transform the preset cultivators into real beings. As the 100,000 source points were deducted, within the Dao Tang cave heaven, one after another, Taoist academies, deep mountain caves, and secluded Taoist sects rose from the ground. Under the intangible transformative power of the forging the fake into the real, they gradually took shape. Various cultivators dressed in cloud robes, Taoist robes, magical robes, and black garments followed suit, appearing within the world. Some of these cultivators were breathing in and out to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, while others were riding beams of light across the sky. Some were engaged in lively discussions about Taoist teachings, and others were engaging in sword duels that were so dazzling they left onlookers spellbound. It was a truly magnificent sight. Upon seeing this, Chun couldn't help but nod his head, a smile spreading across his face. This was exactly the Dao Tang he had envisioned. It had taken a total of 2.8 million source points to finally transform the Dao Tang into a real small world, nearly depleting all the source points Chun had accumulated over the past 6 months, plus everything he had obtained previously. From his once prosperous family background to now having not a single coin to his name, Chun experienced the extreme shift between wealth and poverty in just 1 hour. Fortunately, his inner strength was unwavering, otherwise, he might have been mentally shattered in an instant. Looking at the Dao Tang cave heaven mini-world he had carved out in the void, he finally felt a glimmer of comfort. What remained was to gradually reveal the Dao Tang cave heaven mini-world to the world and recover all the source points he had lost. Thinking of this, Chun's eyes flashed, and his mind and intentions returned to his physical body. He snapped his fingers, and a jade tablet imbued with the aura of the Dao Tang cave heaven mini-world appeared before him. With this artifact, he could directly activate the coordinates of the Dao Tang cave heaven in the real world and step into it. Just as Chun hesitated whether to enter the Tang dynasty heavenly realm to explore, the real world also underwent a series of drastic changes with the emergence of the Tang dynasty heavenly realm. In the ancient Tang capital of Chang'an in Shaanxi province, the Dragon and Tiger Mountain where the Tianshi Dao sect was located, the Ma Mountain where the Ma Mountain sect was situated, the Jiangnan Mountains at the foot of Zhouzhi County in Shaanxi province where the Lu Guan Dao sect resided, and the hideouts of various reclusive sects, the statues of their ancestral masters on their altars suddenly burst forth with a brilliant light, soaring into the sky with a deafening roar. Faced with this astonishing phenomenon in the ancestral halls, monks from various Taoist sects immediately rushed to investigate. Chapter 124, Pillars of Divine Light. Have the founding masters of all sects agreed to manifest simultaneously? First, at the ancient ruins of the Tang dynasty's capital city of Chang'an in Shaanxi province, a dazzling pillar of divine light erupted, shooting straight toward the sky. The light illuminated an area of dozens of kilometers, appearing extremely mystical. Such a massive commotion instantly drew the attention of all the citizens of the western capital, sparking a series of exclamations as they couldn't help but discuss the phenomenon. Look! There's a pillar of light rising up. Such a huge beam of light, could someone be using a searchlight there? It doesn't seem likely, though. A beam of light covering such a vast area is truly. If I'm not mistaken, that direction seems to be the ancient ruins of Chang'an, the capital of the Tang dynasty. Could it be that some treasure has emerged? What are you all standing around for? Quick, take a photo. Post it on WeChat Moments. Upon witnessing this extraordinary sight, the reactions of the onlookers varied widely. Some marveled in awe, others expressed skepticism, and still others found it hard to believe. Many who were close enough quickly recognized the direction of the towering pillar of light. It was the site of the ancient Tang dynasty capital. Soon, news of the mysterious pillar of light rising from the ancient Tang dynasty capital site in Shaanxi's western capital spread rapidly, and numerous related videos began circulating online, sparking intense discussion. Many people were deeply curious about this mysterious phenomenon. Of course, some also turned their attention to the source of the mysterious light column, the ancient capital of the Tang dynasty, and planned to sneak in for exploration. Who knows, maybe they'd find some treasures if they were lucky. In response, the Zhengzhou Security Bureau branch took notice and swiftly dispatched a high-ranking officer to lead an investigation team to the Tang Dynasty Chang'an ancient capital ruins in Xi'an to uncover the root cause of the phenomenon. Now that even the Xinqiao sect, a Taoist sect from 1,000 years ago, has resurfaced, it is not unlikely that similar entities may emerge from the ancient ruins of the Tang Dynasty's capital city of Chang'an. The Central Plains Security Bureau's mission is to handle all abnormal incidents within the Central Plains, including any potential unknown dangers. Meanwhile, on Longhu Mountain near Tan Town, within the renowned headquarters of the Tianshi Dao sect, a dazzling pillar of spiritual light shot into the sky from the ancestral hall, its scale awe-inspiring. The immense commotion in the ancestral hall immediately caught the attention of all the disciples of the Tianshi Dao sect. The alliance reported the news to the current Tianshi and the elders, seeking their opinions. The current Tianshi was named Zhang Yuanjing, with snow-white hair and beard, yet he still walked with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, exuding an imposing presence. Following him were three elders of the Longhu Mountain Tianshi Dao, whose dharma names were Yuan Xian, Yuan Hon, and Yuan Fa. Surrounded by the disciples of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain Tianshi Dao, the current Tianshi Zhang Yuanjing, along with the three elders Zhang Yuan Xian, Zhang Yuan Hon, and Zhang Yuan Fa, immediately spotted the pillar of spiritual light rising into the sky from the ancestral hall of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain. The extraordinary phenomenon before them caused the four to glance at each other, their expressions growing excited. Since the establishment of the Xinqiao sect's incense altar and the manifestation and descent of their ancestral master, the Xinqiao sect had dominated the majority of the attention within the Taoist sects of Zhengzhou. In contrast, the Longhu Mountain Tianshi Dao, despite its longer historical heritage, had received little attention. Although the incense offerings had increased slightly compared to before, the ancestral hall of their own sect remained completely unresponsive, causing them to secretly grumble to themselves. This shouldn't be the case. Even the Xinqiao sect, which couldn't match them in terms of lineage and history, had such a strong foundation. Yet the Tianshi sect, which had been passed down from Zhang Daoling, the Tianshi of the Han dynasty, showed no signs of activity and had not seen the ancestral master manifest himself. This truly made them feel a sense of imbalance. It was not until this moment that the Tianshi Dao disciples finally witnessed the miraculous manifestation of their ancestral hall, a truly rare and difficult sight. May the Tianshi protect us. The ancestral hall has finally manifested. Quick, bring the incense. The current Tianshi, Zhang Yuanjing, was overcome with emotion. He took the incense from a disciple beside him and bowed. Behind him, Zhang Yuanxian, Zhang Yuanhon, and Zhang Yuanfa, the three elders of the Tianshi sect, exchanged glances and also took the incense, bowing respectfully to the ancestral hall of the Tianshi sect to pay respects to the generations of Tianshi ancestors. Following the lead of the current Taoist master Zhang Yuanjing and the three senior Taoist masters Zhang Yuanxian, Zhang Yuanhon, and Zhang Yuanfa, the disciples all began to recite the authentic scriptures of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain Taoist sect. Water, as a substance, is soft and yielding, yet it is also vast and unyielding. It is calm and harmonious, with no attachments, its virtue is as vast as heaven and earth, its blessings extend to all things, it encompasses the great and the small, it cannot be blocked by metal or stone, nor can it be contained by mountains or valleys. It avoids the solid and returns to the void, it flows downward, vast and boundless, flowing endlessly, it can break through rocks and stones, faster than the wind. The harmonious and unified recitation of the scriptures soon filled the ancestral hall of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain Tianshi Dao, intertwining with the divine light rising from the statue of the ancestral master. On the other side, in the ancestral hall of the Maoshan sect on Maoshan Mountain, brilliant spiritual light also shot into the sky. The disciples of Maoshan gathered in the ancestral hall, their faces filled with fervor as they gazed at the statue of the founder. The sect master and the elders of the Maoshan sect, dressed in ceremonial robes and with solemn expressions, led the disciples in setting up altars and performing ritual ceremonies. They then spent the entire night reciting the Yellow Court Taoist scripture. Laozi, in his leisure, composed 7 verses to explain the form of the body and the various deities. Above is the Yellow Court, below is the Guan Yuan, behind is the UK, in front is the Ming Men. Breathing enters the Lu between the chest and the navel. Reaching the Dan Tian. Clear water from the jade pool nourishes the spiritual root. Those who can cultivate this may live forever. The person in the Yellow Court wears a red robe. The Guan Yuan is lush, the two sides are closed. The UK stands tall and majestic in the Dan Tian. The essence and qi are subtle, and clear water from the jade pool nourishes the body. At the same time, at the Lobuan Taoist temple atop the foot of Mount Zhongnan in Zhouzhi County, a similar extraordinary phenomenon was observed. A mystical light surged skyward from the ancestral hall. The abbot, overcome with emotion, exclaimed that the ancestral master had manifested his divine presence, leading his disciples in kneeling and paying homage, their hearts filled with both excitement and awe. Not only that, but numerous other reclusive Taoist sects also discovered mysterious pillars of divine light shooting into the sky, leaving a profound impression. Within a single night, countless ancestral halls of various Taoist sects simultaneously manifested divine light, shooting skyward. The next morning, Zhang Yuanjing, the current Tianshi of the Longhu Mountain Tianshi Dao in Ningtan County, announced with great fanfare that the ancestral masters of the Tianshi Dao had manifested themselves the previous night, and that it was time to restore the former glory of the Tianshi Dao. However, shortly after Zhang Yuanjing's high-profile announcement, disciples rushed over to him with tense expressions, reporting that just moments ago, the leader of the Mashan sect, Ma Shun, the head of the Luguan Daoist temple, Zhou, and other Daoist sects had also announced the apparitions of their ancestral masters. In no time, news of the ancestral masters of various Daoist sects manifesting spread far and wide, causing a stir within the Daoist community. Daoists everywhere began to grow confused. What's going on here? Did you and our sect's ancestral masters secretly coordinate and agree to manifest simultaneously last night? The current celestial master Zhang Yuansheng, the head of the Mashan sect, Ma Shun, the head of the Luguan Taoist temple, Zhou, and the heads of other reclusive Taoist sects were all at a loss for words. They had originally intended to use the appearance of their ancestral masters to gain some attention, but they never expected such a ridiculous situation where the ancestral masters of all the sects appeared together. What on earth does the ancestral master mean by this? Is there some sort of protocol for appearing one after another? Did they need to coordinate their appearances? Thus, they stood in the ancestral hall, gazing at the statues of the ancestral masters on the altar, utterly baffled. With no one to resolve their confusion, they felt rather frustrated. Chapter 125, Experiencing the Tang Dongtian Small World, the Riddle Master, and the Xinxiao Sect's Ancestral Master. The news of the ancestral masters of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain Tianshi Dao, the Ma Mountain Sect, the Luguan Dao, and other Daoist sects appearing together spread quickly beyond the Daoist circles. Upon hearing the news, countless netizens reacted with various expressions. Are all the major Daoist sects competing so fiercely now? Even the competition for ancestral masters to manifest themselves is so intense? Of course, some netizens were skeptical, suspecting that the simultaneous manifestation of the founders of the major Daoist sects was a publicity stunt, possibly out of jealousy toward the Xinxiao sect. However, upon watching the videos released by the major Daoist sects, which showed pillars of divine light rising into the sky before the ancestral halls, and with so many videos available, it didn't seem entirely fake. For a time, the netizens were left thoroughly perplexed. In Coastal City, the Daotang Dongtian Small World triggered a series of real-world changes, which also brought Guchen nearly 80,000 source points. He didn't mind at all, after all, even a mosquito was meat, and he was desperately in need of source points. Before officially revealing the Daotang Dongtian Small World, Guchen still felt uneasy and decided to enter it personally for a first-hand experience. He casually pulled out the jade talisman containing the essence and coordinates of the Daotang Dongtian Small World from his body and flicked it with his fingers. A faint glow rippled across the jade talisman, and Guchen felt his body enveloped by an invisible force, as if being pulled upward. When he came to his senses again, he found himself already inside the Daotang Dongtian miniature world. The ground beneath his feet was solid earth, and the fragrance of fertile soil filled the air. The air was pure and unpolluted, and the rustling sound of leaves could faintly be heard in the distance. A brand new miniature world. The power of the system was truly astonishing and utterly mind-blowing. Guchen, who was entering the Daotang cave heaven for the first time, was also filled with awe. He reached out to touch the plants and the ground before him, finding the experience utterly magical. Just then, a disdainful voice came from beside him. "Where did you come from, you foreign monk? Your hair is neither long nor short, and your clothes are odd. Could you be a demon?" Guchen turned his head to look and saw that the speaker was a white-robed scholar who was currently examining him with a disdainful expression. This made him twitch his eyelids slightly, feeling a bit speechless. He had actually been looked down upon by an ancient person from the Daotang Dongtian miniature world? He let out a loud laugh, controlling his qi and blood to nourish his scalp and hair follicles. In the blink of an eye, a head of jet-black, lustrous hair grew. He tore a strip of cloth from his clothes and tied it around his temples. The bizarre scene before him caused the white-robed scholar to widen his eyes in shock, his face betraying a hint of panic. He turned and fled, shouting, "There's a demon! A demon!" Seeing the white-robed scholar fleeing in panic, Guchen couldn't help but chuckle. He directly manipulated the rolling smoke formed from his qi and blood energy, soaring into the air, and quickly headed toward a nearby town. About half an hour later, Guchen had already changed into a coarse hemp robe. He walked lightly through the Daotang Dongtian Small World, examining the strange ancient world before him. Just as Guchen was experiencing the world, the outside world was also undergoing significant changes. Within the gates of the Xinxiao sect, numerous Xinxiao disciples gathered to discuss the matter with great curiosity. They were intrigued by the agreement among the founders of the Longhu Mountain Tianshi Dao, the Mashan sect, the Luguan Dao, and other Daoist sects to manifest their divine presence together. As the senior abbot of the Xinxiao sect, Yuan Xing, along with the two elders by his side, were also deeply concerned. The three of them sought out the two founding patriarchs of the Xinxiao sect who had descended to the mortal realm and began inquiring about the matter. The two founders asked, "All the major Daoist sects have records of their founders manifesting their divine presence. Could this event have an impact on our Xinxiao sect?" The disciples below were also restless. Sects such as the Dragon and Tiger Mountain Tianshi sect, the Mao Mountain sect, and the Luguan sect, whether in terms of lineage, historical depth, or reputation, far surpass the Xinqiao sect. Now that the Xinqiao patriarchs have descended, we have finally gained such prestige, yet unexpectedly, other major Taoist sects are preparing to emerge. There is competition among the Taoist sects. Seeing the worried expressions of the old abbot Yuan Cheng and the two elders of the monastery, the two descended ancestors of the Xinqiao sect, Shuedongjin and Lu Yu, exchanged glances before speaking calmly. There is no need to panic. This is a great era of conflict, and opportunities are approaching. The revival of the various Taoist sects is also within expectations. These are the contingency plans left behind by the various sects 1,000 years ago. The ancestral master Yuan Miao has already issued a decree to us. When the opportunity arises, all sects will rise together, and the disciples of the Xinqiao sect will naturally not miss the opportunity at that time. After hearing the words of the two founding masters of the Xinqiao sect, the old abbot Yuan Cheng and the two elders of the monastery could not help but sigh in relief, bowing respectfully before departing. Immediately afterward, the old abbot Yuan Cheng and the two elders gathered all the hundreds of Xinqiao sect disciples within the mountain gates and relayed the words of the two Xinqiao sect patriarchs who had descended from the heavens. The great worldly conflict is approaching, and the opportunity is at hand. The contingency plans left behind by the various Taoist sects 1,000 years ago have been revived? Upon hearing this explanation, the hundreds of Xinqiao sect disciples present couldn't help but stare in shock. What kind of opportunity was this? Why didn't the two ancestral masters explain it clearly? They were making it sound like a riddle. However, their attention was quickly drawn to the four words, opportunity is approaching. What kind of immense opportunity could possibly activate the contingency plans left behind by the various Taoist sects 1,000 years ago? Just thinking about it was thrilling. Female anchor Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xioli stood among the Xinqiao sect disciples, both of them excitedly discussing the matter. Nana, did you hear that? The two patriarchs said that an opportunity is approaching. Seeing her best friend's excited expression, female anchor Sun Na couldn't help but roll her eyes, her expression growing serious as she said, there was also a mention of a struggle for dominance. If all the sects of the Taoist sects emerge at the same time, the competition will be fiercer than ever before. The phrase struggle for dominance and opportunity is approaching spread from the Xinqiao sect to the outside world, instantly attracting the attention of countless people. However, aside from that, there was no further concrete information, and countless netizens couldn't help but speculate and discuss. Why does the founder of the Xinqiao sect always speak in riddles? Could it be that these reclusive sages all have a hobby for being riddle masters, claiming that the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed? Forget whether the Xinqiao founder is a riddle teller or not. What I'm most curious about is what kind of great opportunity could possibly cause the hidden strategies left behind by the various Taoist sects 1,000 years ago to awaken simultaneously? Do we have any chance of getting a share of that opportunity? If such a great opportunity truly exists, we must seize it at all costs. As martial artists, we must be brave and diligent, for the path to enlightenment lies in competition. If such a earth-shaking opportunity were to arise, there would undoubtedly be fierce competition. Since the hidden strategies left behind by the various sects of the Taoist school have already revived, the so-called great opportunity is likely to emerge soon. Everyone should prepare themselves mentally. Online netizens were buzzing with speculation about the intelligence leaked from the Xinqiao sect. The Central Continent Security Bureau was equally baffled, completely unable to decipher what the two enigmatic figures claiming to be the founding ancestors of the Xinqiao sect meant by opportunity. What did they mean by great world struggle and the rise of all sects? Could it be that the various hidden strengths and forces of the Taoist sects are all emerging into the world to engage in a fierce struggle in the mortal realm? This speculation immediately caused many officials from the Zhengzhou authorities to grow tense, silently praying that such chaos would not occur. Even the Xinqiao sect's foundations alone are already terrifying enough. Fortunately, they haven't caused any trouble and have even collaborated with the authorities. If several more Taoist sects with even longer histories and greater backgrounds were to emerge, who knows what terrifying powers they might unleash? If they were to clash, wouldn't the world descend into chaos in an instant? Chapter 126, a fully immersive experience and clues to the Tang Cave Heaven. While the entire internet was being driven mad by the two Xinqiao sect patriarchs disguised as riddles, unable to guess the so-called opportunity even after countless brain cells had been lost, in coastal city, Guchen had already emerged from the Dao Tang Dongtian miniature world, holding the jade talisman in his hand. At that moment, his head was adorned with jet-black, glossy Taoist bangs, and he wore a coarse hemp robe, looking as though he had just stepped out of some ancient-style Hanfu cosplay event. During his previous exploration, he had thoroughly experienced the Dao Tang Cave Heaven microcosm, finding no flaws whatsoever. The experience was absolutely flawless, deserving a perfect score of 100. Even at his level of cultivation as a martial artist and immortal, he had detected no flaws. How much less so for the mortal martial artists of the present world, whose cultivation was far inferior to his, having only reached the 5 organs chapter and the bone-washing chapter of the human immortal martial arts. Gu Chen had already experienced the Dao Tang Dongtian small world. What he needed to do now was to spread clues related to the Dao Tang Dongtian small world across the Central Plains, encouraging others to explore it. Ordinary people tend not to value things that are too easily obtained. Adding some difficulty will make them appreciate it more once they obtain it. Moreover, the Dao Tang Cave Heaven mini-world must not make its debut in a lackluster manner. Gu Chen checked his personal system panel, which still had 80,000 primordial points, more than enough to use the system's ability to transform false into true to spread these clues. With that in mind, he immediately sprang into action. As the remaining 80,000 primordial points were deducted, the Central Plains suddenly saw a surge in hidden clues related to the Dao Tang. Some were hidden in ancient books, others in family heirlooms, or within certain inherited artifacts, or even in Tang Dynasty era tombs, and in obscure corners of various Taoist sections. Most of these secrets were connected to the Jade Scroll talismans. If one were to follow the clues diligently, most of them would lead to the Jade Scroll talismans. Then, by harnessing their power, one could enter the Dao Tang's celestial realm and open up a brand new world. However, as one might imagine, the process is undoubtedly arduous. The next step is to wait for things to unfold gradually. Thinking of this, Gu Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. He then pulled out the Jade Talisman once more, activated the passage to the Dao Tang Divine Realm, and stepped into it. He continued to explore the realm, immersing himself in the unique atmosphere of the Dao Tang era. Over the next few days, as the initial buzz died down, the attention of netizens gradually shifted away from the information revealed by the enigmatic founder of the Xinshao sect, leaving them with no choice but to passively await the arrival of their next opportunity. Meanwhile, on the Central Plains, several lucky individuals began to come across clues related to Dao Tang. A young employee who had just been laid off by his company returned home in a foul mood. While sorting through old items in his home, he discovered an ancient sheepskin scroll inscribed with words like Dao Tang, Dao Gate, Heavenly Realm, and Jade Symbol. He instinctively sensed that this object was no ordinary item. Over the past year or so, the Central Plains had undergone tremendous changes. Martial arts, immortal martial arts, and divine paths had emerged one after another, with various cultivation methods appearing in the real world. Though no one knew what secrets lay hidden in the past. As he examined the ancient parchment, which exuded a sense of historical significance, he couldn't help but feel that there was something extraordinary about it. There must be a great secret hidden within. Moreover, he had recently been laid off from his job and had no immediate plans to look for new employment. With some savings to fall back on, he could manage to get by for a year or two without working. Thus, the recently laid-off young employee decided to study the ancient parchment in his hands, hoping to find some opportunity that could change his fate. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man, after his elderly relative passed away, was sorting through the items in the old man's room and made a similar discovery. He noticed an old, yellowed painting with a historical feel to it, which also contained precise clues such as Heavenly Realm of Blessings and Prosperity of Taoist Teachings, which immediately caught his attention. The precise clues on it didn't seem fake at all. Could they be clues to a treasure left behind by ancient people? Thus, the middle-aged man also hatched a plan and began investigating the clues on the ancient painting. During the excavation of a Tang Dynasty tomb, the lead archaeologist and his team also noticed vivid murals on the walls, inscribed with phrases like Dao Tang Dongtian Fudi, which appeared quite unique. Professor Zhao, the team leader, and his students examined the exquisite mural before them and couldn't help but marvel at its beauty. The wisdom of the ancients is truly unimaginable. After 1,000 years, the mural still retains such vibrant colors it's truly beyond expectations. One of the male archaeology students looked at the content of the mural and shook his head, speaking with a dismissive expression. The ancient people of the Tang Dynasty had quite an active imagination. They believed that holding a piece of jade could grant access to some sort of heavenly realm filled with flying immortals? That's impossible. There are no such things as immortals in the world. Let's just focus on clearing out the ancient artifacts inside. Such a large mural has little value, it's likely just a product of ancient people's imagination. Hearing this, Professor Zhao, the lead archaeologist, smiled and spoke softly. Alright, everyone, don't overthink it. Let's begin this archaeological expedition. Be careful with the artifacts, handle them gently, no rough handling. We don't want any accidental damage. Got it? The group of archaeology students nodded in agreement, but one female student couldn't help but stare at the exquisite mural in a trance. For some reason, she felt that the mural seemed to hide some secrets. It mentioned that holding a jade token could grant access to a heavenly realm, with all the steps and details described in great detail, making it seem almost real. After hesitating for a moment, she pulled out her Sony camera, chose a good angle, took a few photos, and then turned to enter the Tang Dynasty tomb in front of her to begin cleaning the ancient artifacts. On the other side, at the Tianshi Dao of Longhu Mountain, a young Taoist monk responsible for cleaning the ancestral hall stretched lazily, set down his broom, sat on the mat below, and picked up an ancient text to read. As he read, he couldn't help but yawn. Following the direction of the magical sword held by the statue of Zhang Daoling, the Taoist master, he vaguely noticed that there seemed to be something hidden on the old beam above. This made him unable to hide a look of curiosity. Over the years, it seemed no one had ever noticed that something was hidden above. Should he climb up and take it down? For a moment, the young Taoist's face was filled with a look of conflict. On the other side, at the Maoshan sect and the Luguan Dao, disciples from both sects were still debating the recent collective apparition of their ancestral masters. Some were searching the scriptures for answers, while others, by chance, discovered clues related to Dao Tang and the Divine Land. News of the Divine Land from 1,000 years ago? In other Taoist sects, some Taoists also happened to notice related clues and immediately began investigating them. Chapter 127, The Mural, the first lucky one to enter, and a dangerous encounter with a wolf demon. Over the next week or so, as the clues related to the Dao Tang Divine Land that Gu Chen had previously spread began to be discovered one after another, they gradually began to have an impact on the Central Plains, causing significant changes. Many people followed the clues, conducted investigations and searches, and soon discovered information related to the Dao Tang Divine Realm. Some lucky individuals even successfully obtained the Jade Scroll talismans, which filled them with excitement. However, those who obtained the Jade Scroll talismans soon found themselves in a dilemma. They couldn't figure out how to activate them. The object felt cold to the touch and was quite sturdy. Even when struck forcefully against the ground, it showed no signs of damage. Remarkably, even when struck with a sledgehammer, no marks were left on its surface. Some individuals went to extreme lengths to activate it, including burning it with fire, soaking it in water, and freezing it, but the results left them feeling rather frustrated. This thing is impervious to both soft and hard fire and water. No matter what methods they employed, they couldn't make the slightest impact on it, which was rather awkward. It's like having a mountain of gold right in front of you, but there is a steel door blocking the way, and you don't have the key to open it. You can only stand outside and drool over the gold inside. Just as the lucky few were standing there, helplessly staring at their jade talismans, on the other side, Zhou Yuyan, the female student who had just completed the archaeological excavation of the Tang Dynasty tomb, returned to her single dormitory room at school. She took out her Sony camera, connected it to the data cable, and uploaded the mural she had photographed in the tomb to her computer. As an archaeology student, she was naturally meticulous and patient, often noticing details that others overlooked. Over the past half-month, she had examined the Tang Dynasty mural photo on her camera hundreds of times, studying every detail meticulously. As an archaeology trainee, she quickly marked numerous details on the computer, including some easily overlooked areas. She even researched relevant Taoist texts and terminology. Once everything was ready, Zhou Yuyan finally began her work, reaching into a locked drawer beside her and pulling out an object resembling a stone. This object was what she had found in the Tang Dynasty tomb. Back then, she had gone to great lengths to retrieve it, eventually convincing others to discard it as trash. She then seized the opportunity to retrieve it. If her guess was correct, this unremarkable stone was the ancient key jade talisman used to enter and exit the Tang Dynasty's heavenly paradise. The only thing left to do now was to figure out how to activate it. Zhou Yuyan, however, was confident in her ability. She had done extensive preparation beforehand, gathering numerous classic texts and various terms and metaphors related to the Taoist sect. Concentrate your mind, visualize the symbol, control it with your intent, guide your body, and enter the Dao Tang Cave heavenly paradise. Recalling the words on the mural, she took a deep breath, placed the jade tablet symbol for entering the Dao Tang Cave heavenly paradise on her forehead, then calmed her mind and emptied her consciousness, attempting to make contact with the jade tablet symbol on her forehead. In the next moment, the jade talisman on her forehead suddenly burst into a flash of spiritual light, transforming into a jade symbol that enveloped her entire body. She felt a sensation of being pulled upward, as if being dragged toward another mysterious world. Pop! With a soft sound, Zhou Yuyan felt as though she had broken through some kind of barrier. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself completely in an unfamiliar world. Before her eyes, she saw a clear blue sky, white clouds, and lush green grass. The air she breathed was fresh and untainted, and she felt her body grow lighter and more agile. Is this the Dao Tang Don Tian paradise? No! It must be another world. Zhou Yuyan widened her eyes, a look of excitement on her face. She never imagined that her impulsive exploration would bring her to this mysterious Dao Tang Don Tian world. It was simply too incredible to believe. On the other side, Gu Chen, dressed in coarse cloth and carrying a wine flask, was strolling through the ancient town when he suddenly sensed a fluctuation in the aura of the jade talisman. Could it be that someone had finally used the jade talisman to enter the Dao Tang Don Tian microcosm? The qi and blood energy surged beneath his feet. Gu Chen's steps seemed slow but were actually swift, covering hundreds of meters in a single stride. Once he had left the ancient town, he rode the qi and blood smoke, transforming into a crimson streak of light and soaring into the sky. He intended to meet the first lucky person to enter the Dao Tang Cave heaven. Zhou Yuyan looked at the mountain path ahead, her expression both tense and excited as she walked forward. Thanks to the current trend of everyone practicing martial arts, even a female student like her, after some training and with the help of the official issued qi cultivation pills, had easily reached the Ming Jin level. With her current physical condition, walking 3 or 5 miles of mountain path was no problem at all. In the distant mountains, Gu Chen lay amidst a cloud of blood-red smoke, quickly noticing the girl. His expression grew puzzled, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. The first person to enter the Dao Tang Dongtian miniature world wasn't a disciple from any of the current Taoist sects, it seemed to be an archaeology student. She had a keen eye and good luck to discover the true use of the Jade Scroll Talisman. She deserved praise. You must know that the Jade Talisman is not something you can simply obtain and use to freely enter and exit the Dao Tang Cave Heaven mini-world. Ordinary people, aside from luck, would never even think of its correct usage. Only disciples of the Taoist sects knew how to focus their thoughts on the divine, communicate through intent, perceive, and activate the Dao Tang Cave Heaven coordinates within the Jade Scroll Talisman, thereby entering the Dao Tang Cave Heaven microcosm. Half an hour later, she climbed to the top of a nearby tree. Using the vantage point, she quickly spotted an ancient town in the distance, which finally made her breathe a sigh of relief. She headed toward the town. However, just then, a demonic wind swept up from ahead, and a wild wolf the size of a calf stood up, sizing her up with malicious intent. It spoke in a somewhat awkward voice. Look what I found? A strangely dressed woman, she should taste pretty good. A talking wild wolf? Is this a wolf demon? Zhou Yuyan's pupils contracted sharply, her heart racing, and a chill crept up her spine. She could sense a strong sense of danger emanating from the wild wolf, indicating that it could easily tear her apart at any moment. You're a demon? The wild wolf, about the size of a calf, heard this and let out a harsh laugh, slowly advancing toward the young girl. I advise you not to resist. My teeth are extremely sharp, I can make your death quick and painless. Feeling the intense sense of danger, Zhou Yuyan couldn't help but let a cold sweat trickle down her forehead. She instinctively grabbed the jade talisman in her pocket, her mind racing as she tried to figure out how to buy enough time to activate the jade talisman and escape. Unfortunately, the wolf demon before her seemed unwilling to give her that chance, baring its sharp fangs. On a distant mountain peak, Gu Chen lay on a cloud formed by a mist of blood and qi, holding a flask of wine and drinking leisurely. He had been watching from there for half an hour. The first lucky one couldn't just die so easily in the wolf demon's mouth. Thinking this, Gu Chen's eyes flashed. He casually pulled out a piece of silver from his pocket. Terrifying martial artist-level vital energy in his hand. He aimed at the wolf demon with its blood-stained maw, ready to devour the young girl before him, and flicked his finger. Chapter 128, Mysterious High-Ranking Figure? The Dao Tang Clue Controversy. The wolf demon, the size of a calf, had two beastly eyes flickering with eerie light. The demonic energy emanating from its body created a sense of oppression, enough to immobilize the young girl before it, just as it had done to its previous prey. Come into my mouth willingly. Zhou Yuyan watched as the wolf demon's foul-smelling jaws closed in on her. The oppressive force from its demonic energy left her body stiff and unable to move, and a sense of fear grew within her. She suddenly regretted not having trained harder in martial arts, which had left her at the initial stage of the qi condensation realm, rendering her powerless against the wolf demon. She regretted even more for entering this unknown Dao Tang Cave Heaven world without any preparation. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. Once things had reached this point, no amount of regret could change anything. Just as the sharp fangs were about to tear into her flesh, Zhou Yuyan heard a piercing whistling sound by her ear. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a flash of red light. Gu Chen had previously flickered his fingers, and the terrifying qi and blood energy of a human immortal-level cultivator propelled a fragment of silver across thousands of meters, leaving a red trail in the air, directly targeting the wolf demon that had opened its mouth to devour her. Boom! With a dull thud, the wolf demon's head, which had been lunging forward with its mouth wide open, was suddenly shattered by the silver coin carrying terrifying impact force. Its fur and flesh were torn apart, and a hole appeared on its pale skull. Plop! With a dull thud, the wolf demon, as large as a calf, collapsed onto the ground, completely losing its ability to attack. Dead? Zhou Yuyan reached out to touch the bloodstains on her face, and she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. A look of astonishment spread across her face. She had been saved? The tension and excitement of narrowly escaping death made her legs go weak, and she collapsed onto the ground, feeling cold sweat pouring down her entire body. Looking at the shard of silver embedded in the wolf demon's head, Zhou Yuyan's pupils contracted slightly. Recalling the red trail that had streaked through the air earlier, she finally understood that someone had intervened from a great distance, using just a single shard of silver to decapitate the ferocious wolf demon and save her life. Thank you so much for saving my life, honorable master. I have nothing to offer in return. If you have any requests, I will do my utmost to repay your kindness. She stood there for a while, but there was no response. Zhou Yuyan couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. It seemed that this powerful mysterious master had merely saved her by chance and had no intention of revealing himself. Gu Chen, hiding among the distant mountains, did not hear her words. He picked up his wine flask and took a sip. He simply did not want to see the first young woman to enter the Dao Tang Dongtian miniature world being devoured by a vicious wolf. He was waiting for her to reveal the existence of the Dao Tang Dongtian miniature world, allowing more people to enter. After surviving the terrifying encounter with the wolf demon, Zhou Yuyan had no hesitation. She immediately took out the Jade Scroll Talisman and used it to leave the mysterious Dao Tang Cave Heaven microcosm, returning to her dormitory at school. The mysterious Dao Tang Cave Heaven microcosm undoubtedly held immense opportunities, but it also came with corresponding dangers. If it weren't for the mysterious expert who had come to her rescue, she would have nearly lost her life to the wolf demon. To explore this mysterious Dao Tang Cave Heaven small world, relying solely on her own strength would likely be insufficient. It would be best to find some companions. Upon reaching this conclusion, Zhou Yuyan's eyes flickered, and she quickly devised a plan. First, she must enhance her ability to handle dangers and find companions to explore the Dao Tang Cave Heaven together. The former was straightforward: she would enroll in a professional martial arts dojo. However, the latter was far more challenging. Facing such a great opportunity as the Daotang Dongtian small world, it was hard to guarantee that others wouldn't harbor ulterior motives. If she encountered someone with evil intentions, they might try to her Jade Scroll Talisman or even kill her outright. The matter of finding companions must be carefully considered. After some investigation, Zhou Yuyan quickly set her sights on the nearby Wing Chun White Crane Branch Martial Arts Academy. The Wing Chun White Crane style is known for its speed and mastery of evasive combat techniques. Additionally, its founder was a woman, making it a more suitable choice compared to the more aggressive and domineering styles like Bagua, Xingyi, and Tongbei. As a student who had completed her archaeological fieldwork and was awaiting the submission of her thesis for graduation, coupled with the upcoming winter break, she suddenly found herself with ample free time. Zhou Yuyan didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately signed up online at the nearby Wing Chun White Crane Branch Martial Arts School. In Coastal City, Guchen held the Jade Scroll Talisman in his hand and stepped out of the Daotang Dongtian miniature world. It had been nearly a week since he had spread the clues and information about the Daotang Dongtian miniature world. Now, many people had found the relevant clues, and some lucky ones had even found the Jade Scroll Talismans. However, the first person to enter the Daotang Dongtian microcosm was a young girl, which was somewhat unexpected. He opened his phone and checked the notifications, noticing several related messages. Among them, a short video creator named Explorer posted a video in comments claiming that he had accidentally discovered records about the Dongtian Blessed Land in some ancient texts from the Tang dynasty. He planned to conduct research based on the ancient texts to investigate whether this ancient Dongtian Blessed Land truly existed. This short video creator had a significant following, primarily creating videos about exploring ancient texts and locations mentioned in legends. Others claimed to have discovered ancient artifacts with engraved symbols in their family heirlooms and were planning to seek online appraisals for their value. This immediately sparked a wave of mockery and ridicule from many people. You must be desperate for money. Ancient heirlooms? How did you even determine they're ancient? Just based on the strange patterns engraved on them? What a treasure! I'll pay $1 billion for it. Of course, if you agree, I'll take it back. Joking face. The 100 million from the post above is too little. I'll offer 100 million. In heaven and earth bank currency. Dog head emoji. You're overthinking this. It's just a neatly cut piece of stone. You don't really think this is an antique, do you? Guchen also came across this video and couldn't help but shake his head. This stone was clearly a jade talisman, yet the seller was trying to sell it as an antique for money? The netizens below also couldn't resist teasing him, leaving him feeling both amused and exasperated. Perhaps because the usage of the jade talisman had not yet been discovered, most people were unaware that it held the key to unlocking the Daotang heavenly realm, so it didn't cause much of a stir. However, once its true purpose is revealed in the future, it will undoubtedly cause a massive stir, and that will be truly exciting. Thinking of this, Guchen couldn't help but smile, a look of anticipation flashing across his face. Chapter 129, Gradual Arrival, Zhou Yuyan's Thoughts and Collaborative Exploration of the Daotang Cave Heaven? Over the next half-month, more disciples from various Taoist sects discovered the use of the Jade Scroll Talisman. In the ancestral hall of Longhu Mountain, the young Taoist put down the Taoist scripture he was flipping through, reached into his robe, and pulled out the jade tablet talisman he had taken from the eaves. His eyes flickered, and he quickly made a decision. He crossed his legs, sat upright, and successfully sensed the coordinates of the Daotang Cave Heaven's miniature world within the jade tablet talisman. This caused an excited expression to involuntarily appear on his face. With a flick of his thoughts, he activated the coordinates, and under the invisible pulling force, he was directly pulled into the Daotang Cave Heaven microcosm. When he came to his senses, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar world. In the distance, he faintly saw a Taoist master flying through the air on a sword. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and speak with a trembling voice. This was the secret hidden within the jade talisman. Ancient texts had vaguely mentioned that the founders of various Taoist sects had joined forces to create the Daotang Cave Heaven, a blessed land? A small world where Taoist arts flourished. On the other side, in the ancestral hall of the Mao Mountain sect, the sect master Mao Shen and the elders and disciples behind him stood tense around a middle-aged Taoist dressed in a bright yellow robe. Lin Feng, you are the most outstanding disciple of our sect in martial arts and all other aspects. According to the calculations in the sect's classics and the few words left behind by the founder, this jade tablet talisman should contain the key to entering the small world of the sacred land. Be cautious on your journey and return to report once you have investigated the situation. The middle-aged Taoist in the bright yellow robe nodded solemnly in agreement. He then focused his mind and began to visualize, quickly activating the coordinates of the Dao Tang divine realm within the jade talisman. A ripple of spiritual light emanated outward. Mao Shan sect master Mao Shan and the elders and monks behind him all couldn't help but sigh in relief. May the three Mao true lords protect us. Protect the Mao Mountain sect. At the same time, in the Luguan Dao sect, a similar scene unfolded. They carefully selected disciples whose artifacts were the finest in the sect, then activated the power of the jade talisman. The disciple from Luguan Dao vanished from the spot. Other secluded Taoist sects also dispatched their elite disciples one after another, activating the jade talisman symbols to begin their initial exploration within the Dao Tang cave heaven microcosm. Gu Chen's mind and intent, aided by the system's power, descended into the Dao Tang cave heaven world. After sensing the surroundings, he quickly discovered numerous new entrants. Among them, the vast majority were disciples from Taoist sects, with only a few occasional individuals from the general populace who had entered the Dao Tang cave heaven mini-world by sheer luck. The former were almost all elite disciples selected through rigorous screening by various Taoist sects, excelling in both literary and martial arts. Upon arriving in this Dao Tang Dongtian microcosm, they quickly began to gather information according to the plans they had previously agreed upon within their sects. As recorded in ancient texts, this place was indeed a divine realm of the Taoist sects, jointly created by their great masters, where Taoist arts flourished. After 1,000 years, it had once again opened its gates. They had a real chance of discovering the lost cultivation techniques of the various Taoist sects in this blessed land, and there was even a high probability of encountering the founders of the sects or legendary figures from the past, thereby continuing their cultivation journey in the present world. The performance of these elite disciples of the Taoist sect left Gu Chen nodding in approval. Their overall qualities far surpassed those of ordinary people, and their objectives were crystal clear. However, some ordinary people from the general populace who had luckily entered this Dao Tang divine realm world did not fare well. They had no clear goals, and a few unlucky ones even encountered bandits, nearly becoming victims of their blades. Fortunately, they escaped quickly and used jade talismans to return to the real world in time. A few others were even luckier, arriving directly at ancient cities or towns where humans gathered. They didn't encounter any demons and, seeing the cave heaven world before them that looked almost identical to ancient times, their minds began to race. They decided to become smugglers, bringing various industrial products from the real world into the Dao Tang cave heaven world, intending to make a fortune. This series of actions left Gu Chen both amused and exasperated. How could someone come to the Dao Tang cave world, where Taoist arts flourished, and instead of seeking cultivation, decide to become a smuggler to get rich? Such behavior was truly unprecedented. What if they attracted the attention of powerful cultivators or demons? How could their weak limbs possibly withstand them? Of course, there were also some resolute martial artists from the modern world who, upon seeing the Taoist-dominated Daotang Dongtian, lit up with excitement. They immediately immersed themselves in this world, seeking opportunities to enhance their strength, such as spiritual herbs, demon flesh, and elixirs. On the other side, Zhou Yuyan, the archaeology student who had been the first to enter the Dao Tang cave world, had also entered several times since then. Using a modern industrial product, she had exchanged it for gold and silver in the ancient town, then returned to the real world to sell it in batches, obtaining a significant amount of funds. Looking at the large sum of cash she had obtained from selling and trading, for some reason, she suddenly lost interest. Having nearly lost her life to a wolf demon upon entering, the incident left an indelible impression on her. The seed of the power to control her own destiny had quietly taken root in her heart. During her investigations over the past few days, she also learned that the Tang Dongtian small world was a realm where Taoist arts flourished. Her mind grew restless, and a strong obsession with Taoist arts suddenly arose within her. Moving freely between the heavens and the mortal realm, summoning winds and rains, moving mountains and overturning seas, sitting atop the clouds and looking down upon the world below, escaping the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. This was the goal she sought. Compared to such power, money was no different from the dirt beneath her feet. The only regret was that, with her current strength, she had no chance of leaving alone to seek Taoist arts. Any demon she encountered in the wilds could devour her. She must find a few powerful companions to explore together, only then would she have a chance to seek the opportunity to cultivate the Tao. After reaching this conclusion, Zhou Yuyan quickly made a new decision, fixing her gaze on Fang Xiu, the head of the Wing Chun White Crane Kung Fu School. As a woman, she would certainly not harbor lustful intentions like men, and her strength and reputation were well established. If she could invite her to be a companion, they would definitely be able to leave this ancient town and explore other parts of the Dongtian small world in search of opportunities to cultivate the Tao. After leaving the Dao Tang Divine Realm, Zhou Yuyan immediately took action, bringing a sum of cash with her, and rushed to the Yongchun White Crane Kung Fu headquarters in Fuzhou to pay a visit to the headmaster, Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu was also somewhat surprised by this female student who had come specifically to see her with a large sum of cash, but out of curiosity, she agreed to meet her. Soon, Zhou Yuyan demonstrated the effects of the Jade Scroll Talisman and revealed her true intentions. Only then did Fang Xiu realize that the other party actually wanted to collaborate with her to enter the mysterious Dao Tang Dongtian small world in search of cultivation opportunities. Without any hesitation, she agreed immediately, arranged for Zhou Yuyan to stay at the main hall, and promptly sent the news to the Xiao Junyang group. He Wu, brothers and sisters in the group, I've discovered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The legendary celestial realm from ancient times is actually real. I now possess the key to enter this brand new world. He then proceeded to share all the details about Zhou Yuyan, causing a stir of astonishment in the group. Gu Chen also saw the message in the group and his expression grew somewhat peculiar. He never would have imagined that Zhou Yuyan would come seeking Fang Xiu and collaborate in this manner to explore the Dao Tang Divine Realm's miniature world. However, upon further thought, he found it quite reasonable. As a woman, Zhou Yuyan naturally wouldn't go learn brutal martial arts like Bagua or Tongbei Quan. Plus, with a Wing Chun White Crane Kung Fu branch nearby, she would naturally prefer to learn a martial art created by women. However, achieving significant improvement in martial arts through training alone in a short period of time was also unrealistic. Therefore, she decided to change her approach and instead seek out a stronger partner to explore the Dao Tang Dongtian microcosm together, in hopes of finding opportunities for cultivation. Chapter 130, Collaboration. We agreed to seek opportunities, so why did you go to the brothel? The small sheep pen soon became lively, with everyone focusing their attention on the small world of the cave heaven. Lu Qinger, did Shou Jie just say that's true? Is there really a world like the ones in novels? That's simply too unbelievable. Mengfen 2, a world of divine realms where Taoist arts flourish? Could this be the opportunity the two founders of the Xinxiao sect spoke of? Yijin, such a divine realm world opportunity is tailor-made for me, Yi Liangchen. My dragon-soaring Bagua palm is already itching to be unleashed. Do we need to go with the heavenly genius? Ji Taibao, no wonder there have been so many online discussions and posts about the door in various heavenly realms lately. It turns out someone has already gone to explore the heavenly realm world. After some discussion, all the Junyang friends became very interested in this Tang Cave Heaven small world. Unfortunately, Zhou Yuyan, the owner of the Jade Scroll Talisman, refused to explore with men and insisted on traveling with Fang Xiu and Lu Qinger. Faced with this situation, Li Xingming, Wang Xiaowai, and Yijin from Junyang had no choice but to team up. The three men planned to leverage their connections to investigate leads and collaborate in searching for a new jade talisman. As for the invitation from Junyang, Guchun wasn't interested. Entering the Tang Dongtian microcosm was a trivial matter for him. He preferred to remain in the shadows as the puppet master. He had previously used the system's power to spread clues about the Dao Tang Dongtian small world and the jade talismans, totaling approximately 800 jade talismans scattered across the central plains. As long as one took the time to search carefully, they should be able to find them. At the Fuzhou Wing Chun White Crane Kung Fu headquarters, within the secret training chamber, the headmaster Fang Xiu was guiding Zhou Yuyan in practicing Wing Chun White Crane Kung Fu. Under her guidance, the latter's combat skills were improving at a visible pace. During this time, Fang Xiu also inquired about the situation within the Dao Tang Dongtian miniature world and any notable points, to which Zhou Yuyan responded in detail. Lu Qinger soon arrived at the Fuzhou Wing Chun White Crane Kung Fu headquarters, bringing along a lot of equipment, including clean and sleek women's martial arts attire, high-strength fiber-reinforced inner armor, and modern technology-crafted swords and knives. After discussing their plans, the three women quickly sprang into action. Zhou Yuyan held the Jade Scroll Talisman in her hand, and with a flick of her thoughts, she activated the coordinates of the Dao Tang Dongtian microcosm. A flash of spiritual light flickered, and Fang Xiu and Lu Qinger, who were holding hands beside her, followed her into the Dao Tang Dongtian microcosm, appearing in a forest not far from the ancient town. Looking at the ancient town with its traditional architecture and the people walking around, Fang Xiu and Lu Qinger felt a bit dazed, their hearts filled with awe. Is this the Dao Tang Cave Heaven microcosm? The sacred land jointly created by various Taoist sects during the Tang dynasty? This is simply too incredible. It was hard to imagine what kind of power the ancient people must have possessed to create another small world out of thin air. Seeing Fang Xiu and Lu Qinger staring in awe before them, Zhou Yuyan, standing beside them, couldn't help but reveal a look of agreement on her face and sighed. I feel the same way. No matter how many times I come here, I can still feel that sense of awe. This is a Taoist paradise where Taoist arts flourish, and there are unimaginable opportunities here. That's why we came here to explore. The three women exchanged glances and quickly followed their previous plan, entering the ancient town, spending silver coins to purchase supplies and fine horses, and then setting off immediately to search for a Taoist academy in a larger city. According to the information Zhou Yuyan had gathered, the Taoist academy was an official institution affiliated with the Dao Tang sect. Once certain conditions were met, one could enter its premises, where masters would impart the teachings of the Tao. As the three women rode their horses along a narrow path through the mountains, 5 burly men armed with swords, axes, and shields blocked their way with malicious intent, intending to rob them. These young women were so generous and beautiful, it was their fate for me, Zhang Dafu, to strike it rich today. Surrender peacefully and avoid getting hurt, ha! Facing the 5 burly men blocking their path, Zhou Yuyan's face turned pale. Fortunately, she had brought along Feng Xiu, the master of the Wing Chun White Crane Kung Fu School, and her friends into the Dongtian Shaoshi world. Otherwise, she would have already fallen into the hands of these men. Seeing the 5 burly men blocking their path, Feng Xiu and Lu Qing'er exchanged a glance, and both women's faces betrayed a cold smile. Then, they leaped down from their horses, their qi and blood surging, and launched a fierce attack on the 5 burly men blocking their path. Whether it was the fierce close combat techniques of traditional martial arts or the divine martial arts cultivated to the bone-washing realm, the combination of the two unleashed a destructive force that was truly astonishing, far beyond what the 5 bandits could withstand. Clang! Crack! Snap! Amidst the series of collisions and the sound of bones breaking, the 5 burly men in front of him lay sprawled on the ground. The leader, clutching his groin with both hands, had a deathly pale face, barely breathing. I thought they were some kind of experts, making me worry for nothing. Lu Qing'er's face betrayed a hint of contempt as she climbed back onto her horse. Let's go, keep moving. Feng Xiu brushed the dust off his hands and casually spoke to Zhou Yuyan, who was sitting behind him on the horse. Soon, the 3 women set off again. In the distance, amidst the swirling clouds on the mountain peaks, Guchen sat atop a cloud formed by blood-red smoke, watching the burly man lying on the ground, clutching his groin and convulsing. He couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Damn, I didn't expect Lu Qing'er, such a cute rich girl, to be so ruthless and cruel when she fights. That leg sweep was enough to send a chill down my spine. After venting his frustration, Guchen shook his head. The blood mist swirled around his body as he transformed into a blurry crimson streak of light, flying through the mountains and forests. He landed in a forest not far from the ancient town. His wine flask was empty, and he had no food left. He would have to go inside to buy some. A few days later, Li Xingming, Yizhen, and Wang Xiaowai from Junyang finally found a jade scroll talisman and invited Gu Chen to join them in entering the Daotang Dongtian miniature world. He politely declined, explaining that he already had a jade scroll talisman. Li Xingming, Yizhen, and Wang Xiaowai formed a trio and confidently declared their intention to enter the Daotang Dongtian miniature world to seek their fortune. They then used the jade talisman to enter the Daotang Dongtian miniature world together. Watching them confidently chat in the group, Gu Chen grew curious about their plans and began observing them from a distance. He discovered that Li Xingming, Yizhen, and Wang Xiaowai were dressed more outrageously than one another. For details, please refer to the 4 scholars and Stephen Shao's The 4 Masters of the Tang Dynasty, and then he saw the 3 of them head straight for the brothel in the city. Gu Chen nearly lost his balance from their outrageous antics. Where was the confidence you showed in Junyang? You said you were here to seek opportunities in the Daotang Dongtian microcosm. Why are you at a brothel? Have you lost your minds? This is the Daotang Dongtian small world where Taoist arts flourish. Instead of seeking the Tao or searching for cultivation techniques, you're running off to a brothel? Watching the 3 of them sitting in a private room of the brothel, each with a female companion, watching the courtesan dance and laughing lewdly, Gu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. As the saying goes, once a man returns to ancient times, the first thing he must do is enter a brothel. The netizens weren't lying to me after all. Chapter 131, The Final Visit to the Brothel, live streaming the mystery of the Daotang heavenly realm. For several days, Yizhen, Wang Xiaowai, and Li Xingming, who had been confidently proclaiming their intention to enter the Daotang Dongtian miniature world to seek their fortune, found themselves unable to tear themselves away from the brothels in the Yihong courtyard, completely engrossed in their indulgences. Feng Xiu, Lu Qing'er, and Zhou Yuyan, however, were completely different. After leaving the ancient town, the 3 women set off for Luoyang City, 600 miles away. According to the information they had gathered, there was a renowned Huangting monastery in Luoyang, where most of the nuns were female Taoist practitioners belonging to the Shangqing school, with their founder being the former head of the Shangqing school, a woman named Nui. Along the long journey, the 3 women occasionally used the power of jade talismans to return to the present world, catching their breath. They saw Yizhen, Wang Xiaowai, and Li Xingming, the trio from Shaojunyang, confidently shouting about seeking their destiny, and out of curiosity, they asked about their progress. The trio of Junyangli, upon hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat. It was all because the women from the brothel and the Yihong courtyard were too enchanting. They excelled in music, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and dance, outshining countless modern women. They were so engrossed in their current bliss that they almost forgot their way back, nearly turning into the lazy and incompetent figure of Ado. Seeing the 3 from Junyangli stammering for a while without being able to form a complete sentence, Gu Chen couldn't help but speak up and expose their true colors. Gu Beichen, after all this time, you haven't achieved anything? You've been spending all your time in the Daotang Dongtian miniature world, wandering around brothels in the Yihong courtyard, haven't you? Addicted to the flower queens and unable to break free? Have you given up on seeking opportunities? These words immediately provoked Jun Yangli S. Yijin, Wang Xiuai, and Li Xingming, who immediately jumped out to refute him. Ji Taibao, no. I'm not. I didn't. You're lying. Mengfen too, we are all upright gentlemen. How could we possibly go to such places? This is outright slander. Li Xingming and Wang Xiaowai both firmly expressed their opposition and condemned Gu Chen's slanderous words. However, Yijin, with his teenage mindset, had a completely opposite reaction and boldly rebutted them. Yi Liangchen, scholars, oh no, can you really separate warriors like that? Yi Liangchen, was just relaxing a bit and experiencing the unique customs of the Tang dynasty. Upon hearing this, Li Xingming and Wang Xiaowai were so furious they wanted to strangle him. You idiot, aren't you just confessing to it yourself? Can't you think straight? Fang Xiu and Lu Qinger from Junyang, along with the newly joined Zhou Yuyan, couldn't help but laugh derisively, their disdain evident. Gu Chen saw this and couldn't help but shake his head, then posted an innocent expression to prove his innocence. However, Yijin, Wang Xiaowai, and Li Xingming were utterly unconvinced. In this world, which normal man wouldn't want to visit a brothel and experience the pleasures of the Red Chamber? Upon re-entering the Daotang Dongtian miniature world, Yijin, Wang Xiuai, and Li Xingming looked at the brothel in the distance, exchanged glances, and silently agreed to visit it one last time before beginning their quest for opportunities. Before long, another half-month had passed in the blink of an eye, and the number of people entering the Daotang Dongtian small world gradually increased. There were ordinary people, groups of martial artists from the common folk, and disciples from various Taoist sects. Ordinary people and martial artists from the common folk kept their distance from one another, forming small groups of no more than 3 or 5 people. However, sects like the Dragon Tiger Mountain, the Mao Mountain sect, the Lu Guandao, and other Taoist sects were entirely different. After the first disciple returned safely from the Daotang Dongtian small world with news, the entire sect mobilized, and its disciples entered the small world one after another using jade talismans. The monks from various Taoist sects began to seek out information and clues. This was a small world where Taoist arts flourished, and they might even encounter the ancestral masters of their sects, recover their cultivation techniques, and restore their former glory. News about the Daotang Cave Heaven microcosm gradually spread online, but none of the recipients of the jade talismans were willing to step forward and attract more competition, causing the news to circulate only within certain circles and failing to gain significant attention. Just as Gu Chen was contemplating whether to take some action behind the scenes to stir things up, a video creator with the username Mystery Explorer began to gain popularity online. He documented the entire process of finding the jade talisman using ancient texts and various clues, all while being watched by his fans. The video attracted numerous comments from viewers. The Mystery Explorer is so hardcore. He actually managed to track down the ancient artifacts left behind by the ancients using just a few scattered phrases from ancient texts. I'm truly impressed. This is the real deal, no one can touch this. Let's move on, everyone. This is the most hardcore exploration video I've ever seen. Like, share, and comment, let's go. I feel like the explorer could totally be a detective. This is way too impressive. They found something the ancients left behind thousands of years ago. I'm curious, though. Did the ancient people leave clues in ancient texts just to leave future generations a stone engraved with gibberish? What's the point of that? Was it just a prank by the ancient people 1,000 years ago? Facing the curious stares of the audience and fans, the explorer quickly released a new video, explaining that the stone engraved with mysterious symbols is called a jade scroll talisman in ancient Taoist texts. It is said to contain the secret to opening a heavenly realm, and he plans to explore the jade scroll talisman tomorrow night to verify the authenticity of the ancient text's claims about a heavenly realm. As soon as the new video was released, it immediately attracted a lot of attention from netizens, who expressed their doubts, with some suspecting that he was trying to create a buzz. In a small studio, a short-haired young man addressed a young man with a clean-cut face wearing a black checkered shirt. Avi, are you really going live tomorrow? I think this video has already gotten a decent amount of views. That so-called celestial realm is just ancient people's imagination. You're starting to lose your mind. Hearing this, the young man named Avi ignored him, instead staring intently at the stone engraved with runes in his hands. Based on ancient texts he had purchased from a street vendor and clues from various classics, he had finally found this object called the jade scroll symbol. With his keen intuition since childhood, he could clearly sense the great secret hidden within. No, Ah Chang, I can feel it. There's truly an unimaginable secret hidden inside. The descriptions in the ancient texts might be true. It might truly hold the key to opening the cave heaven. As for whether it's real or not, we'll find out tomorrow. Facing his friend's persistence, Ah Chang sighed and nodded in agreement. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was the following evening. As a niche video creator, the Explorer account had nearly 450,000 followers, with high engagement rates on their mystery exploration videos, including likes, shares, and comments. Now, during the livestream, many viewers and fans were waiting for him to explore the Jade Scroll talisman and verify the authenticity of the hidden world mentioned in ancient texts. Start the live stream already. Here we go. We're waiting for the stream to start. I think the streamer should stop being so stubborn. What's written in ancient texts might just be ancient people's imagination, like a novel. I feel like the streamer is going to fail in his exploration. Abby sat cross-legged in front of the live stream camera, took a deep breath, and began meditating according to the methods described in Taoist texts. He held the jade tablet engraved with symbols in his hand. Under the gaze of the fans and viewers in the live stream, he focused his mind and triggered the coordinates of the hidden heavenly realm within the jade tablet. A burst of spiritual light suddenly emanated from the jade talisman in Awei's hand, enveloping him. Instantly, he was pulled into the Dao Tang Dong Tian miniature world. The scene before him left his friend Chang, who was filming nearby, speechless with disbelief. Disappeared? Could it be that the ancient texts were telling the truth that the jade talisman contained the method to open the Dao Tang cave heaven? Watching the streamer being enveloped by a beam of light and then disappearing before everyone's eyes in the livestream, the fans and viewers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, doubting their own eyes, while the chat exploded with comments. Chapter 132, Are the Ancient Texts True? Exchange, and return with the fox demon. Such a large streamer suddenly vanished in the spiritual light emitted by the stone? The fans and viewers in the livestream were all confused, suddenly doubting whether this was real or not. Is this just a special effect in the livestream? Or did the streamer really disappear? I thought today wasn't April Fool's Day. This is just a fantasy from ancient texts, right? Could it be real? Could there really have been a hidden world in ancient times? Are the legends and records true? In the livestream, comments flew everywhere as countless fans and viewers raised their doubts and questions. As the live stream assistant, Cheng stepped forward at this moment, his mind in disarray, looking tense as he addressed the camera. Dear viewers and fans, I am the host's assistant. Just now, the stone in the host's hand, engraved with mysterious symbols, emitted a glow and vanished before our eyes in an instant. I swear on my life that what just happened was not a special effect or a prank. Meanwhile, on the other side, the coordinates hidden within the Jade Scroll talisman were activated, pulling away into the Taoist cave heaven mini-world. He turned his head in all directions, overwhelmed by the shock. Not far away, on the ancient town streets, faint figures could be seen, young women in flowing pink sleeves, accompanied by guards, walking through the night market, scholars reciting poetry with their friends, and night patrol officers on duty. Looking at the surreal scene before him, Awei pinched his thigh hard, feeling a sharp pain. A look of wild joy spread across his face. The hidden world described in the ancient texts was real? This was truly unbelievable. He instinctively pulled out his phone and started taking photos of his surroundings. Just then, a red-haired fox jumped out beside him, looking puzzled at the phone in his hand, and spoke. You humans are pretty bold. Staying outside the town at night? Are you trying to follow the Buddha's example and feed yourself to a demon? The sudden voice startled Awei, who stammered, pointing at it, You're a fox that can talk? Seeing how stammering Awei was, the red-haired fox's face betrayed a look of contempt. I've been cultivating for nearly 200 years. I've already refined my throat bones. Speaking is perfectly normal. What's there to make such a fuss about? I advise you to hurry back to the village. Your flesh and blood are quite attractive at night. If you stay any longer, demons will come to feast on you. At those words, Avi turned pale with fear. He had only ever seen demons in novels and on TV. If he really encountered a demon that ate human flesh, with his scrawny arms and legs, he would have no chance of defending himself. Seeing the kind-hearted fox demon before him, Awei hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. Actually, I'm from outside the cave heaven world. Could you tell me about this place? An outsider? Upon hearing this, the red-haired fox's eyes lit up with curiosity, and it was about to say something. However, a piercing wolf's howl echoed from the distance. Its expression changed, and it swirled a cloud of demonic mist, transforming into a white-clad youth with a fox's face. It grabbed Awei and dragged him toward the ancient town. Trouble! That wolf demon is coming out to hunt for blood. Let's hurry to the ancient town to hide. There are cultivators inside it won't dare to approach. Soon, the man and the fox demon dashed into the ancient town. Not long after they left, a black wolf the size of a calf appeared, its eyes gleaming with malice. Soon, Awei followed the red-haired fox demon to a simple wooden hut in a corner of the ancient town. During this process, they learned each other's names. Awei's real name was Wei Wei, while the red-haired fox was named Qing Xiuyu. All fox demons who cultivated in the world bore the surname Qing Xiu. The two began to converse. The former was deeply interested in the Daotang Dongtian miniature world, while the latter was fascinated by the anomalies in the mortal realm mentioned by the former. Thus, the two almost immediately came to an agreement, quickly reaching a deal to exchange what each desired. Qing Xiuyu agreed to explain the details of the Daotang Dongtian microcosm to Wei Wei, while Wei Wei promised to take her to see the technologically advanced real world. Wei Wei took out the Jade Scroll talisman, and Qing Xiuyu transformed back into a red-haired fox, standing on his shoulder. Following the procedure they had done before, a burst of spiritual light spread out, completely enveloping the two of them. With a sensation of weightlessness, the man and the fox utilized the power of the Jade Scroll Talisman and instantly returned from the Dao Tang Cave Heaven microcosm to the real world, reappearing before the live stream camera. Seeing Wei Wei suddenly reappear before him, Chang, the live stream assistant holding a phone ready to call the demon calling spirit, froze for a moment before exhaling in relief. His expression tense, he spoke. Wei Wei, do you know you just disappeared? Did you really use the Jade Tablet to enter the miniature world mentioned in the ancient text? The fans in the live stream were urging me to call the police. You. Before Chang could finish his sentence, the red-haired fox Ching Shouyu, standing on Wei Wei's shoulder, looked around curiously and spoke softly. Wei, is this the real world you were talking about? It does seem pretty interesting. Is this human your friend? Seeing the red-haired fox standing on Wei Wei's shoulder and speaking, Chang couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. The live stream erupted in chaos, with comments flying everywhere. Guys, I just heard the fox on the streamer's shoulder talking. The guy in front of me, this isn't your imagination, I heard the fox talking too. Where did this talking fox streamer come from? This isn't scientific, how could a fox talk? Could it be a fox demon? Oh my goodness, foxes can talk now? The chat was exploding with comments, and countless viewers and fans were all shocked to their core. As the live stream assistant, Cheng couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the shock, blurting out a string of questions. I heard the fox talking? Wait, no, Wei, where did that fox on your shoulder come from? Why is it talking? Seeing his friend's shocked expression, Wei Wei smiled and looked into the live stream camera, speaking seriously. Everyone watching the live stream, I have an extremely important announcement to make. Just now, using a method I found in ancient texts, I successfully used the Jade Scroll symbol to open the Dao Tang Cave Heaven mini-world. Moreover, I entered it and encountered this fox demon named Xing Shouyu. Come, say hello to everyone. Xing Shouyu, standing on Wei Wei's shoulder, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her demonic energy surged, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a fox demon youth dressed in white. With a proud expression, she addressed the camera. I am Xing Shouyu, a human from the mortal world. Hello, everyone. Seeing the fox demon youth introducing himself in front of the camera, countless live stream viewers were stunned, and the chat exploded with excitement. Mom, I saw a fox demon. The streamer is so cool. He actually brought back a fox demon. Animal ears? This is a dream come true for furries. Everyone, I suddenly have a bold idea. The Dao Tang Dongtian miniature world is real? Does that mean we have a chance to enter it too? Even demons are appearing. I feel like the world is about to change. Gu Chen, who was watching the live stream, couldn't help but stare at Wei Wei on the screen with a strange expression. He never expected this kid to be so lucky as to encounter a fox demon, and not only that, but actually bring it back to the mortal world? Such a move was completely unexpected. Could it be that this kid was born with a natural affinity for fox demons? Chapter 133, shocking the entire internet, triggering a cave heaven frenzy. What's the connection between Dao Tang and the Tang dynasty? After the live stream exploring the Dao Tang Divine Realm's miniature world, the explorers gained a massive following, with fans flocking to watch the unedited video footage. Watching the unedited video footage in the live stream, seeing the host hold a stone engraved with runes that disappeared and reappeared, and then bring back a fox demon that transformed into a fox demon teenager right before the eyes of all the viewers in the live stream? Seeing all this in the video, countless netizens were amazed. Some suspected it was a sensational stunt for attention, all about generating traffic, and that special effects must have been used. Others recalled previous online videos of jade talismans, mistakenly believing them to be antiques, and now many were eager to contact the streamer to purchase them. This was a small world where Taoist arts flourished and demons roamed who knew what opportunities might lie within. What if they found a way to cultivate Taoist arts? The next day, the account named Mystery Explorer quickly posted another new video titled Aerial View of the Dao Tang Divine Realm. Wei Wei, Chang, and the fox demon Xing Shouyu used the power of the Jade Scroll talismans to return to the Dao Tang Cave Heavenly Realm, where they filmed a 25-minute aerial video. The video featured lush mountains and clear waters, ancient-style towns, and figures dressed in traditional attire, resembling ancient people. Watching the newly released lengthy video, all the skeptical netizens fell silent, as they could no longer find any flaws or points to criticize. This was a 25-minute, unedited, single-take video, spanning dozens of miles, featuring a massive ancient town and figures resembling ancient people. The records in ancient texts are true. The Jade Scroll talisman holds the key to unlocking the Dao Tang Cave Heaven, a miniature world. Additionally, Wei Wei demonstrated the entire process of using the Jade Scroll talisman to enter the Dao Tang Cave Heaven in the video, sparking intense curiosity among countless netizens. Overnight, the entire internet was abuzz with searches for the Jade Talisman. Many wealthy individuals and tycoons offered astronomical sums, driving the price of the Jade Talisman skyward from hundreds of thousands to millions, and even as high as tens of millions. Unfortunately, after witnessing the true value of the Jade Scroll Talisman, almost no one was willing to sell it. Those who had once possessed it but did not know how to activate it were eager to harness its power to enter the Daotang Cave heavenly realm. Soon, more videos about the Daotang Dongtian microcosm began circulating online, further confirming its authenticity and dispelling any claims that it was a fabricated hoax. In no time, a craze for the Daotang Dongtian microcosm swept across the Central Plains, with countless people poring over ancient texts and clues, desperate to obtain a jade talisman and enter that mystical microcosm. Of course, as the first person to post the video and reveal the existence of the Daotang Dongtian small world, the comments section below the video quickly filled with insults. You know the existence of the Daotang divine realm, yet you had to expose it, attracting so many people. Doesn't the streamer know the saying about keeping a low profile to make big money? Now that so many people have gone in, it's directly caught the attention of the Daotang court in the cave heaven. What if we accidentally attract the powerful beings inside? Clearly, those making these abusive comments are those who secretly possess the Jade Scroll talismans. Wei Weifa's 2 videos have directly harmed their interests. This is akin to some people knowing about the existence of a gold mine. Though they can't take it all, they can take a portion every day. Now, someone has come forward and exposed the existence of the gold mine, attracting countless outsiders. Of course, these confrontational remarks quickly sparked dissatisfaction among other supportive fans and viewers, leading to a fierce online battle beneath the video, with both sides engaging in verbal duels, enjoying the heated exchange. Following the release of the 2 videos by the mystery explorers, the Zhengzhou Security Bureau immediately took notice. Soon, a team of elite investigators led by captains arrived on the scene, also obtaining a batch of jade talismans. Led by elite captain-level experts, the investigation team, along with scholars, professors, and specialized equipment, activated the power within the jade talismans, swiftly entering the Daotang Dongtian miniature world. As they gazed upon the lush mountains and tranquil waters, the entire investigation team couldn't help but widen their eyes in awe, their hearts trembling with astonishment. Especially the elderly professors and scholars who had followed the investigation team, their hair white with age, were moved to tears, their voices trembling with excitement. This is a brand new small world. Quick! Zhang, bring out the sample collection device. Collect the soil, trees, and any related organisms here. This is precious research material. It's truly unbelievable. The air activity here exceeds human imagination, reaching an absolutely pollution-free state. Even just living here would allow one to be nourished by an invisible force. It's exactly like the heavenly realms described in ancient texts. It's truly beyond belief. The official martial artist from the Zhengzhou Security Bureau responsible for security looked at the national treasure-level professors with their white hair and excited expressions, and hurriedly tried to calm them down, telling them to stay calm and take care of their health, and that there would be plenty of opportunities for research in the future. After analyzing various biological samples, as well as soil, air, and water samples, it was confirmed that this cave heaven was extremely suitable for human habitation, possessing vast resources and capable of being regarded as a second world for humanity. This news immediately caused a major upheaval within the Zhengzhou authorities. This was an entire, complete cave heaven world, as described in ancient Taoist texts. It not only had a complete natural ecosystem but also housed ancient people living according to the customs of the Tang dynasty over 1,000 years ago, as well as creatures like demons. Based on the findings, it was clear that this pocket world held immense potential. If handled properly, it could very well become a second home for countless lives. However, the subsequent information uncovered caused the Zhengzhou authorities to grow cautious. This divine realm was not unclaimed. It belonged to a court known as the Daotang. Daotang? Could it be the Tang dynasty from over 1,000 years ago? And it still exists within this small world? As a result, a group of experts and scholars specializing in Tang dynasty history were summoned to analyze the filmed footage, studying the cities and the attire of the people within the pocket world. Upon further investigation, the historians and scholars couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Unbelievable! Although there are some differences, these are complete ancient buildings from the Tang dynasty period. And the clothing and accessories worn by these people, all of them are in the style and of the ancient Tang dynasty. It was simply hard to believe. It was certain that this Dongtian world had a significant connection to the Tang dynasty over 1,000 years ago. Furthermore, according to information gathered, the capital of this Daotang realm is Luoyang. It is identical to the Luoyang of the late Tang dynasty over 1,000 years ago. After some research, it was truly unsettling. No one could have imagined that the Daotang within this cave world was so similar to the Tang dynasty that had vanished from history over 1,000 years ago. What connection could there be between the two? The officials of Zhengzhou were filled with astonishment and suspicion, sensing that this pocket world was no ordinary place. Chapter 134, Refining Falsehood into Truth, the Golden Cultivation Method, beginning the cultivation journey. In the Daotang cave heaven, Guchen raised his eyebrows slightly. After the 2 videos by the explorer went viral, the number of people entering the Daotang cave heaven had skyrocketed, from over 100 to over 1,000 in the blink of an eye. In Gu Chen's previous setup, the Jade Scroll Talisman containing the coordinates of the Dao Tang Cave Heaven mini-world functioned as a gate, allowing 3 round trips within a day, with a maximum of 30 people entering simultaneously. The increase in numbers did not come as a surprise to him, especially the official authorities of Zhengzhou. Upon learning of this small world, they were particularly excited, immediately sending over 100 people to begin various studies and preparations for secret exploration. Additionally, they were planning to make contact with the Dao Tang court, which controlled the small world. As more and more people entered, the Dao Tang Cave Heaven microcosm and the real world were bound to collide. Gu Chun thought of this and couldn't help but curve his lips slightly, a look of anticipation appearing on his face. With a flick of his thoughts, the jade talisman in Gu Chen's hand emitted a burst of spiritual light. He took a step forward and stepped out of the Dao Tang Cave world, returning to the real world. At this point, Gu Chen finally took his time to review the relevant gains. With the fermentation of the relevant videos and hot topics over the past few days, coupled with the previous series of impacts, he had directly obtained nearly 700,000 source points, and the number of source points was still continuously increasing. In his previous plan, the cultivation methods for the Dao Tang Cave Heaven mini-world were divided into 4 stages: Qi cultivation and body tempering, followed by 100 days of foundation establishment, then condensing the Gangsha, and finally the dragon and tiger convergence to form the golden, which corresponded to the 4 major realms of Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, Gangsha, and golden. Upon mastering Qi cultivation, one can easily achieve a lifespan of 120 years. Upon mastering foundation establishment, one can attain a lifespan of nearly 200 years. Upon mastering the Gangsha realm, one can effortlessly achieve a lifespan of over 500 years. As for the golden core, it grants a lifespan exceeding 1,000 years, and each transformation of the golden core adds another 100 years to one's lifespan. He possessed a staggering 600,000 source points, more than enough to materialize the cultivation methods for the first 3 stages: Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, and Gangsha. Thinking of this, he had no hesitation. His eyes flashed, and after communicating with the system through his mind, he eagerly began to act. Transforming the false into the true. The cultivation methods for Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, and Gangsha require 600,000 source points. Shall we begin? Gu Chen didn't hesitate at all and nodded in agreement. As the 600,000 source points were deducted from his body, the relevant memories and scriptures related to the 3 cultivation methods: Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, and Gangsha seamlessly appeared in the minds of numerous cultivators in the various Taoist academies and sects within the Dao Tang heavenly realm. After completing part of the Dao Tang golden cultivation methods, transforming the false into the true, Gu Chen couldn't help but sigh in relief. He quickly sent his mind and consciousness through the system to the Dao Tang Cave Heaven small world. After a moment of sensing, he soon discovered that disciples from the Dragon Tiger Mountain Tian Shi Dao, the Mao Mountain sect, the Lu Guan Dao, and other Taoist sects who had entered the Dao Tang Dongtian small world were also gradually locating their respective lineage traditions. The current Tian Shi, the master of the Maoshan sect, the head of the Lu Guan Dao, and other leaders of the Taoist sects, along with the senior elders of their respective sects, also entered the Dao Tang Cave Heaven through the jade talisman symbols, intending to trace their ancestral roots and seek cultivation methods. Based on the current situation, the cultivation methods for the Qi refining, foundation establishment, and Gangsha realms are currently sufficient to handle the situation. As for the subsequent golden core realm, it can be postponed for now. It is not yet time for it to make an appearance. Those from the mortal realm who entered the Dao Tang Cave Heaven using the jade talismans, even with the support of the spiritual energy environment within the small world, various elixirs and spiritual herbs, and the guidance of local cultivation experts, would likely only reach the foundation establishment stage at most. Advancing to the Gangsha realm would be absolutely impossible in the short term, let alone the highest golden core realm. After considering this, Gu Chen quickly relaxed and began to enthusiastically experiment with the newly discovered Dao Tang Cave Heaven Golden Dan cultivation method. Given his current level of martial arts and human immortal martial arts, which were nearly at their peak, the cultivation of the Qi refining and foundation establishment realms was not particularly difficult. Qi cultivation essentially involved inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, following specific pathways to temper the body. Foundation building, on the other hand, involved transforming the body at the Qi cultivation stage to accommodate more spiritual energy, thereby achieving a qualitative transformation. Gu Chen used the Jade Scroll Talisman to once again enter the Dao Tang Dongtian miniature world and immediately began practicing Qi cultivation and foundation establishment. With his current martial arts cultivation at the Dan holding level and the powerful physique of a martial arts immortal, every detail of his entire body was under his complete control. With the corresponding cultivation methods, when he began refining Qi, his entire body almost turned into a black hole, and spiritual energy from within a radius of several dozen miles surged toward him, being devoured by his powerful flesh and meridians. In just 1 hour, he reached the Qi cultivation realm. He then proceeded to the foundation establishment realm. With his terrifying physique as a martial Dao immortal, the spiritual energy he had absorbed during Qi cultivation flowed through his meridians, quickly completing the necessary transformations, and he swiftly reached the foundation establishment realm. The next stage was the Gangsha realm, which required prolonged collection of the Gangsha Qi from the heavens and earth, combining it with one's own spiritual energy, and refining it into the body to form protective Gangsha Qi with various miraculous and powerful effects. The method of cultivating by collecting Gangsha Qi from the heavens and earth slowed down Gu Chen's cultivation progress. Unlike the previous Qi cultivation and foundation establishment realms, which relied entirely on his powerful physique, cultivation now presented no difficulty at all. He focused his attention on the Yang Sha Qi, one of the most widespread forms of Sha Qi in the universe, emanating from the sun. It could be collected by ascending to high altitudes and utilizing spiritual energy. With the powerful physique of a martial artist, Gu Chen flew directly to an altitude of 10,000 meters and began to circulate the technique for collecting Sha Qi. Under the intense sunlight, his spiritual energy quickly transformed into Yang Sha Qi. As night fell, he used the same method to collect Sha Qi, and under the moonlight, his spiritual energy soon transformed into Yin Sha Qi. The Gangsha realm relies on perseverance, requiring the gradual collection of Gangsha energy from the heavens and earth. While collecting a single type of Gangsha energy may be easier, to become a master within the Gangsha realm and lay a solid foundation for the Jindan realm, one must possess both the 5 elements and Yin-Yang Gangsha energy, often requiring the collection of multiple types of Gangsha energy. Even at his current cultivation level, it would likely take him at least a month to cultivate the Gangsha realm. For others without the aid of spiritual pills or rare herbs, it would take hundreds of times longer to even step foot into the Gangsha realm. Thus, over the next month, Gu Chen was busy beyond measure, dedicating his entire being to cultivating the Gangsha realm. Every day, he would go to the Dao Tang Dongtian miniature world to collect the 5 elements Sha Qi, occasionally flying to heights of 10,000 meters to collect Yin-Yang Sha Qi, or even soaring to heights of tens of thousands of meters to collect various star Sha Qi, officially embarking on his arduous journey of cultivation. He finally understood what the ancient texts of the Taoist sects meant when they said that mountain cultivation was not measured by the passage of time. A single seclusion could last for an unknown number of days, and there was a reason for that. Even someone like him, a martial artist cultivating the Tao, had to go through such trouble, let alone others. Chapter 135, Undercurrents, Individual Progress, and Western Surveillance. While Gu Chen was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, an undercurrent sparked by the Jade Scroll Talisman was quietly spreading across the mortal realm. Currently, the number of martial artists on the Central Plains was no small number. Upon learning of the existence of the Jade Scroll Talismans, no one could sit idly by, and no one was willing to give up this tangible opportunity. The way of the martial artist lies in competition. One must possess a brave and relentless heart. Soon, within just a few days, numerous violent conflicts erupted across the Central Plains, some even resulting in deaths, almost all stemming from intense struggles over the Jade Scroll Talismans. Most of these incidents were recorded on video and shared online, targeting those who had shown the Yuzhifa Fu and the scenes of the Tang Dongtian world. These individuals were immediately targeted by powerful martial artists who came to their homes to engage in fierce battles. The martial artists who intervened were at least at the dark Qi level, and some had even cultivated Qi blood power and achieved the Qi blood outer form. Additionally, with their faces covered, they had no qualms about fighting. Their motive was clear: once they obtained the Jade Talismans, they would enter the Dao Tang Dongtian miniature world to seek opportunities. Even if the Zhengzhou Security Bureau found out, what could they do? Could they really enter the miniature world to hunt them down? The Zhengzhou Security Bureau found this matter quite headache-inducing. After all, these powerful martial artists were either resolute in their will or possessed extraordinary combat prowess. Ordinary firearms were utterly ineffective against them. The Zhengzhou Security Bureau couldn't possibly deploy all its martial arts experts to the front lines. Many team leaders were already leading investigation teams exploring the Daotang Dongtian small world. Faced with this situation, other possessors of Jade Talismans in the mortal realm have become extremely cautious, daring not to reveal themselves or post related videos online, fearing that they might be targeted by experts, resulting in not only losing their possessions but also risking their lives. Faced with this situation, others could only find their own ways to search for clues on the Central Plains and obtain the Jade Talismans. The buzz surrounding the Daotang cave heaven grew even more intense. In the small sheep pen, everyone soon began chatting again. Fang Xiu, Lu Qing'er, and Zhou Yuyan had successfully arrived at the city of Luoyang and found the Huangting Monastery, which was led by a female Taoist nun. After passing the tests, they were admitted into the monastery and had begun their qi cultivation practices. Lu Qing'er, this has been so tough. The journey here was almost as challenging as the 81 trials in Journey to the West. He Wu, at least we finally made it to the Huangting Monastery. This is a subsidiary monastery of the Shangqing School. If we get the chance, we might even join the Shangqing School for cultivation. It's said that there's a founder at the Golden Realm with unparalleled supernatural abilities and spells within. Zhou Yuyan, this time, I really owe it all to the two sisters for accompanying and taking care of me. Otherwise, I might still be wandering around that ancient town. The trio of Yizhen, Wang Xiuai, and Li Xingming from Junyangli also posted updates on their battles. They too have faced their own challenges and have begun cultivating their qi. Yi Liangchen, Yi Liangchen, am a natural prodigy in the path of cultivation. The old Taoist master was so amazed by me that he cried out, begging to take me as his disciple. Before he could finish his act, Wang Xiaowai and Li Xingming jumped out to expose him. Chicken Taibao, at the time, I didn't know who it was, but they were clinging to the Taoist master's legs, crying and begging to be his disciple, or else they wouldn't get up. Mengfen too, me too. I felt a bit embarrassed. The Taoist master was clearly at a loss because of you. Yi Liangchen, if it weren't for my quick thinking in coming up with such a brilliant idea, would the two of you be able to follow me and join the Chongdao monastery? Of course, Yu was also curious about how Gu Chen was exploring the small world inside the cave, so he couldn't help but tag him. Gu Chen, who had just emerged from the Dao Tang Cave Heavenly Realm, noticed the notification sound on his phone. Seeing Jun Yang Yu beginning his qi cultivation practice, he typed out a message in response. Gu Beichen, my luck isn't too bad either. I've joined a small Taoist temple and have already begun to learn the basics of qi cultivation. Upon seeing his reply, everyone couldn't help but discuss it, agreeing to arrange a time to exchange techniques in the future. Looking at the confident Jun Yang Yu and his friends, Gu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. All of them had practiced martial arts and the way of the immortal, giving them a physical advantage. Qi cultivation was almost effortless for them, and they were progressing rapidly at this stage. He estimated they would complete the qi cultivation phase in a month and move on to the foundation establishment stage. As for exchanging Taoist techniques, Gu Chen felt the surging, violent spiritual energy within his body, akin to a raging river, along with the malevolent energy he had collected over the past few days. With his current half-step Gangsha realm cultivation, even if he stood still, he could easily overwhelm everyone present solely based on his cultivation level. After finishing his conversation with Jun Yang, he put away his phone. A flash of spiritual light rippled from his body, and he soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light. Under the cover of night, he ascended to nearly 10,000 meters in the sky. He then proceeded as usual to collect the mooning malevolent energy, preparing for his future advancement to the Dry Sha realm. Meanwhile, news about the Great Tang Divine Realm and the Jade Scroll talismans had also reached the intelligence agencies of the Western nations, causing a massive uproar. WTF? The Central Continent has actually discovered an independent small world separate from the current world? Moreover, this small world is vast enough to serve as a second human settlement base? When this intelligence was reported to higher-ups, the Western nations nearly thought their intelligence agencies had lost their minds, bringing back such absurd information. Were they trying to fool the gods? However, as the intelligence agencies compiled and submitted a wealth of video footage and related materials, experts and researchers quickly confirmed the authenticity of the intelligence. This news immediately sent the Western nations into a frenzy. This was an independent world separate from the current one. It meant unimaginable opportunities. If they could gain control of it, they would first obtain the countless resources within the small world, and secondly, secure a backup plan for themselves. Even if a world-class war were to break out, they could ensure their country's safety and remain untouched. Soon, led by the United States, along with Britain and the Western European nations, after some discussion, they quickly reached a decision. They absolutely could not allow the central continent to monopolize the small world. They must also participate and claim their share. Thus, on the already highly competitive Central Plains, a team of modified warriors formed by the Western nations also entered the fray, joining the struggle for the Jade Scroll talismans. Not only that, but even the nearby Eastern Japan secretly dispatched specialized teams to join the fray. Once again, the struggle and battles over the Jade Scroll talismans intensified. Chapter 136, The Struggle, the Arrogant Foreign Forces, and Zhengzhou's Counterattack. Over the past year and a half, the entire world has undergone a new round of massive changes. The human-demon bloodline modifications carried out by the Western nations have become increasingly stable, and the power they can unleash has grown ever stronger. Some individuals even rival the top martial artists of Zhengzhou who have cultivated the Qi and Blood outer form. The Eastern Japan faction was not to be outdone. Its domestic karate and sword fighting schools had been secretly studying in Central Continent, drawing inspiration from both traditional martial arts and the path of the immortal warrior. The warriors who emerged from these schools were equally formidable. After obtaining intelligence about the emergence of independent cavernous worlds in Zhengzhou, the Western nations and Japan dispatched at least 30 covert combat units. These specialized combat units have undergone rigorous training in various fields, including tracking, infiltration, intelligence gathering, and electronic warfare, with the backing of extensive intelligence agencies. They are highly elite and well-rounded forces. In contrast, the martial artists of Zhengzhou find themselves in a rather awkward position. While their individual combat strength is not weak, most of them fight alone, with only a few capable of teamwork. In one-on-one combat, the Central Plains warriors would undoubtedly emerge victorious. However, in team combat, the situation is reversed, as these foreign special operations teams are clearly superior to the Central Plains warriors. Under the moonlit night, in the outskirts of Kaifeng City, a fierce battle for the Jade Scroll Talisman is underway. 5 Western modified warriors are surrounding a Zhongzhou martial artist who possesses the Jade Scroll Talisman. Put! Amidst the flying blood, a Western vampire modified warrior laughed maniacally as he launched a surprise attack on a Zhongzhou warrior, causing the latter's expression to grow cold as he channeled his chi and blood to seal the wounds on his body. Hand over the Jade Scroll Talisman immediately. Otherwise, my claws won't spare your flesh. A werewolf spoke with a cruel gaze. The lion-headed man standing beside him and the vampire circling in mid-air joined the attack from other directions with malicious intent. The Zhongzhou martial artist, surrounded by enemies, couldn't help but reveal a look of anger on his face, muttering under his breath, "Damn it! You demonic modified beings, if you're so brave, come fight me one-on-one." Several Western modified warriors sneered and charged forward simultaneously. The martial artists of the Zhongzhou Xianwu Dao were no pushovers in one-on-one combat, few of their opponents could match them, and they often relied on numerical superiority to win. Facing the assault of 5 Western modified warriors, the Zhongzhou martial artist had no choice but to grit his teeth, discard the Jade Scroll Talisman in his hand, and flee. Activating the Jade Scroll Talisman required focusing one's mind to sense the coordinates of the Dao Tang Heavenly Realm's miniature world. However, after the intense battle, the Central Plains martial artist couldn't calm his mind or spirit, and had neither the time nor opportunity to activate the Dao Tang Heavenly Realm. This led to an awkward situation. With no clear advantage, he had no choice but to abandon the Jade Scroll Talisman to save his life. This was not the only instance. Some other Central Plains warriors who possessed the Jade Scroll Talismans were ambushed by the Japanese warrior forces. These Eastern warriors moved with strange tactics, their techniques were ruthless and ever-changing, and they would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Some even possessed a fanatical samurai spirit, willing to die alongside their enemies to seize the Jade Scroll Talismans. In the midst of the ambush by the Western nations' modified warrior units and the Japanese warrior groups, some unsuspecting Zhongzhou warriors were caught off guard, and their Jade Scroll Talismans were seized. Seeing the Central Plains Security Bureau's lack of response, the Western nations' modified warrior units and the Japanese warrior units grew increasingly bold, launching even more reckless raids. Facing the unrestrained raiders from outside Zhongzhou, the local Zhongzhou warriors were furious, seething with indignation. Zhongzhou was their territory. How could they tolerate being humiliated by these outsiders? They couldn't possibly swallow this humiliation. Soon, some Zhongzhou martial artists who had had their jade talisman stolen teamed up with their friends and turned on the foreign raiders, launching a counterattack. A new round of fierce combat erupted between the two sides. In response, the Zhongzhou Security Bureau, responsible for all abnormal incidents within the region, was left with a headache. The Tang Dongtian small world had only been explored for a few days, yet such chaos had already erupted within the current Zhongzhou territory. Western nations and the Eastern Japan had even sent their forces to cause trouble. Did they even regard the Zhongzhou Security Bureau as a force to be reckoned with? Although martial artists from Zhongzhou occasionally engaged in battles over jade scrolls and talismans, at least the meat was still within their own domain. But these Western nations and Japanese forces, how dare they act so brazenly, barging into someone else's home and stealing their food without even asking the owner's permission? This is like children fighting over candy at home. Even if they cry or get hurt, it's no big deal, they're still family, and the candy will eventually end up in their own hands. But if an outsider bullies them, makes them cry, and steals the candy, the parents wouldn't stand for it. Bullying my child in my own home? Do you think no one from Zhongzhou is here? If I don't give you a few slaps, you'll really start to think you're someone important. Make it clear whose territory this is. The Zhongzhou Security Bureau immediately recalled half of the team leaders who were assisting with investigations and explorations in the Daotang Dongtian miniature world, convening an emergency meeting. Today, the headquarters has summoned you back for a simple task: target these Western modified warriors and Japanese martial artists. Of course, disciples from the Xinxiao sect will also be involved. The captains and elite warriors who were summoned back looked at the mission documents related to the Western nations' modified warriors and Japanese martial artists, and all of them couldn't help but sneer. These Westerners again. The Daotang Dongtian microcosm has only been around for a few days, and they've already sent so many modified warriors to infiltrate Zhongzhou, daring to come here to claim a share of the spoils. They really don't know when to quit. And these Japanese warriors, I've always had a bone to pick with them. They've been secretly stealing the martial arts secrets of Central Plains, and now they dare to come here and cause trouble. Do they really think we're pushovers? If it weren't for our previous mission to assist the official team in exploring the Dongtian small world, we would have already shown these foreigners in Japanese what they're made of. All the captains and high-ranking experts are itching for a fight, determined to let these foreigners and Japanese feel the iron fist of the Zhongzhou Security Bureau. The Xinxiao sect has also gathered a group of elite disciples who have inherited the Xinxiao secret scrolls, and the old sect master Yuan Qing has assigned them a mission. The official authorities have issued a cooperation request. Our task as Xinxiao sect disciples is simple: retrieve the jade scroll talismans of our Taoist sect from the hands of these Western warriors and Japanese martial artists. We must make these foreign barbarians know whose territory Zhengzhou truly is and let them witness the might of the Xinxiao sect. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Xinxiao sect below all responded in unison and immediately split into several small teams to begin their mission. Female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli were also part of this mission team. Finally, it's our turn to act and reclaim the Jade Scroll talismans. We'll be able to enter the divine realm. Listening to her best friend Pan Xiaoli's excited words, female streamer Sun Na couldn't help but smile. She spoke confidently, "I'm sure the two founders have already made preparations. They're just letting us disciples follow their lead to obtain the Jade Scroll symbol." After making all the necessary preparations, the disciples of the Xinxiao sect set off. Chapter 137, the Xinxiao sect joins forces with the authorities to deal a devastating blow to the overseas team, who are brutally beaten. In Daxia City, two groups of Japanese martial artists gathered together, exchanging greetings and boasting about their respective teams' battle achievements. Uemura-kun, I heard your team managed to snag a key to enter the Divine Realm 2 days ago? I'm so jealous you found your mission target so quickly. The official martial artists from the Zhengzhou Security Bureau are all cowards, completely lacking the spirit of Bushido. Most of the martial artists in Zhengzhou are lone wolves who have no idea what teamwork means. Tanaka, didn't you also ambush a Zhengzhou martial artist based on intelligence yesterday? Did you succeed? Hearing Uemura's words, Tanaka, who was also a team leader, flashed a cold glance and spoke in a dull tone, "Don't mention it. That warrior was both ruthless and cunning. He deliberately lured us there, used a cowardly ambush tactic to injure two of our members, and then escaped using the terrain to his advantage." Hearing this, Uemura shrugged and tried to comfort him. "Tanaka, relax. Those Chuzo warriors aren't worth mentioning. The sun god stands behind us. Japan will prevail." The other team members standing nearby burst into laughter, raising their cups of sake to toast. Uemura the captain was right. The Zhengzhou Security Bureau are all cowards. Those folk warriors are just a disorganized bunch, nothing to fear. Japan will definitely win. Hooray! Over a dozen Japanese warriors were chatting comfortably here. Things had been going too smoothly these past few days, and they didn't even bother to take the Zhengzhou warriors seriously. In fact, many of them were already discussing their vacation plans back home. Just as they were drinking and boasting, a loud, unmistakable footstep suddenly echoed from outside, heading straight toward them. This caused the Japanese martial artists gathered inside to furrow their brows. They had chosen a secluded location in the suburbs, a spot that was both hidden and safe. What were those footsteps outside? Fujiyama, go check outside and see what's going on. If they're not cooperative, take them out. Captain Uemura's eyes flashed with a cold light. A tall, slender Japanese warrior with a handlebar mustache nodded, revealing a cruel smile on his face. He gripped his katana and walked toward the front door. Fujiyama gripped his sword in one hand and placed the other on the doorknob. Before he could turn it, a claw formed from blood energy shattered the door panel and slammed toward him. He growled, drew his sword, and executed a seppuku strike, with a faint aura of blood energy clinging to the blade. Crack! Under the enhancement of the chi and blood aura, a fist shattered Fujiyama's katana, continuing its momentum and crashing into his chest. Boom! Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Fujiyama's chest was pierced through, and he could only manage a muffled groan before convulsing and collapsing onto the ground. This scene left all the Japanese warriors present stunned. Soon, anger flashed across their faces as they glared angrily. Chi and blood projection? It's a warrior from Zhengzhou. Damn it! That damned Central Plains warrior killed Fujiyama-kun. I'll make him pay. That damned man. I'll break his arms and legs. Torture him mercilessly. Make him regret being born into this world. Crack! The thick wooden door was kicked open, and a middle-aged man with a cigarette in his mouth walked in. He looked at the Japanese warriors in front of him and smiled coldly. "I am Chen, captain of the 13th Squad of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau. I hereby declare that you are under arrest for committing violent crimes within Zhengzhou territory. Surrender immediately with your hands up. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy." Hearing this, the Japanese warriors inside the room were filled with anger and shock. A faint aura of martial energy flickered on their bodies as they shouted angrily. "You think you can arrest us all by yourself? That's a joke. Damn you. I'll use my ultimate karate to break every bone in your body and avenge Lord Fujiyama. You will be the first captain of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau to die by our hands." Chen, the captain of the 13th Squad of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau, saw this and his cold smile grew even more pronounced. The tiger-like vital energy surging from his body erupted into a silent roar as he clapped his hands forcefully. The target is resisting and attempting violent confrontation. According to regulations, the Zhengzhou Security Bureau has the authority to kill. All members, obey orders, no mercy. Before his words had even finished, the windows in the room shattered, and more official martial artists burst in from outside. Their chi surged violently as they charged straight toward the Japanese martial artists. "We've had our eyes on these spoiled brats living the good life for too long. Brothers, let's take them down. You dare call the Zhengzhou Security Bureau cowards? That's because we're too busy. Otherwise, how could we let you foreign barbarians run wild here? Stop talking nonsense. Kill these little bastards. Amidst the intense clashes, a fierce battle erupted on the scene, with blood instantly staining the room. Chen, the captain of the 13th Squad of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau, sneered coldly, kicked the ground with his foot, and, empowered by the fierce tiger-like aura formed by his chi and blood, transformed into a blurring shadow, charging forward with a ferocious and domineering tiger-shaped fist, engaging in a fierce battle with the Japanese martial artists captains, Wamura and Tanaka. In an instant, the high-ranking officers from the Zhengzhou Security Bureau led their respective teams to attack the Japanese warriors, engaging in fierce combat to make them understand that Zhengzhou was their territory. They had been busy assisting the official exploration of the hidden world and had temporarily been unable to intervene. Meanwhile, a group of elite disciples from the Xinxiao sect also located their corresponding Western demonic bloodline-enhanced warriors and immediately engaged them in combat. These Xinxiao sect disciples, dressed in robes and wielding the power of incense offerings, fought differently from ordinary martial artists. They had a stronger advantage against Western demonic bloodline-modified warriors, whose combat power couldn't be fully unleashed. Instead, the faint golden incense offering power of the Xinxiao sect disciples exerted a powerful countering effect on them, creating an awkward situation. In Coastal City, a group of British demon bloodline modified warriors who encountered Xinxiao sect elite disciples head-on were quickly routed and fled in disarray. A vampire, clutching a werewolf, flapped its wings and landed on the roof of a nearby civilian building, its expression grim. Where did these uniformly dressed individuals come from? They seem to be disciples of the Xinxiao sect from Zhengzhou. Intelligence reports state that they possess a golden, mysterious power that can counteract us. Just then, footsteps echoed from behind, revealing the female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli. The two women were enveloped in a faint golden aura of incense and prayer, their piercing gazes fixed on the two British demonic bloodline-enhanced warriors standing across from them. You can't escape. Hand over the Jade Scroll talisman of our Taoist sect. Otherwise, we'll kill you without mercy. I advise you not to resist. The Jade Scroll talisman of the Taoist sect is not something you can lay your hands on. Otherwise, you will learn the might of the Xinxiao. The British vampire and werewolf demon warriors exchanged a glance, their faces hardening with a fierce expression. After all, they were facing only two women their male pride would not allow them to flee. After transforming, they charged toward the female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli standing across from them, launching their attack. However, the latter showed no fear, as the incense-fueled energy surged from her body, transforming into a golden lightning bolt that roared forth. The Divine Shao 5 Elements Thunder Technique. In the skies above Coastal City, Chun felt the moon yinki he had gathered within him, a satisfied expression crossing his face. His body shone with spiritual light as he dived down from mid-air, quickly sensing the unusual auras below in Coastal City. Curious, he headed toward the source of the aura and discovered that disciples of the Xinxiao sect, clad in their robes, were engaged in a fierce battle with Western demonic bloodline manipulators. On the rooftops in the distance, the familiar auras emanating from the female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli caught his attention. He couldn't help but be surprised it had been half a year since they last met, and the two women had already made significant progress. This was indeed interesting. Given the suppression of demonic bloodlines by incense offerings and prayers, these Western demonic bloodline modified warriors could only exert about 80% of their true abilities, making their defeat inevitable. Gu Chen watched the spectacle for a moment. At this point, there was no need for him to intervene. Chapter 138, Coincidence, a glance backward in the air, and a slap in the face. Two demon bloodline modified warriors from Britain were facing off against Sun Na, a female streamer who had trained for some time at the Xinxiao sect, and her best friend Pan Xiaoli. The two were struggling to dodge on the rooftop. Under the influence of the faint golden incense-fueled spiritual energy, golden lightning bolts spread out, covering the front, sharp and domineering. The Xinxiao sect was most famous for its lightning techniques, and they had now mastered them in combat. As their opponents, the two British magic bloodline-modified warriors looked utterly frustrated. These two women were the most formidable opponents they had ever faced. Unlike other Zhengzhou martial artists, they could summon golden lightning bolts at will. Even a single hit felt excruciatingly painful. Damn it! What method did these two women use to summon the golden lightning bolts? My god, this isn't scientific. Rayford, find a way to escape first. I'll hold them off. Bring the items back, that's the most important task. The two British bloodline modified warriors exchanged glances and quickly made a decision. The werewolf bloodline modified warrior growled once more, completing his transformation. He emitted a faint demonic aura, his body shrouded in a thin layer of black light. He charged directly toward the female streamer Sun Na and her best friend Pan Xiaoli. Even in the face of the faint golden lightning bolts, he didn't flinch or dodge, determined to hold them back and give his comrades a chance to escape. Trouble! They're trying to escape. Xiaoli, use your lightning technique to target that one trying to escape. Female streamer Sun Na quickly reacted, rushing toward her best friend Pan Shirley standing beside her and shouting, while simultaneously drawing the peachwood sword she carried with her. Golden lightning swirled around the sword as she charged at the werewolf demon bloodline enhanced creature. Clang! With a dull thud, the two collided, their golden lightning clashing violently with the dark aura emanating from the opponent, producing a series of sizzling sounds. Another vampire demon bloodline enhanced warrior, seeing this, glared hatefully at the two women before flapping his wings and soaring into the sky. Pan Shioli only managed to strike out with a Shinshao whooshing thunder technique, which landed on the vampire demon bloodline altered warrior. However, the latter had already completed his transformation, with a layer of black light enveloping his body. He withstood a golden lightning bolt before swinging his bat-like wings and accelerating toward the distance. High above, Gu Chen, who was preparing to turn and leave while riding the spiritual light, heard the commotion behind him. He turned his head to look back and just happened to see the vampire demon bloodline enhanced warrior flapping its bat wings and flying toward him at an incredible speed. Coincidentally, the latter also raised his eyes and looked in this direction. As Gu Chen turned his head, their gazes collided, and they both noticed each other's presence in mid-air. The vampire demon bloodline enhanced warrior, who had been flapping his bat wings to escape, froze for a moment. He had never expected to see a person from Central Continent standing in mid-air out of nowhere, which filled him with both shock and anger. He was shocked that this Central Plains person had used some unknown means to stand at such a great height, undoubtedly a master of other supernatural powers. His anger stemmed from the fact that the other party had dared to block his path here, as if intent on exterminating him completely. How dare you? Are you really intent on exterminating us all? I'll die before I let you have your way. With a low growl, the vampire demon bloodline modified warrior's face contorted. Determined to fight to the death, he charged forward recklessly, his body shrouded in eerie black light, launching an attack at Gu Chen in mid-air. Seeing this, Gu Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a look of exasperation flashing across his face. He had already prepared to leave, but never expected this guy to charge straight toward him, now shouting that he wouldn't let him live even if he died? Wasn't this openly provoking him to act? He had only intended to watch the show discreetly. Why was he forcing him into this? There's a path to heaven, yet you choose to walk into hell. The Buddha said that it takes 500 glances in a previous life to earn a single encounter in this one. Since we have this karmic connection, I'll give you a free slap. Next time, be careful and remember which way to escape. He snorted coldly, and a glow emanated from his palm, striking the vampire demon warrior with bloodline modifications charging toward him with a slap. The vampire demon bloodline modified warrior who had charged forward felt an overwhelming sense of terror bearing down on him. The yang qi he had collected in recent days erupted from Gu Chen's palm, roaring like the five-finger mountain of the Buddha, crushing down upon him. Even before contact, the terrifying pressure alone caused the black light emanating from the demon to warp and distort. The vampire demon bloodline modified warrior's pupils contracted violently, and he let out a strange scream. Who are you? There's no mention of a Central Continent expert like you in the intelligence reports. Before the other could finish speaking, the layer of black light enveloping his body shattered, and most of his body was reduced to charcoal by the yang sha qi. He flew back at a speed even faster than when he had arrived, like a fly being swatted by a fly swatter. Whoosh! The female streamer Sun Na, Pan Xiaoli, and the bloodline-enhanced werewolf demon warrior on the rooftop heard the piercing sound from above and instinctively looked up, only to discover that the vampire demon bloodline-enhanced warrior who had fled earlier was now plummeting from mid-air. The scene before them left all three of them stunned. What was going on? He had run away, hadn't he? How had he come back now? Pan Xiaoli reacted quickly, instinctively forming the Shinshao whooshing Lei Fa hand seal and swinging her hand to unleash a series of golden lightning bolts. Boom! Golden lightning bolts filled the air, and with a deafening explosion, the vampire demon warrior with bloodline modifications that had been falling from mid-air was blown to pieces, turning into a cloud of dust. Only a single artifact engraved with runes fell to the ground. The scene before her eyes caused Pan Xiaoli to widen her eyes in disbelief, staring at her hands and muttering to herself. What's going on? Has my Shinshao 5 Thunder technique become this powerful? Female streamer Sun Na took advantage of the moment when the werewolf demon bloodline enhanced warrior was stunned, gripped the peachwood sword in her hand, and activated the Shinshao Thunder technique, piercing the opponent through with a single strike. Golden lightning spread out, and the opponent's body stiffened and twitched before collapsing to the ground, dead on the spot. Looking at her best friend Pan Xiaoli, who was staring at her hands in disbelief, the female streamer Sun Na couldn't help but furrow her brows. Something about what had just happened felt off. Nana, do you think I suddenly attained enlightenment just now? Has the Shinshao Thunder technique reached perfection? Hearing her best friend's words, Sun Na couldn't help but roll her eyes. She picked up the jade talisman that had fallen to the ground and said impatiently, enough with the self-admiration. Stop staring at your hands. It was just an accident. Oh, Nana, what exactly happened just now? Sun Na heard this and raised her eyebrows slightly. She knew her best friend's abilities best. A single Shinshao Wulei spell couldn't possibly have such destructive power. This was something only the two founding ancestors of the Shinshao sect could achieve. Moreover, hadn't the vampire demon bloodline modified warrior escaped earlier? Why did it fall down again? It looked like it had been swatted like a fly. I have no idea. Maybe it was just a coincidence, or something went wrong with that guy. Your thunder technique must have clashed violently with the demon bloodline transplanted into his body, causing him to explode from the inside. Gu Chen, suspended mid-air, watched the two women turn and walk down, exchanging words, and couldn't help but reveal a helpless expression. It was truly just an accident. He hadn't intended to intervene, but who could blame him for charging in so recklessly, practically begging for death? He shouldn't have exposed himself, right? He had already restrained his power as much as possible. The yang-yang's killing intent had involuntarily followed the spiritual energy, but he had restrained it. Otherwise, the other party would have been blown to pieces by the yang-yang's killing intent he had gathered in midair. Chapter 139, You call this innocent foreign civilians? I'll slap you until your face swells. In frustration, Gu Chen had no choice but to act. A flash of spiritual light enveloped him, and he transformed into a beam of light, disappearing from the scene. He quickly returned to his residence. In just 2 days, under the dual assault from the Central Plains Security Bureau and disciples of the Shinshao sect, the foreign teams from the United States, Britain, and other Western European countries, as well as Japan, all suffered severe blows. The once confident foreign raiding teams were nearly decimated, with the number of infiltrated teams plummeting from over 30 to just a few dozen. Most of the infiltrated teams were killed on the spot, while a few lucky ones managed to escape. However, their situation was no better, with nearly everyone injured, and only a handful of stronger teams managed to survive. As a result, they had no choice but to change their strategy, keep a low profile, and adopt a more cautious approach. Many Zhongzhou warriors who had previously encountered these foreign teams felt a sense of relief, as if they had finally gotten their revenge. The Zhongzhou warriors couldn't help but burst into laughter. These arrogant and reckless foreign teams had finally met their match. This was karma. The more arrogant they had been, the harder they were being punished. However, the Western nations and Japan, upon seeing this, watched as the teams they had sent to compete for the Jade Scroll talismans were suddenly wiped out by more than half, leaving them furious and their faces dark with anger. These were all their elite troops. Now that they had been wiped out so suddenly, and the Jade Scrolls they had managed to seize were also lost, they were filled with resentment. As a result, the Western nations and Japan immediately stepped forward, accusing the Central Continent of using brutal methods, claiming they had carried out a brutal massacre against innocent foreign civilians, and demanding that the Central Continent provide an explanation. In the face of the united accusations from the Western nations and Japan, the Zhongzhou authorities remained surprisingly calm, looking surprised and saying, "What? When did we ever launch a massacre against foreign civilians for no reason? You're clearly slandering us." Nonsense. Seeing the Central Continent's official representatives looking so innocent, the United States, the United Kingdom, and other Western European countries, along with Japan, were immediately enraged. You're still trying to play innocent here? If it weren't for the intelligence reports from our respective agencies confirming that the elite units we sent were wiped out, we almost believed you were innocent. The Western nations and Japan were on the verge of losing their minds, directly lashing out at Zhongzhou with a barrage of accusations, shifting all blame onto the other side. A fierce verbal battle erupted once again, with both sides engaging in a heated exchange of words, enjoying the confrontation to the fullest. Seeing the Western nations and Japan heaping blame on them, the Zhongzhou authorities couldn't help but speak up. "We killed violent criminals, not innocent foreign civilians. You sent your people to someone else's home to steal things, and when the homeowner discovered you, you attacked and killed them on the spot. Now you dare to accuse the homeowner of violence and demand an explanation? What kind of logic is that?" After being confronted for so long, the Central Plains authorities sneered and immediately dug up the previous series of videos and made them public. The videos revealed a lot of content, including demonic bloodline-enhanced warriors transforming into half-human, half-beast creatures, as well as Japanese martial artists viciously attacking lone Zhongzhou warriors and attacking innocent Zhongzhou civilians caught in the crossfire, showing no mercy in their attacks. Of course, there were also official Zhongzhou Security Bureau warriors and Shinshao sect disciples engaging in fierce combat against these foreign demonic bloodline-enhanced warriors and Japanese warriors. As these videos were released, they quickly drew a large crowd of netizens, with countless likes and comments flooding in. Isn't this the Western demonic bloodline-enhanced warriors? And these Japanese warriors wielding katana swords? How dare they come to our Central Plains and cause trouble so brazenly? Holy crap! You call these innocent foreign civilians? I've never seen such brazen scoundrels in my entire life. Ha, this is so satisfying to watch. Well done. These foreign invaders should be killed without mercy. Let them know who truly rules the Central Plains. The Western nations and Japan are just lying through their teeth. As always, they're shameless. The warriors of the Central Plains Security Bureau and the disciples of the Shinshao sect are so majestic and powerful. Well done. Thieves come to someone's home to steal, get killed, and then cry for justice at the door? Demand compensation from the homeowner? What kind of divine logic is that? It's utterly ridiculous. Seeing these outsiders makes me furious. A friend of mine had his jade scroll talisman stolen by them. I was planning to gather experts to seek revenge, but now it seems they've all been severely injured by the official warriors and Xinjiao sect disciples. Under the relentless barrage of these exposed videos, the previous accusations that the Zhengzhou authorities had indiscriminately slaughtered foreign civilians have been completely debunked. The faces of Western nations in Japan have been slapped so hard they're almost swollen like pig heads. As the videos spread to social media platforms like YouTube and Facebook, foreigners also felt embarrassed, realizing that the actions of Western countries in Japan were somewhat shameful. Upon seeing this, the Western nations in Japan also froze in disbelief. With such irrefutable evidence, they could no longer attempt to shift the blame, smear, or defame the Central Plains. The situation shifted abruptly. Western countries in Japan shifted their blame onto the Central Plains, accusing them of being overly brutal, violating public treaties, and maliciously slaughtering prisoners, and so on. In response, the netizens of Zhengzhou couldn't help but laugh coldly, standing by to watch the spectacle and prepare to continue observing the Western nations in Japan's clumsy performance. The remaining Western demonic bloodline and Japanese warriors, after suffering a severe blow from Zhengzhou, quickly changed their tactics, aiming to seize the Jade Scroll talismans by targeting those who possessed weaker ones. As for Gu Chen, after completing his cultivation to collect malevolent energy, he stepped out of the Dao Tang Dongtian miniature world and, taking advantage of his free time, happily scrolled through the news on his phone. Watching the Western nations in Japan suffer heavy losses at the hands of Zhengzhou, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Feeling the evil chi within him gradually reaching perfection, Gu Chen couldn't help but sigh in relief, planning to take some time off during this period. However, just then, the young Chun White Crane Kung Fu branch in Coastal City sent a message, reporting that they were in trouble. A group of powerful warriors from Japan had come to challenge the dojo, and the martial artists inside couldn't hold them off. They requested him, the dojo master, to come and settle the matter. Upon receiving the message, Gu Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, a look of surprise flashing across his face. Martial artists from Japan had come to challenge the dojo? He vaguely sensed that something was amiss. Just a few days ago, Western nations had sent demonic bloodline-enhanced warriors and Japanese martial artists to raid the dojo, and now Japanese martial artists were coming to challenge the Yongchun White Crane Kung Fu branch in Coastal City? There must be some connection between these events. Chapter 140, The Arrogant Japanese Martial Artists, No One from Zhengzhou? The branch hall master? Just as Gu Chun changed into a tracksuit and walked leisurely toward the Yongchun White Crane Kung Fu branch, a tense standoff was unfolding at the branch in the Coastal City. Several Japanese martial artists dressed in white karate uniforms, judo uniforms, and carrying bamboo swords stood in the center of the dojo, their hands crossed over their chests, looking down on the surrounding martial artists with a hint of contempt in their eyes. These Japanese martial artists, for some unknown reason, had come to the Wing Chun White Crane Kung Fu branch to challenge the local practitioners. Although they had come under the pretext of friendly competition, they showed no mercy once the fight began. Several martial arts instructors from the dojo stepped forward to engage them. Whether they were practitioners of internal energy techniques or martial artists who had cultivated their chi and blood through the cultivation of the immortal martial arts path, they were all defeated within just 2 or 3 exchanges by the challengers' bizarre, ruthless, and deadly techniques. The injured instructors lying on the ground, their limbs twisted into abnormal angles and being treated by medical personnel, clearly demonstrated the formidable strength of the challengers. Such a scene, reminiscent of a movie plot, unfolded before everyone's eyes as these Japanese martial artists challenged the Dongzhou Martial Arts Dojo. It immediately drew the attention of everyone inside and outside the dojo, with many people pulling out their phones to record the event. It seemed that the Zhengzhou martial artists were nothing special. Not a single one in the entire dojo could match the Japanese martial artists in a few rounds of extreme karate. This was truly disappointing. The leader of the Japanese martial artists, who practiced Kyokushin karate, spoke with a cold smile. The instructors and students of the Wing Chun White Crane Fist branch, along with the onlookers outside, immediately became enraged, glaring angrily at the Japanese martial artists. How dare you? You Japanese martial artists have no right to boast. You've stolen the training methods of our Zhengzhou martial arts and the immortal martial arts. If you're so skilled, don't use your vital energy. You Japanese pirates were just taught a lesson by the Zhengzhou Security Bureau and the Xinjiao sect a few days ago. Now you dare to come to the martial arts hall to show off your strength? Why don't you go challenge the Zhengzhou Security Bureau and the Xinjiao sect instead? The Wing Chun White Crane Fist is renowned. Where are the true masters of the gym to take down these arrogant Japanese invaders? Let them run rampant here? Even bystanders watching the scene spoke up in confusion. A martial arts student standing nearby whispered, "It's because the head instructor isn't here. We've already called him, and he's on his way." The Japanese warriors standing in the center of the dojo heard the dojo student's words and smiled coldly, speaking with a look of disdain. At least we have the courage to admit our defeat. Unlike you, who are so naive, once you step onto the stage, you become the enemy. When facing an enemy, it is only natural to use the fastest and most violent means to eliminate them. You people from Zhengzhou have long since lost the integrity of your ancestors and forgotten the spirit of a warrior. If you've lost, you've lost. Why make excuses? If you think you're not satisfied, let your strongest warriors from Central Plains come out to fight us and let us see what you're made of. Hearing this, the trainees in the dojo and the onlookers turned pale, but they had no way to refute it. The strength of these Japanese warriors was undeniable. They were indeed superior to the dojo instructors. The two characters for Kung Fu, one horizontal, one vertical, stand for the winner who stands and the loser who lies down. There's no room for flashy tricks. Whether it was the extreme karate practitioner or the earlier judo master, both were powerful warriors from Japan. By stealing the Chinese martial arts techniques of national martial arts power cultivation and Qi and blood power cultivation from Zhengzhou, they had infused new life into their already ruthless and unconventional Japanese martial arts. The martial artists inside the dojo were caught off guard by the Japanese martial arts' bizarre techniques and were unable to adapt. To make matters worse, they didn't expect the opponents to be so ruthless, and they suffered heavy losses, with several martial artists being severely injured and knocked to the ground. The instructors and coaches at the Wing Chun White Crane Kung Fu branch watched this unfold with growing anger, but they were powerless to do anything. They were outmatched, and there was little to say after losing on the battlefield. Listening to the Japanese martial artists' words, the instructors and martial artists in the dojo felt deeply humiliated and couldn't help but discuss the matter among themselves. How despicable! These Japanese martial artists are so arrogant, relying on their bizarre and brutal Japanese martial arts to severely injure several of our martial artists. It's truly infuriating. Where did these Japanese warriors get the nerve to act so brazenly on the Central Plains? Just a couple of days ago, weren't they all killed by the Central Plains Security Bureau and disciples of the Shinshao sect? How dare they show off again now? Where is the head martial artist of the dojo? Has someone been sent to notify him? If he doesn't come soon, the dojo's reputation will be ruined. The martial arts hall staff standing nearby couldn't help but show a look of anxiety on their faces as they heard this, and whispered in response. We've already called the head martial artist. He is on his way and should arrive within 10 minutes. In the tense corner of the boxing gym, a young male trainee stood pale-faced, glaring angrily at the Japanese martial artists challenging the gym in the center of the ring, clenching his fists tightly. He never imagined that the opponent's combat strength was so formidable that even the martial arts instructors inside the dojo couldn't match them, and they had gone so far as to use such brutal tactics. This was clearly a warning to him. But his younger sister was still in their hands. Was he really going to surrender to these Japanese martial artists and hand over such a precious treasure? As he struggled internally, under the relentless provocation of the Japanese martial artists before him, another instructor from the dojo couldn't contain his urge and stepped forward to challenge a judo expert across the room. This Japanese martial artist was ruthless in his attacks, taking 2 punches before forcing himself onto his opponent. Using a self-sacrificing technique from judo, he dislocated both of the opposing boxing instructor's arms, securing another victory. Seeing their coach and boxer lose once again, the atmosphere in the boxing gym grew increasingly gloomy. They never expected to lose again. The Japanese martial artist who had come to challenge the dojo sneered coldly, his demeanor growing even more arrogant. The leader, wearing an extreme karate gi, sneered and mocked without hesitation. There is no one left in Zhengzhou martial arts. The young male student, seeing the gym coach's arm joints dislocated, thought of his younger sister still in the hands of the Japanese warriors. If they continued to delay, he didn't know what kind of heinous things these Japanese warriors might do to his sister. After a moment of internal struggle, he couldn't help but step forward, intending to hand over his belongings. However, a cold snort echoed from the entrance of the martial arts hall. You're just a bunch of Japanese bandits who've stolen a few superficial techniques from our Zhengzhou martial arts. How dare you speak so arrogantly here? Gu Chen, dressed in a black tracksuit, slowly walked in from outside, his gaze coldly fixed on the Japanese martial artist standing in the center of the dojo. The martial artists inside the dojo, upon seeing Gu Chen, the dojo's master, arrive, finally couldn't help but sigh in relief. Finally, our martial arts hall's master has arrived. The days of these Japanese martial artists' arrogance are finally over. Great! Finally, we can hold our heads high. The other martial arts students and bystanders standing around, upon seeing the reactions of the martial arts instructors, finally understood what was happening. They all turned their gaze toward Gu Chen, who was walking in from the entrance, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in suspicion. Is this the master of the Wing Chun White Crane Kung Fu branch? He looks so young. Chapter 141, A Single Palm Strike Changes Attitudes? Fear of might, not gratitude. As Gu Chen slowly walked into the martial arts gym with his leg raised, the people present at the Wing Chun White Crane Kung Fu branch had various reactions. The martial arts instructors and coaches sighed in relief, while the students in the dojo looked puzzled. This master instructor was usually as elusive as a dragon, and despite having trained here for so long, the students had only heard rumors about him. Now, seeing him for the first time, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Is this the master of the martial arts school? It feels like we've never seen him before. They had heard the boxing instructor mention before that the dojo had such a master who, single-handedly, had subdued all the other instructors in the dojo. If that's the case, his strength must be quite formidable. He should be able to handle this group of Japanese martial artists, right? Now that they had finally seen his true appearance, the martial arts students present couldn't help but doubt the true strength of this master martial artist. Could he really handle the Japanese warriors who had come to challenge the dojo with such an intimidating presence? Many onlookers gathered around the martial arts school couldn't help but glance at Chun with a look of surprise, their eyes filled with suspicion as he walked in. He looked so young, probably in his early 20s. He's nothing like the bearded, stern-faced, muscular man I imagined as the master of the dojo. He looks average in build, with not much muscle. Is he really the strongest master of this dojo? This young man spoke with such confidence and charisma, something others lacked. He must not be as simple as he appears. Let's support him. The young male trainee who was internally conflicted and about to step forward to hand over the items looked at Chun with a mix of surprise and suspicion, stopping in his tracks to observe the situation first. What if this master fighter is a true expert? On the other side, the Japanese martial artists who had come to challenge the gym looked at Chun walking in from outside, exchanged glances, and couldn't help but sigh in relief. The head martial artist of the Wing Chun White Crane branch looked far too young, and they couldn't help but underestimate him. Plus, his aura wasn't particularly intimidating, and he didn't give off a threatening vibe. Generally speaking, martial arts cultivation is closely tied to age. I had expected the chief martial artist of the renowned Wing Chun White Crane Kung Fu School in Zhengzhou to be a true master, but instead, it turned out to be this young upstart who hasn't even grown a beard yet. He should go home and train for a few more years before coming out again. The leader of the group, a Japanese martial artist practicing Kyokushin karate, sneered and looked down on Chun with disdain. You young punk should go home. You might get hurt if you're not careful, he said with a mocking tone. Another Japanese martial artist practicing judo also laughed and joined in the teasing. Looking at the Japanese martial artists before him, whose expressions were filled with contempt, Chun remained calm, glancing at them indifferently. You barbarian foreigners from overseas know nothing of the true essence of Chinese martial arts or the martial arts of the immortal warriors. You merely copy the methods of cultivating brute strength and vital energy, haphazardly piecing them together into your martial arts. You obsess over bizarre techniques and explosive speed, walking down a path of heresy and deviation. Though you may seem powerful in battle, you are nothing but a towering house of cards. The higher you build, the harder it will collapse. After delivering his critique, Chun gestured toward the Japanese martial artists before him with a casual flick of his fingers and spoke indifferently. You lot haven't even mastered the basics. Why not all come at me at once? Don't waste my time. I've got better things to do. Hearing Chun's calm words, the Japanese martial artists who had come to challenge him couldn't help but laugh in anger. You young upstart. Martial arts aren't about talk, they're about action. Let me teach you a lesson. A Japanese judo master stepped forward, his muscles bulging, toes digging into the ground, charging forward like a bear. His speed was astonishing, and the fingers of both hands were wrapped in a swirling aura of chi and blood, reaching out to grab Chun's collar from both sides, like two sickles. This was a common technique in judo known as the double reap. A skilled judo master could easily snap the spine of a bull with both hands, especially when combined with the stolen blood energy technique, which could even twist steel into a pretzel. Unfortunately for him, Chun reacted even faster. With a casual swipe of his hand, a surge of vital energy erupted from his body, forming a massive palm several zhang in size, resembling the five-finger mountain of the Buddha, which descended from above. The Japanese judo master who charged forward had his pupils shrink violently, managing only to utter a low growl before being completely engulfed by the palm of chi and blood energy. Bang! With a dull thud, the Japanese judo expert was sent crashing into the floor like a fly, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye, the once seemingly powerful Japanese judo master was crushed into the floor by the massive palm of chi and blood energy, utterly powerless to defend himself. Seeing the young and handsome Chun, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. The Japanese martial artists who had come to challenge the dojo all turned pale, their minds suddenly filled with unpleasant memories. The leader of the group, an expert in Kyokushin karate, stared at Chun with a look of fear on his face. He took a deep breath and bowed his head, apologizing. Dongping Sanlang's defeat was well deserved. We never expected you to be a rare master of the Zhengzhou washing marrow realm. We were blind to your true strength. Please forgive us. Seeing the once arrogant Japanese martial artists undergo a complete 180-degree change in attitude, the crowd of martial arts instructors, students, and onlookers present all wore expressions of contempt. Once they recognized the washing marrow realm martial artist, these Japanese warriors immediately backed down? These Japanese warriors sure changed their faces quickly. Martial artists at the bone marrow washing realm are already considered among the top experts today. Ordinary guns and cannons are completely ineffective against them. Their chi and blood energy can be projected 10 zhang away, and ordinary experts cannot threaten them at all. They can easily demolish a building. These barbarian foreigners beyond Zhengzhou fear their might but do not respect their virtue. They only feel afraid when someone is stronger than them. The human immortal martial arts have been in the world for over a year. Even with official authorities using supercomputers, countless precision instruments, and experts like Fang Hansong, a master of the Qi manipulation fist technique, along with volunteers to simulate and simplify the human immortal martial arts, many martial artists have reached the five organs realm and cultivated Qi and blood power. However, only 1 in 100 can reach the washing marrow realm, which speaks volumes about the difficulty. Excluding hidden powerhouses, the Central Plains Security Bureau has only 30 regular captains at this level, and even if we include the civilian sector, there are likely fewer than 100 practitioners at the washing marrow realm at present. Just a few days ago, Western demonic bloodline enhanced warriors and Japanese martial artists were soundly defeated by Zhengzhou Security Bureau captain level experts, suffering heavy casualties. Even those who faced washing marrow level experts were left with psychological scars. Now, encountering another such expert in this martial arts hall, they immediately surrendered. Seeing the Japanese martial artist bowing his head in defeat, Chun was also a bit surprised that he surrendered so quickly. He raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke in a deep voice, "You came here to challenge the gym, injured many instructors and coaches. Do you really think you can just get away with it like this?" The Japanese martial artists before him exchanged glances. They decisively broke their own arms, enduring the excruciating pain, and bowed their heads in apology. "This is our apology to you. We will also pay 2 million as compensation. Please spare us." Watching these Japanese warriors break their own arms without a word to apologize, Chun was also somewhat surprised. It seemed that the incident involving the Central Plains Security Bureau captains and the Xinxiao sect disciples a couple of days ago had left a deep psychological scar on these Japanese warriors. Now that they had judged him to be a martial artist at the bone marrow refinement realm, they had immediately surrendered and apologized. "Well, let's just leave it at that for now." The Japanese warriors, upon hearing this, finally couldn't help but sigh in relief, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Just then, a young male trainee from the martial arts dojo suddenly stood up, gathered his courage, and shouted loudly, "Wait! You Japanese are going to release my younger sister." Upon hearing this, Chun raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at the Japanese martial artists and the young male student who had gathered the courage to speak. After a moment's thought, he quickly realized that there must be some prior conflict between the two parties. However, he didn't bother to inquire further. He coldly replied, "This is a formal student of the boxing gym. If you use someone else's family member to threaten a student of the gym, that's equivalent to challenging the gym. As the head instructor of the gym, I have the right to intervene. Do you understand what I'm saying?" The Japanese martial artists across from him heard this and couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Cold sweat immediately began to trickle down their foreheads. They hurriedly promised to release the other party's sister immediately and guaranteed that they would not harm her in any way. Chapter 142, The Confident Western Nations Conquering the Tang Dynasty with Force? About an hour later, a nervous-looking schoolgirl in uniform was brought to the Wing Chun White Crane Boxing Hall by a Japanese martial artist with a grim expression. The young male martial arts student's face lit up with excitement as he reached out to embrace the schoolgirl. The brother and sister were finally reunited. Seeing this, Chun waved his hand, signaling the tense Japanese martial artists to leave. The latter, as if granted a pardon, didn't even bother to wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads and hurriedly departed. The young male martial arts student was named Sun Chang, and the circumstances leading up to this were quite straightforward. While sorting through old items at home, he discovered an ancient artifact. Following the clues, he found a jade talisman. At first, he couldn't resist filming a video about the Dao Tang Dongtian small world and uploading it online. Soon after, he saw the chaos and turmoil caused by the jade talisman, which filled him with fear. He immediately deleted all the videos he had posted and deleted his account. Little did he know that his actions had caught the attention of a foreign group from Japan, who targeted him as their prey. They immediately kidnapped his younger sister, who was still in school, intending to use her as leverage to force him to hand over the jade talisman. Unwilling to submit, Sun Chang naturally refused to comply. He then decided to seek help from the martial arts school to deal with these Japanese warriors. However, he never imagined that their strength was so formidable, and their attacks were ruthless. The instructors from the coastal branch of the Wing Chun White Crane Kung Fu School were no match for them. It wasn't until Chun appeared that he managed to intimidate them. Sun Chang quickly prepared to offer the jade talisman as a token of gratitude, but Chun had no interest in it at all. After all, it was something he had forged from nothing, and he could create as many as he wanted. After resolving the matters at the martial arts school, Chun turned and left, intending to take some time off to relax and unwind from his recent daily routine of collecting malevolent energy as part of his cultivation practice. Over the next week, demonic bloodline-modified warriors from Western nations and martial artists from Japan all obtained jade scroll talismans from the Central Plains. They immediately returned to their respective countries to hand them over. Meanwhile, the United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as Japan, formed their own exploration teams under the close supervision of their upper echelons after obtaining the Jade Scroll talismans. They entered the Dao Tang Cave Heaven microcosm to begin their initial explorations. After experts and researchers studied the samples obtained from the Daotang Dongtian microcosm, they quickly reached conclusions nearly identical to those from Zhengzhou. This was an extremely suitable world for human habitation, featuring an ultra-advanced ecological environment, almost indistinguishable from the Garden of Eden described in the Bible. Upon seeing the research conclusions, the United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as Japan, became immediately excited. The intelligence they had previously gathered from Zhengzhou was actually true. Had they mistakenly blamed their own intelligence agencies? Faced with such an independent, brand new hidden paradise with limitless possibilities, no nation could remain calm. A brand new world not only means abundant land resources but also various biological resources, mineral resources, and energy sources, all of which are critically needed by nations for production and development across all sectors. The United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, along with Japan, each convened major meetings, though the content of these meetings varied greatly. The discussions revolve around how to develop this hidden realm, complete the necessary explorations, swiftly secure their respective territories, maintain a certain level of contact with other nations, and thereby counteract future pressure from the Central Plains. Compared to the unique subtlety of Eastern culture in Central Continent, the cultures of Western nations in Japan are markedly different, appearing far more aggressive and inherently barbaric, with some even openly embracing a pirate-like culture as their national identity. Facing this entirely new pocket world, the Western nations and Japan completely disregard the potential pitfalls and irregularities, instead rushing to claim as much territory as possible, fearing they might fall behind other nations. The official authorities of Zhengzhou, however, were much more cautious. They explored the surroundings with care, made contact with the indigenous inhabitants of the small world, and dared not make any aggressive moves. They never forgot that this was a small world where Taoist arts flourished, where the waters were far from shallow, and where no one knew what kind of powerful Taoist cultivators might be hiding. Unfortunately, the Western nations in Japan were too busy occupying and acquiring more resources to consider the depth of the waters within the Daotang Cave Heaven. Additionally, having only recently entered the exploration phase, they had not yet encountered any cultivators from the Cave Heaven. During their exploration over the past few days, they had only encountered the indigenous inhabitants of the Daotang Cave Heaven, who wore ancient Central Plains attire and appeared completely harmless. As a result, the confidence of the United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as Japan, skyrocketed. With their modern technology and advanced firearms and other powerful weapons, defeating the natives of this small world would be a piece of cake. As a result, some officials from the United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as Japan, began to propose more radical and extreme ideas. The proposal was to directly deploy modern high-tech military weapons to suppress all the indigenous inhabitants within the cavernous worlds, and then proceed to divide the territories, incorporating the entire cavernous worlds into the respective national territories. Upon hearing this radical proposal, the United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as Japan, after careful consideration, deemed this plan highly feasible. After all, the opponents were merely ordinary natives from the small celestial realms, still living in the ancient feudal era, completely devoid of any scientific knowledge, and inherently ignorant and backward. After conducting military simulations using computers, the results were quickly obtained. They had a 99% chance of victory against these feudal-era inhabitants of the small worlds. As a result, relevant plans and strategies were immediately formulated, with preparations made to directly deploy powerful modern military forces to conquer these inhabitants of the small, isolated worlds, divide their territories, and enslave the captured inhabitants as laborers. Soon, the United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as Japan, began to act according to the previous plans. Using the jade tablets and magical symbols in their possession, they were able to transport their powerful armies and various weapons into the Daotang Cave world. Meanwhile, Chen, who was on leave, was not idle either. He occasionally used the system's power to project his consciousness into the small celestial realms. Upon observing the situation, Chen quickly noticed the actions of the United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as Japan, and his expression grew somewhat peculiar. Watching them use the power of the Jade Scroll symbols to bring in their troops and various modern military weapons, such a large-scale operation, could they be preparing to use force to conquer Daotang? For a moment, Chen was stunned by the bold actions of the confident United States, Great Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as Japan. This was the Daotang Divine Realm, where Taoist arts flourished. Did they really think the cultivators he had spent over 100,000 source points to forge from nothing were pushovers? Chapter 143, The Nature of Bandits, Fear of Might but No Gratitude, and the Reaction in the Present World. Although the locations where they descended into the Daotang Divine Realm using the Jade Scroll talismans were random, they were generally at a certain distance from major cities, with the majority in villages or towns. This was also to ensure fairness, as if someone were to directly descend into a major city and easily find a Taoist academy or other Taoist sect, that would disrupt the balance. Therefore, after entering the Dao Tang Cave Heaven small world using the power of the Jade Scroll talismans, countries like the United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as Japan, mostly ended up in remote villages and towns. As modern, technologically advanced nations, suddenly finding themselves in this Dao Tang Dongtian small world, which still resembles a feudal dynasty, it's only natural that they might feel a touch of contempt. Gu Chen couldn't help but recall the past behavior of the United States, Great Britain, Western Europe, and Japan. Whether it was the age of exploration or subsequent historical events, he quickly guessed their current intentions. They were still clinging to their old pirate mentality. Seeing this human world, akin to the Garden of Eden, occupied by a feudal dynasty, these former pirate nations naturally had no intention of treating it as an equal partner for exchange. Upon realizing this, Gu Chen couldn't help but sigh. He mourned for the Western nations in Japan, which had yet to encounter the powerful cultivators of the Dao Tang Dongtian small world, for 3 seconds, hoping that they would still be as confident as they were now after launching their conquest wars. In the days that followed, the disciples of the Xinshao sect, who had previously dealt with the demonic bloodline-altered warriors of the Western nations, obtained a batch of Jade Scroll talismans. They entered the Dao Tang Cave Heaven small world as a sect, and with some Xinshao sect disciples who had friendly connections, the total number easily exceeded 1,000. Of course, some possessors of Jade Scroll talismans with active minds and confident in their abilities changed their approach, using their talismans to engage in real-world business ventures. Want to enter the Dao Tang Cave Heaven? No problem. Before entering, undergo comprehensive training in ancient Hanfu attire, general knowledge, and language. You pay, and we guarantee your safe entry. Return to ancient times. As the number of Jade Talisman holders increased, the price for entering the Dao Tang Dongtian small world dropped from 1 million per person at the beginning to 1,000 per person later on. This led to the number of people entering the Dao Tang Dongtian small world increasing at a visible rate, with the current number already exceeding 10,000 and continuing to grow steadily. Given the significant actions taken by Western nations in Japan within the Dao Tang Cave Heaven, coupled with their advanced modern technology and their striking appearance, blonde hair, blue eyes, and vastly different attire, their presence was simply too conspicuous. Many of the Central Plains entrants, upon seeing the Western nations in Japan clearly preparing to stir trouble within the Dao Tang Divine Realm, wore expressions of varying disapproval, feeling quite displeased. This is the Dao Tang Divine Realm, a realm belonging to Zhongzhou. Not long ago, Western nations in Japan sent infiltration teams to Zhongzhou to jade scrolls and magical symbols, successfully annoying and provoking many Zhongzhou martial artists. Now that they had arrived at the Dao Tang Divine Realm, they were still causing trouble, gathering troops, and transporting various military equipment. Anyone with eyes could see what they were planning. It felt like a secret base that had once been exclusively theirs, but suddenly a bunch of thugs showed up, intending to seize it. Seeing this, some dissatisfied martial artists from Zhongzhou directly took action, filming the activities of the Western nations in Japan within the Dao Tang Dongtian small world. Upon returning to the real world, they casually uploaded all the videos online. Shocking. Western nations are actually gathering modern armies within the Dao Tang Dongtian small world. The Western nations had long planned to come to the Central Plains to seize the Jade Scroll talismans. Their true purpose was to find a way to occupy the Dao Tang Dongtian miniature world. The Western nations in Japan have not abandoned their bandit-like nature upon entering the Dao Tang Dongtian small world. Their true colors have been fully exposed. As soon as these headlines were released, they immediately attracted countless netizens to gawk and watch, especially after noticing the accompanying videos and photos. This quickly sparked a heated debate, with people venting their anger in the video comments section below. Holy crap! Using the jade talismans and magical symbols looted from the Central Plains, they've transported their troops and various military technologies into the Dao Tang Dongtian miniature world. Anyone with eyes can see what these guys are planning. The more I look at this, the more annoyed I get. The Dao Tang Dongtian small world has always belonged to Zhongzhou. What right do these foreigners and Japanese pirates have to gather troops and occupy territory there? Why isn't the government taking action against them? Didn't there used to be rumors circulating among the Xinshao sect and other Taoist sects? Isn't this Dao Tang Dongtian microcosm said to have been jointly created by the founding patriarchs of all Taoist sects during the Tang dynasty 1,000 years ago? How dare these foreigners and Japanese pirates act so brazenly inside? Don't they fear colliding with the Taoist patriarchs of legendary caliber hidden within? Looking back at history, it's clear that the Western nations in Japan have always been barbarian tribes, unable to change their bandit-like nature. Now they're just revealing their true colors. Foreign barbarians have always feared might but not virtue. They haven't been beaten yet. I'd actually like to see those confident foreigners and Japanese pirates collide with the hidden Taoist masters inside the cave world. That would be interesting. In the present world, the Zhongzhou Security Bureau, which is collaborating with the authorities on investigations, has also noticed the series of actions taken by Western nations and Japan. They immediately responded and reported the situation. The Zhengzhou authorities quickly deduced their intentions and convened an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. These Western nations and Japan have indeed gone too far, gathering various military forces within the Dongtian small world. This is clearly an attempt to annex the Dongtian small world and divide its territories. This is utterly unacceptable. We cannot stand idly by while they run amok inside. Let us gather a group of elite warriors and strike them down before their military forces in the small world are fully mobilized. This proposal requires caution. If we proceed with this plan, it will undoubtedly trigger a massive conflict. If the war spreads to the real world, the losses would be unimaginable, and it could even endanger the entire world. Soon, the meeting devolved into a heated debate over whether to take action against the Western nations and Japan within the cave heaven. Chapter 144, The Central Continent Council's Countermeasures, Confidence in the West, and Japan's Online Conquest. Just as the heated debate was raging at the meeting, the head of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau, seated at the head of the table, suddenly spoke up to interrupt the ongoing arguments. I think everyone should calm down a bit. We have already consulted the two incarnated patriarchs of the Xinshao sect and the major sects of the current world regarding the issue of the Dongtian small world. It is almost certain that this Dongtian small world was created by the patriarchs and sages of various sects during the Tang dynasty 1,000 years ago to address the challenges of the future age of decline. At this point, the head of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau paused, a peculiar smile appearing on his face. The attendees exchanged glances, their faces also showing a look of confusion, unsure of the meaning behind his sudden remark. Noticing the puzzled glances from those present, the head of the Zhengzhou Security Bureau continued speaking with a meaningful expression. Based on previous investigations and intelligence gathering, this divine realm is home to numerous cultivators who master, ranging from those at the Qi cultivation stage to those at the foundation establishment stage, and even those at the Gangsha realm. The biggest issue is, who can confirm that the golden level founders of the various Taoist sects from 1,000 years ago are truly gone? Upon hearing this, the meeting hall fell silent. Countless minds couldn't help but envision the Song dynasty incense shrine of the Xinshao sect, floating in the void, untouchable and impregnable. There was also the formidable ancestor of the Xinshao sect, Lin Ling Su, who could control the incense and fire divine hall, roam through the void, and summon terrifying golden lightning pillars with a single wave of his hand to strike down upon the world. The expressions of all the attendees present couldn't help but betray a hint of fear. Even the Xinshao sect from the Song dynasty possessed such profound foundations and overwhelming might. What about those major Taoist sects from the prosperous Tang dynasty, with even greater reputations and longer-standing traditions, such as the Tianshi Dao, Ma Shanzong, and Luguan Dao? What kind of terrifying foundations must they possess? The founders of these major Taoist sects were at least at the Gangsha realm, and some might even be golden core cultivators. Even those at the foundation establishment realm could already control artifacts to fly and possessed various, easily surpassing the combat strength of the captains at the Washing Marrow realm within the Central Continent Security Bureau. The Gangsha realm above them was even more unimaginably powerful. Upon realizing this, all the official representatives from Central Continent present immediately calmed down. They had been too careless, completely failing to consider the cultivators within the winter world. The previously intense atmosphere of debate eased, and the direction of the discussion shifted. Everyone had gotten a bit too excited earlier. There was no need to constantly discuss violence. After all, matters could be discussed calmly. That's right. We can adjust our strategic guidelines for the Dongtian small world. Let the Western European nations like the United States and Britain, along with Japan, launch military operations inside first. Meanwhile, Zhengzhou can use this opportunity to make contact with the Dao Tang court within the Dongtian small world. If anything unexpected happens, we'll have a legitimate reason to act. That's a good suggestion. Let them test the waters first to see how deep the waters are in the Dongtian small world, while we in Zhengzhou can prepare our defenses in the background. Soon, after repeated discussions among the attendees, a series of decisions were swiftly approved at the meeting. Meanwhile, the official authorities of Zhengzhou also stepped forward at this time. Diplomatic missions began to condemn the Western nations and Japan for gathering military forces within the Dongtian world. They claimed that the Dongtian small world has always been an integral part of Zhengzhou and strongly condemned such violent acts of invasion. Standing on the moral high ground, the Zhengzhou official harshly criticized the Western nations and Japan, berating them with such vehemence that it was truly satisfying to hear. The diplomatic missions of the Western nations and Japan also launched a counterattack, while various foreign media outlets simultaneously launched a series of familiar whitewashing campaigns, claiming that their actions were aimed at bringing freedom and Western modern technology to the feudal dynasty, and engaging in yet another round of deception. Below the video, numerous netizens from various foreign platforms left comments. Oh my god, this little world is still under the rule of a feudal dynasty? It's hard to believe. We in Japan are all working to bring this feudal dynasty more advanced modern culture. Let them break free from the shackles of their outdated feudal culture. It's time to showcase the chivalry of Great Britain. Break free from dynastic shackles and bring freedom. The so-called theory of freedom has long lost any meaning for netizens in Zhengzhou. After seeing the foreign media reports and comments, many Zhengzhou netizens rushed to the comments section to vent their frustration, engaging in heated arguments with foreign netizens. I almost died laughing. What are you even talking about freedom for? It's just an excuse to invade, isn't it? I've never seen such brazen hypocrites. Just looking at them makes me feel sick. I'll spit on them and leave. Where is the Zhengzhou official account? Why aren't they taking action to deal with them now? Let them know who truly owns this little corner of the world. These foreigners look just like Japanese pirates. It's infuriating. I strongly support the Zhengzhou authorities taking action to crush them. These foreigners with their limited vocabulary have never seen the unique insults of Zhengzhou netizens. They use their mother as the center, relatives as the radius, their father as the auxiliary, ancestors as the goal, and finally draw a circle to curse them. A string of insults like that, and few can withstand it. Zhengzhou netizens, armed with their brutal online combat skills, directly unleashed a torrent of insults on foreign netizens, leaving them humiliated and defeated. The situation was almost completely one-sided. In the end, foreign media outlets and websites were forced to intervene, banning the accounts of the aggressive Zhengzhou netizens, finally turning the tide. Following this series of events, Western nations and Japan also couldn't help but raise their guard against Zhengzhou. Nearly 80% of the jade talismans granting access to the Dongtian realm were located on Zhengzhou's territory, with the Zhengzhou government undoubtedly holding a significant portion. This allowed them to mobilize additional military forces and equipment, and if they were determined, they could completely destroy the Western nations and Japan's forces involved in the incident. Soon, the United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, along with Japan, launched large-scale joint naval exercises in international waters. Their objective was clear: to prevent Zhengzhou from taking action within the Divine Realm to destroy their military forces and to exert military deterrence. Tensions between the East and West escalated sharply, with countless Zhengzhou martial artists and civilians eagerly awaiting official action. However, the outcome was somewhat unexpected. No signs of action from Zhengzhou within the Hollow Heaven mini-world were observed, leaving the Zhengzhou martial artists and civilians perplexed. The Western nations and Japan also remained tense for a while before realizing that Zhengzhou had no intention of expelling them from the Divine Realm, causing them all to sigh in relief. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The Western nations and Japan had already dispatched thousands of well-equipped, highly trained soldiers into the Divine Realm, along with large-scale weapons such as armored vehicles, tanks, aircraft, and light missiles. With 6 nations combined, nearly 10,000 troops, and various modern military equipment, conquering the indigenous inhabitants of the Cave Heaven world, who were still living in a feudal dynasty, should be a piece of cake. Moreover, many Western military advisors conducted simulations using computer models, concluding that it would take no more than 10 days to crush all indigenous resistance and completely conquer the Dongtian world. Soon, confident commanders from the United States, Britain, Western Europe, and Japan waved their hands decisively, launching a conquest campaign against the Dao Tang faction within the small world on the same day the plan was finalized. May heaven bless the United States. Long live the Empress. May the Sun God protect us. May all our warriors be victorious. Chapter 145, Invasion of Daotang Ancient Town, Complete Victory, and Zhengzhou's Response. In the Daotang Dongtian microcosm, at the temporary U.S. base, fully equipped elite soldiers sat atop multi-purpose armored off-road vehicles, tanks, and armed helicopters, launching a massive assault toward the towns of Xingfen, Hanyang, and Suifeng, dozens of miles away. The multi-purpose armored off-road vehicles, tanks, and armed helicopters from the modern world roared toward the town, their arrival ominous. The residents of Daotang Town had never seen such a spectacle before. They panicked, hiding in their homes and peering through the cracks in the windows to sneak a glimpse of the group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed invaders. How could these people have blonde hair and blue eyes? Could they be the legendary people of the Rakshasa kingdom? Quickly notify the village chief and the town's military forces. The vehicles they were driving were also strange. Were they planning to attack our town? This situation immediately alarmed the village heads of neighboring towns. The 50-man militia units from each town, armed with long swords, spears, and shields, hurried out to prepare for battle against the invaders. What do these blonde-haired, blue-eyed Rakshasa people want in our military town? What kind of strange creatures are they riding? Why have we never seen them before? These blonde-haired, blue-eyed demons are advancing with such ferocity they clearly mean no good. Where did they get the audacity to dare invade our Daotang town? This is utterly outrageous. The military leader drew his long sword and shouted loudly, "Sword and shield soldiers, prepare! Attached mages, prepare to cast light body technique. Golden armor technique. Battle formation." The accompanying mages at the chi cultivation realm level clenched their magical seals, and a faint glow flickered, bestowing various spells upon the swordsmen, shieldmen, and spearmen in the ranks. Under the military leader's command, the 50-man unit quickly formed a battle formation, with ripples of spiritual light emanating from them as they charged toward the armored vehicles and tanks ahead. Facing this ancient close-quarters combat style, the commanders could barely suppress their laughter. These backward, primitive natives dare to try to resist a tank and armored vehicle force with swords and shields? It's laughable. It's time to teach these backward primitives from the cave heaven world a lesson. Let them see the true power of modern military might. Tanks, prepare your shells. Fire. At the command, the tank's gun barrel flashed with a burst of fire. Amidst the billowing smoke, a shell was fired directly at the advancing formation of soldiers. Boom! The explosion and shockwave from the shell spread out through the ranks, tearing apart the faint spiritual light emanating from the swordsmen, shieldmen, and spearmen. The shockwave spread, leaving them all severely injured in an instant. Before the troops could react, machine gun fire erupted, and countless bullets whistled through the air. The entire battle lasted less than 3 minutes. The 50 soldiers in the town were completely crushed by tank shells and machine gun fire. Only the military leaders and the Chi cultivation level mages accompanying them reacted quickly, taking advantage of the smoke-filled chaos to flee into the nearby forest. Seeing the troops collapse so easily, the Taoist monks and villagers from the surrounding towns looked terrified, and the village heads were also pale with shock. They never imagined that these blonde-haired, blue-eyed invaders, who appeared to be from the demon realm, could possess such terrifying destructive power, and that the town's regular troops were no match for them. Soon, the village heads hurriedly released the town's messenger pigeons, sending news of the attack to the higher-ranking cities and prefectures. Meanwhile, Britain and other Western European nations, as well as Japan, launched swift attacks on nearby towns. Facing modern military forces such as tanks and armored vehicles, the regular troops of the towns and the Chi-cultivating array masters were no match for them, offering little resistance. The entire battle was over in less than 5 minutes. Relying on their modern, powerful military equipment, Britain and other Western European nations, as well as Japan, easily captured several nearby towns with little effort. Such an easy victory further inflated the confidence of the Western European nations like the United States and Britain, as well as Japan, who now viewed the indigenous inhabitants of the cavernous realms as insignificant threats. The commanders of various nations reported their victories back to the real world, sparking another wave of celebration. They were now even more certain that they could completely conquer the feudal dynasties of the Dongtian small world and complete their occupation within 10 days. Some had even begun researching immigration plans, resource development, and engineering modifications for the Dingtian small world. Countless people were eager to get started, waiting for the complete conquest to begin so they could reap the benefits of their conquests. Chun utilized the system's power to project his mind and intent into the Dao Tang divine realm, witnessing the entire process of modern military forces like armored vehicles and tanks effortlessly outmatching the town's military units. This outcome was entirely within his expectations. The true strength of modern military forces lies in their artillery and firearms. Vehicles like armored cars and tanks, equipped with machine guns, can be operated with proficiency after only a short period of training, unleashing tremendous destructive power. In the Daotang Dongtian micro-world, a group of 50 ordinary soldiers and Chi cultivation level mages were no match for modern military forces. Only a formation of 300 or more warriors or foundation establishment level cultivators could stand up to them. Looking at the confident Western nations and the Japanese small world's garrison troops, Chun couldn't help but shake his head, thinking that they were rejoicing too soon. This was the Daotang Dongtian small world that had cost him over 3 million source points. How could it be so easy to deal with? Daotang, the true source of its power did not lie in the imperial troops under the court's command, but in the countless cultivators hidden within the Daotang divine realm. Chun couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation for the confident Western nations in Japan when they encountered the Taoist cultivators of the Gangsha realm hidden within the Daotang divine realm. He wondered what expressions they would show then. At this thought, a mischievous smile crept onto his face. Meanwhile, within the Daotang Dongtian microcosm, the various Zhengzhou martial artists and official representatives from the Zhengzhou Security Bureau were also closely watching the conquest war between the Western nations and Japan. Some were even present at the scene, witnessing the entire clash between modern military forces and the military might of an ancient feudal dynasty. There was no doubt that the clash ended with the Western nations and Japan emerging victorious. When supernatural powers hadn't reached a certain level, they simply weren't a match for modern military forces. In the real world, there were also numerous discussions online about the battle in the Daotang Dongtian small world. Seeing the Western nations and Japan achieve victory with overwhelming force, many Zhengzhou netizens couldn't stay seated, and they flooded the comments sections of related videos with passionate remarks. The Western nations and Japan are nothing but a bunch of bandits. They're bullying the ancient inhabitants of the Daotang Dongtian microcosm with their modern military might. It's utterly shameless. Why hasn't the Zhengzhou government intervened yet? I strongly support the Zhengzhou authorities sending troops into the Dongtian Shao world to strike against these Western bandits and Japanese pirates. Drive them all out. If the Zhengzhou authorities don't act soon, the Western nations and Japan will divide the Dongtian small world among themselves. I'm an outsider, and I'm getting so anxious watching this. Chapter 146, Long-awaited reunion of the Junyang friends, current situation, and the Daotang court takes action. In the present world, a group of Zhengzhou netizens were passionately discussing the battle situation in the Daotang Dongtian small world online. Meanwhile, at the Zhangzhou Security Bureau, a meeting was also underway, discussing the recent developments within the Dao Tang Dongtian small world. On the projection screen in the meeting room, footage of the invasion by the Western nations in Japan within the Daozang Divine Realm was being played, with the attendees engaged in intense discussions. From the video footage taken on site, it was clear that the Western nations in Japan were clearly gaining the upper hand. The garrison troops and accompanying mages in Daotang Town were no match for them. From the footage, it was evident that while the garrison troops in Daotang Town could form battle formations and unleash some extraordinary abilities, they were still unable to withstand the direct assault of tank shells. Additionally, the accompanying mages were only at the Qi cultivation realm. So far, no cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage have been spotted, possibly because Daotang still operates under the ancient imperial court system, lacking the modern communication facilities and means available today, and has not yet responded accordingly. Should we also prepare a certain military force to station in the Daotang Cave Heaven small world to prevent the worst-case scenario from occurring? Without having witnessed any Foundation establishment-level cultivators in action, the Zhangzhou authorities have become even more cautious, maintaining a wait-and-see stance and refraining from intervening lightly. Meanwhile, they secretly dispatched official warriors to make contact with Daotang's court officials, directly handing over all information about the Western nations in Japan stationed in the Daotang Cave Heaven, delivering a blow from behind. The Daotang Divine Realm has tenuous connections to the Tang dynasty of 1,000 years ago, coupled with blood ties to the present-day Central Plains and a closely intertwined culture, making it effortless to betray the Western nations in Japan. Within the Daotang's Dongtian small world, in the vast city of Luoyang, the capital of the Daotang kingdom, in a private room of the Luyu pavilion, Guchen sipped his wine, looking at the group of friends before him. A long-awaited gathering had begun. It's been ages since we last gathered. Come, try this osmanthus-infused aged wine. The flavor is quite pleasant. Lu Qing'er chuckled softly, raising her wine cup. Zhou Yuyan sighed, her gaze filled with envy as she looked at Lu Qing'er and Fang Xiu sitting beside her. I really envy the two of you for how quickly you're progressing in your cultivation. I've only been practicing Qi cultivation for a short time, and it's already difficult for me to catch up with you two. Fang Xiu nodded and spoke slowly. Yuyan, you're not bad either. You're just a bit slower than us. We have the foundation of national arts and human immortal martial arts, so cultivating Qi is no challenge for us. The difficult part is the Foundation establishment realm. I wonder when we'll be able to fly like those senior sisters in the monastery. Yijin, sitting beside her, snorted lightly. What's so difficult about the Foundation establishment realm? The Gangsha realm is what true geniuses aspire to. Can't you stop pretending to be so cool? You can't even touch the door of the Foundation establishment realm yet, and you're already dreaming of the Gangsha realm? Li Xingming rolled his eyes and sarcastically remarked. Wang Xiuai, however, looked curiously at Guchen, who was drinking beside him, and couldn't help but ask, Guchen, what realm have you reached in your cultivation? Can you give us a hint? Upon hearing this, Fang Xiu, Lu Qing'er, and Li Xingming all turned to look at him with curious expressions. Previously, whether it was martial arts cultivation or the later human immortal martial arts, he had easily outclassed all the Junyang friends, so naturally they were extremely curious about his cultivation progress. As the person who had always been the most reclusive in the Junyang clan, why not reveal some information so we can all envy you? Fang Xiu couldn't help but tease him. Yijin, who was sitting at a 45-degree angle, looking up at the ceiling and pretending not to care, couldn't help but quietly prick up his ears, his mind filled with curiosity. Zhou Yuyan noticed the reactions of everyone at the table and felt a bit surprised. She couldn't help but glance at Guchen, who was sitting next to her with a lazy expression. This was their first time sitting face to face, and she couldn't tell that he was the most mysterious person in the Junyang clan. Feeling the curious glances from the other Junyang members, Guchen shrugged his shoulders. A glow emanated from his body, and in the next moment, he floated into the air as if weightless. Maybe I have a natural talent for cultivation, plus I had good luck. I ate a 500-year-old purple leaf cloud mushroom and managed to enter the Foundation establishment realm 2 days ago. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiu, Lu Qing'er, Li Xingming, and Wang Xiaoi all wore expressions of envy and jealousy. A 500-year-old purple leaf cloud mushroom. That's already considered a high-grade spiritual herb. Herbs of this caliber are usually guarded by demon beasts at the Foundation establishment realm. You actually managed to pick it? Your luck is simply unbelievable. I'm so jealous. Do you need someone to hang onto your leg for good luck? I want to rub off some of your luck. Why can't I encounter such a spiritual herb? The heavens are unfair. This is truly devastating. Yijin snorted lightly, his expression growing extremely solemn. No wonder he's the man my brother Yi Lianchen considers his rival. His luck is truly terrifying. Watching Guchen's spiritual energy surge and float effortlessly in midair, Zhou Yuyan's eyes flickered with envy. In her mind, she couldn't help but recall her first time entering the Daotang Dongtian miniature world and encountering that mysterious sage who had saved her life. She wondered what level of cultivation that person had attained. Sipping osmanthus wine and nibbling on pastries, the 7 people in the private room couldn't help but whisper about the recent changes in the Daotang Dongtian microcosm. The first topic was the invasion launched by the Western nations in Japan, news of which had already been carried by spirit pigeons to the higher-up counties, with plenty of rumors circulating. Fang Xiu couldn't help but sneer coldly, speaking with a look of contempt. How could these Western barbarians and Japanese pirates know the true depth of the Daotang Dongtian small world? They had occupied a few towns and already felt invincible, thinking the Daotang court was nothing to fear. They had no idea about the Daotang army's large-scale battle formations or the power of the cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, let alone the elders and sect masters of various Daoist sects at the Gangsha realm above them. They were truly courting death. Sitting beside him, Lu Qinger couldn't help but laugh and spoke softly. I've spoken with several young ladies from Luoyang City. The Tang dynasty court is furious. The Empress has already issued an edict, ordering all cultivators at the foundation establishment stage in nearby cities to join 500 soldiers in taking action. I'm sure an epic battle will unfold soon. I hope the Western nations and Japan can hold out a little longer. He. These Western foreigners and Japanese pirates only noticed the Tang dynasty's feudal dynasty facade, seeking to conquer the Tang dynasty and divide the small world among themselves, intending to turn it into a colony. They're nothing like the Central Plains authorities, who are cautious and quietly amassing wealth. Listening to the comments of his companions, Gu Chen couldn't help but smile. His gaze flickered, and his mind and intent, aided by the system's power, quietly descended upon the entire small world. He watched the new round of battles unfold between the Western nations and Japan's stationed troops, the Daotang warriors, and the Daoist cultivators at the foundation establishment level. The Western European nations like the United States and Britain, brimming with confidence, and Japan were no longer satisfied with the towns they had occupied. They continuously used Jade Scroll talismans to transport more elite soldiers and combat equipment into the Cave Heaven world, while launching a new round of invasions against nearby cities. The Daotang court had already issued an imperial decree, and nearby cities such as Yuelong, Muyang, and Fengxian sprang into action. The 800 elite soldiers stationed in the cities, along with the Daoist practitioners at the foundation establishment level from the Daoist monasteries, finally made their move. The two sides soon collided with each other. Chapter 147, Western nations in eastern Japan suffer humiliating defeat as their troops form a tank formation. In the cities of Yuelong, Muyang, and Fengxian, the 800 elite soldiers stationed there, led by the Wuchi Xiaowei, slowly emerged from the city gates. 2 disciples at the foundation establishment level from the official Daoist academy also walked out with cold expressions, holding their talisman swords. Not far from these cities, elite forces from the United States, Britain, Western European nations, and Japan had gathered, as if by prior arrangement, and simultaneously launched attacks on the nearby cities. Tanks and armored vehicles of various models roared across the ground, while armed helicopters circled overhead, their missile systems already primed and ready. On one side were the elite warriors of the Daotang court and 2 disciples of the Daoist academy at the foundation establishment level, while on the other were high-tech military forces from the modern world. The 2 sides were vastly different in style, with the ancient and modern standing in stark contrast. In the distance, numerous martial artists from the Daotang Divine Realm and official personnel from the Zhengzhou Security Bureau watched the standoff from afar, their expressions tense as they wondered how the clash would unfold. The Wuchi captain and his 800 elite soldiers were examining the armored vehicles and tanks across from them, their brows furrowed. They had never seen such creations before. The disciples of the Daoist Academy at the foundation establishment level exchanged glances, their spiritual light flickering as their eyes fell upon the armed helicopters circling in the sky. The elite troops from the United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as Japan, looked at the soldiers facing them, their expressions filled with contempt. They were certain that these natives from the Dongtian world could never match the power of modern military technology. A group of natives from the celestial realms, thinking they could defeat modern scientific power with sheer numbers? How ignorant and foolish! Tanks and armored vehicles, prepare your machine guns. Let's begin. Just like before, use the fastest method to crush these natives from the Dongtian worlds and show them the true power of modern technology. Eliminating these ignorant natives as quickly as possible is the nightly code. The Empress is watching us from behind, waiting for victory. Gentlemen, let's begin. Amaterasu Amakami is watching over us. On the plains before the cities, both sides sized each other up for a moment before launching their attacks. The martial cavalry captains of Yuelong, Muyang, and Fengxian cities looked at the tanks, armored vehicles, and elite soldiers across from them, snorted coldly, drew their swords, and shouted, "All soldiers, fall in. Form the White Tiger Genjin battle formation. Activate the spells. Kill the enemy." As the cavalry captains of each city gave the order, the 800 elite soldiers behind them swiftly reacted, activating the spells embedded in their armor. A shimmering light spread out, linking their energies together, and they gradually coalesced into the form of a white tiger, their blades gleaming with a fierce edge. This White Tiger Genjin battle formation was evolved from ancient military formations, capable of linking the auras of the warriors together. Individually, the warriors might not be particularly strong, but once their numbers reached a certain threshold, their combined power would yield entirely different results. The combined strength of 800 soldiers converged on the main array's cavalry captain, unleashing destructive power that directly reached the Foundation establishment realm and even an enhanced version of it. At the same time, the tanks on the opposite side began to move, firing shells from their cannons, while the machine guns on the armored vehicles roared, unleashing a barrage of bullets that swept toward the battle formation of the 800 soldiers from the various cities. Boom! Several shells struck the White Tiger Genjin battle formation formed by the 800 warriors, accompanied by massive explosions and terrifying shockwaves. A faint spiritual light shrouded the battle formation, evenly dispersing the impact force across the 800 soldiers within. As a result, they merely took a few steps back, with their chi and blood slightly surging. 800 soldiers could easily withstand the direct impact of a tank's cannon shells. I knew the Tang dynasty wasn't ordinary. If this were an array of thousands of soldiers, who knows how terrifying the power they could unleash? Quick, film this. This scene is too thrilling. Ha, just wait for the Western nations and Japan to eat their words. The Zhangzhou warriors and official personnel from the Zhangzhou Security Bureau watching from a distance were also amazed, feeling a bit schadenfreude, with many of them immediately pulling out their phones to film the scene. Seeing the 800 veteran soldiers blocking the tank's frontal bombardment, the commanders of the attacking nations, the United States, Britain, and other Western European countries, as well as Japan, couldn't help but widen their eyes and blurt out FCK in unison. Tank shells couldn't even scratch these local warriors? This doesn't make sense. My god. This isn't scientific. What kind of power are these natives using to block the shells? Queen Elizabeth, am I dreaming? Quick, suppress them with machine guns. I don't believe these natives can withstand modern military power head-on. As orders were issued, machine guns mounted on armored vehicles from the United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as Japan, roared to life, sweeping forward and unleashing a hail of bullets, creating a storm of bullets. Da! Dense bullets poured out, crossing paths to cover the 800 soldiers arrayed in formation across the field. All troops, follow orders. Charge with your company officers and kill the enemy. At the command, the 800 soldiers sprang into action, drawing their swords and charging forward. The sharp, golden energy from their blades coalesced into a fierce white tiger. The cavalry officers swung their swords through the air, aiming at the tanks ahead. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, the fierce white tiger formed by the Genjin energy collided directly with the tank, instantly warping and deforming the outer armor. The terrifying impact that followed instantly overturned the entire tank. The Genjin energy continued to erode, leaving deep gashes on the tank's surface, resembling the cuts made by a cutting machine. The scene before them nearly caused the commanders of the United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as those from Japan, to drop their jaws in disbelief. What the hell? After all, a heavy tank weighs dozens of tons, and with its thick outer armor, it should have been a crushing force against these feudal era natives. However, reality delivered a harsh blow. These 800 warriors had overturned the tank using only their battle formations. Given the terrifying power of these cave dwellers' formations, if they were allowed to close in, the remaining tanks and armored vehicles would likely be wiped out. Upon the orders of the Western nations and Japanese commanders, the remaining tanks and armored vehicles quickly dodged to the side while ordering the armed helicopters in the air to provide support, attempting to use air-to-ground light missiles to bomb these natives into oblivion. Whoosh! Amidst the series of whistling sounds, over 10 light missiles, trailing flames, screamed toward the 800 soldiers on the ground. However, at that moment, the disciples of the Taoist Academy at the gates of Yulong, Muyang, and Fengxian City raised their eyebrows slightly, their bodies shrouded in spiritual light. They rose into the air, each wielding their own magical artifacts, ready to act. Seeing the spiritual light soaring into the sky, the commanders of the Western nations and Japan immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Chapter 148, Foundation Building War Aircraft, Western nations, and Eastern Japan suffered devastating defeat. The disciples of the Taoist Academy at the Foundation establishment level soared into the air, their gazes cold and fierce, their aura sharp. They activated their magical artifacts and charged head-on toward over 10 light missiles. The Zhangzhou warriors and official personnel from the Zhangzhou Security Bureau watching from afar couldn't help but take a deep breath, their eyes filled with anticipation. This was the first time they had ever seen Foundation establishment level disciples from the Dao Tang Academy in action. This was their first opportunity to witness the clash between the extraordinary cultivation system of the Dao Tang celestial realm and modern military technology. Meanwhile, the Western nations and Japanese commanders on the ground, upon seeing the spiritual light charging toward the dozen light missiles, couldn't help but reveal a look of tension on their faces. Humming. As the spiritual light emitted by the magical artifacts swept past the over 10 light missiles, the latter exploded as if they had suddenly collided with something solid. Boom! Amidst a series of explosions, fireworks bloomed in the sky. After detonating the light missiles in midair, the Taoist disciples from the Taoist academies in cities like Yulong, Muyang, and Fengxian, who were soaring through the air, fixed their gaze on the armed helicopters circling overhead. The pilots felt the cold, piercing stares and couldn't help but shiver, quickly changing direction to create distance while launching light missiles to intercept. The Taoist disciples stationed in the cities of Yulong, Muyang, and Fengxian showed no hesitation. They once again rode the spiritual light and charged forward, leaving a conspicuous trail in the sky. They detonated one light missile after another in mid-air and pursued the armed helicopters. This scene left the commanders of the Western nations in Japan speechless, their hearts sinking to the bottom. They finally understood where that ominous feeling had come from. How could these natives from a feudal dynasty still possess such powerful, supernatural abilities? Why hadn't they seen these natives during the siege of the town? In an instant, the Western nations and Japanese commanders realized they were doomed. They wanted to find the intelligence gatherers and strangle them on the spot. What happened to the claim that these cave dwellers were a backward civilization? What were those beings chasing after the armed helicopters in the sky? What happened to their supposed weakness? What happened to their 99% combat victory rate? How could a mere 800 warriors armed with swords and shields withstand direct artillery fire and even overturn tanks weighing dozens of tons? WTF. The Zhangzhou martial artists and official personnel from the Zhangzhou Security Bureau watching from afar couldn't help but marvel as the disciples of the Taoist Academy at the Foundation Establishment realm rose into the air, transforming into beams of light that chased after the armed helicopters mid-flight. Foundation-level cultivators are this powerful? They can even chase after armed helicopters. This is simply too powerful. Such combat strength is utterly unmatched. We'd probably need supersonic fighter jets to stand a chance against them. Watching these foreign devils and Japanese invaders being beaten by the Dao Tang court, I'm completely satisfied. Kill them all. I've had it with them for a long time. In the sky, Taoist disciples at the Foundation Establishment realm were chasing after the armed helicopters. The light missiles mounted on the helicopters were quickly depleted, and they were soon caught by the spiritual light. In a single exchange, their tail fins were blown off, and they plummeted from the sky with a loud explosion. On the ground, the battle was equally one-sided. 800 warriors formed a battle formation, charging forward recklessly. The Gangjin energy transformed into a ferocious white tiger, easily tearing apart armored vehicles and overturning tanks. Upon witnessing this scene, the commanders of the Western nations in Japan immediately ordered their demon-blooded warriors and martial artists to intervene. Unfortunately, against the overwhelming power of the White Tiger's Gangjin formation, these demonic bloodline-enhanced warriors and Japanese martial artists were no match, and were swiftly crushed by the surging Gangjin energy. In just half an hour, the battle had turned into a one-sided rout. The Western nations and Japanese forces, who had been confident in their ability to conquer the city, were all soundly defeated. They were beaten to a pulp by the White Tiger Gangjin battle formation formed by the 800 elite soldiers stationed in the city, along with the disciples of the Foundation Establishment Taoist Academy, leaving them questioning their very existence and shattering their worldview. Soon, the Western nations and Japanese forces, utterly defeated, fled in all directions, having been utterly terrified by the brutal assault. Gu Chen, who had used the system's power to project his mind and consciousness into the divine realm, watched the entire scene unfold. Looking at the Western nations and Japanese forces that had been utterly defeated, he couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth upward, a smug expression appearing on his face. You had your chance, but you couldn't take it. This was merely a battle array formed by less than 1,000 cultivators at the Foundation Establishment realm, and you couldn't even hold them back. The cultivators at the Gangsha realm and the 10,000-strong battle array haven't even appeared yet. Gu Chen found the Western nations and Japanese forces' half-hearted conquest rather boring. Perhaps the superficial intelligence they had obtained in their previous easy victories had gone to their heads, making them think they could easily defeat the Dao Tang Cave Heaven World. They hadn't brought in any large-scale war equipment, so getting beaten like this was to be expected. As soon as this war ended, Gu Chen had already gained nearly 50,000 source points. Once the news of the battle in the Dao Tang Dongtian small world spread, he would likely receive even more source points. Thinking of this, Gu Chen quickly returned his mind and focus to his own body. The crowd of friends before him continued to discuss the battle between the Western nations and Japan over cities like Yulong, Muyang, and Fengxian. He couldn't help but smile. Perhaps by the time we're discussing this, the battle has already concluded. Upon hearing his words, the other friends exchanged glances. Before they could ask anything, the spirit talisman at Lu Qinger's waist emitted a faint glow. She listened carefully and spoke with a look of surprise. I received a spirit message from a young lady of the Chang family I befriended in Luoyang City. She said that those daring and reckless Rasha people have been defeated and captured many prisoners. Gu Chen, you really predicted this accurately. In response, Gu Chen shrugged and smiled, saying he had merely guessed. The other Junyang friends sitting nearby exchanged glances and couldn't help but reveal a smirk of schadenfreude. Haha, that sounds so satisfying. Those foreign devils and Japanese pirates have finally met their match. Good news. Let's celebrate with a toast. The Western nations and Japan's forces that had entered the Dao Tang Dongtian small world were soundly defeated and returned in disarray. This news was quickly brought back to the mortal realm by the Zhengzhou martial artists who had witnessed the battle, including the videos they had recorded, which spread widely online, causing a huge stir. Chapter 149, Earth-shattering upheaval in the real world, abundant harvest at the source point. The elite forces of Western nations in Japan suffered an unimaginable defeat. The Daotang Dongtian small world finally revealed its hidden terrifying power. Hurry up! Watch the Daotang court crush the Western nations in Japan's elite forces. Online, a crowd of netizens from Zhengzhou were watching videos circulating about the small world of Daotang Dongtian. Western nations led by the United States and Britain, along with elite forces from Japan, were advancing towards cities such as Yuelong, Muyang, and Fengxian, facing off against the elite troops stationed in the imperial cities of Daotang. The following scenes left all netizens utterly captivated. 800 soldiers formed a battle array, with the energy of transforming into the form of a white tiger, effortlessly withstanding the barrage of tank shells. In a single charge, they overturned the tanks. Even disciples at the foundation establishment level of the Taoist Academy intervened, intercepting missiles launched from the sky and pursuing armed helicopters. The video, which lasted less than half an hour, documented the entire process of the arrogant Western nations and Japanese forces being utterly defeated, leaving viewers stunned in the comment section quickly surpassing 10,000 posts. The Daotang court is amazing. Just the battle formation formed by 800 warriors was enough to easily destroy tanks and armored vehicles. Add in the foundation-level cultivators, and the Western nations in Japan have hit a brick wall. This is so satisfying to watch. These foreigners and Japanese pirates finally got what they deserved. It's so satisfying. They were just bragging about bringing freedom and modern technology to the Daotang divine realm, talking a big game. Now they've finally gotten their asses kicked, their faces swollen from the beating. Let's see if they dare to talk trash anymore. Daotang is mighty and domineering. Beat the foreigners and Japanese pirates to a pulp. Make them beg for mercy. It's truly satisfying to watch. Our Zhengzhou officials are so cunning. They probably already knew the outcome all along. No wonder they didn't intervene earlier and only issued strong condemnations. They're so ruthless, I love it. Watching the Western nations and Japanese elite forces being brutally beaten by the Daotang imperial troops and Taoist Academy disciples in the small world, the Zhengzhou officials couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was pure schadenfreude. Subsequently, the Zhengzhou Foreign Affairs Office also spoke out with righteous indignation. No matter how they try to justify their actions with flowery excuses, all acts of aggression and violence will ultimately face the righteous wrath of justice. We urge the Western nations in Japan to behave themselves. It was clear that these words were the Zhengzhou authorities mocking the Western nations in Japan for their humiliating defeat in the hidden heaven world. As the parties involved, the Western nations in Japan were stunned upon hearing the news of their crushing defeat in the divine realm, nearly believing their ears had failed them. After preparing for nearly 20 days, deploying modern elite weapons such as tanks, armored vehicles, and armed helicopters, the result was a humiliating defeat? Have their elite forces degenerated to the point where they can't even defeat the natives of the Dongtian small world, which is still in a feudal era? With deep doubts, the leaders of Western nations in Japan hurriedly reviewed the relevant intelligence and videos. Upon seeing this, they all froze in place, doubting their own eyes. Wait a moment, what is the formation of those soldiers in the video? How can they withstand the direct impact of tank shells? And how can a single charge overturn a tank weighing dozens of tons? And what about those figures capable of flying by manipulating chi and using spiritual light to detonate missiles? How are they able to chase after armed helicopters and shoot them down? WTF. The intelligence report said this was just a backward, feudal-era world inhabited by primitive natives. Why didn't they mention they possessed supernatural abilities? Not only can they take down tanks, but they can also chase down planes. Come on, intelligence department, tell me what the hell kind of backward civilization these so-called natives are. What the hell are you guys in the intelligence department doing? Are you all blind? The intelligence agencies of Western nations in Donyang watched the combat videos transmitted from the secluded world, their eyes wide with disbelief, unable to speak for half a day. Who would have thought that such a backward civilization, seemingly stuck in the feudal era, could hide so deeply? Not only do they have these powerful warriors who can control extraordinary powers, but there are also beings capable of chasing down armed helicopters with their extraordinary abilities. In an instant, the intelligence agencies of Western countries and Japan were humiliated beyond belief. The relevant officials were immediately stripped of their positions and fired. Watching the Central Continent's diplomatic office speak out with righteous indignation and unable to hide their schadenfreude, the Western countries and Japan felt utterly frustrated, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood in frustration. Their faces were slapped so hard they stung. Meanwhile, the foreign netizens who had previously supported and celebrated the incident were left speechless. Watching the videos of their own country's elite forces being brutally defeated, they could not believe what they were seeing and posted intense comments below the videos. Oh, my god. These cave dwellers are demons from hell. They possess such terrifying power. Damn it. These Dongtian natives aren't some backward civilization. They're a super advanced civilization with extraordinary powers. Did the intelligence agencies that gathered information before have blind eyes? Damn it! We must make these Dongtian natives pay the price. We must retaliate. Deploy even more powerful military weapons. Let them know what true fear is. This is an extraordinary civilization disguised as a feudal dynasty. They possess power completely different from our technology. They are simply too powerful. In the coastal city, Chun stepped out of the cave world using the power of the Jade Scroll talisman, stretched lazily, and then casually pulled out his phone to check it. As expected, over the past few days, the entire internet had been flooded with news of the Western nations and Japanese elite forces being soundly defeated by the Dao Tang court. Out of the top 10 trending headlines, 8 were related to the Dao Tang cave heaven, indicating that the buzz would continue for some time. Putting away his phone, Chun began to review the related gains. Given the current level of attention and interest, he had obtained a massive harvest of 800,000 source points. He couldn't help but express his sincere gratitude to the Western nations and Japanese elite forces that had been soundly defeated. Without the global attention they had sparked, he wouldn't have been able to obtain such a vast amount of primal points. What a kind person. For a moment, a mischievous thought arose in Chun's mind. Should he design a few more scripts and find a way to crush the Western nations and Japan again? The moment the thought crossed his mind, he felt a surge of excitement, as if a vast number of source points were beckoning him. After all, the Western nations and Japan were foreign tribes, as the saying goes, those who are not of our kind have different hearts. Chun felt no qualms about scheming against them. Chapter 150, Targeting the Gate Master? Isn't this tempting me to strike? The United States, Britain, the Western European nations, and Japan had recently suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Dao Tang court in the Divine Realm. After reflecting on their losses, they immediately began to devise countermeasures. The previous plan to quickly conquer the indigenous inhabitants of the Divine Realm was no longer feasible. The Tang dynasty's soldiers and the Taoist Academy's disciples possessed overwhelming combat power, and there was currently no way to counter these beings with their extraordinary abilities. As for other large-scale weapons of mass destruction, the Zhongzhou authorities were keeping a close eye on them and would never allow such actions. Additionally, Zhongzhou possessed a far greater number of Jade Scroll talismans, so a direct confrontation would only result in mutual destruction. Therefore, out of caution, they quickly dispatched Asian-looking individuals with Zhongzhou features into the Dongtian small world to gather intelligence and see if there was any chance of obtaining the extraordinary powers possessed by the Dongtian natives. Within the cave heaven, the counterattack from the Dao Tang court continued unabated. 20 disciples at the foundation establishment level from the Taoist Academy struck with lightning speed, swiftly reclaiming all the towns occupied by the Western nations and Japan. These elite troops affiliated with the Western nations and Japan were no match for the Taoist Academy disciples at the foundation establishment stage. They quickly raised their hands in surrender and were immediately taken away by soldiers led by several captains. Facing these invaders from the outside world, the Dao Tang court in the small world showed no mercy. They branded all the captives with slave marks and immediately sent them to mine high-grade iron and copper ore. These elite soldiers from the Western nations never imagined they would end up as slaves digging ore. As they toiled away at their various manual labor tasks, they couldn't help but start shouting for freedom, fair treatment of prisoners, and their human rights, strongly protesting the unfair treatment, blah blah blah. Facing the noisy Western elite soldiers, the Chi cultivation level supervisors in the mine shafts sneered coldly, picked up their whips without a word, and began to beat the protesters until they screamed in pain. What a joke! A bunch of defeated prisoners dare to make so many demands? It seems they haven't yet seen the iron fist of the Dao Tang. It's time to teach these guys what self-discipline as a prisoner means. After enduring a brutal whipping, the intense pain quickly made the Western soldiers realize the harsh reality of their situation. They were not in the mortal world but in a hidden realm where extraordinary powers existed and feudal dynastic rules still prevailed. The mortal world's rules regarding the treatment of prisoners did not apply here. After this sudden turn of events, the fair-haired foreigners found themselves unable to move freely in this hidden realm, daring not to reveal themselves for fear of attracting attention and being labeled spies by the Tang dynasty court, only to be thrown into prison for interrogation. Those of Asian descent who had been sent from the outside world also became much more cautious, beginning to gather intelligence. In the Taoist-dominated world of the cave heaven, legends about various sages and Taoist practitioners were abundant. In some larger cities, one could even find Taoist academies affiliated with the Dao Tang government. With careful investigation, information about the cultivation system of the Golden Dao in the cave heaven could also be obtained. Soon, the intelligence agents sent out returned with the information they had gathered, and countries like the United States, Britain, and Japan in Western Europe, as well as Japan, began to learn about the cultivation system in the small world of the Taoist realm. Their minds immediately became active. After a series of meetings and discussions, they also formulated new strategies, emulating the learn from the barbarians to subdue the barbarians strategy from the Central Plains, and prepared to send professional spies and agents to infiltrate the world and steal the cultivation techniques. Within the entire hidden realm, the easiest place to obtain cultivation techniques was undoubtedly the Taoist academies affiliated with the official court of the Taoist Empire, which were located in various cities. These academies housed numerous techniques for cultivating qi and establishing a foundation, while the more advanced techniques for cultivating the Gangsha realm were only available in the capital city of Luoyang. The admission process for Taoist academies is not overly stringent, with relatively low requirements for aptitude. The examinations are highly formal, requiring candidates to pass the heart reflection test. Upon successfully entering a Taoist academy, one must serve the Taoist court for at least 5 years. Among the numerous martial artists from Zhengzhou who entered the Dongtian Small Worlds, only a portion chose to join the official Taoist academies affiliated with the Daotang court. Most of the other martial artists from Zhengzhou did not wish to be bound by the Daotang court or serve it for 5 years. They quickly turned their attention to other Taoist sects within the divine realm, seeking suitable opportunities. On the other hand, the Central Plains Security Bureau, after a series of contacts and negotiations, finally established a cooperative relationship with the Daotang court, bringing various modern equipment and items into the cave heaven world and becoming infrastructure development enthusiasts. With the approval of the Daotang court, the Zhengzhou Security Bureau was able to send a group of captains and official martial artists to the Daotang official institution's Taoist academies to study Taoist cultivation techniques, achieving remarkable results, with the majority having already entered the qi cultivation realm. The United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as Japan, upon receiving intelligence reports, acted in unison to sever ties with the Taoist academies affiliated with the Daotang court's official institutions. Given their current circumstances, they would struggle to pass the heart-mind realm test alone. If their former identities as invaders and their intentions to steal Taoist cultivation techniques were discovered, they would be swiftly apprehended, imprisoned, interrogated, and subsequently sent to underground mines for forced labor. As a result, the United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, along with Japan, quickly shifted their focus to the various Taoist sects existing within the Dongtian Small Worlds. Compared to the Daotang court's Taoist academies, which imposed numerous trials, these Taoist sects scattered across the small worlds of the Daotian were entirely different. Everything depended on faith. They lived in tranquility and inaction, with few trials or requirements. Moreover, it was said that the cultivation techniques they mastered were far more powerful than those of the Daotang court's academies. The Western European countries such as the United States and Britain, as well as Japan, began to take covert action, dispatching numerous spies and agents with Asian features and knowledge of Central Plains culture into the small worlds, beginning to plot against the major Taoist sects in the small worlds. Gu Chen had initially hesitated about whether to scheme against the Western nations in Japan to harvest some primordial points, but he quickly discovered their plans when his mind and intent descended upon the small world. Looking at the spies and agents who had set their sights on the various Taoist sects within the Dongtian world, his expression grew somewhat peculiar. These Western nations and Japan really had talent. Targeting ordinary small Taoist temples and minor sects was one thing, but setting their sights on major Taoist sects with practitioners at the Gangsha realm was another matter entirely. What the hell? Are they not satisfied with the excitement of ordinary small Taoist temples and sects? Why provoke these major Taoist sects with Gangsha realm experts? Aren't they blatantly tempting him, the mastermind behind the scenes? Seeing the Western nations and Japan practically begging for Gangsha-level masters to beat them up, Gu Chen felt he should take this opportunity to scheme against them, shed a few tears, and harvest a batch of primordial points. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his identity as the mastermind behind the scenes. Chapter 151, Self-Destructive Antics, Stealing a Gangsha Realm Expert's Sect. Over the next month or so, many martial artists from Zhengzhou and official martial artists from the Zhengzhou Security Bureau began to feel puzzled. The Western nations in Japan, which had been soundly beaten by the Daotang court, showed no signs of action whatsoever. After all, the combined forces they had deployed in the Divine Realm world amounted to nearly 10,000 troops, and now nearly 9 out of 10 had been wiped out. When did these Western nations and Japan become so magnanimous? Losing so many elite soldiers and military equipment without uttering a word? Did they take the wrong medicine? Or are they biding their time to cause trouble? However, within the Western nations and Japan, there was no sign of calm. Many citizens took to the streets in protests, demanding that the indigenous inhabitants of the Divine Realm pay the price and rescue the captured soldiers. In response to these protests, the Western nations and Japan have adopted a consistent stance, also demanding that the other side pay the price for redemption and rescue the soldiers. However, in reality, they are using various excuses to delay action. Don't be ridiculous. They were busy stealing the extraordinary powers and treasures of the cave world. Who had time to rescue soldiers? Moreover, the Tang court's combat power was so fierce that even if they wanted to rescue them, they might not be able to. Thanks to the efforts of the spies and agents sent out, some initial results were achieved within a month. Of course, most of what these spies and agents have obtained so far are ordinary Taoist temples and small sects. These ordinary Taoist temples and sects have relatively lax defenses, and the cultivation techniques they practice are mostly at the Qi cultivation level, with even the foundation establishment level techniques being rare. As for the legendary spiritual artifacts and treasures said to possess unimaginable power, not a single one has been found. Most of them are merely artifact-level items, which are undoubtedly rather useless. The United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as Japan, are not satisfied with the ordinary cultivation techniques and ordinary magical artifacts they have obtained. They have seen the intelligence reports and know that there are higher cultivation realms above them, such as the Gangsha and Jindan realms. Even disciples at the foundation establishment stage could already chase after armed helicopters. One could only imagine the terrifying power possessed by those at the higher Gangsha and Jindan realms. That was what they truly sought. Soon, the Western nations and Japan, dissatisfied with their ordinary cultivation techniques, couldn't help but turn their attention to the more renowned and ancient Taoist sects. Famous Taoist sects such as the Tianshi Dao, Luguan Dao, and Maoshan Zong came into their view. These major Taoist sects all possessed powerful cultivation techniques related to the Gangsha realm. After some deliberation, the leaders of the Western nations and Japan made a decisive decision. They would send a group of spies and agents to infiltrate these major Taoist sects as disciples, waiting for the right opportunity to steal the complete Taoist inheritance techniques. Disguising themselves and infiltrating these sects to steal the target information was as easy as eating and drinking for these professionally trained spies and agents. Unlike ordinary small Taoist temples or sects, major Taoist sects like the Tianshi Dao, Maoshan Zong, and Luguan Dao only teach new disciples the basic principles of Qi cultivation upon their initiation. To expect to gain access to the foundational cultivation techniques or even the higher level techniques of the Gangsha realm upon joining is nothing but a pipe dream. Do you really think these ancient Taoist sects with centuries of heritage would so easily hand over their core teachings to a newly initiated disciple? That is simply impossible. Qi cultivation techniques at the foundational level are nothing special. They can be found everywhere. However, without at least 3 to 5 years of observation and trials to prove oneself and earn merit for the Taoist sect, one can only dream of accessing cultivation techniques beyond the foundation establishment stage. The spies and agents who had managed to infiltrate these major Taoist sects as disciples calculated that just to gain access to cultivation techniques for the foundation establishment realm would take at least 10 to 8 years. As for the cultivation techniques for the higher realms of the Gangsha realm, the time required would increase by at least tenfold, and there was no guarantee they would even have the opportunity to access them. Faced with the intelligence reports from these spies and agents, the Western nations and Japan could no longer contain their impatience. Waiting another 10 or 8 years, or even several decades, might mean missing out entirely. Therefore, they quickly made a decision to take a risky gamble, creating chaos to allow the infiltrated spies and agents to steal the end from the major Taoist sects. Upon receiving their mission instructions, the spies and agents also made their preparations. Over the course of a month, they managed to gather a significant amount of intelligence through their professional skills. After a full month of preparation, the plan was swiftly put into motion. High explosive timed devices, long-range missiles, and drones began to deploy. The United States, Britain, and other Western nations, along with Japan, coordinated their attack timings and launched a unified assault. The main headquarters of major Taoist sects such as the Tianshi Dao, Maoshan Zong, and Luguan Dao were all attacked simultaneously that night. First, the high explosive timed devices detonated, sending debris, smoke, and dust flying in all directions, instantly triggering the protective arrays of the major Taoist sects, with layers of spiritual light rippling outward. Immediately afterward, pre-deployed long-range missiles rained down on the mountain gates of the major Taoist sects, followed by drones. The series of attacks almost instantly alerted the major sects, like a hornet's nest being stirred up. A group of disciples at the foundation establishment level emerged from their meditation chambers with cold expressions on their faces. Their bodies flashed with intense spiritual light, and various magical artifacts emitted a fierce aura as they charged toward the direction of the attack. Taking advantage of the chaos, the spies and agents infiltrated among the sects as disciples sprang into action, carrying out their pre-arranged plans to steal valuables. First, they detonated the preset high-explosive devices within the sect, causing a violent tremor at the Mountain Gate headquarters and drawing out all the remaining foundation establishment disciples. Taking advantage of the chaos, the spies and agents from the Western nations and Japan swiftly identified their targets and began their thefts. Gu Chen, who had used the system's power to project his mind and consciousness into the cave heaven world, watched the entire operation from behind the scenes. He couldn't help but marvel at the audacity of the spies and agents from the Western nations and Japan. The Western nations and Japan were indeed bold, daring to target major Taoist sects like the Tianshi Dao, Maoshan Zong, and Luguan Dao, and even planning this series of chaos and attacks. These spies and agents were truly depraved. Not only did they sneak into the scripture hall to steal cultivation techniques and jade tablets, but they also dared to storm the ancestral hall of the sect, stealing the sacred artifacts and treasures enshrined there. This was clearly a declaration of all-out war. Were they seeking to experience the iron fists of a Gangsha realm expert? Upon reading this, Gu Chen couldn't help but silently mourn for the Western nations and Japan for 3 seconds. After this incident, it would be a natural progression for the Gangsha realm experts to make their appearance in the mortal realm, crush the Western nations in Japan, and reap another wave of primordial points. At this thought, a mischievous smile crept onto his face. Chapter 152, Bold and Reckless, Shaking the Cave Heavenly Realm. The sudden long-range missile bombardment and drone bomb attacks instantly drew the attention of everyone from the Tianshi Dao, Mao Shan Zone, and Lu Guan Dao sects. As one of the most renowned and ancient Taoist sects in the history of Zhengzhou, they were virtually the face of the Taoist sects, with nearly 90% of all Taoist sects in the world having some connection to them. This also attracted numerous Zhengzhou natives from the modern world to join their ranks. This included the Tianshi Dao, Mao Shan sect, and Lu Guan Dao, which had their own lineages in Zhengzhou, as well as various Zhengzhou warriors who had joined through various coincidences. At that moment, within the mountain gates of the Tianshi Dao, Ma Shan Zone, and Lu Guan Dao, the modern-day Zhengzhou disciples gathered within the three major Taoist sects couldn't help but gasp in shock as they watched the missiles hurtle toward them under the night sky, accompanied by the buzzing of drones all around them. Who is firing missiles at the mountain gates? Are they preparing to declare war on the Mao Shan sect? Who could be so ruthless, daring to use missiles and drones to bomb the Lu Guan Dao? Have they lost their minds? Don't they know that the Lu Guan Dao is a major Taoist sect with masters of the Gangsha realm stationed there? Aren't these the new combat drones from the Western nations? Have they lost their minds, daring to bomb the mountain gates of the Tianshi Dao sect? The protective array surrounding the mountain emitted a layer of spiritual light, effortlessly deflecting the missiles and light artillery shells fired by the drones. Although the sudden attack caused some chaos, the major Taoist sects such as the Tianshi Dao, Mao Shan Zone, and Lu Guan Dao quickly reacted. Soon, the unmanned bombers circling in the sky were also shot down one by the disciples of the sects using their magical artifacts. The disciples of the three major Taoist sects within the mountain gates couldn't help but reveal a look of confusion on their faces, with many questions arising in their minds. Why did the Western nations in Japan, which had been soundly defeated by the Dao Tang court, not seek revenge on them, but instead turn their attention to the major Taoist sects like the Tianshi Dao, Ma Shan Zone, and Lu Guan Dao? What kind of were they pulling off? The people from the three major Taoist sects within the mountain gates were utterly baffled, but the subsequent explosions instantly drew their attention. Could it be that spies and agents from the Western nations in Japan had infiltrated the Taoist sects, using their status as Taoist disciples as cover, and had planted so many timed explosive devices within the mountain gates? The disciples of the three major sects of the Taoist sect quickly reacted, almost immediately deducing the truth, their expressions filled with shock. Soon, they discovered that the series of explosions had drawn the attention of the other disciples who had remained behind, and they swiftly summoned their spiritual light and rushed toward the explosion sites within the mountain gate. As the people from the modern world within the mountain gates of the three major sects of the Taoist sect were filled with doubt and confusion, a series of spiritual lights began to rise from the direction of the scriptures halls and ancestral halls of the Tianshi Dao, Ma Shan Zone, and Lu Guan Dao. SSS, is that the direction of the ancestral hall? The related arrays inside have been triggered. Someone took advantage of the inner disciples leaving to sneak in. This series of attacks and explosions couldn't possibly have been planned in advance. I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. These foreigners and Japanese pirates are too bold. They dare to target the ancestral hall and scriptures hall of a major Taoist sect. This is utterly ruthless. Recalling the previous series of attacks and incidents, the disciples of the three major sects of the Taoist sect within the mountain gates of the mortal realm also couldn't help but change their expressions in shock, quickly piecing together the underlying reasons. The Western nations in Japan have spent so much time and effort orchestrating this series of attacks against the major Taoist sects, even infiltrating spies and agents into their ranks to carry out these explosions. Their ultimate goal is to lure away the foundational disciples stationed within the sects. By this point, it was no longer difficult to guess their true intentions. They were after the cultivation techniques and various mystical artifacts and treasures within the major sects of the Taoist sects. Just as the ancestral halls and scriptures halls of the three major Taoist sects were shaken by a divine light, the masters and elders of the Tianshi Dao, Ma Shan Zone, and Lu Guan Dao sects all shouted angrily from their dwellings. How dare you? Who dares to disturb the sacred treasures enshrined in the ancestral hall of the Tianshi Dao sect? You audacious thief! How dare you act so recklessly and steal from our sect's ancestral hall? How dare you steal the Taoist scriptures from the Luoguan Dao sect's scriptures hall? As the sky above the dwellings of the patriarchs and elders of the Tianshi Dao, Ma Shan Zone, and Lu Guan Dao sects was filled with colorful, terrifying aura, the disciples of the three major Taoist sects gathered at the mountain gates of the mortal realm couldn't help but gasp in horror, feeling the oppressive pressure in their scalps tingling. Even the reclusive experts of the Gangsha realm, who were usually as elusive as dragons, were all stirred from their seclusion. The Western nations in Japan were truly mad, daring to set their sights on the renowned three great sects of the Taoist sects in the renowned small world of the cave heaven. Not only did they attack the mountain gates to create chaos, but they also stole the Taoist scriptures from the scriptures hall, and even the treasures enshrined in the ancestral hall of the sect's founder were taken. The people of the present-day Central Plains within the mountain gates of the three major Taoist sects couldn't help but secretly admire the audacity of the Western countries and Japan. Their actions were like stirring up a hornet's nest, directly alerting all the high-level cultivators of the Gangsha realm who were in seclusion within the three major Taoist sects. The Western nations in Japan had clearly demonstrated to the people of the present-day Central Plains within the mountain gates of the three major sects of the Taoist sect what it meant to court disaster in every possible way. Almost overnight, news of the Western nations in Japan's attack on the three major sects of the Taoist sect, the theft of the Taoist scriptures from the scripture hall, and the sacred treasures enshrined in the ancestral hall spread throughout the entire small world, causing an upheaval no less than an 8.0 magnitude earthquake. Countless people from the mortal realm who were in the small world were completely stunned by the Western nations and Japan's reckless actions. Didn't they know that the three great sects of the Taoist sect had experts at the barrier-breaking realm stationed there? Almost the next day, the news spread to the mortal realm at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it also triggered a series of intense tremors. As the videos filmed by the Zhengzhou people in the real world within the three major sects of the Taoist sect were uploaded online, countless netizens in Zhengzhou were utterly shocked by the Western nations and Japan's bold and reckless actions. WTF? Are these foreigners and Japanese pirates really this bold? They actually dared to target the three major sects of the Taoist sect. Do they really not fear the powerful cultivators stationed there? Or have they already prepared countermeasures? Chapter 153, Real-World Reactions. Can the high-ranking masters of the Gangsha realm escape the miniature world? Western nations in Japan launched a nighttime raid on the three major sects of the Taoist sect within the divine realm. They stole sacred texts and spiritual artifacts. The Tianshi Dao, Maoshan Zone, and Luguan Dao were almost simultaneously attacked by missiles and drones last night. It appears to be the work of the Western nations in Japan. The Gangsha realm experts from the Tianshi Dao, Maoshan Zone, and Luguan Dao sects all erupted in anger. Their might was awe-inspiring. The next morning, Zhengzhou Online was quickly flooded with a series of headlines, and the related incident immediately trended on hot searches and made headlines, accompanied by numerous videos and photos taken at the scene. Upon clicking through, viewers were greeted with scenes of missiles flying and drones exploding, prompting many netizens to exclaim in excitement and leave comments in the comments section below. Using missiles and drones to attack the gates of a mountain temple? Are the Western countries in Japan preparing to wage war against the Tianshi Dao, Maoshan Zone, and Luguan Dao sects simultaneously? No wonder the Western countries in Japan have been so quiet for the past month. They must have been planning this all along, targeting the Tianshi Dao, Maoshan sect, and Luguan Dao, stealing their secret scriptures and magical artifacts. This is truly outrageous. What the hell? Don't the Western nations in Japan know that each of these three major Taoist sects has high-ranking masters at the Gangsha realm level? Don't they fear provoking these powerful figures? This is utterly ruthless. Stealing their Taoist scriptures is bad enough, but they even dared to steal the magical artifacts enshrined in the ancestral hall of their founders? Are they planning to wage an all-out war against the three major Taoist sects? As expected, the Western nations in Japan can't change their bandit nature. After getting beaten by the Tang dynasty, they still won't behave themselves. Instead, they turn around and target the three major Taoist sections. Isn't this courting death? On the online forums, there was also intense discussion. The Western nations in Japan not only stole the cultivation manuals of the Tianshi Dao, Maoshan Zone, and Luguan Dao sects, but also the spiritual artifacts and magical treasures from their ancestral halls. This has created a major feud with the three major Taoist sects. In the midst of such conflict, many are curious about how the three major Taoist sects within the Tang dynasty's celestial realm will respond. The Western nations in Japan's reckless actions have truly offended these Taoist sects. Some believe that the Western nations in Japan took a risky yet daring approach, stealing the secret scriptures and sacred artifacts of the three major Taoist sects in one fell swoop, achieving a quick and lucrative gain. Others believe that the Western nations in Japan are courting disaster by completely alienating the three major Taoist sections. In the future, they may no longer be able to enter the Dongtian small world, and if they do, they will face relentless pursuit by the three major Taoist sects. Others, however, shrugged off the idea of being hunted down, reasoning that the Western nations in Japan had already obtained the secret scriptures and divine artifacts of the three major Taoist sections. Moreover, they had safely withdrawn from the Dao Tang divine realm using the power of the Jade Talismans. Even if the high-ranking cultivators of the three great sects of the Taoist sect, who are stationed at the Gangsha realm, were to become enraged, what could they do? Could they possibly chase them out of the Taoist heavenly realm to settle scores with the Western nations in Japan? Just then, someone couldn't help but speak up. Who could be certain that these Gangsha realm experts didn't have a way to leave the small world? Upon seeing this comment, the netizens on Bihu were instantly stunned, their expressions turning slightly eerie. That's right, who can be certain that these Gangsha realm experts don't have a way to leave the divine realm? After all, this Dao Tang divine realm was created 1,000 years ago by the founders of various Taoist sects during the Tang dynasty. Who could possibly be certain that they truly have no way of escaping from within? In an instant, the expressions on countless netizens' faces grew eerie. If the high-ranking practitioners of the three major Taoist sects truly emerged from the divine realm and marched toward the Western nations in Japan. Just imagining that scene, the netizens couldn't help but gasp in horror. A battle between the high-ranking practitioners of the Gangsha realm and the Western nations in Japan? If such an event were to occur, it would be highly provocative. The Western nations in Japan would be courting disaster. In the present world, the Tianshi Dao, Maoshan sect, and Lu Guan Dao also spoke out in unison, strongly condemning the Western nations in Japan for their shameless actions. On the other side, the Zhengzhou Security Bureau and Zhengzhou authorities, having received the relevant information, quickly convened a meeting to discuss the matter. The topic of discussion was the missile and drone attacks on the three major Taoist sects last night. The Western nations in Japan had used the Jade Scroll talismans to carry out such a major operation. It was easy to imagine how enraged the Tianshi Dao, Maoshan sect, and Lu Guan Dao would be. Of course, the Zhengzhou authorities were even more concerned about whether the three major sects of the Taoist sect could emerge from the Dongtian small world. The reason why the Western nations in Dongying dared to act so brazenly within the Dongtian small world was because they possessed the Jade talismans. If the situation turned sour, they could withdraw from the Dongtian small world at any time. If the three major sects of the Taoist sects truly master the method of entering and exiting the Dongtian small world, the consequences would be severe. Earlier, the martial artist and immortal Pei Songhai effortlessly pursued a warplane and even sank a warship. This demonstrates the extraordinary power and prowess of such individuals who possess such transcendent abilities. Earlier, the Western nations in Japan had confidently prepared to invade the cities of the Dao Tang court, only to be soundly defeated by 800 warriors and disciples of the Dao Academy at the Foundation establishment level. Even Foundation establishment level cultivators could manipulate chi to fly through the air and chase after armed helicopters. If the masters and elders of the major Taoist sects, who are at the Gangsha realm, were to fight, their combat power would undoubtedly be even greater. Such Gangsha level experts, who are only slightly inferior to the Golden Core realm cultivators, may not be as powerful as the martial arts immortal Pei Songhai, but their combat strength would still be formidable. In no time, the Central Continent Security Bureau and relevant official personnel quickly diverted some of their attention to the three major Taoist sects within the divine realm, eager to know how the Gangsha level experts within would react. Meanwhile, the disciples of the three major Taoist sects stationed in the mortal realm of Zhengzhou also looked tense, staying within their sect's headquarters and closely monitoring every move within the sect. They were also very curious to see how the Gangsha realm masters and elders of the three major sects of the Taoist sect would react and what measures they would take in response to the theft of the secret scriptures and divine artifacts enshrined in the ancestral hall, an incident that could be described as a great disgrace. Just as the disciples of the three major sects of the Taoist sect were deep in thought, 9 loud bell rings suddenly echoed through the grand hall of the sect's headquarters, followed by a burst of divine light shooting into the sky. 9 represents the pinnacle of the Tao, and 9 bell rings signify the highest level summons for disciples. Upon hearing the bells, all disciples within the mountain gates must immediately gather. Clearly, last night's attack on the mountain gates was not merely the theft of the Taoist scriptures from the scripture hall, even the sacred artifacts and treasures enshrined in the ancestral hall had been stolen. This incident had enraged the entire Taoist sect, and it was evident that they had already reached a decision. Chapter 154, The Three Major Sects of the Taoist Sect's Powerful Foundations Ignoring the Warning? Under the summoning bell of the Taoist sect, streaks of spiritual light streaked across the sky, each representing an inner sect disciple at the foundation establishment stage. A rough estimate suggests that there were at least hundreds of spiritual lights streaking across the sky, leaving the disciples of the three major sects of the Taoist sects in the mortal realm of Zhengzhou in awe, feeling as though they had witnessed something truly extraordinary. Needless to say, just by observing the spiritual light streaking across the sky, one could discern the sheer number of foundation establishment disciples. Moreover, over 1,000 Qi cultivation disciples were rushing toward the direction of the bell's toll. Only now did the disciples of the three major Taoist sects within the mountain gates of the present-day Central Plains truly understand what it meant to have true depth and heritage. Compared to the Xinshao sect, they were in no way inferior, and in some aspects, even surpassed them. No wonder they are the three major sects of the Taoist sects with a greater reputation and a longer history, truly terrifying. After being shaken by the scene, the people from the three great sects of the Taoist sects within the mountain gates of the present-day Central Plains hurried their pace, lifting their legs toward the direction of the bells ringing, and gradually gathered on the open ground in front of the Taoist palace. As far as the eye could see, the inner disciples at the foundation establishment level stood at the front, dressed in Taoist robes with cold expressions. The faint glow of their personal magical artifacts could be seen flickering from time to time, their aura deep and profound, making it difficult to gauge their true strength. Behind them stood the disciples at the Qi cultivation level. Lastly, there were the new disciples who had only joined the Taoist sect a month or two ago. Under the flickering spiritual light emanating from the Tao Palace, the atmosphere grew solemn, like the calm before a storm, causing everyone to instinctively stand at attention. Just as all the disciples had gathered, from the distant peaks, a series of multicolored gale-like energies suddenly rose into the sky. These were the high-ranking cultivators of the three major sects of the Taoist order, each with their own status: the patriarchs and elders of the Tianshi Dao, Ma Shan Zong, and Lu Guan Dao. These gale-like energies felt completely different from one another. Some were as soft and changeable as water, others as explosive as flames, some as heavy as mountains, and others as sharp as knives. Without exception, they all gave off a terrifying sense of oppression, making one feel as though they were about to suffocate. Even from thousands of meters away, the disciples of the three major Taoist sects within the mountain gates of the mortal realm could feel the suffocating pressure akin to standing beneath a towering mountain. They couldn't help but gasp in shock, their hearts trembling with awe. These were the peak-level warriors of the major sects within the small world of the divine realm? Before the people from the three major sects of the Tao Gate could think any further, the Gangsha energy rising from the distant peaks transformed into streaks of light, landing one after another in front of the Tao Palace, slowly revealing their true forms. The Tianshi sect had 4 Gangsha realm cultivators: Zhang Jidao, the Tianshi from over 400 years ago, and 3 elders, all wearing the white and blue robes of the Tianshi sect. As for the Maoshan sect, it had 3 beings at the Gangsha realm, including the sect master Mao Mingfeng and 2 elders, 1 male and 1 female, all wearing bright yellow robes, their auras deep and unfathomable. Finally, the Lu Guan Dao also had 3 beings at the Gangsha realm, including the current female sect master Tao Wanjin and 2 younger elders at the Gangsha realm. The people from the central plains who had gathered within the mountain gates of the 3 major Taoist sects glanced furtively at these elusive Gangsha-level masters, their eyes immediately brightening. Those bold enough secretly pulled out their phones and snapped a few photos in secret. These were the strongest combatants they had ever seen in the small world of the Taoist realm, not only possessing longevity but also mastering various Taoist techniques. The fact that the Gangsha realm experts stationed within the 3 major sects of the Taoist sect had emerged indicated that the Western nations in Japan had thoroughly angered the 3 major sects by stealing the Taoist scriptures and spiritual artifacts. The subsequent events were straightforward. The Gangsha-level experts stationed within the 3 major sects of the Taoist sect coldly recounted what had happened the previous night. This incident was a disgrace for all Taoist sects, and they made it clear that this was not over. They would make these intruders from outside the divine realm pay the price. Moreover, they compiled a joint assassination list of all the spies and agents from outside the Taoist sects who had been infiltrating the various Taoist sects under the guise of disciples. Anyone who could kill them would receive corresponding rewards. Furthermore, the unique auras of these spies and agents were marked using magical artifacts, allowing them to be detected the moment they entered the small world of the divine realm. The Western nations in Japan have also been placed on the list of enemies of the 3 major Taoist sects, making them absolutely unwelcome. Soon, Taoists from the Tianshi Dao, Mao Shan Zong, and Lu Guan Dao sects in the mortal realm also stepped forward, openly revealing the situations of the United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as Japan, to their disciples. Subsequently, the high-ranking cultivators of the 3 great sects of the Taoist sect, who had reached the Gangsha realm, waved their hands and declared that this matter was not over, and that all forces involved in the theft of the Taoist scriptures from the scripture hall and the spiritual artifacts from the ancestral hall would pay the price. After finishing their words, the high-ranking cultivators of the 3 major sects of the Taoist sect exchanged glances, transformed into streams of energy, and swept up the Taoists from the modern world, those from the Tianshi Dao, the Mao Shan sect, and the Lu Guan Dao, before teleporting toward the distant council hall. Not only that, but several other powerful Taoists who were half a step into the Gangsha realm also stepped forward, transforming into beams of spiritual light and heading toward the assembly hall. Seeing this, the expressions of the people from the mortal realm within the mountain gates of the 3 major Taoist sects were also somewhat bewildered. They couldn't fathom the deeper meaning behind the actions of these high-ranking practitioners of the Gangsha realm, as it seemed they hadn't explicitly outlined how the Western nations in Japan would pay the price. Do the Gangsha experts of the major Taoist sects truly have the ability to step out of their divine realms and descend into the mortal world? This was the question they cared about most, but they received no answer. They could only sense that this matter was far from over. The disciples of the 3 major Taoist sects in the mortal realm quickly disseminated the information they had obtained, leaving those from other mortal realms within the divine realm equally confused. In the mortal realm, the Tianshi Dao of Longhu Mountain, the Mao Shan sect of Mao Shan, and the Lu Guan Dao of Zhongnan Mountain also began to speak out online, issuing strong warnings to the United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as Japan, demanding they return the Taoist scriptures and spiritual artifacts stolen from the small world within the divine realm. Otherwise, they would surely regret their actions. In response to these warnings, the United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as Japan, merely laughed derisively. Are you kidding? We spent over a month planning this, and after so much effort, we finally managed to steal the Taoist scriptures and spiritual artifacts from the 3 major Taoist sects of the divine realm. How could we possibly return them just because of a few words? Joking aside, they had already swallowed them whole. There was no way they would spit them back out. Once they had seized them, they were theirs. Didn't they even bother to investigate the nickname of the world's rogue power? Hand over the Taoist scriptures and spiritual artifacts? That's absolutely impossible. If you've got the guts, come out into the mortal realm and fight us. Seeing the arrogant posture of the Western nations in Japan, the Dragon and Tiger Mountain Taoist sect, the Mao Mountain sect of Mao Mountain, and the Luguan Taoist sect of Zhongnan Mountain in the mortal realm were also furious. They quickly turned around and brought this news back to the three major sects of the Taoist sects in the small world. At that very moment, within the three major Taoist sects of the small celestial realm, many Foundation establishment disciples were already working with Gangsha realm elders to prepare the teleportation array for descending into the mortal realm. Chapter 155. Unaware of the severity of the situation, the teleportation array in the sky. Gu Chen utilized the power of the system to project his mind and consciousness into the Dongtian world, observing the teleportation arrays being constructed by the Tianshi Dao, the Maoshan sect, and the Longguan Dao within the Dongtian small world. A peculiar smile appeared on his face. In his previous calculations, to enter the small world from the mortal realm, one would need to rely on jade talismans. Similarly, ordinary Qi cultivation level beings within the small world could also use jade talismans to leave the small world and descend into the mortal realm. However, once one's strength reached the Foundation establishment realm, it exceeded the limit that jade talismans could bear, making it impossible to descend into the mortal realm. Other methods must be employed. As for the even more powerful Gangsha realm experts, there is no need to mention them. Their strength has already reached a certain level, and they must rely on the power of teleportation arrays to descend into the mortal realm. Gu Chen's design was intended to balance the gap between the small world and the real world. If both the Foundation establishment realm and the Gangsha realm could freely enter and exit the small world and descend into the real world, it would inevitably lead to chaos, which did not align with his plan to harvest the primordial points. To construct a teleportation array capable of accommodating both the Foundation establishment realm and the Gangsha realm, at least 6 days are required. Thinking of this, Gu Chen's eyes flashed, and he quickly withdrew his mind and intent back into his main body. The next thing to do was wait. Over the next few days, all the visitors from the real world within the miniature world closely monitored the movements of the three major sects of the Taoist sect. They soon discovered that, aside from the Taoist disciples apprehending the Western nations and Japanese visitors within the miniature world, there were no other significant actions. This scene caused many of the visitors from the outside world in the cave heaven to grow suspicious. Could it be that the three major sects of the Taoist sect truly had no way to leave the cave heaven using the jade talismans? Otherwise, how could they possibly endure it? Faced with this situation, some bold and reckless martial artists began to feel restless, unable to resist directing their gaze toward the other Taoist sects within the divine realms. On the other side, the Western European nations such as the United States and Britain, as well as Japan, were also feeling uneasy, fearing that the three major sects of the Taoist sect might use the power of the jade talismans to exit the small divine realms and descend into the mortal realm to settle scores with them. However, after mobilizing various long-range and short-range anti-aircraft missiles, artillery shells, and a significant number of fighter jets to prepare for battle for several days, they detected no signs of any cultivators descending from the cave heaven world. This caused them to sigh in relief, and the military forces that had been on high alert began to relax. Immediately afterward, their attention shifted to the Taoist scriptures and spiritual artifacts stolen from the three major Taoist sects, igniting a fiery desire within them. The United States Area 51, the Royal Research Institutes of Britain and other Western European countries, and Japan's National Research Institute swiftly mobilized a group of top-tier researchers, deploying state-of-the-art laboratories for urgent research. The first target was the Taoist scriptures stolen from the three major sects of the Taoist sect. Although these were the sect's inherited cultivation manuals, the cultivation techniques described were profound and obscure, containing various Taoist cryptic phrases and terminology. Countries like the United States and Britain, which had never been exposed to Central Asian culture or read Taoist classics, had no understanding of concepts like the five elements or yin-yang theory. Even if the Taoist manuals were clearly laid out before them, these foreigners would stare blankly, utterly confused. This is the fundamental cultural difference between the East and the West. It is not something that can be understood by simply researching some materials. Without the necessary knowledge and cultural background, even if the text were translated into English, it would be of no use, resulting in nothing more than a superficial understanding of the cultivation methods. As for whether one could cultivate any real skill using these English translations, even Gu Chen, the mastermind behind everything, couldn't say for sure. It would likely come down to fate. On the other hand, Japan, having been exposed to Chinese cultural influence, has some foundational understanding. Unfortunately, it is only superficial and far from mastery. At best, they can barely grasp the basics and rely on their own ninja culture to fill in the gaps. While they can practice and achieve some results, it will undoubtedly be somewhat unconventional or even heretical. Seeing that the stolen Taoist scriptures couldn't yield any useful information, the Western nations like the United States and Britain quickly shifted their focus to the spiritual artifacts and treasures they had stolen from the ancestral hall. The Western nations, relying on various high-tech instruments, eventually managed to uncover some insights. The foreign researchers couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment at the results of their research. My God! This is truly an unimaginable existence. The energy is confined within it, with a density thousands of times greater than our strongest batteries, and it possesses an incredible level of durability. It is simply unimaginable how the ancient people of Zhengzhou managed to create such powerful energy weapons. The methods of harnessing the energy within them far surpass our current scientific understanding. Empress, this is the most astonishing energy weapon I have ever seen. If we could fully understand it, our science could advance by at least a century. Researchers from the Eastern realm studied the various runes on these spiritual artifacts and incorporated them into ninja tools, unexpectedly discovering that they could also produce some effects. Amaterasu-sama, the sun goddess, be with us. This is a divine opportunity granted by heaven for our nation's rise. Such unimaginable power, we will surely stand once again at the pinnacle of the world. Long live Amaterasu Amikami. While the United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as Japanese research institutions, were celebrating their research achievements within the hidden heavenly realm, after nearly 7 days, the teleportation array of the 3 major sects of the Taoist sect was finally completed. Within the 3 major sects of the Taoist sect, high-ranking practitioners at the Gangsha realm simultaneously activated the teleportation arrays before them, while cold-faced disciples at the Zhushi realm stood by, their auras sharp and menacing. Above the 51st District of the United States, the Royal Research Institutes of Britain and other Western European nations, and the National Research Institute of Japan, an intense spiritual light flashed. A massive teleportation array tracked the coordinates of the Dao and spiritual artifacts, expanding outward and descending directly into the mortal realm. Chapter 156, The Uneasy West in Japan. High-ranking experts from the Gangsha realm descend into the mortal realm. A teleportation array spanning nearly a kilometer in size, shimmering with dazzling spiritual light, hung mid-air. The runes flowing across its surface emitted a mysterious aura, and this extraordinary sight immediately drew the attention of countless passers-by. The United States 51st area was located underground in Free City. Since its construction, it had been a mysterious place not marked on any map, dedicated to researching all manner of inexplicable phenomena and objects. At that very moment, thousands of feet above the ground, countless residents of Freedom City noticed the strange teleportation array in the sky. They couldn't help but widen their eyes and let out a collective gasp. Oh, my God! Look at that in the sky! The Lord is above us! Could this be some kind of large-scale supernatural phenomenon? It's truly breathtaking. The flowing text up there looks a bit like the pictographic script of Zhengzhou. As a nation that values freedom, the people reacted with great excitement, immediately pulling out their phones to film the scene and uploading the footage to YouTube, Facebook, and their personal Twitter accounts, quickly attracting a large crowd of foreigners. The responsible officials of Area 51 also learned of the mysterious supernatural phenomenon that had quietly appeared in the sky, and a sense of unease began to grow in their hearts. Meanwhile, the Royal Research Institute located in the foggy city of Britain and other Western European countries was established by royal decree and has a history of nearly a century. At that moment, the pedestrians in the foggy city also noticed the teleportation array suddenly appearing in the sky and began to shout in astonishment. Everyone, look! A marvelous sight has appeared in the sky. Quick, take a photo and post it online. We should call the police immediately. This supernatural phenomenon is too unbelievable. In the distant royal palace, the British Queen, who had just finished a meeting, stretched lazily, holding a cup of tea, and stood at the floor-to-ceiling windows of the palace, overlooking the foggy city below. Soon, her attention was completely captured by the massive teleportation array that had appeared in the sky. At that moment, the phone on the nearby table rang. It was an urgent notification from the Outer Council. A mysterious supernatural phenomenon had appeared above the Royal Research Institute. For some reason, a sense of foreboding suddenly arose in the British Queen's heart. She couldn't help but recall the special operation she had launched earlier with the United States and Japan to target the Hollow World. A woman's intuition told her there was definitely a connection between the two. Upon this realization, she immediately issued orders for the Royal Elite Forces stationed near the Fog City to prepare for any potential contingencies. On the other side of Blue Star, in the Edo region of Japan, the National Research Institute affiliated with the Japanese government was also caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a massive teleportation array in the sky, drawing the attention of countless Japanese citizens. Could what appeared in the sky be the divine miracle of Amaterasu? An inexplicable miracle. Could it be that Japanese spirits have descended to the mortal realm? The director of the National Research Institute also noticed the teleportation array that suddenly appeared in the sky, causing him to grow increasingly uneasy. As he gazed at the Chinese characters that flickered briefly on the array, his anxiety deepened, and a terrifying thought began to form in his mind. The United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as Japan, these countries and regions spanning nearly half of the Blue Star, simultaneously witnessed this unexplainable supernatural phenomenon. Such events immediately caused a sensation on the internet, attracting countless online users to gather and watch, even drawing their respective media outlets to the scene to begin live reports. Given the speed of information dissemination in today's digital age, even in Zhengzhou, related news began to circulate online, quickly attracting the attention of Zhengzhou netizens. They soon noticed that the runes flowing on the teleportation array resembled Zhongzhou's pictographic characters, brimming with Zhongzhou's distinctive characteristics. The runes flowing on this array seem familiar. I think I've seen them in ancient texts. Could they be the heavenly stems and earthly branches? The user above me agrees. I just looked it up online, and it's indeed the 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches. This is definitely Zhongzhou's array. Why is such a large-scale teleportation array appearing in the United States, Britain, and other Western European countries, as well as Japan? This just doesn't feel right. The United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as Japan, just provoked the three major sects of the Taoist sects in the Divine Realm 7 days ago. Could it be that a high-ranking Taoist master has intervened? Are they planning to settle the score with them now? In an instant, countless netizens from central China became excited, shifting their attention to this matter, eager to watch the Western nations and Japan get into trouble. Whether it was the United States Area 51, the Royal Research Institutes of Britain and other Western European countries, or Japan's National Research Institute, these were all classified facilities. Suddenly attracting so much attention left their respective governments feeling utterly helpless. Just as they were preparing to dispatch helicopters for close-range contact with the large teleportation array in midair, the latter began to emit countless runes, followed by an even more intense burst of spiritual light. The teleportation power spanning space was activated at that moment. Amid the humming sound, the vast teleportation array above twisted, and figures dressed in robes and magical garments began to emerge from the void. The cameras of the Free Times media from Free City, the English Times media from Fog City, and the stock news media all accurately captured the figures emerging from the void above the teleportation array. Seeing the Eastern-style robes and magical garments, the journalists couldn't help but freeze in place, and the viewers watching on TV were also a bit confused. Only the officials from the United States Area 51, the directors of the Royal Research Institutes from Britain and other Western European countries, and the head of Japan's Stock National Research Institute couldn't help but change their expressions. They instantly recognized the figures appearing above the teleportation array. These were the three major sects of the Taoist sects from the small world of the cave heaven. This wasn't scientific. Weren't they unable to use jade talismans to come to the mortal world? What methods had they used to accurately locate their respective research facilities? A crowd of Zhongzhou netizens watched the livestream on the external network, staring at the high-ranking cultivators from the three major Taoist sects emerging from above the teleportation array, unable to suppress a chill running down their spines. The speculations of some netizens had actually come true. The three major sects of the Taoist sects from the small world within the divine realm truly possessed the method to descend into the mortal realm, and they had arrived with their sect leaders and elders at the Gangsha realm. The Western nations in Japan were in for another beating. Recalling the reckless actions of the United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as Japan, who had previously stolen the Taoist sect's scriptures and spiritual artifacts, the netizens of Zhongzhou couldn't help but sigh. These three were truly masters of self-destruction. To have offended all three major sects of the Taoist sects within a small world realm on their own. Truly, if you don't court disaster, you won't meet it. It's likely that the United States, Britain, and other Western European countries, as well as Japan, previously believed they could activate the Jade Scroll talismans in their possession to easily withdraw from the three great sects of the Taoist sects, assuming the sects couldn't pursue them into the real world. From a certain perspective, this idea was indeed correct. Unfortunately, they overlooked one crucial detail. While those at the Foundation establishment in Gangsha realms couldn't use the Jade Scroll talismans to descend into the real world, they knew how to use teleportation arrays. As the mastermind behind the scenes, Gu Chen watched the three major sects of the Taoist sect descend upon the Western nations in Japan with their Gangsha-level experts, and he nearly burst into laughter, as if he could already see a wave of primordial points beckoning to him. He only hoped that the Western nations in Japan could hold out longer under the joint assault of the Gangsha realm experts and the numerous Foundation establishment disciples from the three major Taoist sects, allowing the chaos to intensify further, so he could harvest even more primordial points. Chapter 157, The Western Nations in Japan, Their Faces Pale with Fear. Latest urgent news. Suspected members of the Taoist sect's three major sects at the Gangsha realm have appeared in Liberty City, Britain, and Edo, Japan. After 7 days, the three major sects of the Taoist sect have finally launched a powerful counterattack against the Western nations in Japan. Shocking. Gangsha masters have actually descended from the divine realms into the mortal world. In no time at all, the online platforms in Zhongzhou were flooded with related hot topics and news, instantly attracting countless netizens to gather and speculate. The comments sections under the relevant news articles and posts exploded with activity. I told you so. The Western nations in Japan aren't worth a damn. They went and stole others' sacred texts and spiritual artifacts, thinking that holding the jade scrolls and talismans would ensure their safe retreat. Little did they know that the others had the means to manifest in the mortal realm. The high-ranking masters of the Tianshi Dao, Mao Shanzong, and Lu Guan Dao sects have all appeared. The Western nations in Japan have really made a big mistake. They probably never imagined that the three major sects of the Taoist school could directly descend into the mortal realm. This is going to be a good show. Sitting here waiting for the high-ranking masters of the three major Taoist sects to step in and crush the Western nations and Japan, I never expected to get such a thrilling spectacle so early in the morning. This is truly exhilarating. Let this show begin. The Central Continent Security Bureau also quickly noticed this news and immediately turned their attention to the Western nations and Japan. As they watched the related videos and images, seeing the Taoist masters of the Gangsha realm emerging from the teleportation array, they couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. Fortunately, the Central Plains did not follow the Western nations in Japan in targeting their Taoist scriptures and spiritual artifacts. Instead, they chose to collaborate with the Tao Tang Court, thereby obtaining complete Taoist cultivation techniques. These techniques are easy to acquire, have low requirements for innate talent, and are not overly difficult to cultivate, making them highly suitable for the Central Plains authorities. This small world was said to have been created over 1,000 years ago by the founders of various Taoist sects during the Tang dynasty. From the current situation, it seems that the Taoists indeed possess the method to descend into the mortal realm, and the Tao Tang Court likely has a similar method as well. Fortunately, no conflicts arose otherwise, we would have ended up in the same predicament as the Western nations and Japan. Facing such powerful cultivators at the Gangsha realm, our current technological capabilities would be utterly inadequate. Of course, watching the Western nations and Japan suffer another round of punishment is undoubtedly a cause for celebration. After all, these nations have never been allies of Zhengzhou and have caused no end of trouble in the past. The Zhengzhou Foreign Affairs Office quickly issued a statement: "What goes around comes around. Yesterday's causes lead to today's consequences. We urge certain countries and regions to behave properly and stop causing trouble all the time." Clearly, these words were directly aimed at the Western nations and Japan, who were currently being targeted by the high-ranking practitioners of the Gangsha realm. The sense of schadenfreude in their words was impossible to hide. Upon seeing this message, the diplomatic offices of the Western nations and Japan were furious. Can you be any more obvious about your schadenfreude? The ones who arrived at the 51st area of the United States were Zhang Jidao, the current grandmaster of the Tianshi Dao sect, and two other elders from the Gangsha realm. After the three Gangsha realm experts stabilized the teleportation array, a burst of spiritual light rippled through the air, and one after another, disciples at the Zhushi realm emerged from the void, their faces cold and stern, emanating a murderous aura. This scene left the officials of the 51st District of the United States speechless with shock. WTF. Three high-ranking masters from the Tianshi Dao sect were bad enough, but there were a full 50 Foundation establishment disciples following behind them? How were they supposed to fight this? Panicked and feeling the pressure mounting, the officials of the 51st District frantically grabbed their phones and began calling for reinforcements. "Hello? Air Force Squadron? Hurry over here to provide backup. What about the missile defense systems we prepared earlier? Bring them all out. If you're any slower, we'll be waiting for you to bury us. General James. Stop wasting time. Hurry up and bring reinforcements." Just as the leaders of the 51st District were frantically calling for help, Zhang Jidao, the current grandmaster of the Tianshi Dao, stood in mid-air. His dragon and tiger robe shimmered with mystical light. With a sweep of his hand, a golden aura erupted from his body, obliterating the helicopters circling nearby. The terrifying aura left a 100-meter wide palm print on the ground. Barbarian invaders. How dare you dare to spy on the Taoist Codex of the Taoist Order and steal the sacred artifacts enshrined in the Ancestral Hall? Today, this Taoist master will let you barbarians know the might of the Jingyi alliance of the Taoist Order. As the gale's spiritual light surged, the sound waves roared like thunder, instantly spreading dozens of miles away. The divine consciousness expanded, and whether they were hidden in the 51st District underground or within a radius of dozens of miles, almost everyone who heard those words instantly understood their meaning. The one who arrived via the teleportation array was the current Celestial Master of the Celestial Master Dao from the Heavenly Realm. Watching the video of the current Celestial Master of the Celestial Master's path, Zhang Jidao, whose body was surging with gale-like energy, effortlessly shattering a helicopter with a single wave of his hand, and the 100-meter-long palm print left on the ground, the leaders of the 51st District couldn't help but gasp in shock. Meanwhile, the armed helicopters and fighter jets rushing toward the scene from the distance couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads as they burst into curses. "What the hell? You called me here to provide backup. How are we supposed to deal with this kind of humanoid monster? Do you want them to die even faster?" Watching the video, netizens from Zhengzhou couldn't help but exclaim 666 online, praising Zhang Tianqi's might and dominance, with a single slap as terrifying as swatting a fly. Meanwhile, arriving at the Royal Research Institutes of Britain and other Western European countries were Mao Mingfeng, the leader of the Maoshan sect, dressed in a bright yellow robe, and an elder from the Gangsha realm. "We of the Maoshan sect have opened our gates wide to the world. Yet you foreign barbarians not only fail to repay our kindness but dare to stir up chaos, steal our sect's scriptures, and plunder the sacred artifacts from our ancestral hall. Today, you shall taste the might of the Maoshan sect. Under the thunderous roar, a powerful pressure surged forward like mountains, crushing the Royal Research Institute. In the distance, British soldiers fired rocket launchers, but Ma Mingfeng, the leader of the Maoshan sect, sneered and sent his golden-yellow gangsha energy forward, easily crushing the rocket launchers on the spot. Behind him, 36 Mao Mountain disciples at the Foundation establishment stage simultaneously drew their peachwood swords, bells, and banners from their backs, riding on a glow of spiritual light as they charged forward. Meanwhile, at the National Institute of Science and Technology in Japan, the current female leader of the Lu Guandao sect, Tao Wanjin, and another elder at the Gangsha realm arrived, followed by 30 Lu Guandao disciples at the Foundation establishment realm. You dare to target my Lu Guandao with such a small territory? If it weren't for the time needed to construct the teleportation array, I would have already descended into the mortal realm to settle accounts with you all. Tao Wanjin, the current female patriarch of the Lu Guandao, let out a light snort. The yin in her hand swept through the air, unleashing a continuous stream of water-blue gangsha energy that roared toward the tanks firing below. Clang! Though seemingly gentle, the gale-like energy possessed terrifying power. The sturdy tanks had no chance to retaliate and were instantly crushed and blown to pieces by the water-blue gale-like energy. Seeing this, the netizens from Zhengzhou couldn't help but exclaim, "The female abbess is so powerful." Many expressed their admiration, and upon noticing that the majority of the disciples at the Lu Guandao were female, countless people declared their desire to join the Lu Guandao. Chapter 158, Crushing Defeat, Brutally Smashed. Facing the three major sects of the Taoist sects, the Gangsha realm patriarchs and elders who were advancing with overwhelming momentum, and feeling the terrifying pressure of the Gangsha energy bearing down on them, the Free City of America, the Foggy City of Britain, and the Edo of Japan all turned pale, but they had no choice but to mobilize nearby military forces to resist. The nearby anti-aircraft missile systems also sprang into action at this moment. One after another, automatically guided missiles streaked through the sky, trailing flames, and fired a series of piercing sounds, directly targeting the Gangsha realm masters and elders standing above the teleportation array. Tanks and armored vehicles also began to appear, targeting the Foundation establishment disciples of the three major Taoist sects floating in the air. The spiritual light emanating from their bodies was unusually bright, making them relatively easy to target. Of course, the most important point was that the disciples of the three major sects of the Taoist sect at the Foundation establishment level were relatively weak. They needed to dodge or use magical artifacts to defend themselves against the tank shells. Unlike the Gangsha realm experts of the three major sects of the Taoist sects standing above the teleportation array, who remained completely still in the face of tank shells and armored vehicle fire, allowing the shells and bullets to strike them. With a single movement of their Gangsha chi, they could effortlessly shatter all the shells and machine gun bullets. This feeling is akin to humans facing swarming flies and mosquitoes. Even if they stand still, they cannot harm them in the slightest, only finding them slightly annoying. In the distance, snipers armed with anti-material sniper rifles aimed at the Foundation establishment level disciples maneuvering through the air with a shimmering aura, pulling the triggers. Bang! With a series of intense gunfire, the extended bullets roared out. Boom! The fixed turret bases below also roared at the same time, firing at high frequency until the gun barrels turned red. Missiles and anti-aircraft shells hurtled toward the Gangsha realm experts, but before they could get close, they were directly obliterated by the Gangsha chi emanating from their bodies, along with the smoke and fire from the explosions. In the midst of this intense clash, the disciples of the three major sects of the Taoist sect, all at the Foundation establishment level, had already charged forward on their spiritual lights, even revealing the flickering spiritual lights emanating from their magical artifacts. Seeing the fleeting spiritual light through the surveillance cameras, the head of the 51st District of the United States, the directors of the Royal Research Institutes of Britain and other Western European countries, and the head of the National Research Institute of Japan all turned pale and issued orders to their subordinates. Wilson, immediately lead your modified soldiers to take action. At all costs, block these cultivators from the divine realm from entering the research institute. The research findings must be protected at all costs. Colonel Wilson of the Military Department of the United States Free City, upon hearing this, looked at the surveillance video showing the spiritual light rippling, deflecting machine gun fire, and charging toward the research institute, and couldn't help but twitch his eyelid. However, these cultivators from the celestial realms are too powerful. We are no match for them. Charging in would be certain death. Before he could finish speaking, a furious voice from the United States 51st District quickly echoed from within. Wilson, this is an order. I won't repeat myself. Colonel Wilson of the military bit his lip, leading a group of demonic bloodline-enhanced warriors who had transformed into beasts. Their bodies emitted a dark glow as they charged toward the Tianchi Dao disciples at the Foundation establishment level. However, the result was no different from hitting a rock with an egg. The combat power between the two sides was simply not on the same level. As the demonic bloodline-enhanced warriors charged toward them, the Tianchi Dao disciples who had entered the research institute sneered, their magical artifacts emitting a faint glow. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the demonic bloodline-enhanced warriors were struck by the spiritual light, flying backward with blood spurting from their mouths, their bodies torn apart, unable to put up any resistance. The group of Tianzhi Dao disciples at the Foundation establishment level charged directly into the research institute, heading straight for the coordinates of the Dao and the spiritual artifacts. On the other side, 36 Maoshan Foundation level disciples wielding peachwood swords, magical bells, and banners also charged into the British Royal Research Institute, moving as if they were in an empty space. The directors of the Royal Research Institutes of Britain and other Western European countries watched in horror. The Royal Knight Corps, composed of warriors transformed from demonic bloodlines, were no match for the Mao Shan disciples at the Foundation establishment level. They were often struck down in a single exchange, their bodies torn apart by the spiritual light emitted by the magical artifacts. Soon, the group of Mao Shan disciples at the Foundation establishment level charged directly into the Royal Research Institute, heading toward the spiritual artifacts' location coordinates they had sensed, causing a stir among the researchers inside. On the other side, at the Japanese National Institute of Science and Technology, the disciples of the Dongyuan Dao sect also rushed inside. Watching the flashes of spiritual light on the monitors, the director of the Japanese National Research Institute couldn't help but shout, "Fujimoto! It's your time to sacrifice yourself. Show the courage of the Yamato people. We absolutely cannot let these cultivators from the divine realm get close." Upon hearing the orders from above, a group of Japanese warriors, led by their leader, Minister Fujimoto, all opened their mouths and let out a low growl. "Amaterasu Amikami, protect us! Long live Yamato! Comrades! It is our turn to sacrifice ourselves. Let us throw ourselves into the embrace of Amaterasu Amikami." Immediately, they all injected themselves with potions to unlock their latent potential. Their chi and blood surged violently, and they turned to charge at the Luoguan Dao disciples who had broken in, launching a near-suicidal attack. Seeing the Japanese warriors charging toward them with bloodshot eyes, the Luoguan sect disciples exchanged glances and raised their eyebrows slightly. "Brave, but alas, it's your own fault for taking what you shouldn't have." Clang! A burst of spiritual light erupted, sweeping through the air like autumn winds clearing fallen leaves, effortlessly slicing through the red-eyed Japanese warriors who had launched their suicidal attack. In no time, the Foundation-level disciples of the Luoguan Dao quickly disposed of the Japanese warriors blocking their path and then turned to charge into the interior of the Japanese National Research Institute. In the sky above, 3 great sects of the Taoist sects, masters of the Gangsha realm, controlled the entire battlefield, effortlessly obliterating countless missiles and various fighter jets. Their overwhelming might was staggering, leaving no room for resistance, for they were simply too powerful. Inside the institute below, a group of disciples at the Foundation establishment level easily dealt with the obstructions and then charged into the facility, heading toward the stolen Taoist scriptures and spiritual artifacts. Chapter 159, The Might of the Dao Sect, Part 1. From mid-air, a teleportation array appeared, and the 3 major sects of the Dao Gate, along with their Gangsha-level experts and Foundation establishment disciples, began to descend into the modern-day cities of Liberty City in the United States, London in Britain, and Edo in Japan. Outsiders watched as the cultivators engaged in intense combat with modern technology. Before they could react, the situation on the ground had already changed drastically. The Foundation establishment disciples of the 3 major sects of the Taoist sect effortlessly overran the United States 51st District, the director of the British Royal Research Institute, and the Japanese National Research Institute. The outcome was already clear. From start to finish, the entire ordeal lasted no more than an hour. The 3 major sects of the Taoist sect emerged in the real world with overwhelming power, moving freely among various modern military forces, clearly demonstrating the immense strength and ruthlessness of the cultivators. The Taoist sect's powerful counterattack has left the United States, Britain, and Japan humiliated. After investing so much effort and resources to obtain the Taoist scriptures and spiritual artifacts, only to have their research reclaimed, they were filled with resentment and frustration. Many researchers tasked with studying the artifacts had already lost their minds. As they watched the disciples of the 3 major Taoist sects storm in and prepare to take the spiritual artifacts, their eyes turned red with fury, and they rushed forward to block them. "No! You can't do this. I've just found the inspiration for my research. Please give me more time. My research has made progress. This is an absolutely groundbreaking achievement. You can't take these things away. This is research that spans this century. If we can figure it out, it could push real-world technology forward by at least half a century." Within the research institutes, a group of researchers with red eyes were preparing to rush forward to block the disciples of the 3 major sects of the Taoist sects. Unfortunately, these researchers were powerless and no match for the disciples. A single wave of spiritual energy from the disciples knocked them unconscious, sending them crashing to the ground. The other researchers, witnessing this, couldn't help but swallow hard, their faces filled with terror as they watched the disciples of the 3 major sects of the Taoist sects take the spiritual artifacts and Taoist scriptures. After watching the Foundation establishment disciples retrieve the stolen Taoist scriptures and spiritual artifacts, the high-ranking cultivators of the three major Taoist sects, who were at the Gangsha realm, cast a cold glance at the 51st District of the United States, the director of the British Royal Research Institute, and the National Research Institute of Japan. The Gangsha energy surged, emanating a terrifying sense of oppression that caused a strong sense of unease to rise in the hearts of everyone within the 51st District of the United States, the British Royal Research Institute, and the Japanese National Research Institute. At this point, various military forces such as turrets, tanks, and fighter jets, as well as the elite ground troops, had suffered heavy losses. The demonic bloodline-enhanced warriors and martial artists stationed within the research institutes were also mercilessly beaten by the disciples of the Foundation establishment realm, with the casualties being nothing short of catastrophic. Given the dire situation, what were the three major sects of the Taoist sects in these small world realms planning to do? Did they intend to exterminate them completely? Just as they were filled with doubt and fear, the Gangsha-level experts from the three major sects of the Taoist sects in the sky released a surge of Gangsha energy, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure that crushed down on the research institute like a mountain. The scene before them sent a chill down the spines of everyone inside the research institute, their faces turning pale with fear. They hurriedly turned and fled toward the exit. Boom! Under the terrifying Gangsha energy, the sturdy reinforced concrete walls crumbled like tofu, eroding away more than half of their structure, revealing the terrified researchers inside. The scene was filled with screams and shouts as everyone looked up at the three high-ranking masters of the Taogate sect standing in mid-air. Only the district chief of the United States 51st District, the director of the British Royal Research Institute, and the relevant officials from the Japanese National Research Institute understood the significance of their actions. Although they had not harmed anyone's life, it was a silent warning: if anyone dared to act, they could annihilate everyone inside the research institute in an instant. After obtaining their respective Taoist scriptures and spiritual artifacts, the high-ranking practitioners of the three major sects of the Taoist sect raised their eyebrows slightly. Upon detecting the traces of energy left behind, they immediately calculated the locations of the spies who had stolen the artifacts. Soon, disciples at the Foundation establishment realm level took action, and in no time, they easily captured the spies and agents and brought them before the patriarchs of the three major sects of the Taoist sect at the Gangsha realm. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the high-ranking cultivators of the three major sects of the Taoist sect once again activated the teleportation array in mid-air and entered the Qi zone. Under the intense spiritual light, the high-ranking masters of the three major sects of the Taoist sect and the disciples at the Foundation establishment level also departed one after another, returning to the small world of the cave. Upon witnessing this scene, the United States, Britain, and other Western European nations, as well as Japan, finally couldn't help but sigh in relief. These terrifying beings had finally returned to their winter-like small world, and the matter was temporarily resolved. It was only at this point that relevant authorities began to arrive on the scene to clean up the aftermath. Meanwhile, netizens from Central Plains watched as the Western nations and Japan were soundly defeated by the high-ranking practitioners of the three major sects of the Taoist school and their Foundation establishment disciples, finding the spectacle utterly satisfying. After getting beaten up again, the Western nations and Japan should finally behave themselves. This was truly thrilling. The high-ranking practitioners of the Taoist sects are simply too powerful. They're completely overwhelming. The three major sects of the Taoist sect caused chaos in the United States' Free City, Britain's Foggy City, and Japan's Edo. No wonder they're from Zhengzhou's Taoist sect, they're truly fierce. Their combat power is so formidable. After this incident, everyone in the mortal world became cautious within the divine realm, fearing that they might accidentally provoke the powerful beings inside. If they were to descend into the mortal world and come after them, they would truly be doomed. On the other side, Chen watched the video online showing the three major sects of the Taoist sect returning to the pocket world through the teleportation array, and couldn't help but smile. After the Western nations and Japan were thoroughly defeated by the three major Taoist sects, this grand spectacle had finally come to an end. Now it was finally his turn, as the mastermind behind it all, to check the results. Chapter 160, A Bountiful Harvest of 1,000,000 Primordial Points, Breaking Through the Gangsha Realm. The three major Taoist sects, the Tianshi Dao, the Maoshan Zone, and the Luguan Dao had descended upon cities like Free City, Fog City, and Edo, which were nearly identical to the capitals of the Western nations in Japan, and had thoroughly defeated them. This event caused a massive uproar across the entire world, with countless videos, images, and related posts discussing it on both the central continent and the outer networks. Under such immense influence, Chen, the mastermind behind the scenes, reaped enormous rewards, harvesting a staggering 100,000 primordial points in one fell swoop, once again filling his coffers. The malevolent energy he had been collecting was nearly complete, and with such a sudden influx of source points, he saw no reason to waste time continuing his arduous collection efforts. Instead, he decided to directly use the source points to advance his cultivation. The next morning, Chun changed into a tracksuit and boarded a bus heading toward the coast. Since he had used the system's power to transform the fake into the real, becoming the puppet master behind the scenes and manifesting those extraordinary cultivation systems, his mindset had completely changed. The feeling of turning everything in the world into pawns and looking down on everything from above made him feel a bit lost. At times, he even preferred not to use the power he now possessed, occasionally experiencing the feeling of being an ordinary person, which seemed quite pleasant and helped him reconnect with his lost humanity. Since it was still early, there were only two young girls on the bus, sitting diagonally across from him, chatting animatedly in whispers. They looked full of youthful energy, like the rising sun in the morning. Xiaoyan, look at that young man sitting up front with the side-parted hair. He has a classic, handsome look. Why don't we add him as a friend? Ha ha. I can tell you're feeling a little flirty. He does have a certain charm. With the current popularity of the Dao Tang Dongtian small world and the rise of Taoist cultivation trends, the Taoist-style youth aesthetic is all the rage now. Hearing the two young girls whispering about him behind him, Guchen couldn't help but feel both amused and embarrassed. He never imagined he'd be the subject of gossip among young girls. The bus ride was long, and the two girls chatted quietly the whole way. When they finally got off at the last stop, Guchen didn't see the two girls come over to add him as a friend. After getting off the bus, Guchen walked straight toward the remote mountain forest in the distance. The two young girls behind him glanced curiously at his back, wondering what could possibly be interesting in such a desolate place. After entering the wilderness, Guchen quickly oriented himself. Soon, his gaze fell on a small island in the distance. The island was densely forested and completely deserted, making it the perfect place to break through without being discovered. Manipulating the spiritual light, Guchen soon reached the secluded island. He found a spot in the center, then punched the ground with all his strength. A violent surge of chi erupted, instantly carving out a 100-meter-long cave. He then leaped down, crossed his legs, and began to communicate with the system through his mind.